As soon as she opened her eyes, she was greeted by a half-naked handsome man calling her a female. Had she inadvertently stumbled into an orc den? And she was taken aback. A striking figure with white hair and pale golden eyes, he was draped in a mere pelt, leaving the rest of his physique completely exposed, not even wearing shoes. The handsome man frowned and inquired, "Female, why are you alone? Are you injured?" "I am Shio. From a nearby tribe of wandering orcs, it is perilous for a female to venture into the forest alone. Which tribe do you belong to? How could your tribe allow you to wander out here?" The young man spoke gently, his expression a blend of disapproval and concern, and she was bewildered. Female? Or tribe? She had merely come for an outdoor adventure and had lost her companions. How had she ended up in such a place? The man appeared quite gentle, yet his attire and language evoked the image of primitive savagery. "I came from outside. I got lost," and she feigned dizziness, internally lamenting. This handsome man's looks are off the charts, and his voice is like a deep bass. It would be such a waste for him to remain here as a savage. He would undoubtedly achieve stardom. Shio suddenly spoke. "Nightfall is approaching. Allow me to carry you back to the tribe." And she was startled and waved her hands. No, I can walk by myself." Carry? Was he treating her like a small animal? "It's quite a distance to the tribe, and with a female's pace, you won't make it before dark. Do not fear, I will not harm you. Although we are a tribe of wandering orcs, we are very friendly. Especially since you're a female, we would never harm a female." He claimed that females were non-threatening and that the tribe was friendly, and she gazed into his sincere eyes, her heart racing. How reliable is this orc tribe? Really, should she go or stay? Could this handsome man be a beast clad in human skin? The plot had started off with such excitement, and she was already feeling anxious. Suddenly, the handsome man stripped off his clothes and transformed into a giant wolf. This turn of events left her utterly astonished. As she looked at Shio, conflicted, "I stand at 175 centimeters. I'm not light. I don't want to tire you out." Shio chuckled. "I can travel faster in beast form rather than in human form with that." He shed the pelt and bent his body, transforming into a 3-meter-long, snow-white giant wolf. Its fur was as smooth as silk, and as it lowered its massive head, it resembled a colossal Samoyed. With grace, Shio had stepped back a few paces, and with a swift arc of his body, he became a completely snow-white giant wolf, 3 times the size of any wolf and she had seen in a zoo. Its beautiful white fur glistening, lowering its enormous head, it gazed at she gently, its retractable claws presenting no threat, resembling a giant Samoyed. And she was momentarily petrified. Was this a werewolf? Twilight had not deceived her. She suddenly felt a surge of excitement. "I'm not afraid. Just a bit bewildered. I've never seen anything like this before." Shio reverted to his human form, looking anxious. "I truly do not wish to frighten you. Let's go. Go. Quickly transform back. I want to ride the wolf." The giant wolf galloped through the forest with her on its back, the wind rushing past them suddenly. A magnificent white tiger leapt forth, locking eyes with Shio for a brief moment. That gaze it possessed an unmistakable humanity, and Zai's heart raced. Goodness, this place harbors not only werewolves, but also tigermen. And she stared in astonishment at the colossal white tiger, acutely aware of the human-like emotions conveyed in its eyes during their fleeting encounter. As they approached the tribe, a myriad of gray and brown wolves roamed about. Upon spotting them, one wolf immediately dashed back to deliver the news. How many beastmen are concealed within this tribe? Upon entering, wouldn't she be regarded as an anomaly? Would Shio harbor different feelings towards her? This narrative is more exhilarating than watching a fantasy film. I have settled comfortably on my little stool, transcended to become the envoy of the beast god, surrounded by dashing beastmen towering at 2 meters. As she slid off the wolf's back, she was left dumbfounded. The giant wolf transformed into a handsome man, the white tiger into a sun-kissed youth, each of them bare-chested, their well-defined muscles evident, all standing above 190. In the distance approached a striking man with dark red hair, though clad in the same animal hide. He exuded an air of gentlemanly sophistication akin to a tailored suit. He regarded she, who was perched upon the wolf's back, and spoke softly, "Greetings, little female. I am Yi, the sage of the tribe, and I welcome you to the wandering beastmen tribe." The red-haired gentleman Yi approached, displaying an elegance even in animal hide. "I am the sage Yi. What is your name?" And she replied, her gaze shifting to the heterochromaticied, handsome Qin Yao and the composed Captain Jean, suddenly feeling a tad bashful. At 175, she found herself rendered a petite little female among them. Yi abruptly grasped her hand. "You hail from Huaxia?" And she was taken aback. "You know? You are the envoy of the beast god." Yes, eyes sparkled. "For 1,000 years ago, a Huaxia envoy taught us to wield fire and cultivate the land." He unfurled a hide scroll, revealing the inscription. The envoy of the beast god hails from the earth's Huaxia. The final page chronicled the arrival of the beast god's envoy on the beast god continent thousands of years ago, narrating how the envoy was sent to rescue and advance the beastmen's realm. The envoy brought forth the spark of fire, instructing the beastmen on grilling meat, identifying edible foods, and recognizing herbs. And she gazed at the hide scroll, her heart racing. Am I to become the savior? Surrounding her, the handsome beastmen gathered, their eyes brimming with anticipation. What other secrets does this hide scroll hold? Can she navigate the beastmen continent with finesse? Will these handsome beastmen develop feelings for her? This plot has commenced with a veritable bombshell. I am already captivated, transcending to the beastmen continent, only to discover they still reside in thatched huts after thousands of years. And she clutched the hide scroll in bewilderment. The previous envoy had clearly taught them to wield fire and cultivate the land. How is it that they remain so primitive now? Yi sighed. The envoy lived merely 200 years before departing. Disasters, migrations, and the loss of written language have led to the forgetting of many things. The life of a divine envoy is tragically brief. The last envoy returned to the embrace of the beast god after merely 2 centuries following the envoy's demise. Countless migrations over millennia have led to several calamities, resulting in the loss of certain knowledge. The orcs lack the intelligence of the esteemed envoy and fail to comprehend many things. Anxi felt a chill run down her spine. So, am I merely here to serve as a teaching aid, or to continue the legacy of my predecessor? Unable to resist a jest, she remarked, "Aren't you afraid that I might just be here to indulge in luxury?" The envoy certainly seems to enjoy splendid treatment. Yi chuckled. Females in the tribe are revered. There is no need for pretense. Moreover, how could a female end up lost in the wild? His earnestness revealed an underlying implication to Anxi. Given your circumstances, the only plausible explanation is that you are indeed the envoy. You must surely be the esteemed envoy. Females are scarce in the orc continent, and their status is inherently elevated. It is virtually impossible for an unfamiliar female to be wandering about. Hence, I have deduced that you are the envoy. After a long day, Anxi felt her eyelids growing heavy with fatigue. Suddenly, Yi inquired, "Would you prefer to be guarded by Xiao or byhalf tonight?" Anxi was taken aback. Is it really necessary to have a handsome escort for merely sleeping? What does this protection entail? How many secrets does the orc continent hold? Can Anxi fulfill her role as a grand teaching aid? This narrative is fraught with pitfalls, yet sprinkled with sweetness. My imagination is already running wild. 2 handsome orc warriors transformed into colossal beasts, standing sentinel at the entrance. The privileges of an envoy are indeed extraordinary. Yi smiled. Females possess weaker defenses and require the protection of males. Who will it be, Xiao or byhalf? Anxi was momentarily bewildered. Is such a grand display truly necessary for a simple slumber? The handsome white tiger, byhalf, eagerly exclaimed, "Choose me, choose me. I helped you find your companions yesterday." White wolf Xiao remained silent, yet his gaze was fixed on her, burning like a small flame. Seeing the eager looks exchanged between Xiao and byhalf, coupled with Anxi's somewhat awkward expression, Yi smiled and said, "The esteemed envoy need not worry too much if you are tired today. Allow them both to guard you. As for a partner, you may contemplate that at your leisure." Upon arriving at the cave, Anxi observed the solitary stone bed and fretted, "There's only one bed. Where will you sleep?" Xiao gently replied, "We can keep watch at the cave entrance. Won't sleeping on the ground make you cold?" byhalf laughed. "In our beast forms, we possess fur. Lying down in summer is quite comfortable." With a carefree heart, Anxi collapsed in a slumber, and in her drowsiness, she glimpsed 2 colossal beasts by the cave entrance, one a giant, snow-white wolf, the other a majestic white tiger, resembling stone lions guarding the threshold. As Xiao and byhalf observed Anxi resting, they exchanged a knowing glance and seamlessly transformed into their beast forms, taking positions at the cave entrance, one on each side. Anxi stole a glance and felt as though she were gazing upon 2 stone lions typically stationed at grand entrances throughout the night. She awoke several times, each time finding them steadfastly guarding her. Unmoving as the dawn broke, Anxi observed the colossal beast at the cave's entrance, suddenly realizing that perhaps this journey through time and space was not so bad after all. Wasn't this treatment a tad excessive? How was she to command these 2 guardians? The narrative was so sweet, it made her yearn to embody Anxi herself. Who could possibly understand her sentiment? Orcs could live for 600 years? In contrast, a human lifespan of 200 years was considered long. The disparity was simply outrageous. Having just awakened, Anxi found that Xiao had already prepared water outside, displaying remarkable thoughtfulness. Males wash in the river, while females use the stone basin. byhalf was even more proactive, sprinting off in search of Yi with his flowing red hair. Yi approached, exclaiming, Anxi, I brought you roasted meat and fruit. Taking care of females is the duty of males, and and I decided yesterday to become your followers. However, as the divine envoy, all orcs should be eager to follow you, Shio declared, only to realize that the female he had set his sights on might not be so easily won. Anxi took a bite of the roasted meat. It was quite acceptable. Seasoned to perfection. Did the former divine envoy not teach you how to cook? Yi chuckled in response. Carnivorous orcs relish roasted meat. Nothing else provides sufficient sustenance. There will be a banquet tonight with plenty of delicious offerings. When the topic of lifespan arose, Anxi was taken aback. In our world, living to 60 or 70 is commendable. Reaching 80 or 90 is considered longevity. Yi was bewildered. Orcs typically live for 600 years, while the tortoise clan can exceed 1,000 years. If orcs from the Orc continent do not perish in battles with prey, they generally live beyond 600 years, and those with long lives can exceed that. The tortoise clan represents the longest lived among the orcs, often reaching a lifespan of 1,000 years. Byhal immediately knelt on one leg, declaring, Anxi, I will find you something special to ensure you live for 200 years. Shio took her hand, and suddenly, fluffy wolf ears sprouted from his head, his tail brushing against her leg, his cheeks flushed. I will too. Byhal, feeling anxious, interjected, Anxi, you cannot choose only Shio. I wish to be your partner as well. This love triangle was utterly chaotic. Who among Shio and Byhal would ultimately win her affection? Could Anxi truly survive here for 200 years? This storyline was captivating. It was too sweet. Could she really choose two partners? Was the orc world this expansive? Anxi gazed at Byhal, now adorned with black and white fur, momentarily stunned. Please retract your fur. You look more appealing in human form. Byhal replied, somewhat disheartened. My ears are furry too. You can touch them if you wish. Suddenly, Shio grasped her hand, resting his chin gently upon it, his amber eyes fixed intently on her. Anxi, do you not like me? Oh my, how could one withstand the charm of this tender, yet forthright little wolf? Anxi felt her heart melting, yet she maintained her resolve. I've just arrived. I need to consider my options. Orcs only allow their partners to caress their ears. If Shio wishes to pursue you, I too can offer you the same privilege. My ears are quite fluffy, and my entire being is enveloped in softness, Byhal declared, rising to reveal his ears and tail, even sprouting black and white fur across his body. Byhal, in a state of urgency, insisted, just choose between the two of us. Any other orc who wishes to court, you must first contend with us. And she, taken aback, responded, can you two really form a team? The ever-silent Yi suddenly interjected. In the orc continent, females are scarce, and each female has numerous partners. You are a divine envoy and require protection. He further elaborated that males used to fight to the death for females, but things have become significantly more civilized now. What a wild set of rules. And she glanced at Shio's eager expression and then at Byhal's dejected face, her mind swirling in confusion. Should she choose one or both? What, precisely, did he mean by followers? This narrative was inducing a severe case of decision paralysis. Who could possibly rescue her? A female with a plethora of followers? The orc world seemed rather indulgent. Yi explained, followers are those closest to you, aside from partners, who willingly protect and care for you. Their devotion does not require your acknowledgement. And she, momentarily stunned, replied, isn't that rather unfair? On the orc continent, obtaining a female's recognition entirely depends on one's capabilities. He asserted with conviction. Over half of the males are unable to secure partners. To be a follower of a divine envoy, such as yourself, is their honor. There is nothing unfair. Everything in the orc continent is earned through one's own merits. Whether or not they gain a female's acknowledgement is unrelated to you. You reassured her, observing her expression. To be a follower of the beast god's envoy is indeed their privilege. Suddenly, and she recalled a previous jest with her friends. I want two boyfriends. To her astonishment, that whimsical idea was now within reach. Yet, as she glanced at Shio and Byhal, a wave of trepidation washed over her. Could she truly manage to choose two? He guided her to meet the females of the tribe, and upon entering, they were immediately surrounded. A green-haired, green-eyed female named Say approached, exclaiming, are you the esteemed divine envoy? Your eyes are black. Inside the room were females with various hair and eye colors: brown-haired with brown eyes, purple curls with light brown eyes, golden hair with transparent eyes, and blue-haired with blue eyes, and she was utterly astonished. The spectrum of colors was astounding, and she was completely mesmerized. Such a variety of colors existed, and it seemed so natural for them. In contrast, back on Earth, Such uniqueness might invite ridicule for being unconventional, ye chuckled. Tonight, there will be a bonfire festival, and many males will seek to become your followers. And she gazed at the vibrant females, her heart racing. Would she fit in with them? Would the bonfire festival lead to a tempest of competition for her affections? This plot was becoming increasingly thrilling. She had already prepared her little stool. Can a female truly have 7 partners? Is the orc world that open-minded? Anxi was astonished after a brief conversation with a female from the tribe with her green hair shimmering. She exclaimed, I have 4 partners from the deer tribe. Ayin, with her purple curls, chimed in, and there are also the gray wolves, brown bears, and golden lions. Anxi was utterly flabbergasted. Are they embracing both carnivorous and herbivorous orcs? A female warrior indeed. Ayin covered her mouth and chuckled. Not just that she has gray wolves, brown bears, and golden lions as partners, wow. A female warrior. Anxi was left speechless. More astonishingly, Ayin added, we have all sought partners from the deer tribe. They are not only beautiful, but also skilled in weaving and cooking. We cannot let them become extinct. Suddenly, Anxi comprehended. This is about saving an endangered species. When the conversation turned to clothing, Yami quickly suggested, your attire is not suitable for the cold. Let's exchange fabric and cotton with the deer tribe. As they stepped outside, Xiao handed Anxi a large leaf to shield her from the sun. Byhao anxiously slapped his thigh, lamenting, what an excellent opportunity for a display. Why didn't I think of that? Anxi, where are you headed? Xiao inquired. Having produced a large leaf to shield Anxi from the sun, Byhao stared at Xiao's gesture, glancing at Anxi's fair skin, and sighed, regretting that he hadn't seized such a splendid opportunity for a show. Byhao turned and swiftly transformed into a white tiger, exclaiming, we'll go summon someone to escort you. Xiao gazed gently at Anxi and said, let us proceed. Just how skilled are the deer tribe in weaving? Will Anxi be able to acquire beautiful fabrics? Who among Xiao and Byhao will prevail? I have begun to anticipate the handsome men of the deer tribe. Ayin is truly remarkable. Can it be that orcs perform the gesture of joining hands? Is this not a custom from our great Huaxia? Upon Anxi's arrival at the deer tribe, the chief, Li, joined his hands in reverence, great messenger of the gods. She was almost startled into jumping. Is this a lesson from the former messenger? Indeed, she mentioned that it is a sign of respect for one's faith. Yes, great messenger, the former messenger taught us that in your world, one must perform such a gesture to honor the inner respect for faith, both the beast god and the messenger. Of the beasts are beliefs we hold in high regard. Li reiterated, performing the gesture once more. Turning, Li greeted the other orcs with a fist salute. Welcome, everyone. Anxi raised an eyebrow in astonishment. Goodness, they even know how to perform a fist salute? This former messenger must surely be from Huaxia. She hurriedly instructed them on the new etiquette. Place your right hand on your chest and bow. A slight bend for companions will suffice. Li immediately executed a deep bow. What you say is indeed correct, great messenger. Anxi couldn't help but laugh at their earnestness. Placing the right hand on the chest signifies respect. The deeper the bow, the greater the respect. A slight bend for companions will suffice. After Anxi explained, Li mimicked her movements, albeit bowing much deeper, almost to a right angle. When the topic shifted to exchanging winter garments, Anxious eyes sparkled. Do you know how to make cotton clothing and quilts? Li smiled and inquired, would you prefer to do it yourself, or shall we assist you? How many elements of Chinese culture are concealed within this deer tribe? What exquisite fabrics can Anxi obtain? What additional surprises lie ahead? In this narrative, I wager 5 packets of spicy strips that the former divine envoy is undoubtedly an aficionado of Hanfu. We can certainly craft quilts, as well as cotton clothing, trousers, hats, and gloves, though we seldom produce the latter, primarily for the females. Li led a group of beast folk into the heart of the tribe. Anxi observed several thatched huts constructed of wood, where numerous deer tribe beast folk were engaged in the most primitive form of textile production, spinning threads and weaving fabric. Nearby, a series of small ponds, meticulously fashioned from stones, held water in an array of colors, with some beast folk stirring the fabric within using sticks to dye them. They were then guided to a wooden house brimming with completed quilts. Upon inspection, Anxi noted the fabric was made of coarse cotton and linen, yet the quality was commendable, with the cotton within the quilts being substantial. Anxi concluded that entrusting the deer tribe with quilt production was wise, as the items were quite large, and given their own infrequent involvement in such tasks, it would take ages to accomplish. However, suggestions could certainly be offered. You all are doing splendidly in my previous world. I seldom engage in such crafts, and my speed would likely pale in comparison to yours. However, I notice your dyeing techniques are somewhat limited. Numerous plants can be utilized for dyeing, and patterns could also be created. I wonder if the previous divine envoy ever taught you about tie-dyeing? Upon hearing Anxious words, Li's eyes brightened, Dyeing predominantly in green is our deer tribe's preference. If you desire other colors, we can seek out additional plants for dyeing currently. These are the only techniques we possess. If you, esteemed divine envoy, have new ideas, please impart your knowledge to us. Our tribe revels in learning splendid. Starting tomorrow, I will come by when I have the time to observe your work and perhaps bring along some materials suitable for dyeing. Anxi was about to depart when suddenly, pausing. Oh, do you also raise silkworms? Are you capable of producing silk? Anxi exclaimed with excitement. For silk pure, natural silk was a treasure indeed. Li shook his head regretfully. We do not make silk. Our animal skin scrolls have recorded silk, but the process is too complicated for us to produce. And no one has seen what silk actually looks like. Could you teach us, Lord Divine Envoy? And she felt a bit awkward. She really didn't know how to make silk. The weaving techniques for silk, satin, and brocade are all intangible cultural heritage, and she didn't know them either. If the methods left by the former beast god envoy couldn't be replicated, then it meant the current production level wasn't sufficient. So what do you raise silkworms for? To make silk quilts? That's right, we can make silk quilts. Every few winters, orc tribes come to our deer tribe to exchange for silk quilts. We prioritize supplying the wandering orc tribes, so don't worry. This year we will prepare one for you, Lord Envoy. When it comes to silk quilts, Lee felt proud again. She was so excited to hear about the tie-dyeing technique that she almost forgot to show off the silk quilts. Anxi was very happy. The silk quilt was really nice. Actually, animal fur can also be used to make clothes, like lamb's wool and rabbit fur. Lee was a bit confused. Animal fur? Isn't that animal skin? We only need the fur, not the skin. Animal skin is heavy and not breathable. We can directly make clothes and scarves from the fur. How come the beast god messenger taught you about raising silkworms before, but never mentioned making clothes from animal fur? Anxi looked puzzled. Doesn't the senior like wool coats? Lee shook his head. Maybe other tribes have records of animal skins, but we don't. Not all tribes know how to raise silkworms. As far as I know, only my deer tribe has the technology to raise silkworms. Other tribes only use cotton for warmth. It is said that the beast god messenger once traveled across the orc continent, teaching all races various different techniques, teaching us to trade goods. Only then did the tribes, which had been isolated in their own lands, start to interact and see the outside world and learn about the many different races. Unfortunately, later the messenger returned to the embrace of the beast god, and the prosperity of the orc continent lasted only 1,000 years. After that, for over 2,000 years, tribes migrated continuously, climates changed, rivers turned into land turned into deserts, mountains became lakes, and many tribes disappeared, never to be seen again. Lisiga, half of the civilization brought by the beast god messenger, has also vanished. But fortunately, we have welcomed a new beast god messenger. It seems that the beast god has not given up on us. Anxi suddenly felt a lot of pressure. In just a short time, the sense of mission weighed heavily on her, transforming into the responsibility of saving the precarious civilization of the orc continent. It felt like a heavy burden with a long way to go. Sigh, the creative capacity of the orc continent is really lacking. After thousands of years, there haven't been any inventions or innovations. Indeed, orcs have long lifespans, and the pressure of their living environment is not great. Except for natural disasters, they have no natural enemies, and their lives are too comfortable, leading to a lack of ambition. How many years would it take to develop into a technological planet like Earth? Indeed, this world has its pros and cons. Orcs possess the advantages of both humans and beasts, but they also share the disadvantages of both. Chapter 8, Bonfire Party. On the way back to the tribe, Anxi felt it was still early, so she wanted to take a stroll nearby. The orc continent was quite rich in resources, and the environment was great with mountains, water, waterfalls, forests, and rivers. When she saw a bamboo grove, Anxi's eyes lit up instantly. Bamboo groves were her favorite places. The fragrance of bamboo filled the air, and there were bamboo shoots, which were definitely one of Anxi's favorite dishes. Bamboo steamed rice was also delicious. Oh, and she could use bamboo to make a set of furniture, taking advantage of the summer while it lasted. With the help of the orcs, it could be completed in a day. Shio stopped. When Anxi returned, she was sitting on Shio's back. Shio and Hao had agreed to take turns carrying Anxi. What's wrong, Anxi? Yami asked as she rode back on her deer companion. The beast form of the deer tribe orcs was much larger than ordinary wild beasts, easily able to carry a person, making it look just like riding a horse. I want to dig some bamboo shoots to eat and make a new bamboo cup. Oh, that's fine, but we didn't bring any tools, so we'll have to ask the males to help us dig. Ain shrugged nonchalantly, as they were aware of the bamboo cup as well. But how do we cut the bamboo? It's not easy to cut with claws. Sei frowned as she looked at the bamboo. The bamboo on the orc continent was thicker than the bamboo Anxi had seen on Earth. So it seemed they really needed the orcs' help to make furniture. Since they weren't far from the tribe, Yami called her dear companion to hurry back to the tribe to fetch tools, while the remaining males stayed to help the females dig bamboo shoots. The orcs moved quickly, and in no time, several large bamboo shoots appeared on the ground. Anxi hoped that the big brother of the deer tribe would remember to bring back some animal skin bags. Fortunately, the big brother from the deer tribe was reliable and brought back 3 animal skin bags. Knight said we should dig more so we can add to the evening bonfire party. Anxi nodded, okay then. Anxi looked at the bone knife polish from Beast Bones, wondering if the predecessor who traveled through time had taught the beastmen how to smelt iron. So far, there had been no sight of iron tools. Was it that the beastman continent lacked iron, or was that predecessor cautious? Or perhaps they simply didn't have the time. If iron ore were found, should they make iron tools? What would happen if the warlike beastmen entered the cold weapon era again? Anxi, how many bamboos do we need to cut? Hao asked, looking at Anxi, who was lost in thought while holding a bone knife. Several bamboo stalks had already been laid down at Hao's feet, and she came back to her senses and said, "Oh, cutting this much is enough." Xiao frowned slightly. He felt that Anxi's expression when looking at the bone knife was strange. "Anxi, is there something wrong with this bone knife?" Anxi thought about the question she had just asked. "Xiao, do you know about iron?" Xiao shook his head. "No, I don't." "Do you need it?" "I can go find it." "What about weapons?" Xiao looked at the bone knife in Anxi's hand. "I know about them." "Is the bone knife in your hand considered a weapon?" "But we generally don't use it while hunting. Our claws and teeth, after we transform, are sharp enough." Anxi nodded, agreeing that regardless of the circumstances, the living habits of the beastmen were different from humans. Weapons might also enhance the survival abilities of weaker fighting races like the deer tribe. However, there was no need to consider these for now. It was better to focus on making bamboo furniture first, as sleeping on stones wasn't ideal. Several male beastmen carried bamboo and bamboo shoots back to the tribe, and he curiously asked Anxi what all the bamboo was for. You'll find out in a bit," Anxi replied playfully. Xiao looked at Anxi with a smile and said, "Anxi, just tell me what you need me to do. You don't have to do it yourself." "Don't worry, I won't run away from you." Anxi waved her hand cheerfully. "Let's make a few bamboo cups first. These thicker ones can even be made into bowls, though they are only enough for the females to eat from. First, cut these sections down to make cups and bowls. The remaining bamboo needs to sit for 4 or 5 days before we can make bamboo chairs. So find a place to store them." Anxi directed Xiao, while several females also instructed their partners to make bamboo cups. It didn't matter if they already had some. Having new ones was better, and most importantly, good sisters should have things neatly arranged. Anxi also asked Xiao and how to make one for her, and to make a few extra ones to keep as spare so that she wouldn't have to go cut bamboo again next time she needed it. Anxi took out a dagger from her backpack and began to carve some bamboo designs on the bamboo cup. The patterns were not particularly complex, just a round, chubby panda eating bamboo. Yami and the others found it very interesting and picked up bone knives to carve on their cups as well. Those whose knives weren't sharp enough went to the hunting team to ask for animal claws, while some males directly used their own claws to carve. Although the results might not be very beautiful, they were all unique, each one different from the others. Anxi also helped them engrave their names on the bamboo cups and taught them to recognize their names. After finishing this large number of cups and bowls, everyone felt tired. A few females rested on the stone platform, basking in the setting sun, waiting for the bonfire party in the evening. The male orcs in the tribe busily transported ingredients to prepare dinner. Xiao and Hao followed a few orcs who had just dug up bamboo shoots and were peeling them on the other side. The orcs who had returned from hunting cleaned their prey by the river and took a bath, returning with freshly stripped animal skins and meat. Laughing as they talked about what animal the skin was from, whether it could be made into a scarf or gloves, and which female they liked to give it to. They would then steal glances at the females on the stone platform, making them laugh and tease each other in the sun. Smoke began to rise slowly from the thatched shed, along with the aromas of various foods. In the central clearing of the tribe, a large bonfire rack had already been set up, and soon the fire was lit, its smoke overtaking the cooking smoke. Stone platforms were built on either side of the bonfire rack, and every so often a pot of boiling water and a small fire pit were set up with meat, vegetables, and some river crabs and shrimp boiling in the pots. Different meats were being roasted over each fire. As the bonfire was lit, many orc roars could be heard. A fiery red fox jumped onto the stone platform, and Ain greeted it with a smile, saying night. Night transformed into human form, smiling and nodding at the females. Qin Yao walked over and draped a fur cloak over Night, throwing a flirtatious glance at the females, then sat down holding a green bamboo cup, tilting his head back to drink, but it felt like he was drinking wine with style instead of water. Anxi felt as if she had entered a beautiful illusion of a paradise, sensing that the world was unreal in its beauty. Until a bamboo cup shook in front of her. Qin Yao raised an eyebrow and looked at Anxi with a carefree smile. A deep, somewhat mischievous voice broke the spell. Our most powerful wandering beastman tribe has received the favor of the beast god and welcomed our beast god messenger, Anxi. From today on, our wandering beastman tribe will be renamed the messenger tribe. After saying this, Yi placed his right hand on his chest and bowed to Anxi. It seemed that Li had taught Yi, as the other beastmen below followed suit and mimicked the gesture. Anxi came to her senses and looked at the orcs below, who were shouting Anxi and divine envoy tribe. She stood up, kicked one leg back and forth a couple of times while placing on the other leg. Since she wasn't wearing a skirt, she put her left hand behind her back and raised her right hand above her head, making 2 circles before sliding it down to rest on her left shoulder. She slightly bent her knees and lowered her head, performing a princess gesture she had learned online before coming here. Anxi, what is this gesture? Yi asked curiously, watching Anxi's movements. This is a princess gesture. It's a kind of greeting that more esteemed females perform in larger gatherings. However, this isn't from my country, I mean the tribe. It's not the gesture of my tribe, but from another tribe. I just suddenly remembered it and wanted to do it. Anxi suddenly remembered that this should be Western culture. Just now, her mind was a bit muddled as she wanted to greet everyone. And suddenly a wave of videos imitating princess greetings that had gone viral online appeared in her mind, so she unconsciously did one. Ayin suddenly poked her curly little head out and said, Anxi, can we learn it too? It looks really fun. Anxi touched Ayin's small curls, and the texture felt really good. Of course, all the females in our tribe are noble. A few females were learning with great enthusiasm, and seeing their strong interest, Anxi taught them some ancient Chinese etiquette, as well as the modern handshake. They were so busy that they didn't even eat. A few of the females' partners had no choice but to hold wooden bowls and feed them some dishes and roasted meat. Xiao and Hao also wanted to feed Anxi, but Anxi waved her hand and said, I'll do it myself. I eat little, just a few bites and I'm full. You'll eat a lot, so don't worry about me. Hao felt a bit frustrated. In the Orc continent, if a female doesn't accept a male's care, it means she doesn't accept his pursuit. Xiao remained calmer, showing no emotion, and didn't insist on feeding Anxi. Instead, he gently smiled and said, okay, handing his roasted meat to Anxi. As she let out a sigh of relief. It's one thing for a partner to feed each other, but she hadn't done anything like that yet. Feeding each other is still a bit too intimate. She could accept the treatment of a beast god's messenger, but she couldn't casually accept the treatment of a partner. After all, she hadn't really thought about being in a relationship yet. Although she had a good impression of Xiao, she had once fantasized about having a werewolf boyfriend during the peak of Twilight's popularity. Plus, Xiao was the first person she saw when she opened her eyes in this world, and with the Twilight filter, she was aware that she favored Xiao. But now, there was also an added white tiger. Oh dear, having 2 boyfriends at once was too much pressure. She didn't dare to think about it. Xiao heard and she sighed beside him and slightly curled the corners of his lips. Chapter 9. The Forest is Ours. Anxi stretched lazily and got up. The stone bed was really not very comfortable. Although thanks to his frequent outdoor sleeping, he could fall asleep anywhere, he still needed to improve the conditions for long-term living. Xiao had already brought water back. Anxi used the bamboo tube and salt he made yesterday to rinse his mouth. The beastmen here did it this way. In their view, rinsing one's mouth was already a sign of being a very clean beastman, and they had no idea of using a toothbrush to brush their teeth at all. Anxi sighed, realizing that there were too many things that needed to be done by herself. Sometimes Anxi often wondered how that senior managed to survive when they first came over. They were so strong. Hao cooked the bamboo shoots and lamb that he had dug up the night before for breakfast, and grilled some deer meat as well. This was the food Anxi had observed she liked the most these past few days. Anxi was enjoying a day where she didn't have to cook, holding a bowl of lamb and bamboo shoot soup, and couldn't help but sigh, a female-dominated society is really great. Everything from hunting to cooking is taken care of by someone else. Hey, Hao, are you cooking lamb? What about the wool? Anxi suddenly remembered the plan to make a wool sweater while sipping the lamb soup. If the wool was processed properly, she could make a few sweaters, scarves, and gloves for autumn. Anxi, do you need wool? I haven't thrown it away. I'll go find some for you, Hao said, running out. After a while, he returned with a whole piece of sheepskin. Anxi looked at the sheepskin and thought, well, I might as well go catch a few sheep to shear their wool. However, there was only one pair of shears in her backpack, so it seemed that she would need to find iron or later to smelt iron and make some tools for daily use. Don't you usually keep some small animals? Anxi asked curiously. Isn't it much easier than going out hunting? Shio took the empty bowl from Anxi and handed her a piece of the tenderest meat, which she ate without thinking too much as she was waiting to respond. Shio smirked slightly and withdrew his hand discreetly. We don't need to enclose a space in the tribe to raise wild animals like other small tribes do. We are the largest tribe of wandering beastmen in the area, and our territory is quite extensive. The forest you saw when you first arrived is actually where we keep the wild animals. The males hunt every day as a way to hone their skills. Beastmen fight with wild animals to ensure they do not lose their survival instincts. Anxi was astonished and gasped, thinking to herself, wow, you guys on the Orc continent really know how to have fun. A whole forest dedicated to raising beasts. What a wealthy family. So, that entire forest belongs to our tribe? Anxi swallowed hard. It's our tribe's territory. Only our tribe hunts here, except for the deer tribe who occasionally comes to gather. If any passing migratory tribes want to hunt in our territory, they must pay us a certain amount of animal skins or other goods, otherwise we will expel them. Oh, so it's like paying protection fees. Anxi nodded, understanding. What if they can't win? There's no tribe we can't defeat. How proudly lifted his head, a smirk on his lips, his eyes shining with a deep light, exuding the aura of the king of beasts and the ruler of the forest. Completely different from the cute little puppy he usually was around Anxi. Our wandering beastman tribe is made up of orcs who got lost or ran away during the chaotic times on the migratory path. All the orcs who came to the tribe have experience living independently in the outside world. Without a certain level of combat ability, it's impossible to survive alone on the orc continent. So all the orcs in our tribe are brave warriors. This is also why we can become the largest tribe. Anxi looked at the confident and proud Hao, and for the first time, she seriously recognized that in front of her was a king of the forest, a white tiger. What about the other tribes like the tigers and lions? Can we fight against them? Generally, warlike beast tribes like the tiger tribe and lion tribe do not live together like the deer tribe. We tigers must leave our parents to live on our own before reaching adulthood. Before finding a female, some find a tribe they like to live with for a while others live alone in the forest. Only the wolf tribe and hyena tribe prefer to live in groups, but their numbers are not too many. Usually at most a dozen or 20 beastmen gather together. In our tribe, the number of wolf tribe beastmen is the largest, with Shio being the current wolf king. Hal laughed and put his arm around Shio's shoulder. All right, Anxi, you've understood everything you need to know. The forest is ours, and we are strong. Successfully grasping the main point, Anxi stood up suddenly. Let's go to the forest and catch some sheep. Shio quickly slapped Hao's hand away and hurriedly grabbed Anxi, pushing her back down. We can go catch sheep, but it's not safe for you to go. Although this is our territory, wild beasts don't listen to us. What if you get hurt since you don't have combat power? But I don't want sheep skins. I want live sheep to shear for wool to knit sweaters, Anxi frowned. How about this? I'll talk to Yi, and we can raise a few sheep in the tribe for wool, Shio assured while stroking Anxi's head to comfort her. Aren't you also going to the deer tribe? Leave this matter to me. Anxi nodded and didn't insist, as Shio meant well. They had indeed agreed to go to the deer tribe today. Hao transformed into a white tiger and carried Anxi to the deer tribe. Shio went to find Yi to discuss the matter of raising sheep. First, he would find Qing to have the patrolling orcs surround the sheep pen, and then go to Jean to notify the hunting team to bring back a few live sheep when they went hunting. Anxi called her new friend from yesterday to join her. Along the way, they walked and stopped, collecting many plants that could be used for dyeing to take to the deer tribe. The females usually have very little entertainment and are quite bored, so they were very happy to learn fabric dyeing with Anxi and picked a lot of their favorite colored grasses and fruits together. This time, Anxi mainly wanted to dye in her favorite colors, blue, red, and goose yellow. For blue, they used indigo. Many plants can extract blue dye, collectively referred to as indigo, but the most common one is actually Isatis root. For red, they used madder. The fermentation of madder root produces a very high-quality red, and from a large bundle of madder roots, only a little madder red dye can be extracted. Fortunately, this plant has a very strong reproductive ability, growing in large patches. However, Anxi couldn't pull it out by herself, so she applied to the leader Li of the deer tribe to take several male deer with her to collect the grass. As for yellow, they used gardenias, which were in season. They also collected a lot of perilla to take back, as the flowering period for perilla was coming to an end, so they could dye more purple fabric while they had the chance. Anxi handed these plants over to Li to help the deer tribe dye the fabric in those colors, and then began teaching them tie-dye techniques. The simplest methods included bundling, folding, clamping, and knotting. The several females had a great time playing with the deer orcs, and everyone took home a piece of fabric they had dyed. Before leaving, Anxi and Li agreed that once the wool was ready, they would bring it over for the deer tribe to help spin into thread, and then teach them how to knit sweaters. Yami and the others also agreed to learn together. On the way back, Anxi suddenly thought of making a few swings. She had Hao and several males cut down some wood and bamboo. Without nails, they found some hard beast teeth, polished them to make nails, and nailed the wood together to build a pergola. They then gathered a pile of dry grass for the roof. They twisted cotton and hemp threads together to make thicker ropes. Lacking wooden boards, they tied several sticks together with ropes and wove them into a mat using vines. Then laid a layer of animal skin on top and wrapped everything with cloth, sewing it all together with bone needles. A very comfortable swing was completed. They built a total of 3 pergolas, each able to hold 2 swings, making 6 in total, 1 for each female. Once finished, Ein was the first to eagerly try it out without worrying about falling. Fortunately, the males had made it sturdy according to their weights for safety. Anxi quietly sneaked behind Ein and gave her a hard push, causing Ein to swing up, scaring her into shouting, but she was unwilling to stop. Anxi let Yami, Sisi, Baishue, and Nashi go up, running behind them to push them one by one, which excited even the usually quiet Baishue to scream. Nashi screamed the loudest, but it didn't sound like she was scared. It was more like she was excited, as she particularly enjoyed such thrilling activities. Ayin, who had already adapted, laughed and shouted along, constantly urging for higher swings, while her and Nashi's partner stood in front of the swings, worried and ready to catch their females as they swung higher and higher. After a whole day of fun, the females were tired and had a simple dinner of roasted sweet potatoes and a bowl of spinach soup. The tribe's water came from mountain springs, making the soup especially delicious. Anxi drank soup almost every day, feeling like she could never get enough. But she stopped out of fear that drinking too much would cause her stomach to bloat and prevent her from sleeping. Anxi lay on the stone bed and turned over, thinking about the bamboo she had left outside. The sunlight on the Beastman continent was abundant and the days were long. She felt that tomorrow would be about the right time to make a bed and a sofa. Chapter 10. Making furniture in Cheongsams using a bone knife. She cut the bamboo into segments of this length, then smoothed out the jagged edges and rubbed them on the stone to ensure they wouldn't cut her hands. She drilled a hole in this position, nailed the bamboo stick inside, and shaved it down on the outside. The same went for these pieces. She cut the bamboo into strips of this width, inserted them alongside, and covered the surface. Then, she cut 2 thicker bamboo strips to secure both sides. She made a hole here nail in a bamboo stick. She cut an opening here without cutting through, set a fire pit, roasted it a bit, and once it softened, she could bend it. Then, she drilled a hole and nailed in a bamboo stick. Anxi woke up early in the morning, eagerly starting to make furniture. Since the males wouldn't let Anxi take action, Anxi could only continue to direct Xiao and how to work, while the orcs in the tribe gathered around to watch. Unable to do it herself, and without a ruler, Anxi could only make a rattan sofa, a chaise longue, a coffee table, and a bamboo stool after using up all the bamboo they had cut down. The purpose of making one of each was to give the orcs a demonstration, so they would know how to proceed later. Although it was a bit few, the orcs were still pleasantly surprised, especially the females, who loved it immensely. The partners of the females also asked the males who had just started working for advice on how to make one for their own females. Others without females wanted to learn this craft themselves to use it in pursuing females in the future. From then on, every day, orcs went to the bamboo forest to cut bamboo and then dry it. Once dried, they began making furniture. Anxi and a few other orcs who had participated were often consulted, and some orcs would visit Anxi's wooden house. By the way, Anxi specifically asked Yi for a wooden house. Although the cave was cool, Anxi still preferred the wooden house. However, Yi said they could take turns living there, with each female having a cave and a wooden house, so they could choose where to stay at any time. Thus, Anxi's days became filled with having breakfast, chatting with the females, swinging on swings, and watching the males in the tribe make furniture with bamboo, occasionally giving pointers. The orcs were just beginning to learn how to make these things, which looked easy but were quite difficult. Each new learning orc wasted a lot of bamboo, but fortunately, that bamboo forest was very large. Anxi sometimes thinks that if orcs use bamboo, and would more and more in the future, they should also plant appropriately while cutting down trees. She really likes this primitive forest and hopes it won't disappear like it did on Earth after hundreds of years. After a few leisurely days, when Anxi began to wonder what else could be done, the deer tribe delivered the dyed fabric that Anxi had requested earlier, all in the color she had specified. Anxi looked at the dyed fabric with great happiness. It was exactly what she wanted. The craftsmanship of the deer tribe was truly impressive, especially this red color. It looked really beautiful. worthy of being the kind of red that only wealthy families in ancient times could use. A few females gathered around, curiously asking Anxi what kind of clothes she planned to make. They were now Anxi's little fans, doing whatever she did. Anxi looked at the several curvaceous beauties in front of her and suddenly had a flash of inspiration. With these frames and long legs, women from the Orc continent are naturally made to be clothing models. It's a pity not to wear cheongsams. Making a cheongsam shouldn't be as casual as making ordinary clothes. The stitches made with bone needles are still a bit. Anxi took out the sewing kit she always carried in her hiking backpack. She originally intended to lend it to a few females so they could use stainless steel needles, but for them, the stainless steel needles were too small and uncomfortable to use. In the end, they chose to use bone needles. The stitches might not be very fine, but that didn't matter. After all, their skills in making clothes weren't particularly good. As long as the clothes looked good, it was fine. Orcs didn't understand what fine stitching meant. Anxi brought a rope to measure the size for each of them, so they wouldn't waste the beautifully dyed fabric. She personally cut the fabric for them. In the meantime, she had Hao go to the deer tribe to call over a few people who usually made clothes in the tribe to observe, so that they could make better-looking clothes in the future. Anxi suddenly remembered that once the Chi-Pao was finished with the diligent nature of the deer tribe, they would definitely want to teach them. It would be better to call them over now to learn together. Anxi patiently explains every step clearly, especially when it comes to cutting and drawing. For the collar, Anxi made both a standing collar and a small phoenix collar. The standing collar needs to be upright, so she used glue to stiffen the white fabric and placed it inside the collar. To facilitate movement, she made a short cheongsam, sleeveless, with slits directly up to the thigh. After all, orcs often just cover themselves with animal skins, so there's really no concept of modesty. One could say that even not wearing anything wouldn't draw any ridicule. Another important element of the cheongsam is the frog button, which she made by weaving a simple knot with a rope of the same color. The more complex ones, like the peep knot and butterfly knot, are still too difficult for orcs, and even Anxi herself isn't very skilled at them. So keeping it simple works just fine. And she first made a red fabric Chi-Pao with a diagonal collar, trimmed with a button, perfectly showcasing her S-shaped figure, leaving several male orcs mesmerized. Even a few females widened their eyes, thinking it looked too beautiful. After watching for a while, several of them quickly lowered their heads and hurried to speed up their work, hoping to finish soon so they could wear such beautiful clothes. Anxi felt that something was missing when she wore the Chi-Pao. Without a fan, it was imperfect. A Chi-Pao without a fan lacks soul. So she instructed a few men to carve some bamboo strips to make the fan frame. Since making a round fan was too difficult, Anxi chose to make a folding fan. Without paper, she used leftover fabric in the same color as her dress to create a folding fan. While everyone else was still working, Anxi also embroidered a simplified version of a kitten pouncing on a butterfly at the bottom of her Chi-Pao. Anxi finished embroidering a few female garments, and everyone excitedly changed into their own handmade kipeos. Yami used the same fabric dyed with gardenias as Anxi, and wearing it felt even gentler. Nashi chose blue fabric, which Anxi suggested as it matched her hair well. Ayan used purple fabric dyed with perilla, also to match her head of purple curls. Bai Shui used fabric dyed with pomegranate flowers, resulting in a yellow-brown color that looked particularly simple. Cicir originally wanted to use green, but Anxi suggested she make a Chi-Pao in the most basic off-white color, and she could use green for other skirts. The few females, dressed in their kipeos, went to the gazebo to swing and rest, catching the eyes of passing males, some of whom even bumped into each other while distracted, causing quite a stir that even startled the night. I was helping Qingxian dry herbs when I heard everyone in the tribe talking about how our females had made new clothes and looked even more beautiful. I was curious about what they looked like, and indeed, they were even more stunning than described. You walked over from a distance, smiling gently while commenting on the few females on the swings. Ayan laughed as she swung high, and it was true that Yi was the smartest sage. His words sounded much more pleasant than others. Hee. Qingxian sneakily pushed Cicir, who was too scared to swing and only dared to sway on the ground, causing her to scream in fright, while Qingxian ran aside, laughing triumphantly. Yi shot a disapproving glance at Qingxian, shaking his head helplessly. Qingxian smiled nonchalantly, leaning against the pillar of the gazebo with his arms crossed, watching Anxi fan herself. What new thing is this? Since the first time Anxi came to the tribe, Qingxian had always spoken to her in a casual manner, whether before or after knowing she was the beast god's messenger. His attitude never changed, and he never respectfully called her messenger, speaking to her as if they were friends. Anxi, coming from a world of equality, greatly appreciated this dynamic. This is a fan. It can be used to create a breeze. Would you like to try it? Anxi offered the fan to Qingxian. Qingxian took it and mimicked Anxi's actions, fanning himself. Huh, not bad. Do you like it? This one could be a gift to you. Red looks good on you. Anxi glanced at Qingshuan's black hair, thinking about the logic her female friends used when choosing outfits. Or do you prefer black? Qingxian played with the fan in his hand. No, I'll stick with this one. As he spoke, his gaze shifted from the fan to Anxi. The outfit is nice, quite beautiful. After finishing, he fanned himself while walking back. And as he passed by Yi, he pointed the fan at him and said, he suits black better. Anxi looked at Yi with a speechless expression as he smiled back. This Qingxian not only tricked his own fan, but also asked for one for his little buddy. Don't worry, Yi, I'll prepare a black fan for you. Hearing this, Yi smiled even brighter. Then thank you, Anxi. I'll go back to help Qingxian dry the herbs. You all enjoy yourselves, and if you need anything, just come find me. Anxi watched the figure of Yi turning back and suddenly felt that something was off. So, these two people weren't really here to compliment her, right? Chapter 11. Descendants Envoy. Shaking her head to stop thinking about it, she turned to find Xiao to discuss what to prepare for dinner. Beasts generally eat 2 meals a day, and she had already started to feel a bit hungry. Although bamboo shoots are delicious, she didn't want to eat them again after having them for several days. Today she wanted something new and fresh. Anxi recalled that the deer tribe also grew cucumbers, so she planned to deliver the wool to them and pick some cucumbers in return. She bounced over to find Yi, who had just finished shearing the wool. The reason it took so long was that they only had the scissors Anxi brought, not an electric clipper. A few orcs took turns shearing the wool, and the orc who was doing it for the first time found it even more troublesome than hunting. The good news was that they had also brought back 2 milk-producing goats, which Anxi specifically asked them to catch. So they would have goat milk to drink in the future, and if they want a little luxury, they could use goat milk for bathing. Xiao and byhalf each carried wool, and Anxi as they headed to the deer tribe. Along the way, Anxi picked all the mushrooms she saw and put them into the bamboo basket that the orcs used for making furniture. Anxi remembered that there were lotus flowers in the lake next to the deer tribe, so she thought she could also pick some lotus roots and seed pods on the way back. Anxi handed the wool to Li, teaching her how to roughly comb the wool with a bone comb to remove weeds and dirt, then soak it in soap pods, wash it clean repeatedly, and, after drying, brush it back and forth to make wool strips, which can then be spun into yarn. Because Li had years of weaving experience, she learned quickly and understood after just one demonstration. Anxi also instructed her to dye part of the wool yarn into the color they needed for the Chongsam fabric they requested last time, preparing to take it back to share with her friends. After agreeing with Li to teach them how to knit sweaters, once the wool yarn was ready, she left. On the way back, Anxi specifically asked Xiao to take a detour by the lake, where a large area of lotus flowers were blooming beautifully. Anxi tapped Xiao to signal him to stop, then got down from his back and picked a lotus leaf to place on her head, admiring the expansive lotus flowers in front of her. Xiao, do you know how to pick lotus roots? Xiao transformed into his human form and walked over to Anxi, frowning as he looked at the lake. I know about lotus roots, but we haven't picked them before. We land beastmen generally don't like going into the water and don't eat things from the water. This lake isn't shallow, although we can swim. We can't stay underwater for too long. There's mud at the bottom of the lake, which is quite troublesome. Byhalf also jumped to Anxi's side, transforming into his human form. Anxi, I'm not afraid. If you want to eat lotus roots, I'll go down and fetch them for you. But I don't know what lotus roots look like. And she thought for a moment and shook her head, deciding it was better to return to the tribe to ask if there were any sea orc tribes around to help them. Just as she was about to suggest picking some lotus pods and flowers to take back, there was suddenly a ripple in the water. Xiao wrapped his arms around Anxi's waist and stepped back, while byhalf transformed into a white tiger, standing in front of them. Suddenly, a white tail swished through the water, splashing a huge spray, drenching byhalf, who was closest to the water, and he roared at the lake. A bare-chested young man with white hair emerged from the depths, his blue eyes sparkling like the sea. His face was angular, with three-dimensional features resembling the Westerners and she had seen on Earth. His long white hair dripped water and clung smoothly to his body. Unlike the coarse hair of land orcs, the hair reached down to his waist, flowing behind him, while below his waist, scales covered his body, and a massive white serpent tail coiled into the water with only part of it visible. One had to say that even after seeing so many orcs, and she was still stunned by the scene before her. Apart from the first time she saw Xiao, Yi and mistook him for a werewolf. This was the second time, and she was so shocked. A descendant of Nuwa, and she stared blankly at the descendant of Nuwa in front of her until he handed her a piece of lotus root. My name is Tung-Mo, Divine Messenger. This is the lotus root you mentioned. Ting-Mo washed the lotus root clean and placed it in Anxi's hands. Tung-Mo had also attended the welcoming banquet for Anxi and the tribe, but after taking a glance at the legendary beast god messenger, he went to shed his skin and did not stay for dinner. Although there were many delicious foods at the banquet, the snake tribe had low food requirements. They just needed to be full. The main reason was that the last shedding before adulthood was very important for snake tribe orcs. The first shedding after reaching adulthood was to be given to their female counterparts. Snake shed was lighter and more breathable than beast skins, suitable for making clothes-fitting clothing, providing a certain degree of temperature regulation and had some elasticity. The defensive ability of adult snake tribe orcs was very strong. And although the shed skin did not have such strong defensive capabilities, it could still withstand ordinary scrapes and offered some protection, as well as being waterproof. However, the snake tribe's shed skin was never given to outsiders. Anxi, as the new female, is beautiful and a beast god envoy, naturally becoming the primary target for all the unmarried males. Tung-Ma had seen Anxi at the welcome party and occasionally spotted her while he was in the water or on a tree during her visits to the deer tribe. He knew she had two admirers, one a tiger beast and the other a wolf beast, both strong beastmen who had yet to gain recognition. Tung-Ma felt that the envoy might not be looking for a partner at the moment. The serpent tribe beastmen are inherently aloof, and although Tung-Ma was curious about the envoy, he refrained from approaching her, fearing he might disturb her busy schedule. It wasn't until today, when Anxi wanted lotus root, that Tung-Ma saw an opportunity. Byhalf and Shio were familiar with Tung-Ma, and upon seeing him, they relaxed their defensive postures. Byhalf shook off the water that had soaked his fur and transformed back into human form. "It's you. What kind of trick is this? You've splashed water all over me and soaked my fur. The envoy wants lotus root. Somebody dig for it," Tung-Ma replied, glancing at Byhalf as his serpent tail swayed and he swam ashore. "This should be enough for the envoy. Fresh lotus root tastes best. I can dig any time she wants." As Tung-Ma approached, Anxi finally noticed that Tung-Ma's eyes were not sea blue but red, or rather transparent. It was just that when Tung-Ma was in the ocean, the color reflected the sea, making them appear blue. In fact, they looked a faint red and, sometimes, under the light, a subtle golden hue emerged. Unlike the deep red of night or the golden of white snow, this was a particularly faint color. His entire complexion was also light, giving off a cool and restrained vibe. What exquisite beauty is this? The last time Anxi saw such an eye-catching appearance was with the tribe's healer, Qingxian. Both had a striking beauty, but unlike Tung-Ma, Qingxian had a more seductive and enchanting look, and she felt a bit jealous. The descendants of Nuwa were indeed different. Nuwa was really biased, putting so much effort into her own people while treating us like mere mud. Tung-Mo listened to Anxi's grumbling and smiled faintly. "You're the beast goddess envoy. How could you be treated like mere mud?" According to our snake tribe's records, the previous beast god envoy told our ancestors that we were created by Nuwa, who is the beast god, and we are the descendants of Nuwa as pets. The tongue snake and the bai. And she widened her eyes and said, "So you call Tung-Mo that because you think he is a descendant of the tongue snake, which is why your surname is Tung." "Yes, in our snake tribe, we only have the surnames Tung or Bai. However, males generally prefer the surname Tung, while females like the surname Bai." And she was shocked by this set of statements. Taking a deep breath, this senior was simply too good at nonsense, actually using ancient mythology to fool the orcs. After mentally sighing, and she nodded seriously. "That's right. Tung Snake and Bai are indeed Lady Enwa's pets. Tung Snake is male, Bai is female, and Enwa has a snake head and a human body. Tung Snake and Bai were created by Enwa in her own form. Moreover, there are other pets such as Qinglong, Baihu, Zhuke, Xuanmu Bai, Ting Snake, Qilin, and Bays, collectively known as Enwa's 8 great pets. In my world, it is said that we were molded by Enwa. I don't know if you are, but you do resemble Bai and Tung Snake, as you can also transform into a human head with a snake body. Yes, a simple world needs faith and mythology." And she didn't know if the beast god was Enwa, but it didn't matter. The beast god didn't introduce herself before throwing her here. She didn't care whether it altered the beliefs of the Orc continent. Anyway, she wasn't the one who started the nonsense. Chapter 12. The Beggar's Chicken. Anxi threw the lotus root in her hand into the bamboo basket and asked Tung-Ma to help pick some nice lotus pods and lotus flowers from the middle of the lake. Shio was worried that the bamboo basket would be too heavy and tire Anxi out, so he took the basket from her and carried it himself. After they had picked enough, Anxi invited Tung-Ma to go back and make lotus leaf stuffed chicken together. Anxi thought snakes must like to eat chicken. Shio handed the bamboo basket to Byhalf to hold. and since his fur was not completely dry, he carried Anxi back, leaving byhalf to sulk as he carried the basket. On the way back to the tribe, they received Anxi's instructions and hurriedly went to catch a few pheasants. Tuma also climbed a tree to check a few bird nests and found a beehive. Anxi was very excited. Wild honey, it must be delicious. Seeing Anxi so happy, Tuma let Shio and byhalf take the honey back to the tribe first, while he went to collect the beehive himself. Anxi was still a bit worried, but Tungma said that bees couldn't sting through snake scales, and if it didn't work, he could always hide in the water. Watching Anxi leave, Tungma transformed into a snake and quickly took down the beehive, running in the opposite direction to avoid dragging Anxi and the others into it. After making a detour and seeing that the bees were still in hot pursuit, he swam a few laps in the lake, using the lotus leaves to hide from the bees, then came ashore from another direction to return to the tribe. When Tungma got back, Anxi had already started marinating the lotus leaf-wrapped chicken, and upon seeing Tungma return, she took out the honey and put it into the ceramic jar she had asked Qingxian for to store medicinal ingredients. Because the tribe used to be a nomadic beastman tribe, they lacked many things, and there were very few ceramic jars. Anxi had haggled with Qingxian for a long time and promised to make ceramic jars in a couple of days, giving him priority in choosing. After filling the jar with honey, Anxi also saved the remaining beeswax for making lip balm in a few days. She coated the chicken in honey, wrapped it in lotus leaves, covered it with a layer of yellow clay, sealed it tightly with cotton thread, and dug a pit in the ground to bury it. She then lit a small bonfire on top, leaving byhalf to watch it, instructing him not to let the fire burn too fiercely or extinguish it. Turning around, she sliced the lotus root to stir-fry and made a rib and lotus root soup. Since there were many people today, Anxi prepared large portions. byhalf happily watched the bonfire, waiting for new food, while Shio observed the busy Anxi and glanced at Tungma, his expression slightly somber. byhalf might not have sensed it, but Shio could feel that Anxi's feelings towards Tungma were somewhat different. Just like the way Anxi looked at him in his beast form compared to how she looked at other beastmen. Anxi's first sight of Tungma was also different. Shio had always known he was special, but suddenly having another equally special person made him feel a sense of crisis, as he had not yet become Anxi's partner. You invited a male to dinner for the first time, and you made it yourself. Shio lowered his eyelids. It's because he helped me pick the lotus root. Anxi replied. You see, his gaze is very special, just like the way you looked at me the first time, different from how you look at other beastmen. Shio intended to ask directly. Oh, I am indeed very curious. It feels so magical. Anxi realized what Shio was referring to. Did you know that in my original world, there are legends of werewolves in the West, with many stories circulating? Many girls even fantasized about finding a werewolf boyfriend, meaning a partner, but no one has really claimed to have seen one. So many people think it's just a story and doesn't exist. That's why I was particularly excited when I first saw you transform into a wolf. It felt like meeting a legendary figure. It was the first time Shio heard Anxi say this, and he understood the situation. He leaned closer to Anxi and asked softly, so did you also fantasize about it? Finding a werewolf partner? And she felt a bit awkward and dared not look up at Shio, nodding slightly and coughing, saying she had indeed thought about it. However, at that time, she didn't think there really was such a thing in the world. After speaking, she shook her head, but this was no longer her old world. This world had not only werewolves, but also tiger people, leopard people, and all kinds of beastmen. Then your idea can be realized. Shio's deep voice gently echoed, and she, surprised, looked up just in time to meet Shio's gaze. His eyes were warm and determined, carrying a faint smile. Anxi didn't refute this time. She smiled shyly and nodded gently. Shio watched Anxi's actions with wide eyes. Although he was very confident in himself, being acknowledged still made him particularly happy, and he could hardly keep the corners of his mouth down. However, he still hadn't forgotten the initial question. What about Tungma? What was different about him? And she was taken aback for a moment, roughly understanding why Shio was suddenly not quite normal today. I already mentioned what was special about Tungma when I first met him, right? He looks like a descendant of Nuwa. But isn't byhalf still a white tiger? Isn't he also one of the divine beasts from your place? Anxi suddenly raised her head and looked at byhalf, who was gazing at the campfire. Oh, right. The white tiger too. How did I not think of that? Shio couldn't help but laugh at Anxi's dazed expression. All right, then don't think about it. If you find it interesting, let them all protect you. I think Tungma would be willing too, as long as I'm the only special one in your heart. That's enough, Shio thought to himself. Anxi thought for a while and roughly understood why she had overlooked byhalf. Werewolves were tormented by the Twilight series, while the descendants of witches were influenced by various popular fantasy dramas, but there were hardly any characters playing the white tiger in those shows. Wait, Did she just suddenly have two legendary divine beasts as bodyguards? No, wait a minute, she hadn't decided yet, and they were already taken to the gutter by Shio. Well, they could still be friends. She had never been friends with divine beasts before. Anxi shook her head, trying to shake off the messy thoughts. Otherwise, the dish would burn. Shio looked at Anxi, who was alternating between thinking and shaking her head, and smiled knowingly. He occasionally handed her seasonings and ingredients, not saying anything further. He already understood Anxi's thoughts. It was indeed better to ask directly. Shio squinted slightly. No matter how many followers Anxi had in the future, he wanted to be the most special one. After all, the deity had said they only wanted one partner, and since he had taken the initiative, he wouldn't give it up easily. Anxi looked at the time and asked byhalf to dig out the lotus leaf chicken. They broke open the soil, removed the hemp rope, and peeled back the lotus leaves, releasing a rich aroma. The orcs, with their keen sense of smell, quickly gathered around to ask what kind of game they had cooked that smelled so good. However, there were too many people, and although Anxi had prepared a large amount, it wasn't enough for all the orcs to eat together. So, she shared the recipe for lotus leaf beggar's chicken. The hungry orcs immediately ran out to catch chickens. In the end, only Qingxian, Yi, and Yami, along with a few other females, came over with their own food to share a meal. Beggar's chicken had been one of Anxi's favorite dishes before she traveled to this world. Lotus root slices and spare ribs beggar's chicken were all foods Anxi loved. She had a hearty meal. After that, Anxi decided to digest her food and take a bath. Having been in the tribe for several days, she realized she hadn't bathed yet. Living on the Orc continent had given her the feeling of being on a wild journey without returning home, so she hadn't thought about bathing. Today, after chatting with Shio, she suddenly felt relaxed, as if she truly realized that her future days would be spent living here, giving her a sense of home. Chapter 13, Hot Springs. Anxi took out her bikini and invited a few of her girlfriends to go for a bath together. There's a hot spring waterfall on the mountain next to the Divine Messenger tribe, which is not the same as the mountain spring where the orcs usually drink. However, because the water is flowing, it is also drinkable, and there's a large area of hot spring islands. Since they have to run up the mountain, the orcs in the tribe do not come here every day. Usually, after returning from hunting, they just find a small pond or pool nearby in the jungle to wash up. There's still a considerable amount of water sources here. Anxi just heard about it today, so of course she wants to go. When she was on Earth, going to an outdoor hot spring resort wasn't cheap, and it wasn't necessarily natural either. Since she went to the mountains to soak in the hot springs, Anxi followed the local orcs to wash her hair with things like soap pods and hibiscus flowers, without using any shower gel or shampoo she brought, not wanting chemical products to spoil the natural water quality here. Because it is a waterfall cluster, there are many dark caves beneath the waterfalls, which reminded Anxi of the Water Curtain Cave in Journey to the West. She curiously ran to explore each dark cave. Because the paths are difficult to navigate and they were worried about Anxi getting into trouble, Shio and byhalf didn't dare to go wash up, leaving Anxi to play alone. They could only accompany her around, watching her like a curious child who had found a new toy, completely absorbed in her exploration. Since Anxi hadn't had enough fun yet, the other females who finished soaking in the hot springs and bathing went back first. Shio and byhalf lay on the rocks to dry their fur, watching Anxi swim in the water like a mermaid. Just as Anxi wanted to swim to a larger pool, Shio stopped her, saying that the water there was deep enough to pose some danger for her. Although they were watching her, Shio and byhalf, as land-dwelling orcs, weren't very good swimmers and couldn't stay in the water for too long. However, Anxi looked at Shio with pitiful eyes, assuring him that she was a good swimmer. Shio, softened by her pleading, hesitated to easily agree. At that moment, a white snake head emerged from the water and transformed into a human form, saying, "I can watch her." After speaking, it turned back into a snake head and submerged into the depths of the water. And she blinked, suddenly remembering To. The snake tribe was indeed quite good in water. It was just that To had been too low-key while lurking underwater, causing Anxi to forget him. Shio glanced at To in the water. Just because she didn't notice him didn't mean Shio didn't. While she was playing around before, To had always been lurking in the water, protecting Anxi. It seemed that To was also pursuing Anxi now. "Be careful," Shio said, rubbing Anxi's head as he looked at Anxi's eager expression, watching him happily swim into the deep pool. byhalf, who was lying on a large rock nearby, suddenly lifted his head when Anxi turned around, his gaze deep and fixed on the snake in the pool. The vigilance of the forest king, the white tiger, was no less than that of the wolf king, Shio. byhalf had noticed that To had been following Anxi, and such a clear display was certainly not lost on him. Everyone had the right to pursue females, but as the king of the tiger tribe. There was a sense of territoriality and possessiveness. Even he and Xiao should fight each other to decide who had the priority to pursue the female. In the eyes of beastmen, newcomers were different from the first. However, he keenly sensed that Anxi's feelings towards Xiao were different. If he fought Xiao, Anxi would ultimately choose Xiao. So he directly accepted the idea of pursuing Anxi together with Xiao and acted gentle and harmless. But now another contender had emerged, and she seemed to be even more familiar and natural with To than with him. Most importantly, she had not yet accepted him as a partner. And she, still happily laughing while being playfully wrapped by Mo's tail in water, was completely carefree. Until the sun began to set, and she rinsed his chi pao, changed into a new cotton and linen nightgown, and climbed onto Xiao's back to return to the tribe. After taking a bath, and she lay on the luohan bed, ready to sleep, when suddenly a huge tiger head poked out beside him. A pair of tiger eyes met Anxi's gaze, and she was momentarily stunned, tentatively reaching out to touch the tiger's head. "What's wrong, Byhao?" Byhao transformed into human form, leaned closer, and said, "Xiao said you agreed to let him be your partner." Anxi's hand on Byhao's head paused, unsure of how to respond. "Mo also wants to pursue you, and you swam with Mo today. Do you like Mo? Then why can't it be me? Don't you like me?" Byhao pulled Anxi's hand, which was about to be withdrawn, back to his own face. Anxi suddenly felt a bit guilty. She had forgotten that orcs here could have multiple partners. "When did Tingma start pursuing me? How come I didn't know?" "No, that's not the point. In my world, relationships start with dating. We spend time together to see if you're compatible before deciding to become partners. When I agreed to let Xiao be my boyfriend, it was with that understanding. What if we don't get along? You can't just settle because there are fewer females. And when I say I only want one partner, I mean it. I'm really planning to find just one. I can only accept one partner, unless there are significant conflicts leading to a breakup. Otherwise, I'll be with that person for the long haul. I know you are the divine envoy, and that the world of beast gods is different, but on the orc continent, females can have several partners, and there's no such thing as compatibility. Males will listen to females." "Ah, right. Here male orcs listen to females about everything." Anxi's long-standing values from over 20 years were at play. Even though she was in a different place, her values had already formed and couldn't be changed. "I'm sorry, but I really only plan to find one partner, and that won't change. I won't accept anyone else, including you and Tungma." Anxi felt quite apologetic and a bit helpless. This universal rejection phrase of "I have a boyfriend" didn't work on the orc continent, because having multiple partners is legal, which felt unfair. Byhao seemed a bit downcast. "Xiao and I are good brothers. We've lived together since we were not yet adults, and I thought we could find the same partner. But it's okay. I'll just be your follower. I don't need your acknowledgement, but you can't refuse. I will always follow you." However, it is true that since coming to the orc continent, although she has been looking for Xiao more, Byhao has been quietly taking care of her, and she has never turned down his help. Now, saying such things to him made Anxi feel like she was being ungrateful after receiving so much support. Anxi gritted her teeth and gathered her resolve. "All right, you have to be sure you won't regret this in the future. It's what you asked for. So if you regret it, it has nothing to do with me." Byhao smiled, a seriousness different from usual. "I will never regret it." He patted Anxi's head. "Get some rest." Transforming into a huge white tiger, he walked outside the cave and closed his eyes. Suddenly, the giant wolf at the cave entrance, which seemed to be asleep, moved its eyelids. At the same time, a white snake on a tree outside also opened its eyes and raised its head to look at the wooden house. Chapter 14. The divine messenger likes the white-furred beast man. The next morning, Anxi suddenly discovered that their group had grown again. Inside the house lay a wolf and a tiger, while outside a snake hung from a tree. Ain, who hadn't eaten enough last night, wanted her partner to make another beggar's chicken from what they had brought back yesterday, so she came to borrow lotus leaves from Anxi early in the morning. "Oh, you have another snake tribe follower now?" Ain looked at the giant white snake coiled on the tree. Anxi was just about to say that he wasn't, but before he could speak, the white snake slid down from the tree and transformed into a human. "My name is Tungma." "Oh, I'm Ein." Ein stared at Tungma for a moment and nodded. "You look quite good-looking. Anxi really likes white." Tungma handed a lotus leaf to Ein. "Thank you. It's the lotus leaf you wanted." Ein picked up the lotus leaf and happily waved to Anxi. "Anxi, I'm going back to make beggar's chicken, and I'll bring it over to eat together later." After saying that, without waiting for Anxi to respond, she skipped away. Anxi looked at this series of actions, somewhat speechless, and asked Tungma, "When did you become my follower? Why didn't you refute anything just now?" Tungma turned around, his eyes turning light pink under the sunlight. "Isn't that good? I also want to be your follower. I'm also white." What's wrong with being white? Anxi suddenly found it hard to process. You like white, Tongma explained expressionlessly. When did I say I liked white? Everyone in the tribe says so. Anxi suddenly felt like scratching her head. Just because her partner is white doesn't mean she likes the color white, right? Isn't it true that there are other colored beastmen pursuing her? However, she does like white, although she also likes red, black, and blue. But Anxi thought about it and realized that what caught her attention at first was indeed the pure white fur and scales. And byhalf's black and white fur was also very impressive. As Anxi pondered, her thoughts wandered. Does Anxi not like white-furred beastmen? Shio had already started cooking for Anxi, stir-frying lotus root slices for her, just like Anxi had done yesterday, and he made her bamboo rice using a bamboo tube. Since Anxi wanted to eat grains, he brought back rice and flour from the deer tribe, and Shio also planned to plant some vegetables in the tribe specifically for Anxi because she really liked eating plants. Anxi propped her chin up with both hands, obediently sitting on a small bamboo stool waiting for dinner. I like the white-haired beastmen. But how do they know I like white-haired beastmen? After all, in the tribe, there are only you and Shio chasing me. You can't just assume I like white-haired beastmen because you're both white-haired, right? Shio and byhalf exchanged a glance, not responding to Anxi's words, and silently continued their tasks. As the Wolf King, Shio naturally intimidated other wolf beastmen, making them reluctant to pursue his females. However, there were still other male beastmen interested in Anxi. The moment they showed any intention of pursuing her, Shio and byhalf would notice, and, after observing that Anxi didn't have any special feelings for that male beastman, would secretly find him and beat him up. After all, the followers of the divine envoy can't be so easily obtained. What right do incapable beastmen have to be the followers of the divine envoy? What can they do for the divine envoy? A defeated male beastman doesn't even qualify to be a follower of that female, unless the female likes him. Just like Shio and byhalf never fought with Tongmo, because they believed Anxi recognized Tongmo from the moment she first met him and invited him to dinner, so they didn't stop him. Otherwise, Tongmo would have been challenged by Shio and byhalf the moment he started to secretly protect Anxi. Anxi didn't notice their subtle expressions. Seeing that they didn't engage in conversation or ask questions, she thought they were just chatting casually. Although they were unaware that Anxi's curiosity about them stemmed from a popular TV drama on Earth, otherwise, the usually slow to warm up Anxi wouldn't have been able to interact with them like friends so quickly. When Shio finished making breakfast, Ayn also brought her beggar's chicken, saying she wanted Anxi to try her cooking, though it was actually her partner who made it. Surprisingly, Shue also arrived, as she really enjoyed beggar's chicken. She also invited Anxi to go to the lake near the deer tribe in a couple of days to pick lotus leaves. Anxi nodded. In a few days, some wool yarn should be ready, so she could go and pick up some to knit wool hats, scarves, and gloves, these little things for winter. Suddenly, at the dining table, Anxi glanced at Shue and then at Tongmo, remembering what Tongmo said about the female members of the snake tribe having the surname Bai. So Shue is from the snake tribe? No wonder they both have that seemingly aloof and abstinent vibe. Shue and Tongmo noticed Anxi's gaze. What's wrong? Anxi asked softly, are you two siblings? Shue shook her head with a strange expression, saying no. She was a female from the snake tribe, but they were not siblings. Tongmo recalled what he had said to Anxi when they first met, and roughly understood Anxi's meaning. Oh, Anxi nodded, her curiosity satisfied, and she lowered her head to continue struggling with the food in her hands. After finishing the meal, Anxi suddenly remembered that the lotus flowers would soon be out of season, and it was a pity. The lake full of lotus flowers shouldn't be wasted. She could dry some lotus leaves and seeds, store them for cooking and making tea, and even brew lotus wine. Anxi was fond of wine, enjoyed drinking, and liked brewing it as well. She used to brew wine for her grandfather, but after he passed away, she would make some to give to friends. Anxi herself wasn't a heavy drinker and didn't particularly enjoy drinking a lot. She preferred the feeling of being slightly tipsy. Without hesitation, Anxi first soaked some rice in water, preparing to make some wine yeast. Then, since there was still time, she called her girlfriends to go into the forest to pick flowers. Anxi also saw roses in the forest. Roses can be used to make wine. Although Anxi prefers sweeter fruit wines, she can also make rose jam and flour cakes. Unfortunately, there is no raw candy, but honey can work too. Soon, the sugar cane will be ripe, and then sugar can be made, which makes her a bit happy. Although these flowers are beautiful, they have thorns. Anxi, what do you want this for? Ayn said, pursing her lips when she saw Anxi picking roses. This flower is a rose. Didn't I say I would make wine? Roses can be used to brew rose wine. And I can also make delicious flour cakes to bring back for you all. Anxi replied happily as she continued to pick roses. A few females, hearing that delicious food could be made, joined in the flower picking, but they didn't pick many before accidentally getting pricked, and their partners, feeling sorry for them, wouldn't let them continue and pick for them instead. Xiao and Baihao were also worried about Anxi getting pricked, but seeing Anxi carefully using scissors without pricking her hand, they didn't insist. However, to speed things up, they joined in picking as well. Tingma found it the easiest to pick. His snake scales could cover his hands, and the rose thorns were not enough to pierce the skin covered by the scales. The group picked a lot of flowers and fruits on their way back to the tribe. Anxi sorted the flowers she had picked: roses, jasmine, lotus, grapes, nectarines, peaches, wild strawberries, blueberries, raspberries. Everything could be brewed, and everything could be made into jam. Since the wine starter needed a day to prepare, Anxi decided to make some fruit jams first. The peach skins had to be peeled off, which took quite a bit of effort. Without fine granulated sugar, she used honey to simmer. She also quickly built a simple baking oven and tried to bake some bread. Although it was not the soft, Western-style bread, but rather hard, dry old-fashioned bread, it smelled great and paired well with the jam. The orcs had strong teeth and could even crush bones. This fresh food was a first for them and was very popular. Anxi also tried wrapping some jam in the bread and baked a few jam-filled breads, so there was no need to dip them in jam separately. The hot jam inside and the cool jam spread on the bread had different textures. Yami and Cece preferred this kind. Even Ian, who usually disliked goat milk, was happy to drink it after Anxi specially paired it with a spoonful of strawberry jam. After the meal, Anxi remembered that there was still some beeswax left from yesterday, so she made some lip balm with the remaining rose petals, shared it with her girlfriends, and explained its use. A few beauty-loving females couldn't wait to try it out. Although there was no extra makeup, just the lip balm made them look much more spirited. The females were all very happy. They felt Anxi was truly amazing and could do everything. No wonder she was the beast god's messenger. Since Anxi arrived, their living standards had improved significantly. Although they previously didn't lack food or clothing, it was just particularly dull. Now, it felt like there was something new to eat and use every day, making them particularly happy. Chapter 15. The Orc's Talent. The next day, Anxi got up and baked some flour cake for breakfast, enjoying them with goat milk and jam. Xiao fell a bit down. Other females had their male partners cooking for them, and they just had to wait. But his female partner had to cook for herself, and even for him. There was no way around it. Every time Anxi made food, it was too novel, and he didn't know how to make it, which made him feel frustrated. He felt that the need for the female to work hard was because he was useless. Even the delicious flour cakes no longer seemed appealing, and she had no choice but to teach them how to cook while doing it herself. All three of them learned very earnestly, and even To joined in. Cooking is also a skill, so it depends on talent. Xiao was clearly a talent, as he could basically get the hang of anything, and she taught him after just one explanation. While his first attempt might not look great, he could master it after practicing a couple of times. More importantly, the taste never failed. Baihao, on the other hand, cooked in a more conventional manner. He didn't have Xiao's talent, but he made particularly delicious roasted meat. To preferred lighter flavors and didn't like strong-tasting foods. He enjoyed the natural taste of the ingredients, so his dishes were also quite mild, and sometimes he liked raw foods. One day, Anxi carved a radish flower out of boredom, and To, watching closely, carved an identical one. He even researched and carved several different radish flowers on his own, and she found it fascinating and taught him how to carve small animal shapes like rabbits. From then on, To, having discovered his talent, developed a hobby for carving. To prevent him from continuing to ruin radishes, and she taught him how to carve wood and bamboo, showing him the bamboo cups he had carved before. Since then, and she often found beautifully patterned bamboo cups, wooden bowls, spoons, chopsticks, and many strange little trinkets around the house. One time, and she discovered that To had handed her a wooden stamp with her name carved on it. This was something and she had previously carved on a bamboo cup to represent herself, and she had taught them to recognize the two characters for Anxi so they wouldn't get it wrong. To remembered this and carved it out of wood. After wetting it, he could stamp her name, but later he found that the impression came out reversed. So he spent a long time figuring out how to carve it backward until it printed correctly before gifting it to Anxi. Anxi was taken aback. Isn't this just movable type printing? Toma's ability to draw inferences is quite strong. It seems that the orcs do have creative abilities, but this creativity is not valued when their own strength is too great, and without external guidance, their development is slow. Once a breakthrough occurs, they can draw inferences, and perhaps the purpose of their arrival here, along with that senior, is to uncover the human thinking within the genes of the orcs on the Orc continent, helping them reduce their reliance on beast-like thinking. Anxi decided to first develop the divine envoy tribe, and then promote other tribes through trade, aiming to create a new civilization on the Orc continent. Anxi shared his thoughts with Yi and talked a lot about the lives of humans on Earth and the things they created. Yi fell silent for a moment after listening and then said he would support Anxi. Although the Orc continent did not require a lifestyle like that of Earth, and they preferred nature and running in the jungle, there were many things that the Orcs also needed. Perhaps they wouldn't reach the heights of Earth, but with these things, the Orcs could live better lives. Anxi thought clearly about what she wanted to do and returned to her usual state, unrelated to any so-called mission. It was simply because she liked this place, liked the Orcs here, and wanted to do these meaningful things. Oli, what brings you here? Is this a duck or a goose? After letting go of her previous worries and waking up naturally, Anxi saw Li coming over with a few deer tribe orcs, bringing along a few ducks that were as big as geese. Divine Messenger, this is a duck. Geese are a bit bigger than this. These are the ducks we raise. There are records left by the former Divine Messenger in our tribe's animal skin scrolls on how to prepare ducks, so we have always raised them. I thought this is food from your hometown, and you would like it, so I brought some over. However, since so much time has passed, I don't recognize all the characters. The method is based on what has been passed down, and I'm not sure if it's exactly the same. Li handed the animal skin scroll to Anxi, and she took a look and saw that it was the simplest recipes for roasted duck and salted duck. It seemed that the senior who traveled back had limited resources, and the food was prepared in the most basic way. She had seen other recipes there at night as well. Anxi returned the animal skin to Li, saying this was the simplest way to prepare duck, nothing special. And there was no way to go wrong. Thank you for bringing the duck over. I really feel like having roast duck. So I'll make duck today. You should stay and eat with me. Li felt honored to taste the craftsmanship of the divine envoy. He placed his hands on his chest and slightly bowed his head. If it were someone else who was familiar with the orc calling the divine envoy, Anxi would correct them and ask them to call him by his name directly. However, since Li had seen him many times and Anxi considered Li a friend, he never thought to correct Li's form of address. Li always used it so naturally that even the honorifics conveyed a comfortable and close feeling. Anxi looked at Li and forgot to mention that you can just call me Anxi. Li smiled faintly at Anxi, saying, I know. Lord Divine Envoy is willing to treat me as a friend, and I am very happy. However, you are still Lord Divine Envoy, and I am the leader of the deer tribe, so I need to take the lead in helping you establish your authority. I want all the beastmen to know that you are Lord Divine Envoy. All right, since you insist, I won't stop you, but when it's just the few of us. You can call me Anxi, Anxi said helplessly to Li. Okay, Anxi. Li usually had a refined demeanor, but he was always very principled and stubborn when it came to doing things. He would only occasionally compromise when Anxi spoke. Xiao plucked the duck and cleaned it up, following Anxi's instructions to remove the duck's innards, chop up the lotus leaves, scallions, ginger, and Sichuan pepper, and stuff them into the duck's belly. He boiled the duck several times until the skin puffed up, then brushed it with a layer of honey water and hung it outside to dry in the wind. He ground some dried chili and pepper in a powder, mixed it with salt, and rubbed it on the roasted duck before grilling it over charcoal until cooked, then sliced it. He also steamed some thin pancakes to prepare for wrapping with scallion strips to enjoy. As expected, whenever Anxi made new food, Yi, Qingxian, Yami, Yin, Sisi by Shui, and Nan, she would regularly come to Anxi's house for a meal. Other beastmen in the tribe who were interested would come to watch while Anxi cooked, and those who couldn't learn would feel embarrassed to trouble Anxi and would ask Xiao for advice instead. Xiao's culinary skills had become well known throughout the tribe. Chapter 16. Northeast Kong, Li only had some roasted duck before hurriedly returning with the deer tribe members because they needed to rush to make winter clothing. Anxi then learned that, in addition to making clothes for the deer tribe and the divine envoy tribe, there were also clothes to be made for the wing tribe and the sea tribe. The wing tribe lived on the peak of a nearby mountain, where snow accumulated year-round. When winter came, it would get even colder, although the wing tribe was not afraid of the cold compared to other beastmen. They still had to hide in caves and shiver when the cold wave hit. The sea tribe lived in the ocean on the other side of the mountain. Before winter, the sea tribe would come ashore because if they didn't, they would have to sink into the deep sea to survive the winter and avoid the cold wave. They could only come out of the sea when spring arrived, because it was too boring after establishing a good relationship with the wing tribe and the divine envoy tribe. The sea tribe would come ashore in winter and, guided by the wing tribe, would cross Eagle Mountain to live for a while in the hot spring islands that belonged to the divine envoy tribe. Meanwhile, the wing tribe and the divine envoy tribe could go to the seaside to collect salt every year, catch prey from the sea, and exchange land products with the sea tribe for sea products, creating a mutually beneficial relationship. And she was very curious after hearing this. She had been here for quite a while, but had yet to see the sea tribe and the wing tribe. The wing tribe, also carnivorous beastmen, generally hunted on the other side of the mountain to avoid competing with the divine envoy tribe for prey. That side, all the way to the sea tribe's territory, was the winged tribe's domain. However, there were also beastmen from the winged tribe living in the divine envoy tribe. The patrol team leader, Qing, was one of them, and his beast form was that of a golden eagle. Qing stayed in the divine envoy tribe for his partner, Anxi, as a winged tribe beastman. He was suitable for reconnaissance, so Yi made him the leader of the patrol team. Every day, when he went out to hunt, Qing could see everything clearly in the vicinity. Anxi asked about the winter preparations and learned that the divine messenger tribe also prepares food for the entire winter before it arrives. And then they have to stay in their caves without coming out for the whole winter, perhaps at least until the cold wave ends. Even though they have cotton clothes, it is not convenient for the orcs to wear them while transforming into beast form to hunt. The reason the deer tribe makes so many cotton clothes and quilts is also because the caves are not enough to accommodate everyone. In the past, many orcs had to either squeeze into one cave for the winter or live in wooden houses, but they could also freeze to death. After cooperating with the deer tribe, having cotton clothes and quilts at least ensures they won't freeze to death. Anxi thought for a moment about the winter without heating or air conditioning and suddenly shivered, feeling that even the bright sun above her head wasn't warm anymore. After pondering for a while, Anxi came up with a solution. As a girl from the north, she knew that winters in the north could be very cold. In the past, when there was no heating or air conditioning, the way people kept warm in the coldest northeastern region was by using a heated Kong. The heated Kong, which was once popular in the northeast, is still found in many rural areas even after heating became available, because it is really warm. Anxi has made up her mind, this is it. Let the tribe start building the heated Kong now and store firewood for the autumn, so we can use it to heat the Kong during the winter. Mom no longer has to worry about me freezing to death. So easy. Anxi ran to find Yi and explain the function and construction method of the heated Kong. He also suggested adding yellow clay to the simple wooden houses in the tribe to build walls with fired bricks, and that constructing a straw house would provide better warmth in winter. After hearing this, Yi immediately made arrangements. The hunting team rotated daily, sending a group to hunt while the rest stayed in the tribe to follow Anxi's instructions to build a brick kiln and fire bricks. After the first batch was ready, they built a straw house and set up a Kong. Then they heated it to demonstrate to the orcs. A few orcs felt the temperature inside the house gradually rising while it was being heated. Once the Kong was finished, a few orcs sat on it for a while before jumping off, exclaiming that it was too hot. They couldn't sit for long on the side where the fire was, feeling like their bottoms would get burnt. The orcs in the tribe were thrilled, knowing they wouldn't fear the cold when the cold wave came. However, they were a bit worried about sleeping on it, fearing that the animal skins might catch fire. Anxi had the orcs weave a Kong mat using bamboo. They could also use mats made from other materials instead of sword of straw. He warned the orcs not to burn it excessively, as it could catch fire. They should stop once it reached a certain temperature. Also, the heat wouldn't rise too quickly, so they should remember the amount of firewood used this time, and they would know for next time. Anxi also asked Yi to inform Li to build the deer tribe's houses with a heated Kong, so everyone can have a stable winter. When they arrived at the divine messenger tribe and saw the heated Kong, she was very happy. In the past, our deer tribe used to crowd together in a cave during winter, but it seems this time will be much better. However, Li frowned as she looked at the thatched houses. This means we won't have time to make so many cotton clothes and quilts. But with these thatched houses and heated Kangs, we won't need as many. The Haizu's demand over by the hot springs isn't high either. The main demand comes from the Izu. They're on the mountain top, where it's colder, and they can't build as many thatch houses. Anxi thought for a moment and suggested that they call Qingtian to ask the Wing clan if they would be willing to come to their tribe for a winter stay. They could let them see their heated Kong bed first. He called Qingtian over to explain the situation, and Qingtian agreed to ask, noting that the Wing clan was quite different from the land-based orc tribes. They generally lived and ate separately, and they hunted alone as well. Once the Wing clan learned to fly, they had to learn to hunt for themselves, unlike the land orcs who hunted together and shared their meals. However, whenever the previous Wing King passed away, a new king would be chosen to lead the clan, but the Wing King usually did not involve himself in daily matters, only emerging for significant issues or during wars with other tribes. Qingtian flew to the mountaintop and soon spotted a golden and a black figure approaching from a distance. A massive black eagle flapped its wings, trying not to stir up dust, and landed briefly on a tree before diving down and transforming into a human figure mid-air, landing steadily on the ground. A young man draped in black hair and feathers walked over slowly, his demeanor proud and his gaze sharp. He approached Anxi, placed his right hand on his chest, and slightly bowed in greeting. Although it didn't seem overly formal, there was something about him that made it hard to dislike him. It felt as if he was meant to be this way. As if he were a natural-born king of the Wing clan, soaring through the sky, untamed and proud. He looked at Qing Tian from the side, feeling somewhat satisfied. It seemed Qing Tian had mentioned the beast god's messenger and had taught the Wing king how to pay his respects. After all, the Wing king was known for his carefree and arrogant nature, often disregarding etiquette, and he had previously worried he might disrespect Anxi. The Wing clan, Dize. The Wing king raised his head, gazing at the beautiful young female before him, realizing that she was indeed different from the females of the Orc continent. Anxi looked at Dize curiously. Are birds all so proud? It's true. The rooster my grandmother raised used to hold its head high every day, very proud indeed. Anxi just nodded slightly, the divine messenger Anxi. He stopped talking. Humph, who can't act cool? We also need some presents. You look at Anxi's expression and smiled slightly, taking over the task of speaking with Emperor Zhe. Emperor Zhe, Qingshi should have informed you that the divine messenger has created the heated calm, allowing us to warm up during the winter. Now, the divine messenger tribe is hastening the construction of thatched houses and heated kangs, and so is the deer tribe. So this winter, we might not be able to produce as many quilts. However, with the heated calm, we won't need as much cotton. You might not be able to build that many thatched houses on the mountaintop. So the divine messenger suggests inviting you to spend the winter together in the divine messenger tribe. As he spoke, he led Emperor Zhe into the house. Emperor Zhe felt a wave of heat hit him and instinctively transformed his wings to shield himself. Frowning, it's so hot? The Wing tribe generally isn't afraid of the cold. Most birds aren't afraid of the cold either, just like their eagle tribe, which is somewhat afraid of heat. That's why they live on the mountaintop where it snows year-round. They only need to avoid the cold wave when it comes. It's currently midsummer, and it's naturally hot when a fire is lit. In winter, the cold air means it won't be as hot. The cold wave probably only makes the heated calm warm. Anxi noticed Emperor Zhe's strong reaction upon stepping inside, and remembered that eagle species seem to dislike heat. You can try the heated calm, Yi suggested to Emperor Zhe. He didn't care much about that. The Wing tribe is much less afraid of the cold. He was just worried that the reduction in cotton exchange would cause trouble with the deer tribe. Furthermore, as friendly neighbors, it's not good to hide something as useful as a heated calm that can withstand cold waves. Emperor Zhe tried the temperature of the heated Kong and immediately left the thatched house. The temperature inside was simply not something an eagle should endure. It felt like his feathers might catch fire. Emperor Zhe, how do you find our tribe's heated Kong? Hearing that Emperor Zhe would come to organize medicinal materials, the reclusive Qing Xian also came over to watch the fun. Well, to see Emperor Zhe's predicament. Qing Xian couldn't help but stifle a laugh at Emperor Zhe's awkward appearance. This stinky fox again. Emperor Zhe rolled his eyes and ignored him. Our Wing tribe isn't that afraid of the cold. We just need to come to your tribe to avoid the cold wave when it comes. Also, we need to build a few of these thatched houses on the mountaintop. What do you need? We can exchange with you. The Wing tribe is different from the Deer tribe. The Deer tribe is basically an affiliate of the Divine Messenger tribe, protected by them, and besides internal exchanges among tribe members, they're mostly sharing between tribes. With the heated Kong now available, the Deer tribe would surely turn into free labor for the Divine Messenger tribe, providing cotton and cloth. The Wing tribe has always been free and unrestrained, engaging in equivalent exchanges with other tribes. However, this time it might not be easy to trade. The value of the heated Kong is too great. If the cost is too high, like joining the Divine Messenger tribe, the Wing tribe might have to give up. Chapter 17. Tribe Alliance. He looked at Anxi. He knew Anxi's thoughts and plans. With this development, Li would surely agree to join the Divine Messenger tribe, as the Deer tribe had previously lived on the Divine Messenger tribe's territory, and being protected by them wouldn't make much of a difference. However, the Wing tribe would not be willing. They live on high mountains, enjoying natural environmental advantages, and are not disturbed by outside tribes. Moreover, there are many raptor beastmen in the tribe who have always bullied others. Equivalent exchange is a good habit, but the Wing King should also see the value of the heated Kong. It allows for an effortless winter, ensuring that no beastmen would freeze to death. Anxi glanced at Emperor Zhe and then at Li. The Deer tribe has always been protected by the Divine Messenger tribe. If they were to calculate based on exchanges this time, they might have to offer themselves entirely. What does it mean to offer oneself entirely? Li looked at Anxi in confusion. It means you take the entire Deer tribe to marry into the Divine Messenger tribe. Anxi winked playfully at Li. Li smiled wryly. Upon seeing the heated Kong and the thatched houses, he realized that the Deer tribe probably had nothing else to offer except joining the Divine Messenger tribe. Li represented the deer tribe's willingness to join the divine messenger tribe. Being with a tribe where the beast gods reside wouldn't be a loss. Emperor Chafront. The wing tribe wouldn't join any tribe, and even the wing king couldn't make decisions for the entire wing tribe. However, if the divine messenger wanted the wing king to offer himself, it wouldn't be impossible. Emperor Zeke suddenly leaned forward, looking at Anxi with a raised eyebrow and a mischievous smile. Anxi squinted her eyes as she watched Emperor Zay's actions, then reached out to push him back by resting her hand on his chest. Huh, not only are you good-looking, but your thoughts are quite beautiful as well. Anxi turned to Li and said, the deer tribe is willing to join the Shunshur tribe, and we welcome it very much. However, I have no demands on the deer tribe. You can continue to maintain your previous way of life without any changes. However, in the future, you must refer to yourselves as the deer tribe of the Shunshur tribe, and always remember that the deer tribe and the Shunshur tribe are one entity. We cannot allow divisions. Everything must prioritize the interests of the tribe. In the future, the deer tribe will continue to be responsible for spinning, weaving, and planting, while the battle orcs in the tribe will handle hunting and protecting the tribe's safety. Just as the hunting team will deliver their catches to the tribe every day, the plants grown and the cloth woven by the deer tribe will also be treated the same way. As for the individual needs of the orcs beyond what the tribe requires, they can trade for themselves, just like before. The resources available in the tribe will be shared equally between the deer tribe and the other orcs in the tribe. Li will still be the leader of the deer tribe, responsible for handling the affairs of the deer tribe, just like Jean from the hunting team and Ching from the patrol team. You will be the only sage of the tribe, and for significant matters within the tribe, everyone can discuss together, and then you will make the final decision. Is there anything else to correct or add? Anxi glanced at Yi again, looking for confirmation. She hadn't discussed these words with Yi beforehand. She just thought of them suddenly and wasn't sure if there were any omissions. Yi shook his head, signaling Anxi to continue. Regarding the Wing tribe, Anxi looked at Dais. The situation of the Wing tribe is special. The Wing king cannot fully represent the Wing tribe. Therefore, I do not require the Wing tribe to join the Shunshur tribe. The Wing tribe is strong and does not need the protection of any tribe. Perhaps we can form an alliance, ensuring that the Wing tribe and the Shunshur tribe maintain good relations for generations and share resources. The Wing king should be able to see that as long as I am here, the Shunshur tribe will become better and stronger, with more resources. Our alliance will bring benefits without harm. In the future, if the Wing tribe has something that the Shunshur tribe needs, they can prioritize exchanging with the Shunshur tribe. And vice versa. When one side encounters difficulties, the other side will help unconditionally. For instance, regarding the current heated Kong and thatched houses, if the Wing tribe needs them, the Shunshur tribe is willing to help the Wing tribe escape the cold wave unconditionally. And when spring comes next year, if the Shunshur tribe needs to rebuild and open up trade, I hope the Wing tribe can help us visit other tribes and pass on messages. We hope that the Eagle tribe can also participate when we form trade teams. Dais listened with some confusion. He seemed to understand the general idea, but was still a bit unclear. What is a trade team? The Orc continent is vast and rich in resources, and there are many things we don't have here but exist elsewhere. A trade team is one that takes what we have that other tribes do not and exchanges it for what they have that we do not. I know how to make many things, but due to limited materials, I cannot produce them. Therefore, I need to go out and search. This method is faster and benefits everyone. Anxi did not mention that when other tribes learn that the Divine Messenger tribe has so many good things to trade, they will come to the Divine Messenger tribe for trade when they need it the following year. At that time, the Divine Messenger tribe can build a trade street. Over time, the Divine Messenger tribe will become the central tribe of the Orc continent, and there will be more and more orcs. It will be best to pull in the surrounding neighbors to form an alliance in advance. As for the Sea clan, although they cannot travel long distances on land, the sea is vast, and the coastal tribes can communicate with them. Eventually, they can form a maritime trade fleet, making trade even faster. Once they pull the Sea clan and the Wing clan onto this ship, they will never be able to get off. Dize looked at the female in front of him, and as expected of the beast god's messenger, she had such novel ideas. Looking at the extra items in the Divine Messenger tribe and the beautiful clothes worn by the female, as well as the thing that the stinky fox was flaunting, it was obvious he was showing off intentionally. Even he had something in hand. With this messenger, Dize had no doubt that the Divine Messenger tribe would get better and better. Although the idea of alliance was new, there was nothing wrong with it upon reflection. The life of the Wing clan did not seem to be affected and would even improve, just that their interaction with the Divine Messenger tribe would become closer. Dize thought seriously for a long time and couldn't find any downsides. Even if there were some unclear aspects, The Wing clan was never afraid of any tribe. Nodding, Dize accepted Anxi's proposal for an alliance. The Wing clan was willing to form an alliance with the Divine Messenger tribe and be friends for generations. Although I didn't quite understand the trade fleet, since it was proposed by the messenger, the Wing clan could also participate. Dize looked at the clever and capable Anxi in front of him. She was different from those females who only sent males to do everything. The only female he found eye-catching before was Nashi, but she wasn't smart enough. Chapter 18. Black Hawk Mount 1. I wonder if the Divine Messenger will lack a flying mount at that time. Dize is willing to be dispatched by the Divine Messenger. Dize slightly lowered his head, placed his right hand on his chest, and bowed again, getting a bit closer to Anxi while smiling at her. His chest, which had just been touched by Anxi's hand, was beating violently. Dize had never seen such a female and wanted to get even closer. Xiao, byhalf, and To all felt a sense of discomfort. But Dize did not directly express his pursuit of Anxi. Although his actions were annoying, he never actually touched Anxi, leaving them momentarily unable to say anything. They only tensed up and focused on Dize. Dize's expression remained unchanged as he sensed the situation. He had felt something when he approached Anxi before, but wasn't he obvious? This time he tried again, fully aware that there were 3 orcs openly guarding against him. When getting closer, Dize carefully sniffed. There was no scent of orcs on the messenger, which was interesting. Apparently, there were only 3 followers. Seeing Dize sniffing Anxi's scent, Xiao finally changed his expression. Males only sniff a female closely when they want to pursue her, to confirm which orc is her partner, then challenge that partner. If successful, her partner cannot stop him from pursuing the female. Xiao walked over and pulled Anxi to stand behind him. Anxi was a bit confused when pulled away. She didn't understand the meaning of sniffing, and Dize's actions were subtle, so she didn't realize he had sniffed her scent. Byhalf and To also couldn't see Dize's actions from their angle, but they could tell from Xiao's expression that it was related to Anxi. So they all came over to surround Anxi. Now Anxi was even more puzzled. Was riding an eagle a terrifying thing? Why were they so wary when Dize said he wanted to be her mount? And she pulled on Xiao's finger and looked up at him in confusion, asking, "What's wrong?" Xiao turned his hand over and held in Xi's hand, looking at byhalf and To as he was smelling in Xi's scent. Huh? And she was even more confused, thinking, what kind of fetish is this, a creep? After hearing Xiao's words, byhalf's fur gradually began to grow, ready to transform into beast form at any moment. And she quickly pulled him back, saying, No, it's not worth it. It's just a sniff. It's not a big deal. Let's ask clearly before we fight. Anxi thought that Dize's rebellious appearance didn't look like that of a psychopath. Could it be that she hadn't showered yesterday and had an odor? Anxi considered this possibility and secretly raised her arm to smell it. Xiao looked at Anxi's dazed expression and gently patted her head. He wanted to challenge us, so he was smelling the scent on you. And she was taken aback. What kind of strange ritual was this? To pursue you, there should be mutual scents between partners. The male scent is not obvious, but the female has the scent of her partner. To pursue a female who already has a partner, one must defeat her partner. Xiao said to Dize, but she doesn't have the scent of a male beastman. Dize smirked. I am her partner. Xiao stood his ground. Byhalf and To usually got along well with Anxi, and Xiao could tell that Anxi didn't want them to fight, so he could control himself not to challenge them, but Dize couldn't. To pursue Anxi, he must defeat him. Anxi understood now that the Black Eagle wasn't simply looking to be her mount, but rather wanted to pursue her. That is the Wing King. Just call me Emperor Zhe, he said, smiling at Anxi, who poked her head out after adjusting her appearance. Oh, Emperorcia. Well, I already have a partner now, and I don't want to look for another one. You guys shouldn't fight. It's not good for harmony. I don't need a mount. My partner can take me on the journey later. You see, this is our first meeting, and you're just curious about the beast god's messenger, right? You're not really trying to pursue me, are you? Anxi asked tentatively. The Black Eagle looked quite astute, not like someone who would fall in love at first sight. After all, he was the Wing King. He probably thought of a way to form an alliance with the god's messenger tribe through marriage. Anxi suddenly felt she had figured it out. Emperor Zhe looked at Anxi, noting that this messenger was quite considerate towards her partner, actually finding a partner and rejecting other suitors right in front of them to avoid any conflicts. Although Emperor Zhe felt that a partner without a bonding ceremony didn't deserve his challenge. Those few beastmen looked like they wouldn't give up easily, and didn't seem easy to defeat either. This messenger seemed different from other females. She wouldn't take pride in having males fight for her. So if Anxi didn't agree, even if he won, there wouldn't be any benefits. Weighing the pros and cons, Emperor Zhe decided to go along with Anxi for now. His eagle tribe was known for their patience. Indeed, he was curious about the messenger, curious about what kind of male her partner would be. Emperor Zhe smiled slightly at the thought. Ha! I knew I had such great charm. They're just too nervous. Young and impulsive. Anxi waved her hand, internally despising the eagle that wanted to form a marriage alliance, even resorting to some tricks, not realizing that it had already been fixated on her. However, what I mentioned earlier about serving as the mount for the Divine Lord is true. Dais is willing to serve the Lord, and the Lord has accepted the Deer tribe's offer of devotion. The Wing tribe may not be able to do that, but the Wing King can. If the Lord doesn't want a partner, a mount should be acceptable, right? I have to do my part for our Wing tribe. The trade team must be working hard. It would be much easier with me around. Dais looked a bit wronged, as if Anxi's disagreement meant he wasn't given a chance. Anxi was originally aiming to ally with the Wing clan, with the intention of dragging them into the fray, so she naturally had no objections. However, she kept her distance regarding the pursuit of her. After all, being someone's partner meant taking on responsibilities. Right now, her focus was on doing meaningful things. And she didn't have much interest in dating, not wanting a partner to become too complicated. She was inherently slow to warm up to feelings, and now she was more invested in nurturing her current relationships. In her past life, she was a staunch anti-marriage advocate, solely focused on her career and unwilling to waste time developing emotional connections with others. If it weren't for the matriarchal society of the Beastman continent, where partners weren't as demanding, she wouldn't have entered into a relationship so quickly. Shio looked at Dais, not believing his claim of curiosity. Such words could only fool someone like Anxi, who was unfamiliar with the Beastman continent. Shio didn't believe that Dais would give up on pursuing Anxi. As the Eagle clan had one trait in common with the Wolf clan, once they set their sights on a prey, they would never give up. Dais' current demeanor was merely a show for Anxi, who was uninterested in finding a partner. Chapter 19. Black Eagle Mount.To, Li, and Dais decided on the alliance issue and began to gather people to the Divine Messenger tribe to learn how to build thatched houses and heated brick beds. Since constructing another brick kiln was too troublesome, they ultimately decided to expand the existing brick kiln in the Divine Messenger tribe. The Deer clan would move into the Divine Messenger tribe for the winter, and the Wing clan would also spend the winter there. So all the thatched houses were built in the Divine Messenger tribe. Yi and Anxi discussed expanding the Divine Messenger tribe in concentric circles, with each thatched house uniformly facing south, centered around the bonfire square of the Divine Messenger tribe. The central houses belonged to Yi, Qing Xian, Anxi, Dais, as well as Yami, Ayan by Shui, Nanxi, and Sei, who were all females. When the brick kiln was firing bricks, some tiles were also produced, which the beastmen deemed unusable bricks and tossed aside. After seeing this, Anxi instructed them to fire more, but it was only enough for a few houses. Ultimately, only the houses of the females, Yi and Qing Xian, used the tiles. The rest would have to wait until next year to be fired, as the demand for bricks was too high this year, leaving no time for tiles. The issue of windows also troubled Anxi greatly. If they were to build heated brick houses, they needed ventilation. They couldn't be as closed off as caves, and there had to be light inside the houses. However, making windows was a challenge since there was no glass. The raw material for glass was quartz sand, which the beastmen didn't know about. Anxi could only hope to find quartz mines when she traveled with the trade caravan next year. For now, there was no hope. Anxi thought of several types of windows from ancient Huaxia. One is the hanging wooden board, which needs to be propped up with a stick or bamboo when in use. It's the simplest type, but opening it in winter might be cold. Another is using bright paper to cover the window, but there is no paper available now. Then there is a more troublesome option, the bright tile window, made from natural mica, a type of mineral, which is also currently unavailable. Or using translucent window panes made from shells ground down from the sea, arranged in a fish scale pattern and woven into a thin bamboo mesh, then pressed against the outer side of a wooden lattice window. This is also the only possible option besides the hanging wooden board window. After all, beyond the mountains is the sea, and the relationship between the Divine Messenger tribe and the Sea tribe has always been good. Moreover, the shellfish in the Orc continent should be relatively large, so they can negotiate with the Sea tribe to have them ground down directly for exchange. Another simpler option is to use liquid made from sheep horns, which solidifies and is then pressed into sheets. After Anxi explained several methods to Yi, she let Yi decide based on the actual situation, as he was more familiar with the Beastman continent. Yi found a Sea tribe and had the hunting team hunt a few sheep, cutting their horns to make various items. However, the output was not substantial, making it a very time-consuming and labor-intensive task. In the end, they barely managed to make a window for Anxi, while the other beastmen found it too troublesome and directly used hanging wooden windows, occasionally propping them up for ventilation, and when it was cold, they would lower them and hang animal skins inside to block the wind. Anxi arranged for several females to turn the thatched cottage into a two-bedroom apartment, as they had to squeeze together in winter and it was too crowded to accommodate everyone. Some of Cece's companions even needed a three-bedroom house. Dies brought a few orcs to learn how to build houses and set up beds every day. Sometimes when it got late, they didn't return to the mountaintop, but stayed in the bamboo house Anxi had built against a tree. Since it was too high, Anxi only occasionally went up to check on it, and wouldn't sleep there at night, but it was very suitable for the Wing clan to live in. Dies even wanted to learn this, but because building the thatch cottage was too large a project and there was no time by the time the house was completed, summer would be over, and there would be no need to live in the bamboo house anymore. Anxi comforted Dies, saying he would teach him next year. The most troublesome thing right now was figuring out how to build a house on the mountaintop and how to transport bricks up there. Anxi thought about having the deer tribe sew a large leather bag and getting the stronger wing tribe to transport the sand in batches using the bag, making several trips, while the land orcs would carry the bricks in batches. Fortunately, they only needed to build a few houses on the mountaintop, so the quantity required wasn't large. The orcs had good stamina, and there were many orcs in the divine envoy tribe. Otherwise, it wouldn't be so easy to accomplish. Because the conditions at the mountaintop were special, Anxi was a bit uneasy about choosing the site for the houses and wanted to go up to take a look. However, there was a steep section at the top, and Xiang was a bit worried that Anxi wouldn't be able to climb it herself. Even if they carried her, they couldn't guarantee her safety on such a steep slope, and Anxi wouldn't be comfortable either. Has the divine envoy forgotten that I am a mount? Dize asked Anxi with a smile. It's unsafe to climb up, but flying up is no problem. That makes sense, Anxi nodded. Xiang and Hao looked at this ill-intentioned guy with displeasure but couldn't say anything. Tung-Mo had not yet been formally acknowledged as Anxi's partner, so he didn't dare to speak up either. In fact, it wasn't Anxi's fault. Their thoughts were on different wavelengths. In the Orc continent, the males pursued the females by taking care of them and treating them well, and then it was up to the females to decide if the males could be their partners. They would then seek the tribe's leader or wise men, respected figures, to hold a bonding ceremony to announce their partnership to the rest of the tribe. Usually the first few to have a bonding ceremony would do so, while subsequent partners only needed the female's consent and did not require a bonding ceremony. Anxi's mindset hadn't changed yet. She still thought in the terms of Earth, where one pursues first, dates for a few years, and then gets married. Xiang and Hao also thought that dating was a test that Anxi was giving them, and no one explained to Anxi that in the Orc world, a ceremony is held once a partnership is decided. This led many orcs to believe that Xiang and Hao had not satisfied Anxi, and they all planned to pursue her. They secretly dealt with several orcs. Tung-Mo also simply followed Anxi silently, listening to whatever she said, and seeing that Xiang and Hao had not formed a bond. He thought Anxi was testing them, and she had never really been in a relationship, let alone been married, and she didn't know what it was like for orcs to form partnerships. She thought this was her version of dating and didn't feel anything was wrong, so she just froze in place. The three silly orcs were inexplicably being tested, and she herself was unaware of this test. Dize transformed into a huge black eagle and landed in an open area. And she looked up and thought, wow, it's so big, how do I get up there? She walked over to touch the black eagle's feathers. They were so smooth. Would she really not fall? She felt a little nervous. Dize noticed that she was just standing there staring at him without moving. After assessing Anxi's height, he realized she probably couldn't climb up by herself, so he lowered his wings a bit, indicating for Anxi to climb up along the wings. Won't I damage your wings? Anxi asked, feeling the smooth feathers of the black eagle, unsure of where to step. The black eagle remained silent, merely giving Anxi a disdainful glance. Anxi pressed her lips together. Fine, people looked down on her small frame. No, it's too slippery, I'm scared. And she tried it, but she still felt a bit scared, always having the feeling that she might fall. Unlike land orcs who transform into beast form and walk on all fours, the wing tribe's beast form stands upright on two legs, like a human, and only flattens out when flying. Maybe I should just climb myself. I'm really good at rock climbing, and I have professional climbing gear. And she said this, and was about to go back to get her climbing tools. Dize saw that he was about to lose the status of his mount, and anxiously transformed back into human form. Wait, if you're scared, I can carry you in human form first. You can use beast form when you're not scared anymore. Dize grabbed Anxi, who was turning to leave. No, if you carry me in human form, it all depends on my arm strength. What if my arms give out and I fall? I can hold you. You won't have to exert any strength. Dize said as black wings sprouted from his back, looking much larger than in beast form. Huh, aren't bird wings like human arms? Why do you have both arms and wings? As she looked at Dize's wings in confusion, this doesn't seem scientific. We wing tribe members can also have wings in human form. It's just that the wings are not as strong as in beast form. And we can't fly as high as in beast form either. Anxi thought about it and realized that if people can turn into beasts, what kind of science can there be? She might be overthinking it. If we can't fly too high, can we still reach the mountaintop? And you have to take me with you. Ordinary wing beings can't do it, but I can, which is why I am the Wing King. Dize's tone was confident and proud. Anxi raised an eyebrow. Oh, quite confident, aren't you, young man? I'm not light, you know. Dize walked over and picked Anxi up in a princess carry, flapping his wings and rising into the air, which scared Anxi into holding on tightly. Who told you to carry me? I haven't agreed to this yet. Ah, you have to hold on to me. Are you sure you can do it? Or should I have Shio and the others take me halfway up the mountain, and then you could bring me up from there? Anxi nervously closed his eyes and kept mumbling. The king of the Winged clan couldn't even carry a female to the mountaintop, and having to take turns with other beastmen would only invite ridicule, especially from the land beastmen who were hostile to him. He couldn't let them look down on him. Seeing that this divine envoy seemed very nervous, he gently patted her arm to try to ease her anxiety. However, Anxi did not appreciate the gesture. Don't move around. Hold me tight, and don't let go. Dize smiled helplessly. All right, I won't move. Just don't be nervous. You won't fall. Then hurry up and fly. How long do we have left? Anxi secretly opened one eye, squinting to take a look. The scenery was indeed beautiful and high. Almost there. We'll be there soon. Dize tightened his hold on Anxi, flapping his wings quickly to gain speed. Meanwhile, Shio, byhalf, and Tung-Mo watched as Dize took Anxi away and quickly transformed into their beast forms to follow. Chapter 20. The Winged Clan builds a house. Divine Envoy. We've arrived. Anxi lifted her head from Emperor Zay's neck and looked around. It was a vast expanse of white snow. Suddenly, she shivered. It was a bit cold here, and she looked at Dize with a face full of grief and anger. You didn't say it would be so cold at the mountaintop? Dize was momentarily stunned. He and T interacted with females in a long time and had forgotten that females have no fur and are afraid of the cold. Seeing as she's still wearing a short-sleeved shirt and shorts, Dize felt a bit at a loss and used his wings to cover She's body. Anxi could only feel wronged as he nestled under Dize's wing, angrily thinking that he would leave as soon as he finished guiding the Wing clan on where to build their houses. Before Anxi could ponder for long, Tung-Mo came up with a new cloak that he had made for Anxi. He said that it would be cold at the mountaintop, and since he could climb this terrain a bit faster than they could run, he was going to deliver it to Anxi first. Tung-Mo shot a cold glance at Dize, took Anxi from Dize's embrace, and wrapped him in the cloak. Dize felt a bit embarrassed. He and T expected Anxi to be cold, and had T thought to have him wear more. This was indeed his fault, and being outdone in front of someone else's partner made it hard for him to maintain his usual proud and arrogant demeanor. Anxi didn't have too many thoughts, and quickly urged Dize to show her the building site selected by the Wing clan. If it wasn't suitable, they would hurry to choose another location and return as soon as they finished. Shio and byhalf arrived quickly as well. Shio looked at Anxi, who was still a bit cold in her cloak, and felt somewhat regretful for not considering the temperature at the mountaintop earlier. It wasn't until Dize took Anxi away that he realized he had not been very responsible as a partner. Tung-Mo was even more dispirited. Not only did he forget to bring clothes for Anxi, but he also couldn't even warm her up when she was cold, as he didn't generate heat himself. On the other side, Anxi was also a bit upset. What kind of ridiculous places were chosen by the Wing clan? Almost all of them were near steep cliffs. Was it for the convenience of flying out the moment the door opened? How could they build a house in such a terrible location? She nearly chose all of these places again, and even had byhalf dig a bit in the selected spots to confirm that it was possible to excavate below. Once all the matters were confirmed, she urged Dize to take her back quickly, as the beastmen had already learned how to build houses and didn't need her to manage it. After sending Anxi back, Dize didn't stay long. Seeing that Shio and the others had returned, he flew back to the mountaintop, as he was the king of the Wing clan and couldn't ignore their matters, especially since he had no excuse to stay. Anxi watched Emperor Zay leave and thought for a moment. Orcs generally don't eat 3 meals a day. Most of the time, they only have breakfast and dinner, so for lunch, it would be enough to bake some bread and have it with jam. After telling Shio, she turned to make bread. The same kind of hard bread as last time, with a crispy and fragrant crust that was very delicious. She also added some peaches and blueberries inside, which gave it a sweet, fruity flavor when baked. Qing Xian walked over, fanning himself on the other side, looking at the busy Anxi. He bypassed the somewhat listless Tingma, hanging on the tree, and Baihao, who was sitting under the tree peeling lotus seeds from a lotus pod, and walked over to Xiao, who was helping Anxi wash the fruits, a smirk appearing on his face, looking like he was ready to stir up trouble. I say, you must have noticed that stinky Black Hawk has ill intentions today, right? I don't know what you all are thinking, but I couldn't stand it if it were me. You still haven't held the partner ceremony with Anxi, and you haven't even given her a token, right? I see Anxi has nothing on her. Xiao looked up at Anxi, confirming that she wasn't paying attention to them. Turning to look at Qing Xuan's mischievous eyes, his tone was somewhat downcast. I haven't passed Anxi's test yet. Qing Xian chuckled, looking at Xiao. Test? What test are you talking about? I see. She doesn't understand what you mean at all. She just wants a partner. It was only after he talked to her for a long time, until he was dry-mouthed, that she agreed to the idea of a follower. But she said that so-called followers are just friends. They don't need to do anything else. Although maybe there won't be opportunities for sharing a bed. Being friends with a divine messenger is still their luck. Do you think if you don't tell her about being partners, she might never feel there's any problem? Do you believe that? Xiao frowned. Is that so? You are still young. Perhaps you haven't heard. Legend has it that the first divine messenger once wanted only one partner. And it was much later that they agreed to another partner's pursuit. But after that, the divine messenger worked hard for a long time to make the status of males and females equal. The divine messenger said that all lives are equal. That's why the Orc continent has the current status of males. Although females are noble, males can't just be sent to their deaths casually. So, do you still not understand? Qing Xian closed the fan in his hand and looked at Xiao seriously. All divine messengers come from the same place. In their place, males and females are equal, and they only have one partner, whether male or female. They won't be starved or frozen to death. The things used by the divine messengers are things we have never seen before. Their lives are unimaginable to us. Therefore, their thoughts are also different from ours. Do you think my attitude towards the divine messenger is not respectful enough? Qing Xian leaned closer to Xiao with a mysterious smile, looking at him. I have collected and studied many records about the beast divine messengers, and I have always been curious about the world they come from. From the very beginning, I have never formally referred to her as divine messenger, but you see, she has never been angry, and she is even more comfortable around me than with Yi and you all. So, I suspect that rather than secretly worrying here, it might make her happier if you directly tell her your thoughts. He tapped Xiao's chest with the fan. You're smart. Just too young. You haven't seen enough. Some things you need to fight for. With a meaningful expression, Qing Xian glanced at Anxi's figure, opened his fan, and turned to leave. Where are you going? Smiling so happily, leaving me here to help you sort out the herbs. He glanced at Qing Xuan's departing figure. Going to give some advice to the one next door and conveniently make that stinky Black Hawk feel uncomfortable. Qing Xian leaned against the stone bench in the four-sided pavilion that Anxi had specially designed for him to dry, sort, and develop herbs. He didn't look up. It's fine if you give advice. They might not understand Anxi's thoughts. That kid Xiao has made some progress, gaining Anxi's recognition, but he still hasn't partnered with her. He can't even face the challenges from other orcs openly. He's really useless. But that wing, King Emperor Zhe, does he really have thoughts of partnering with Anxi? Yifronit. Qing Xian snorted disdainfully. That stinky Black Hawk always has his eyes on the top of his head, being choosy about females. If he doesn't even like Anxi, then he really doesn't need to find a female partner for the rest of his life. But he does like Anxi. I see Anxi might not necessarily like him. Chapter 21. The gift. After Qing Xian left, Xiao thought for a long time by himself and suddenly had an epiphany. He had previously read some legends about the beast divine messengers, so he reacted a bit quicker. It seemed he had previously fallen into a misunderstanding. Anxi was different from other females. Realizing this, Xiao planned to talk to Anxi about partnering that evening. Looking up at the sky, it was almost time for dinner. Anxi would be hungry at this time every day, and today she was still sleeping. It's time to prepare dinner. Anxi must be tired today. I'll go wake her up and see what she wants to eat. Xiao walked into the wooden house. Although he was reluctant to wake her, Anxi had slept a bit too much today and needed to get up to eat something. As Xiao reached out to pat Anxi's head to wake her, he suddenly felt that her head was a bit hot. He touched her cheeks and neck, which were also very hot and sweaty. Oh no, Xiao frowned. Anxi has a fever. She must have gotten cold today from wearing too little on the Wing Clan's mountaintop. Anxi. Anxi groggily opened her eyes and glanced at Xiao, not wanting to speak, and closed her eyes again to go back to sleep. Bai Hao, Ting Mo, Anxi has a fever. You take care of her. I will go call Yi and Qing Xian. As soon as Bai Hao and Tung Mo heard this, they immediately dropped what they were doing and rushed into the wooden house. The two of them reached out to check Anxi's temperature, and it indeed confirmed that she had a fever. Females are weak and prone to illness, so the tribe usually takes extra care of them. Today, they felt they hadn't taken good care of her, and both felt a bit guilty. Byhalf anxiously tugged at his hair. He had never taken care of a female before and had never seen a sick female, so he didn't know what to do. Tung-mo reached out to Anxi's forehead, smoothing her furrowed brow, and then gently stroked her cheek, trying to help cool her down with his body heat. Anxi felt a cold hand reach over, and it felt very comfortable. She relaxed her brows and reached out to grab Tung-mo's hand, rubbing her face against it. When she heard Xiao say that Anxi was sick, Yi and Qingxian almost dropped what they were holding and rushed over. Anxi, Anxi! Yi knelt by the wooden bed, gently patting Anxi's shoulder and calling her name. Anxi, in a dazed state, heard someone calling her and made a great effort to force her eyes open to look at Yi. Yi, Anxi said in a hoarse voice. Byhalf, who was beside her, handed over the water he had just prepared, helping Anxi sit up to bring the water to her lips. Anxi took a sip of water from Byhalf's hand and said, "I'm fine," before closing her eyes again. Seeing Anxi's condition, Qingxian came over to check her forehead. She indeed had a fever. She must have gotten cold on the mountaintop today. I'll go prepare some medicine for her. You take care of her. You can wet a cloth with water and apply it to her forehead and wipe her face, he said, then turned and walked past the others out of the wooden house to his medicine shed to make the medicine. None of the others left, besides Tung-mo, who wouldn't let go of Anxi's hand. The others took turns making dinner, preparing medicine, and changing the wet cloth for Anxi. Anxi was awakened twice in between, once to drink the medicine that Qingxian made and once to have the meat porridge that Xiao prepared. That night, Tung-mo slept by Anxi's bedside because he could help lower her temperature, and since Anxi wouldn't let go of his hand. Although Xiao, Byhalf, and Dze, who came later after hearing that Anxi was sick, were somewhat unhappy, they did not show it, as they prioritized Anxi's feelings above all else. Especially Dze, who had caused the trouble, had no right to sulk, as she slept pretty well through the night. With the medicine brewed by Qingxian and the physical cooling provided by Tung-mo, she felt much better when she got up the next day. However, she was a bit startled when she woke up to see a giant snake head propped up beside her bed, and she first drank some water, then ate her meal. After finishing her food, she took her medicine again and would be fine. She prepared some honey water and brought it in, kindly helping to feed it to Anxi, seemingly unfazed by the sight of Tung-mo lying beside the bed. Anxi awkwardly curled her toes, sipping honey water while recalling last night's events, unsure of how to begin. Xiao found it somewhat amusing to see Anxi, who was burying her face in her drink while her eyes darted around. He kindly helped her understand, "You got cold yesterday, and when you came back, you had a fever. Tung-mo has a low body temperature, so he can help cool you down, which is why he slept by your bed." Oh, Anxi blinked, her toes relaxing slightly. During mealtime, Qingxian, Yi, and Dze, who was busy building houses for the Wing clan, came to check on Anxi, leaving only after confirming she was truly fine. "Anxi, you don't need to do anything today. Just rest well in the cabin," Qingxian said. "You need to get some sunlight. I'm going hunting today, so let Xiao and Tung-mo stay here with you." Before leaving, Byhalf gave Xiao a knowing glance, indicating that the topic they hadn't had a chance to discuss last night should be brought up now. This matter suited Xiao better, as Tung-mo's quiet and aloof demeanor wasn't something to rely on too much. Xiao slightly lowered his eyelids, receiving Byhalf's signal but not rushing. He first picked Anxi up and placed her on a lounge chair outside to bask in the sun, then set a bamboo tube of honey water beside her. Anxi felt a little uneasy, wondering if she had overreacted a bit. She had a high fever but was already better. It wasn't a big deal, and she could still do things. "You guys don't have to keep accompanying me. Go hunt or do whatever you need to do. I'm fine now." Anxi looked at Xiao and Tung-mo, who had transformed into their beast forms and were seriously keeping her company in the sun, feeling a bit embarrassed. Orcs were generally lively, especially the young males, who constantly hunted or worked every day with very little time for laziness. She wondered if they would get bored just lying here quietly in the sun, especially Tung-mo, who was a snake orc. Anxi knew very well that snakes didn't need to sunbathe. Xiao, who was snuggling at her feet to warm them with his fur, lifted his head, transformed into his human form, and held her feet against his chest, sitting in front of Anxi and looking at her gently. "I am your partner. It is my duty to accompany you, and it is what I want to do. You don't need to feel burdened by anything I do for you. It is natural for males to take on the responsibilities of hunting and caring for the females. Your illness means I haven't taken good care of you, so you should give me this opportunity." And she was slightly taken aback. This was the first time Xiao confidently declared himself as her partner. Xiao leaned forward, looking at Anxi. "You still can't naturally command me to do things for you, which shows that you haven't really regarded me as a partner. I don't know what the boyfriend you mentioned before is supposed to do, but I think it's better to just be direct and be partners. How about giving me a title? In the Beastman continent, males who are not recognized by their partners have a hard time. Shio half teased, half encouraged, testing Anxi's attitude. Anxi thought seriously for a moment. It seemed that couples on the Orc continent indeed got together quite quickly. As long as they liked each other, that was enough. Keeping someone hanging like this could be seen as being a bit of a bad girl in the customs of the Orc continent. Since dating here and forming a couple was essentially the same, it might be better to go along with local customs. So, how should I give you title? Shio's eyes brightened, and the corners of his mouth involuntarily curled up. You don't have to do anything. As long as you agree, I will prepare a gift for you. If you accept it and carry it with you, it means you acknowledge me. Shio was so happy that his speaking speed increased a few notches. Anxi was also infected by the happiness of Shio and asked with a smile, "So what gifts will you all prepare for me?" Generally, they would prepare polished, beautiful stones or the teeth of wild beasts. Small things that could be strung together and worn by females. Oh, then you all better search well, because I have high standards for jewelry. If it's not pretty, I want to wear it, Anxi said deliberately, raising her face proudly. So what does Anxi want? I want something shiny, teeth are fine, stones are fine, but they need to be special shapes, not the same as others. Okay, I will definitely prepare something unique for you. You are the beast god's messenger, and you should be different from others. Chapter 22, Tea Eggs and Century Eggs. Anxi listened to Shio's words and honestly stayed put for a day. In the evening, byhalf returned from hunting and was somewhat happy for Anxi for agreeing to become his partner, but also a bit disappointed. However, he quickly adjusted his mindset. Upon hearing that Anxi wanted a gift, he was eager to go out and find one that very night. Even if it wasn't a token of their partnership, it would still be a good gift to celebrate becoming partners. Anxi woke up early the next day, feeling refreshed. Good morning, Shio. And she got up in a good mood and enjoyed the porridge made with the pheasant meat that byhalf had brought back from hunting yesterday. Feeling great both mentally and physically, and she was suddenly inspired and thought of making century egg and lean meat porridge. Adding some century eggs to the chicken porridge would definitely make it taste even better. Without hesitation, and she found Yi and borrowed a lot of chicken eggs, duck eggs, goose eggs, and various other types of poultry eggs that she couldn't name from the tribe's warehouse. According to Yi, the taste wouldn't differ much among them. Anxi promised to share what she made with everyone and then teach them how to do it. She successfully brought back a large number of poultry eggs. Yi was very happy to see Anxi lively again and didn't care whether she could make something delicious with a wave of her hand. She let her take all of it. Anxi went to Qingxian again to ask for some spices like star anise and cinnamon. Together with the tea leaves he had accidentally picked up on the mountain earlier, it was just enough to make tea eggs. And she asked Shio to keep an eye on the pot of tea egg while she started making century eggs with byhalf and Mo. When byhalf and Mo saw that she was going to use quicklime, they insisted that she not touch it, allowing her to direct the steps instead. The two tall and strong male orcs began to knead the mud for the eggs. Since the marinating time for century eggs is relatively long, especially as the eggs on Orc continent are particularly large, they needed to be marinated for at least half a month. Concerned that some orcs might not accept the texture of century eggs, and she only marinated a small portion for experimentation, as not everyone on Earth could accept them either. This way, if the orcs didn't like them, she could dispose of them herself. Once the tea eggs were done cooking, she first sent some to Yi and Qingxian, along with a few females for a taste. After receiving their approval, and she took her male orcs to the tribe square, where they set up several large pots to cook the remaining eggs. The aroma wafted out, spreading to every corner of the tribe. The passing orcs realized that their envoy had created something delicious again, and they gathered around. And she instructed them to bring their own bowls and divided the eggs according to the number of people. Thus, every orc in the tribe had a tea egg for lunch that day. Anxi wrote down the method for making tea eggs for Yi. Some orcs who can't read can ask Yi or her for help. The only trouble is that tea leaves are hard to find and hard to identify, but fortunately, Qingxian can recognize them. Anxi asked Qingxian to bring some back when he goes out to gather herbs. After dinner, Shio took out a bunch of colorful stones that looked like agate. Although they contained impurities, they were very beautiful. Shio had prepared these a long time ago for himself, intending to give them to the female he likes. Anxi picked it up and looked closely. It seemed to be called cherry blossom agate. She remembered that she first got into it by seeing cherry blossom agate on Taobao. The pink one had patterns that resembled cherry blossoms. Although there were impurities, it was very cheap, making it perfect for someone like her who didn't understand the market, something that was both beautiful and affordable. Anxi was very pleased with Shio's approach of seeking her opinion and picked out a few nicer pieces to hand over to him. These look great. I can polish these into small squares of similar size and string them together to make a bracelet. To avoid any issues with male aesthetics, Anxi made it clear that anyone wanting to know what kind of jewelry to make it come and ask her. To and byhalf, seeing this, also took out their treasured stones, saying they wanted to give them to Anxi as gifts for their bond. To had a flawless piece of white jade, which suited his temperament very well. Given Tungma's outstanding craftsmanship, Anxi said he could carve anything he liked. Tungma ultimately decided to carve his beast form, which happened to be white as well. Byhalf brought out some agate with a soft heart, one piece having one side red and the other side white. Anxi thought it could be made into a cat paw, as she loved cute cat paws the most. She used to often buy cat paw pads, cat paw gloves, and cat paw accessories, which were all soft and adorable, providing a special sense of healing. Anxi drew a picture of a cat paw for byhalf, tricking him into thinking it was a cute version of his paw, which could be made into something. The red side would be the paw pad, and the white side would be the back of the paw. Although byhalf didn't understand what a cute version was, he understood that it was his paw. He thought it was a bit less imposing, but since Anxi liked it, byhalf happily accepted it. When Xiao learned that byhalf and Tungmo were carving things related to themselves, he also approached Anxi to see if there was anything about him that Anxi might like. Anxi thought for a moment. Her favorite was to carve a long, pure fur. But how to carve fur? In the end, Anxi came up with an idea. The most distinctive feature of a wolf should be its fangs, right? She remembered that when she was on Earth, many boys would buy wolf fang accessories, even though they weren't real wolf fangs. After Anxi finished expressing her thoughts, Xiao thought seriously for a moment. The stones he had collected were all gathered according to the preferences of females, and these pink stones carved into his teeth. Felt quite strange. Later, Xiao thought of a solution. He found the teeth he had shed during his childhood, which were still in the cave he used to live in. They were smaller and could be used as decorations. Xiao polished his teeth clean and showed them to Anxi, who was also very happy. She made a hole in the wolf tooth he gave her and strung it into a necklace to wear around her neck. Unexpectedly, she actually had a real wolf tooth accessory, which was a werewolf's tooth. She could brag about it for 3 days and nights on Earth. Xiao was also very happy. Although they both carved their own images, he had directly given Anxi something from himself, and it was the first gift. Chapter 23. Dizay's gift. After Dizay finally arranged the work for the winged tribe and came down the mountain, he saw this scene. Several males were making gifts for the females. Dizay looked at the smirking expressions of these guys and felt displeased. He couldn't quite describe it. If he knew the language of Earth, he would probably feel completely lemon sour. Therefore, Dizay turned around and flew back to his cave, took out all the feathers he had saved, and went to find the leader of the deer tribe, Li, to see what could be done. Li was also busy building houses and setting up a fire bed, along with merging the divine envoy tribe, and did not yet know that Anxi had accepted Xiao as her partner. He found Dizay's request somewhat baffling. However, upon hearing that it was a gift for Anxi, he understood. It was perfectly normal to give a gift to the divine envoy. Who wouldn't like the divine envoy? Even though Li was busy, he still offered a suggestion. He had seen Anxi make fans before, as well as the fans held by Yi and Qing Xian, especially Qing Xian, who hardly parted with his fan and was quite showy about it. Li guessed that Anxi might like fans, and the feathers could also be used to make a fan. After staying with Li and learning how to make fans, Dizay picked out the best feathers he had saved to make a feather fan. Making his own fan was much simpler than what those guys were doing with jade carvings, and it could be done quickly. Dizay was very happy. This way, he could give his gift to Anxi before those guys did. Dizay chose a time to take Anxi to see the progress of the winged tribe's house construction, taking her to the mountain top to avoid the sight of those guys. This time, Anxi was dressed warmly and even wore a cloak. Anxi, this is for you. Anxi glanced at the feather fan that Dizay handed over, her expression perplexed. This guy can actually make a feather fan? Why do you think to give me this? I heard you like fans and my feathers are quite sturdy, so making a fan is just right, Dizay said seriously, joking around. Anxi looked at the feather fan in her hand. The feathers were nice, and this guy, despite looking aloof, seemed to understand human emotions and even knew to give her a gift. Although it wasn't worth much, the thought behind it was what mattered, especially since it was made by her own hands. The fan was well made and thoughtful. Anxi nodded to express her gratitude. However, after all the trouble she went through, even catching a cold last time, he just gave her a fan? At the very least, he should treat her to a meal. They weren't like the deer tribe, who had directly merged into their tribe. Even as allies, he should properly thank her for her hard work, right? Dizay saw that his objective was achieved, and since Anxi accepted his gift without much thought, he was momentarily unsure whether to feel happy. All right, what do you want to eat? I'll go hunting, he said. And she sneered, Who can hunt? My partner can hunt too. I don't need your little prey. If you want to thank someone, you should show some sincerity, right? DJ, hearing her casually say my partner from her mouth, felt a wave of jealousy surge up, and he couldn't help but laugh awkwardly. What kind of sincerity do you want? I can provide it. At the very least, you should cook a meal yourself. Although my partner can cook too, if you're treating, it should be you who does it. That counts as sincerity. Anxi just agreed to the matter of fixing a relationship. So she found this way of introducing my partner to be fresh, and kept saying it without considering that Dies was quite affected by the words my partner from Anxi. Although Dies, who only knows how to grill meat, still agreed. Unfortunately, Lee was pitifully drafted and had to rush to teach Dies how to cook. Anxi returned from the Wing tribe with a feather fan in her hand, and a few people immediately recognized that the feathers were from the Wing tribe. Shio slightly squinted his eyes, his wolf-like gaze indicating that he was ready to take action. He was genuinely dissatisfied with DZ's behavior. The fan had a strong scent of DZ, and he had clearly sent it to Anxi as the first gift before byhalf and To could prepare their gifts, which was obviously a provocation. Moreover, like wolf teeth, the feathers of the Wing tribe were usually kept by oneself and not casually given away. Only Anxi didn't understand these matters, thinking that DZ was just trying to trick her into accepting it. Shio didn't see DZ as someone with good intentions in sending a partner gift. He had already given his wolf tooth to Anxi as a necklace. Anxi thought the small stones didn't match the wolf tooth, so she didn't use them, and byhalf took them to pair with his cat's paw. Shio couldn't accept Anxi finding another partner, even though she said she only wanted him as a partner, which was quite rare for females in the Beastman continent, and she only had 2 followers. However, he couldn't accept a male who constantly provoked him to be Anxi's partner or follower. He was the first one to meet Anxi, and naturally, all first belonged to him. Since the newcomer was so unruly, it was time to give him a warning. Shio pulled Anxi into his arms and helped her quickly take off the heavy cloak. Was it cold on the mountain? With this heat and cold, she had just recovered from being sick, and he hoped she wouldn't get sick again. Didn't the Wing King understand this? Always dragging Anxi around to help him when she had just been sick. If he couldn't take care of female, he wouldn't find a partner in the future. Shio looked at DZ with an unfriendly attitude, but didn't mention the feather fan. Since Anxi had already accepted it, he couldn't casually question her decision. However, it seemed that DZ had definitely not pointed out the meaning of the gift, as Anxi was clearly treating it as an ordinary gift. Since DZ wasn't going to speak up, Shio wouldn't say it outright either, to avoid DZ using Anxi's acceptance of the gift against her. It's okay. I'm fine, Shio. You don't have to worry. The house for the Wing tribe is almost done, and I won't need to go back anymore. I'll just check it out once they finish building the heated calm, Anxi said, shaking the eagle feather fan in her hand. And as a thank you gift, the Wing King promised to personally cook for us tomorrow. Byhalf snickered from the side. The Eagle tribe loves to eat raw meat and rarely eats roasted meat. What kind of dishes can he make? I can't trust you to eat what he makes. Shio put on an official smile. It's fine. The Wing King can just do his best. Anyway, Anxi is just saying it, and the Wing King doesn't need to feel pressured. If he doesn't do well, I can just make it again later. DZ watched as Shio and byhalf exchanged barbs, showing no other expression. He had long anticipated such a scene, and he had rushed ahead to give Anxi a fan made of his feathers, so it would be strange if they were happy about it. Don't worry, I will definitely cook well for Anxi, DZ said, raising an eyebrow with a rebellious smile. Anxi, I know you like simple and light food for breakfast. I'll bring some prey tomorrow night to cook for you, so wait for me. Saying this, he spread his wings and flew away. To slithered in through the door and transformed into a human form, picking Anxi up and placing her on a vine chair under the shade of a tree. And she looked at To, who seemed a bit out of breath, as if he had just rushed over and found it a bit strange. Tang Montak, where did you just go? To paused for a moment in silence, but still decided to be honest. I followed you guys. I couldn't fly as fast as DZ, so I just kept an eye on you on the way here. He glanced at Anxi's expression, seemingly worried that she would be angry. I was worried about you, so I followed you. Anxi didn't expect Tingma to say such a thing. Her first meeting with Tingma was actually just a feeling of curiosity. Tingma's cold and aloof face looked particularly sacred, and, combined with his form resembling the ancient Eastern myths on Earth, there was an inexplicable attraction drawing Anxi to him. So aside from curiosity, Anxi felt that this big snake was cold and lacked a bit of liveliness, so she talked to him every day, tacitly accepting his behavior of staying here to share meals. In her heart, byhalf and Tingma were the same. She was willing to interact with them as friends. However, Anxi always felt that no matter who among them, her feelings were merely superficial infatuations, as they almost all approached her after just seeing her once. But Anxi could understand this. After all, females were really scarce here, and she had come with the identity of a beast god's messenger, which carried a bit of legendary significance on the beastman continent. Because of this self-righteous understanding, Anxi didn't reject them too much. She always felt that her arrival was probably like Tang Sung going to the kingdom of women. The beastmen admired her for her identity, but there was also curiosity about the rare opposite sex. However, Anxi never thought that Tang Ma would be so worried about her. For her sake, knowing he couldn't catch up with the winged Emperor Zhe, he still followed her across mountains and valleys, climbing from the foot to the top, and then tirelessly tracing her steps back, just to see if she was being taken care of. Anxi suddenly felt a bit sour in her heart. When she was still on Earth, she had never fantasized about having someone like this by her side, someone who cared for her so deeply. In that world, humans had seen and understood so much that both friendship and love became difficult to keep pure. After coming here and realizing that this was a matriarchal society where one woman could have multiple husbands, she thought that perhaps women would be treated a bit better. After all, with so many males and such great productivity, many jobs didn't require females, so life must be a bit easier. But she thought that was all there was to it. She had never deeply considered the idea of partners. In the past, her approach to relationships was simply to be together if it worked out, and to part ways if it didn't. So she thought that the polyandrous model would just mean they could be friends. However, now she could actually have someone who cared for her, and not just one person, but several. It felt like a dream she never dared to have. The females in this world were truly extravagant, having such good partners and still wanting more. Although the social structure was like this, Anxi still couldn't accept it. She couldn't reciprocate the feelings towards Tang Ma and Baihao in the same way. But she could only treat them even better in the future. Everything this tribe and this continent had given her, she would slowly repay, making her journey worthwhile. Chapter 24. Once a year? Early in the morning, Anxi woke up with a stomach ache, a familiar sensation. She had gotten her period. She had never had much trouble with menstrual cramps before, but perhaps it was due to being sick recently and wandering around in the icy cold yesterday, which made the pain worse this time. Cursing her period, which was indeed a girl's enemy, she rummaged through her bag for sanitary pads. Grateful that she had come here during an outdoor adventure when she was well prepared and had plenty of supplies. However, no matter how much she had prepared, it was still limited, and she didn't know what the beastmen used. This important matter surely the previous resident must have studied. Knowing that Emperor Zhe would come to cook today, Tang Ma had gone out to catch fish and dig up lotus roots, fearing Anxi wouldn't like to eat. So he prepared some for her. Just as he returned and heard Anxi getting up, he went in to call her for breakfast and saw her curled up on the bed, hands on her stomach, frowning. Anxi, what is wrong? Are you not feeling well? Did you get sick again? Tang Ma hurriedly walked in, reaching out to check Anxi's forehead while regretting going out to catch fish so early. If only he had discovered her fever sooner, he could have helped cool her down. I'm fine, it's not an illness. I just need to rest for a bit. Even though their partnership had only just been established, Anxi still felt embarrassed to say this. Seeing Anxi say she was fine while her brows remained tightly knitted, Tang Ma's beautiful brows furrowed as well. But you clearly look uncomfortable. He leaned closer, intending to see the area Anxi was holding. Suddenly, his nose twitched. There was a smell of blood. Anxi, are you hurt? Don't move. I'm not hurt. Anxi was suddenly worried about how sensitive the beastmen's noses were. Just as she was thinking about how to explain, Xiao, who had just finished breakfast and walked in, overheard their conversation and immediately came closer to sniff. After carefully distinguishing the smell, he realized it was different from the normal scent of injury, and suddenly had a revelation upon seeing Anxi's actions. Anxi, are you in heat? What? And she was stunned. And so were Xiao He and Tang Mo. Isn't the female estrus only in spring? How isn't she still in heat in summer? Anxi thought for a while and remembered about animal mating seasons, feeling somewhat speechless. Didn't the former beast god messenger explain what menstruation is? Was it also due to embarrassment? Anxi, why are you experiencing your period now? Isn't the mating season already over? Xiao was a bit confused. Period? What an old-fashioned term. When is the mating season? Do your orc females have a synchronized cycle? Yes, every spring. Tang Ma, who had always lived a solitary life, was unaware of female matters and remained silent, just watching them. Once a year? Anxi exclaimed, sitting up in bed in surprise. Yes, indeed. Otherwise, what? Xiao was somewhat self-doubting due to Anxi's surprised expression, but after thinking carefully, he believed he was correct. Once a year? My period is once a month. Why do orcs have longer lifespans and even delay their periods? Anxi felt a bit envious. But thinking about how that predecessor, who traveled through time, could also extend life like the orcs, perhaps menstruation could be delayed too. Then it was possible for her as well. Just thinking about it made her happy, as it could mean fewer days of suffering from menstruation. However, Anxi still had some doubts about Xiao. What could these two big men in her family possibly know? Anxi asked Xiao to find Yami and the other females to come over so she could clarify things herself. All right, I'll go find them for you in a bit. You should eat first. Anxi washed up with warm water that had been heated by the sun outside. She took a few bites of food, but felt little appetite. No matter how Xiao tried to persuade her, she was unwilling to eat. With no other option, Xiao had to helplessly go find someone for her. Xiao went to find Ain, who was always restless. Upon hearing that Anxi was in heat, Ain was surprised and hurried over. How strange. Why are you in heat now? Although Ain was female, as a beastman, her sense of smell was naturally keen. As soon as she got close and caught a whiff of the familiar scent, Ain confirmed that Anxi was indeed in heat. Anxi felt a bit helpless. Can we not use the term heat? In our place, we call it a girl's little days. Such a long name? Or we can call it ant flow or menstruation. What's wrong with ant flow? My aunt probably wouldn't be happy if I called it that. And menstruation, what a strange name. Ain found the term used in the beast god world extremely strange. Because in our world, this thing happens once a month. Anxi sighed. You have heat once a month? That's too good, right? Ain exclaimed. Good? Miss, you can't be a real girl if you think that's good. Why do you have such a thought? Anxi actually wanted to say, why do you have such self-destructive thoughts? Of course, the more often you come to the red tide, the easier it is to have offspring, right? So is it really easy to have offspring in the world of beast gods? Ain looked enviously. But it's not entirely true. There are also those who can't give birth. However, compared to you all, it is indeed easier. Anxi thought about the birth rate on the Orc continent and once again marveled at the wonders of natural laws. The stronger the species, the harder it is for them to reproduce. Perhaps this is nature's way of maintaining balance. And she looked at Ain, rubbed her face, and said, put away that envious expression. My original world's lifespan isn't as long as yours. We have a saying that goes long life to 100 years, but the longest anyone lives there is just over 100 years. Living to 80 or 90 is considered longevity. And when someone dies, their relatives are supposed to be happy that they passed away peacefully. It's considered a joyous occasion. I see. Ain freed her face from Anxi's hand, and suddenly remembered that Anxi was the beast god's messenger. So how long can you live? Anxi shook her head. I don't know. Normally, I wouldn't live that long. However, the former beast god messenger lived for over 200 years. According to a beast skin scroll I saw at night. I'm not sure if it's due to the environment here or something they ate, so I don't know how long I will live. Ian looked at Anxi, who spoke with such a tone of amazement about living for over 200 years. Feeling a bit sad, it's really pitiful for the messenger. To think 200 years is considered long, while on the Orc continent, 200 years is still young. Don't worry, Ian said confidently. Didn't you say that the Orc continent is very different from your original world? Even the food is different, and the food is much larger. Maybe it's because the food is bigger that we live longer, so you will definitely be fine. You will surely live longer than the previous messenger. All right, I'll take your good wishes, Anxi said with a playful smile, not dwelling on the matter. By the way, I wanted to ask you, how do you all handle this? Did the former beast god messenger teach you how to make sanitary pads? Yes, we can make those. We just sew cotton and cloth together. Since we have the deer tribe, we never run out of cotton. Before each spring, the tribe prepares the cotton and cloth needed by the females. It's only for a few days and not a lot is used, so once used, we just bury it and make sure not to attract wild beasts. I heard that some smaller tribes don't have such good treatment. Some tribes don't have cotton and can only make bags with a bit of cloth and add plant ash. After using it, they have to dump the plant ash and wash it to reuse it. Some females even have to use animal skins. Ian suddenly remembered that Anxi might need this. Do you want some? I have some left over from last year. I can get it for you. Anxi hurriedly grabbed Ian. Say no, it's fine, I have my own. Next time, I'll go finally to exchange for some that I made myself. Anxi sighed with relief that she had crossed over to a prosperous large tribe. Otherwise, it would have been a problem when her period came. Using cloth with cotton was much better than using plant ash and animal skins. Chapter 25. The price of the divine messenger. After confirming that Anxi was fine, Ian returned. During the mating season, orcs generally wouldn't stay at others' homes, especially female orcs with partners, as it could lead to unwanted situations. Xiao went to ask Ian for advice on what to do when a female orc was uncomfortable during her heat, only to receive the answer to drink more hot water and avoid getting cold. Because orcs have a better constitution and the heat only comes once a year, Menstrual pain was basically non-existent. With no other options, Xiao had to seek help from Qingxian. Tengma stayed at home to take care of Anxi and inquired if there was anything she needed him to do. To put him at ease, Anxi could only ask him to boil some hot water. After hearing Xiao's description, Qingxian was very concerned about Anxi and specifically came to check on her. After understanding Anxi's situation, he asked if there was any way in the beast goddess world to help, to which Anxi could only tell him about brown sugar, noting that on Earth, aside from drinking brown sugar water, there weren't many good remedies. As a result, a few big men gathered around the bed. Listening to Anxi explain what sugar was, how brown sugar was made, and what sugarcane looked like. Then Qingxian advised Xiao not to let Anxi get cold before leaving to find the orcs in the Yedong tribe, and asking them to pay attention to where sugarcane could be found. Xiao asked Tengma to keep an eye on Anxi in the house while he went to the nearby kitchen to make fish soup for her. Since Anxi often ate at noon, unlike the male orcs who could survive on 1 to 2 meals a day, Xiao usually prepared some food for Anxi at noon, especially since she was physically weak now and needed to replenish her strength. Byhalf went out early in the morning and only learned about Anxi's arrival during the day when he returned from hunting at night, which surprised him for a moment. Xiao was thinking of what food to prepare for Anxi to help her body recover. The orcs believed that the best way to deal with all ailments was to eat more, thinking that if they ate more, their bodies would heal. And if the body healed, there would be no pain. Anxi, today I brought back a nest of golden pheasant eggs. I heard you like to eat bird eggs, so I specially brought them for you. How do you want to eat them? Are you in heat? Anxi's sensitivity to the scent of orcs is beyond words. Every orc who sees her immediately knows that she is on her period. Some notice it quickly, while others take their time, but Anxi is too tired to explain. She's emotionally drained. Unfortunately, this matter is too unusual, and there are always those who won't let it go. What's going on? Dize continued to ask, seeing Anxi's lack of response. Sigh, it's nothing much. I'm just different from the females of your orc continent. I don't know if it will be the same in the future, but for now, it's not. I used to have it once a month and could only live for 100 years. Who knows what will happen now that I'm on your orc continent? We'll see in the future. I'm just having a normal reaction, so there's no need to make a fuss. It looks like you've never seen the world. Perhaps it was because Dize always wore a smug expression that Anxi loved to retort at him. Dize didn't mind Anxi's retorts. He only furrowed his brow deeply when she mentioned living for only 100 years. 100 years? That's too short. Could it be that the beast god does not allow her to live that long because the messenger knows too much? The tribes of the Winged Clan also have legends about the beast god's messenger. Almost every orc knows that the messenger only lived for over 200 years. Otherwise, if the beast god's messenger had lived longer, they could have ruled the entire orc continent. And it wouldn't have led to the turmoil that lasted for thousands of years, resulting in many orcs born later not knowing the techniques left by the messenger, leading to a partial loss of knowledge. However, this was enough for the orcs to live well. It is said that when the beast god's messenger first arrived, the orcs' lives were not much better than those of wild beasts. Indeed, is this the price of being the beast god's messenger? Anxi didn't know what Dize was imagining over there. She sighed while holding her stomach and waved her hand to let him go cook without worrying about her. Dize didn't say anything and went out to make grilled meat and egg for Anxi. Chapter 26. Dize cooks. When Dize came out, he saw Xiao handling fish. He crossed his arms and raised an eyebrow at him. Didn't we agree that I would cook today? Do you really not trust that I can make food you can eat? Xiao didn't look up. Anxi is feeling unwell today and didn't eat much in the morning. She likes fish, and I made fish soup for her at noon, so she drank a bit more. I'll make some more. You do your thing, don't worry about me. Drinking fish soup for lunch and again for dinner. Aren't you afraid she'll get tired of it? People who aren't feeling well can be very picky about food. Dize rolled his eyes and looked at the processed fish. How about we grill this fish? I brought the hen's nest. Doesn't she love eggs too? How about making an egg drop soup? Eating grilled meat should be accompanied by some light soup. She doesn't seem like someone who can eat a lot of meat. Xiao put down the fish, glanced at Dize, and remained expressionless. What's wrong? Didn't you say you would hunt and treat us to a meal? Why are you using my fish? Isn't your fish already processed? If you don't eat it, it will spoil, and that would be a waste. Besides, I didn't catch the fish. Anxi is waiting to eat. Don't you want her to have her meal sooner? Xiao took the fish away. I'll go skew the fish for grilling. The rest is up to you. Remember to brush some more honey on the grilled meat. Anxi has been craving sweets these days. Saying that, he ignored Dize and went straight out of the kitchen, using a bamboo stick to skew the fish and placing it over the fire that was just lit by byhalf. Dize followed Li's instructions, boiled water, and added the beaten eggs into the pot, then added chopped green onions and salt that he got from Li. This egg drop soup was done. Li told him that someone like him, who learned quickly, could only make the simplest dishes. Otherwise, he would just waste food. Dize tasted the egg drop soup he made and thought Lee was overthinking it. He clearly had a talent for cooking. He then took the processed spotted deer he had cleaned by the pond earlier and started applying salt and honey, preparing to make his specialty grilled meat. Spotted deer meat is the best, and he had originally planned to share some with Lee, but unfortunately, the deer tribe doesn't eat deer meat. Dize walked over to Shio's side, added some dry twigs to widen the fire, and then placed his deer leg on it to grill. Do you know about Anxi's lifespan? Dize asked suddenly, catching Shio off guard and pausing his hands. After a few seconds, he didn't look up, continuing to turn the fish over the fire. I know. Anxi mentioned it from the beginning. However, Anxi said that beast god messengers can live for no more than 100 years in the beast god's world. But according to the records passed down about the first beast god messenger, that divine being lived for at least 200 years. So beast god messengers have extended lifespans upon arriving in the beast god continent. It's just unclear why. Anxi suspects it has to do with the living environment and dietary habits. Although I don't quite understand, I just do as Anxi says. If she needs something, I'll find it for her. If not, I'll accompany her for as long as she lives and take good care of her. Shio spoke calmly, without hesitation, clearly having thought it through. You all know. We all know. Shio looked up, his gaze profound. You need to stop acting impulsively. You're not like them. You're the Wing King, and your personality isn't suited for being a follower. She is female and a beast god messenger, but she has many ideas and things she wants to do. You can't accompany her. Don't waste time here. Dizizmaid. What's wrong with being the Wing King? Can't I be a female follower? Don't you think having me around would make it easier for the things the beast god messenger wants to do? And about your personality issue, don't you think I behave very well in front of her? Maybe overly rebellious people have this flaw. The more others don't want them to do something, the more they want to do it. You think you're hiding it well, but how could she not see what kind of person you are? Haven T, you noticed she hardly ever troubles you? It's because she said you're not the kind of orc who likes to be a bother, and you're not one who likes to be told what to do. Anxi indeed said that, and her exact words were that Dize looks like a rebellious person who doesn't like to follow orders. Moreover, the ruler of the skies has always liked to soar freely. How could he enjoy doing such trivial and troublesome things as cooking? Haven't you seen that the Wing tribe sometimes eats raw meat directly? That's why Anxi specifically asked Dize to cook for her as a way to thank her, as a sort of compensation for the cold she caught that day that led to a high fever. These were things Shio didn't understand when Anxi explained her quirky preferences about why she wanted Dize to cook for her. So no matter how you try to curry favor, Anxi has never considered it in the direction of forming a couple. Shio continued to criticize Dize unhurriedly. Dize bit his cheek. This kid was definitely doing it on purpose. Hey, I don't think I've offended you. How else do you think you could offend me? Shio looked at him as if he were a fool. I showed up before you two even formed a couple. Why are you so hostile? Dize knew that Shio was very different with Anxi and also knew that Anxi didn't like her partner to fight for her. So he only wanted to resolve things with words. This was indeed very frustrating for the ruler of the skies. It was clearly simpler to just fight. But now Shio was recognized as Anxi's partner, and Anxi would definitely support him instead of Dize. He was very aware of this. I told you, your personality isn't suited for her. She won't like you. Shio didn't explain further, picking up his grilled fish and walking into the house. Chapter 27. Painfully enjoying. Shio was worried that Anxi would be hungry and that Dize's grilled meat wouldn't taste good. So he first brought in his grilled fish and Dize's egg drop soup, calling Anxi to get up and eat. And she tasted the grilled fish and felt that it was still the familiar flavor. This fish is still grilled by you, right? What about Dize? He's outside grilling deer legs. You should eat something first to hold you over. You can eat when he's done. Deer meat? The beast that won't transform? And she squinted slightly and asked tentatively. Shio smiled and rubbed Anxi's nose, of course. What else could it be? The meat of the deer clan? What are you thinking? Anxi stuck out her tongue, thinking that ever since she saw the deer tribe transform into humans, she felt that all the deer in the world had become her kind. How would I know? I've been here for so long and haven't seen any wild beasts. The first deer I saw was one that could transform into a human. While eating grilled fish, Anxi mumbled to herself, taking a bite of fish meat and then burying her face in the bowl to sip some egg drop soup, finding it a bit hot and wrinkling her brow. Shio watched Anxi's mumbling with amusement, gently patting her head, and then picked up a wooden spoon to stir her soup, helping it cool down faster. Dize soon finished roasting the deer leg, and knowing Anxi wasn't feeling well, he thoughtfully tore off pieces of meat, wrapped them in leaves, and brought them in for her. Anxi was eating deer leg meat with egg drop soup. As expected, people always say that venison is delicious. She had heard about it back on Earth, but had never tried it until now. She found it truly lived up to its reputation. Although she didn't know if it was as good as what a chef on Earth could make, the pure and authentic wild venison was definitely not lacking. Isn't it often said on some food shows that the best ingredients often require the simplest cooking methods? After finishing the meal, Dize originally planned to stay in Anxi's bamboo house to sleep, but Xiao, having been acknowledged by Anxi as her partner, directly had byhalf pushed Dize out. Anxi didn't speak up to stop it, thinking it was normal for young people to have a bit of a temper. Besides, Dize's arrogant demeanor was indeed quite annoying. If it weren't for his good looks, Anxi felt he would have been bagged by someone long ago. At night, Anxi couldn't afford to catch a chill, so Tang Mo, the newly appointed air conditioner, was honorably dismissed and dared not let Anxi touch him. Xiao transformed into his human form and slept next to Anxi, which meant he wouldn't radiate heat like when he was in beast form and could help her rub her stomach. Tang Mo returned to the big tree at the door and coiled himself up to sleep. That night, Anxi fell asleep to Xiao's gentle stomach rubs and slept very well. But Xiao had a hard time. Throughout the night, Anxi's scent filled the entire room. During this special time, due to physiological changes, women often emit a unique scent. And since beastmen have sensitive noses, being so close made it hard for Xiao to sleep. If it were like before, when she slept at the door with the wind blowing, it would have been easier, but now lying closely together on the same bed, left nowhere to hide. After all, beastmen still retain some wild animal traits, such as being easily aroused by the scent emitted during a female's estrus period. Xiao had already experienced the feelings of the males in the tribe who had partners every spring. It truly was a mix of pain and pleasure. Anxi felt much better the next day and was no longer lying in bed at home like a corpse. Anxi's health was good. Usually, she only experienced some stomach pain on the first day, which was still due to catching a chill in the wild back then. So, girls should take good care of themselves during this special period. Anxi ended up in this situation because she didn't believe in the risks at that time. Chapter 28, The Abandoned Tangma. Anxi got up early and, as usual, drank the fish soup lovingly made by Xiao. But suddenly she started to miss the taste of shrimp and crab. Sigh, I wonder if the shrimp and crab here are also quite large. Wouldn't they have a lot of roe inside the crab? And sea snails, scallops. I should go to the deer tribe to ask leave for some garlic. Garlic steamed scallops. Slurp. Sigh, I just want to eat that now. What's wrong? Is it not to your taste? Xiao's voice brought Anxi back to her senses. After a moment of daze, she realized she had just sighed. No, it's delicious. Your cooking is the best. How could it not be to my taste? Realizing this, Anxi hurriedly praised Xiao, joking that he cooks 3 meals a day and brings them to her mouth. Such a good boyfriend deserves all the compliments. What if one day he loses motivation? I just suddenly wanted to eat shrimp and crab. I don't even know when the seafood season is here. If it's seafood season now, but it doesn't matter anyway, all the beasts on the Beastman continent are quite large, so the small fish and shrimp should also be big. Saying this, Anxi sighed again. Unfortunately, the sea is on the other side of the mountain where the winged tribe lives. It seems she would have to wait for a few days until the winged tribe finishes their tasks before asking Dize to take her there. And by then she could also go into the water and have some fun. Ah, the beach. She had been so busy lately that she only just thought of this. Xiao found it amusing to see Anxi sighing one moment and happy the next, and he rubbed her head. Do you like eating small fish, shrimp, and crab? You should have said earlier. There is a small river in the forest, just to the west, where there are plenty of them. But they're too small to fill you up, so the beastmen rarely eat those. It's also my fault, knowing you like fish. I should have thought that you also like shrimp and crab. Anxi's eyes lit up. I love to eat. I absolutely love seafood. Fish, shrimp, crabs, scallops, and sea snails. I can eat all the common ones, but nothing too strange. After all, on the Orc continent, many seasonings are hard to find, and some seafood needs a lot of seasoning to taste right, unlike crabs and shrimp, which would just be boiled and eaten. I'll go catch some for you in a bit. I'll go with you. You should stay in the cabin and rest. There are wild beasts in the center of the forest, and that river is quite far away, outside the hunting range of our tribe. It's not as safe as the outskirts. What if you get hurt? I'll be back soon. Xiao looked at Anxi, somewhat reluctant to let her go outside. I'm fine. I can walk a bit. Besides, can't you carry me? The beasts around here are all scared of our tribe. Which beast would dare come near when they see you? I won't even go into the water, just want to go see. Anxi insisted on going, and Xiao couldn't resist Anxi's adorable appearance. Moreover, Xiao had no intention of resisting. The obedience of males to females was already ingrained in the orc's nature. I'll go too. Tama also climbed down from the tree. When Dize wasn't around, he would sleep in the bamboo house outside. He hadn't paid much attention to it before, but while climbing the tree, he randomly thought that this bamboo house was built by Anxi. He didn't know what was special about it, so he climbed over to take a look. After sleeping there for a night, he suddenly felt it wasn't bad. It was better than sleeping in a tree. Tongma was still considering whether to compete with Dais for the right to stay in the bamboo house next time Dais came. Hey, Tongma, are you a snake from the sea or from the forest? Aren't snakes good at catching fish? Are you good at catching fish? Anxi really didn't know what kind of creature a Tongma was. The snakes he had learned about during his outdoor adventures didn't include this species. He had previously thought Tongma was a sea snake, but now seeing Tongma sleeping in the trees every day, he wasn't so sure. He didn't know, but he hatched from an egg by the water, and he really liked water. He could be in it or on land. Tongma didn't dare to say that he actually preferred water. Every day, when he went hunting, he would soak in the water for a while before coming back. He slept in the trees simply because he didn't like sleeping on the ground, which had been scorched by the hot sun. The trees had more moisture. However, he was afraid that if Anxi found out, he wouldn't want him to stay. Before, he had always hunted alone, and after eating his fill, he would soak in the pond by himself, with no friends and no one to talk to. He had gotten used to it, after all. It had been like this since he was born. But ever since that day, when Anxi thanked him for his help and invited him to dinner, everything changed. It was the first time he had eaten cooked food. He wouldn't have bothered to roast meat alone before, since he didn't really like fire and didn't have strong feelings about raw or cooked. But Anxi made not just roasted meat, but many other things. And there wasn't just one way to cook. For the first time, Tongma truly felt that food could be delicious. Anxi also said she was willing to be friends with him, and occasionally they could go out to the forest to hunt with byhalf. Listening to him praise how great Anxi was, and then joking about Xiao, Tongma also realized for the first time that there could be so many adjectives to describe an orc. Every day, following Anxi around to find all sorts of strange things, which would magically transform into delicious, fun, and useful items. When there was nothing to do, he would hang on a tree and watch Anxi make things, teaching the orcs in the tribe. Tongma felt that this kind of life was particularly fulfilling and wonderful. He couldn't describe how good it was, but it was just good. He didn't want to leave, even if he could only endure soaking in water while hunting every day. Chapter 29. How about being a fish pond owner? Anxi sighed inwardly. It turned out to be an abandoned egg. Which parents could be so heartless as to leave such a beautiful egg behind? Although Tongma didn't say it, Anxi could still sense that Tongma probably preferred living in the water. But she couldn't let him go back to the pond all alone. That would be too sad. Besides, if Tongma liked being alone, he wouldn't need her to chase him away. He would have left long ago. How about we dig a pond? Tongma. Xiao. Anxi. Hee, what are you digging a pond for? Once we dig the pond, we can raise fish, and there will be shrimp and crabs too. From now on, I will be the owner of the fish pond, and I've contracted this entire pond. We can also dig a small swimming pool beside it. And we can swim. Anxi didn't mention it was because of Tongma, because it wasn't just because of him. Mainly, he reminded Anxi that they could raise fish. Xiao felt a bit helpless. He thought he was having a hard time keeping up with Anxi's train of thought. Wasn't it just about catching some small fish, shrimp, and crabs? How did they jump to such a big project as digging a fish pond so quickly? They hadn't even left the house today. All right, if you like it, go ahead and dig. You can tell you to find a spot in the tribe. The females in the tribe usually eat fish and shrimp, which their partners catch for them. After digging the pond, it will be more convenient for the females in the tribe to eat, and for you and the females, you will definitely agree. Besides, the fish and shrimp you raise will surely taste better, and maybe the males will like to eat them too. Anxi thought it made sense. A tribe is like a big family, and when digging a pond, one can't just dig wherever they want. It's important to inform others in the tribe first, as more people mean more strength, and the scale can be larger. However, the swimming pool can't be in the tribe. It still needs to be dug outside our house, not just anywhere in the tribe. All right, I'll dig it for you. Anyway, you're so small that you don't need a large space for swimming. What do you mean I'm small? I'm a tall person at 1.75 meters, with long legs that are a meter long. How am I small? Anxi was very dissatisfied with being called small. Although the orcs were tall and strong, making her seem comparatively shorter, she refused to accept it. On Earth, her height was considered tall among girls. Anyone taller would have a hard time finding a boyfriend. She just hadn't grown up here and hadn't been influenced by the local magnetic field. Otherwise, she would definitely be taller than the average female. Also, don't just dig according to my proportions. There's Estima too, who also likes swimming. It doesn't need to be too big, just enough for him to swim around and stretch out a bit. If he wants to really stretch out, he can go to the tribe to dig a pond and swim with the little fish and shrimp, or go swim in the lotus pond of the deer tribe. Listening to Anxi's arrangements, Tongma's mouth curled up in joy. Xiao understood that Anxi was considering Tongma's needs in addition to her own desire to eat. For this usually quiet giant snake, Shio didn't mind too much. It was clear that Tama didn't quite understand feelings, but although he spoke little, he was actually very helpful. In the past, many orcs would go to the lotus pond, where he slept to catch fish and pick flowers to give to females, and he would help out. Although he seemed aloof, he was easy to get along with. Shio transformed into his beast form and carried Anxi as they ran toward the west side of the forest, listening to Anxi's disgruntled muttering. When she got excited, she would tug at the fur on his neck. It didn't hurt. Anxi probably thought she was using a lot of strength. Sometimes after tugging, she would even rub it a bit. Shio found it somewhat amusing. Anxi was just so cute and easy to soften. Chapter 30. Eating seafood to consider Anxi's feelings. Shio didn't run too fast, so after a long time, Anxi felt that by the time they went back to the tribe, it would be time for lunch. This area was somewhere Anxi had never been before, at the far west of the forest, almost out of the woods. Shio set Anxi down and reminded her not to run around. The area outside the forest wasn't within their tribe's hunting territory and was managed by another tribe. After agreeing, Anxi obediently waited on the stone by the river while Shio and Tama transformed into their beast forms to catch crabs and shrimp. Anxi picked up the catch with a bamboo basket on the shore. It must be said that Tama, having lived in the water for so long, indeed had unique fishing skills, and before long, the bamboo basket was full. Shio continued to carry Anxi, while Tama transformed his upper body into a human form to carry the bamboo basket, using his snake tail for movement. By the time they returned to the tribe, Anxi felt like she was about to fall apart. Even though Shio tried his best to avoid bumps, Anxi wasn't used to this mode of travel and was always worried about falling off, which made her quite tense and tired. Once back, Shio cooked the shrimp and crabs for Anxi, while byhalf, who returned from hunting, brought back a deer. He probably went out specifically to find one because he knew Anxi liked to eat it, which is why he came back a bit later. When byhalf heard that Anxi had gone to the north side of the forest, he felt a bit regretful for having gone hunting so early, thinking that if he had waited, he could have gone with her to protect Anxi. What if something happened so far away from the river? After feeling regretful, he began to look down on Tama. This scheming snake almost always waited for Anxi to wake up before going out to hunt. byhalf had waited for him a few times, but later got annoyed with him for being too late and left first. He initially thought Tama was just lazy, but it turned out he was quite cunning, waiting for Anxi to wake up so he could go with her if she wanted to go out. Both the furry and the hairless are really not good beasts. When Shio brought out the cooked shrimp and crabs for Anxi to eat, byhalf was still only at the marinating stage with his roasted deer meat. Anxious, byhalf kept urging Anxi to save some room to eat his roasted meat. Anxi, don't listen to him. You've been busy all day, just eat first. If his deer meat can't be eaten, we have enough for us. It's fine if you fill up. If you like deer meat, I'll catch some for you tomorrow. Following Anxi's suggestion about the crab tools, Shio found a piece of wood and helped Anxi carve out several long-handled forks, small spoons, scraping plates, and skewers. Anxi watched as Shio and Tama clumsily peeled shrimp. Rejecting Shio's offer to feed her, she decided to personally teach them the tricks of peeling shrimp and eating crabs. Otherwise, at their speed, she would be anxious. And the soul of eating seafood lies in doing it yourself. After a while, Anxi had piled up a heap of crab shells and shrimp skins next to her, which truly amazed them. Anxi even had the time to feed them one by one, especially byhalf, who was sitting by the fire roasting deer meat, looking at them with longing, which made her feel a bit sorry for him, so she gave him a few more. Before long, Anxi was full and satisfied. Due to the special circumstances, she hadn't eaten much crab, and she felt a bit regretful looking at the leftover crabs. Seeing Anxi's reluctant gaze, Shio thought she was regretting not being able to eat more and wanted to suggest saving a few for her to eat later, since seafood digests quickly. However, after learning the real reason why Anxi couldn't eat much, he firmly divided the crabs between Tama and byhalf, leaving none for Anxi. Anxi, because I didn't eat enough. I'm unhappy and decided to find something to make myself happy. I brought you some delicious food. That's right, I snatched it from byhalf and Tama. Have you made those shelled creatures? During the barbecue night, Anxi's voice came without raising his head. How did you know? I could smell that fishy scent from far away. I brought it for you, it's really tasty. Anxi cheerfully bounced in front of Yi. Yi glanced at Anxi and shook his head with a smile. Are you coming up with some new ideas again? I want to dig a pond to raise fish, shrimp, and crabs. Anxi wasn't surprised that Yi guessed it. Yi is really smart. TSK, you really know how to stir things up just after the house was built. You want to dig a pond? Qing Xian, who was waiting eagerly for Ye's barbecue, shifted his gaze from the barbecue and unceremoniously started eating the shrimp and crabs that Anxi brought. Life is all about stirring things up. Well, It's all good for the tribe. Anxi knows what is appropriate. Anyway, there are plenty of strong males in the tribe, and if they can't find females, they will have plenty of energy to waste. A few days ago, a young fox beast ran out of the forest and went to the territory of the sheep tribe, trying to abduct a female from their tribe. Not only did he fail, but he also got beaten and ran away in disgrace. It was still seen by Chong while patrolling in the air and brought back. He calmly said, "Males should work more to save their energy from causing trouble all day long." Really embarrassed as fox beasts, Qing Xin fed Yi a shrimp, looking somewhat disdainful, and she received a positive answer from Yi and left. She took this trip to digest her food, and perhaps she could still have a bite of the deer meat roasted by Hao when she returned. Yi and Qing Xian knew that she had finished eating and did not keep her. "Hey, Tingamo, why are you hanging around here?" And she suddenly saw a large white snake hanging from a tree halfway through her walk. Tung Mo climbed down and transformed into human form. You didn't let Xiu follow, so he was worried and had me sneak out. Although it was said to be sneaking, in reality, Tung Mo didn't think much about hiding when he saw and she was preparing to go back. Otherwise, within Xi's keen eyes, it would be impossible for her to discover a serpent beastman skilled in concealment. Anxi sighed. Xiu is always so worrisome. Our wooden house is so close to Ye's wooden house, both in the center of the tribe. What could possibly happen? And you, when he calls you out, you just come. Have you finished your meal? Our snake tribe just swallows our food directly. I eat very quickly. Even if Xiu doesn't let him follow, he will sneak out anyway. Well, what else can I say? There's a worrying orc at home. Nothing we can do about it. On the other side, Qing Xian was leisurely eating crab while watching the roasted meat being prepared by Yi. You were quite straightforward when you agreed earlier digging a pond. Digging a hole is easy, but where will the water come from? By the river, the deer tribe's lotus pond, the stream at the foot of the mountain, we can gather enough. I'm not talking about the water source issue, but how we will bring it back. Qing Xian rolled his eyes at Ye's calm demeanor. Anxi never talks about things that can't be accomplished. Since she mentioned it, she must have a way. She's the beast god's messenger. You really indulge her. If someone didn't know better, they would think she's your cub. Yi chuckled softly and sliced a piece of roasted meat with a bone knife, blowing on it before stuffing it into Qing Xuan's mouth. All right, don't talk about me. Aren't you the same? Otherwise, why didn't you say anything when Anxi was here just now? Come on, I definitely don't have such a big cub, Qing Xin mumbled while chewing on the roasted meat. After Anxi returned, she didn't sleep well all night. Her mind filled with various ways to cook crabs. Steamed crabs, boiled crabs, drunken crabs, spicy crabs. Anxi suddenly remembered that the rose wine and rice wine she had brewed before should be ready. Unfortunately, she couldn't drink today and could only eat the simplest preparation. Once the pond was dug, she would definitely try all these cooking methods. Chapter 31. Digging the pond to consider Anxi's feelings, Xiu didn't run too fast. So after a long time running back and forth, Anxi felt that by the time they returned to the tribe, it should be lunchtime. This place was somewhere Anxi had never been before, at the far west of the forest, almost out of the woods. Xiu put Anxi down and reminded her not to run around, as the area outside the forest was not within their tribe's hunting range, but was under the control of another tribe. After agreeing, Anxi patiently waited on a stone by the river, while Xiu and Toma transformed into their beast forms to catch crabs and shrimp. Anxi picked them up on the shore with a bamboo basket. It must be said that Toma, having lived in the water for so long, indeed had unique fishing skills. And soon the bamboo basket was full. Xiu continued to carry Anxi, while Toma transformed his upper body into a human form to carry the bamboo basket, using his snake tail to travel. When they returned to the tribe, Anxi felt like her body was about to fall apart. Even though Xiu tried his best not to jolt her, Anxi was not accustomed to this mode of travel and was always worried about falling off, which made her quite tense and tired. Upon returning, Xiu cooked the shrimp and crabs for Anxi, and Bai Hao, who came back from hunting, also brought a deer, likely because he knew Anxi liked to eat it, which is why he returned a bit later. Bai Hao felt a bit frustrated upon hearing that Anxi went to the northern part of the forest today, lamenting how he had gone hunting so early. Otherwise, he could have gone along to protect Anxi. What if something happened so far away by that river? After his frustration, he began to look down on Tungma. This scheming snake almost always waited for Anxi to wake up before going out to hunt. After waiting for him a few times, Bai Hao found him too slow and left on his own. He thought Tingma was just lazy, but it turned out he was quite cunning, waiting for Anxi to wake up so he could go along if she wanted to go out. Both the fluffy and the hairless beasts are truly not good creatures. When Xiu finished cooking the shrimp and crabs and brought them out for Anxi to eat, Bai Hao was still in the process of marinating the deer meat. anxiously urging Anxi to save some appetite for his roasted meat. Anxi, don't listen to him. You've been busy all day. Eat first. If he can't finish his deer meat, we can help. It's okay if you get full. If you like deer meat, I'll catch some for you tomorrow. Following Anxi's suggestion, Shio found a piece of wood and helped Anxi carve out several long-handled forks, small spoons, scraping slices, and skewers. And she watched as Shio and Tung-Mo clumsily peeled shrimp and rejected Shio's offer to feed her. She personally stepped in to teach them the tricks of peeling shrimp and eating crabs. Otherwise, at their speed, she would be anxious. And the essence of enjoying seafood lies in doing it yourself. Seeing then, she quickly piled up a stack of crab shells and shrimp skins beside her amazed them. And she even had the time to feed them individually, especially byhalf, who was sitting by the fire roasting deer meat and looking at them eagerly. She felt a bit sorry for him and gave him a few extra. Before long, and she was full. And because of the special circumstances, she didn't eat much crab. Looking at the remaining crabs made her feel a bit regretful. Shio thought, and she was reluctant because she couldn't eat anymore. And he wanted to save a few for her to eat later since seafood digests quickly. After learning the real reason why and she couldn't eat much, he resolutely divided the crabs among Tung-Mo and byhalf, leaving none for Anxi. Anxi, because I didn't eat enough. Anxi is unhappy and decides to find something to make herself happy. Yeah, I brought you some food. That's right, I snatched it from byhalf and Tung-Mo. Did you make those shellfish? Anxi asked without lifting her head while listening to the barbecue at night. Huh, how did you know? I could smell that fishy scent from far away. Hee, I brought it for you to eat. It's really delicious. Anxi bounced in front of Yi with a smile. Yi glanced at Anxi and shook her head with a smile. Did you come up with another idea to stir things up? I want to dig a pond to raise fish, shrimp, and crabs. Anxi was not surprised that you guessed it. Yi is quite clever. TSK. You really know how to stir things up. The house was just built, and you're already planning to dig a pond? Qing Xian, who was waiting eagerly for Ye's barbecue, shifted his gaze from the barbecue and unceremoniously started eating the shrimp and crabs that Anxi brought. Life is about stirring things up. Well, it's all good for the tribe. Anxi knows what she's doing. Anyway, there are plenty of young and strong males in the tribe. If they can't find females, they'll be full of energy and wander around all day. A few days ago, a young fox beast ran out of the forest and went to the territory of the sheep tribe to try to steal a female. He didn't succeed, and to make matters worse, he was chased away and ended up being brought back by Qing. He said calmly, males should do more work to avoid having all that energy with nowhere to use it, causing trouble all day. You're really embarrassing our fox beasts. Qing Xian fed Yi shrimp, looking somewhat disdainful. Anxi received a positive answer from Yi and left. She took this trip to digest her food, and perhaps she could still have a bite of the deer meat roasted by byhalf when she returned. Yi and Qing Xian knew she was done eating and did not keep her. Hey, Tama, why are you hanging around here? Anxi suddenly saw a large white snake hanging from a tree halfway through her walk. Tama climbed down and transformed into a humanoid form. He didn't let Shio follow, so he was worried and had me sneak out. Although he said it was sneaky, in reality, Tama didn't think much about hiding when he saw Anxi was ready to leave. Otherwise, with Anxi's keen eyes, it would be impossible for her to spot a snake beastman skilled in concealment. Anxi sighed. Shio's always worrying. Our wooden house is so close to Ye's wooden house, all within the center of the tribe. What could happen? And you, when he calls you out, you just come out. Have you finished your meal? Our snake tribe eats by swallowing. I eat very quickly. Even if Shio doesn't let him follow, he will sneak out anyway. Well, what else can I say? There's an orc at home who loves to worry. There's nothing we can do about it. On the other side, Qing Xian leisurely ate crabs while watching Yi grill meat. You were quite straightforward in agreeing just now digging a pond. Digging a hole is easy, but where will the water come from? The riverbank, the lotus pond of the deer tribe, the small creek at the foot of the mountain, just gather enough. I'm not talking about the water source issue. It's about how we transport it back. Qing Xian rolled his eyes at Ye's calm demeanor. Anxi never said things that couldn't be accomplished. Since she mentioned it, there must be a way. She's the beast god's messenger. You really spoil her. If someone didn't know better, they might think she's your cub. Yi chuckled lightly, sliced off a piece of the grilled meat with a bone knife, blew on it, and stuffed it into Qing Xuan's mouth. All right, just don't talk about me. Aren't you the same? Otherwise, why didn't you say anything when Anxi was here just now? Forget it. I don't have such a big cub, Qing Xian mumbled while chewing on the grilled meat. After Anxi went back, she didn't sleep well all night. Her mind filled with various ways to cook crabs. Steamed crabs, boiled crabs, drunken crabs, spicy crabs. Anxi suddenly remembered that the rose wine and rice wine she had brewed before should be ready. But unfortunately, she couldn't drink today and could only eat the simplest way. Once the pond was dug, she was determined to try all these cooking methods. Chapter 32. Going to the Sea Clan. Anxi took the other orcs to chop wood for carts and barrels. The orcs, equipped with their claw bones and knives, worked hard. But due to their unfamiliarity with the production methods, it took a long time to complete, even with Anxi's guidance. While sitting in the carts, Anxi thought about the structure of a horse-drawn carriage. Although there were no horses, the orcs had the strength to pull a cart. After directing the orcs to make the carts, Anxi also had them create a few horse-drawn carriages. One could only say that the deer tribe is indeed the most eager to learn. The moment they saw the horse-drawn carriage, they felt it was especially suitable for them. This would make it much more convenient for the deer tribe to transport vegetables, fabrics, and cotton to trade for goods with other tribes in the future. Anxi nodded in admiration and said that it was originally called a Malai car, but since their deer tribe was the first to use it, it would be better to call it a deer cart here. When the deer tribe heard this, they were all very happy. They were much better than the clumsy horse tribe that just ran around aimlessly. The orcs, being strong and taking turns working, finished digging the pond before dark. The next day, after breakfast, Anxi took the orcs to transport water. For nearby areas, they used shoulder poles and carts, while for farther distances, they used horse-drawn carts. Surprisingly, transporting water took even longer than digging the holes. It took 2 days to fill the pond. They also brought back some fish, shrimp, and crabs while transporting water, and the rest would wait for the hunting team to replenish periodically. Anxi's body was completely fine with the ongoing pond digging project. So he discussed with Yi and Dai's the timing for meeting with the Sea Tribe. In order to negotiate with the Sea Tribe about the number of tribe members coming this year and conveniently enjoy some seafood, Anxi made ample preparations. He packed his mountaineering backpack with everything he needed, including cooking spices for seafood. The next day, after breakfast, Yi arranged for a few beastmen to accompany them and found a beastman from the Wing tribe to fly them over Wing Mountain to the territory of the Sea Tribe. Upon reaching the seaside, since the sea wasn't particularly safe, Dais first flew to the central island of the Sea Tribe to look for beastmen from the Dolphin clan, who were a particularly enthusiastic race familiar with all the sea tribes. While Dais was searching for the Dolphin clan beastmen, Tama had already gone into the sea to catch small fish and shrimp for Anxi. Shio found a shady spot to set Anxi down and teamed up with byhalf to build a fire pit to cook seafood for Anxi. The other accompanying beastmen also followed suit to prepare food. While everyone was busy, Anxi looked up at the tree providing shade and realized it was a coconut tree. There were actually coconuts here, but they were too high up, so high that one couldn't see the coconuts without careful observation, which is why he hadn't noticed it when they first arrived. Unfortunately, ordinary beastmen couldn't climb that high. When Tamo returned from catching seafood, Anxi asked him if he could climb up to pick some coconuts. Tamo looked up and, although it was a bit high, thought it should be possible. Tungma transformed into a snake and climbed up. This was the first time Anxi saw an entire snake body from head to tail, and the usually enormous snake body appeared small in front of the coconut tree. To watch Tungma climb, Shio had already moved Anxi away from under the tree, so Tungma simply threw down the coconuts he picked. Without a straw, Anxi had to ask Shio to carve a hole for her to drink from, and this was her first time drinking coconut water so boldly. While drinking, she thought she must take a few back home, as there was a bamboo grove in the tribe, and thin bamboo sticks would make perfect straws. When Anxi was almost full, Emperor Zhe brought the wise ones of the Dolphin clan, Yuan, the wise one of the Loach clan, Jin, and the wise one of the Turtle clan, Xuanza. Greetings, divine envoy. The wise ones respectfully bowed to Anxi upon seeing her. Before coming, Emperor Zhe had mentioned that the beast god's envoy had arrived, and they had heard of the envoy's deeds before. Everyone knew that the divine envoy was a female, and since there was only one female present, it was naturally the divine envoy. You don't need to be polite, just call me Anxi, Anxi said warmly as she greeted them. I wonder what brings the divine envoy to the Sea Clan this time. If there is anything we can help with, please feel free to say so. The Dolphin clan's wise one, Yuan, said enthusiastically. Well, it's like this. Didn't we discuss the matter of spending the winter in the divine envoy's tribe? I wanted to ask about the number of people you've decided on. I also came to relax a bit and to bring back some seafood and beautiful things like pearl shells. If you have any, I can exchange with you, Anxi explained. Oh, divine envoy, rest assured. The sea clans that are more active in shallow waters are currently only our 3 clans. Most of the other sea beasts live alone or are from more low-key groups. For example, the whale clan rarely leaves the sea and will sink to the deep sea to rest during winter. Therefore, the ones willing to go to the divine envoy's tribe's hot spring islands to spend winter are just the orcs from our 3 clans. However, we will also leave some orcs at the bottom of the sea. The number that can go is probably around 500 orcs. Anxi nodded and said, "No problem. The hot spring islands can accommodate us. Although you all usually live in the water, it's fine to stay on land for a while, right? When we go back, I'll organize the orcs in the tribe to build a resort near the hot springs. When winter comes, everyone can gather to enjoy the snow scenery and soak in the hot springs." Although the orcs didn't understand the meaning of resort, they probably understood the scene Anxi described. And it did sound nice to think about it. Since the divine envoy has come, why not stay a few more days? You can stay on the central island of the sea tribe, where there are all kinds of seafood you like to eat. And you can also collect your favorite pearls and shells. There are plenty of them. The wise one, the dolphin tribe, Yuan, warmly invited Anxi. "Great. Let's go then. It's a good opportunity to have a few days of fun and treat it as a vacation." Anxi was very happy as she had this idea in mind. Dolphins are indeed a hospitable species in any world. Once they agreed, they set off. Yuan and Xuanza called their respective tribes, with the land orcs being carried by the sea tribe and the wing tribe flying on their own, heading straight towards the central island where the sea tribe usually lived. Anxi was held in Xiu's arms, sitting on the shell of the sea turtle clan's wise elder, Xuanza. The sea turtle clan is the most stable swimmer in the sea, while the other beastmen, who were being carried by the dolphin clan, were frightened and crying out due to the playful dolphin beastmen. The Loach clan, finding it less convenient to carry people than the sea turtles and dolphin beastmen, led the way ahead. Anxi watched the colorful fish tails swimming back and forth in front of her, some even leaping into the air, their shimmering tails creating beautiful arcs, which were very pleasing to the eye. Just ahead, we will need to pass through a cave, which is a bit dark inside, but don't be afraid, Your Excellency. Anxi was not afraid. She had visited the cave before during a trip, and it was just some stalactites inside. If there were various colored lights, it would look quite beautiful. Chapter 33. Sea Tribe's Central Island. Naturally, there were no lights on the Orc continent, but the orcs were quite clever. Although the sea tribe orcs could swim in the dim seawater, they still embedded some luminous pearls on both sides of the cave, allowing for a faint glow. Such large luminous pearls? Anxi felt a bit unsettled when she saw a luminous pearl that looked like a crystal ball. The sea tribe was truly extravagant, willing to use such large luminous pearls as street lamps here. Do you exchange your luminous pearls? Anxi looked longingly at the luminous pearls on the wall, reluctant to see them used as street lights. Jean transformed into a mermaid and sat on Xuanza. Luminous pearls? Does the divine envoy want these glowing pearls? There will be plenty at the central island later. You can choose as you like. Although Jean did not know what luminous pearls were, it was obvious they referred to these glowing pearls. Yes, luminous pearls are very popular where we come from. Many people like them. The orcs here probably have such good eyesight that luminous pearls have little use. Once an item loses its value, it becomes worthless. Luminous pearls. Are they meant for lighting at night? Do the beast gods use luminous pearls for lighting? But they are not very bright. Fire is the brightest. Jean was very eager to learn and ask questions. We don't use them for lighting. They just look beautiful and can illuminate. We occasionally use fire for lighting, but more often we use electricity. Electricity is actually brighter than fire. Electricity? The lightning in the sky? Jean was startled upon hearing this. Yes. The electricity we use is derived from the lightning in the sky. Electricity can be conducted. Someone discovered the method of conduction and then researched how to store electricity. Later, they gradually figured out how to generate electricity themselves, and eventually we could produce our own electricity for lighting. Anxi explained patiently, as if she were giving a science lesson to a group of children. The fact that the beast god's world could generate lightning and even produce electricity on its own was terrifying. Electricity seemed like a punishment from the heavens. The beast god's world could actually create it. The orcs were so astonished that they could hardly swim steadily. Electricity is indeed frightening, but once the rules governing it are understood, it becomes less so. However, I only grasp a general principle, and many things are still beyond your current capabilities. But I believe you will eventually be able to accomplish them. As Anxi and the orcs discussed, they passed through a cave. Anxi looked up and saw a very beautiful island covered in greenery and flowers. The island had many intersecting small rivers, allowing many sea creatures to swim through. It was unclear whether the island was naturally like this or if the sea creatures had intentionally created it for easier passage. Anxi followed the sea tribe onto the island, where there were no houses on the land. The sea tribe usually slept in caves or huge shells and conchs on the island. Yuan introduced that these were all found in the deep sea, remnants of large clams that had already died. They collected the remaining shells and placed them on the central island, where they could sleep inside. There were also some tree nests, and the white crane clan occasionally came here. The entire island had an irregular intersection of water and land, with varying heights. The highest water flowed to the top, and then cascaded down, forming a small waterfall. When Anxi arrived, it was a sunny day, and she even saw a small rainbow by the waterfall. Anxi is enjoying the scenery of the central island along Anxi Road, while Yuan Yi is acting as a tour guide, introducing the features of the Sea Tribe's central island. This small island is indeed beautiful. But aren't you from a sea tribe? Aren't you amphibious? Can't you just live in the sea? Why go through so much effort to set up such a large island? Just because it looks nice? Anxi has had this doubt since she arrived at the central island. Logically speaking, the sea tribe lives in the ocean and does not need to go to land, although this place is built to be very suitable for the sea tribe's existence. The presence of these waterways precisely indicates that even on the island, the sea tribe still prefers to be in the water. So wouldn't going to the island become quite unnecessary? Is it just for aesthetics? Yes, esteemed divine envoy. Our ancestors initially came here occasionally for the beautiful environment of this island, and later it became because this place is the closest to the beast god. Every once in a while, scenes from the beast god's world can be seen in the sky above this sea island. Anxi was slightly taken aback. A mirage? That might not be a world of beast gods, but just a mirage. There were similar phenomena in my original world, which were later proven to be just a refraction of light related to the geographical location and special weather conditions of the environment. The refracted image was merely a scene from some corner of this world, like the continent across the sea. Yuan shook his head very firmly after listening. It's impossible. That world is very strange, something we have never seen, and it definitely doesn't exist on the Orc continent. We had also asked the whale tribe to look across the sea, and it was a barren land with nothing. In any case, the sea tribe firmly believed that the mirage represented the world of the beast god, and Anxi did not explain further. Mirages are inherently difficult to explain. Although the principles of mirages were taught in the compulsory education on Earth, many people still believe they are miracles, and many mirage scenes have not been found to have real counterparts in the cities displayed in the illusions. To welcome Anxi's arrival, the sea tribe prepared a very lavish dinner. Big abalone, big lobster, king crab, salmon, and tuna were brought up in nets woven from water plants, as if they were free, making Anxi's mouth water. These ingredients didn't even need much cooking. Simply boiling or steaming them was delicious enough, preserving their original freshness. Anxi simply pan-fried the salmon and tuna, took out the grinder from her mountaineering backpack, and ground black pepper and sea salt to sprinkle on top. This is the seasoning Anxi always brings on her hiking adventures, the simplest and most convenient. She can eat it like this wherever there are no condiments, and it tastes great. Previously, she hadn't used the seasoning from her pack because there were condiments in the tribe, but she was willing to use it only after she found black pepper on the Orc continent. Fortunately, she brought it this time. However, since there was no vinegar, Anxi had to use lemon juice instead. There wasn't much lemon juice left for frying the meat, so Shio squeezed out the remaining juice and made a glass of lemonade for Anxi with the honey he brought. Anxi only stopped when she was full to the point of bursting. After the meal, the orcs from the Divine Messenger tribe each found a large shell to lay down their furs and rest. Shio, worried that Anxi wouldn't be comfortable sleeping, added a few more layers, then let Anxi lie down, snuggling beside her and covering her with a blanket, as they both gazed at the starry sky and counted the stars together. Anxi has always known that the starry sky of the Orc continent is beautiful, much more so than the starry sky on Earth. She had only seen a sky filled with stars like this when she was a child. Later, as the environment on Earth deteriorated, smog and exhaust obscured the sky, making it almost impossible to see the stars. Sometimes, Anxi even wondered if it weren't for the moon being large enough, it might not be visible either. Therefore, after arriving on the Orc continent, Anxi particularly loved the sky here, which was incredibly blue as if it had been filtered. However, she didn't expect that the stars on the island seemed even more beautiful. The night sky was a deep blue, profound and clean as if washed by the sea, so clear that it felt like one could see deep into the universe. Chapter 34. Mirage Look, Shio, over there is the Big Dipper. I've seen the Big Dipper on Earth too. Do you think this place is very close to Earth? Could it be a planet in the Milky Way that hasn't been discovered by humans? Do you think Earthlings would find this place? Anxi excitedly asked Shio while gazing at the starry sky. Shio turned his head to look at Anxi's excited expression. Anxi, do you miss your old life? If they really could find you and take you back, would you want to go back? Anxi sensed Shio's unease and patted his hand. Don't worry, Shio. I can't go back. This place is probably a parallel space to Earth. Otherwise, with human technology, it wouldn't make sense that we haven't discovered a life-bearing planet here. Plus, I couldn't have suddenly jumped to another planet. It seems like the time and space got tangled up, and I just happened to catch up with it. I don't even know how I got here, so naturally, there's no question of going back. And she also turned her head to look at Shio. Her head that was originally resting on his arm lifted up slightly to kiss Shio's lips. And with you here, I won't go back even if I can. Shio was momentarily stunned by the kiss, and as he looked at Anxi's profile turned towards the stars, a gentle smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. He adjusted his arm and held Anxi a little tighter. Anxi fell asleep in Shio's arms while watching the stars. When she woke up the next day, she felt a bit dazed for a moment, and it took her a while to remember that they had arrived at the central island of the Sea Tribe. It was all the island's dreamy scenery that made her feel like she was still dreaming even after waking up. It was still early morning when Anxi woke up, and she had a habit of feeling restless if she changed places to sleep. Fortunately, having Shio by her side gave her a great sense of security. Otherwise, she would probably feel even more uneasy. A few orcs were also awake, starting a fire to cook seafood, and a faint aroma mixed with the rising smoke filled the air. It was so quiet around that she could hear the crackling of the burning wood. In the distance, some orc members of the Ling fish tribe had transformed into fish tails, sitting on the rocks by the sea, their tails swaying in the water, the colorful scales reflecting the sunlight, softly singing incomprehensible tunes that resembled calming melodies from Sanskrit. Anxi also saw the beautiful sight of the sun just rising above the horizon. No wonder seaside properties on Earth are so expensive. The feeling of waking up to such beautiful scenery is truly wonderful. Anxi picked up the seafood soup he had prepared and was sipping it little by little when he suddenly heard a burst of noisy voices. Look, the beast god has descended again, and the world of the beast god has appeared once more. Anxi raised her head in confusion, following the gaze of the orcs towards the sky above the horizon. Suddenly, it was as if she had been startled. Her eyes widened, and the bowl in her hand uncontrollably fell to the ground. The orcs were all reverently looking in the direction of the mirage, gazing at the legendary beast god world. Only Shio noticed Anxi's situation and walked over to support her with concern. Anxi, what's wrong? And she stared intently at the mirage appearing on the horizon without saying a word. She had indeed never seen a mirage before. This was her first time. However, that alone shouldn't have made her so flustered. As a member of the new human race in the 21st century, one can know what things look like even without seeing them in person, thanks to screens. She had seen videos of mirages in the news. Her teacher had talked about it in middle school. It's just the refraction of light, nothing to be surprised about. But isn't it said that refraction only occurs in places that exist in this world? Then what was she seeing now? The scene of the mirage, with towering buildings and bustling traffic. Shouldn't that resemble some city on Earth? No wonder the wise one of the Lingyu tribe, Jean, firmly stated that there were no such places on the Beastman continent, claiming this was the world of the beast god. If their understanding is that the place she comes from is indeed the world of the beast god, then that is certainly not wrong. But why? Why would scenes from Earth appear in the mirage of the Beastman continent? Anxi had previously wondered whether the world she came from was the same Earth as this one. Was it a different parallel space-time of the same planet, or had she directly arrived at another planet? Later, while gazing at the starry sky, she dismissed the hypothesis of another life planet. Although she didn't understand astrology, her years of traveling and adventuring allowed her to recognize many constellations. And the constellations here were no different from those seen on Earth. However, the idea of parallel space-time was becoming increasingly untenable. Could a mirage really reflect scenes from a parallel space? Was it possible that weak spatial barriers could allow for some spatial fluctuations she couldn't comprehend? Perhaps the Sea Tribe's beastmen were not seeing this for the first time, so the wise one of the Lingyu tribe, Jean, took a moment to glance at Anxi, wanting to confirm with her whether this was indeed the world of the beast god. Your Excellency, what is wrong? Jean turned around and saw Anxi's surprised expression. Your Excellency, is that in the sky really the world of the beast god? A nearby Sea Tribe beastman, hearing Jin's words, also looked over and excitedly asked aloud. After he finished asking, several other beastmen heard him and looked at Anxi with eager expressions. It really resembles my old world. Anxi was brought back to her senses by these exclamations and took a deep breath. The beastmen were all very excited, especially the Sea Tribe members who had lived here for a long time and had speculated about this scene, now finally receiving confirmation. If the divine envoy said it resembled it, then it must be true, as it was indeed nothing like their beastman continent. Anxi felt very confused and especially couldn't understand anything. In the end, she decided to give up. After all, since her journey began, nothing was something she could comprehend. Once she arrived in this orc continent, there wasn't a single thing she could understand. Why she was here, what orcs were all about, and so on. It wasn't worth stressing over one more thing. As the mirage gradually faded, the orcs also lost their excitement. The sea orcs started to exchange items with the land orcs. And Anxi used the animal skins and cotton she brought to trade for night pearls, pearl shells, and other marine items she liked. Among the items she exchanged, Anxi also spotted a few pieces of very elastic fish skin brought by an orc from the carp tribe, made from a fish called pippy fish. The sea orcs like to use the skin of this fish to make clothes, hence the name pippy fish. The skin of this fish is thin and breathable, with excellent elasticity, making it particularly popular among the carp tribe orcs, who often enjoy transforming into half-human, half-fish forms. Anxi also really likes it. This material is particularly suitable for making swimsuits. Anxi exchanged all the fish skins brought by that carp tribe orc and plans to make a few swimsuits for the females in the tribe when she returns. Anxi also found her favorite pink pearl. The pearls from the orc continent are all natural and particularly beautiful. Anxi also exchanged a large shell that she and Xiao had slept on with the sea tribe, planning to place it in their frequently visited hot spring resort once it's completed, which would definitely add a unique flavor. Even when Anxi described it, other sea beastmen were tempted and said they would bring some along when they visited, so they could sleep in their familiar beds. Perhaps other land beastmen would exchange with them as well. However, because the shell bed was too large, it added a burden to the winged tribe, and the sea tribe agreed to give the winged tribe some gifts as compensation. Although the central island of the sea tribe was beautiful, Anxi prepared to return after 2 days, as she missed her own tribe's home more. They agreed with the sea tribe that in half a month, when autumn arrived, the winged tribe would come to pick them up, and Anxi and the beastmen from the divine envoy tribe returned to their tribe. Chapter 35. Initial thoughts on the market. Anxi returned to the tribe and described the style of the swimsuit to Li, then took measurements for the females so that Li could make them. This way, they could wear them when soaking in the hot springs during winter. Anxi found Yi again and showed her the seafood and various items he brought back from the Sea Clan. He talked about the benefits of opening a trading market in the divine envoy tribe, which would eliminate the need to search everywhere for necessary items. They could simply exchange them at the market. He thought for a moment and agreed that Anxi's idea was feasible. However, he felt that the tribe's tasks were mostly completed, and it was time to hold the bonding ceremony for Anxi and Xiao. Other matters could be set aside for now, as there would always be things they wanted to do. Anxi thought about it and realized that she had been busy almost nonstop. This time she returned. She had just wanted to teach the orcs to read and communicate with various tribes about trade. But now that she thought about it, it seemed she could set that aside for now and hold the wedding ceremony first. However, since it's going to happen, her wedding can't be done half-heartedly. After all, it's only once in a lifetime, and even without a wedding dress or bridal gown, it should still look presentable. Anxi designed a red wedding dress in the style of the Weijin period for Li. The dress features a white cross-collar top and a black one-piece RU skirt underneath, topped with a red long-sleeved outer garment. The style of the wedding outfit is identical to hers, but in a few larger sizes. The weaving technology of the deer tribe has made tremendous progress with Anxi's guidance, and they can even create some patterns on their own now. The deer tribe can already spin yarn, so Anxi decided to draw several attractive clothing designs to promote during the pairing ceremony. When the trading market opens, they will definitely be able to exchange for many things. She didn't forget about Yi and Qingshuan's clothes either. To match Ye's name, Anxi designed a red tang suit with a black cardigan, while Qingshuan's outfit is a modified blue hanfu in the Weijin style. Both are improved versions for ease of movement, as she is concerned that the deer tribe might find the original designs too difficult to make. The several females will all wear modified chest-high RU skirts, forming her sisterhood. Anxi also designed several different styles of pleated short skirts, tulle skirts, as well as short-sleeve cardigans and wide-leg pants. Clothes made from cotton and linen are very cool. For autumn, long sleeves can be made, and for winter, it's long sleeves with cotton lining. When Anxi showed it to everyone, all the orcs stared wide-eyed, because Anxi had drawn a design sketch of the upper body style, which clearly revealed how it would look when worn, especially the females, who couldn't wait any longer. However, we planned to personally make the wedding dress for Anxi, so it would take a bit longer. The other clothes would be made by the other orcs of the deer tribe, and it would probably take about 5 or 6 days to complete everything. Anxi and Xiao decided to wait for the arrival of the sea tribe before holding the ceremony. In the meantime, they could take a walk outside the tribe, visit several nearby tribes, discuss the trading market, and see if there were any items in other tribes that the divine envoy tribe did not have. After hearing this, he also agreed. This time, besides Xiao and his wolf pack, as well as Anxi's followers byhalf and Tungemo, Dize also diligently fulfilled his promise to Anxi, agreeing to be her mount whenever she went out. With Dize, They could travel further, so Anxi agreed. Before Anxi set off, he held a mobilization meeting to inform everyone about the plans for building a school and a trading market. Upon hearing this, the beastmen erupted in excited howls, as most beastmen enjoyed lively gatherings. Otherwise, they wouldn't have formed a wandering beastmen tribe before Anxi's arrival, indicating that even wandering beastmen ultimately preferred communal living. Anxi stated at the conference that if this trip goes smoothly, a trading market will be held every spring and autumn in the future. The market will be set up at the foot of Ishan Mountain near the Shinshur tribe, making it convenient for both the Izu and the Shinshur tribe to manage. Additionally, the Haizu come every autumn to the hot spring islands halfway up the mountain for winter and return in spring, which coincides perfectly with the start of the trading market. Moreover, the location is not far, making it easy to travel and avoiding discomfort from long distances. Anxi also asked the orcs to think about what they had to offer in exchange, some unique items. For example, the deer tribe could exchange their handmade clothes, and Anxi encouraged them to set a higher price since they were the only ones offering such items. Rarity increases value. Alternatively, they could teach the tribe's recipes and then prepare those dishes to exchange for items they deemed valuable at the market. Anxi prepared the items to take on this trip, bringing several of each to exchange with the nearby tribes so they could see the samples. This way, if they had more needs, they could go to the Shinshur tribe's trading market to exchange before autumn arrived. Anxi decided to renovate the kiln used for firing tiles before and started to make the ceramics that she hadn't had time to do. While making the pottery, she suddenly remembered that she had borrowed a ceramic pot from Qing Xian to store honey, and she had promised to give him the first one after firing the ceramics. She had been busy with various matters, and the tribe had been busy building houses, so she hadn't found the time to fire the pottery. It must have been a long time ago, probably more than 20 chapters back. Therefore, Anxi planned to give this first ceramic pot to Qing Xian. Anxi first took the pot she fired in the kiln to Qing Xian. It was a chubby ceramic jar, glazed and everything. Anxi even made a lid for it, which could be used to store dried and sliced herbs. She also used the leftover clay to mold a cute little fox to bring to Qing Xuan's medicine hut. Qing Xian, look what I made. Anxi bounced in excitedly. Qing Xian, who was processing herbs, glanced over and saw the item wrapped in animal skin that Anxi was holding. It looked quite substantial. What good thing have you come up with this time? Anxi took out the little fox figurine and said, "Look, what kind of beast is this ugly? This is a fox, it's you." Qing Xian frowned and carefully examined the ceramic little fox with his hand. "How does this look like me? Big head, small body, and so fat. What do you know? This is the cute version of you. Goo, can I use cute to describe it?" Anxi glanced at Qing Xian with a blank expression. Indeed, it was more appropriate to describe this guy as flamboyant. Cute had nothing to do with him. "Do you want it? If not, I'm not giving this to you either. I want it. Night is also a fox. You should like this thing. I'll put it here for daily admiration." Qing Xian immediately adopted a devout expression and placed the ceramic little fox on the shelf. Then he turned around and stared at what Anxi was holding. "What's the other one? Hurry up and show me." As soon as Anxi took out the ceramic little fox, Qing Xian guessed what the larger item in Anxi's arms was. It must be a ceramic jar. Anxi didn't keep it a secret anymore and handed the pottery jar to Qing Xian, who couldn't take their eyes off it. "Is this the only one?" Anxi rolled her eyes. "How many do you want? I'm just making one to see the effect. If it turns out well, I'll organize a group of orcs to learn pottery with me, so there will be dedicated people in the tribe for this in the future. I can't provide for the entire tribe on my own, and when the tribe school opens, this can also be offered as a course for the orcs to learn. Why don't you join me and make a few for fun? It's quite interesting." "Sure, dealing with herbs every day is pretty boring for me too." "Then let's go find Yi and have him gather a few orcs who are willing to do pottery." Chapter 36. Making pottery. Anxi pulled Qing Xian out to find Yi, and on the way, they happened to run into Ayan and a few other females swinging on a swing. "Anxi, what have you been busy with lately?" "I haven't seen you around," Ayan said, immediately waving and running up to grab her. "I've been busy with a lot of things, but right now there's something interesting you might want to join in on." "What interesting thing?" Yami also walked over and curiously asked upon hearing Anxi's words. "Making pottery. But you don't have to fire it, just shaping it will do. Didn't you play with clay when you were little? It's really fun. I want to go too. Let's go together." "Okay." So Anxi's group added a few more females. He was also very interested in the pottery Anxi was making and happily joined in shaping the clay. The orcs in the tribe saw the shaman, the wise, the healer, and the females all shaping clay, feeling that if they didn't join in, they would be left out. Therefore, the pottery-making group grew larger and larger. At first, some orcs seriously asked Anxi for guidance, but later many newcomers just watched others shape and began to shape themselves, with no one asking for help. In the end, all kinds of strange and misshapen creations emerged. Once the first batch of clay was used up, Anxi instructed the orcs to go get another batch of clay, and then silently looked at those bizarre creations. The orcs felt as if they had made a mistake. Pottery used to be such a precious thing, and now they were playing with it so casually. Anxi is actually thinking about whether to open a pottery experience place in the trading market, allowing orcs to exchange various items for a pottery piece they made themselves. All right, this is the first thing you are making. No matter how it turns out, I will have someone fire it for you. You can keep it at home, and even if it's ugly, you will have to look at it all the time as part of your black history. Now, carve your names on the things you made. I will collect them in a moment, and once they are fired, I will notify you to come and pick them up. Anxi stood with her hands on her hips, glaring at a group of unruly orcs, and decided to give them a little lesson. Divine Envoy, we can't write our own names, one of the orcs said softly. Anxi slapped his forehead, realizing he had forgotten about this. It's fine, I can give you a lesson in advance. Tell me your names, and I'll write them down for you. You can carve them yourselves, and if you can't write them clearly, I can help you carve them too. The orcs were all thrilled to hear that they could finally learn how to write their names. Divine Envoy, Divine Envoy, Divine Envoy. One by one, they came forward in order, starting with the one closest to me. At that moment, Shio also came over, saying, Anxi, I'm the closest to you. Anxi looked at Shio in confusion. But didn't I teach you your own name? Shio looked at the little wolf he was shaping. He wanted to give this to Anxi. At first, he thought about making Anxi, but it was too complicated, and he was afraid that if he didn't do it well, Anxi wouldn't like it. So he decided to make one of himself to give to Anxi. But I want you to help me carve it. All right, then I'll help you carve it. Anxi couldn't stand Shio's cute, spoiled demeanor. Anxi finished engraving recently at night, with Qing Xian, Ayin, Yami, and Cici. However, they didn't ask for help with the engraving. They just let Anxi write it down on the ground, and then carved it themselves. After finishing with them, Anxi went to other beastmen. What is your name? Chioke. That's your name. Chi as in fast running. You are a wolf beast, right? I've seen you before. This name suits you very well. Although there are quite a few homophones, Anxi still tried to think of a better character for them, and asked if they had any meanings when naming, so that she could know which character it was. Oh, Qing, you're here too. This is your name, Qing as in supporting the heavens, which implies great strength, able to hold up the sky. It's perfect for you since you're a golden eagle. And Jean, this is your name. Anxi remembered that Jean sounded the same as the wise man Jean from the Lingyu tribe. But Anxi felt that the Jean from the Lingyu tribe should mean brocade as in koi brocade. For their tribe's Jean, Anxi thought of Waijingmu, holding jade in one's hands. Ruiwen ha, you're the blade of exile. In our place, Ruiwen is a very strong hero, with strong output and defense. You're a tiger beast? Wow, a black tiger at that. This name suits you very well. Come on, I believe in you. Yeah, is it? Fox beast. It means outstanding ability, very good. Keep it up. Yi, leopard beast. This is how it's written. It means bright, radiant brilliance. Peng, you are from the wing tribe, right? Oh, eagle beast. Good. Peng Chung Wanli means you can fly very far. Anxi felt that her brain cells were not enough after going around, using all her lifelong learning. She had never felt so cultured before. What about me? Emperor Zhe walked over from a distance in human form. Because the divine envoy tribe often created strange things, they did not allow avian beastmen to casually transform into beast forms, as the winds generated by flapping their wings would stir up dust throughout the tribe. For this reason, they specifically prepared takeoff and landing points for the winged clan, which were located at the stone platform used for tribal ceremonies. However, in human form, they could use their wings within the tribe, since the wings in human form are not that large. Anxi looked at Dais and said, your name is a bit strange. The D in Dais should refer to Emperor, so you are indeed the Wing King's king of the Wing Clan, which is not wrong. The Z means luster and moisture, related to water. Water nourishes all things. Perhaps it implies a broad-minded nature. Anxi switched to a playful mode. He? Broad-minded? Byhao looked at Dais with disdain. Myhao means heaven. Byhao proudly lifted his head. Anxi had long explained the meanings of their names, and in Anxi's words, his name was the most exaggerated. Dais was too lazy to argue with Byhao, as this guy was childish and boring. If he ignored him, he would soon shift his target. Tama, your original form is too easy to shape. Just roll into a snake, Byhao exclaimed when he turned around and saw Tungma making a coiled snake. Because the beastmen made them too ugly, Anxi didn't want to glaze their works. After collecting them, he informed them that they could take away the first batch of finished pottery without glazing. After Anxi finished baking the pottery in earthenware that needed to be taken away, he also taught the first batch of beastmen learning pottery. At least they could start a production line to make ceramic pots. Anxi also took away many pieces of cloth and finished garments woven by the deer tribe, pearl necklaces and bracelets made by the sea tribe, winter quilts, pillows made of rice husks, bamboo cups made by the orcs in the tribe, and signs made of bamboo carved with the words of the messenger tribe, which can serve as business cards. When orcs go to the trading market of the messenger tribe, they can show the sign to indicate their purpose for coming. Of course, it's not that trading is not allowed without the sign. It's just a business card, merely symbolic. Additionally, Anxi brought back some animal skins, ordinary items like prey and salt, which would likely be needed by tribes farther from the sea. Chapter 37. Sheep Tribe. Anxi's first route after setting off with the orcs was to travel north through the forest. To the north of the forest lies a prairie, inhabited mostly by vegetarian orc tribes, including the sheep tribe, horse tribe, and cow tribe. Anxi decided to start developing from the nearby small tribes, establishing good communication with these close-knit tribes. Once the trading market reached a certain scale, they would venture to farther tribes in the spring of next year. The orcs leisurely hunted and gathered fruits as they passed through the forest. Since there were so many orcs, they weren't afraid at night. With so many orcs gathered around a campfire, no wild beasts dared to approach. Just as the orcs from the Divine Messenger tribe were about to exit the forest, they saw a group of sheep tribe orcs gathering fruits at the edge of the forest. One of the sheep tribe orcs greeted Jean when he noticed him. The sheep tribe was the closest group to the Divine Messenger tribe. Just beyond the northern forest lay their territory. They lived between the prairie and the forest, occasionally coming to the outskirts of the forest to gather wild fruits and vegetables. Since the sheep tribe were vegetarian orcs, their diet did not conflict with that of the Divine Messenger tribe, so the Divine Messenger tribe did not restrict the sheep tribe's activities. Jean, being the captain of the rescue team, often came to the forest to hunt and sometimes encountered members of the sheep tribe, so they were somewhat familiar with each other. Jean, what brings you here? Hunting? Wei asked. Yes, it's you. Are you here to gather fruits? Jean replied. We're not here to hunt. I came out with our tribe's Divine Messenger, and this is the Divine Messenger. Jean introduced Anxi to the sheep tribe orc. Divine Messenger? Wei was surprised. The sheep tribe was aware of the arrival of the beast god's messenger to the Divine Messenger tribe, especially since the Divine Messenger tribe was previously known as the Wandering Orc tribe. After the Divine Messenger tribe made a grand name change, nearby tribes often heard them boast when their orcs went out. The relationship between the sheep tribe and the deer tribe was also good, being vegetarian orcs. The deer tribe frequently interacted with the nearby sheep tribe. The sheep tribe knew that the deer tribe was under the protection of the Divine Messenger tribe, formerly the Wandering Orc tribe, because of their textile skills. After the Wandering Orc tribe acquired the Divine Messenger, becoming the Divine Messenger tribe, the deer tribe also joined them. The orcs of the sheep tribe were quite clear about these matters, especially since the orcs of the deer tribe were busy with weaving every day and still found time to show off to them. The orcs of the sheep tribe observed the only female orc in the group, Anxi, noting that the gentleman looked very beautiful and small, like a cute little lamb from the tribe. Greetings, Divine Messenger. Wei led the way in greeting Anxi. The other orcs respectfully followed suit, saying, Greetings, Divine Messenger. Hello. You must be Wei, right? Your tribe is nearby. Can you take us to your tribe? I have some items I want to exchange with you, and I'd like to speak with your chief or wise one about some matters, Anxi said with a warm smile. Of course, Divine Messenger. I will take you there right away, replied the sheep tribe orc, happily gathering the fruits they had picked and preparing to lead Anxi back to their tribe. The remaining fruits could be picked at any time. Nothing was more important than the Divine Messenger. Anxi and his group arrived at the sheep tribe and approached the tribe's leader, Chi, to discuss the exchange of goods. Since the sheep tribe are herbivorous beastmen, they took out some items they had prepared earlier based on their observations of the sheep tribe's lifestyle, including ceramic pots, bamboo cups, bamboo baskets, and animal skin and cloth bags. Anxi noticed that the sheep tribe particularly enjoyed foraging, so they brought convenient tools that would make foraging easier, eliminating the hassle of dragging around an animal skin bag. The sheep tribe beastmen were very pleased, as they had never seen such exchange items brought by the Divine Envoy tribe, and found them to be very practical. However, the tribe leader was somewhat worried that his tribe had nothing valuable to exchange. Upon hearing that the sheep tribe was skilled in planting, Anxi was excited and asked them what they grew. The tribe leader took Anxi and the beastmen from the Divine Envoy tribe to their usual planting area, proudly showing them a large patch of vegetable fields. They had cabbage, potatoes, sweet potatoes, pumpkins, and many other vegetables that Anxi was not very familiar with. Compared to the few things grown by the deer tribe, the sheep tribe's produce was impressive. If the deer tribe's garden could be called a small vegetable patch, then the sheep tribe's area was a vast vegetable field. The sheep tribe also planted some fruit trees near the forest, including apple trees, peach trees, pear trees, and a large patch of strawberries. Anxi was very happy to exchange some vegetables with the sheep tribe. However, since they only went out to open the market and didn't bring too many items, Anxi left a few vegetables for them to eat on the way and promised that the sheep tribe could take these vegetables and fruits to exchange at the messenger tribe. The messenger tribe would hold a trading market every spring and autumn, inviting various tribes to come and exchange the items they needed. In the end, the sheep tribe invited Anxi and the others from the messenger tribe to stay and rest for a night, and they held a bonfire party. Some orcs from the messenger tribe who were good at cooking showcased their skills, receiving unanimous praise from the sheep tribe orcs. They were surprised that now even carnivorous orcs could make such delicious vegetarian dishes. The sheep tribe's leader, Chi, even ran over to ask Anxi if they could exchange cooking methods. After thinking for a moment, Anxi came up with a beneficial idea for the development of the tribes. Leader, we came out in a hurry this time, planning only to visit a few nearby tribes and then return after circling the forest. Next spring, we will head to farther tribes, and at that time, you can take this token to the messenger tribe to find a wise man, Yi, for an exchange. However, since you're nearby, I think we can form a tribal alliance. You can use your farming techniques to exchange the vegetables, fruits, and other products you grow with the messenger tribe, just like the textile techniques of the deer tribe. We currently have a friendly ally relationship with the wing tribe and the sea tribe, helping each other. Anxi handed Chi a token made by Tungma, engraved with the symbol of the messenger tribe. In the future, the messenger tribe will also establish a school to teach the orcs literacy and some skills. Anxi then dropped a bombshell. The sheep tribe leader, Chi, was initially hesitant because the various tribes on the orc continent hadn't interacted with each other for a long time. However, Anxi's series of proposals truly moved him. In fact, there was nothing wrong with it. The most active interactions between the tribes had been during the time of the last beast god messenger. Chi felt that the most prosperous period for the orc continent was about to return. Rest assured, messenger. The tribe where the beast god messenger resides will naturally be the sheep tribe's most friendly and steadfast ally. We will definitely attend this trading market. Moreover, if the messenger wishes to visit other nearby tribes, I can guide you. We are very familiar with the cow tribe nearby, and we are also allies as you mentioned. The land of our sheep tribe is cultivated by the cow tribe, who are strong and have good temperaments. They will surely be very willing to ally with the messenger tribe. Chi enthusiastically promoted his brother tribe, the cow tribe. Anxi nodded. The cow tribe is indeed good at farming. I believe that. Chapter 38. The cow tribe and the horse tribe, the messenger tribe's group stayed with the sheep tribe for a night. The next day, without Anxi going to the cow tribe, the sheep tribe leader Chi called the cow tribe leader over. Greetings, messenger. I am the cow tribe leader, Hao. Finally, I get to meet you. The cow tribe leader, Hao, was very enthusiastic and cheerful, looking like he had a great personality. Hello, cow tribe leader, I am Anxi. Anxi smiled and nodded in greeting. Ha. My name is Hao. You could just call me Hao or Cow Hao, it's fine. Ha. Messenger, your name sounds beautiful. And you look good too, ha. Cow Hao laughed so heartily that Shio frowned. If it weren't for Hao looking so upright and not having any lewd expressions, Shio would have wanted to pull Anxi away. Messenger, I heard that the messenger tribe is going to hold a trading market. But our cow tribe doesn't have much to offer, nor do we have anything good for trading. The things in our tribe can be easily found on the grasslands, and we do most of the farming work, but the sheep tribe understands farming better. We usually farm together with the sheep tribe. As Hao spoke, he looked a bit embarrassed at Anxi. Messenger, if our cow tribe doesn't have much use, can we still form an alliance with the messenger tribe? Anxi patted his shoulder and said, who said your bull clan is useless? Farming is useful, and you definitely can do more than just farming. It's just that there isn't much to do right now, so your potential hasn't been realized. You can select a few people to go to the messenger tribe and communicate with them. The messenger tribe is currently building houses and needs more hands. When the trading market opens, many beastmen will come, and there won't be enough places to stay. You can learn how to build houses and pottery from the messenger tribe. The pottery jars and plates I brought can be learned from them, and I can also teach you cooking recipes later. Niohao's eyes widened in surprise. Can we really learn all of this? But we don't have anything to exchange. That's okay. You can work in the messenger tribe to pay off your debts. Every spring, you can regularly farm and plant vegetables for the messenger tribe. You can learn while building houses. I plan to plant a lot of fruits for winemaking at the foot of Wing Mountain, and when the messenger tribe hold a trading conference, they will need manpower to set up a school as well. Niohao looked at Anxi seriously, and although there were still some things he didn't quite understand, he nodded, accepting that his clan members were indeed useful. Lord Messenger, don't worry. I will definitely attend the trading market of the messenger tribe without missing a single one. Just send people to the Bull clan for any tasks, and Niu Hao will definitely take care of it. Anxi also gave Niu Hao a bamboo card from the divine envoy tribe. Keep this. When the time comes, bring it with you. Even if I'm not around. You can find the wise one of the divine envoy tribe, Yi, and he will know. After Anxi exchanged some items with the Niu tribe, he planned to set off the next day. They had already stayed here for 2 days, although they had visited 2 tribes. When Niu Hao heard that she was leaving, he ran over to Anxi and said, Lord Divine Envoy, let me guide you. Just ahead is the Ma tribe. Our 2 tribes are adjacent, and I'm quite familiar with the Ma tribe. However, the Ma tribe is rather laid back. Their members like to roam around. So I'll help you find some of them. Anxi suddenly recalled a melody after hearing Niu Hao's words. You are a wild horse, but there is no grassland at my home. Isn't this wild horse free to run around on the grassland? If it weren't for someone leading them, it's likely that they wouldn't be able to find their way. Niu Hao took Anxi to a small stream, which was said to be the place where their tribe on the grassland came to drink water, and the horse tribe especially liked to come here. Anxi, after being introduced by Niu Hao, explained his intentions to Su, the chief of the Ma tribe. Su was quite interested in building houses. Anxi followed Su to the Ma tribe settlement and unexpectedly discovered that the Ma tribe could actually build wooden houses. However, these wooden houses were not comparable to those in the Divine Messenger tribe. They were more like wooden sheds, serving merely as protection from the wind and rain, with almost nothing but a frame. This was because the Ma tribe slept standing up in their beast forms. Nevertheless, Anxi observed that the Ma tribe's craftsmanship was surprisingly good, indicating that they enjoyed manual work. Anxi suggested that the Ma tribe could visit the autumn trading market when it started to exchange ideas on house-building techniques. Anxi didn't say that the Mazu should learn from the Shunshur tribe. After all, the Shunshur tribe also figured things out based on Anxi's descriptions and has only recently learned it, so they are not yet proficient. Judging by the Mazu's level of proficiency, if they were taught, they would likely learn faster, as they appear to have researched it and seem very experienced. Anxi described the structure of the wooden houses in the Shunshur tribe to the Ma tribe, as well as how to make various furniture using wood and bamboo. The Ma tribe orcs were so excited that they couldn't wait to go to the Shunshur tribe right away. Anxi exchanged many handicrafts with the horse tribe, including wooden bowls and spoons, bamboo chairs and baskets, as well as small crafts like necklaces, bracelets, and wind chimes made from shells and pearls of the sea tribe, in return for various medicinal herbs. This might be because the horse tribe likes to roam around, becoming familiar with many herbs and accumulating quite a few. The horse tribe seemed particularly fond of these items, hanging them all up in their shelter. They were also very interested in the deer carts used by the Divine Messenger tribe for transporting goods. Anxi smiled and promised them that they could learn when they visited the Divine Messenger tribe, and they agreed that in the future, the finished products made by the horse tribe must be prioritized for exchange with the Divine Messenger tribe. Shushin readily agreed. The beastmen of the Divine Messenger tribe pulled away with the medicinal herbs they had exchanged from the horse tribe, no longer heading north, but instead starting to circle around the forest towards the eastern half of Wing Mountain. Along the way, they passed through the dog tribe's territory, where the dog tribe had a strong sense of territorial awareness, and the warning barks of large dogs could be heard from distance. Shio, carrying Anxi, responded with a few barks as well, and then several large dogs that looked like Tibetan mastiffs appeared. Which tribe are you from, and what are you doing here? Asked the leading black Tibetan mastiff, who transformed into human form to look at Shio. He sensed the aura of a king from Shio. He was the wolf king of the wolf tribe. Battle-hardened beastmen are very sensitive to distinguishing an aura of authority. Alto Bayao, Didze, and Jean all exuded a strong sense of danger. The first question was directed at Shio because he had just responded. We are from the Divine Messenger tribe. Our tribe's Divine Messenger wishes to promote the development of various tribes on the Beastman continent. So we are here to trade with nearby tribes, and also to invite them to the trading conference held by the Divine Messenger tribe in autumn, where all nearby tribes will participate. Shio and Anxi had learned quite a bit of polite conversation and spoke fluently. Divine Messenger? Does your tribe really have a Divine Messenger who has descended? The black Tibetan mastiff looked at Shio in astonishment. Shio glanced at Anxi, having kept Anxi behind him earlier. He didn't let Anxi speak first like he did with the sheep, cow, and horse tribes, because he felt that the dog tribe posed a certain level of danger, although there didn't seem to be any malicious intent at the moment. Anxi stood up from behind Shio, who still took a half step forward in a slightly protective stance. The other beastmen also did the same, creating a circle in the middle for Anxi, allowing her to clearly reveal herself without being easily attacked. Chapter 39. Thoughts on the Dog Clan's trade. Hello, I'm the Divine Envoy Anxi. Anxi also sensed the vigilance of the dog tribe, so instead of being casual like in the sheep and cow tribes, which are vegetarian orc tribes, she directly introduced herself as the divine envoy Anxi. The orcs from the dog tribe scrutinized Anxi after the divine envoy from the divine envoy tribe descended. They had sent orcs to relay the message to the nearby tribes. Such a significant event as the arrival of a divine envoy would naturally be spread among the orcs, shared with every orc they knew. Therefore, the dog tribe had heard about it. But because the orcs taken in by the divine envoy tribe, when it was a wandering orc tribe, were mostly warlike orcs. Those who survived as wanderers had strong combat abilities and were essentially the top tribe nearby. As a result, many nearby tribes, even if they knew about it, were hesitating whether to visit the divine envoy tribe to meet the divine envoy. The orcs of the dog tribe looked at Anxi, who was exceptionally beautiful and wore unique clothing, and believed that she was indeed the divine envoy. After all, no tribe would go to such lengths to bring a female just to deceive another tribe. Moreover, the divine envoy tribe had always been the most powerful tribe in the vicinity. Although the dog tribe was also formidable, they were still slightly inferior. As the divine envoy tribe, when it was a wandering orc tribe, had a wide variety of orcs and a particularly large number of them. This might be where a single ethnic group falls short. Immediately, an orc from the dog tribe went in to report, and soon a brown Tibetan mastiff emerged, transforming into a middle-aged man. Welcome, divine envoy, to the dog tribe. I am Yao, the chief of the dog tribe. It is our fault for not visiting the divine envoy tribe sooner, allowing the divine envoy to come to our tribe in person. The dog tribe had been the most loyal followers of the former divine envoy, so they held great respect for the divine envoy. Previously, there were too many and too powerful orcs coming from the divine envoy tribe, which made the dog tribes patrolling orcs vigilant. The brown Tibetan mastiff, who was the chief Yao, showed great humility upon seeing Anxi, then invited her and the orcs from the divine envoy tribe to enter the tribe together. Anxi, while following the leader of the dog clan into the tribe, explained his purpose. Our dog clan has been a loyal follower of the former divine envoy for 1,000 years, and we were highly valued by the divine envoy back then. Although it is regrettable that the divine envoy has not been able to descend upon our tribe 1,000 years later, we are still willing to serve the divine envoy. Yao felt a bit regretful. 1,000 years ago, their clan was the divine envoy's most trusted ally. The divine envoy once said that in the world of beast gods, beasts and dogs are the best friends of the people. On the beastman continent, almost every tribe has beastmen with similar beast forms, except for the dog clan, which the divine envoy said is the most spiritual tribe. This is also a matter of fate. When I first arrived here, I fainted in the forest, and it was my current partner, Xiao, who saved me and brought me back to the divine envoy's tribe. However, I still wish to be friends with your dog clan. In my original world, dogs are good friends of humans. Anxi has a good perception of the dog clan. Dogs are inherently loyal and will make good companions. The former divine messenger also said the same. We are willing to be loyal to the divine messenger, and in the future, the messenger tribe will be our most friendly group. Yao looked at Anxi again. It would be too exhausting for the divine messenger to travel through all the clans and tribes on the grassland bit by bit. The grassland isn't as hospitable as the forest environment. As we move north, the weather changes rapidly. Sometimes it gets particularly cold, and other times it becomes especially hot. Anxi nodded. She was aware of the extreme weather on the grasslands. The most notable feature of the grassland climate was the sudden changes from cold to hot. Since this area was relatively close to the forest, it wasn't too noticeable, but it would become particularly evident as one ventured deeper into the grasslands. Yao observed Anxi's agreement with his words and let out a sigh of relief. Although the divine envoy looked delicate and fair, she was not suited for the depths of the grasslands. It would be better to assign the task of notifying the various tribes and clans in the grasslands to the dog clan. We guarantee that it will be completed. Anxi was taken aback. Handing it over to the dog clan? It wasn't out of the question. Anxi had been pondering a problem. Even if her trading market was indeed very attractive, it was unlikely that every tribe would come every year, especially those that were far away. It would be quite difficult for them to travel every year over mountains and rivers. As she traveled this route, she increasingly felt that there were no convenient transportation tools on the Beastman continent, realizing just how far the journey was. She had the Wing clan to speed things up, but for land-based beastmen, traveling on 4 legs was still quite far. Thus, the tribes coming to trade at the market each year would likely be those nearby and not too far away. Now, the issue raised by the dog clan's leader made Anxi think of a solution. Perhaps a distribution model could work? She could select a capable tribe or clan in each direction to form an alliance, like the dog clan, allowing them to form a merchant caravan. They could exchange various supplies with the farther tribes through trade, but the prices could be slightly higher. If the distant tribes found the journey too long, they could pay a higher price to obtain goods from the caravan. Those unwilling could travel to the divine envoy clan's trading market to exchange goods. Just as Yao thought Anxi was silent because she disagreed, Anxi nodded. Your idea is good, but I won't let you run without compensation. You Dog Clan are very familiar with the grasslands and are a capable tribe. If you are willing, you can form an alliance with the divine envoy clan. At that time, all the goods from the divine envoy clan will be available for your tribe to exchange with priority, just like other allies of the divine envoy clan. I will establish a merchant caravan within the divine envoy clan, and your dog clan can join. Together, we will open up the market, and then you can choose a route. The tribes and clans along that route will be your clients. You can regularly exchange goods from the divine envoy clan and increase the prices a bit, trading with those tribes that are unwilling to travel to the trading market but still wish to exchange goods. The price difference will belong to your dog clan. Anxi tried to explain this trading model to the dog clan as simply as possible, but Yao could only grasp the general idea. This was largely thanks to the intelligence of the dog clan and their previous experience with the former beast god messenger. There was no way around it. Anxi had to break it down and explain in detail. For example, if you exchanged a piece of beast skin for my pearl bracelet, and then far away in the depths of the grasslands, there was a tribe of beastmen who also wanted a pearl bracelet, but found the messenger tribe too distant and were unwilling to make the trip just for a bracelet. However, your dog clan regularly goes to the depths of the grasslands for trade, so after exchanging for the pearl bracelet, you can take it with you on your trading trip. If there are beastmen there who want to trade, they can use 2 pieces of beast skin to exchange for it. Since this route is yours, it is reasonable for you to receive an extra piece of beast skin. Although the beastman knows he is giving you an extra piece of beast skin, he prefers to trade it rather than make the journey himself. Therefore, you exchange with me using only 1 piece of beast skin, and in the end, you still have 1 piece left. This is the benefit of your trading model. Do you understand? Anxi patiently explained everything to the dog clan, looking at Yao. Of course, this animal skin and pearl bracelet was just a casual suggestion. When the time comes, you can exchange anything with me, or choose to exchange anything with the distant tribes. Yao finally nodded to indicate he understood. Lord Divine Envoy, our dog clan is willing to serve you, and we do not seek any benefits. Chapter 40. The Pangolin clan. Anxi felt somewhat helpless towards the serious dog clan beastmen and shook his head at Yao, saying, it's not just about you dog clan. Even the merchants from the Divine Envoy tribe going out to trade will benefit. Otherwise, why would you run outside every day in all kinds of weather, working so hard? I came up with this idea because I hope all beastmen on the Beastman continent can live well, and you are naturally included in that. Moreover, it doesn't necessarily have to be in exchange with me. Once the trading market opens, all the beastmen from the incoming tribes can exchange with each other. Tribes can exchange as units, and individuals can exchange as individuals. If your dog clan has anything that can be exchanged, you can use this method as well. Seeing that Anxi was persistent and felt that what Anxi said made some sense, Yao finally nodded in agreement. Due to the strong request from the dog clan beastmen, Anxi had no choice but to stay for the dog clan's welcome party and leave the next day. Anxi felt that having to participate in a bonfire party every time they visited a tribe was quite exhausting. She was really impressed that the orcs of the Divine Messenger tribe could still get so lively. The orcs had an incredible amount of energy, as if it were endless. The dog tribe was also quite talented at cooking, and although they were omnivorous with a focus on meat, they cooked in a way that suited Anxi's taste. After the party ended, Yao brought over a roll of animal skin to Anxi, saying it was preserved by the former beast god messenger for their dog tribe. Anxi eagerly took it, as this was her second time seeing an animal skin roll. The first time she saw one, there wasn't anything useful in it, so she didn't have the desire to look for it, but seeing it again still piqued her curiosity. Anxi opened the animal skin scroll, wanting to see what the senior had left behind, whether it was a recipe or some kind of production method. However, he was shocked to read a passage that said, I suspect that the Beastman continent is actually Earth. The scroll listed various pieces of evidence and reasons for this suspicion, such as how many mythical beasts described in legends closely resemble beastmen, the living environment being similar to those in myths, and many geographical features that align with conditions on Earth, among other things. Anxi looked somewhat dazed. The last line read, is it a good thing or a bad thing for beastmen to continue developing along the trajectory of humanity? Anxi put away the animal skin scroll, unable to calm down for a long time. That senior, like her doubts, believed that the Beastman continent was a parallel universe. According to the records in the scroll, it seemed that when this senior first arrived, the beastmen here were very simple and friendly, like a blank slate. Although they understood nothing, their days were fulfilling. However, under her guidance, the beastmen began to understand more and more, slowly leading to many conflicts. They started to have doubts and disagreements among themselves, becoming increasingly similar to the human world of the past. Thus, she began to hesitate about whether her direction was problematic and no longer dared to impart the knowledge and culture in her mind to the beastmen. Even retracting some of what she had previously shared, Anxi thought for a long time and felt that the senior was somewhat overly worried. A healthy social development is necessary, and there is no need to stop progress because of potential problems. In fact, the Beastman continent is also a realistic society. The survival of the fittest is ingrained in the Beastman's bones. Even in a simple social structure like the current one, there is no absolute fairness, and whether or not to develop is the same. The only difference is that problems may be magnified. This is why the human world establishes laws and regulations. A sound legal framework is very important. However, now is not the time to consider these matters. She just needs to provide the right guidance to the beastmen at the appropriate time. That senior probably took on a maternal role, which is why the psychological pressure is so great. Every child will naturally develop their own thoughts as they grow up, but mothers always fear they will go astray. Anxi does not have such problems now. She sees that the beastmen have already developed their own rules, and they are quite clever. Shio watched Anxi lost in thought, resembling her state when she first looked at the leather scrolls. He knew that the former beast god messenger must have left something for Anxi to ponder. He was very willing to do everything he could to help Anxi share the burden, but he was afraid he might not be able to help at all. So he could only wait silently for Anxi to finish and help her tidy up, allowing her to rest well. It had been almost a week since they came out, and it was time to return. This time, they hadn't planned to stay out too long. Autumn would arrive in just half a month, and the time spent on pottery in the tribe had already delayed them for several days. This year's preparations were not sufficient, and the trading market was a last-minute idea. They would need to rush back to make preparations, and after the trading market, they would have to prepare for winter supplies. The caravan matters would have to wait until next year. The beastmen of the Divine Messenger tribe continued their journey toward the northeastern Wing Mountain. After several days, they reached the foot of the mountain, thinking that there were no other small tribes along the way. However, when Tungma went hunting on the mountain, he caught a sneaky pangolin beastman and brought him back. The pangolin beastman shivered and said he just wanted to see the Divine Messenger, with no malicious intent. Then why were you spying? Where's your tribe? Why are you here alone? Anxi looked at the frightened pangolin beastman and tried to appear more approachable. Our tribe is in the mountains. We pangolin tribe are good at digging holes. We have always lived in the mountains. We rarely appear on this side of the mountain because there are the Divine Messenger tribe and the Dog Clan's tribe here, and we dare not compete for territory with them, so we usually go to the other side of the mountain. Anxi's eyes lit up. The other side of the mountain? The pangolin tribe on this orc continent isn't small either. When they transform into their human forms, they are about her height. The cave wouldn't be too small, and if they could ask the pangolin tribe to dig a larger cave leading to the sea tribe, wouldn't that mean they wouldn't have to climb the mountain or have the wing tribe carry them over every time? Where's your tribe? Can I visit your tribe? I have something to discuss with your chief. We know that the messenger tribe is preparing to set up a trading market, and our chief sent me to gather information. The pangolin orc looked at Anxi with hopeful excitement in his eyes. Lord Messenger, are you accepting other tribes to join? Our pangolin tribe is very diligent. We can help the deer tribe with farming, and we can also find many beautiful stones. I collected these from the mountains. As he spoke, the pangolin orc pulled out many crystals and agates from somewhere and handed them to Anxi. Anxi raised an eyebrow. The pangolin tribe really is a treasure hunting group. Suddenly, Anxi discovered a gold nugget and a piece of iron among the pile of stones. Excited, she grabbed the pangolin orc and asked, "Where did you find this?" "Just to the northeast of this mountain range. It's quite a long way, probably another 2 days' journey. There's also some in the northwest. But that area is the territory of the Wing tribe above and the Messenger tribe below, with the Sea tribe across from it. We don't dare go over there easily." "Oh my, there's actually a mine next to the Messenger tribe's mountain? You're sitting on a gold mine without knowing it." Anxi looked at the pangolin orc. "Are there many? Can you help me mine it when the time comes? Oh, by the way, if you are willing, you can join the Messenger tribe." "Really? That's great. I can go back and tell our chief. Our tribe members will definitely be willing to help Lord Messenger." Anxi looked at the excited appearance of the pangolin orc and found it a bit amusing. "What's your name? Let us go back with you and have a chat with your chieftain." Chapter 41. Return to the tribe. My name is Lei. Anxi. Yen. I brought the divine envoy back. Lei shouted as he brought Anxi and the others to the entrance of the pangolin tribe's cave. The cave was a bit small, and they had to bend down to enter, which was quite troublesome. Even in their human forms, they were all around 9 meters tall, making this group of orcs too crowded for the small entrance of the pangolin tribe. So, they didn't go inside, but waited at the cave entrance. Anxi could enter, but didn't allow her to go in alone. Respectful divine envoy, hello, I am Yin, the chieftain of the pangolin tribe. A pangolin orc, who looked shorter than Anxi, walked out of the cave, with a few small pangolins peeking out curiously from inside. I heard from Lei that your pangolin tribe is willing to join the divine envoy tribe. Yes, divine envoy, we, the pangolin tribe, are very willing to serve you. Why is that? Aren't you doing well here? Anxi was a bit confused. Why would they want to join someone else's tribe if they were living fine? Because you are the divine envoy, and our pangolin tribe doesn't have much capability. Usually, no orc tribe would be willing to shelter a group like us that seems useless. We just hope that you, divine envoy, won't look down on us. Don't say that. Every tribe has its strengths. For example, your pangolin tribe is very good at mining. I don't know if Lei told you, but I need your help to mine for the things I need, which will be very useful for the tribe. Of course, if you have any needs for joining the divine envoy tribe, feel free to mention them. Anxi was very happy that the pangolin tribe was willing to join the divine envoy tribe. In her opinion, the pangolin tribe was not just useful, but very useful. We don't have any particular needs. We just seek a place to settle without having to hide everywhere. It would be enough for us to enter the divine envoy tribe's forest. Our pangolin tribe mainly feeds on the ant colonies in the forest. All right, you can choose to stay in your original place or come to the divine envoy tribe, as you wish. You can first come back with us to the divine envoy tribe to confirm with our tribe as wise ones, and then participate in my mate ceremony. Anxi was very happy, and so was the pangolin tribe. It was a rare opportunity to participate in the divine envoy's mate ceremony. The pangolin tribe excitedly followed Anxi back to the divine envoy tribe. The patrolling orcs saw the divine envoy tribe's team from a distance and immediately ran back to inform Yi about Anxi's return. Upon hearing that Anxi was back, Yi put down what he was holding and pulled Qingxian to go meet Anxi. On the surface, Qingxian seemed calm as he was pulled by Yi, but in reality, his speed was no slower than Yes. I'm back. Anxi jumped down from Xiao and ran over, giving a big hug to Yi and Qingxian, who were walking side by side. Yi patted Anxi's back and said, "You're back, but you've lost weight after all that trouble." Qingxian made a sound of disdain, and Anxi shot him a glare. "No way. I'm actually worried that going to a tribe for a bonfire party will make me gain weight. By the way, Yi, this is Yin, the chief of the pangolin tribe. I came back from a northeast direction of Wing Mountain and met the pangolin tribe. They are willing to join the divine envoy tribe. I think we should treat the pangolin tribe the same way we treat the deer tribe." Anxi didn't give Yi a chance to continue speaking and change the subject. Yin, the chief of the pangolin tribe, greeted Yi, who nodded and returned smile. "Hello. I am Yi, the sage of the divine envoy tribe. Welcome to join us. Please settle down in the tribe first, and I will discuss the details with you later." He invited the pangolin tribe into the tribe. As the pangolin tribe entered, they saw rows of wooden houses, bamboo buildings, thatched cottages, and caves. Everything was available. Upon entering the house, they found furniture inside and felt that the divine envoy tribe was truly wealthy, worthy of being the chosen tribe of the divine envoy. Returning to their own tribe felt like a relief. After resting well for 2 days, Li came with a wedding dress made for Anxi. Anxi asked byhalf to call others to come and try on the clothes together, while she went into the room to change. Xiao was eager to see Anxi in her wedding dress, so he didn't rush to change his own clothes and sat at the door waiting for Anxi. The white cross-collar top was paired with a black one-piece skirt and a red, oversized sleeve cloak. Anxi applied her homemade lip balm, made from beeswax, on her lips and lightly drew her eyebrows with a charcoal pencil. Looking at her reflection in a small mirror, she was somewhat satisfied. Unfortunately, her small mirror was too small. It was just enough for touch-ups on her face, but not suitable for a full-body view. It was a pity she couldn't make a bigger mirror. It seemed that after the metal ore was mined, she would have to see if she could make a bronze mirror. After she admired herself, she was ready to go out and show others the effect. She pushed open the door and happened to catch the night. Qingxian and several females, including Ayin, had arrived and were looking for their clothes. When they saw she come out, they were all stunned and wide-eyed. "Wow, and you look so beautiful." Ayin was the first to react, rushing over to Anxi to look her up and down, but she didn't dare to touch the gorgeous clothes, afraid of ruining them. Li said this is the outfit and she will wear for her bonding ceremony. "You all have outfits too. Don't just look at mine. Try yours on and see if they fit. If they don't fit somewhere, we can still make adjustments now." And she glanced at Xiao, who had been staring at her since she came out, and couldn't help but smile. What are you looking at? Are you in a daze? Why haven't you tried on your clothes yet? By the way, can you even put them on? Forget it. I'll help you. Anxi suddenly remembered that everyone might not be very familiar with wearing these kinds of clothes. So if you're not sure how to, wait for me for a moment and I'll help you. Anxi pushed Xiao into the room to help him change into matching couple outfits that looked exactly like hers. She also styled his long hair into a bun on top of his head and secured it with a wooden stick, resembling the hairstyle of ancient times. Looking at Xiao after he changed, she smiled so widely that her eyes curved. He looked really handsome. It was rare for Xiao to be complimented, and his ears turned red. When Xiao was pushed out again by Anxi, everyone gasped once more, exclaiming how the clothes looked great and could make anyone look good. Even Xiao, who they were used to seeing, looked almost unrecognizable. The group eagerly tried on their outfits, and Anxi helped each of them while also teaching them how to wear it. Fortunately, it was a simplified version and not too complicated. Everyone was very satisfied with their clothes, but Anxi felt that the outfits for Yi and Qingxian looked a bit strange. Ye's outfit was originally designed by Anxi to match his name, consisting of a red cross-collared long shirt paired with a black cardigan. Qingxuan's outfit was also made to fit his name, featuring a blue long shirt layered with a blue sheer fabric. However, it seemed that the names and temperaments of Qingxian and Yi were somewhat reversed. Anxi thought that Yi was better suited for the blue outfit, as it made him look like a refined young gentleman. On the other hand, Qingxian, with his striking and charming appearance, was more suitable for the black outfit, especially since he always carried the fan, made from the same fabric as Anxi's red qipao. On Anxi's suggestion, the two swapped outfits, and their true temperaments were instantly revealed, fitting perfectly. Chapter 42, The Couple Ceremony. Anxi also asked Li for some leftover scraps for making clothes, and taught everyone how to make a few folding fans using the scraps from their own clothes, engraving their names on the ribs of the fans. A few of the females exchanged fans with each other, and when Xiao saw this, he also swapped his fan that he had made with Anxi's. Byhalf and Tang Mo, one in blue and one in white, although they disliked each other, exchanged fans as well. Qingxian, on the other hand, directly snatched his fan after he finished making it. Yi shook his head. It was originally made for him, so why the rush? After the agreed time with the Sea clan arrived, Anxi brought in the Pangolin clan members. According to Yin's statement, the entire Pangolin clan could break through the mountain in less than a day, reaching the seaside of the Sea clan on the other side. Anxi then sent the Wing clan to notify the Sea clan to prepare, waiting for the Pangolin clan to break through before going to assist, expanding the tunnel to allow passage for the Sea clan and the beastmen from the divine envoy tribe. The tunnel entrance needed to be in a more concealed spot, behind bushes or trees and flower clumps, so that there would be cover in any season. The interior of the tunnel could be quite large, but the entrance should not be too big. It only needed to accommodate human figures to minimize the chances of wild beasts or other tribal beastmen accidentally wandering in. Once inside the tunnel, they could shift into beast form and travel quickly. Additionally, more luminous pearls were to be prepared, as the cave was too dark and needed some embedded for lighting. The Pangolin clan was likely doing this for the divine envoy for the first time and worked especially hard, breaking through the passage in just over half a day. The Sea clan and Wing clan on the other side helped the Pangolin clan widen the tunnel, embedding the luminous pearls every few steps. Meanwhile, the beastmen from the divine envoy tribe were also assisting in expanding the tunnel. Anxi's luminous pearls were insufficient, so he called a young pangolin to go to the Sea clan to fetch some more. Some restless pangolin cubs dug a few tunnels in the middle of the passage leading to the caves where the Pangolin clan lived, allowing them to play back and forth. Anxi suddenly thought of the possibility of branching out a few paths in the tunnel leading to the northeast direction while watching the actions of the baby pangolin, but decided to wait until communication with the tribe over there was more stable before taking action. Anxi also had them create a cave in the center of the mountain that is temperature controlled, which can be used for food storage. He also had the Wing clan freeze some ice blocks at the top of the mountain to put into the storage room, turning it into something like a refrigerator. With this passage, the Sea clan can choose when to come ashore based on the temperature changes they sense in the sea, and then they can use the tunnel created by the Pangolin clan to reach the hot spring islands of the Messenger tribe for the winter without bothering the Wing clan and avoiding the cold and long flight from such a high peak. However, this added another area for Qing's patrol team to monitor daily. Anxi thought for a moment and felt that it was time for the Divine Messenger tribe to build a wall. Besides the fact that the arrival of various tribes during the spring and autumn made the trading market too chaotic, there were also reports from the orcs that many wild beasts would come out of the forest in winter, driven by hunger, and would take risks to steal from the orc tribe. Therefore, every winter, while the weather was freezing cold, the orcs actually had no time to rest. Anxi felt that as the areas needing patrol in the tribe were increasing, the workload of the orcs was also growing. It would be easy for them to become overwhelmed, so building a wall was imperative. Anxi shared her ideas with Yi and Qing. Yi always agreed with whatever Anxi wanted to do, and Qing felt that the orcs' patrols were indeed much easier based on Anxi's description, so he nodded in agreement that they could proceed with building the trading market simultaneously. Anxi once again marveled at the orcs' work efficiency, which was truly impressive. The orcs used the soil and stones dug out by pangolins, as well as some large rocks moved down from the mountain, and with the bricks they fired, they built a tall wall around the outer perimeter of the current tribe, designating this as the inner city at the very center. Then they dug a moat outside the wall, where the pangolin tribe found an underground river's current and dug it open, finally connecting it to a tributary of a waterfall on the mountainside. A bridge was built over the moat, leading to a commercial street. Anxi organized the orcs to lay a row of pebbles found in the riverbed to prevent flooding during rains and planted a row of white butterbur, which would look neat and clustered along the riverbank. Additionally, they planted a willow tree every so often, which would enhance the visual appeal. The commercial street along the riverbank consisted of rows of wooden houses, with each wooden house having orcs setting up stalls for trading. Besides the stalls of the Divine Messenger tribe, there were also wooden houses reserved for other tribes. The wooden houses could be used for trading during the day and sleeping at night, but each wooden house charged a rental fee. Furthermore, outside the wooden houses, there were rows of tables available for free. Those who did not wish to rent a wooden house could set up stalls on the tables, but it was first come, first served. The patrol team from the Divine Messenger tribe would manage market order at that time. Anxi made candles using beeswax and a type of white wax insect, then created lanterns from bamboo strips and thinner cloth. When the time came, they could light the lanterns to hold a night market, even when it was dark. Once the trading market was ready, various nearby tribes began to arrive at the Divine Envoy tribe. As the first visitors were local neighbors who came specifically for Anxi's mate ceremony, and they were all invited into the inner city. All the tribes that came to the Divine Envoy tribe were awestruck by the grand and majestic city walls and moat, and even the exquisite wooden houses in the market intrigued the arriving orcs. Upon entering the inner city, they saw caves, stone caverns, dilapidated wooden shanties, large wooden houses, and thatched cottages with 2 or even 3 rooms, as well as bamboo houses built in trees, which left the various tribes envious and amazed. The Sea tribe arrived early to participate in Anxi's mate ceremony, and thanks to the pangolin tribe opening a passage, the journey was much faster than before. Previously, even the Wing tribe would have to fly for most of the day, but now they could arrive in 1 or 2 hours. Exiting the cave passage brought them to the point where the moat met the stream on the mountain. After the Sea tribe emerged, they could directly enter the moat and swim along the river to the bridge beneath the city wall's main gate. Anxi arranged for the orcs to build 2 stone steps on either side of the bridge, extending from the water to the shore, allowing the Sea tribe to transform into human form and step onto the bridge to enter the inner city. With the pangolin tribe, a group that loved to dig every day, Anxi had them excavate a lotus pond in the inner city, moving some lotus plants from the original Deer tribe's residence and transplanting some water lilies from other ponds. After the Sea tribe arrived, they placed large shells in the lotus pond to sleep on. The mate ceremonies in Orc continent were held at dusk. Anxi had people hang large red lanterns on both sides of the road and laid out a flower path with fresh petals, covering the altar with flower petals. Amidst the cheers of the orcs, Anxi and Xiao walked along the flower path towards the altar. Knights stood on the altar and served as the officiant according to the wedding process provided by Anxi. Since there were no parents present, they skipped the ancestral bowing and directly paid respects to heaven and earth, then bowed to each other. They drank from a couple's cup, cut a strand of each person's hair and placed them together, and finally took out the prepared sky lanterns, lit them, and released them into the sky. Many orcs familiar with the process made their own sky lanterns, and after Anxi released theirs, they followed suit, cheering joyfully. Every year on this day, Anxi and Xiao would celebrate their wedding anniversary by releasing sky lanterns in remembrance. Many orcs would also join in releasing sky lanterns, and over time, it gradually evolved into a festival. Long after, in the history of the Beast God continent, orcs would still release sky lanterns on this day, which became known as the Divine Envoy Festival. Chapter 43, A Different Bonfire Night. Anxi's partner ceremony has concluded, and she directly changed into her dress to join the orcs for a party. Previously, Anxi had secretly prepared a surprise with the females, which was to teach them how to dance for a performance at the evening event. It was actually just the simplest classical dance steps. Although simple, They were elegant and easy to learn, and with the addition of skirts, it was astonishing compared to the orcs who only knew how to spin and tumble. Even the females were captivated when they first saw Anxi dance, imagining how they would look while dancing, and they practiced diligently. After all, it was impossible to keep it a secret from her partner, so Anxi had no choice but to bring Shio along while preparing the surprise. She originally wanted to give him a surprise as well, but now the surprise could only remain half intact since Anxi hadn't told him that she could dance too. Anxi made a bamboo flute and taught Shio how to play it, only teaching him one song to practice until he mastered it. Anxi knew how to dance to that song off the cuff, so there was no need for her to practice. After the bonding ceremony, Anxi signaled for Shio to start playing the flute, preparing to perform a dance to warm up the atmosphere. Shio stood at one side of the stone platform and began to play the flute, leaving the center stage for Anxi. In fact, he had already guessed that Anxi would dance, as she had been secretly teaching the females how to dance. Because of this, the females would spend the whole day away from their partners, which caused their partners to worry and come to Shio to ask what the divine messenger was doing with the females. Shio felt helpless, clearly. Anxi didn't want the other beastmen to know, so he could only find ways every day to help deal with those females' partners. Anxi danced gracefully to the accompaniment of the flute, her wide sleeves fluttering like a large red butterfly flying in the air. The orcs had never seen such dance steps. Feeling that it was particularly elegant and beautiful, a kind of beauty that their vocabulary could not describe. In the end, they could only conclude that this was the dance of the beast god, a dance that only the divine messengers could perform. Anxi actually hasn't danced for a long time. She used to learn classical dance, but for various reasons, her dancing time decreased more and more. Now that she has the opportunity to dance again with many people watching, Anxi is getting more and more into it, and even performed a few difficult moves. On the side, Shio, who was always paying attention to Anxi, was stunned even though he had guessed that she would dance, almost forgetting to play the flute. It was only when Anxi felt the breath of the flute weakening and glanced at Shio that he finally reacted. After Anxi finished her solo dance, she waved her hand, calling the eager females up to join her, and together they performed a livelier dance. The orcs below the stage reacted, starting to howl and cheer. The female companions of the orcs felt both proud and helpless. The dance was indeed beautiful, and the females looked particularly stunning today. However, after this dance, wouldn't their own females have even more suitors? After the dance, Anxi had Lee bring out a large drum made from the skin of a giant peep of fish found by the sea tribe, along with a drum made from the bones of a large beast. This was something Anxi had promised byhalf when he said he wanted an instrument. Lee pushed the drum onto the stone platform, and Anxi ran over with byhalf to teach him how to play it. Playing the drum was simple. Just a few random beats created a basic rhythm. byhalf stared at the large drum, somewhat dazed. It was different from the instrument he had imagined. Previously, he had seen Anxi craft a flute that produced beautiful sounds, primarily because Anxi made it. He wanted one too, and after some persuasion, Anxi agreed to make him one, which would be different from the flute for Shio. But he had imagined that the instrument Anxi mentioned would be about the same size as the flute made for Shio. How could it be this large? Anxi nudged byhalf with her arm, seeing him in a daze. What are you daydreaming for? Don't you want the instrument? This is a custom-made instrument for you, unique and with a loud sound, perfectly matching your temperament. Come on, young man, let your restless youth shine. Anxi held byhalf's wrist and taught him to play a few notes, and then byhalf's eyes lit up. This instrument is quite enjoyable. After seeing him gradually adapt, Anxi let go of his hand and stepped down from the stage. That night, Qing Xian Tengma dies, and others watched Anxi play tricks on that silly boy byhalf from below the stage, and they couldn't help but laugh. Shio smiled helplessly at his silly brother, who was drumming. Anxi must have found him too energetic, always either catching chickens or chasing rabbits in the tribe, which was why he had given him such a labor-intensive instrument suitable for expressing his energy. And she held onto Shio with one hand and Y with the other, suggesting they form a circle and dance hand in hand. The males were curious about everyone dancing together, and she directed everyone to hold hands and form a circle around the bonfire, then take 2 steps, jump, raise their hands, kick their legs, and shout hey. Although it was very simple, it created a lively atmosphere. This was something Anxi often did while camping with friends. And almost every bonfire party on Earth had such a program, like a custom where it was agreed that where there was a bonfire, there should also be this lively circle dance. The orcs also found it exciting, and with byhalf's drumming, a group of them danced around the bonfire. As they danced, some orcs began to create their own dances, and the scene quickly turned into a chaotic celebration. And she was also pulled by several females who wanted her to teach them something new, so she had no choice but to teach them to sing. Such a lively scene naturally called for lively songs. What song could be more lively than the Song of the Phoenix? The square dance hit was no joke. Soon, the sounds of you are the most beautiful cloud on the horizon. Let me keep you with my heart. Hey, stay, echoed across the plaza. The orcs danced and sang, all excitedly shouting and jumping, as if they had never been so happy before. The result of this excitement was that the next morning, those orcs who shouted the loudest had hoarse voices. Byhalf also felt some soreness in his arms from drumming. He had gotten a bit too excited while drumming last night, and if Anxi hadn't stopped him, he probably wouldn't even be able to lift his arms now. Early in the morning, Y went to the center of the plaza and tapped Byhalf's big drum. Hearing the sound, the orcs came to the center of the plaza, puzzled about why there was drumming so early in the morning after the bonfire party had ended. Was there another ritual? Y looked at the gathered orcs and nodded in satisfaction. This drum was great, much better than having the patrol team search for convenience. Yesterday, when he heard the loud sound from the drum, he thought of this use, and he would have to ask Lee to make one for him in the future, or he would just commandeer Byhalf's drum. Today was the official first day of the Shunshur tribe's trading market, and everyone could now prepare their items for exchange and claim their spots. Remember to hang a small sign that was previously given to everyone on the occupied spots. Stalls or wooden houses with signs couldn't be taken by other orcs. After Y finished speaking, the orcs dispersed in a rush to find their items for exchange and claim their spots. Chapter 44. Shunshur coins, however. The tribes that came this time were mostly from nearby, so the stalls and wooden houses prepared by the Shunshur tribe were sufficient, and they weren't too far apart, so there wasn't much to compete for. But the orcs didn't think that much. The Shunshur tribe's wise ones said that if they were to compete, it was definitely better to compete for it. Thus, the orcs began to work remarkably fast, and soon some orcs started running toward the trading market. Some clever orcs, hearing Y say that once a sign was hung, other orcs couldn't take it, rushed ahead to hang their signs on their chosen stalls. The Sea tribe chose spots close to the moat because they brought a lot of seafood, to prevent the seafood from dying and losing freshness before trading. They packed it in bamboo baskets for exchange and hung them the moat, ready to be pulled up when it was time to trade. The market trading went on lively for several days, as the items at home were taken by their partners to the market for exchange. Several females felt a bit bored and came with Ain to find Anxi to play, hoping to see if Anxi had any new ideas for fun. Anxi leaned on his arm and thought for a moment. Both ring toss and pot throwing are fine, but the lack of a fixed charging standard is quite troublesome. Anxi went to discuss with Yi. Perhaps they could start making a unified currency. The Pangolin tribe had already mined quite a bit of gold, silver, and copper ore, so they could create a few sets of molds to produce the first version of the currency. After listening, Yi nodded as well. Anxi had previously talked to him about the role of currency, and he understood its importance. Just like now, the orcs' trading method involves comparing prices among 3 sellers, looking for the most suitable items for exchange. If the trade is completed, but they encounter something that suits them better later, they might regret their decision. Sometimes, the value of traded items is hard to measure based on individual needs. There are also orcs who encounter something they want to exchange, but do not have what the other party wants. So they have to find a way to trade with other orcs before coming back to complete the exchange. Additionally, some orcs have items they want to trade, but cannot find what they're looking for, forcing them to wander around the market. After Anxi and Yi made their agreement, they called in Tungma, who could now be considered a master sculptor, to create a few sets of molds. They then arranged for a portion of the orcs to first melt down 3 sets of currency: gold coins, silver coins, and copper coins. However, Anxi had not yet decided on the design of the currency. In this era, there were no anti-counterfeiting features, and if they were made too simple, it would only be a matter of time before other tribes would imitate them. But what kind of design would be difficult to replicate? He thought for a moment and decided that engraving the name of the divine envoy Anxi on the coins would be effective, due to the orcs' reverence for their beast gods. They would not dare to forge them. Thus, the currency circulated by the divine envoy tribe would be called divine envoy coins. Anxi thought it was fine. After all, she didn't have such a big appetite and didn't intend to monopolize the currency of the entire orc continent as a ruler. Even if other orc tribes started making currency in the future, it wouldn't matter as long as they didn't do it under the name of the messenger tribe. At that time, she would tell the orcs that if they found metals with the same properties as the currency, those could also be used as currency. And transactions could be conducted based on size and weight, just like the gold ingots and silver bars in ancient Huashan Earth. They could also be exchanged for messenger coins at the messenger tribe. Anxi pondered for a while and came up with a simple design that could be engraved on the currency, which was also a pattern unknown to the orcs of the orc continent. Cartoon characters from Earth. The final designs settled upon were Pikachu on the gold coins, Ding Dong on the silver coins, and a little creature with wings on the copper coins. After finishing the drawings, Anxi was very satisfied. They were simply adorable. The front of the coins uniformly bore the 4 characters Divine Messenger Anxi. Anxi had never thought that one day their name would be printed on currency. Tung-Mo followed Anxi's drawings and carved them into stone molds. Then, he polished the 2 halves of the molds to ensure they fit together tightly, without any gaps. After melting the metal at high temperatures and pouring it into the molds, they conducted several experiments and finally produced relatively successful coins. After Tung-Mo carved the first version of the mold, he began to teach the orcs in the tribe's night organization to specialize in currency carving. Due to the limited number of molds, they couldn't produce too many coins at once. Anxi also found some broken pieces of gold, silver, and copper that were roughly the same size as the Divine Messenger coins and distributed them to the tribes that came to the Divine Messenger tribe, informing them that they could use these Divine Messenger coins to trade with the tribe. If they didn't have Divine Messenger coins, they could also use these metals as currency for transactions, both for buying and selling. Anxi explained that they could use this currency to buy things from the Divine Messenger tribe and could also sell items to the tribe, which would pay them in currency. They could then use the currency to trade with other tribes, and other tribes could also use the currency to trade with the Divine Messenger tribe. After explaining the rules of buying and selling to the orcs, Anxi distributed some currency for free to each tribe that came for the first time, allowing them to try it out and experience its convenience firsthand. The orcs were very curious about the currency and trading methods that Anxi described, and each tribe received the currency distributed by Anxi. The orcs looked at the engraved patterns and found them a bit strange, but quite cute. The orc distributing the Divine Messenger coins proudly explained to the other orcs that this currency was invented by the Divine Messenger of the Divine Messenger tribe. Hence it was called Divine Messenger coins. The image on the front was conceived by the Divine Messenger and could only be seen in the Beast God world. The 4 characters on the back meant Divine Messenger Anxi, and Anxi was the name of the Divine Messenger. Anxi looked at the orcs from the Divine Messenger tribe with a proud expression and found it somewhat cute. With the Divine Messenger coins, Anxi set up 2 stalls in the trading market with the females. One stall was filled with clay pots made by the females for fun, where they used Divine Messenger coins to purchase marked bamboo sticks made by Anxi, and they could take home the pot they successfully threw the stick into within a certain range. The second stall was for ring toss, also made with bamboo to create uniformly sized marked rings, where they could buy bamboo rings with Divine Messenger coins and take home whatever they successfully tossed the ring onto within a certain range. The items at the ring toss stall were more diverse, not only including the clay pots, but also small items made by the females, such as fans, shell bracelets, necklaces, pearl bracelets, and cloth bags sewn by the females, which featured some creatively embroidered flowers. There were also several fabric dolls made by the females using cotton and cloth, as well as felt toys made from beast fur. Aine found making felt dolls to be too prickly, and after seeing her hands full of holes the next day, her partner, who felt sorry for her, advised her to give it up, so she only learned to sew cloth dolls. Bai Shui's felt crafts were surprisingly good. Anxi thought that both the male and female members of the snake tribe seemed to have good crafting skills. Yami made fine stitches, indicating she was a very meticulous person. Sei and Bai Shui were equally skilled, with the best toys being made by them. Nanshi didn't learn anything, claiming it wasn't suitable for her, but she helped make many bamboo rings for the ring toss and bamboo sticks for the throwing game. Chapter 45. Trading market anyway. Once the females set up their stalls, they became particularly popular among the orcs. Initially, the male orcs gathered to support the females, but soon they were drawn in by the novelty of the stalls and couldn't resist. Not only did they spend all the Divine Messenger coins handed out for free by the Divine Messenger tribe, but they also sold many items to exchange for more Divine Messenger coins to participate in the ring toss, especially the various cloth dolls and felt toys made by the females. The males thought that if they could win something to give to the females they were pursuing, their chances of success would increase significantly. There were also groups that brought females along, and the partners of the females, wanting to impress their beloved females, made an effort to win something they liked for them. Eventually, it even developed to the point where females from other tribes also wanted what the females from their tribe had. To ensure that every tribe's females could have some, more and more orcs crowded over. Qing brought the patrol team from the Divine Messenger tribe to organize the stalls, so Anxi had to arrange for them to line up for the ring toss. In short, Anxi and the other stalls became a hit in the trading market. Additionally, the clothes that Anxi and several females wore during Anxi's bonding ceremony as well as the kipeos they wore at the stalls, made the other tribes' females extremely envious. Some more fashion-conscious males also liked the clothes worn by Yi and Qing Xian, leading to long lines at the deer tribe's clothing stall, which had to add more stock to keep up with the demand. Although the clothes worn at their evening event were quite expensive and not all orcs could afford them, the deer tribe's ordinary cotton clothes were still widely purchased, especially the kipeos worn by the females, which were cheaper than the RU skirts. Nearly cleared out the deer tribe's inventory. The winter cotton clothes and blankets that the deer tribe had rushed to make earlier were also selling out quickly. At first, the seafood trading of the sea tribe was not ideal, so Anxi taught them some seafood cooking methods, such as drunken crab, spicy crab, oil-braised shrimp, and steamed fish. They made some ready-to-eat cooked dishes to sell outside, and also set aside a portion for orcs to taste for free. Those who wanted to buy seafood, but didn't know how to cook, could directly buy the ready-made products, while those who wanted to learn could pay a little more to get the recipes as well. Besides food, there were also some product from the sea. Some that seemed useless but looked good were sold directly. In addition to ready-made luminous pearls, they could also make some simple handicrafts, like stringing shells together and figuring out how to pair pearls and shells attractively. Thus, after a few days, the sea tribe stall business began to improve. By the time the orcs exchanged for the items they needed and left satisfied, the Divine Messenger tribe also made a significant profit, making this trading conference very successful. Anxi was filled with hope for next year's merchant convoy. After sending off the various tribes that attended the trading fair, Anxi led the orcs of the Divine Messenger tribe to start preparing food for winter. In previous years, it was the male orcs who braved the cold winds in batches to hunt for prey. Only tribes like the Divine Messenger tribe, with a lot of strong laborers, could rotate hunting. Many other tribes found winter challenging to endure. Only tribes like the Divine Messenger tribe and the Dog tribe, which were mostly composed of combat orcs, could survive the winter. Other tribes like the Sheep tribe and Horse tribe, which were herbivorous orc tribes, could eat hay during the winter while living on the grasslands. Although it wasn't fresh and tasty, it was enough to get through the winter. Other tribes with poor living conditions would inevitably lose some orcs to hunger every winter. Some orcs who lived alone, no one knew if they would still be around the next winter. However, this year, Anxi did not want the orcs of the Divine Messenger tribe to struggle in the freezing winter just for a bit of food. Anxi went to find Yi, wanting to discuss the matter of winter food storage. She was informed that Yi was in the storage room that Anxi had asked the pangolin tribe to dig. "Yeah, what are you doing here?" "You came, Anxi. I'm just researching the storage room you had them dig." "How did you come up with this idea?" "This storage room is in a cave where sunlight can't reach, so it's naturally cool and damp. Adding ice makes it even colder. I tried it out yesterday to see what could be stored here, and when I came back today, I found that the meat I put in yesterday was frozen and had not spoiled at all. This storage room is really useful." After spending so much time together, Yi already knew that Anxi never did anything useless. Anything that Anxi put effort into surely had a novel purpose. So last night, out of curiosity, Yi came to try it out and see how this ice-enhanced storage room differed from what the tribe usually used. He put a piece of unfinished raw meat and some cooked meat into the storage room, and in the morning he found that the meat was frozen. If it had been left outside in the current weather, the leftover meat would have had some odor, especially the raw meat. But now, it was as if nothing had changed since yesterday, except that it was frozen. With this storage room, food can be stored for a few more days. Just like in winter, allowing the orcs to hunt before winter, or just as winter begins, and store their catch here. They could also go out less often during the cold. "Hey, it's all the wisdom of our predecessors. It doesn't deserve much praise." And she waved his hand modestly, acknowledging that Yi was indeed wise. It was impressive that Yi could remember all this while still busy with matters in the storage room and the trading market. After finishing up, he came right over, truly a fortunate and responsible leader. "I came to discuss this matter with you today. You have already discovered the function of the storage room, and that is its main purpose. It can be used not only in winter, but also in summer. In summer, we can store fruits here, and when we take them out to eat, they will be nice and cold. We can also store water and make slushies, which are particularly refreshing. The main thing is that we have just discovered such a magical race as the pangolin tribe. Otherwise, our summer would be much more comfortable." And she felt a bit regretful, wondering why they hadn't encountered the pangolin tribe earlier. "However, we still have many ways to store food. Have you considered raising some easy-to-care for small animals, like rabbits, golden pheasants, or ducks? In winter, they can lay eggs and also be eaten. We can also dry some fruits and vegetables and grind more flour. Dried corn can also be ground into flour." Anxi thought again that the orcs of the Divine Messenger tribe were all meat eaters, and they couldn't go without meat for a single meal. If the meat ran out, they would probably go hunting again. Also, they should smoke some more cured meat, sausages, and pickled meat and vegetables. Salting the meat and vegetables and then putting them in the storage room to freeze would also help them last longer. He listened to Anxi while silently noting everything down in his heart. Anxi had previously recruited some orcs who liked to cook, as well as some orcs whose lifespans were nearing their end and whose physical abilities had declined, making them less likely to go hunting to learn how to cook. Now, Yi is not as easygoing as Anxi. He went to the square, beat the drum, and called all the members of the tribe together to learn how to store food. Make smoked meat, sausages, cured meat, pickled vegetables, and sun-dried vegetables and fruits. When done well, this would provide food for the entire tribe during the winter. Who among the orcs would be unwilling to learn? He felt that this was definitely a case of pampering. The Divine Messenger tribe was too comfortable and had not experienced the hardships of other tribes that went hungry, with no food, and even faced starvation and freezing to death. Chapter 46. Storing food with a wave of Ye's hand. Everyone in the tribe was to learn, and the orcs responded enthusiastically. Upon hearing about storing food for the winter, no orc was idle or lazy. In fact, when the orcs heard it involved fresh food and the issue of whether they could eat meat in winter, they were quite eager. The previous lack of enthusiasm for cooking stemmed from the orcs' large appetites, while stir-fried dishes were delicious. They couldn't be made in large quantities and were too troublesome. Moreover, some orcs simply weren't cut out for cooking, no matter how they tried. Their dishes didn't taste good, so they gave up. Anxi watched the orcs with high spirits and first instructed them on how to make smoked meat and sausages, as Anxi could already imagine that these two items would definitely be the most popular foods with the highest demand, so they needed to make more. First, they processed the beast meat, cleaning it thoroughly, and then cut it into several pieces, handling it just like they would for regular barbecue. However, instead of skewering it with sticks, they hung the meat on branches, hanging it high. They dug a pit on the ground and lit a fire in it, ensuring that the flames below did not reach the meat. It was best to choose branches from pine or cypress trees for the fire below. The orcs in the tribe took out the meat they had hunted and began to make smoked meat according to Anxi's instructions. Since the steps were simple, many succeeded. Though some orcs accidentally cooked the meat too much, Anxi instructed them to raise it higher. Gradually, many pieces of smoked meat began to turn a golden brown and started dripping with fat, which made the fire burn even hotter, eliminating the need to add firewood as frequently as at the beginning. The aroma of smoked meat from the entire tribe was overwhelming, wafting far away, causing even the beasts in the forest to wander around the divine envoy tribe. Fortunately, the divine envoy tribe now had walls, but a few beasts from the mountains still managed to run into the tribe. In the end, Jean could only lead the patrol team to strengthen their watch, staying vigilant to prevent the beasts from harming the females and young, and to stop them from stealing food from the tribe. Xiao felt that the tribe might not be very safe during this time, so he stayed close to Anxi, and if he really needed to leave, he would inform Baihao and Tengmal, ensuring that Anxi was never alone and always had at least two people to protect him. Recently, the tribe was bustling with activity, with some making smoked meat and others hunting. The orcs who went hunting were not just hunting for the sake of it. In addition to bringing back some wild beasts for smoked meat, they also caught some live pheasants and wild rabbits to raise. And she had the orcs build a row of wooden sheds for raising animals. The old orcs, whose physical functions had deteriorated and rarely went out to hunt, would go out every day to gather some grass and vegetables to feed them and clean up the manure. The orcs who went hunting would usually find the nests of live pheasants and wild ducks and take the whole nest. So they also brought back quite a few pheasant eggs and wild duck eggs. And she thought that pickling some salted duck eggs and salted chicken eggs would be nice to eat in winter, and salted duck eggs also have a long storage time. Anxi also remembered the century egg she made a month ago, and it was about ready. She took out the century eggs and made a large pot of congee with century egg and lean meat for the orcs, along with some cold century egg dishes. As Anxi imagined, not all orcs loved century eggs. It was basically half and half, with most orcs still preferring the tea eggs they had before. Ever since Anxi taught them how to make tea eggs, the aroma of tea eggs could almost always be smelled in the tribe. The orcs even set aside a piece of land on the mountain to grow tea leaves. Anxi thought it would be better to keep the remaining century eggs for herself to enjoy slowly. The eggs brought back by the orcs were first distributed for everyone to make their favorite tea eggs, and Anxi planned to make salted duck eggs and salted chicken eggs with the rest. As soon as the orcs heard these names, they thought they sounded tastier than century eggs because tea eggs were also salty, and salty foods were delicious. The consumption of salt in the Shunshur tribe skyrocketed due to the salted meat, pickled vegetables, and salted duck eggs. To avoid running out of salt for the winter, Yi sent orcs to the Sea tribe to purchase a large quantity of salt, as the items needed by the Sea tribe had been mostly traded away in the market previously. Therefore, the Shunshur tribe quickly produced Shunshur coins to use for direct payment to the Sea tribe. The Sea tribe felt a bit uneasy about taking advantage of the Shunshur tribe as hot springs. So Anxi persuaded them to build the hot spring resort they had discussed earlier, allowing the orcs from the Shunshur tribe to come on vacation for a few days in the winter, which would not be considered taking advantage of the Shunshur tribe. The Sea tribe gladly accepted this condition, as their aesthetic was evident from their central island, and they liked to keep their living spaces looking nice. Consequently, the cave leading to the Sea tribe saw orcs coming and going almost every day, transporting things they liked from the sea. The Sea tribe also consulted the Shunshur tribe on how to build houses, and several female members of the Lingyu tribe had taken a liking to the land orcs of the Shunshur tribe, planning to settle down here and not return. Anxi no longer paid attention to the matters of the Sea tribe. She was busy washing and preparing the many vegetables she had exchanged from the sheep tribe to make dried dishes. She also had byhalf handle the cabbage and chili peppers to make spicy cabbage. Byhalf often ended up in tears from chopping so many chili peppers every day. Anxi also pickled some sauerkraut, a skill she learned from watching her grandmother make it in the countryside when she was young. She started pickling radishes for kimchi, as well as pickled radish strips, cucumber strips, and cowpeas. In short, anything could be pickled. The tribe even dug out a cave specifically for storing pickled vegetables, and this time it didn't require freezing. They also built a shed to hang cured meats and sausages, which included a kitchen. During winter, the orcs living separately in the tribe gathered together. The single orcs didn't have many concerns and could eat together happily. The older orcs took on the cooking responsibilities because they were mostly looked after by the younger orcs in the tribe, who did more hunting. As a result, they cooked more, grew more vegetables, and raised wild beasts. The divine envoy said that the wild beasts they raised were called livestock and poultry. Anxi hurriedly made smoothies with ice, honey, and fruit while autumn had just arrived and it wasn't too chilly yet. The orcs who tasted the smoothies regretted not having stored ice in the summer, lamenting their inability to preserve ice in their ordinary caves during the hot months. Anxi didn't mention this, as it was only after the arrival of the pangolin tribe that they considered digging deeper storage rooms to keep ice, given the high temperatures on the orc continent in summer. Just thinking about enjoying such delicious smoothies next summer filled the orcs with anticipation, and they felt a bit more acceptance towards the newly joined pangolin tribe. In the smoked meat tribe, a considerable amount had already been smoked, and he came to ask Anxi how to make sausages. Anxi explained that they needed pig and sheep intestines, which were the ones left over after the hunting Anxi had instructed them to do. Many had already been processed, so the orcs in the tribe chopped the meat into small pieces. Anxi added the seasonings according to the proportions and then had the orcs stuff the sausages and hang them up. Since Anxi didn't like fatty meat, the sausages made by Xiao, byhalf, and Tungmal were primarily lean meat, and Anxi added wine to their family sausages, as Anxi particularly enjoyed sausages with wine. Chapter 47. Sugar roasted chestnuts due to the recent large-scale food storage efforts of the Divine Messenger tribe and the daily aroma of smoked meat. The Wing tribe could no longer resist coming down from Wing Mountain, feeling embarrassed to ask Anxi for food again and having nothing to offer in exchange. The proud Wing tribe finally lowered their heads in front of delicious food and agreed to join the Divine Messenger tribe. This made Emperor Zay very happy, as he was the Wing king responsible for managing the entire Wing tribe on Wing Mountain. Although there weren't any major issues in the Wing tribe, he couldn't frequently come to the Divine Messenger tribe to find Anxi. Unlike byhalf and Tungmal, who were also followers, he was quite far behind and was only useful when Anxi needed to go out. Now that the Wing tribe had joined the Divine Messenger tribe, he could reside there permanently. Thus, Emperor Zay began to compete daily with Tungmal for the right to live in the bamboo house on the tree, using wit and courage to secure his spot. If Tungmal returned to the bamboo house first, he would curl up into a tight ball, leaving no gaps at all, making it impossible for Emperor Zay to find a place to land when he flew up to the main house. If Emperor Zay returned first, he would spread his large wings, preventing Tungmal from having any space either. Anxi felt that their love-hate relationship was also a kind of fun, so she didn't pay much attention to it. Anyway, Zhu Lu and the others couldn't stay there for long. They would have to obediently return to the thatched cottage when winter came. Besides drying some vegetables and fruits, Anxi also remembered that there should still be some nuts on the mountain in autumn. Every day, she took Xiao and by how to wander around when they had time, looking for edible plants that they hadn't discovered yet. After wandering for 3 days, they finally found the sugar cane that Anxi had missed for a long time and also found chestnuts. Great! They could finally eat roasted chestnuts. Oh no, sugar-roasted chestnuts. Tang Montak, puzzled, knocked down many spiky balls from a tree. Anxi said that although she didn't know what she wanted the spiky balls for, she instructed him, and he complied, filling 2 large bags with chestnuts. Xiao and byhalf first cut down some sugarcane, bundled it up, and carried it back to the tribe. Since there was still a large sugarcane grove and a few chestnut trees, Dais took Anxi back to the tribe to find other beastmen to help transport them back. Dais flew Anxi back to the tribe, where Anxi found Yi and several beastmen. She took out the cut pieces of sugarcane that Xiao had prepared and taught them how to peel and eat it. After peeling off the skin, they took a bite and chewed it in their mouths, extracting the sweet juice until only dry pulp was left, which they spat out and did not swallow, as the essence of this food was the juice. The beastmen followed Anxi's instructions and took a few bites of the sugarcane, and the sweet juice instantly conquered them. Is this the sugarcane you mentioned that can be made into sugar? Yi asked curiously. Yes, with sugar we can make many delicious things. And eating sugar will also make people happy, Anxi replied. Yi nodded. Indeed, biting into the sugarcane and feeling the sweet juice filling their mouth was quite a joyful experience. Then what are these spiky balls you brought back for? Qing Xian asked curiously, looking at the spiky balls in the bamboo basket that Anxi had thrown on the ground while biting the sugarcane. What spiky balls? They're actually called chestnuts. Super delicious. Anxi picked up a stone and started smashing the outer shell of the chestnuts. Emperor Zhe was afraid she would hit her hands or feet, so he quickly took over to help her. He smashed open the spiky shells to get the semicircular fruits inside. Anxi didn't hold back. Seeing that Emperor Zhe took over her task, she stood by and told him how to do it. Emperor Zhe managed to crack open the chestnuts one after another, and soon he had opened all the ones Anxi brought back. To speed things up so they could see the finished product, Anxi didn't try anything fancy and directly tossed a few into the fire. Before long, they heard bang sounds. Anxi picked a few roasted chestnuts that had split open and used a stick to pry them out. Once they were cool enough to handle, she peeled one and offered it to Yi. Yi trusted her completely and opened his mouth to eat the chestnut she handed him, showing no fear of the fresh food because Anxi was the beast god's messenger, and he believed that whatever Anxi found was definitely edible. How is it? Is it delicious? Is it poisonous? 2 voices sounded simultaneously. Anxi rolled her eyes at the anxious Qing Xian, who was worried about whether it was poisonous, and then peeled one for herself and popped it in her mouth. He also shot an annoyed glance at Qing Xian. How could anything Anxi found be poisonous? He then looked at Anxi gently and said, "It's really delicious, with a texture like potato, but sweeter. Sweet potatoes are also sweet, but this chestnut is even sweeter than some sweet potatoes." Qing Xian pouted and said, "I was just joking." He then took one, peeled it, and ate it. It's quite tasty. Boiling is okay, but roasting makes it sweeter, and of course, the sweetest is when it's sugar-roasted. Anxi dreamily thought about the sugar-roasted chestnuts she hadn't had in a long time. Great! Our tribe has more new food for winter now. Let's go find these things. He called for Jean and asked him to take the idle male beastmen from the tribe to follow Anxi to bring back sugarcane and chestnuts. Dize also called some wing tribe members to go along. Although they might not be able to carry too much sugarcane while flying, they could manage to bring back a couple of bags of chestnuts. Dize didn't let Anxi go out with them again, knowing that she was familiar with the route and what sugarcane and chestnuts looked like. He figured the remaining male beastmen could handle the rest. So Anxi didn't need to tag along and get involved in the hassle. Anxi thought that if she didn't follow Emperor Zhe, she could carry 2 more bags of chestnuts, so she nodded. Anxi didn't idle away her time in the tribe. She worked with Yi and Qing Xian to create a stone mill for extracting sugarcane juice. They used a whole large stone, shaped it into a round form similar to a grinding disc, and then installed 2 of them together. A wooden frame was made to support the stone mill, with an opening for the juice to flow out and a wooden barrel placed underneath to catch it. Since the principle was somewhat similar to that of a stone grinder, they recruited several male beastmen from the deer tribe who knew how to make stone mills. After finishing the stone mill, they placed a barrel on top, covered it with fine cloth spun by the deer tribe, and filtered the extracted juice. Then they boiled, sterilized, and dehydrated it to produce white sugar. He remembered how Anxi had felt uncomfortable when she came to the red tide, and recalled her saying that brown sugar was useful. So he asked her how to make brown sugar and prepared a lot for her. The beastmen were busy making sugar, peeling chestnuts, producing white sugar and brown sugar, roasting and steaming chestnuts, and making candied chestnuts, which made the tribe lively again. Fortunately, the male beastmen of the Divine Messenger tribe were numerous and strong, and with the addition of the Wing tribe and Pangolin tribe, the tribe was able to keep up with the busy pace. Of course, it was also because there were so many beastmen in the tribe that they needed to prepare so much food. The Divine Messenger tribe had grown from 2 to 300 beastmen to nearly 1,000 now. In addition to the tribes that joined, some nearby wandering beastmen and those who preferred to walk alone couldn't help but join after seeing how well the Divine Messenger tribe was doing with the Beast God Messenger. Those who were initially unwilling to join the Divine Messenger tribe, who loved freedom and solitude, found the increasingly enticing aromas wafting from the tribe hard to resist. The beastmen of the Divine Messenger tribe were busy every day, but very happy, because they could already envision that this winter would definitely be the best and easiest one they had ever experienced. Chapter 48. Starting classes one day, while Anxi was humming a tune and using Qingxuan's drying rack in his herb shed to dry red dates. Small snowflakes began to drift down from the sky. Anxi stepped out of the herb shed, looked at the sky, and reached out to catch the snowflakes. They weren't as big as she had imagined. It turned out that not everything on the Beastman continent was large, and natural phenomena like wind, rain, and snow were still normal. The snow had already fallen, marking a sign of winter's arrival on the Beastman continent. Tomorrow it would suddenly become very cold, and she reminded herself not to dress so lightly when going out again. Anxi turned around, and Qingxian also walked out from the medicine shelf, looking up at the sky. "Will it get cold tonight? Let's have the beastmen prepare to heat the Kong in the thatched house. Is there enough dry firewood stored? If it snows too heavily tomorrow, don't go out to collect firewood. It's still early. It won't start getting cold until late at night, and it will be the coldest just before dawn. While it's still early, I'll go organize all the beastmen in the tribe to go to the forest and the nearby mountains to collect dry firewood. The first snow may last for many days, so we should gather as much as we can." He walked in with large strides, heard Anxi and Qingxuan's conversation, and then turned to walk out again. Soon, the sound of drums came from the stone platform in the square, followed by Yi organizing everyone to gather firewood. The beastmen didn't return until dinner time. Xiao and Baihao also went along. Tama took a final look at Anxi and said goodbye to her. He was going to hibernate. He was supposed to leave when the weather started to cool down, but he had been reluctant to part with Anxi and everyone else, so he kept delaying it. Now, it really couldn't wait any longer. Today was already his limit. Anxi also felt a bit reluctant. This farewell might last an entire winter. However, Anxi had previously instructed the pangolin tribe to create a very hidden cave near the hot spring islands for Tangma, where a lot of food had been stored for him to hibernate. Thanks to the influence of the hot springs, the temperature there was still bearable. Occasionally, when Anxi went to soak in the hot springs, Tangma could wake up for a while to accompany Anxi for some fun in the springs. Anxi took a lot of the candied chestnuts and dried red dates she had just made for Tangma, promising him that she would visit often. Only then did Tangma reluctantly leave the center of the tribe and head to the cave prepared for him next to the hot springs. After Tangma left, Dais also found it strangely dull. The Wing tribe lived atop the mountain, where it snowed all day, so they were not as afraid of the cold. He would only feel the chill when winter truly set in. But without Tangma around, there was no one to outsmart and compete with him daily for the bamboo tower. So he moved down from the bamboo tower out of boredom and settled into the thatched cottage that had long been prepared for him. And she was sleeping next to a warm, cozy fire pit with a similarly warm and fluffy large wolf beast beside her. She slept soundly until dawn without feeling cold. It was only after she got out of bed and left the embrace of her partner that she felt the true temperature of winter on the Beastman continent. Anxi just crawled out of bed and opened the door, poking her head outside, only to be immediately driven back by the cold wind. Xiao looked at Anxi, who resembled a little turtle peeking out, sensing the discomfort and quickly retracting into her shell. He shook his head helplessly, warmed up Anxi's clothes and the blankets, helped her put them on, and then went to bring her the hot water that had been heated together with the Kong, which was just warm enough. Anxi finished washing up on the Kong under Xiaoxiao's service, then sat on the Kong wrapped in a large quilt, watching Xiaoxiao make breakfast. When Baihao and Dizai saw the smoke rising from Anxi's thatched cottage, they knew Anxi was up, so they ran over with their own rations to help Xiaoxiao, occasionally lending a hand in cooking. Xiaoxiao glanced at them, but didn't say anything. After all, these two had nowhere else to go. After finishing breakfast, he came to check on everyone to make sure they were all doing well, especially since this was the first heavy snowfall since winter began. Although he had slept well last night, he was still a bit worried about any unexpected situations. After eating, he called Qingxian, Jin, and Qing, and they each went to check on the situation in some of the beastmen's homes to see if everyone was all right. His first stop was Anxi's place. Although he knew Anxi would be fine, he felt reassured after checking. He didn't say much before preparing to leave, But Anxi thought of something. Since there wasn't much to do during the snowy winter, why not start the studies for the divine envoy tribe now? The school had already been built, so they could just have the beastmen dress warmly and set up a couple of stoves in the classroom. And Shili immediately grabbed Yi, who was about to leave, and mentioned the matter regarding the school. After thinking for a moment, Yi agreed, saying it would be a good opportunity to inform the orcs while visiting their home. Shio was worried that Shili would be anxious waiting, so he transformed into a wolf and howled a few times in the yard, calling the nearby wolves to help him notify the orcs. Byhalf ran to the constructed classroom to start the stove, so that when Shili came to teach the orcs, it wouldn't be too cold. After a while, Shio heard a few wolf howls, turned around to put the cloak on Anxi, and donned a cotton coat himself. The orcs had already gone to the school, so we can go now. And she put on the hood of her cloak and was led outside by Shio. Didze, waiting a kotunkot. Couldn't spread his wings well and had to follow along. When they arrived at the classroom, as she took a glance and saw dozens of beastmen, among them many from the deer tribe, wing tribe, and pangolin tribe. He told Anxi that one classroom couldn't hold them all. Previously, they had built several classrooms. But the problem was that the beastmen could sit separately, while Anxi was the only one and had to stay in one classroom. Anxi did not expect the orcs to be so eager to learn. Reflecting on his own attitude when he was in school, he felt quite ashamed. After some thought, Anxi gathered a few orcs who had previously learned to make divine messenger coins with tangma and had already graduated, as well as those who had graduated in pottery. He divided them into two classrooms, one for basic carving and the other for pottery. The orcs who were working on smelting iron to make divine messenger coins were encouraged to continue, and he brought in another group of orcs, including those forging agricultural tools, as these would be future subjects at the school. Of course, the making of divine messenger coins would only be taught within the divine messenger tribe for now, and tribes that come to learn later would not be taught this skill. The production of divine messenger coins will be elected by the tribes together from now on. Shio was also nearby, teaching a class on music theory. Although Shio could only play the flute and knew just 2 songs, he could temporarily help Anxi with some of the workload. Later, Anxi would teach Shio individually, and then Shio could pass on what he learned to the orcs. Anxi teaches the orcs how to write, paint, and some general knowledge. A teacher has classes for a period of time every morning, then takes a break for lunch, and has another session in the afternoon until dinner. The orcs can choose which courses to attend based on their preferences. Most orcs enjoy Anxi's classes, and except for those particularly fond of music, sculpture, or pottery, the majority of orcs often can't get a spot in Anxi's classes and have to attend other courses instead. This is not only because Anxi is a female and a divine messenger of the beast god, but also because her classes cover a wide range of unusual topics. Therefore, in Anxi's classes, the male orcs in the tribe will leave spots for the females, while the rest compete fiercely for places, showing no humility. Chapter 49, Sundials and Writing Tools. As it happens, Anxi is the only one in the tribe with a watch, and the other teachers have no idea how to tell time. So Anxi decided to start making sundials with the orcs in her class today. Anxi first had the orcs take 2 wooden sticks, set a rough radius, and then nailed the 2 sticks together to create a compass. He took a large stone and smoothed it out, then carved a hole in the middle of the stone. He burned one end of a piece of wood black, and placed another clean stick into the small hole he had carved, then turned it around to draw a circle with the blackened end of the wood on the stone. Anxi then continued to reduce the radius and drew 2 more circles. Next, he divided the edge of the large circle into 12 equal parts, and then further divided each part into 5. He marked the hours on the edges of the 2 inner circles, then took an iron rod that he had previously arranged with the orc blacksmiths and inserted it into the small hole in the center of the large stone. He then compared the time on his watch with the position of the sun, using the simplest method to calculate the shadow of the rod to determine the time of day, and then estimated the approximate latitude and longitude. He made a triangle out of wood, with the angle of the hypotenuse representing the latitude, and placed the sundial in the center of the tribe, on the large stone altar where the orcs usually gathered. As long as there was sunlight, it would definitely shine here. So placing the sundial here would officially put it into use. Anxi double-checked with his watch, worried that his calculations might be incorrect, but fortunately, the time matched closely. Anxi called the stone carving teacher to carve the time she drew on it, so it wouldn't be wasted over time. Then she taught the orcs how to tell time. Wherever the shadow cast by the sunlight pointed was the hour. However, when there was no sunlight, they had to rely on their own feelings. The orcs, who had just learned to tell time, found it very novel and would almost run over to check the time whenever they had a chance. Then, based on their usual routines, they would calculate what they were doing at that time each day and excitedly discuss it with their companions. Every day, The sounds of orcs discussing what they were doing at what time could be heard throughout the tribe. Anxi finished making the sundial and started teaching the orcs to read and write, beginning with Arabic numbers. Then, she moved on to basic mathematics. Although Anxi wasn't very skilled at being a teacher, she taught the orcs from the basics, just like teaching elementary school students, making it very simple. However, after a few days, Anxi grew tired of writing with charcoal. The orcs had just begun learning to write, and it was a good time for them to practice. It was time to teach them how to use brushes, ink, paper, and inkstones. However, they had none of these materials at the moment, so it would be better to start teaching the orcs how to make them in the next lesson. The brushes, ink, paper, and inkstones they made themselves would surely be more cherished. The next day, Anxi notified all the orcs that today's class would be a unified large lesson, personally taught by her, and even the subject teachers would need to learn. The first step in making brushes, ink, paper, and inkstones is that although the brush comes first, paper is the most important and fundamental medium. While they could write with charcoal, it would be very troublesome without paper. The first step is to make paper. Given the basic conditions on the orc continent, they shouldn't aim too high. Naturally, they should focus on using paper first, starting with the most basic and simple type of paper. A more refined type of chien paper requires the bark of the chintan tree combined with sandpatty straw, which cannot be made with the current materials. It is estimated that the refined chien paper will need the chintan tree bark and sandpatty straw, which they can look for after the spring trading market opens. Besides, the orcs are currently writing like children with scribbles, so using overly good paper would be a waste. Anxi used ordinary mulberry bark, softened it after removing the epidermis, boiled it with wood ash, then cleaned, cut, and pounded it, finally drying it out. For ink, he made two types, tung oil ink and pine soot ink. Pine soot ink is black and dull, while oil soot ink has a glossy finish. The ink production is more difficult. After washing the soot, it needs to be air-dried and annealed for nearly a year before it can be used. During the ink-making process, Anxi also asked Qing Xian for many medicinal materials like musk, bezoar, and pearl powder to add in. And the glue used was also made from boiled cowhide glue and cowbone glue. After mixing and pounding the glue and ink, they still need to be shaped in a mold, then polished, trimmed, and waxed, making the process quite complicated. Overall, it wasn't until the summer of the following year that Anxi was able to use the first batch of ink. The production of brushes took somewhat less time than the previous two. He chose softer sheep and rabbit hair, cut it, soaked it in lime water for a day to remove the grease, then dried and bleached it, and combed out the mixed hair with a cowbone comb. These steps seem simpler than making paper and ink, but the numerous steps require a careful and steady hand. Combing the mixed hair, making the root, aligning the bristles, sharpening the tip, pressing the bristles, reinforcing the tip, forming the round pen column, covering the pen tip, tying the head, drying the pen tip, installing the pen tip, selecting the pen, and wiping the pen. The many steps for a small pen tip made the battle orcs a bit irritable, and only a few could patiently make brushes. So most of the brushes ended up being made by the deer tribe. Considering that the deer tribe also had to weave, Anxi felt that their workload was too heavy, especially since clothes and brushes are consumables. Spring and autumn are particularly busy times for the deer tribe, and they might not have time to make brushes then. After careful consideration, perhaps next year he could outsource the brush-making task to the sheep tribe, as they are now good allies of the divine envoy tribe. For the orcs, making an inkstone is probably the simplest task. With sufficient raw materials, Anxi naturally chose the most popular Duan stone for the inkstone, because Duan stone contains water mica. Duan inkstones are known for their strong water retention ability, allowing for breath grinding. Anxi carved a wolf howling at the sky on the end stone of the inkstone. Of course, based on his own image. The inkstone he carved took the shape of a round fan, which was Anxi's favorite and something he almost never left behind during summer. Byhalf carved a cute version of paws that Anxi had drawn for him when he gave him a gift. After giving the gift, Anxi liked it so much that he wore it as a bracelet every day and never took it off. Byhalf thought Anxi might like this style, so he decided to carve everything he saw in that shape. Dize couldn't think of what to carve, so Anxi drew a simple wing for him, and Dize looked at it and expressed his satisfaction. Since Tung-Mo was still in hibernation, Anxi also made him an inkstone to give to him when he woke up from hibernation. After all, how could he be left out when everyone else had one? It was already pitiful enough that he couldn't play with everyone during hibernation. Regarding what to carve for Tung-Mo, Anxi looked up at the sky and thought about the first time he met Tung-Mo. Tung-Mo had emerged from the deer tribe's lotus pond, holding the lotus roots and leaves that he had picked for her when he came out of the water. So, Anxi finally decided to carve the shape of a lotus leaf. The other beastmen were allowed to express their creativity but Anxi still supervised them. Since the main purpose of the inkstone was for grinding, Anxi felt it was necessary to control things a bit and prevent the beastmen from carving it into something too strange with their wild imaginations. Chapter 50. New Year. After several heavy snowfalls, it was time for the new year on the Beastman continent. The previous tradition was that after the largest snowfall of winter, when the moon was nearly full, it marked the new year. In the past, the beastmen of the tribe would gather on this day to share the various meats they hunted and the vegetables and fruits they had collected from the forest before autumn. They would have a lively meal together, and that was considered celebrating the new year. This year, because there were many people in the tribe and a lot of food stored with a variety of types, the beastmen excitedly decided they could have a particularly lavish celebration. However, Anxi still felt it was not enough. Starting from just before the new year, he led the beastmen to change the school curriculum to prepare for the New Year's goods. The paper had already been made, and Anxi asked Lee to take some of it to dye red with the previously used fabric dye, then cut the dried red paper into various shapes for window decorations with a bone knife. The beastmen had never done such novel handicrafts before and were very enthusiastic. In addition to the few types of window decorations Anxi initially taught, they began to create spontaneously. Anxi didn't restrict them. After all, whether it looked good or not was for them to decide, as long as they thought it was nice. Anxi told them to stick what they made on their own doors and windows, and they understood that they needed to put in some effort. Anxi also hung many big red lanterns around the tribe's walls, with the 2 lanterns at the gate being the largest. With the sugar available, Anxi had the orcs make candied hawthorn, candied fruits, sugar-roasted chestnuts, and sugar-roasted walnuts. They also roasted a lot of sunflower seeds and pine nuts. For the orcs, these little snacks weren't enough to fill their teeth. Initially, Anxi didn't think much of them when she took them to pick, but it turned out that the orcs truly enjoyed them. There were also many fried foods, the simplest being shrimp chips, with the pink ones colored with radish powder and the green ones colored with vegetable juice. The shrimp were traded in the autumn market with the sea tribe and had been frozen in the storage room. They also made fish balls, shrimp paste, beef meatballs, pork 4-season meatballs, and vegetable meatballs. Anxi wanted to make braised pork, but found that while there was sugar, there was no soy sauce. Making soy sauce is best done in summer, and she had forgotten this summer, so they would have to wait until next summer. The orcs had never eaten braised pork, so they could only look forward to this year's smoked, cured meat and sausages for a while. In Anxi's memory, the New Year's Eve dinner must include fish, shrimp, meat, chicken, pork, and dumplings. Anxi taught the orcs how to make boiled fish, chopped chili fish head, pan-fried fish, and stuffed lotus root, and also roasted a leaf-wrapped chicken and a fresh flour meat pie. The orcs were quite good at cooking and learned pretty well. They just couldn't wrap dumplings. Kneading dough and rolling out skins were manageable, but when it came to wrapping dumplings, they were clumsy. Anxi could only guide them slowly, as the whole tribe needed to eat dumplings. In the end, although some of the dumplings made by the orcs were still quite ugly, at least they didn't leak filling. Anxi remembered that every year when her family made dumplings, they would put a few coins inside, and whoever found one in the new year would have good luck. Anxi also wanted to do that, but the orcs ate dumplings one by one, and she was afraid they would swallow the coins. After discussing it with Yi, they finally decided to put coins in only the first few batches of dumplings, giving each person a few and telling them there were coins inside, symbolizing good luck in the new year. They reminded everyone to be careful not to swallow them whole while eating. Anxi packed a dozen or so golden coins and several pieces of candy. In a tribe of nearly 1,000 people, a dozen or 20 was not too many. After being reminded, the orcs were cautious while eating the first wave of dumplings. Those who successfully found coins shouted excitedly, laughing and showing off to the orcs around them that they would definitely have good luck in the new year. Anxi had always been the one who could never eat at home in previous years, so he excitedly watched the dumplings in the pot with the orcs, thinking that since he had the luck to cross over to the orc continent, there might also be a chance for him to eat dumplings with gold coins. Although Anxi knew this was just a metaphor, a beautiful wish, and didn't really mean anything, merely a psychological comfort. People are like that. The more unattainable something is, the deeper the obsession. Finally, when Anxi ate the third dumpling, he successfully found a gold coin inside, and his eyes squinted in joy, looking like a little fox that had stolen candy. Xiao, watching Anxi's expression from the side, was also very happy. That dumpling was actually the one he had picked for Anxi. The moment he picked it up, Xiao felt a round shape bulging under the thin dumpling skin. Remembering how Anxi had been staring intently at the dumplings in the pot, he quickly turned his chopsticks and placed that dumpling into Anxi's bowl. Anxi didn't think much of it and naively believed that she had really turned her luck around, feeling like she was more in tune with the land of the orcs. Byhalf also successfully got a gold coin and happily jumped in front of Anxi and Xiao to show off. Dise got a piece of candy. The sweet candy combined with the meat filling created a cloyingly sweet taste that made him frown. Remembering what Anxi had said about having good luck, he held back the urge to spit it out and tightly closed his mouth to swallow it down. Anxi saw that Xiao didn't get to eat the dumpling with the gold coin, so she gently patted his head to comfort him. Xiao smiled, even happier after being patted by Anxi. After everyone finished dinner, they gathered around the fire to play games. Anxi and the females took out the throwing pot and hoop from their previous stall at the trading market. Each orc brought one of their own items as a prize, and then everyone took turns tossing the hoops. Whoever got a hoop around an item would keep it. As for the order of turns, Anxi taught them the fairest method in the universe. Rock, paper, scissors. Most of the orcs participated in this game, setting up several stalls in the tribe and having a great time. Anxi didn't play. Instead, she took cuisine, and a few females snuggled in their partner's arms, along with Xiao and a few silly orcs from home, to play a game of counting ducks. They stayed up until midnight, wishing each other a happy new year before gradually heading back to their homes, where they slept soundly on the warm Kong until dawn. Anxi dragged Xiao by Hao and Dise to the hot springs early the next morning to visit Mo. After all, today was the first day of a new year, and it would be nice to let Mo wake up for a bit to celebrate. Previously, the tribe had been busy discussing how they would often visit Mo, but they had all forgotten about it. Anxi had felt a bit guilty, but fortunately, Mo was in hibernation and didn't know how much time had passed. Anxi called Mo up, and it was just about time for Mo to eat. There were steaming dumplings and other dishes. Anxi knew that Mo liked fish and chicken, so he brought a whole steamed fish and a whole roasted lotus leaf chicken for Mo. After eating, Mo followed Anxi to the hot spring to celebrate the new year with the Sea Clan, since the Sea Clan couldn't leave the hot spring area in winter. Many orcs who got along well with the Sea Clan came along to celebrate the new year with Yi. After swimming around in the hot spring, Mo returned to his cave to continue hibernating. Anxi and the others also returned to the tribe with Yi, as there were still many things to do in the tribe for the new year. Chapter 51. Building a snowman. Thanks to the warmth of the stove and the heated Kong this year, the orcs even forgot how they had huddled in their caves, shivering from the cold last winter, and surprisingly had the energy to play happily in the snow. Some orcs were also practicing the characters they had learned in class in the snow. Anxi became interested as she watched and pulled Xiao to go build a snowman. Xiao was reluctant to let her use her hands to build the snowman, fearing she might catch a cold. So it turned into Anxi directing Xiao to roll the snowballs. Bai Hao and Dise also joined in the fun to build snowmen, and the orcs in the tribe who saw them started to follow suit. Anxi told them to go farther away and not to compete with her for this area of snow. After Xiao finished building the snowman, Anxi took a wicker basket to make a hat and placed it on the snowman's head, then used branches for arms, found 2 black stones for eyes, a carrot for a nose, and used the skin of a pink radish to create a smiling mouth. Thus, a very ordinary snowman was born. Dise made a snowman in the same way as Anxi's, but after finishing, he felt unsatisfied, thinking it lacked something. After much contemplation, he went out and found a pair of bat wings to attach to the snowman's body. Anxi was stunned by this slightly gruesome operation. Bai Hao was a creative boy, and from the very beginning, he did not follow the usual method of building a snowman. Instead of simply stacking 2 snowballs like Anxi did, he built a huge, elongated snow mound for the body, then rolled a large snowball for the head, formed 2 smaller snowballs for ears, used 2 gray pebbles for eyes, and carved the character on the forehead. He created a snowman that he believed looked exactly like himself. Bai Hao's creation inspired many other orcs in the tribe, and all sorts of animal snowmen began to appear in the tribe, even many strange shapes that Anxi couldn't understand. The most frightening part was that the orcs even named those bizarre snowmen that Anxi couldn't comprehend. The snow in the tribe didn't need to be swept. It was basically being completely used up by the orcs. Even though it kept snowing from the sky, it couldn't supply enough for the orcs' creations. So they began to venture outside the tribe to build snowmen. They started by building them at the trading market, then moved to outside the market, and eventually into the forest. Anxi watched as the orcs remained enthusiastic, so he began teaching them how to make snow sculptures and ice sculptures. The pond in the tribe had frozen over, and Anxi had the orcs build a snow slide by the pond that allowed them to slide right into the water. After this entertainment was developed, orcs came to play here every day. Later, 1 slide wasn't enough, so they made 2. 2 wasn't enough, so they made 3. When 3 wasn't enough, there was nothing they could do. The pond was only so big, and if they made more slides, the orcs sliding down would just crash into each other. The orcs with more artistic flair who couldn't get on the slide went to make snow sculptures, which were still oddly shaped but better than the previous snowmen. Some orcs were also carving a giant divine coin out of snow in the square. And Anxi suspected this was being made by orcs who crafted stone molds for the divine coins. There were fewer orcs making ice sculptures because ice sculptures were harder to make, and ice was not easy to find. The orcs at the pond still wanted to play on the slide, and they also needed to drink the water stored in the tribe. At first, only a few orcs poured out some water outside, and then used bone knives to carve small ice sculptures. Later, those orcs who felt their artistic talents were being overlooked became dissatisfied and started chipping ice from the moat outside. If they couldn't create three-dimensional sculptures, they would make flat ones instead. Anxi was a bit worried about the orcs falling into the river, so she specifically asked Yi to remind the orcs that the moat wasn't too deep, and with their strength, they could climb back up if they fell in. However, falling into the icy water could easily lead to a cold. Fortunately, the river in the forest was far from the tribe, and in the cold weather, it was unlikely that any orc would be foolish enough to run out. Shio also made a small ice sculpture in the shape of a rabbit for Anxi. Anxi dug a hole in the ice sculpture to place a luminous pearl inside, then poured some water and froze it, turning it into a glowing little rabbit. Anxi placed the little rabbit ice lamp outside, and when he passed by and saw it, he shook his head, thinking that Anxi had so many novel ideas. If other orcs saw this, there would be more activities for the tribe. Sure enough, someone saw it and came to ask Anxi how to make the ice sculpture glow. After hearing about how Anxi dug a hole in the ice sculpture to place the luminous pearl, the method of making the ice lamp spread throughout the tribe. The orcs took out their own luminous pearls to make ice lamps, and those who didn't have enough went to the hot springs to trade with the sea tribe. Eventually, the sea tribe became reluctant to trade, as they had only brought so many from the sea and still needed some for their own lighting. So many orcs began a day trip to the hot springs to trade for luminous pearls and then went to the moat to carve ice sculptures. However, the orcs going to the moat to make ice sculptures reminded those playing on the slide in the pond that they could also go to the moat to make snow slides. Every day, Anxi watched the orcs running around in the heavy snow like fools. She insisted that they come to Qingxian every night for a bowl of ginger tea with brown sugar to prevent them from catching colds again. However, after a week of boiling the tea for so many orcs, Qingxian grew a bit impatient and reminded Anxi that the holiday was almost over and it was time to start classes. So they shouldn't let the orcs run around all day. The orcs, whose holiday was cut short, were not angry. They knew they had been a bit wild lately. In previous winters, they had always stayed obediently in their caves. Perhaps they had been too obedient in the past, which is why they were particularly joyful this year. After all, running out to play every day and then returning home to warm up by the fire for a cozy sleep was quite enjoyable. The snow and ice, which they used to avoid in winter, had unexpectedly become toys, leading to a surge of excitement. As classes began, Anxi was supposed to teach the orcs the multiplication table. They had already learned addition and subtraction. To help the orcs remember and not forget, Anxi had a snow wall built outside the school, where she carved the multiplication table, along with some basic mathematical formulas and music scores. This way, they could see it on their way to and from school and memorize it again. To prevent the writing from fading due to melting snow or new snowfall, Anxi asked the stone carving teacher to find a large black stone and carve everything she had written on the snow wall onto it. Once it was finished, they placed it next to the snow wall at the school entrance. Anxi thought that 1,000 years later, if the next time traveler arrived, they might also see this big stone and be moved by the sense of familiarity in a different time and space. As she pondered, Anxi felt even more motivated, believing that with her current contributions, her name should be well known in the orc continent for 1,000 years. She must leave more behind for the future orcs. Perhaps many years later, there would still be legends about her on the orc continent. Anxi thought she couldn't be as timid as the first predecessor. Promoting the development of a time and space was such a fulfilling accomplishment. Chapter 52. Music class. Recently, Anxi's classes had mostly been mathematics, which the orcs found somewhat dull. So the music class she offered became popular again. Aside from the two pieces they initially learned from Anxi, the orcs had also learned to sing the most dazzling ethnic style, which Anxi had taught them after the mate ceremony. There was no choice. Shio had to come to ask Anxi if she had any new songs to teach. Without hesitation, Anxi taught Shio another song, Lotus Pond Moonlight by Phoenix Legend and Little Apple by Chopstick Brothers. Although beautiful music resonates throughout the universe, Anxi felt it was more appropriate to choose the most widely known songs, the so-called divine songs, so that the orcs could understand and sing them. After all, there must be a reason why certain songs become the popular dance songs in many public squares across the land. Of course, Anxi also planned to teach the orcs some different musical styles to avoid limiting their musical germs development. The next day, Anxi guest lectured as a music teacher for a day, taking the orcs to the forest to gather wood to make instruments. Many orcs interested in music followed Anxi, including some who were balding from memorizing the multiplication table, and others who simply wanted to have some fun. Anxi made the most common type of cedar cuisine. First, she shaped a smooth outline of the instrument, polished it, and applied a layer of brown oil. Then she hollowed out the inner chamber, tested the sound to adjust any discrepancies, installed the pillars and the sound holes, and finally assembled the bottom plate. The strings she chose were made of multiple strands of silk twisted together. Anxi thought that when the spring trading market opened, she could exchange some horsehair with the horse tribe to make strings, as the sound produced by silk and horsehair would be different. After completing the cuisine, Anxi was very satisfied with her cedar instrument, although she couldn't guarantee that her cuisine was perfect or standard. As she wasn't a professional craftsman and had only learned from relatives who used to make them, it could still produce sound. She hoped that in the future, orcs who pursued music could gradually improve upon it. Given her own skill level, this was the best she could do. She tried her best. Anxi played a piece of her signature music, Plum Blossom 3 Variations, in a piece called Exploring the Clearwater River. The music-loving orcs listened, entranced. Since the making of the cuisine is not easy, Anxi, if not personally crafting each instrument, at least helped out closely. After making a few gyukins, Shio felt Anxi was too tired and decided not to let her make any more, allowing the orcs to take turns playing each day while others practiced on the flute. However, the orcs simply enjoyed the melodies of the music, and sometimes when Anxi sang a few lines along with the melodies, they still couldn't understand. Anxi saw that the orcs in the tribe were so interested in music that she was inspired to take more music lessons recently. After all, it is said that in prosperous times, people only think of pursuing art and enjoying spiritual pleasures when their basic needs are met. When the spring trading market begins, they could also perform some programs to show the orcs from distant tribes the current prosperity of the Divine Messenger tribe. She wants the Divine Messenger tribe to be from now on to be the most prosperous tribe on the Orc continent, and perhaps it could even become the Divine Messenger city in the future, becoming the center of the Orc continent where tribes come to learn every year. Various advanced technologies, production, and manufacturing, from daily life to art, would be top-notch. Perhaps when the next Orc Divine Messenger, whose arrival is uncertain, comes, everything will change, but as long as Anxi is here, the Divine Messenger tribe will definitely be the most advanced on the Orc continent. And she also made a few smaller drums for the orcs, as well as waist drums, flutes, vertical flutes, and guqin. This is the limit of the instruments that Anxi can currently make, and there are still many flaws in them. Anxi chose a bold and lively song suitable for the orcs, A Laugh Across the Sea, and brought a few jars of her homemade fruit wine to set the mood. After teaching the orcs how to play the lute and flute together, she took Xiuhua, Yi, and Qingxian to drink and listen to music. The fruit wine had a low alcohol content, so it didn't get anyone drunk, but the orcs, who had never touched alcohol before, still felt a bit tipsy. As Anxi sang along with the music, they followed her lead, and soon it turned into a collective chorus. The orcs enjoyed this song just as much as the previous popular square dance hits. A laugh across the sea, surging tides on both shores, floating and sinking, remembering today. The heavens laugh. The world's tides are tumultuous. Who wins and who loses, only heaven knows. Anxi also got a bit drunk later, unable to remember any other lyrics, only able to recall the most widely sung part, repeatedly singing it with the orcs. He also liked to drink, completely unable to control himself, drinking cup after cup until he was drunk. Xiao and Qingxian, still relatively sober, exchanged a helpless glance and shook their heads, feeling that this was indeed a bit too reckless. After Xiao realized that the so-called wine would make his head dizzy, he put it down after having 2 cups, as Anxi was already drunk, and he had to stay sober. Otherwise, no one would be able to take care of Anxi. Although Qingxian didn't put it down, he also didn't continue to drink too much, just sipping a little bit. Just as Xiao thought, the tribe couldn't be filled with a bunch of drunken fools. Someone had to arrange for everyone to go back and rest, and it wasn't safe for the entire tribe to have the capable ones all drunk. Especially after seeing Anxi and Yi in such a state, Qingxian immediately put down his cup. Ironically, Yi, who was usually the calmest and most composed, lost control and got drunk. Anxi subconsciously felt that he was surrounded by people he trusted the most in the tribe, so he let his guard down and was unaware of his drunkenness. When Anxi got tired of singing, the orc playing the piano also got tired, and the orcs singing gradually stopped howling. Qingxian and Xiao first took Anxi and Yi back, leaving Baihao and Dais to watch over Anxi. And together with the orcs who hadn't drunk too much, They carried the drunken ones back to prevent them from freezing. They weren't so nice to those who were acting drunkenly. They directly splashed some cold water on their faces to wake them up a bit and sent them back. Qing Xian called over the patrol team leader, Qing, and asked him to stay alert that night and keep an eye on the tribe to avoid any accidents next time. The orcs in the tribe couldn't drink together again. Then he sighed, shook his head, and resigned himself to going back to take care of Yi. Realizing that, judging by Ye's drinking behavior tonight, there would likely be more times like this in the future. Since more than half of the orcs in the tribe were drunk, and Anxi had acted a bit drunkenly, Xiao stayed up all night worried about accidents. Playing the piano with Dais, who was playing the flute, for the entire night. Qing didn't sleep much either in the middle of the night. He transformed into beast form and flew around the tribe a few times, occasionally landing on the tree outside Anxi's house to listen to Xiao and Dai's duet. The next day, when Anxi woke up, many orcs in the tribe were still sound asleep, but there was no need to go out hunting as most of the winter activities involved sleeping. After Anxi sobered up from the alcohol, he felt a bit tired and wanted to soak in the hot springs. Hearing about the orcs drinking too much, he mischievously took some fruit wine to the hot springs, claiming he wanted to see the mermaids drunk. Chapter 53. Ayin is pregnant, probably due to drinking too much. Anxi had little appetite for several days, only eating some steamed egg custard made with golden pheasant eggs and lean meat congee. Xiao was a bit worried seeing Anxi eat like a little cat, so he called Qing Xian to check on her. Divine envoy. Xiao looked up at the door. It was Yin's partner, Jia. It seemed that the female, Ayin, had something to discuss with Anxi. Xiao went out and opened the door to let Jia in. Divine envoy, healer Qing Xian. Ayin suddenly vomited this morning while eating and said she didn't want to eat anything anymore. Healer Qing Xian, please check if Ayin is sick. Jia was a bit anxious. He had roasted meat for Ayin in the morning, but she only took a few bites before vomiting everything out. Jia asked others to take care of Ayin first and hurriedly ran out to find a healer. He first ran to the medicine shed, but saw the wise one. Yeah, Yi said the healer had been taken by Xiao to see the divine envoy, so Jia could only anxiously rush back to Anxi's residence. Qing Xian immediately got up to go to Ayin after hearing Jia's words. Females were the most precious in the tribe, and nothing could go wrong. Anyway, there wasn't much going on with Anxi. As Anxi would put it, it was just a hangover symptom, merely a lack of appetite, and it would be fine in a couple of days. Anxi heard that Ayin was sick and immediately put down her bowl to get ready to follow, but was forcibly held back by Xiao, who insisted that Anxi finish her porridge before letting her go out. Anxi crossed her arms, pouted, and glared at Xiao. But this time Xiao was particularly determined and actually withstood Anxi's gaze attack and her act of being cute for the first time. Anxi realized there was indeed no room for negotiation. In order to see Ayin as soon as possible, he had no choice but to gulp down the remaining porridge in one go and then quickly ran out. Xiao saw Anxi running off by himself, so he could only throw the bowl to Bai Hao and then turn around to hurriedly follow Anxi. When Anxi arrived at Ayin's house, Qing Xian was looking at Ayin's noisy companions with a face full of confusion. What was going on? What was up with Ayin? Anxi looked at Ayin's companions, who were bouncing around and chattering, seeming very happy. She glanced at Qing Xuan's expression. Although it was a bit speechless, it was still okay, and she vaguely felt that he seemed to be in a good mood as well. Anxi's heart instantly relaxed. It seemed that Ayin had no issues, and judging by her appearance, it might even be something good. Could it be? Ayin is pregnant because she has never given birth before, so her reaction is a bit exaggerated. Sure enough, Qing Xian saw Anxi coming over and simply explained the situation to her, then glanced at the few males in the room who were so happy they were spinning around, looking at them with disdain. You all need to take good care of your female. Don't just be foolishly happy. During this time, when the female is pregnant, she is very vulnerable and requires special attention. You mustn't let her bump into anything, get too cold or too hot, or be frightened or upset. Pay special attention to her diet. She can't eat crabs, should drink more fish soup and chicken soup every day, and eat more poultry eggs. In winter, there aren't too many fruits, so give on the dried fruits from autumn. She can eat some every day, but not too much. If you lack anything, go to Yi and ask. Everything in the tribe will prioritize taking care of pregnant females. Since the establishment of the Divine Messenger tribe, it had been a long time since a new cub was born, so Qing Xian is very attentive to the arrival of this cub. After all, a tribe can only gradually prosper if there are cubs being born. A tribe without cubs will ultimately decline. Anxi, did you hear? I'm actually pregnant. Ayin grabbed Anxi's hand as soon as she saw her come in, dancing with joy to share her happiness. Yes, you're pregnant now, so you can't be so noisy anymore. Put your hand down and stop jumping around. Anxi looked at the still lively Ayin, who was pregnant, and worriedly educated her. And you guys, as Ein's partners, you must keep a close eye on her, understand? She can't be allowed to jump around like she usually does. Although it is a traditional virtue for males to listen to females, you can't just listen to everything. You are watching Ein now for her and the cub in her belly's sake. For Ein and the cub's safety, you must be vigilant and keep an eye on her. Do you understand? Anxi turned around and began to educate Ein's partners again. Someone must always keep an eye on her, or else accidents can easily happen. The males in Ein's household were used to being obedient, so they needed to be reminded to distinguish the importance of the situation. Yes, divine messenger, we understand. Thank you. Xin healer, we will all remember. Anxi watched as Ein's several partners listened attentively, nodding in satisfaction. Ein stuck out her tongue beside them. When Anxi turned around, she saw Ein making funny faces and playfully tapped her on the head. Ein's partners found her playful demeanor amusing, but as soon as they laughed, Ein shot them a glare. Although it is not easy for orcs to become pregnant, giving birth is quite simple. Female orcs usually carry their young for about 5 to 6 months instead of the typical 10. After Ein became pregnant, many orcs from the tribe came to visit her, as she was the only one to give birth in the tribe in recent years. However, after Ein got pregnant, her partners were extremely strict in taking care of her, not allowing her to do this or that, fearing that she might harm herself in any way. Once the initial excitement of being pregnant wore off, Ein began to feel bored. Thus, Anxi and several other females took turns keeping her company, and sometimes they would all come together. Come on, Ein. This is a new toy I had the carving class teacher make. Come and try it. Today, Anxi came with Yami. Seeing that Ein was really bored, Anxi thought about what games could be played during her pregnancy that wouldn't harm her, and thus she thought of Gamoku. Anxi went to find some obsidian and white agate dug up by the pangolin tribe, and had the carving class teacher make 2 sets of equally sized Gamoku pieces. One set to teach the students at school, and the other set for Ein to pass the time. However, what Anxi didn't know was that the students in the carving class had started a project to carve a set of Gamoku pieces from that day on. This game is called Gamoku. This is the board, and the pieces are in this bamboo tube. Everyone chooses a color of pieces, and we place the pieces on the intersections of the lines drawn on the board, right here. Then the other person takes their turn, alternating turns with 1 piece at a time. Whoever connects 5 pieces first wins. Yes, Yami, you can block her. Ein, the diagonal line, also counts. Anxi taught the rules a couple of times, and when Ein and Yami were getting the hang of it, she fell silent and let them play on their own. Meanwhile, Anxi sat beside them, using yarn spun from deer wool, and with the help of Rung Xiao, she made 2 knitting needles out of wood, starting to knit winter items like sweaters, hats, and scarves. While knitting, she occasionally looked up to check on Ein and Yami. Chapter 54. Naming. Anxi used to learn how to knit sweaters, scarves, hats, and gloves from her grandmother. Since she made the gloves out of cotton, Anxi didn't plan to make wool gloves. She only intended to first make a hat and scarf, and then a sweater. Now that she has cotton clothes and a sweater for spring, she's not in a hurry. The hat and scarf are something she got used to wearing in winter back on Earth, and now not wearing them feels uncomfortable, as if cold air is seeping in from her neck and freezing her head. After finishing the simplest scarf, Anxi started knitting a hat. A hat for warmth is as easy as a scarf, but Anxi remembered a particularly cute hat she'd bought before, which had ears and frog eyes made of yarn. It was a pity she didn't bring it this time. After thinking for a while, Anxi began to knit a hat with ears based on her memory. Although she unraveled it twice, she finally completed it. The moment Anxi put it on, she went to show it off to Xiao. Xiao, look, this is my new hat. Isn't it pretty? Does it look like your ears? And she excitedly spun around in front of Xiao, showing off her newly knitted hat from every angle. Xiao tugged at the ears on Anxi's hat, realizing they were knitted from yarn, but they looked quite lively, making Anxi appear even more petite and adorable. However, the beastmen were not accustomed to wearing scarves and hats made of yarn. So after Anxi taught the deer tribe her knitting skills, they made a different set for each female according to their requests. As the days went by, a yin's belly grew larger, and finally, on a day after the snow melted, she gave birth to 2 lively and adorable little fox cubs, the children of Jia. Yin had a very easy labor, hardly making any noise, and she envied the females of the Beastman continent once again. They were few in number, well-treated, had a hard time getting pregnant, had a short pregnancy duration, and giving birth was not difficult at all. Anxi looked at the 2 fluffy fox cubs that had just been born next to Yin, feeling her heart melt. Before long, the little foxes opened their eyes one by one, and their light amber-colored eyes were very beautiful. Following the scent, they crawled into Yin's arms and began to drink milk, occasionally making soft humming sounds. Jia was so happy that he seemed silly. He first took care of Yin and the cubs, And then when he saw Anxi come in to talk to Ayin, he ran outside to share his joy of becoming a father with the waiting beastmen. Anxi, what do you think would be good names for my cubs? I want you to give them a nice name, something as beautiful as yours, Ayin said happily, looking at her cubs and gently stroking them while asking Anxi, do your cubs want me to name them? Does Jia agree? Anxi looked at Ayin with some confusion, wondering if his own children wouldn't want him to name them. Why would Jia have an opinion? You're the beast god's messenger. You know so much and recognize many characters, and you understand the meaning of our names. Your names will definitely be better than ours. Jia is so happy. How could he have an opinion? Ayin was also puzzled, wondering how Anxi could think Jia would have an opinion, and she slapped her forehead, realizing how foolish she was. In the Orc continent, there is no rule like the one on Earth where children take their father's surname due to the long-standing male superiority over females. This is a matriarchal society, where children don't even have to take anyone's surname, and it's perfectly fine if they don't have a surname at all, as long as they have a nice-sounding name. Anxi lowered her head and thought for a while, her mind racing as she searched her vocabulary for all the words with positive meanings. How about naming them Sheng and Hui? Anxi gently looked at the two little foxes. Sheng means brightness, prosperity, and flourishing. Hui also means brightness and shining, just like the sun and moon. They're the first pair of cubs from our divine messenger tribe in recent years, and I hope they shine brightly like light. Sheng, Hui, brightness, brilliance, such beautiful names. Ayin slowly murmured these two names, and when she looked up, she saw Jia just walking in. She waved her hand to invite Jia over while showing off the names of the little cubs. Jia, look, our cubs have names now. Anxi named them Sheng and Hui, which means bright and brilliant. When Jia entered, he caught the tail end of the conversation, and now hearing Ayin say the names given by the divine messenger was delightful, especially since they were so beautiful and meaningful. Orcs are not particularly attached to naming their children. In fact, naming can be a torment for parents in the Orc continent. It's so difficult that some cubs might not have names for a long time simply because their parents couldn't think of any, and they're just referred to as that cub from so-and-so's family. Only when the cubs grow up and choose their own names do they truly have names. Anxi, can you teach me how to write the names of the cubs? When they grow a bit older, I will teach them and tell them how to write their names and what they mean. Of course. Anxi looked at Ayin, who had a studious expression like a good little child, and patiently taught her how to write the names of the little fox cubs. Seeing Ayin's serious demeanor brought her some comfort. Indeed, maternal love is great, capable of transforming a playful, mischievous, and spoiled little girl into a humble and eager to learn good child. However, Anxi was clearly overthinking it. A person's nature does not change. Once Ayin regained her strength and could get out of bed a few days later, she would still be that quirky little cutie. Meanwhile, the two little fox cubs, Sheng and Hui, successfully weaned after a month, whining continuously, though Anxi usually couldn't understand what they were saying. Male cubs, unlike female cubs, are not born in human form and typically need to wait until they are a year old to transform. They could eat some soft-cooked food and particularly loved the century egg and lean meat porridge that Anxi occasionally shared with Ayin. They also accepted all kinds of meatballs, fish balls, shrimp balls, and vegetable balls without hesitation. Jia felt a bit embarrassed that Anxi always brought food over, so he and Ayin's other companions came to seek advice from Xiao and Anxi on how to cook some dishes. After learning, they took turns preparing meals for Ayin and the little cubs. Anxi surveyed the orcs in the tribe about their favorite foods and then wrote a cookbook. She handed it to byhalf, who was idle every day, asking him to learn the recipes and become a cooking teacher at school to teach the orcs how to cook. Although byhalf seemed to have endless energy and couldn't sit still, he was quite talented in cooking, just like in his studies. Whatever Anxi taught him, he could eventually make it, and he did it quite well. As a result, a cooking class was opened at the school, and many orcs signed up. Orcs are naturally inclined to learn about food, and since they used to feel embarrassed to bother Anxi, now that the class was officially open at school, they happily attended, especially since they could eat openly while studying. Some older orcs who weren't particularly fond of studying also went to the classes, especially the male orcs with partners, almost all of whom attended. Later, Anxi suggested to Yi that the cooking class students should have lunch at school to practice their cooking skills without wasting food. So, the students would cook what they learned that day for everyone at school. However, Anxi's treatment was different. Byhalf would ask her every day what she wanted to eat. If Anxi had a craving, the cooking lesson that day would focus on making those dishes and all the orcs at school would eat the same. If Anxi didn't have anything specific in mind, Byhalf would just observe and assist in the cooking. Fortunately, the orcs were not picky eaters and could eat anything. They were quite appreciative of Byhalf's cooking skills. Anxi has been craving fish balls and shrimp paste lately. After thinking about it, he decided that today would be a good day for hot pot. He called byhalf over to ask about the progress of the cooking class for the orcs. Since there wasn't much to teach today, he thought it would be a good idea to teach the orcs how to make hot pot base. Byhalf naturally agreed to Anxi's request. However, Anxi soon regretted it, because the orcs' hot pot base turned out to be so pungent that the whole school couldn't stay in the classroom properly. With no other choice, Anxi had to take the orcs outside for outdoor class. While outside, Anxi decided to teach the orcs how to draw maps and read them. Divine Envoy. What is a map for? What use do we have for maps? We've run through all the nearby roads many times. We could run in the right direction with our eyes closed. Moreover, orcs have a great sense of direction. We orcs never get lost. The tiger orc Riven proudly patted his chest. Divine Envoy's teachings must be useful. Riven, you talk too much, said the wolf orc Chi, who couldn't stand Riven contradicting Anxi. In his view, everything the Divine Envoy said was correct, and everything the Divine Envoy taught was useful. As a member of the wolf pack, Chi felt very proud that his wolf king could be the Divine Envoy's partner, and he became one of Anxi's staunch supporters. All right, no arguing. Maps are indeed useful. Although you may have covered all the places near the tribe, what about farther away? Can anyone tell me how far you've been? What is the farthest you've traveled? What was it like there? What tribes and clans did you see? The farthest I've been is the grasslands, and I went there with the Divine Envoy. The farthest I've been is the seaside on the other side of Wing Mountain, and I also went there with the Divine Envoy. I've been to the east of the forest, where there are many swamps beyond the forest, and I saw the Bear clan there. I've been to the southeast of Wing Mountain, where there are many smaller mountains, and I know the clan there. Anxi looked at the orcs who were eagerly answering and nodded in satisfaction. Not bad. The orcs in the tribe are quite knowledgeable. After all, they were once a wandering orc tribe, and many orcs have roamed outside before gathering together to form a tribe. Unlike many orcs who have never left their homeland and have no idea what the outside world is like. Very well, everyone spoke clearly, and I can tell that each of you has been to many places. Listening to your descriptions makes me want to go there and have a look. But I haven't been there and don't know how to get there. What do you think I should do? Anxi looked at the enthusiastic orcs and posed another question. Teaching the orcs was something Anxi had already mastered. They were just like children. You had to make them interested, ensure they could understand your words, and encourage them to think along with you. If you spoke too profoundly or dryly, it would be hard for them to absorb the information. Great God Envoy, where do you want to go? I can take you anywhere I've been. I've traveled to many places. Yes, great God Envoy. The orcs in the tribe are all willing to go out with you. But what if you're not here? What if none of you are here? Or what if it's a place none of you have been to? Anxi guided them again. How could none of you be here? I've always been in the tribe. Yeah. How could none of us be here? Anxi saw the orcs getting increasingly excited and quickly took control of the situation. All right. I'm just proposing a hypothesis. I taught you the use of hypotheses, right? Like if and suppose. Do you remember? Yes, a hypothesis is about things that don't exist right now. It's just a guess. Fine. It's straightforward and a bit rough, but it makes some sense. Here's the thing. Maps are used in situations like this. For example, you, Riven, have been to the grasslands, but Chi has not. Chi has been to the seaside, but Riven has not. At this point, you can't accompany each other. So what do? Anxi watched the orcs fall into thought and continued speaking. At this moment, you have a map in your hand. And since you can read the map, you can roughly know where you want to go, which river you need to cross, which mountain you need to climb over, how to run across which grassland, and where to go behind which swamp. Is it to the east or the west? Which tribe nearby can provide temporary shelter? What wild beasts are in the forest? Are there any you cannot deal with alone that you need to avoid? If it rains, where can you find a cave to shelter from the rain? If you run out of water, where can you find a water source along the way? And so on. If your map is detailed enough, you can know all of these things. But our winged tribe can see the forests, mountains, and swamps from the sky. Do we still need a map? Of course, the winged tribe does have an innate advantage over the land orcs when it comes to navigation. But if you fly in the sky without knowing the way, won't you also have to look around? If you have a map, you should know which direction to fly, how long it will take to get there, and upon seeing a certain mountain, you'll know where you are, which can help you avoid unnecessary detours. The Divine Envoy is right. Maps are indeed very useful. With this in mind, we could travel far on our own in the future without worry. However, maps do not just appear out of thin air. They're drawn based on the paths traveled by our predecessors and their memories. If someone who previously traveled that path has a memory error, the map may be incorrect. A map serves as a reference, but we must also learn to adapt. If we feel that the map in our hands is wrong, we need to contact everyone in the tribe to correct it. This way, the map will grow larger, more accurate, and more detailed through the efforts of many of us. All right, Divine Envoy, let's draw a map now. I know how to navigate the forest. I know how to navigate the grassland. I am from the Wing tribe, so I will draw Wing Mountain. Each of you can draw a detailed small map of the places you have visited. For example, if you're drawing the grassland, mark where the sheep tribe's settlement is, where the cow tribe settlement is, where a small river flows, and where the fields cultivated by the sheep and cow tribes are located. If you're drawing Wing Mountain, clearly outline the detailed routes on Wing Mountain, where the Wing tribe's residence is, which side of the mountain has which plants, where the paths to ascend the mountain are, and where the cliffs are that the land orcs cannot climb. All of these need to be drawn out. Thinking from the perspective of the next orc who will look at your map, imagining how to draw it so that other orcs can understand it. Chapter 56. The Steel of Merits. Anxi spoke until her throat was dry, and Shio handed her a cup of water. Anxi took a sip and continued speaking. We also need to draw a big map, called the Orc Continent Map. The big map doesn't need to be too detailed. Just a rough route indicating where the Divine Envoy tribe's forest is, where the Wing clan lives in Wing Mountain, and where the Sea clan is located in the sea. Scaled down according to the approximate area and proportions on our map. This map will be hung in the tribe, and every time we go out and return, it will be updated. For example, last time we went to the grassland, we could add the location of the grassland on our map, its size, and what tribes are there. As we visit more places in the future, our map will grow larger. Perhaps one day, our descendants won't need to leave home. They can look at the Orc Continent map in the tribe and know how vast the entire Orc Continent is. They can also see the places their ancestors have visited, with footprints spread across the entire Orc Continent, and they will feel proud of us. The orcs listened to Anxi's words with great enthusiasm, as if they could see their own footprints covering the entire continent. They imagined the map they had measured step by step hanging in the tribe, with their children or the tribe's young ones gathered around, marveling at how incredible they were. Perhaps Anxi's depiction was too beautiful. The orcs began to draw the map in silence, carefully recalling the places they had been. Thus, they spent the day in class, drawing maps amidst the aroma of hot pot base. Anxi occasionally pointed out some details and reviewed the maps drawn by the orcs, suggesting where changes were needed and where the proportions were incorrect, asking them to redraw those sections. However, the orcs showed no signs of frustration. They were very meticulous about leaving something for future generations, fearing that if their drawings were incorrect, they would be mocked by their descendants or lead them astray into danger. Anxi was somewhat surprised to see that this move was so effective. It seemed that the orcs also cared a lot about being remembered through the ages. Since that's the case, Anxi found Yi, who was obediently drawing maps with the orcs. Anxi discussed with Yi whether they could find a particularly large stone to set up in the tribe square. If there wasn't a very large stone available, they could set up several smaller ones instead. They could carve the names of orcs who made contributions to the tribe on these stones, or even erect a separate stone for those orcs who made especially significant contributions, engraving their names along with what they had done for the tribe in a particular year, including any inventions they had created. In the future, the orcs in the tribe could vote to decide which orcs should be honored on the stones for their outstanding contributions. If any of them were no longer around, later generations of orcs could record their life stories on the stones. This would serve as a way for other orcs in the tribe to learn about them, and it could also be a site for orcs from other tribes when they visited. He thought this made sense. It could indeed foster a sense of belonging among the orcs in the tribe and inspire a sense of collective honor, leading to a greater consideration for the tribe's welfare among its members in the future. Anxi thought for a moment that since the tribe currently had no way of calculating years, months, or days, perhaps they could create a calendar. However, the first step would be to establish an era name. After discussing it with Yi, Anxi decided to consult the opinions of the orcs in the tribe. Anxi organized another round of collective voting and found that the most popular choice was to name the era after Anxi, as the tribe had become so wonderful only after Anxi's arrival. Before Anxi came, they had no knowledge of so many things, including what an era name was. Anxi felt that Night was truly the leader of the tribe, and using an era name as a title was something that had been done in ancient Earth by naming emperors. However, she didn't think Night wanted to be a ruler. He only wanted to be a spiritual leader. If she used her own name for the era name, it seemed a bit like overshadowing him. But Night didn't see it that way. He thought it was quite appropriate to use Anxi's name, just as Anxi had said that whoever created something new could name it. So it was natural to use her name. Moreover, the Divine Envoy was a transcendent existence on the Orc continent, making it even more fitting. In the end, Anxi couldn't withstand Night's rebuttal using her own logic against her. After thinking about it, she realized that the statement, whoever proposes a new invention can have it named after them, was indeed something she had just said. So she could only shake her head and give up resisting, just like how the currency was called divine envoy coins. The orcs first erected 3 large marble monuments for Anxi, Night, and Qingxian, located on the east side of the square, which would later become a place specifically for erecting merit monuments, and this road was named Merit Monument Road. The stone monuments were large, with each side engraved with the names of the 3 individuals, and below that, the inventions and contributions each had made to the tribe were recorded. Anxi's monument was particularly large because, based on her contributions to the tribe, it would record many events until her death. The backside was reserved for recording their life stories after their passing. Anxi, in a moment of impulse, was surrounded by the orcs and ended up erecting her own merit monument. However, after it was set up, she looked at the large stone tablet inscribed with her name in the tribe's square and felt a strange sense of discomfort. It was as if she was still alive but had already become a legend. Anxi thought carefully, is there really anyone who erects a merit monument while still alive? Especially after the monument was established, the orcs in the tribe would stroll by every day to take a look, and their gazes towards Anxi became even more reverent. This feeling was akin to standing alive in front of others while they tell you, "You will always live in our hearts," which was quite bizarre. However, the monument was already erected, and it was too late for Anxi to regret it. Not only was there a merit monument, but also inspired by the snowman and the merit monument, the orcs skilled in stone carving came up with the idea of carving a statue for Anxi, so that everyone visiting the Shunshur tribe could see the statue of their divine envoy. This time, Anxi did not object. It wasn't about giving up. Rather, she realized that if the statue was carved now, it could be based on her current appearance. If it turned out poorly, she could offer suggestions. However, if they waited until she was gone, who knew how they would depict her? What if they made her look like an old lady? She certainly wouldn't want that. It was like the statue of Li Bai she had seen during her travels, which depicted him as an old man. Nowadays, people only knew that Li Bai was handsome and charming in his youth, but the image that came to mind was still that of an old man. Therefore, Anxi agreed to the stone statue idea. To ensure it looked good, she intentionally wore her favorite outfit and put on some light makeup, spending several days in front of the orc carvers to help them remember her appearance, so that they could create the statue based on how she looked now. Chapter 57. Calendar and Hot Pot. Anxi thought it would be better to start counting from the year she first arrived, and the following years would be referred to as Anxi Year 1, Anxi Year 2, Anxi Year 3, and so on. Before she came, the years were named after the previous divine messenger, but the current orcs did not know the name of the former beast god messenger, so they used Anxi's arrival year as a substitute. Anxi also told the orcs that if one day she was no longer present and a new beast god messenger appeared on the orc continent, they could name it after the deceased female beast god messenger. However, if in the future other so-called beast god messengers came here, it would be quite an interesting phenomenon. The calendar mainly consists of 3 types: solar calendar, lunar calendar, and lunisolar calendar. The solar calendar is based on the Earth's revolution cycle, while the lunar calendar is based on the changes in moon phases. The common calendar on Earth is the solar calendar, but the calendar in Huaxia, where Anxi is located, is a combination of both solar and lunar calendars. In fact, Anxi has been keeping track of time since she arrived here, and the climate on the Orc continent is quite similar to that of Earth. So, she calculated based on the calendar of Huaxia when she arrived. Anxi's research on moon phases and revolutions is not deep enough to create her own calendar, and she really doesn't have the ability to explain the calendar to the orcs. So she's a bit overwhelmed. She can only gradually explain it over time. Anxi only informed the orcs that a year has 365 days, a day has 24 hours, which is 12 double hours. An hour has 60 minutes, and a minute has 60 seconds. She just wanted the orcs to remember this, and she would slowly explain it to them in the future. After a morning of classes, it was time for lunch. Byhalf took the orcs from the cooking class to set up the hot pot, which included clear soup, tomato soup, and spicy oil soup. The orcs actually did not have the habit of eating lunch, but Anxi believed that having 3 meals a day has been proven to be the most scientific way of eating over the years on Earth. So after the cooking class was established, Anxi thought of a way to start preparing lunch at school to help the orcs gradually adapt to lunchtime. It just so happened that orcs generally do not need to eat too much at noon, and the dishes prepared for practice in the cooking class are enough. However, the dishes used for practice can sometimes be good and sometimes bad, but since the orcs do not have the habit of wasting food, they have to eat whatever is made, making the cooking class the most popular yet most criticized class in the school. Byhalf also stipulated that the students in the cooking class could only eat the dishes they made, so the orcs, aware of their own skills, improved rapidly. However, Anxi and Yi, Qingxian, Xiao, and Dais had their lunch prepared by Byhalf himself. Byhalf would never let Anxi eat the food the orcs practiced making. Shio would also prepare meals for byhalf and Dais when he cooked at home, and byhalf naturally would not treat Shio poorly. As for the other few people, they were just extras since they couldn't be driven away despite their insistence on staying. Today's hot pot was meticulously prepared by byhalf, specifically with Anxi's favorite ingredients. He prepared a lot of shrimp paste, fish balls, beef tripe, and yellow throat, with vegetables primarily consisting of Anxi's favorites, spinach and shepherd's purse. Anxi was very satisfied with his hot pot meal, and the orcs also particularly enjoyed hot pot. After all, during the cold winter on Earth, hot pot was a very popular way to eat. In any time and space, what connects people besides music is food. No one can resist the temptation of delicious food. In the blink of an eye, the snow was melting quickly. This winter, the orcs in the Divine Messenger tribe had a particularly easy and enjoyable time. And some orcs even complained that winter was too short and didn't provide enough time for them to play. When he heard such voices in the tribe, he shook his head. These orcs had truly become spoiled by Anxi. Anxi watched the gradually melting snow outside, feeling the warming temperature, and her desire to explore this magical continent began to stir again. She planned to set off after this year's spring trading market, hoping to venture further and see more distant places. However, for the other tribes of orcs, this winter was still long. Fortunately, during the autumn trading market at the Messenger tribe, they had exchanged many items for winter, making this winter a bit better than before. But as winter came to an end, their food reserves were nearly depleted. Therefore, as soon as the earth began to thaw, many tribes started heading towards the Messenger tribe. The first to arrive was the dog tribe. Since the trading market hadn't started yet, when Qing saw the dog tribe during his patrol, he reported it to Yi, who welcomed the orcs from the dog tribe into the inner city. The dog tribe arrived early this time. The ice sculptures in their tribe had not yet melted, and the heated kangs were still burning, allowing them to experience the winter life of the Messenger tribe. The huge round-furred orcs were so happy that they didn't want to leave, clamoring to join the Messenger tribe. He was very pleased when he learned about this, as the dog tribe was also a formidable fighting tribe. Anxi was not surprised to hear this, as she had sensed the dog tribe's inclination during her first visit. Perhaps it was due to their connection with the first beast messenger. The dog tribe always believed that their group should follow the beast messenger, which is why they felt so distressed when the beast messenger did not descend upon their tribe. Accepting the dog tribe into the messenger tribe was not a problem, given their loyalty to the beast messenger. However, as the messenger tribe grew larger and the number of orcs increased, the wall surrounding the tribe was not particularly big. It could barely accommodate an area the size of an urban district. If each person were to have a house and an independent courtyard, along with other buildings that Anxi envisioned in her mind, it would only be possible to house a few thousand people without feeling overcrowded. Therefore, while the dog tribe could join, it would not be so easy for other tribes to come in the future. Moreover, it might be necessary to build another circle outside the wall as an outer city, where any future tribes could be accommodated along with the trading market. Anxi called for Yi, Qing Xian, Xiao, Jin, Qing, the leader of the Wing clan, Emperor Zhe, as well as Li, the leader of the Deer clan, Yin, the leader of the Pangolin clan, and Yao, the leader of the Dog clan. The three wise ones of the Sea clan, the Dolphin wise one Yuan, the Loach wise one Jin, and the Sea Turtle wise one Xuanza were also invited. Anxi also asked the Wing clan to come over. Although the Sea clan had allied with the Divine Envoy tribe, due to their unique circumstances, they could not directly join the Divine Envoy tribe, as they still needed to return to the sea for a more comfortable life. Therefore, the Sea clan was considered a special ally of the Divine Envoy tribe. Every autumn, they would come to the Divine Envoy tribe to participate in the trading market, and then spend the entire winter on the hot spring islands of the Divine Envoy tribe with the beastmen. After the spring trading market concluded, they would return to the ocean. In fact, the time spent by these Sea clan groups in the Divine Envoy tribe was even longer than the time they spent in the sea. They arranged for everyone to stay in the teacher's resting office at the school, which always had a fire stove and was very warm. Anxi thought that once the land was opened up, they should have a meeting room in the tribe for discussing matters. Chapter 58, Meeting Divine Envoy. Everyone has been called here. Qing's voice interrupted Anxi, who was lost in thought. Did the Divine Envoy summon us for something? Yao, the leader of the Dog clan, looked anxious yet somewhat excited. The anxiety stemmed from the fact that the Divine Envoy had not yet expressed whether he agreed to the Dog clan joining the Divine Envoy tribe. Since the first time they met the Divine Envoy, the Dog clan had wanted to follow him, but at that time, the Divine Envoy had other matters to attend to and merely passed through the Dog clan's territory, so Yao only expressed loyalty without saying anything else. When the Divine Envoy tribe held the trading market in autumn, the Dog clan also attended but as they were about to enter winter, it was clear that life in the Divine Envoy tribe would be better than in the Dog Clan. So he felt embarrassed to mention joining the Divine Envoy tribe before winter. After all, the Dog Clan did not live as well as the Divine Envoy tribe, and joining during winter would surely mean taking some resources from the Divine Envoy tribe, which was a typical opportunistic move that the loyal Dog Clan would not do. Moreover, what if they took away the Divine Envoy's rations and made his winter uncomfortable? Thus, the Dog Clan had remained until now, and as soon as the snow began to melt, they set off early for the Divine Envoy tribe. Seeing that even just after winter, the food in the Divine Envoy tribe was still so good, made them realize that the reserves of food and supplies in the Divine Envoy tribe were definitely more than they had imagined. Furthermore, after enduring a winter, the Divine Envoy tribe appeared to thrive even more than before. Entering through the city wall, they were greeted by a view of ice sculptures, stone tablets, and thatched cottages, and the Divine Envoy tribe even opened a school where the Divine Envoy personally taught the beastmen knowledge. Witnessing this scene, and knowing that they would not burden the Divine Envoy, some members of the tribe could no longer hold back and began to clamor to join the Divine Envoy tribe. However, the Divine Envoy did not immediately respond to the Dog Clan, and Yao felt disheartened, thinking that the Divine Envoy might not be willing to take the Dog Clan as followers. But today, the Divine Envoy said it was a meeting to notify the various leaders in the Divine Envoy tribe, and even had Qin come call him, which gave Yao hope once again. Today, I have called everyone here because you are all representatives of the various clans that have joined the Divine Envoy tribe in succession. Your clans were once friendly neighbors of the Divine Envoy tribe, and now you are loyal members of the Divine Envoy tribe. As the number of beastmen in the Divine Envoy tribe continues to grow, in the future, if there are matters that need to be communicated or discussed, we can hold meetings like this to resolve them. Before today's meeting begins, let us first applaud and welcome our new friends, the Dog Clan, and this is their leader, Yao. Anxi led the applause with 2 claps, and the other orcs didn't understand why they were clapping to welcome someone, but since the Divine Messenger said to clap, they all clapped together. Anxi looked at the excited expression of the Dog Clan leader and waved his hand to signal everyone to stop. All right, today's meeting is like this. The main focus is to discuss the guidelines for the future development of the Messenger tribe and the establishment of rules for the Messenger tribe moving forward. Anxi looked at Yi, who nodded at her. Previously, Anxi had discussed a rough plan with Yi, as the number of tribe members was increasing, especially with other groups joining. Each group had quite a few members, and it was impossible for Yi to manage all the orcs in the entire tribe alone. Not to mention whether all the orcs would obey Yi's management. Even if Yi wanted to manage, it would be overwhelming. In fact, Yi could not even recognize every orc in the tribe right now. So Yi was worried and wanted to seek Anxi's advice. Coincidentally, Anxi was planning the blueprint for the future Divine Envoy city, and as soon as he heard Anxi's plan, he agreed. Yi was not someone who loved power. He hoped to see the Divine Envoy tribe grow larger and better. The Divine Envoy city in Anxi's plan matched Yi's dream. So they hit it off and held this meeting. The people present are the future leadership of the Divine Envoy tribe, each responsible for different affairs and the well-being of the orcs. As the Beast God Envoy, my role is to promote the development of the orcs and help the orcs on the continent live better, starting with the Divine Envoy tribe. Therefore, I am merely a spiritual leader. I do not need any position. The title of Beast God Envoy is enough for me. My responsibility is to share all the knowledge and everything I can think of in my mind with you, for you to implement. Anxi took on the demeanor of a meeting from his previous work. Now, let me briefly explain that Yi is the sage of the Shunshur tribe, and will continue to be so. Yi has the final decision-making authority on all matters concerning the Shunshur tribe. The leaders of the other tribes will still be leaders, responsible for managing their own tribal affairs. Matters that do not involve the tribe's major issues can be resolved independently, but significant matters concerning the tribe must be communicated to Yi. Let me also introduce our tribe's healer, Qingxian. As far as I know, none of your tribes have a true healer. Everyone should understand the significant role a healer plays. So Qingxian is a special presence in our tribe, and like me, does not need to manage any tribal affairs. However, everyone must respect him, and during meetings, Qingxian can choose to participate or not at his own discretion. The 3 sages of the Sea tribe do not fully reside in the Shunshur tribe because they need to return to the sea during the summer, but they remain good allies of our tribe. The hot spring islands of the Shunshur tribe will always be reserved for the Sea tribe. In the future, when the trading market begins every spring and autumn, the Sea tribe can also participate in the Shunshur tribe's meetings. Moreover, the Shunshur tribe's merchant fleet may need to develop maritime routes, so assistance from the Sea tribe will be required at that time. Anxi then introduced Qing and Jean in turn. They have always been the leaders of the hunting team and the patrol team of the Divine Envoy tribe, and they will continue to be so. The new tribe members have different diets, so you will need to handle hunting matters on your own. I won't be involved. However, if you need help, you can reach out to me anytime. The patrol team, in particular, requires special attention. Anxi swished as he pulled open a drawing. Here is the current God Envoy tribe, with city walls, a moat, and a trading market. Currently, there is enough space within the city walls for the orcs to live. But if other tribes come in the future, they will need to reside in the outer city. We need to expand outward, ultimately incorporating the forest up to Wing Mountain into a city, which will be named God Envoy City. The patrol team must inspect the city walls daily. The inner city is currently managed by the orcs of the God Envoy tribe, and other tribes are also required to send no fewer than 10 people to join the patrol team. The tasks of the patrol team are arranged uniformly by Qing. Xiao is my partner and can represent me in meetings when I am not present. I will inform him of the matters. He is also the Wolf King of the Wolf tribe, and from now on, he will be responsible for the God Envoy tribe, merchant team, and matters related to trade and the market. Next, Anxi explained the planning of God Envoy City to the orcs: schools, hospitals, shopping malls, food processing plants, textile factories, paper mills, construction sites, ceramic factories, agricultural bases, livestock bases, and so on, leaving the several orcs present feeling dizzy, as if they had entered another world. Chapter 59. Planning of God Envoy City. The orcs looked at the grand blueprint in shock, speechless, while Yi and Xiao, who had already seen it once, reacted first. Is this where we will live in the future? Isn't it too big? Also, after joining the God Envoy tribe, we don't need any positions. We can fully follow the arrangements of the God Envoy Lord. We believe that the God Envoy Lord will not be wrong, and there is no need for the God Envoy Lord to consider keeping our chief position. Although the dog tribe was the last to join, their loyalty to Anxi was exceptionally high, and they immediately expressed their desire to give up the chief position. The pangolin tribe quickly followed suit, stating that there was no need to retain the chief position and that they would obey the God Envoy Lord's arrangements. After joining the God Envoy tribe, the sage Yi could freely assign tasks to the pangolin tribe without any objections. However, Li and Emperor Zhe remained silent. Li, as one of the earliest members, had expressed this sentiment on the first day of joining, and Anxi had explained it to him. Emperor understood Anxi. Although the Wing tribe did not have as much time living with the God Envoy tribe as the Deer tribe, nor did they join immediately, he, as the Wing King, had always stayed by Anxi's side. Therefore, Anxi's arrangements for the God Envoy tribe and how it gradually transformed from a wandering orc tribe into its current form were all seen by him from the beginning. Emperor Zhe also understood that what Anxi said was well thought out and surely had its purpose. The 3C tribe sages were particularly relaxed. They were just here to go with the flow. They didn't understand or need to participate in land matters anyway, as the God Envoy Lord would not mistreat them. They would just exchange some items they fished from the sea with the God Envoy tribe and trade the rest in the market. The stronger the God Envoy tribe became, the happier they were. All right, everyone, don't be anxious. I know everyone's loyalty to the God Envoy tribe. The God Envoy tribe will be our home in the future. My God Envoy Anxi, everyone is here for the good of all. Since you trust my decisions, please do not refute or decline. This arrangement is not only for you, but also for myself. Just like all orcs in the tribe know my identity and recognize me, I may not know so many orcs in the tribe. In the future, regarding tribal matters, I cannot find every orc to notify them. As the number of orcs in the tribe increases, some representatives must be appointed to take care of different areas. This is also to reduce trouble for both me and Yi. After Anxi's explanation, the chiefs understood that they were helping the God Envoy Lord and felt relieved. The first matter to address was the trading market. The spring trading market was about to start, and various tribes and groups were soon to arrive. We need to prepare what the God Envoy tribe needs to trade, and the chiefs of each group should tally what they have and what they lack. At that time, we can trade in bulk with other tribes and first resolve the needs of the tribe, while the orcs can handle their own trading at the market. The second matter was about the construction of God Envoy City. The outer city will start building walls from the edge of the forest, slightly higher than the inner city walls to prevent wild beasts from entering the city. A larger primary school will be built in the outer city for foreign tribes and orcs who come to join the God Envoy tribe to learn basic knowledge. The inner city school will be upgraded to a higher level school, as the orcs of the God Envoy tribe have already learned the foundational knowledge. The livestock base, agricultural base, ceramic production factory, and construction site will all be located in the outer city. while the factories for the 4 treasures of study and the Deer Tribe's textile factory will remain in the inner city. In the future, the safety and order of the outer city will be the responsibility of the Dog Tribe. After Anxi arranged the work, everyone dispersed to get busy. After a lazy winter, the orcs were full of enthusiasm for the construction of their new home. The strength and speed of thousands of orcs were beyond imagination, and soon they had built the city walls to a considerable extent. The moat surrounding the outer city was also dug, sharing the same water source as the inner city's moat. According to Anxi's requirements, not a single willow tree was cut down in the outer city. Instead, tree houses were built on them as a distinctive feature of the divine envoy tribe. Every short distance along the city wall had a loft for resting, where patrolling orcs could take a break or seek shelter from the rain, a design inspired by ancient Chinese city walls that Anxi had seen before. The trading market in the outer city expanded. The original market was a street surrounding the moat of the inner city, and now a new street was built from the outer city gate to the inner city gate, with both sides reserved for future market buildings. The trading market transformed into a super long T-shaped structure composed of 2 streets, but it was still not enough to fill the market. Anxi instructed the orcs to set up wooden poles along the streets and hang lanterns at intervals to serve as streetlights. Before the trading market began, the hibernating Tungmal returned. Upon descending the mountain and seeing the changes in the divine envoy tribe, he was momentarily stunned, even doubting whether he had slept for several years. He quickly rushed home and saw Emperor Zhe flying with wings, preparing to return to Wing Mountain for business. Emperor Zhe circled in the air, raised his head proudly, and called out to him before leaving. Although Tungmal didn't understand what Emperor Zhe said, he felt less anxious. Slowing down, he transformed his upper body into human form, cautiously making his way to the familiar place, fearing that Anxi wouldn't recognize his serpent body and might be scared. At this moment, Anxi was practicing calligraphy, writing signs for the school, the factory, and a large sign that would hang outside the city wall with the words Divine Envoy City. As it would serve as a fade for a long time in the future, Anxi was practicing to see which font looked better. Anxi heard a familiar voice and looked up, excited to see Tungmal back. She ran over and gave Tungmal a big hug. "Yay, Tungmal, you're back." Byhalf was about to find Anxi to ask what they were having for dinner when he saw Anxi run past him without noticing him, heading towards another orc. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was Tungmal returning from hibernation, and he rushed over to hug Tungmal, just like Anxi. "Yay, Tungmal, you're back." Tungmal had just caught Anxi when he saw Byhalf rushing over, fearing that he might bump into Anxi. He spun around with Anxi in his arms and used his tail to push Byhalf aside, thinking, why are 2 males hugging? It seemed like Byhalf's head had frozen silly after not seeing him for an entire winter. Now, that Tungmal was back, there was no need to find other orcs in the tribe for the task of carving the plaques, as Tungmal, the master sculptor, was there. The 2 city walls had been prepared with spaces for 2 stone plaques during the construction. The outer city gate was inscribed with the 3 characters for Divine Envoy City, while the inner city wall had the 2 characters for Inner City. Both were written by Anxi and then carved by Tungmal. Anxi also had the orcs plant lotus flowers, lotus roots, and lotus pods in the moat, making full use of the resources. Shio was still busy collecting them everywhere, and, after visiting once, he became familiar with where Anxi's favorite things were located. The construction of the Divine Envoy City was still underway when the Horse Tribe, Cow Tribe, and Sheep Tribe arrived. Chapter 60. The construction of Divine Envoy City. When the 3 tribes arrived at Divine Envoy City, they were once again dazzled by its grandeur and vastness. This time, the Sheep Tribe and Cow Tribe couldn't contain their urge to join Divine Envoy City, while the Horse Tribe also liked the construction of the city. However, the Horse Tribe was more accustomed to running and loved the grasslands. Finally, Anxi suggested that they could all join Divine Envoy City, as there were still hardly any orcs living in the outer city. The Horse Tribe could run on the grasslands during spring and autumn and trade with the Dog Tribe, while also helping transport goods for them. The caravans would set out twice a year, once after the spring trading market ended and once before the autumn trading market began, which meant they would spend almost the entire summer running on the grasslands. Compared to the grasslands, winter was still better and more comfortable on the side of the Divine Envoy Tribe. Upon hearing this proposal, the Horse Tribe immediately agreed. Thus, all 3 tribes planned to wait until after the trading market ended to leave with the Dog Tribe, bringing back their belongings from the grasslands. Anxi did not simply transform the Divine Envoy City into a modern earthly city, but rather retained much of its natural appearance. The outer city of Divine Envoy City looks more magnificent, with stone-paved roads, brightly lit rows of houses, and bamboo buildings resembling a bustling town. This was mainly built according to the preferences of the orcs, who enjoy living in groups, love lively atmospheres, and have never seen what a city looks like. The more splendid the surroundings, the more they like it. The inner city, on the other hand, was built by Anxi according to his own preferences, featuring many trees and water. The houses are classical-style pavilions and towers inspired by ancient Chinese aesthetics, constructed using metal tools the orcs can now forge. Although they are still somewhat rudimentary, Anxi loves them dearly. He has always liked this style of house, but could not afford it in the past. Each household has its own independent courtyard, and Anxi's house design is a traditional 3-entry quadrangle courtyard. Of course, the construction is quite slow, and it is estimated that it won't be completed until after the trading market is over and Anxi and the others return from their journey. However, Anxi does not mind. Even if it is simple and time-consuming, he wants to realize his dream home. Hearing that this is the dream home of the divine envoy, the orcs are very dedicated. Even though Anxi is not in a hurry, it would be a waste for just Anxi and Xiao to live in such a large courtyard. So Dze, byhalf, and Mo can naturally reserve a spot. Yi and Qing Xian originally wanted to build a regular 1-entry quadrangle courtyard, but after seeing Anxi's design, they thought it looked quite good. Anxi initially just liked this type of house and did not intend for him and Xiao to live alone in such a large courtyard. He included Yi and Qing Xian in the house design, making it better for everyone to live together happily. However, it is still not enough space. So Anxi also reserved rooms for his female friends, but since they have quite a few partners, they built additional houses outside, which are all ordinary 1-entry quadrangle courtyards. The orcs really do not have high demands for houses. The other orcs are too lazy to add many fancy decorations and simply built ordinary tile-roofed houses. Some even chose not to build at all, feeling that thatch cottages are quite good. Anxi also planted many peach blossom trees, plum trees, and willows in the inner city. In spring, the sky is filled with peach blossoms. In winter, there are clusters of red plums, and in summer, the willows sway gently. The courtyard also has a garden according to its layout, but Anxi transformed it into a medicinal garden to grow herbs for Qing Xian. The roads in the inner city are not extensively paved. They consist of simple bluestone paths and cobblestone trails leading from the inner city gate to various households. Other areas are grassy fields. Entering from the inner city gate, one is greeted by the lush green of climbing ivy covering the city walls, creating a stark contrast with the outer city. Compared to the brightly lit outer city, the inner city is more tranquil and elegant. Qingshuan's original medicinal shed has been renovated into a large pharmacy and consultation area. The school has also been rebuilt into 2 stories, and all newly constructed buildings in the inner city follow the same style. The cooking class has been separated and built alongside the cafeteria, so that other classes won't be disturbed by cooking smells. The conference room is transformed from Ye's former residence into a large hall, with a rectangular table in the center and 2 rows of chairs on either side. The wall directly opposite the entrance features a large blackboard made from wooden boards painted with ink. Chalk is simple to make. Everyone has DIY'd it as children, just mixing slaked lime with warm water and letting it dry. If different colors are desired, various pigments can be added. However, the orcs are too strong and often break the chalk due to lack of control, so Anxi has to ask the orc who makes the chalk to make it thicker, as the orc's hands are large enough to hold it. The outer city school has also been built as a 2-story structure to ensure everything is in place for the future. Several orcs that Anxi personally taught have become teachers at the outer city's primary school. However, Anxi did not open a cooking class in the outer city, as there isn't much to learn and byhalf is too lazy to teach. Anxi did, however, open a tavern for byhalf, who is not a very diligent person and usually only opens for business when the trading market starts, selling mostly the wine brewed with Anxi. Anxi often brews different flavors of wine, which many orcs enjoy. The farm is established in the outer city because of the sheep and cattle clans, the main forces in farming. They grow large fields of vegetables, sweet potatoes, rice, and sorghum. The livestock industry is managed by the dog clan, which raises a batch of low-tier animals in the food chain, such as pheasants, hares, and ducks. If these small animals are not raised, they will likely be eaten by the divine envoy tribe in a few decades, as the divine envoy tribe has begun hunting large wild beasts. The lumber processing factory is also temporarily located in the outer city, as 3 clans' houses need to be built. Anxi specifically reminds the orcs to fell trees in the forest to build houses, but the cut trees must be replanted. Otherwise, the number of trees in the forest will decrease, shrinking its area. This forest has provided abundant resources to sustain the divine envoy tribe for a long time and has also served as a natural barrier, preventing many wild animals from migrating through here. The divine envoy tribe has never experienced the beast tide that other tribes have faced. Anxi also encouraged the orcs to plant more pine and cypress trees on Wing Mountain, as they thrive especially well in mountainous areas. Anxi educated the orcs about the dangers of reduced tree cover on the mountain, such as the risk of landslides during heavy rain. Since the orcs have now moved into beautiful houses, most of the caves where the divine envoy tribe orcs originally lived have been given to the pangolin clan, which prefers living in caves due to their habits. Now, nearly an entire mountain's worth of caves belongs to the pangolin clan. Anxi entrusted the safety of the Wing Mountain side to both the pangolin clan and the Winged clan, who will reside back and forth between the mountaintop and the tribe, leaving some orcs in each place. After all, they are winged orcs and naturally do not want to give up the high mountains. Chapter 61. Spring Trading Market. Anxi planted many fruit trees on the mountain with the sheep tribe and the cow tribe, and also taught the sheep tribe techniques for cutting and grafting. The sheep tribe, as if they had found a toy, began to graft all sorts of strange fruit trees together, eager to see what would grow. The Wing tribe, while hunting and passing by daily, would take a glance at the safety of the fruit forest on the mountain. Anxi specially arranged for orcs who can write to record the results of cuttings and grafting, noting successes, failures, how the successes were achieved, the reasons for failures, and which steps went wrong or were impractical. All of this was documented, and the successful records were compiled into a book to be kept in the archives of the messenger tribe. To prevent loss, a copy was left at the residence of the sheep tribe in the outer city. One was kept in the library that Anxi decided to establish in the inner city of the messenger city, and another was left with Yi. After discussing with Yi, Anxi decided that all important materials should have backups. The pangolin tribe was responsible for the safety at the foot of the mountain. Any orcs or beasts that entered from that area without permission had to promptly report to the patrol team, who would then capture or drive them away. Because the cave needed to connect with the sea tribe on the other side, Anxi was still uneasy even with the cave entrance being concealed. He even drew a maze map for the pangolin tribe, transforming the inside of the cave into a maze, marking the correct paths with subtle signs, ensuring that those unaware of the routes could not find their way out. This led to many curious young orcs frequently visiting the maze, only to be escorted out by the pangolin tribe. The spring trading market was still in full swing in the newly built messenger city. Although several nearby tribes had settled in the messenger city, they still occupied separate living areas, so the increasing number of orcs did not affect trading. After all, each tribe had different production focuses, and Anxi distributed a certain amount of messenger coins to each new tribe as a welcoming gift. He also established rules to prevent market disruption, ensuring that prices could not be too high or too low, with set price ranges for food and daily necessities. Now, there were already thousands of orcs in the messenger city, and even after the market hours, trading continued. Some culinary classes had orcs preparing to set up long-term stalls in the market to sell food. There were vendors selling salted duck eggs, tea eggs, roasted ducks, beggar's chicken, fish balls, and shrimp balls, catering to those who struggled with cooking or could not learn no matter how hard they tried. Since the pangolin tribe was not particularly skilled in anything other than digging, Anxi felt it was unfair to neglect them and taught them how to make various flavors of ice cream. It was relatively simple to learn, and since the ice cellar was managed by the pangolin tribe, it was convenient for making ice cream. Thus, an ice cream factory was added to the inner city of the messenger city, where the pangolin tribe customized an ice cream barrel with a blacksmith shop and exchanged a brand new quilt with the deer tribe. They wrapped the ice cream in the quilt and pushed it on a cart to sell in the outer city every afternoon, while in the inner city, one could directly buy from the pangolin tribe's ice cream factory. Anxi instructed the sheep and cattle tribes to clear a piece of land on the mountain to plant tea leaves and taught them how to make milk tea, which could be either iced or hot, with the ice being pre-ordered from the pangolin tribe. The popularity of milk tea was nearly on par with that of ice cream. Anxi also taught them to introduce new flavors periodically, such as trading coconuts with the sea tribe in summer to make coconut milk tea, or adding various fruits like red beans, strawberries, and grapes. As for the horse tribe, they seemed to be natural carpenters, keen on studying various wooden crafts. Anxi taught them some principles of house construction and entrusted the management of the lumber processing plant to them. The horse tribe showed great interest in the mortise and tenon technique and wood carving, aspiring to build houses with luxurious carved beams and painted columns like those from ancient Earth. The deer tribe continued to rely on their weaving skills to thrive in the messenger city, now having developed many new and interesting clothing styles. In addition to quilts, Anxi also recommended they make bedding sets, pillows, sheets, and quilt covers, with lighter quilts and mats available for summer. The original orcs of the messenger tribe retained the metal smelting techniques, the production processes for metal utensils and messenger coins, as well as the manufacturing techniques for the 4 treasures of the study. Anxi did not hand over these important things. They were still managed by the original orcs of the messenger tribe. After all, people have their own preferences. And even if more orcs came to the messenger city in the future, Anxi felt more at ease with the original tribe's orcs. As soon as the spring trading market ended, Anxi and the others set off for trade. Their first destination was the southeastern side of Wing Mountain, which they had not visited before. The pangolin tribe had already dug through the cave and mapped out the route, opening the cave entrance in a concealed spot halfway up the mountain. They even made a stone slab to cover it when no one was around and used bushes for additional concealment so it would not be easily discovered. Qing Xian actually wanted to follow Anxi's trading team to see the scenery of the Orc continent and explore other places for herbs and plants that were not found in the messenger city. However, he was the only healer in the messenger city, and Anxi's trading team would be gone for at least a few months or nearly a year. Without a healer, the thousands of orcs would face serious troubles from injuries or even minor ailments without anyone to treat them. After hearing Qing Xuan's complaints, Anxi suggested that he could also start a medical class. With so many orcs now, it was impossible for a single person to handle everything. The vegetarian orcs were fine since they recognized many medicinal herbs due to their long-term consumption of various plants and did not need a healer, as they could find the right herbs for minor issues themselves. They also generally avoided combat, so they rarely sustained serious injuries. The dog tribe, living on the grasslands, knew a bit about herbs and could trade with neighboring vegetarian tribes, which was also why the newly joined horse, sheep, cattle, and dog tribes still had no additional healer. After being a healer for so long, Qing Xian had developed good medical skills, and after Anxi arrived, he often discussed methods of brewing medicine and healing with Anxi. Now, Qing Xuan's medical skills had improved significantly, and as the only healer in the messenger city, when he announced he would start a medical class, many orcs were eager to participate. However, Anxi suggested that the medical class should only teach some basic medical knowledge, since not every orc was suited to be a healer. Many orcs were attracted to the title of healer, thinking it was impressive, without understanding what being a healer truly entailed. Therefore, the final recruitment information for the medical class stated that anyone interested in learning medicine could come. But true healers would have to pass a final exam to first apprentice under Qing Xian, and only after the apprenticeship was completed would they be recognized as healers. This medical class served as a means for Qing Xian to select and train genuine healers, filtering out those who were not suitable. Once the recruitment information was sent out, a large number of orcs rushed to sign up, believing that even learning some basic medical knowledge was beneficial, as the Orc continent placed great importance on healers. Chapter 62. Spring Trade. After the spring trading market ended, the messenger city instantly felt much emptier. The dog tribe was heading to the grasslands for trade, while the cattle, sheep, and horse tribes returned to gather their belongings and pick up the remaining orcs left to guard their homes. Anxi also set out with a trading team that was even larger than in autumn, crossing Wing Mountain towards the southeast. This time, the goods Anxi took were no longer just ordinary clothing, shoes, pottery, and basic survival supplies, but also high-end products like ink, paper, and inkstones, various agricultural tools crafted by the blacksmith shop, and a copper mirror that Anxi had developed in collaboration with the blacksmith shop a few days earlier. Additionally, there were summer quilts, mats, summer cotton and linen vests, women's underwear and skirts produced by the deer tribe, various fruits, and milk tea from the sheep and cattle tribes, as well as special products from a messenger city like lanterns and candles, pearls, and shelled jewelry from the sea tribe, and jewelry made from gemstones mined by the pangolin tribe. Anxi had also set up a jewelry processing factory in the inner city. There was also the hard currency of the Orc continent, salt and sugar. Originally, there was only salt, not sugar, because the orcs on the Orc continent didn't know how to refine sugar. However, the messenger tribe has now extracted red sugar, white sugar, and rock candy, which are selling very well in the trading market. Anxi believes that sugar will definitely become hard currency on the Orc continent. Although there's honey on the Orc continent, it cannot replace the role of sugar. After all, honey is wild and hard to find, and one can easily get stung by bees. Of course, Anxi also brought honey with her because the deer tribe had previously woven a type of protective clothing using a special fiber. Anxi had the deer tribe make several large protective outfits that cover the whole body, along with gloves and a conical hat with a net. After everything was ready, they started to create artificial beehives in the area of Wing Mountain that had the most flowers to raise bees and collect honey. So now, honey is also abundant in a messenger city. Anxi also placed several beehives at a distance, surrounded by different flowers, so that most bees would collect nectar nearby. producing different types of flower honey. To promote the currency, Anxi also brought a lot of messenger coins, intending to take the opportunity to search for other mines, as hilly areas are more likely to produce ores. On this trip, Anxi brought some orcs from the messenger tribe and some from the horse tribe, and specially customized several carts for the horse tribe to transport goods. The previous carts made for the deer tribe were called deer carts, and this time Anxi did not make the horse carts the same as the deer carts. The deer carts were made with incomplete techniques and tools, with a low chassis, mostly being flat carts. This time, the horse carts are more refined, with metal incorporated into the wheels and axles, and also have a canopy to protect the goods from rain. She also brought many orcs from the wing tribe, whose strong combat abilities and ability to fly make them ideal for long-distance trade caravans. Anxi decided to let Emperor Zay manage the trade department in the future, and after this trade trip, the market will be unblocked, so she won't have to follow along in the future. She entrusted the management of this side of Wing Mountain entirely to Emperor Zay. Before departure, Anxi also drew an outline map and route map of Messenger City for easier introduction to other tribes. Because this trip was a bit far, Yi expressed some concern and reminded Anxi to take care of herself, also instructing Xiao to take good care of Anxi and ensuring that the orcs in the caravan prioritize Anxi above all else. Qing Xian took out a large bag of herbs and handed it to Xiao. Inside were small packets of herbs, each with different effects such as for colds, diarrhea, and insect repellent. The orcs passed through the tunnel excavated by the Pangolin tribe, crossed two small hills, and the Wing tribe flying ahead reported back that they had discovered many Shuo tribe orcs ahead, indicating that there was a Shuo tribe nearby, but they hadn't found its location. The Shuo tribe is very good at hiding. They like to keep their tribes concealed from passing orcs and beasts. Upon hearing the news from the Wing tribe orcs, Emperor Zay frowned. If the Shuo tribe is ahead, it may not be easy to communicate with them, as our orcs are numerous and mostly combat orcs. The Shuo tribe is not as easily trusting as the sheep, cattle, and horse tribes due to their proximity. They are alert like the dog tribe, but lack the capabilities to support that vigilance. They're just faster and better at hiding and fleeing, so they wouldn't dare invite us into their tribe, especially since we will be spending the night outside. It's okay, Xiao and I will communicate with them to see. As a female, I should be easier to talk to. If they're really worried, we can stay outside their tribe. Anxi said, looking up at the sky. It won't rain tonight, so staying outside is fine. Which tribe are you orcs from? Why are you here? This is the territory of the Shuo tribe. Are you many orcs here to seize our land? The Shuo tribe orcs, resembling cats in beast form, also had a significant difference in their human forms compared to the orcs of the messenger tribe, but they looked very agile. No. We are from a messenger tribe on the other side of Wing Mountain. I don't know if you've heard of us. We have our own territory and 1T sees yours. We're just out here trading. We have newly built Messenger City and a trading market, and we brought a lot of food and daily necessities to trade with nearby tribes and share resources. Anxi signaled to the orcs beside her to show the goods to the Shuo tribe orcs. Seeing the female and the goods, the Shuo tribe orcs began to trust them more, but their cautious nature still prevented them from fully relaxing. How can we trust you? You have too many people. If we take you to our tribe and you have ill intentions, it would be a huge loss for us. Oh, I forgot to introduce myself. I am the beast god messenger Anxi. You can take a look at our goods. They're all exquisite items: brushes, ink, paper, ceramics, clothing, and bedding. Have you seen these things elsewhere? Only our messenger tribe has them, because only I know how to make them. Besides, who would bring so many good things to fight and seize land? When the Shuo tribe orcs heard Anxi introduce herself as the beast god messenger, they were taken aback, and upon seeing so many good items, their eyes lit up. After careful thought, it made sense. Where would an orc come out to seize land while bringing so many good items? Since you are the beast god messenger, I can trust you. But our tribe cannot accommodate so many orcs. That is fine, as long as the messenger and some of the orcs with goods can stay in our tribe. We can stay outside. This way you can feel more at ease. Emperor Zay looked at the Shuo tribe orcs' promise. After all, their males are tough and can sleep anywhere. Originally, no tribe's living environment could compare to the messenger tribe, and Anxi had already suffered enough outside. She shouldn't be subjected to the hardship of sleeping outdoors with them. The Shuo tribe orcs exchanged glances. Okay, then please follow the messenger. Chapter 63. Shuo tribe and Shi and his companions followed the male SH tribe member to the gathering place of the SH tribe, which surprisingly was in a low forest in the mountains, where the SH tribe members slept in tree houses on the trees. Anxi curiously looked at the tree houses of the SH tribe, which were somewhat similar to the bamboo houses of the divine envoy tribe, both built in trees. However, The SH tribe was a bit strange. The tree houses were spaced far apart, as if they didn't like to live close together. The orcs from the divine envoy tribe's caravan also carefully examined the wooden houses of the SH tribe. After a round of observation, they found that the SH tribe was not deceiving them. There really wasn't a place for them to stay. Greetings, esteemed divine envoy. I am To, the sage of the SH tribe. A slightly older male orc of the SH tribe stepped forward, resembling a combination of a leopard and a civet in beast form. In human form, he had vertical pupils with light yellow irises and a bit of stubble. Even when smiling, he exuded a wildness. Unlike the wolf or tiger tribes with their inherent regal aura, the SH tribe appear to have a naturally fierce appearance. Hello, I am divine envoy Anxi. May I ask if there are only this many orcs in your SH tribe? Anxi looked around and noticed that the number of SH tribe orcs was fewer than she had imagined, even less than the Chuan Mountain tribe. We SH tribe enjoy going out and often spend 3 to 4 days away before returning. It's normal for situations like this. It's rare for our group to have all the orcs gather together, as often half of them are out for several days without a trace. That's why our gathering place needs to be as concealed as possible. Anxi nodded to indicate understanding. They are somewhat similar to the horse tribe, loving freedom and running. However, the horse tribe enjoys running in groups, while the shrew tribe prefers to run alone as a single beastman. Anxi asked the orcs to bring out goods to trade with the shes. According to Anxi's observation, the beast form of shes was also feline and resembled a raccoon more closely. Therefore, during dinner, Anxi specially prepared a lot of fish balls and shrimp balls for the shes to taste. Sure enough, after eating them, the shes couldn't get enough and proposed to trade with Anxi. Anxi took out the divine currency and said, "Since it's our first meeting, I can offer you some fish balls for free. However, if you want more, you'll need to purchase them with divine currency. This is the common currency in Divine Messenger City, and we merchants use it to trade with various tribes and clans. The advantage of currency is convenience. There's no need to find various items to barter with. Anything can be directly purchased with divine currency. But we don't have divine currency." Tao still didn't understand the convenience of currency and instead felt that exchanging for fish balls was quite troublesome. But you can earn it. If you have mines here that can extract gold, silver, copper, iron, or jade and gemstones, you can mine them yourself and then exchange them for divine currency at a certain ratio in Divine Messenger City and the Divine Messenger tribe. If you're unwilling to mine, we can also send the Pangolin tribe from Divine Messenger City to do the mining. However, we will deduct part of the labor cost from the payment, so the divine currency you receive will be reduced. Anxi showed Tao a large collection of samples of gold, silver, copper, iron, jade, and jewelry. I have seen such stones within the tribe's territory before, but I can't be sure exactly where. Tao frowned as he looked at the pile of stones Anxi presented. That's okay. You can take your time to search. Once you find it, you can go to Wing Mountain. We have dug a tunnel through Wing Mountain that leads directly to Divine Messenger City. There are patrols from the Wing tribe and the Pangolin tribe near the tunnel. If you call out a few times, a member of the Pangolin tribe will take you to Divine Messenger City. Divine Messenger, we still want to exchange for some fish balls. Is there anything else we can trade? Tao was a bit anxious. Finding a mine and extracting resources would take too long, and he wanted to eat fish balls now. Well, let's see what you have here. We also accept some herbs and plants, but the prices vary depending on the medicinal value and age of the herbs, or the rarity of the plants you bring. For example, if it's something that's not available in Divine Messenger City, the price will be higher. And we also consider the completeness of the preservation. Anxi finished speaking, and immediately Tiao brought many fruits to Anxi, looking for what price could be higher to exchange for more Divine Messenger coins. Anxi really found some fruits in it that were not available in the city of the Divine Messengers, such as oranges, loquats, peaches, a very large pear, and bayberries. And she reported the prices of these fruits in terms of how many divine coins per pound, as well as how many divine coins to buy a seedling. Although it is possible to not buy from the SH tribe and just sneakily dig up a few seedlings on the way, and she didn't want to take advantage of these simple beastmen, and the prices offered were quite fair. After all, in this primitive world of the beastman continent, even if she were a billionaire, her life would be pretty much the same as it is now, which holds no significance. And she's efforts are not aimed at becoming the richest person on the beastman continent. She simply wants to realize some values she had never considered before. She just wants to experience what it feels like to be a great person whose name is remembered throughout history. As even if she lived several more lifetimes in different places, she wouldn't have this opportunity. Anxi let Emperor Zay choose 2 winged orcs to fly back to Wing Mountain, while the Pangolin tribe would transport the fruit tree seedlings back to Divine Envoy City through the tunnel. They would also bring 2/3 of the fruits back to Divine Envoy City for the orcs there to taste, and let the sheep tribe see if they could grow them. He also arranged with the shrew tribe to bring fruits to the autumn trading market in Divine Envoy City. Well, they could sell a lot, and buy many fish balls and various other items. Tao looked at the map of Divine Envoy City drawn by Anxi and was very curious. The shrew tribe, which already loved to roam, immediately decided not to wait until autumn, when Anxi and the others set out again. The shrew tribe would also head to Divine Envoy City to experience its prosperity and then exchange for some fish balls. No, they wanted to buy a lot of fish balls as well as shrimp balls, beef balls, and the milk tea that Anxi described as very delicious. The ice cream that Anxi described also made the shrew tribe yearn for it. In the end, when Anxi and the others left, the shrew tribe had bought many fish balls and milk tea by selling fruits and herbs. Anxi didn't expect that more than half of the dumplings brought by the merchant team would be sold out at the first stop with the shrew tribe. Originally, Anxi thought that even if they brought ice packs in summer, they wouldn't last long, and if they couldn't sell them, the merchant team could eat them on the road. Now, it seemed they might not have enough to eat. The shrew tribe also loved the beggar's chicken made by the orcs of the Divine Envoy merchant team. Clamored to ask Anxi how much the beggar's chicken cost, and if it was also sold in Divine Envoy City. They went crazy picking mulberries and loquats, which were expensive fruits. If it weren't for the fact that the gentleman merchant tribe's orcs were always cooking delicious food, Anxi felt the shrew tribe would have chased them away to set off immediately for Divine Envoy City to exchange food. Anxi helplessly thought that the shrew tribe was definitely a foodie tribe. Anxi let a winged orc hold the pass and follow the squirrel tribe to Wing Mountain to find the pangolin tribe. Then asked the pangolin tribe to hand over a price list detailing the quantity of fruits and currency to Yi, so that the prices could be unified and the market wouldn't be disrupted. After bidding farewell to the squirrel tribe, Anxi continued to the next trading stop in 2 different directions. Chapter 64. The Weasel tribe, the Divine Messenger's merchant caravan, had traveled for several days. And while passing through a river valley, the scouting winged orc finally discovered traces of other tribes' activities. However, this tribe's orcs seemed even more cautious than the squirrel tribe, running away without even giving a chance to speak, and they could even use a tunneling technique. Anxi watched as the orc vanished in a thin air, only noticing what appeared to be a hole under the bushes. What kind of skill is this? Another pangolin tribe? They can dig holes? Tunneling technique? Anxi curiously approached the hole, but Shio pulled Anxi back and told her to sit on his back and not get down. This tribe, which could dig pits underground, was not safe. If they couldn't find their gathering place, it would be dangerous if Anxi were pulled into a hole. The winged tribe had searched for a long time in the sky, and the land orcs hadn't found anything at night either. This tribe was quite slippery, disappearing in a flash. Anxi had just seen a shadow in beast form that looked very much like a weasel badger. Hey, hello. I'm the beast god messenger Anxi. I'm here to trade with you. We mean no harm, so there's no need to hide. Let's be friends. Anxi shouted with her hand around her mouth like a megaphone, trying to see if she could call out to an orc for a good talk. Don't hide, come out and chat. We are the Divine Messenger merchant team, here to trade with you. We even brought some delicious food. It seemed that Anxi's voice truly had an effect. The underground orcs, hearing a female voice claiming to be a divine messenger, relaxed their guard. Perhaps they realized that the Divine Messenger merchant team wouldn't leave without seeing any orcs, and hiding like this wasn't a solution. So, a few orcs really did emerge from the tree holes and grass. When they came out, they were in their beast forms, and Anxi took a closer look. Well, isn't that a Huangdaxian? Anxi had not judged incorrectly before. These beastmen were probably of the weasel badger type, some looking like badgers and others like ferrets. Hello, I'm the Divine Envoy Anxi. Which tribe are you from? Why did you run away upon seeing us? We were just a merchant caravan out for trade. Anxi waved at them. A few beastmen who had emerged from underground exchanged glances, transformed into human forms, and appeared somewhat short in stature. Divine Envoy? You are the Divine Envoy? We didn't know it was you. We are from the Weasel tribe. We usually live in underground caves and are not accustomed to interacting with outsiders. We just wanted to hide and let you pass first. One of the Weasel beastmen, with small eyes, scrutinized the Divine Envoy's caravan. We didn't know what the Divine Envoy wanted to trade with our Weasel tribe. What do you have? We brought a lot of things, including food, utensils, and toys. Do you have any specialties here? Anxi took out some items to show the Weasel beastmen. After all, mere words were not as enticing as tangible goods. Sure enough, the Weasel beastmen's eyes widened upon seeing these treasures. Divine Envoy, please wait a moment. I will go find the elder. Saying this, he dashed back, leaving 2 Weasel beastmen to accompany Anxi and the Divine Envoy's caravan while they waited. their attitudes much more sincere. You are the divine envoy. We apologize for not welcoming you properly. The divine envoy is welcome to visit our weasel tribe. I'm the elder AI of the weasel tribe. However, our caves may not be able to accommodate beastmen, but there is a large, clean cave nearby where I can take the divine envoy and your caravan to rest. AI politely led Anxi and the group of beastmen to the cave where they could settle down, subtly inquiring about what items Anxi had brought and what they needed from the weasel tribe. Although Anxi could see through this slight conversational skill, among the beastmen on the continent who preferred straightforwardness, the weasel tribe appeared particularly smooth and adept at handling situations. This was evident from the start. Even before the elder AI appeared, any ordinary member of the weasel tribe could deflect the matter of hiding from them. Anxi realized that a tribe capable of housing a phoenix could not be an ordinary one. This is it. Divine envoy, please rest here first. I will go back to the tribe's cave to find the items for exchange that you mentioned. AI respectfully spoke to Anxi before returning to fetch the items. And she looked at AI, leaving with confusion. These Huang Daxian clearly did not believe she was the beast god's messenger at first, and it was obvious that they only came out to deal with her because of their numbers. However, when they saw that they actually brought something, they completely ignored whether she was the beast god's messenger or not. Even when the wise one from the Weasel clan, AI, came out, they never questioned her, nor did they ask any further questions. Despite being uncertain, they still respectfully referred to her as Lord Messenger. Was it because they indeed brought goods for trade that her identity became unimportant? And she had passed through many clans and tribes. Either it was the simple-minded horse clan and sheep clan that believed her at face value, or the dog clan that had interacted with the former messenger and could discern whether she was the beast god's messenger, or the pangolin clan that lived nearby and knew some things about her. Then there were the shrew clan, who initially doubted her because they knew nothing. All these clans' beastmen were very concerned about confirming whether she was the beast god's messenger, as the beast god was the belief of the beastman continent. Only the Weasel clan seemed not to care and appeared to lack any belief, as if they were inherently intelligent and did not believe anyone could be smarter than them. Not long after, just as the beastmen of the merchant caravan were starting a fire, AI returned with several beastmen from the Weasel clan. Lord Messenger, please take a look at these. Do you need them? Anxi glanced at the items that the Weasel clan had laid out on the ground. There were quite a few varieties, including sweet potatoes, yams, buckwheat, corn, and peanuts. There were also many medicinal herbs like astragalus, scutularia, licorice, salvia, and codonopsis. To Anxi's surprise, there were even iron ore and coal ore. It was unclear whether the Weasel clan's land was richer in resources than other clans, or if they simply had a broader knowledge of different items. Anxi thought that both reasons were likely true. I want all of these, especially the coal, or, as it will be very useful in winter, I will provide you with a price list for these items, as well as a price list for our tribe's goods. Although you may not know how to set prices, you can compare both sides to see if our pricing is reasonable. We will trade using the Divine Messenger coins made in the Divine Messenger City. Since you know so much, you must have quite a few animal skin scrolls left by previous Divine Messengers, right? I don't know if you understand the importance of currency, but let me explain it to you. It acts as a medium and a contract. You can use Divine Messenger coins to buy anything you want without having to barter for something you don't like or something whose value is hard to measure. It also allows for easy storage, unlike food, which can spoil easily. Anxi took out the Divine Messenger coins and the prepared price list for AI, asking him to compare the prices of the goods on the two price lists himself. Although AI didn't understand immediately, he figured out the meaning of Anxi's Divine Messenger coins by looking at the price list. Chapter 65, A Clever Mind. Anxi verbally went over the price list again and explained to AI what items were included in the goods, and AI basically understood. Anxi also prepared tasting samples for the Weasel tribe's beastmen to try, letting them understand that the prices of his goods were absolutely reasonable and all worth more than their cost. Indeed, the beastmen from the Weasel tribe who tasted the samples were all shining with excitement. I felt there was no problem. The beast god's messenger truly possessed wisdom that did not belong to the beastman continent. We have preserved animal skin scrolls in our tribe, and you understand everything recorded on them. You truly are the great messenger of the gods. AI excitedly held the meatballs and sausages in his hands. Anxi curled her lips. As expected, she knew that the Yao clan did not fully believe she was the beast god's messenger. They were indeed only looking at the good things. The cunning Huang Daxian has become clever. AI was now focused on the goods brought by the Divine Messenger's merchant team and did not notice Anxi's expression. Divine Messenger, we would like to exchange for those fish balls and shrimp balls you mentioned. We usually enjoy these too, along with salted duck eggs, roasted chicken, roasted duck candles, and ceramic jars. The ceramic jars in our clan are all used for pickling vegetables, and over time, they have taken on the smell of pickled vegetables. Since the jars are not new, we can only use the old jars for pickling, and the flavors have mingled. It would be great to have new jars this time. I just checked the prices, and I think the price set by the Divine Messenger is reasonable. Just as you said, the goods from the Divine Messenger's team are worth more than their price. TSK. To understand the price list so quickly on the first look, Yu Yao clan are much easier to deal with than those B students in the Divine Messenger City schools. Why not take a stroll in the Divine Messenger City like the Shi clan? The primary schools in the outer city are currently enrolling students. And you could also go to study. Such smart little minds, not studying is really a waste of resources. After I return from trading, I will definitely provide you with a set of 3 years of college entrance examination and 5 years of mock exams. Anxi's tone was filled with malicious intent towards a clever mind. TSK. How could such a smart little brain not do problems? Primary school? What is that? What can be learned? Learning these. Anxi pointed to the goods brought by the Divine Envoy's merchant team on the ground. The city of Divine Envoys is willing to teach the orcs of other tribes to make these things? Is this for real? AI looked at the items on the ground in surprise, which included daily necessities from glazed pottery jars to intricately carved wooden bowls and dishes, as well as food that looked very storable, various salted eggs, pickled vegetables, smoked and cured meats, and shiny jewelry that females would like, along with various fresh items that were never recorded on the animal skins preserved by the weasel tribe, such as milk tea and fish balls. How could a tribe be willing to freely share these life skills with other tribes? There is no need to doubt or question. The school in the city of Divine Envoys does indeed teach these skills, and even much more than that, including many deeper things. These are just basic life skills in the city of Divine Envoys, skills that all orcs there must master. Furthermore, many things actually depend on talent and effort. Even if I'm willing to teach you, you might not learn everything. However, I have high hopes for your weasel tribe. I think you are very clever. The primary school in the city of Divine Envoys is currently enrolling students, so you could go take a look. The weasel tribe indeed showed great interest in learning. After being persuaded by Anxi, you prepare to take his people to the city of Divine Envoys, just like the weasel tribe. Anxi gave AI a pass for the city of Divine Envoys, telling him to stand at the foot of Wing Mountain and shout to call out the pangolin tribe to show them the pass. She listed out the price list for exchanging goods with the weasel tribe and wrote about the characteristics and intelligence of the weasel tribe, so that you could arrange for them to go to school to learn. She showed the paper to AI for a moment, then rolled it up and placed it in a bamboo tube, reminding him to remember to give it to the wise man in the city of Divine Envoys later. AI only glanced at it and did not recognize everything Anxi wrote. The weasel tribe, due to their living environment, preserved the most complete animal skin scrolls and some knowledge, so they were much stronger in literacy compared to other tribes, but without proper teachers, they could only recognize some simple characters. Previously, he could only understand the price list by comparing it with what Anxi said and what was written on the animal skin scrolls. Anxi did not expect this. The weasel tribe was clever enough to speak to her on equal terms, without her having to explain things to the orcs in the tribe like she did with children. You made Anxi unconsciously think that the weasel tribe was similar to her, believing that the weasel tribe also recognized many characters. After completing the transaction, Anxi parted ways with the weasel tribe once again, and before leaving, she gifted them a few lanterns she made herself, while the weasel tribe gave Anxi some pickled vegetables and small dried fish in return, and she opened the jar and took a taste. She thought the weasel tribe's pickling technique was quite good. No wonder they hadn't changed their pickles for the merchant group. And she also suggested that when the weasel tribe arrived at the Divine Envoy tribe for trade, they could bring out some pickles to try. The orcs in the Divine Envoy city were used to Anxi's spicy kimchi, spicy radish, sauerkraut, and pickles. So a change to the weasel tribe's pickles and dried fish would be nice, and they should enjoy it. It was just a pity that the pickles she brought with her hadn't been traded after visiting 2 tribes, and she didn't know what the next tribe would like. Sigh. The knight saw that she had only been gone for a short time and had already brought 2 tribes to the Divine Envoy city. She should be quite happy. On the other hand, Yi originally worried about Anxi's safety, whether she was eating well and sleeping well. However, after a few days, he heard news from the pangolin tribe that the shrew tribe had come to the Divine Envoy city with the pass given by the Divine Envoy, saying they were there to sell fruits in exchange for fish balls, shrimp balls, and beggar's chicken, and they brought a handwritten letter from the Divine Envoy. A few days later, he heard more news from the pangolin tribe that the weasel tribe also came to the Divine Envoy city with the divine envoy's pass, saying they were there to sell medicinal herbs and ores in exchange for pottery and various foods. And they wanted to ask if the primary school in Divine Envoy City was enrolling students. The Divine Envoy said they could also come to study and brought a handwritten letter from the Divine Envoy. He looked at the handwritten letter that Anxi had them bring over. The characters were grand and vigorous, flowing like dragons and phoenixes, and at first glance, it seemed the person was quite good, so there shouldn't be any worries. After carefully reading the contents, he couldn't help but facepalm. Suddenly, so many orcs came to the Divine Envoy City. Most of the houses built in the outer city had been given to the sheep tribe, cow tribe, and horse tribe, and there wasn't much left, so now they could only continue building houses. He wasn't originally in a hurry to build houses because he hadn't expected other tribes to come so quickly and in such numbers. Qing Xian was quite happy, as his pharmacy had gained quite a few medicinal herbs. Although the preservation and handling were not as good as what he had dug up himself, having them was better than not having them. Moreover, the Orc continent was rich in resources, so they were not really short on medicinal herbs. Qing Xian was only a little bit pained. The sheep tribe was also very interested in the saplings brought by the shrew tribe. After eating loquats and bayberries, they were even more determined to find a way to grow them. Chapter 66. The hospitable elephant tribe. Only the orcs in the construction department of the Divine Envoy City were not feeling happy. They had just finished building houses recently, and the tiles they fired couldn't keep up. As a result, except for the horse tribe that went with Anxi's merchant group and the dog tribe's merchant group to fetch goods, the remaining orcs left in the Divine Envoy City, who had just returned with their belongings from the previous tribal gathering, were requisitioned to join the construction team. He looked at the busy orcs and felt that the construction team was a bit too hard-pressed lately. He remembered Anxi previously mentioning issuing wages to the orcs, so he decisively decided to give some Divine Envoy coins to the orcs in the construction team, allowing them to buy their favorite food directly with the coins instead of having to hunt while building houses. After thinking about it, he felt it was necessary to be fair and not favor one group over another. In addition to the construction team, he should also give wages to the patrol team, hunting team, the orcs making Divine Envoy coins, and the teachers preparing to teach in the primary school to be set up in the outer city. All of these were contributing to the development of the Divine Envoy City, so all orcs working for the Divine Envoy City would receive wages. However, Anxi was unaware of the situation in the Divine Envoy City, as she could only have the tribes going to the Divine Envoy City help her deliver messages. But there were no orcs to help her bring messages back. According to the Weasel tribe's introduction, there were no proper large tribes or groups all the way southeast to the seaside. Those small scattered orcs did not have purchasing power, so Anxi's merchant group didn't need to run over there, as it wasn't worth it. Thus, the Divine Envoy merchant group started heading west. The Weasel tribe said that as they went further west, the climate would become drier, and there were tribes there, but the Weasel tribe didn't like the climate there. So they hadn't been and had no contact with the orcs there. After traveling for a while, Anxi finally understood what the Weasel tribe meant by dry climate. This was a desert. Goodness, how could it not be dry in the desert? Anxi took a deep breath and thought, fine, a desert is still market. As a dedicated salesperson, one cannot be choosy about the market. Anxi did not let the caravan continue moving forward, but stopped at a distance, allowing Dies to fly up and see where there were signs of orc activity. It's better not to wander around in the desert. After flying for a while, Dies returned and reported that there was an orc group ahead. You all wait here. I saw the orc group up front. It's dangerous in the desert, and you can't fly, so stay here while I negotiate with them. Dies, wait a moment, take 2 winged clan members with you. Dies did not hear and flew off on his own. Anxi hurriedly sent 2 winged clan orcs to follow him and keep an eye on him. After a while, Dies flew back, bringing with him a tall orc. Even in the orc world, where orcs are already quite tall, this one could still be described as towering, and he looked very sturdy. Dies swooped down low, and the tall, sturdy orc jumped off Dies, landing with a thud, then laughed heartily with a loud voice. Anxi thought that describing his voice as loud was an understatement. After he walked closer, Anxi felt it could even be described as deafening. Hello, distant guests. I am you from the Elephant Clan. Oh, the Elephant Clan, that makes sense. Hello, I am Anxi, the Divine Messenger of the Divine Messenger tribe. Ha ha ha. I heard from this flying friend that you are the beast god's messenger, and you are here for trade. Ha ha ha. Rest assured, you have come to the right place. We of the Elephant Clan warmly welcome friends from other clans, especially those who come bearing food. Great, we are very willing to visit the Elephant Clan. Before I came to the Orc continent, the Elephant Clan was known for being the most gentle and hospitable group. I believe our trade will be very pleasant this time. Let's go, let's set off. We are heading to the Elephant Clan now. Anxi was also very happy. Ha, good, let's go. We will definitely treat the divine messenger well. It can't be worse than the hospitable elephant clan you've encountered before. Anxi raised her eyebrows. Well, elephants on Earth are quite gentle. I don't know if they are warm and hospitable. I have never visited an elephant's home. I have only seen elephants at the zoo. The divine envoy's caravan. Following the elephant tribe, orcs had not walked far before arriving at the elephant tribe's gathering place. What greeted their eyes were tall stone houses built from enormous stones. The stone houses were not all facing one direction, but were arranged in a circular formation, though it was unclear if this was to prevent wind and sand or for some other reason. Several young elephants were frolicking and rolling around in the center of the tribe. Wise one, I'm back. We have guests in our tribe. Yu's loud shout startled Anxi. She felt the movement of Anxi being startled on her back and gently swished her tail to comfort her. Guests? A similarly tall bald orc put down the roasted meat in his hands and looked towards Anxi and the others. Yes, they are from the divine envoy tribe's caravan. Here for trade. That female is the divine envoy. The divine envoy? Ha! The divine envoy has come to our elephant tribe. Quickly, go notify the tribesmen. Prepare food to welcome the divine envoy. The bald orc with the roasted meat stuffed it into Yu's hands and excitedly walked toward Anxi and the others. Hello, esteemed divine envoy. I am the wise one of the elephant tribe. My name is Zhuang. You can call me Zhuang or Elephant Zhuang. All right, Elephant Zhuang, Elephant you. You really know how to choose names. My name is Anxi. I am the divine envoy of the divine envoy tribe. Your name is not bad. Ha! Thank you for the compliment, divine envoy. I also think my name is great. Elephant Zhuang patted his round, shiny bald head and laughed heartily. Elephant Zhuang, quickly invite the distant guests inside. Oh, right, divine envoy. Please come in, bring your caravan inside. Our elephant tribe is very spacious. Anxi patted Xiao, who insisted on carrying Anxi into the tribe to prevent the sand from burning Anxi's feet. He found a clean stone in the shade to set Anxi down before transforming into human form. Xiang Zhuang and Xiang Yu, along with many orcs, gathered around enthusiastically sharing their roasted meat with the orcs of the divine envoy's caravan. Anxi also asked Xiao to take out the food they brought to share with the Xiang tribe, allowing them to try the flavors, especially the fish balls and other items, which needed to be eaten in the next couple of days, otherwise they would spoil. After all, although they had ice blocks to keep things cool in the desert, even with blankets covering the ice blocks, it wouldn't last long. Anxi shared a variety of food with the elephant tribe, and seeing their generosity, he also brought out his favorite fruit wines. Previously, the squirrel and weasel tribes were known for their speed, so Anxi didn't let them drink wine, fearing that they might get drunk and be unable to run fast, which could lead to them being outmatched when hunting wild beasts. However, both the squirrel and weasel tribes had sensitive palates and weren't very fond of alcohol. The orcs of the elephant tribe praised the food brought by the divine envoy's caravan, especially Anxi's fruit wine, which suited their taste. Unlike the squirrel and weasel tribes, the elephant tribe showed little interest in the round little dumplings, feeling that they disappeared before they could even chew a few bites. Instead, they preferred hearty foods like cured meat sausages that they could enjoy with big bites. Xiang Zhuang patted his smooth forehead, indicating that as long as Anxi exchanged wine and cured meat sausages with the elephant tribe, any amount or type would be acceptable. Chapter 67. The purchasing power of the elephant tribe. We don't have much stock left here, and you can't take everything, as we need to leave some for the next tribe. You've basically reached the end of your journey here. The further you go into the desert, the more dangerous it becomes, and you have no idea where it ends. Even we, the elephant tribe, only operate on the outskirts of the desert. Only the camel tribe can venture deep into it. However, even the camel tribe has never seen the end of the desert, so it's almost impossible for you to cross it. In the desert, there are only our elephant tribe and the camel tribe. The camel tribe is our good friend, and I can take you to their community later. But you can rest assured to exchange all your meat with our elephant tribe. The camel tribe is a vegetarian community, and they would probably prefer your vegetable dumplings. Anxi nodded in understanding after listening to Xiang Zhuang's words. It was indeed nearly impossible to cross the desert, even for the strong orcs of the orc continent. Moreover, it seemed that this desert was vast, and they were only here for trade, not for exploration, so there was no need to venture deep into the desert. I don't know what items your elephant tribe has, so it's hard to estimate the prices. Do you have anything that exists in the desert, but not outside of it? Anxi pondered for a moment, and then remembered. There are sour berries in the bushes around the desert, small yellow clusters. They're not only edible, but if you get burned, applying these berries to the wound will help it heal faster than usual. Xiang Zhuang called over a male orc from the tribe, and asked him to bring the stored yellow berries for Anxi to see. Anxi looked at the branch brought by the orc, which was covered in small yellow fruits, and her eyes lit up. Isn't this sea buckthorn? Sea buckthorn is a great thing. It's the tree species that contains the most natural vitamins and is known as a natural vitamin treasure trove. The high vitamin C content in sea buckthorn is unmatched by any other fruit. Moreover, sea buckthorn has significant medicinal value and can indeed treat external injuries like burns and scalds. She recalled a time in her childhood when she accidentally scalded her foot after throwing a boiling water kettle due to steam burning her hand, resulting in large blisters that took a month to heal before she could wear shoes. At that time, her mother applied a medicine that contained sea buckthorn oil, which was said to be extracted from sea buckthorn fruits and accelerated the healing of external injuries without leaving scars. The scar on Anxi's foot is now very faint, almost to the point of being unnoticeable. This thing called sea buckthorn is indeed a good product. I will buy as many as you can sell, at a price of 20 gold coins per plant. Rest assured, I am offering you the most reasonable price. The sausages and cured meats you bought only cost 20 silver coins per paper bag, and 10 silver coins equal 1 gold coin. So the divine messenger coins you get from exchanging one sea buckthorn plant are enough for you to buy 10 bags of sausages or cured meats. What kind of sea buckthorn can be exchanged for so much meat? Xiang Zhuang was a bit confused by the unit conversion, but understood that it could be exchanged for a lot of meat. Of course, this is an excellent fruit that can also be used as medicine. Oh, as soon as he heard it could be used as medicine, Xiang Zhuang understood. In the Orc continent, nothing is more valuable than medicinal materials. After all, many medicinal materials are only recognized by healers, and in the Orcs' minds, things they don't understand are the most powerful. So what is this divine messenger coin? Is it a new thing developed by the divine messenger? The Orcs were not surprised that the divine messenger would bring new things. Well, sort of. The divine messenger coin has a similar currency in my world, created for the convenience of transactions and market circulation. Saying this, Anxi took out a divine messenger coin and handed it to Xiang Zhuang. Here, this is the divine messenger coin. Anxi first used the divine messenger coins to buy sea buckthorn fruits from the elephant clan. The elephant clan then used the divine messenger coins from Anxi's purchase to buy sausages, cured meat, fruit wine, and pottery from the divine messenger caravan. Since the elephant clan ate a lot, Anxi calculated the return time to the tribe and kept the rations for the orcs in the divine messenger caravan, selling the remaining meat to the elephant clan. Anxi also recommended mats to the elephant tribe, who were quite interested in these cool items, especially since the desert can be quite hot. They bought a lot of clothes made from various cotton, linen, and silk fabrics. The elephant tribe orcs are rather rugged and do not care much about how clothes look. They only want to avoid sunburn when in human form for long periods in the desert without clothing. However, animal skins are too hot. When they discovered that the messenger caravan sold such clothes, they were extremely happy and bought up all the stock that had not sold well before. If it weren't for the consideration of leaving some for their old friend, the camel caravan, they would have nearly bought out all the clothes the messenger caravan brought. The elephant tribe entered a frenzied buying mode, and when they ran out of money, they went to pick sea buckthorn berries. It was Anxi who stopped them from picking all the sea buckthorn berries so that there would still be some left for future growth. Does your tribe have nothing else besides sea buckthorn berries? It doesn't necessarily have to be food. It could also be stones or ores, like this called coal, which can be burned for warmth in winter. And these tools are made from a type of ore called iron. And these messenger coins are made from gold and silver ores. Also, this bracelet I brought is made from a beautiful kind of stone. If you have these, our messenger caravan will buy them. Anxi looked at the orcs from the elephant clan, scratching their heads, wanting to buy something but lacking money. She reminded them that they could look for something else and show them the coal and sample or she had collected along the way, one by one. Stones? We haven't seen these black stones here, nor have we seen these beautiful stones. The elephant clan members frowned at the stones Anxi took out. Or maybe there are beautiful stones hidden among the dull-looking ones. Do you have any stones here that are different from those in other places? Something that doesn't exist elsewhere. The sand we have here is something you won't find in other places. Anxi looked down at the sand at her feet. Oh, not the sand on the ground, but another kind of white sand. Xiu led Anxi and Xiang Zhuang to the place he mentioned that had white sand. Anxi leaned in to take a closer look. It was quartz sand. Quartz sand is also a good material, used for making glass and enamel. However, Anxi wasn't sure about the process of making glass or its melting point. She had only seen some shops selling glass crafts during her travels, where artisans would make small animal shapes out of glass to attract curious passersby. Watching others make simple items and doing it herself might not be the same. She would need to return to the divine envoy city to study it more thoroughly, and she purchased a certain amount of quartz sand from the elephant tribe. which made the elephant tribe very happy as they now had money to buy from the divine envoy's merchant convoy. The moment Anxi handed over the divine envoy currency to Xiang Zhuang immediately stuffed it back into Anxi's hands. With a speechless expression, Anxi excitedly rushed towards the goods of the divine envoy's merchant convoy, picking out the clothes and jewelry they had previously liked. Indeed, it was not just the females of the elephant tribe who liked jewelry. Many males also bought ornaments such as pearls and shells brought by the divine envoy's merchant convoy. They rarely bought items like agate, jade, or crystal, mainly because they had heard that shells and pearls were things from the sea, which the elephant tribe had hardly ever seen, making them particularly fond of them. Chapter 68. Going to the Camel Tribe. Anxi watched as the elephant tribe quickly squandered the money they earned from selling quartz sand, trading it for a large string of shell necklaces worn by the orcs of the tribe, shaking her head in speechlessness. The scene of a group of burly men walking around the tribe wearing shell and pearl necklaces was somewhat eye-catching, and the aesthetic sense of the elephant tribe was indeed hard to describe. In order to prevent the elephant tribe from wasting more money, and since there wasn't much merchandise left from this trip, Anxi suggested that Xiang Zhuang take them to find the camel tribe in the next few days to trade their goods and then return to the tribe. After all, they had been out for a while, and spring had passed. It was now summer. Xiang Zhuang had only refrained from buying everything from the divine envoy's caravan due to their usual camaraderie, leaving some for his old friends in the camel tribe. Anxi proposed that the elephant tribe could perhaps take a trip to the divine envoy city, where they could learn to make these items and even find work to earn some divine envoy coins, as divine envoy city had everything and was much better stocked than what they had brought along for trading. When the elephant tribe members heard Anxi's words, they excitedly held a brief meeting to discuss it, ultimately deciding to accompany the divine envoy caravan back to divine envoy city. The reason it was called a brief meeting was that Anxi felt it was indeed quite short. Essentially, Xiang Zhuang spoke with her, then gathered all the elephant orcs and went to the nearby stone house, where Anxi then heard Xiang Zhuang's excited voice announcing that after visiting the camel tribe, the divine envoy caravan would return to divine envoy city, and the divine envoy had invited their elephant tribe to go along. The divine envoy mentioned that there were many delicious sausages and meats in divine envoy city, as well as plenty of good drinks, and they could learn how to make those tasty foods and drinks. Moreover, by working, they could earn divine envoy coins to buy those beautiful shell necklaces. Really? Then let's go. Yes, let's go, Zhuang. All right, it's decided then. I'll go tell the divine envoy. To be honest, Anxi wasn't eavesdropping intentionally. It was just that the elephant tribe's voices were too loud. Anxi watched as Xiang Zhuang went in and came out in less than 2 minutes, beaming with joy as he told her, "Divine messenger, our Xiang tribe has discussed it seriously, and we are willing to accompany you to the divine messenger city." Anxi, who had listened from beginning to end, Anxi felt that Xiang Zhuang's suggestion of holding a meeting to discuss with the tribesmen was probably just to appear more reserved, although it seemed that he did not achieve the desired effect. Thus, with a joyful heart and the beautiful anticipation of wearing a pearl shell necklace and indulging in meat and wine after arriving at the divine envoy city, the next day, Xiang Zhuang and Xiang Yu took Anxi and the divine envoy merchant caravan towards the gathering place of the camel tribe in the center of the desert. In the desert, for convenience, the beastmen transformed into their beast forms. Anxi was glad that she had brought a windproof hat and scarf, although she hadn't thought she would end up in the desert. They came in handy after all. Xiang Zhuang and the divine envoy caravan rested for 2 nights in the stone houses built by the elephant tribe along the way, and then arrived at the camel tribe's gathering place, which turned out to be a small oasis. "Xiang Zhuang, what are you doing here? Where did those beastmen behind you come from?" A camel tribe beastman relaxed his previously wary expression upon seeing Xiang Zhuang. Noticing the good external image of the elephant tribe, the camel tribe felt no concern about Xiang Zhuang bringing so many beastmen. "Xian, these are the merchant caravan from the divine envoy tribe. They have come to trade with your camel tribe. They have brought many good things. Hurry, do you have anything good? Quickly trade with them. If you don't have that wine, I'll take all of it." Xiang Zhuang seemed very familiar with that camel tribe beastman, and before even getting close, he had already blurted out everything he wanted to say without giving the beastman named Xian any time to respond. "A merchant caravan from the divine envoy tribe? Is it from the tribe where the divine envoy lord descended? May I ask who the divine envoy lord is?" It was unclear whether he understood what Xiang Zhuang said, but the camel tribe beastman Xian did not show much surprise. Instead, he looked towards the divine envoy caravan to inquire. Anxi lifted the veil on her hat and said, "I am the divine envoy, Anxi. Greetings to you, friends of the camel tribe." "Hello, divine envoy," Xian replied, bowing to Anxi. He did not ask any further questions, but respectfully invited Anxi and her group into the tribe. Anxi was a bit puzzled by the calmness of the camel clan. It wasn't that she expected the beastmen to be overly surprised to see her, but rather that the beastmen they had encountered along the way were either startled or disbelieving, or excited. Suddenly seeing such a calm Anxi made her feel a bit out of place. Well, since they were already here, they might as well go in. Perhaps the camel clan just had this kind of temperament. Xian led the divine envoy caravan into the gathering place of the camel clan, where there were no stone or wooden houses. Many of the camel clan beastmen were sitting on the ground, some were eating, and others were resting. Xiangzhuang noticed Anxi's puzzled expression and laughed heartily, saying that the camel clan had no houses. They slept outdoors because these guys were unpredictable and loved to wander around the desert, only staying longer when they found an oasis. We, the elephant clan, have been neighbors with them for hundreds of years, and only we can find them. Hearing Xiangzhuang's words, Xian turned back to explain to Anxi that the camel clan was cold-resistant and could go a long time without food after eating once. They liked to eat the leaves of trees found in oases and always migrated following the movement of the oases in the desert. They could generally predict where the next oasis would form based on changes in the desert, but only in a rough direction. So they would keep walking in the desert for a while until they found the next oasis to rest. Anxi listened attentively, as it was her first time hearing about how camels survive in the desert. She found it quite amazing. Camels can actually sense the direction of oases based on changes in the desert, and this was said by the camel itself, so it must be true. Is that also why camels on Earth can find water sources? Don't all deserts look the same? They can still detect changes? How fascinating. The sand in the desert can change, the climate can change. The wind direction, the movement of the sand, changes in humidity in the air, and the degree of sinking sand beneath their feet, among other methods, can all be used for. Anxi realized that she had unconsciously muttered out loud after hearing Xian's explanation. Oh, doesn't the divine envoy know? It turns out that even the divine envoy doesn't know everything. Xiangzhuang had a puzzled expression, as if it was strange for Anxi not to know, which made Anxi feel annoyed. What do you mean by that? Why can't I have things I don't know? Just because you call me divine envoy doesn't mean I know everything. I'm still just a person. Maybe your beast god really knows everything, but I'm just someone who knows a bit more than you. Places like the desert, where I've never lived, I'm basically in the dark about. Xiangzhuang nodded with a look of understanding and then happily chuckled twice. It felt closer to the divine envoy, realizing that the divine envoy was just like them, a beast man. Hee hee. Chapter 69. A painting spark. Xian looked at Xiangzhuang's silly smile and habitually shook his head with a helpless smile. His old friend was just impossible. I'm sorry, respected divine envoy, but our camel tribe might not have food that you like. I think you probably don't like eating leaves, Xian said apologetically to Anxi. It's okay. We can cook our own food. How about you try some later and see if there's anything you like that you can buy from us? We have vegetable dumplings that should suit your taste, and your old friend Xiangzhuang has saved a lot of fruit wine for you. Besides food, we also have many other things like pottery, bamboo tubes, and straw mats. You can take a look at those as well. Anxi took out a pile of items, which were all the goods left by the divine messenger caravan. After all, they had no intention of continuing their journey after leaving the camel tribe caravan and were preparing to go back. The members of the camel tribe were quite different from Anxi's imagination. They actually had gold, which they had picked up from the desert. According to their animal skin scrolls, it was recorded as something useful, so they kept it. The camel tribe used gold to exchange for divine messenger coins to buy food balls and animal skin bags. And they also showed interest in the 4 treasures of the study. Anxi was deeply gratified by the camel tribe's eagerness to learn as he looked at the ink, paper, and inkstone that he had brought along but had not sold. As for the fact that the camel tribe could not write, Anxi felt it was nothing to worry about. If they couldn't write, they could still draw. It just so happened that the camel tribe was interested in the 4 treasures because they loved to draw. Anxi believes that the camel tribe has a great talent for painting, with the idea of allowing them to freely express their imagination without being limited. She did not teach them the basic techniques of drawing. Instead, she encouraged them to fully unleash their creativity. Only when orcs like her asked for advice did Anxi give them some tips on how to improve their painting. Anxi looked at the drawings of the camel tribe, some depicting oases, some showing deserts, some illustrating tornadoes, and some portraying the gathering places of the elephant tribe. When she saw Xian's drawing that resembled a city street scene, her heart skipped a beat. However, she quickly calmed down and thought of the mirage she had seen on the central island of the sea tribe. Mirages often appear over the sea or in deserts, so it was possible that the camel tribe had seen them too. Xian, what are you drawing? Where did you see this? Anxi tried to keep her voice calm. This is a scene that appears in the distant sky of the desert, a place that no beastman knows about. We had pursued it, but did not find it. That is a mirage, one that you cannot find. Anxi sighed. She didn't understand why mirages on the beastman continent would resemble scenes from Earth. What is a mirage? It is a natural phenomenon, a refraction of light. Simply put, you can understand it as a shadow projected in the sky. Since it is a shadow, it should exist. How can it be unfound? Logically, it should have existed. Wait a minute, existed? Anxi recalled the animal skin scroll of a predecessor who had crossed over, who said that this place might be Earth. Could it be that this is Earth billions of years later? Anxi suddenly felt afraid to think further. Everything was a bit too chilling upon reflection. Just as Anxi was lost in thought, Xian drew another picture. She took a glance and was shocked again. This looks so much like the shape of a space station or spaceship from a sci-fi movie. Even if it wasn't, it shouldn't belong to the Beastman continent. And she silently stood beside Xian, watching him continue to draw, feeling a bit hesitant to ask any further questions. She was unsure if the answers she sought were one she could handle, afraid it might be like opening a Pandora's box, with contents she might not be able to bear. And she even wondered if the orcs from the orc continent could withstand it. Byhalf turned around and saw, and she still beside Xian, her gaze towards him somewhat unfriendly. The drawing wasn't very good, just a bunch of random things. He knew Xian was trying to attract Anxi's attention with some strange stuff. Humph. Byhalf snorted through his nose, planning to walk over to draw Anxi's attention back, but was stopped by Xiao after just 2 steps. Only Xiao, who had been focusing on Anxi the whole time, noticed the changes in her expression. Right now, Anxi's face showed that she was lost in thought, clearly about something very important. Before Byhalf could ask anything, Dize reached out to cover his mouth and shook his head at him. Dize hadn't seen Anxi's expressions throughout, but he had heard the conversation between Anxi and Xian. He recalled that during the Mirage incident with the Sea Tribe, she didn't seem very happy. Cincy Mountain was close to the Sea Tribe. He had known for a long time about the legends regarding the beast god world appearing in the sky above the sea. And she, as the beast god's messenger, surely found anything related to the beast god world very significant. Byhalf, blocked by 2 people, sensed that something was off. Although he usually appeared reckless, it was because, as a member of the White Tiger clan, the king of the jungle never feared much, coupled with his slightly erratic personality. Unlike wolf-type orcs who were pack animals, the tiger tribe was more solitary. Xiao, being the wolf king, was accustomed to being steady, making Byhalf seem a bit reckless by comparison. However, he wasn't stupid. The White Tiger orcs were considered one of the smarter races on the orc continent. Reminded, Byhalf carefully observed Anxi's demeanor and finally realized that although it seemed she was watching Xian draw, she was actually lost in thought. Byhalf disdainfully swatted Dize's hand away, remembering that Dize had just come back from relieving himself and hadn't washed his hands. This proud guy pretended to be clean and proper. Dize looked at Byhalf's disgusted expression as he wiped his hands on the ground, then glanced at his own hands with disdain, revealing a look of contempt. Byhalf's vivid expression made it hard for Dize not to realize that Byhalf was disgusted by him not washing his hands. Dize was speechless. It was only because they were in the desert, and he didn't want to waste water that he hadn't washed his hands, especially with that stinky snake, which was clearly not a desert snake, looking like it was about to dry out. If he hadn't been afraid of turning it into dried snake meat, wouldn't he have constantly given it water to drink or occasionally splash some water on it? Did he really need to be that stingy with water? But that stinky snake was afraid and she would notice, so it stayed away from her. Byhalf, that reckless and arrogant guy, what does he know? A short-sighted, round-furred beast. But in the end, he was still provoked by Byhalf's disdainful expression. Dize, who loved cleanliness, couldn't ignore Byhalf's look that suggested he was now dirty. Gritting his teeth, he angrily tore off a few leaves from a nearby tree and wiped his hands vigorously, then flicked the leaves at Byhalf's face, who nimbly dodged them. Byhalf transformed into his beast form without even glancing at Dize, lifting his head proudly and striding over with a victorious air to lie down under a tree. Chapter 70. Xiao's worry. Xiao ignored the 2 childish ones, his gaze fixed on Anxi, while holding 2 twigs to weave a flower crown for her. He had practiced many times to make beautiful flower crowns for Anxi, and could now weave one effortlessly without looking. Although there were no flowers now, the crown made of only leaves and twigs looked good on Anxi, and having a bit of green in the desert, even if just psychologically, made it feel a bit cooler. Xian, where's this place? Have you been here? And she stood silently for a long time, and finally spoke up when Xian was almost done with the drawing, her voice slightly hoarse. And she knew she couldn't remain silent forever, couldn't just pretend she hadn't seen Xian's painting. If she turned and walked away, perhaps life would continue as usual. without needing to know anything, treating the Beastman continent as just an ordinary crossing, as if it were a so-called divine reward for time travel. That might be possible, but many things wouldn't cease to exist just because she chose to ignore them, and many events wouldn't disappear simply because she didn't want to understand. The universe has existed for billions of years, and time is infinite. In this vast universe filled with stars, everything feels so insignificant. I thought you didn't want to ask. Xian said, this should be something from the beast god world, right? I don't think this is something that should exist in the Beastman continent. You've been standing there for a long time. Are you hesitating about something? Will this thing take you back to the beast god's world? Xian finished the drawing, put down the brush, and looked at Anxi. Although his words were all inquiries, the first question had a certain tone of certainty, while the second and third were more questioning. At that moment, Xiao, who had been paying close attention, couldn't control his strength and snapped a branch when he heard Xian's words. I don't know, as she took a deep breath. You know where this thing is, right? Can you take me to see it? Have you made up your mind? There is nothing to decide. Although I came here mysteriously, I want leave mysteriously. Didn't the former beast, god's messenger, pass away on the Beastman continent? Didn't she not go back either? Just take me there safely. Nothing will happen. All right, divine messenger. The camel tribe Xian is willing to serve you. However, we are deep in the desert. If you want to go, you'll need to wait a few days. These days are the worst weather in the desert, and there might be sandstorms in the depths of the desert, which are not suitable for travel. We can hide in the oasis and avoid facing the sandstorm directly. Then can you tell me about it? What is it like? Where is it? How did you come across it? And she asked, somewhat curious. This huge house that looks very special. I don't know what it is. I just know it suddenly appeared on our path while we were searching for the beast god world. Our camel tribe has been exploring the secrets of the desert for a long time, searching for the beast god world that appears in the sky. We and made any progress until our generation continued doing the same thing. I was swept away by a tornado in the desert once. That time almost cost me my life. When I woke up and walked for a while, I saw this huge special house. The door of that house is very peculiar. I couldn't get in and didn't know how to enter. I was afraid my tribe would find me, so I just remembered the location and left. Later, we went there once, but still returned empty-handed. We have been waiting for the arrival of the next beast god messenger. We, the camel tribe, firmly believe that only the beast god messenger can open it. And as long as this thing exists, there will definitely be a beast god messenger descending on the Beastman continent again. Anxi somewhat understood why the camel tribe was not surprised to see her. Xiao looked at Anxi and Xian chatting and walked over to Anxi, placing a flower crown on her head. I heard you two talking just now, and not being able to control my strength, accidentally broke this part. I tried to fix it as best as I could. Although Xiao didn't directly say he cared about this matter, Anxi could still pick up on the obvious hint. Anxi found it a bit amusing. When did Xiao start to speak in such a roundabout way? What? Afraid I might go back? Anxi teased Xiao playfully. I'm afraid I won't be able to see you again. If you go back, can you take me with you? Xiao looked at Anxi very seriously. And she looked at Xiao's serious expression and put away her teasing smile, looking at him earnestly. If there really is a possibility to go back, although I think it's unlikely, I will carefully consider whether to go back or not. If I can only go back alone, without taking you with me, or if I go back and can never return, then I won't consider going back. I will stay here. Xiao listened to Anxi's words and suddenly felt a bit selfish. That was the world of the beast god. That was Anxi's original world. A place with a life much better than here, where everything was familiar to Anxi. As long as she returned there, she could continue living her original life. No longer having to worry every day about how to live better and eat better like she did here. When she taught the beastmen brought about earth-shaking changes to the Beastman continent. It was a life so good that the beastmen couldn't even imagine it. But she said that was the most basic, well-known knowledge in her world. And many things were outdated antiques that had been eliminated for thousands of years in her world. Xiao raised his hand to touch Anxi's head, suddenly feeling reluctant for her to stay here and live such a life for his sake. I'm sorry, I just don't want to be separated from you. But if you can only go back to your original world alone, you also need to think carefully. No matter what the outcome is, you must consider it well. I don't want you to regret it. And she looked at Xiao, who had changed his mind, wondering what he had just thought of. She didn't know what the situation would be like then, and she didn't dare to promise Xiao too much. However, and she felt that her decision should not change. After all, she had no lover in that world. This was her first experience with love, although it wasn't particularly profound, and she felt she would never find a better partner. Even though she was generally slow to warm up to emotions and somewhat indifferent, she was still touched by Xiao's attentiveness and thoughtfulness, and she had unconsciously become unable to part from him. Moreover, No matter how good the material comforts of her previous life were, what did it matter? If she truly cared so much about material enjoyment, she should travel to prosperous metropolises like Beijing, Shanghai, or Guangzhou, rather than spending her days hiking in the deep mountains and forests, engaging in wilderness survival. It was just a longer wilderness survival experience, and the divine envoy city could no longer be considered wilderness. Under her transformation, it could be regarded as pastoral living. Thank you for saying that. I will think it over carefully. This is a sign of respect for you. No matter what decision I make, I won't regret it. If I stay, you don't need to feel guilty, not just because of you, but also because I have fallen in love with this place. But even if it is because of you, that only shows that what you offer is better than what my original world gave me. So you don't need to feel guilty at all. Anxi also stood on tiptoe to touch Xiao's head, exchanging a smile with him. Chapter 71. Xiao ship. Hey, I want to go too. Byhalf couldn't help but shout at them after hearing them talk for a long time without mentioning him, then awkwardly sat down and turned his head away in anger. Tung Mo had been quiet since arriving in the desert due to the dry environment. But after staying in the oasis of the camel tribe for so long, he had recovered somewhat and finally dared to move closer to Anxi. I want to go too. Dize raised an eyebrow in a proud manner. Then I want to go too. And Xi's forehead throbbed with veins. Did these guys think they were going on vacation? Forget it. Ignore them. Anyway, whatever they say about going back is probably just a dream. Anxi and the divine envoy caravan stayed at the oasis of the camel tribe for a few days, waiting for the sandstorm to pass. Xian and the camel tribe orcs set off with Anxi's divine envoy caravan. After walking for 4 to 5 days in the desert, Anxi and the others arrived at a gigantic round sand sculpture castle. From a distance, it looked like a sand-sculpted house, almost blending in with the surrounding sand. If it weren't for Xian's firm confirmation that this was it, Anxi could hardly believe it. Throughout the journey to get here, Anxi had been thinking about steel spaceships, shiny alloy materials, and the particularly cool things from sci-fi movies, which were more like a space station. What on earth is a sand sculpture? Anxi's psychological gap disappeared when approaching that sandcastle, because it was not a sandcastle at all. It was made of special material, likely some kind of alloy. Anxi didn't really understand this technology aspect and couldn't show off, but he knew that this material seemed to have a characteristic similar to a chameleon skin, allowing it to change color according to the environment, blending in with its surroundings and forming a kind of protective color, visually deceiving the naked eye. Only by reaching out to touch, it could one feel the difference in material. Xian took Anxi to the door he had found initially. To be honest, if Xian hadn't happened to wake up right at this door, he really wouldn't have found it. The door was so perfectly sealed that it was unnoticeable. But there was a small window at the entrance, outside of which was a sliding panel that could move up and down. When the panel was slid open, there were many buttons inside. Xian had once experimented by pressing them. After pressing, there was a soft sound, and then a red light flashed around the edges of the nearby door. It was at that moment that Xian discovered there was a square door there. Anxi walked over and slid the skateboard aside to take a look. It was actually a password-locked door with a pupil recognition system on it, definitely meant for internal personnel. She knew she couldn't get in with pupil recognition, so she could only use a password. Guessing the spaceship's password was no different from a joke. It was completely impossible. It all depended on whether the previous owners intended to let others in. If the spaceship's owner had no such intention, then she shouldn't dream of getting in. I had tried this thing before, but it didn't work, just a red light, Xian said as he casually pressed a button, and a red light flashed through the gap of the door beside them. Anxi knew that was the indication of a wrong password. However, Anxi found one thing strange. What energy source was maintaining this access control? It was still operational after all this time? Could it be solar energy? The technology of this spaceship seemed far more advanced than the era she came from, and she leaned in to study the password access control. Perhaps because he was too close, a mechanical voice suddenly sounded. Human pupil detected. Then there was a translation in multiple languages, including several that and she had never heard before. Hello, human. The access password is 111,222,333,444,555-66. 123,456-5. Anxi. The orcs were all riled up, taking defensive stances, and Xiao pulled Anxi behind him. Who is speaking? Anxi patted her arm, signaling him to relax, then stepped out from behind Xiao. Don't be afraid. It's the house that's speaking. Anxi, stop joking. How can a house talk? You should move back a bit. It's dangerous here. Byhalf, looking skeptical, tried to pull Anxi back. At that moment, Xian suddenly became excited. I knew it. Only the beast god messenger can open this door. Anxi looked at Xiao. Although he didn't say anything, he didn't let go of her hand either. with a worried expression on his face. The other beastmen also frowned at her, their bodies tense and not relaxed. All right, after all, this is something from my hometown. How could I not know what's going on? Why would I lie to you? It's really talking. Don't worry. It's just telling me how to get in. Anxi helplessly tried to comfort them, which might be difficult for the orcs to understand. Anxi didn't know how to explain it, as the generation gap was just too big. In a world of the beast god, houses can even talk. The beast god can make houses come alive. For the first time, a look of doubt about life appeared on Emperor Zay's proud face. Well, it's not considered life, not like the living beings you are. So strictly speaking, it's not alive. I don't know how to explain it to you. So why don't we go in first? Then I can explain it to you when we come back out. Anxi arrived at the access control again. Hello, human. The access code is 111,222,333,444,555-66. 123,456.5. If you need to hear it again, you can press the number key. Anxi sighed. It seemed that the original owner of the spaceship here wanted to allow other humans to enter, but didn't want orcs to come in, which is why they set such a simple math problem that anyone could solve. However, having a 4-digit password still felt a bit hasty. Anxi pressed the password 3996. The first access door opened, and the password for the second access door is the number of days in a leap year. Well, it's not hasty. It was careless of me. It turns out there is a second question. Anxi pressed the button 366 without hesitation. The access door opened. Please enter. A green light flashed through the crack of the door next to it and slowly opened upwards. Anxi walked in, and the other beastmen immediately followed. Anxi walked down a corridor to a space that resembled a conference hall. Hello, human. I am Anxi from the Huaxia base. Hello, Anxi. I am Anxi from Huaxia. Anxi, with its lofty towers and palatial structures soaring into the clouds, sounds very Huaxia. Anxi took a deep breath and began to converse with Anxi. Hello, Anxi. I have been waiting for you. You were waiting for me? Anxi was a bit surprised. Could it be that she had come with some kind of mission? To be precise, I'm waiting for a human. You knew that someone would come here? How did I get here? Does it have anything to do with you? Anxi frowned, feeling that things were not simple. Yes, to be precise, it is related to the previous researchers of Anxi. They left something for you. Would you like to see it? Of course, I want to see it. I have detected the presence of non-human entities in this space. I can only take you to the control room and the dormitory area. Other non-human entities must remain in the conference room and wait. All right, Xiao, you stay here with the beastmen. I want to take a look. But you don't need to worry. There's no danger here. I'm just going to learn some things. Anxi and I come from the same place. Don't worry, my original world is like this. Houses can even talk. I've seen a lot, and I'm used to it. It's nothing serious. I'll explain everything to you when I get back. And she patted Xiao, signaling him not to worry. Chapter 72. The Origins of the Beastmen. Xiao didn't know if the world of the beast god was really that magical. He just thought that she seemed calm and assumed that what she said was true. He felt that he was making a fuss over nothing due to his lack of experience. So he could only swallow his words and watch Anxi walk away. While Xiao didn't stop him, the other beastmen had no stance or means to do so either. They felt that they were really inexperienced bumpkins. Getting startled by the most ordinary things in the beast god's world, it really was amazing. Let's go. Xiao, take me away. A door opened beside him, and after Anxi walked in, the door closed again, isolating the curious and worried expressions of the beastmen outside. After the door closed, Xiao's voice echoed again. Anxi, you lied. I don't think we can be considered from the same place, and I'm not a house. I'm the system intelligence of the Xiao's control center. And she squinted, thinking that this artificial intelligence was quite intelligent, feeling really different from those produced in her era. Where do you come from? And how do you know where I come from? I was born in the Huaxia base in the year 3055 AD. I don't know where you come from. But at that time, Dr. Zhao Yiming set the quantum time transporter to a location in Huaxia before the year 2055. So to be precise, you and I do not come from the same place. 3055 AD? Isn't that more than 1,000 years after the era she lived in? And she exclaimed in surprise. Wait a minute. Quantum. Time. Transporter? So I was sent here by a time machine? Why don't I feel like I should have after using a time machine? What kind of nonsense is this? I at least sat in a time machine. How come I don't feel anything? I just took a nap and ended up in the Beastman continent. Isn't that a waste? How many times can a person ride a time machine? Shouldn't I remember it well? What do you think riding a time machine should feel like? And she was stumped by the question. Then why didn't I see the time machine when I woke up? The transportation of the time machine can be pinpointed after the time machine is activated. The person transported does not necessarily have to appear near the time machine. Then where is that Dr. Zhao Yiming you mentioned? I've been here for a while. Why is it just you chatting with me? Is there no one else? Human lifespan is limited. Dr. Zhao Yiming passed away 23 years ago. Currently, I'm the only one left on the Qiongxiao. All the data left by Dr. Zhao Yiming and others is sealed in the data room, and you can check it yourself. Anxi followed the instructions of the Qiongxiao ship and arrived at the data room, where she saw many people's information. From the moment the Qiongxiao ship took off from the Huaxiao base, departed from Earth, and reached the galaxy to begin interstellar flight, there were records of their research on various pieces of information. Some of the overly specialized content was beyond Anxi's understanding, but the parts she could comprehend indicated that the mission of the Qiongxiao ship was to find more suitable planets for the last residents of Earth. According to the detected crustal movements and some data that Anxi could not understand, Earth was about to undergo a long period of self-renewal, during which all life on the planet would be extinguished, similar to the extinction of the dinosaurs. It was a cleansing of the Earth after being overwhelmed, purging the destroyers of the planet. Perhaps thousands of years later, new intelligent life forms would emerge again, but they would not be humans. The Qiongxiao ship set out on its mission, and many other ships, large and small, with similar missions also departed. Many human pioneers had visited various life planets detected to be suitable for human survival, but some were billions of light years away. Given the human lifespan and physical capabilities, even if they were forcefully placed in stasis, they could only last a few tens of thousands of years at most. Those pioneers went with the hope and mission of leaving some seeds for humanity. Dr. Zhao Yiming's team aboard the Qiongxiao ship was the last batch of explorers, while the remaining humans stayed on Earth, as all detectable planets had already been visited by previous exploration teams. The Qiongxiao ship, led by Dr. Zhao Yiming, did not set a specific destination. It was only programmed for random life planet detection and then entered stasis, waking up every 500 years. Just as the physical condition of the Qiongxiao ship's research team could only support one last stasis, they fortunately found a life planet. This life planet had an environment very similar to Earth, and the exploration team of the Qiongxiao ship was very pleased that they could continue the human seed before their lifespans reached their end. This was already the best outcome because after the second stasis ended, they would no longer receive signals from Earth, and there might be no one left on the planet. However, after Dr. Zhao Yiming disembarked from the Qiongxiao ship and studied the flight trajectory of the ship and cosmic celestial bodies, he discovered that this was still Earth after its baptism, though it was slightly off its previous orbit, which was why the Qiongxiao ship had not detected it. At that time, no intelligent life had been born on Earth. Dr. Zhao Yiming and the Qiongxiao exploration team began to experiment with the stored animal genetic material, using gene accelerators to speed up their evolution and endowing various life forms with intelligent genes. They even selected higher intelligence life forms to combine with human genes, unexpectedly leading to the emergence of the beastman species. There were differing opinions within the research team regarding the birth of the beastman. Some believed it was a change in species due to Earth's evolution, a natural progression of life. Others argued that this species was too aggressive, lacked intelligence, and could not be considered a continuation of humanity. The argument did not continue under Dr. Zhao Yiming's insistence, and the researchers, based on their trust in him, believed that he could come up with new solutions. In the final moments of life, Dr. Zhao Yiming utilized the newly discovered energy sources on Earth to improve the space-time jump device, developing a quantum space-time transporter. Anxi did not fully understand the principles left behind by Dr. Zhao Yiming, only knowing it was due to the discovery of a substance called yuan. Anxi quickly jumped up to see the issue with the time machine that concerned her the most. The time machine can transport any matter, and the destination can be pinpointed. However, each transportation comes at a great cost. Once the machine is activated, it creates a barren zone with a radius of 10 miles around the location where the machine is parked, devoid of any life for 100 years. This is because the radiation range of the machine upon activation is extensive, consuming the life force of all living beings within that area, which, according to Dr. Zhao Yiming's calculations, last about 10 years. Based on his research on the exceptionally long lifespan of the newly born beastmen, Dr. Zhao Yiming conducted experiments on himself to extend his own life, enabling him to support the time machine's transportation function. However, Dr. Zhao did not choose to transport himself. Instead, he decided to send Anxi, a female human from his time, to the Beastmen continent, given the current situation there. This was the final solution Dr. Zhao Yiming came up with, not to annihilate this hard-won special intelligent life, but to assimilate and educate them with humanity. He believed that ultimately, humanity would re-exist on Earth in another form, and re-exist in this universe. Chapter 73, Beast God. It had been a long time since Anxi finished reading everything, and her forehead was starting to throb. Xiao and the orcs had been waiting in the conference room for a long time without seeing Anxi come out, and they were quite worried. However, out of respect for the Beast God, no orc said anything, as they all believed the Beast God was looking for Anxi for some matter. These were all left for Anxi by the Beast God. Only Xiao was unable to control the urge to force his way in. It was only when Xiong Xiaohao began to chat with Xiao in the conference room that he was able to suppress his desire to barge in. Anxi. Xiong Xiaohao had added soundproofing materials, so during the cabin door's closure, no sound from outside could be heard. Therefore, she couldn't hear your voice and wouldn't respond to you. And it is not advised to continue knocking on the door. Xiong Xiaohao was probably a bit bored. While Anxi was reviewing the materials, it didn't disturb her, but came to the conference room to answer Xiao's questions when it heard his voice. Who are you? Why isn't Anxi coming out yet? If she doesn't come out soon, I'll force the door open, Xiao asked anxiously. I am Xiong Xiaohao, the latest artificial intelligence data from the Huaxia base. Anxi is currently reading the materials, and once she finishes, she can choose to come out on her own. It is not recommended to use violence to break the door, as I have detected your physical data, and you cannot break it. Xiao squinted his eyes, wanting to say something more, but was interrupted by Byhao. Xiong Xiaohao. Artificial intelligence? What is that? Where are you? Why can't I see you? Byhao turned around and finally asked the question he had been wanting to ask for a long time, but felt the atmosphere was off and had held it in. Artificial intelligence has no physical form, so you cannot see me. I can exist in various corners of Xiong Xiaohao, it replied. No body. Then are you still alive? Are you the Beast God? Oh, it seems Dr. Zhao's Beast God project is being implemented very well. But I am not the Beast God. The one who created you is not me. Then where's the Beast God? This time, Xiong Xiaohao no longer responded. It could not reveal Dr. Zhao's Beast God project to the orcs. At this time, Anxi had probably finished reading some important and comprehensible materials and data. The so-called Beast God was a plan designed by Dr. Zhao Yiming to teach the uncivilized orcs, giving them a power to constrain their own behavior. Based on the study of ancient Earth history, it was found that in any time and space, souls with faith would spontaneously restrain their own actions. Therefore, creating faith is a good method. Thus, Dr. Zhao Yiming created some events similar to miracles in front of the orcs, deepening their impression of the Beast God in their brainwaves. Then, at the appropriate moment, he sent the first traveler, known as the Beast God's messenger. As for the Qiongxiao, if the previous traveler was brought in by the time portal opened by Dr. Zhao Yiming, how did I arrive? Wasn't Dr. Zhao Yiming already deceased when I came? Anxi felt that she had found a bug. You were the time traveler who activated the time machine, and she found her way here too. Did she also find you? Then how could she have activated the time machine? Is she also a researcher? Or was Dr. Zhao Yiming still alive when he transported her here? She wouldn't know, but I do. Oh, okay, you're impressive. Then why did she activate the time machine to transport me? Doesn't it consume the lifespan of the person who activates it? Anxi still didn't understand. Dr. Zhao had never seen her. She found me on her own. By the time she arrived, Dr. Zhao was already at the end of his life. In the end, I temporarily intercepted Dr. Zhao's brainwaves and informed him that his experiment was successful, which is why he left. As for the person before you, she felt too much pressure in her heart. She thought she couldn't bear the burden of educating the beastmen to change the beastman continent and felt she wasn't doing well. So she decided to relieve herself and pass the task to the next person. That's why your transportation occurred. And also why she only lived for 200 years even after using the life serum. Anxi still had many details that were unclear, so why is there a gap of 1,000 or 2,000 years between us? Was this set up specifically by you and Dr. Zhao? Xiong Xiao sighed. You are much harder to deal with than the first-time traveler. Shouldn't he notice so many things? I feel like my chip is getting a bit hot. Xiong Xiao continued to answer, according to Dr. Zhao Yiming's research results at that time. The transmission range of the time-space machine could only be controlled within about 1,000 years. So although the eras you two time travelers come from are close, they're still different. Dr. Zhao only set the time to 1,000 years before we left Earth. As research showed that your era was at the lower limit for accepting time travel and emerging technology. The time it takes for you to arrive here is also uncertain. It can only be controlled within 2,000 years. If you're lucky, it might be quicker, but if you're not, like you, it could be a bit later. I see. So what is the life extension agent? So they all use the life extension agent to live so long? I thought it was related to the survival environment of the beastman continent. Is any left for me? Anxi asked eagerly. The life extension agent, huh? That means I could live for a few more 100 years. You guessed it right. It is related to the current survival environment of the beastman continent. The better the life form adapts, the more it will integrate into this environment, and the longer it will survive. The life extension agent will further extend your life. You have adapted very well, and your lifespan has already been extended beyond previous limits. According to my tests, your physical condition is also very good. With your physical condition and level of adaptation, you could probably inject 2 doses of the life extension agent. Based on the data I calculated, your perfect survival time is about 500 more years. Wow, that's like borrowing another 500 years from heaven. Huh, didn't he expect that, Anxi? Wait a minute, perfect survival time? Does that mean under the condition that you don't encounter any accidents, don't get sick, don't get injured, and so on? The survival time unaffected by anything that impacts life expectancy? So the normal survival time might be a bit shorter than this. Wait, using a time-space transmission consumes about 10 years of life. She only sent me over once. So even if her body was not good and she didn't adapt well here, using the life extension agent should leave her with only 200 years left. You can't possibly send a life form with particularly poor health over. That must have been considered as well. So tell me, what else did she do? Her physical condition is indeed not as good as yours. She could only use 1 dose of the life extension agent. However, in her final moments, she activated the time-space transmission to go back. Although the probability of her returning to her own time and space is very small, it was her obsession. Sending you over without prior discussion was an inhumane act. So the doctor said that humans who were transmitted here would be given a life extension agent to ensure they had enough life to activate the time-space transmission to go back. Chapter 74. Time is eternal, however. The cost of time-space transmission is too great. Not only for the life forms that activate the time-space machine, but also for the damage to the land. The doctor once placed the time-space machine on the grasslands by the sea to allow the damaged land to recover quickly, but the damage still exceeded expectations. That's why the doctor decided to keep Xiao here at the end of his life. This is a desert where nothing grows, and it's not easy for the beastmen to discover it, but it's also a place that humans can reach. The doctor said that if any humans come here and want to uncover all the secrets, they will eventually find me. If they don't want to know, then Xiao will quietly remain here and not disturb their lives. Anxi was silent for a while. It was evident that Dr. Xiao had tried to think things through more thoroughly. Although Anxi had always felt that the decision to randomly transport past humans here to teach the beastmen about evolution was made without consultation, leaving her feeling disrespected. As if she had been forcibly included in some scientific experiment where she was also a subject, it was somewhat uncomfortable. However, thinking about it now, this was ultimately for the continuation of humanity in the future. The task that the doctor was executing belonged to all of humanity, regardless of which time and space it came from. As long as you are human, this is a shared responsibility. So, if one chooses to activate the time-space transporter to go back, can they return afterward? If they bring a quantum locator, they can come back. But the time of arrival here after returning is uncertain. However, with a quantum locator, the time discrepancy would be reduced, generally not exceeding 1,000 years. If lucky, it could be just a few years. Anxi sighed again and stared blankly for a while. Xiao, I'm here. Do you think I can do well? You can, Anxi. Based on our conversation analysis, your logical thinking and reflective abilities are quite good. You have clear and meticulous judgment without any omissions. Judging by the level of evolution of the orcs after you arrived on the orc continent, your survival ability is also very high, and you have strong leadership skills. You're very suitable for this job. Oh, thank you. As expected of artificial intelligence, even comforting people is done through data analysis. But I have to say, I do feel comforted. All right, I'm fine now. You can go out. They must be waiting anxiously. Please wait a moment. Anxi, you still have a life extension agent that hasn't been injected. I recommend you inject the life extension agent before leaving. All right, I almost forgot about that. This is indeed a benefit of this job. The welfare benefits of my previous job were just the 5 insurances and 1 fund, but now, wow, it directly extends life. Cool. The first life extension agent has been successfully injected. Please rest for 10 minutes and check for any adverse reactions. After the injection of the life extension agent, there may be some physical changes. Don't panic. Please wait patiently. Wow, what happened? Are there any reactions? I can adjust it for you. Refreshing. Anxi didn't know if it was her own psychological effect, but she felt as if she was suddenly physically and mentally relaxed. It was a feeling reminiscent of her childhood when she felt light and healthy, able to leap across rooftops, climb walls, and scramble up trees. The Xiao had completed all the injections and detected that her body was in good condition. There was no need to wait. She could go out now. As the Xiao opened its hatch, Xiao watched Anxi walk out unharmed. Unable to control himself, he walked up to her and hugged her gently, fearing that he might hurt her. Anxi didn't know what to ask or how to ask it. After all, everything he had seen today was beyond his understanding. The things Anxi was involved with were at a height he couldn't reach. He didn't even know if some questions were appropriate to ask. We'll talk about it when we get back. Anxi also knew that Xiao had doubts, but there were too many things happening, and she was a bit confused herself. Xiao, will you always be here? Yes, Anxi, I will always be here until the end of my life. Will your life also come to an end? Of course. Every life has an end. Even if I am not considered a living entity, I will still experience wear and tear. However, I can last for a long time. I will outlive your lifespan by a considerable margin, so please don't worry. Anxi, forget it, as if I never asked. Xiao, can I ask you one last question? Of course. After Dr. Zhao developed the time-space transmitter, why did he choose to send us here instead of going back himself? Why choose to change the Orc continent instead of the Earth in the past? This was the question Anxi thought of after understanding everything. Since time travel is already possible, why not go back and change the Earth back then? With Dr. Zhao's abilities, all of this is not without hope. So why did he ultimately choose such a complicated method of selecting people from the past to develop the present Earth? Does he think the Orc continent is better? You are really smart, Anxi. The doctor said if someone asks about this, just answer him. What exists now is bound to exist. All existing matter has its own laws and values of existence, and nothing can erase the future from the past. You may change the trajectory of the future. You may change the outcome by altering the course of a certain event, but material that has existed must exist. Perhaps it will be delayed, but it will ultimately be born. Anxi frowned tightly, not quite understanding what it meant. Did it mean that the outcome of the situation might change, but the orcs would still appear? The doctor had said that if someone thought about this issue, there was no need to get tangled up. The renewal of Earth would inevitably occur. Humanity had done its utmost to preserve the seeds of wisdom, and all researchers, including the doctor, had made the greatest efforts for the survival of humanity. He believed that besides him here, humans in other distant galaxies were also striving to survive. It might take tens of thousands or even hundreds of millions of years, but perhaps one day humanity would still develop into the highest civilization of that galaxy. If that day really comes, he hopes there will be someone who can use a more advanced time-space transporter that does not require sacrifice of life to tell him. He would stay in his time to continue doing what he was supposed to do, without worry, as time is eternal. I understand now, Anxi Ohio. I will come back to see you. But will you be bored staying here? Do you need me to do anything for you? Thank you, Anxi. But I don't need anything. After you leave, I will continue to enter a dormant state. I am not a sentient artificial intelligence. To cope with the millions of years of travel in the universe, artificial intelligences like us are not programmed with the emotion of boredom at the factory settings. All right. Anxi bid farewell to the Qiangxiu and, accompanied by the orcs of the divine envoy caravan, returned to the oasis of the camel tribe in the desert. After a brief 2-day rest, they set off once again on their journey back to the city of the divine envoy. Chapter 75. Returning to the city of the divine envoy. Ever since Anxi injected the life-extending agent on the Qiangxiu, he felt particularly relaxed. The intense travel that he could not bear before was now barely noticeable, which significantly increased the speed of the divine envoy caravan. The orcs were already accustomed to long-distance running, often running all day, and their previous pace had been solely to accommodate Anxi's physical condition. The elephant tribe also packed their belongings and, as agreed, followed the divine envoy caravan to stay in the city of the divine envoy for a while. As for their old friends, the camel tribe, they did not come along. Although the camel tribe could live outside the desert, they were more adapted to the desert environment and always felt a sense of mission to remain in the desert, guarding the strange houses left by the beast god. Anxi told them that it is called the Qiangxiu and briefly explained the origins of the orcs and the divine messengers in a way they could understand. The camel tribe expressed that they would stay here for generations to guard the Qiangxiu, waiting for one divine messenger after another to arrive. The divine messenger caravan returned to the city of messengers, and the pangolin tribe orc immediately informed Yi. Yi hurriedly left Qingshuan's pharmacy and headed towards the city gates, followed by many other orcs who had also heard the news, eager to welcome back their divine messenger. Divine messenger, you have finally returned. The divine messenger has come back. Anxi walked to the door and saw Yi and Qingxian being surrounded by orcs as they approached. Yi, Qingxian, I'm back. Why did I take so long? Where have I been? Why haven't I heard from you for so long? Yi looked at Anxi, finally relieved that she was back safe and sound. Unable to hold back the concern she had felt all this time, and grabbed Anxi's hand to ask, We've been deep into the desert and encountered some things. It's a long story. I'll tell you when I have time, Anxi said excitedly as she got off Shio's back and pulled Yi, whom she had seen for a long time. By the way, Yi, this is the elephant tribe. They also came to Divine Messenger City to study and have fun. Please arrange their accommodations first, and I'll go back and tidy up a bit. Oh, and Qing Xian, you received the herbs I exchanged for you before, right? I found some new medicinal materials in the desert this time, and I had the orcs send them to the pharmacy for you. Anxi turned to see Qing Xian and remembered the sea buckthorn berries she bought from the elephant tribe in the desert. All right, let us hurry back. You must be tired from the journey, right? Rest well when we get back. Qing Xian looked at her dusty appearance and pretended to be disdainful, but in reality, he just wanted her to go rest first. And she nodded and said, okay, then you watch them put the things in the storage room first. Wait for me to go back and tidy up a bit, and after it's organized, I'll help you sort them out slowly. Anxi went back to have a meal, took a shower, and after a long time, found her long-lost girlfriend to go soak in a hot spring. The sea tribe has now returned to the sea. After soaking in the hot spring, she had a good sleep and woke up in the afternoon to drink some herbal soup made by Qing Xian, which was meant to strengthen the body and prevent colds. Although Anxi's physical condition is extremely good now, Qing Xian and Yi are still unaware of it, and she hasn't had the chance to tell them. So Anxi could only down the bowl of herbal soup filled with heartfelt intentions in one go. After Anxi finished resting, he organized his belongings and then brought Xiao to find Yi and Qing Xian. You rested so quickly? Why not take a little more time? Yi frowned as he watched Anxi approach. Well, I've rested enough, and there's nothing much left to do. Have you organized everything I brought back? I'm afraid you might not understand, so I came to tell you how to use it. There's no rush on this. You should pay attention to your health after all that effort. You looked at Anxi with disapproval. I'm Fine. Oh, right, I haven't told you yet. My health is great now. If nothing unexpected happens, I can probably live 400 to 500 years. Anxi said a bit smugly. What is going on? Your lifespan issue is resolved? Qing Xian raised an eyebrow, sensing that things were not simple. Yes. Now, my lifespan is the same as yours, and my body is in excellent shape. I hardly get sick anymore. Qing Xian looked at Anxi's smug expression and couldn't help but flick one of Anxi's little ponytails. Quick, tell me. Anxi covered her little tuft and glared at Qing Xian, not keeping them in suspense any longer, and briefly recounted her experiences after going to the camel tribe. Then I injected the life extension agent, and now I can live as long as you all. Anxi finished speaking and looked at the two who had grown increasingly silent since she began. Do you mind being created? Qing Xian didn't seem too emotional about it. What is there to mind? If we weren't created, we might not even exist in this world. So, the beast goddess world has been destroyed? He felt a sense of disbelief, as if a belief had been overturned. Well, to be precise, the world you refer to as the beast god should exist in different space-time. In the space-time, I believe those humans who have gone to other planets have also found ways to survive. It can only be said that on this Earth, in this space-time, only you beastmen remain. So can you go back to your original world? Do you still want to go back? Yi asked the most critical question. Qing Xian and Xiao perked up their ears to listen. Xiao and Ti had the chance to ask in detail on the way back, as they had been in a hurry. Anxi had only given him a rough idea, mentioning that her lifespan could be extended to 400 or 500 years. I can't go back. Even if I use a time machine, it wouldn't be to my original world, so going back would be meaningless. Upon hearing this, the beastmen all relaxed a bit. However, if I ever find life too boring after a while, perhaps I could waste 20 years of my lifespan to travel with a time machine. After all, I now have 400 or 500 years. I've never seen anyone live that long before. I estimate I might get bored. Anxi rested her chin on her hand, her fingers tracing small circles on her jaw. She really couldn't imagine what it would be like to live for 400 or 500 years. If you really have such thoughts, then I will accompany you. Xiao looked at Anxi, surprised that she had such an idea, and immediately expressed his stance, fearing that Anxi would leave him behind. Qing Xian, listening to Anxi's thoughts, felt a bit moved as well, but then remembered Knight's sense of responsibility towards the divine envoy city. She and Knight were the only two healers. One was a wise person, equivalent to the backbone of the divine envoy city. Qing Xian turned to look at Knight, who was indeed lost in thought, not speaking or showing any expression, as if hesitating. Qing Xian, feeling a bit restless, opened her fan and waved it, saying, Anxi, you are a divine envoy, and you can just run away? What? Do you plan to waste another 10 years of your life to get another divine envoy? And she looked at Qing Xian with some confusion. I was just saying it casually. I haven't made a decision yet. Besides, why do we still need the divine messenger to come? Everything that should be taught has already been taught to you. Your basic needs have been taken care of. What else do you lack? Inventions and creations? Shouldn't these things be researched by yourselves? In the minds of the beastmen, if a divine messenger comes every 1,000 years to teach them everything, they wouldn't need to think for themselves. They would just learn and repeat like a learning machine without innovation. Is this a good thing? Chapter 76. Organizing gains after hearing Anxi's words. Qing Xian paused with the fan he was waving. This was indeed a question he had never considered. It was true that if the beastmen were certain that a new divine messenger would come every 1,000 years to impart knowledge, they would stop having any thoughts of their own, just waiting for the arrival of the next divine messenger. They wouldn't want to solve any problems themselves, thinking that whatever issues arise, the next divine messenger would know how to handle them. Over a long period, wouldn't the beastmen become useless? And she was right. The reason we needed the divine messenger before was that the gap between us and the world of the divine was too vast. Even basic survival was a problem, and it was easy to struggle to get by. Thus, the divine being, the one who created us, came up with this method. However, we cannot always rely on the divine messenger's arrival to solve our problems. Now that we have our basic needs met and can live well, we should no longer depend on the divine messenger. Moreover, according to Anxi, the divine messenger did not come here willingly. The first divine messenger could not accept it, could not bear it, and ultimately traded their lifespan for Anxi. We are fortunate that Anxi is good, has accepted this matter, and is willing to help us. But what if the next divine messenger isn't willing? Anxi nodded. That's right, she wasn't very willing when she first arrived either. Moreover, the differences in lifestyle were too great. Fortunately, her wilderness survival skills were excellent, and she could adapt well to many survival environments. Otherwise, an ordinary person would quickly become unwell like that predecessor, right? Coupled with a weak psychological endurance, even with a life extension agent, they would only live for 200 years, and they would have ended up breaking down and switching places with her. Well, it's still too early to discuss these things. You just need to know about this matter and not reveal too much to the orcs. After all, those with insufficient mental strength and intelligence cannot accept such matters. I will develop the orc continent well for as long as I am here. If, when my life reaches its end, I feel that the orc continent still needs another orc god messenger to lead, I will use my last bit of life to call another messenger over. However, Anxi felt that there wasn't much to teach. They had already learned the basic survival skills, and the rest needed to be created on their own. Anxi could only broaden their horizons. She couldn't feed them everything, where they would become dependent. Anxi believed she was doing quite well in this regard. Although everything in the messenger city was taught by Anxi, it was the orcs themselves who accomplished it from start to finish. Some orcs have already begun to learn to expand their imagination, such as the snow sculptures in winter that turned into statues in the tribe, which were inspired by the snowmen she built. Anxi believes in the creative abilities of the orcs. This is a new race that possesses the physique of beasts while also having the intelligence of humans, a perfect race. Teach them a basic skill, and they can continue to create on their own without needing more. Anxi thinks that even after 1,000 years, there wouldn't be much to teach the orcs unless a researcher or someone with a technical specialty comes along. After discussing these distant matters with Yi and Qing Xian, Anxi began to introduce the items they brought back. He also talked to Anxi about the recent developments in Divine Envoy City. For instance, the fruits from the SH tribe are very popular in Divine Envoy City, and the SH tribe even sent people back to harvest more to sell. Since the SH tribe's arrival, there have also been many stalls selling fish balls and shrimp balls in Divine Envoy City, all of which are quite popular. Essentially, 90% of those buying fish balls are orcs from the SH tribe. Other tribes' orcs also enjoy them, but they can't eat them every day like the SH tribe does. Some stalls selling fish balls even discovered that the SH tribe likes seafood, so they made crab balls. Perhaps after trying, they found it challenging to make them into balls, so they ended up making crab meat chunks instead. Anxi said to trust the orcs' creative abilities. After all, they have even developed crab sticks. Anxi plans to teach them how to make all kinds of meatballs for hot pot later, including takoyaki. The sheep tribe has also planted the saplings bought from the shrew tribe and the sweet potatoes, yams, taro, corn, peanuts, and so on purchased from the weasel tribe. So far, they all seem to be alive, but it's hard to say how well they will grow. The coal mines transported by the weasel tribe were excavated by the pangolin tribe to create a separate storage cave for the coal, while the iron ore is stored together with the original iron ore, waiting to be processed into various tools by the smelting factory and blacksmith shop. With more iron ore and more orcs, he has arranged for the orcs to build another smelting factory, and the blacksmith shop has increased as well. There are quite a few orcs learning blacksmithing in the Divine Envoy City. After all, for the most basic blacksmiths, having strength is enough, and orcs are not lacking in strength. The medicinal materials found by the weasel tribe, such as Codonopsis, astragalus, and licorice have been handed over to Qing Xian, who is currently attending medical classes and teaching some medical knowledge. Those who excel will be trained to become healers. However, the requirements for healers are quite high, so this process will take a long time, at least 2 to 3 years. Therefore, many will likely give up after learning just the basics, as other skills do not require such a long time to master. And she explained to Qing Xian the benefits of the sea buckthorn fruit brought back from the desert. But this plant cannot be cultivated here. After discussing with Yi, and she decided to negotiate with the elephant tribe to obtain sea buckthorn fruit every year. If the elephant tribe participates in the trade fair in the Divine Envoy City, they could transport the fruit for sale. If they are unwilling to come to the Divine Envoy City, a merchant team can be arranged to fetch it. However, and she believes the elephant tribe would be willing to come. He is not worried about the elephant tribe being unwilling to come. He is concerned that they might not want to go back. Since the elephant tribe arrived in the Divine Envoy City, they've been enjoying themselves, loving the various delicacies, especially the fruits, milk tea, ice cream, and sausages. They even mention wanting to work and learn here, so Yi feels they might not want to leave anytime soon. After listening to Shio's description, Anxi felt a bit helpless. However, it wasn't a problem for them to stay. It was just that no one was left to guard the sea buckthorn fruit, and the movements of the camel tribe were unpredictable, making them hard to find. In the end, Anxi introduced the use of quartz sand, which Shio and Qing Xian found difficult to understand. However, the beastmen still did not comprehend. What is glass? Transparent? What difference does it make whether it exists or not? But out of trust in Anxi, they decided to do it regardless of their understanding, believing they would comprehend it once it was made. Shio sensed Anxi's yearning for glass from her description and took it upon himself to handle this task. Anxi was worried about the toxicity of quartz sand, fearing that Shio and the other beastmen might inhale too much. So she ordered a batch of masks from the deer tribe and distributed several to each beastman preparing to make glass, reminding them to wear them. He then gathered the beastmen from the construction team to build a glass product factory, creating several kilns and containers, as well as a few molds. Anxi led the beastmen in researching glass production. As they still couldn't completely remove the iron impurities, the glass produced turned out green, a lighter shade than the beer bottles Anxi had seen. However, they could only make a few craft items for now and could not produce on a large scale. This was partly because the quartz sand brought back was limited and partly because they lacked diamond tools to cut the glass. So they couldn't yet make glass windows and sheets. Chapter 77. Musical talent. Anxi used the glass-making methods he had seen from old craftsmen in the town to create glass containers with the orcs. The color was a lighter shade than beer bottles, a lovely translucent green that delighted the orcs. However, glass is fragile, and under the strength of the orcs, it proved to be too delicate. During the process of making the glass bottles, a few orcs, overly excited, accidentally crushed the bottles in their hands. It was then that the orcs realized that glass was just as fragile as ceramics. The orcs who broke the bottles looked at the beautiful glass shards in their hands, feeling their hearts break alongside the glass. They had worked so hard to create these lovely bottles, and now they were shattered. A few tall males looked heartbroken, as if they had just experienced a breakup, nearly shedding tears on the spot. Anxi couldn't bear to watch and quickly called nearby orcs to clean up the mess to avoid anyone getting hurt. He reassured them that the broken glass could still be recycled, which calmed them down. Anxi taught the orcs how to make glass step by step and then left the glass factory, leaving the remaining work for them to complete on their own. This has always been Anxi's principle. It is better to teach a person to fish than to give them fish. After teaching, it is important to let go and allow them to innovate on their own. Even if they fail a few times or take some detours, it is better than paving the way for them and determining the direction for them. Anxi's long-planned primary school outside the city began its classes. Since Anxi was not present, the primary school in the outer city continued the style of the original inner-city school, apart from the separate culinary and medical classes. The rest were taught by those orcs who had learned well from Anxi, with he selecting a few to teach the other orcs. Anxi attended each class as an observer. The music lessons still featured the same few songs and melodies. Most of the students in the music class were orcs from the Sea tribe, primarily from the Lingshu and Dolphin tribes. Indeed, the Sea tribe had originally returned to the ocean, but the slow-moving Turtle tribe, enjoying the lively atmosphere, stayed for a few more days. Upon hearing about the establishment of schools outside the Divine Messenger City, they hurriedly called back the orcs who were about to leave. Most of the Sea tribe had astonishing musical talent, especially the Lingshu and Dolphin tribes, who had an incredible memory for music and melodies. Consequently, The music teachers quickly found they had little left to teach, as the students sang better than Laysai. So what else was there to teach? Anxi went out to engage in trade and was not in the Divine Messenger City. The music teacher from the inner city also left with him, and the music classes in the inner city were suspended. There were no other orcs to consult, and eventually the orc teacher, who had truly run out of lessons to teach, started instructing on the making of flutes and gyukins before Anxi returned. He called it a necessity, stating that a music-loving orc should know how to make instruments and understand the origins of music. Finally, having successfully slowed down the class progress with the manual arts lessons, the orc teacher, who had run out of lessons, breathed a sigh of relief, and when he saw Anxi return, it was like seeing a family member. However, despite the teacher's eagerness for Anxi to come and teach them new things, they finished their tasks and occasionally sat in on the classes to see what needed improvement. And they indeed discovered many issues. After all, the orcs had not been students for long, and being teachers was a first-time experience for them. Firstly, there was a hidden danger in the music class. The Lingshu and Dolphin tribes learned too quickly, while many land orcs struggled to keep up. However, due to the larger number of Sea tribe members, the land tribe orcs learning music seemed comparatively fewer. Some initially felt inferior because they thought the Sea tribe sang beautifully and dropped out after a couple of days, while others stayed but couldn't keep pace. They watched as most of the Sea tribe orcs learned so quickly and hesitated to ask questions, doubting their own abilities. In comparison, after all this time, apart from keeping up with the progress and making gyukins and flutes in the manual arts class, they felt like they had learned nothing in other aspects. Anxi subsequently audited other classes, and more or less, the same issue was present, though not as obvious as in the music class. Even in the large chorus, there are orcs slacking off. After all, there are too many orcs in Divine Envoy City now, and each school only has one class and one teacher for each subject. It's impossible for the teacher to pay attention to all the orcs. The orcs only know that studying is a good thing and have not yet realized the importance of teaching and educating. Once their knowledge gaps widen and they experience the disparities in society, those orcs who didn't build a solid foundation for this reason will surely regret it later. Anxi also focused on auditing the mathematics and language classes, as these two subjects are fundamental and very important, so they can't lead students astray. Fortunately, the orcs are very rigorous, and since Anxi hadn't taught too much before, the multiplication table was still displayed at the entrance of the inner city school. Knight had already had the orcs move it to the entrance of the outer city school, as the outer city is a primary school and needs to be monitored closely. The orcs at the advanced school in the inner city have already memorized it. The language class simply teaches writing, and Anxi didn't intervene much after checking that the characters being taught were correct. Previously, the student from the culinary class had all gone out to set up stalls and open shops, so Knight didn't open a new culinary class. Anxi thought for a moment that since the orcs who graduated from the cooking class were relying on this skill to make a living, she couldn't directly ruin their reputation. The cooking class needed to be reopened, but she could teach something different. After all, Anxi had countless delicious recipes in her mind, having cooked for herself in the past, and she already had a mental cookbook. Moreover, cooking skills were interconnected. If you could make one dish, you could study another one similarly. Anxi convened a small meeting with the managers of the Divine Envoy City to discuss matters regarding the school. When the primary school was built, the issue of the number of orcs was taken into account, and the school was constructed to be sufficiently large. However, since Anxi did not bring up the matter of class division, the other orcs did not think of it either. Now, the orcs' learning has shown disparities, as each race has different innate talents. For example, the Sea tribe, with their natural vocal cords and sensitivity to sound, are unmatched in this regard. In one afternoon, Anxi developed a plan. He selected a few orcs who had learned well and were patient and influential enough to be suitable as teachers. But in the end, he found that there were not many. With no other options, Anxi turned his attention to the females in the tribe. The females of the Divine Envoy tribe had also studied with Anxi and had performed well. Females tend to be more patient and have a significant influence on the males, making them well-suited to teach. The issue of females had not been considered before because, in the eyes of the orcs, teaching is a job. And unless there are no males left in the tribe, they would not think of having females work. Anxi corrected their thoughts. Taking care of females is right, but they also shouldn't be allowed to do nothing. That would be raising useless individuals. In the end, Anxi personally went to find several females to ask for their opinions. When the females heard about becoming teachers, they thought it was very interesting. Previously, they had been constrained by the idea that only males could work, not realizing that they could also take on teaching roles. After Anxi's reminder, they all came to the realization that, yes, they performed better in classes than many males. So why couldn't they be teachers? Although females could become teachers, they were still not suited for physically demanding tasks. They could only teach subjects like math, language, music, and dance. Chapter 78, School Reform. Although females could become teachers, they were still not suited for physically demanding tasks. They could only teach subjects like math, language, music, and dance. Anxi also thought about not only increasing the number of classes, but also adding grades. Those who learn quickly would be placed in higher grades, while those who haven't kept up would repeat their studies in lower grades. Initially, they would be divided into 3 grades, 1, 2, and 3, with 10 classes in each grade. This way, if half of the orcs in the Divine Messenger City came to school, there would be about 30 to 40 students per class on average, which, although varied, would be within a normal range, as brains in this world naturally vary. Each class would have a homeroom teacher responsible for maintaining discipline, checking on the orc studies, and handling various small tasks like giving exams. Anxi assigned 5 female teachers to the class, along with her partner Xiao, the leader of the Deer Tribe Li, the Wing Tribe King Dze, the hunting team member Jean, and the leader of the Pangolin Tribe Yen. Each of the 10 people is responsible for 3 classes. He also serves as the principal of the primary school. Anxi originally planned for him to also take on the role of principal of the advanced school in the inner city, but he said his skills were not sufficient to be the principal of the advanced school. Since the advanced school in the inner city was opening, he still needed to learn from Anxi, so Anxi became the principal of the advanced school. Anxi's choice of the class teacher was also well thought out. The class teacher needs to handle many miscellaneous tasks, possess organizational and leadership skills, and be someone who can command the orcs' obedience in critical moments. They need to be someone who can earn the respect of the orcs. As for the females, it's needless to say, the tradition on the orc continent is that the words of females must be obeyed. For male orcs, this means blindly following the females. Therefore, having 5 females is not a problem at all. Moreover, each female has her own style. Yami is gentle, Ain is quirky, Cece is always very patient. Bai Shui is the most serious and persistent in her work, and although Nashi can be a bit scatterbrained, it doesn't affect much. Nashi also enjoys fighting, and those who do not submit to her will be violently suppressed by her. Among the other orcs, those who had previously studied with Anxi were mostly from the original Divine Messenger tribe. The Deer Tribe leader, Li, has a gentle and wise personality, loves learning, and is very particular about etiquette, making him the most suitable for a teaching role. Although the Wing Tribe's Wing King Dze has a somewhat proud personality, he is not aloof. While he looks down on weaker orcs, he respects those who work hard. The key is that he is very strong and has a wicked sense of humor. He has ways to make any orc who does not submit to him eventually comply. Anxi felt that he was exactly the type of principal who was most resented in school, the kind that people hated but couldn't do anything about. He was strict, yet capable, making people both love and hate him. Although Anxi didn't like such teachers when she was in school, now that she wasn't a student anymore, she thought it was only right to let the orcs, who had never been to school, experience it. After all, if someone hadn't encountered a teacher like that during their school years, their educational journey would be incomplete. Jean from the hunting team was the reserve type, appearing serious but easily soft-hearted. He was meticulous in everything he did, stubborn like an old mule. Xiao, on the other hand, was gentle and refreshing, giving off the feeling of a refined gentleman, warm and jade-like. However, Anxi was fortunate enough to have seen Xiao's ruthless side towards other orcs. He was like a glutinous rice ball filled with sesame paste, merciless when it came to taking advantage of others. Smooth and gentle on the outside, but dark and cunning on the inside, he was a wolf in sheep's clothing. The last homeroom teacher was carefully selected by Anxi after a long search, as it was genuinely difficult to find someone. Most others were busy, and there weren't many orcs who had studied with her before. Moreover, she had to choose someone who could command respect and obedience from the orcs, which required careful consideration. Captain Qing of the patrol team could work, but although his patrol duties weren't heavy at first, they had become more demanding with the increase in orcs, especially with the trading market. Qing also had to train new orc members for the patrol team to strengthen their numbers, so while he could spare time for classes, he didn't have much experience teaching other orcs. Anxi finally spoke to Qing to understand his current tasks and daily timeline. In the end, he arranged for Qing to be the class supervisor, but without teaching classes. He would just patrol and also keep an eye on the class he was in charge of. As for the teaching staff, Xiao would still be the music teacher, and Cece also chose to teach music. Nashi and Ayin taught dance to the new female students. Li and Yami taught language arts, Bai Shui taught mathematics, Tama taught sculpture, and Daizijin taught physical education. A few outstanding, intelligent, and diligent orcs would be selected to teach language arts and mathematics, as these two subjects were the most taught and fundamental to everything. Baihao and Qingxian would occasionally come to teach cooking and medical courses, which were considered elective courses that orcs could choose to attend or not. In cooking classes, Anxi did not let Baihao teach those strong-smelling home-cooked dishes, but rather some small snacks. Previous pottery, blacksmithing, woodworking, and glassmaking were also considered elective courses, taking place in factories where orcs who had already learned these skills taught those who hadn't. However, these were subjects that could only be learned in the 3rd grade, as the first 2 years focused mainly on basic education. After completing elective courses in the 3rd grade, orcs would be able to graduate from primary school, at which point they could choose jobs based on their preferences and suitability. As for advanced schools in the inner city, entrance exams were required, and only those who passed could continue their studies. After Anxi's careful selection, the teachers at the school each had their own style and could effectively manage the classroom. Anxi was very satisfied, believing that the students' learning journey would be very rich and colorful. Once everything was arranged, the primary school gave the students a week off, and then they reorganized, separating the classrooms. The desks, chairs, and blackboards were all made by orcs from the furniture factory who worked overtime, and even the entrance was completely renovated. Anxi found the multiplication table standing at the school gate quite useful. The orcs would glance at it while going to and from school, and by looking at it more often, they would remember it. So, he had Tungma carve a stone tablet with pinyin letters to be placed at the entrance. With everything ready, the school reopened amidst the sound of gongs and drums. On the first day of school, Anxi organized an opening ceremony with all the teachers and principals, allowing each teacher to introduce themselves, talk about their work in the Divine Envoy City, and mention the subjects they would teach in the future. The orcs, who were eager to attend school, were very excited to see female teachers and learned about the many new and unfamiliar subjects they would encounter, clapping enthusiastically and even cheering at times. After arranging the class schedule according to the timetable, Anxi began the lessons. Due to the high musical talents of the Lingyu and Dolphin tribes, Anxi set up an advanced music class specifically for them and personally taught the music. Anxi also taught painting, as she had not thought about it before and had never taught it. She was the only one who could do it. At this moment, Anxi suddenly began to miss the camel tribe. It would have been great if they could come along, as their painting talent was almost on par with the music talent of a sea tribe. However, Anxi did not expect that the turtle tribe was also very good at painting. Previously, during music lessons, the sea turtle tribe performed at a level similar to other beastmen, or slightly better, but not as exaggerated as the music talent of the dolphin and Lingyu tribes. To her surprise, the sea turtle tribe gave Anxi a pleasant surprise in painting. After the primary school started, Anxi did not follow her previous school system from the beginning. The situation of the beastmen was different, so the classes at the primary school started in the morning and went on until noon. After all, the morning is crucial for the day. In the afternoon, Anxi taught the primary school teachers, as they were not very knowledgeable. At most, they were slightly better than the beastmen who had not learned anything at all, but if they did not continue learning, they would soon be left behind. Therefore, the students at the primary school had their free time in the afternoon. Some beastmen were willing to set up stalls, some liked to stroll around the Divine Envoy City, and some went hunting, running wildly in the forest. Some diligent and studious beastmen went back to various factories in the city to do part-time jobs and learn some skills. To enrich the extracurricular lives of the beastmen, Anxi also started compiling extracurricular books to increase their reading materials. She wrote down the myths and stories from Earth that the previous beast god envoy had told the beastmen. These included the legend of the new white lady, butterfly lovers, Wam mending the sky, Jingwei filling the sea, a simplified version of Journey to the West, as the original was too long, although the story could be remembered. Anxi could not fully write it out due to her writing skills, as well as various stories from the classic of mountains and seas, and even strange stories from a Chinese studio. She compiled these into books and added many short fables to the lessons to make the reading materials more interesting. In any case, whether it was for in-class or extracurricular reading, Anxi insisted that the Enlightenment culture for these beastmen must carry positive educational significance. However, without teachers to explain, many primary school beastmen still could not understand these extracurricular readings for the time being. Anxi placed them in the advanced school within the inner city, where many of the first batch of beastmen she had taught could probably understand them. For the parts they did not understand, Anxi encouraged them to note them down and ask her. Occasionally, Anxi would read through them to help them understand the plot and deepen their impressions, as nothing is faster than recognizing characters through storybooks. In addition to the extracurricular books, Anxi also introduced some brain-teasing games to help the beastmen get used to thinking more. These included Go. Well, actually it was 5 in a row, as Anxi did not know how to play Go, checkers, chess, and mahjong. Anxi described the appearance of several types of chess pieces to Tengma and asked her to use beautiful stones to polish a few sets to give to the orcs at the carving factory. She instructed them to specify how many pieces are needed for a complete set and to make as many sets as possible. However, Anxi used the stones that Tengma made herself, or the beautiful jade stones that Anxi favored. Seeing this made Anxi's mouth twitch. It was too extravagant, too extravagant. It was simply a capitalist's lifestyle. After finishing, Anxi first picked the simplest game of Go to teach the orcs how to play. Some orcs really enjoyed this kind of puzzle game and picked it up quickly, like Xiao, Yi, Qing Xian, Tengma, Dais, and Li, who were obviously smarter than others at first glance. There were also those who scratched their heads and exclaimed that it was too difficult. However, Anxi didn't expect there to be a third type, led by byhalf. Every time they played, they lost, yet they never gave up, becoming more and more determined. A typical case of being both inexperienced and eager to play. In the end, after everyone became familiar with the game and learned the techniques, they still made little progress, which eventually led to no one want to play with them anymore. After all, facing a bunch of poor players every day could be quite frustrating. Eventually, Anxi couldn't bear it anymore and felt that chess skills varied by type. Some people might not be good at one game, but excel at another, just like Anxi, especially in Go, where she was very confident. After they learned Go, Anxi began teaching the orcs checkers, but byhalf wasn't very good at that either. Unconvinced, Anxi taught them chess, and byhalf actually performed slightly better in chess than in Go and checkers, which gave Anxi hope. She then started teaching the orcs mahjong. Well, this time Anxi finally succeeded. byhalf was very good at mahjong and had excellent luck. Anxi was helpless. It turned out that this fellow was suited for gambling. After getting a bit carried away and teaching mahjong, Anxi felt a bit regretful because she discovered that some orcs were starting to become addicted. One night, the orcs, who usually had very regular routines, ended up playing Go Under the Lights for a long time, resulting in them being quite lethargic in class the next day. Anxi felt a bit guilty. Starting to stay up late now, wouldn't that be the beginning of losing ambition to play? To prevent the orcs from learning to gamble too early, Anxi seriously criticized the orcs at school who were lacking energy during the day due to staying up late playing mahjong. She carefully explained the drawbacks of staying up late for a long time. Fortunately, the orcs were still very receptive to Anxi's words, giving her multiple identities as a teacher, female, and divine messenger. However, Anxi also knew that once such habits began, they would be difficult to prohibit. This was just the beginning, and without proper guidance, other hidden dangers could arise. So Anxi began to organize game gatherings every Saturday and Sunday, with the slogan, "Making friends through games." Anxi believed that it's better to divert than to suppress. After all, who doesn't like fun things? She enjoyed playing herself. To prevent the orcs from staying up late to play, it was better to set specific times and places for them to play games while they were still obedient. This way, with organization and discipline, the orcs could treat gaming as a serious activity, developing it into a special culture, and later adding competitions to fully formalize it. Yes, that sounded great. Anxi organized the orc construction team to build a large pavilion near the pond outside the city, along with several intersecting long corridors. Inside, there were many stone tables and benches, with chessboards drawn on the stone tables. The orcs could bring their own game pieces, and some leftover materials for making the stone tables were used to create a few sets of Chinese chess, since the pieces for Chinese chess were fewer. This area was designated as a public space in the Divine Messenger City, where orcs who wanted to play could do so during their free time. Some preferred to challenge acquaintances, while others were willing to randomly team up, playing with whoever they encountered. Once everything was arranged, Anxi had Xiao ring the large bell in the center of the outer city. The outer city, like the inner city, had a central square, an altar, as well as a large drum. However, it was later discovered that the outer city was much larger than the inner city, and the drum sound was insufficient. So Anxi came up with the idea of using a large bell from the temple, having the ironworks create a large bell to hang in the center of the outer city. Whenever there was something urgent that required the attention of all the orcs in the city, the bell would be rung. So now when Anxi rang the bell, the orcs in the city understood it as a signal to gather. Anxi looked at the orcs as they gathered and began to introduce the rules using a simple iron megaphone. For those orcs who hadn't arrived yet, others would inform them. Chapter 80. Making friends through chess today, we gathered everyone to announce a new rule that will soon be implemented in our divine Envoy city. Starting this weekend, which is the students' 2-day break, every Saturday and Sunday afternoon, there will be a chess club held at the newly built pavilion by the pond in the tribe, aimed at making friends through chess. The orcs in the audience began to whisper to each other. Chess club? What is that? Making friends through chess means playing chess to make friends, right? Anxi nodded in satisfaction, feeling pleased that the learning was worthwhile, as now they could understand what it means to make friends through chess. That's right, very true. I know everyone has learned how to play chess during this time, and is quite interested in it. After all, it is a brain-training puzzle game. Therefore, we will start promoting chess in the Divine Messenger City and encourage the orcs to play chess. At the same time, it is also to help you find the right time to play chess in games, so as not to stay up late and affect your daily routine and studies. And she finished speaking, and the two orc players who had been caught staying up late to play chess in class shamefully lowered their heads, covering their faces and pretending that the other orcs couldn't see them. Some orcs who understood what was happening began to laugh loudly. All right, quiet down. Now I will start introducing the rules. As everyone knows, chess games are played in pairs, and each chess table can only accommodate 2 players at a time, until all tables are filled with participating orcs. Then, and she began to demonstrate to the orcs. The games will start at a unified time, with each pair of orcs playing against each other. The losing table will be eliminated, while the winners will wait to play against the winning side of the next table after they have determined a winner. This process will continue until only one player remains. Both Gamoku and Xiangqi will determine a final winner, who will be called the Gamoku or Xiangqi Star of the Week, and will receive a badge with their name and the date of victory engraved on a Gamoku or Xiangqi piece. Those who win consecutively for a month will receive a badge with their name and victory date, along with a star and a Gamoku or Xiangqi piece. As for winning continuously for a year, that is almost impossible. If any orc can truly achieve that, then they will be the king of this chess game. It doesn't have to be a full year. As long as they win for 1/3 of the time a year, they will receive a specially customized king badge, and their name will be engraved on a stone tablet, along with the number of wins, displayed in the city of the Divine Messenger, where chess meetings are held for all orcs to see. This is a special honor. Some orcs' eyes lit up upon hearing this. Wow, chess can be played like this? This is great. I want to earn that badge thing. The Divine Messenger said that chess is a brain game that tests intelligence and reaction ability. If I can win a badge, then the females will definitely notice my intelligence and excellence. Some orcs were a bit slow to react and didn't quite understand what was going on, asking the orcs around them what it meant. Wolf Beast Jia scratched his head. If I had known, I wouldn't have played chess with Riven yesterday. Didn't I win for nothing? Riven, do you dare to come here and challenge me to a game on Saturday? Tiger Beast Riven countered without backing down. What is there to be afraid of? Jia, don't get too cocky. You only won yesterday because of luck. It doesn't mean you can win against me on Saturday. Anxi coughed twice and said, well, every week, the winning orc can receive rewards in addition to the badge. This reward can be anything. I suggest that the merchants who set up stalls in the various divine cities can sponsor it. Sponsorship means that you provide a certain amount of your products to the winner of the Chess Friend Association, and both the winner and the association will promote your products. As the winner becomes known, your products will also gain visibility. If people know about your products and they are good, more people will come to buy from you, and you will earn more Divine Messenger coins. This is called the advertising effect, derived from the idea of spreading the word. Anxi looked at the confused orc below and sighed helplessly. It was clear that she couldn't expect them to understand right away. All right, I know everyone still doesn't get it. So I've already made arrangements with the Pangolin tribe. The first chess club meeting will be sponsored by the Pangolin tribe, and the winner will receive a new flavor of ice cream from the Pangolin tribe, as well as a serving of the stir-fried ice cream that I and the Pangolin tribe have recently developed. Everyone who comes to participate that day can taste it for free. Anxi knew that the orcs wouldn't understand what sponsorship meant, so for the first issue, they would have to find a way on their own. Therefore, he taught the Pangolin tribe how to make fried ice and then had them sponsor the first issue of the chess club. And she has put a lot of effort into organizing this chess club to teach the orcs about competition. Harmonious competition can promote development, but the orcs have become too complacent. However, and she does not want to see competition through force. The orcs are already quite barbaric, and if they resort to violent competition, the cities that have developed with great difficulty might regress back to the primitive era. Only intellectual competition can continuously develop the wisdom of the orcs. Therefore, turning harmonious puzzle games into competitive events is Anxi's best choice. And this is a perfect opportunity to hold a continuous chess club. As for the effort put into creating honor badges and seeking sponsorships, it is because Anxi knows that, despite the orcs appearing to enjoy chess now, it is merely a novelty. Once the novelty wears off, their enthusiasm may not be as strong. So, while the orcs are still passionate, Anxi quickly brings this matter to the forefront. The badges and prizes represent honor and tangible benefits, which are the two things the orcs care about the most. With these two elements, even if the orcs' enthusiasm for chess fades, the chess club will not be abandoned. The orcs are eagerly waiting for Saturday, and early in the morning, they rush to the chess hall to claim their spots. And she has named the area set up for the chess club as the chess hall, complete with a sign. Although it was supposed to start at 8 o'clock, the orcs began arriving as early as 5 to secure their places, with some even bringing barbecue to eat there. By the time Anxi arrives around 7, the scene is crowded and chaotic. Anxi walked over to the center of the corridor, where the gong was placed, and frowned at the orc who was still eating barbecue. I'm going to revise the rules now. From now on, you're not allowed to bring barbecue into the chess academy to eat. How can you play chess while eating such a large piece of meat? You need to respect your opponent. Besides, barbecue drips oil, and your hands are greasy from eating it, which will dirty the pieces and the board. Also, there's no need to come so early next time. Come after having breakfast. I have prepared enough space and tables, and it's the weekend with 2 days available. Chess is a game, after all, a way to entertain and relax. You shouldn't skip breakfast because of it. Not eating breakfast for a long time is bad for your health. Don't think that just because life is easier now, you can neglect your health. The orcs who brought food and those who came without breakfast felt somewhat guilty after Anxi's words and expressed that they wouldn't do it again, which made Anxi's expression improve a bit. Chapter 81. Seeking sponsorship for those who couldn't grab a chess table outside. There's no need to rush. Didn't I say there are 2 days? If you want to watch, go get a small stool and sit. But you can only watch and must remain silent. Remember, observing chess without speaking is a sign of respect for the orcs playing. Also, this is a competition. If an orc loses because of something you said, wouldn't you feel guilty? But for those participating, don't be too nervous. This is a casual competition, held once a week. If you don't do well this time, there will be next time. Don't take winning or losing too seriously. Keep a calm mindset. And no fighting or losing your temper with other orcs after the match. Understood? Understood, Lord Messenger. Don't worry, Lord Messenger. We will all listen to you. Anxi looked at the obedient orcs and nodded in satisfaction. Playing chess is meant to be a leisurely activity, so there's no need to rush. Those who get tired can take turns coming over to my place for a drink and a rest. I also have fried ice sponsored by the pangolin tribe, which is delicious and refreshing. However, you can't eat it at the chess table. The orcs watching outside may not get it for free, but they can buy it with divine currency. A bowl with added dried fruits costs 5 copper coins, while one without costs only 2 copper coins. And Shishuan casually advertised the fried ice cream sponsored for the pangolin clan, and then sat on a bamboo couch next to the gong. The bamboo couch was specifically for the judges to rest on. There was a bamboo coffee table on the couch, and Shio used the heater in the pavilion to boil hot water for Anxi to make tea. Early in the morning, and she was not in a hurry about the fried ice cream. She just said the advertising slogan as a routine. By noon, when the sun was up, as long as Shio, and a few others who finished playing chess came together to eat, the orc spectators outside would naturally be unable to resist buying it. After all, fried ice cream was still cheaper than ice cream, and it was delicious and refreshing. Since it was the first day, and she needed to oversee things, she basically stayed in the chess academy the whole time. Shio did not participate, but stayed by Anxi's side to accompany her. By how to participate? But this useless chess player was eliminated in the first round as expected. Then, seeing Bai Hao's listless demeanor as he sighed and lounged around, and she assigned him to find something to do. Anxi taught him a very simple thing to do: selling boxed meals. It's a must-have for internet cafes and game rooms since ancient times. Anxi made a menu for Bai Hao: bamboo tube rice, stir-fried vegetables, Odin, and grilled sausages. After preparing everything, Tung Mo, who also did not participate in the Chess Friends competition, helped him set up a stall next to the chess academy. To avoid disturbing the beastmen playing chess, Anxi even made a sign for Bai Hao with clear prices. Bamboo tube white rice was 2 copper coins per serving. Bamboo tube fried rice was 5 copper coins per serving. Stir-fried vegetables were 5 copper coins per serving. Odin was 5 copper coins per serving. Grilled sausages were 3 copper coins each, and 2 for 5 copper coins. Another board stated that every beastman who won a round in the Chess Friends competition could choose 1 item for free, limited to 1 per person. Below that, it was written that Bai Hao Food was the sponsor of the Chess Friends competition. As soon as the beastmen watching the chess saw this novel way of selling, they gathered around to take a look. They were then attracted by the unique aroma of Odin and grilled sausages and couldn't help but buy some food. The number of buyers increased, and some beastmen who were waiting for the next round to start during the break saw the sign for free items. They took the small wooden tokens given by Anxi, which represented the winners, to claim their preferred food after the results were announced. In the afternoon, Anxi had the pangolin tribe deliver fried ice to share with the beastmen on break. The beastmen finally experienced what fried ice was. It was actually fruit-flavored ice with fruits and nuts inside. Some beastmen were puzzled about how ice could be fried. Can ice really be fried? Unfortunately, unless it was winter, the current conditions made it impossible for them to make fried ice, as they did not have the pangolin's ability to dig deep enough to store ice. However, each participating beastman only got one free serving of fried ice, and if they wanted more, they had to buy it with divine coins like everyone else. But because fried ice was cheap, many beastmen bought it. Anxi had the pangolin tribe count the servings delivered and then sent them in batches after preparing them. That evening, when byhalf got home, he counted the divine coins he earned that day and found that it was even more than what he usually made at the trading market. The same was happening with the pangolin tribe. Unexpectedly, fried ice, though seemingly cheap, sold so well that they earned more than with ice cream. The sponsorship idea from the Divine Lord was indeed effective. Many attentive beastmen calculated that the items sold by byhalf and the pangolin tribe as sponsors of the Chess Friends competition seemed to be a lot overall. So even giving away some for free was cost-effective. This led to beastmen approaching Anxi the next day, expressing their desire to sponsor the Chess Friends competition. To prevent the Chess Friends competition from turning into a night market, Anxi decided to limit it to 2 different products participating in sponsorship each week. As for the Chess Friends competition, playing chess is relatively the fairest activity for different tribes with their own strengths, as beastmen excel in physical strength, while chess relies on mental ability. In the end, the winner of chess was Wolf Beast Jie, and the winner of Chinese chess was Leopard Beast Yi. Meanwhile, Ruiwen sat on the side with a disappointed expression. With Ruiwen's chess skills, he could have made it far, but he was eliminated early in the first round because he was too competitive with Jie. Many beastmen felt sorry for Ruiwen, thinking it was too tragic to end before even starting the game. Thus, they were reluctant to choose to play against strong opponents. Playing against weaker ones allowed for more rounds, and perhaps the strong player would make a mistake after getting tired. Even if they didn't make a mistake, playing a few more rounds was good. Seeing this change in situation, Anxi had to come up with another solution, a draw for pairing. She prepared equal-sized small wooden boards in pairs, with the same number on each pair. Those who drew the same number would be opponents. However, while the idea was good, making wooden boards and boxes was too slow. Anxi thought of a grouping method using ropes. She prepared a rope for every 2 people, covered the intersecting part of the ropes with a lid, twisted the ropes irregularly, then let the ends of the ropes stick out in different directions, which could be either opposite or the same direction. Everyone would hold one end of the exposed rope, lift the lid, and pull back together. The 2 people pulling the same rope would be a pair. The beastmen found this new pairing method interesting and fun. Seeing the enthusiastic beastmen, Anxi specifically reminded them not to pull too hard on the ropes to avoid breaking them. She felt it necessary to mention this, considering the beastmen's wild nature. It was hard to say if someone might actually do something reckless. In the end, under the rope pairing, the high probability of changing partners still resulted in Ruiwen and Jie being paired together. Was it a fateful bond? Anxi helplessly patted Ruiwen on the shoulder. Poor kid. Hang in there, be strong. Chapter 82. Mid-Autumn Festival happy days are always short. The happiest weekend for the beastmen since school began was spent in the lively Chess Friends competition. As usual, they returned to their routine of morning classes and afternoon hunting or work. One day, Anxi was in the meeting room calculating dates and preparing the yearly calendar when she realized that the Mid-Autumn Festival was approaching. Night, on the 15th of August. Let's have a grand celebration. Was the Mid-Autumn Festival. Knight, who had been studying hard here, looked up to express his confusion. Do beastmen only celebrate New Year and not the Mid-Autumn Festival? Anxi found it strange that the elder had popularized a new year, but not other festivals. Was he a solitary person who didn't enjoy celebrations? Knight innocently shook his head. All right. Anxi turned to Xiao, who had just finished giving music lessons to the beastmen. Xiao, I want to celebrate the Mid-Autumn Festival. Okay, what is the Mid-Autumn Festival? Xiao replied without hesitation upon hearing Anxi's words. He would help her with anything she wanted to do. However, what exactly was the Mid-Autumn Festival? Anxi couldn't help but chuckle when Xiao agreed without knowing what the Mid-Autumn Festival was. As he watched Anxi write about the extracurricular book The Legend of the White Snake, he shook his head, thinking that Xiao was simply too indulgent with her. Of course, while he thought this, he didn't notice that he was not much different himself. Just a few minutes after Xiao walked in, he went back out, calling over the leadership team of Shunshur City one by one. Ahem, here's the thing. I was compiling the annual calendar today, and suddenly realized that the annual Mid-Autumn Festival is coming soon. The Mid-Autumn Festival is a very important holiday in my original world. On this day, everyone gathers with their family, friends, or loved ones to eat mooncakes, admire the moon, and pray for a forever reunion. That's why this day is also called the Reunion Festival, and the moon on this day is bigger and rounder than usual. On the Mid-Autumn Festival, we have a holiday, and everyone bakes mooncakes and makes lanterns together. In the evening, we can hold some activities in the city, such as solving lantern riddles, releasing sky lanterns, setting afloat river lanterns, hosting parties, and selecting talented orcs to perform. Anxi is educating the orcs about the Mid-Autumn Festival. Previously, they missed some minor festivals due to the orcs' weak sense of time, so they can only wait until next year to slowly educate them about those. This year's Mid-Autumn Festival cannot be missed. The meaning of this festival is good. The divine messenger said how to celebrate it, and that's how we will celebrate this Mid-Autumn Festival. The Reunion Festival sounds great, so besides the New Year, we have the Mid-Autumn Festival as well. I enjoy lively celebrations. Anxi's proposal received unanimous approval. What kind of pastry is a mooncake? How is it made? Only by how this silly guy was focused on mooncakes. Can Anxi say that he is indeed a great chef? You don't need to worry. I will teach you how to make mooncakes later. There are many types of fillings for mooncakes, and you and your cooking class will need to learn them all by the time the Mid-Autumn Festival arrives. You and your cooking classmates will be responsible for teaching the other orcs in Shunshur City who want to participate in making them. Everyone will work together, and when the time comes to admire the moon, eating together will create a wonderful atmosphere. By how quieted down once he got his answer. He just wanted to keep his position as the head chef of Shunshur City. How could there be any food he didn't know how to make? After the meeting, Anxi and By Hao went to the cooking class together, teaching them how to make Cantonese mooncakes and flaky mooncakes. And they even customized a batch of mooncake molds with the wood factory. The fillings were diverse, with savory options like fresh meat mooncakes, cured meat mooncakes, and salted egg yolk mooncakes. Sweet options included fresh flour mooncakes, red date paste mooncakes, and bean paste mooncakes, among others. Anxi's favorite was the flaky fresh meat mooncake. And since the orcs were used to eating meat, they generally liked this flavor. Therefore, on the day of the Mid-Autumn Festival, Anxi prepared the most fresh meat-filled mooncakes. After all, making mooncakes was super simple. Many orcs could learn it just by watching. Anxi had the orcs in the cooking class prepare the dough, fillings, and molds, encouraging them all to participate. Thus, it developed into a wave of orcs making lanterns and another wave making mooncakes. By Hao taught the orcs how to make mooncakes, while Anxi taught them how to make lotus lanterns that could be placed in the river. They planned to release them in the moat outside the inner city at night. By the time they were almost done, it was dark. Anxi had all the stalls in the trading market open, and everyone displayed their handmade lanterns. The places inside and outside Shunshur City that could hang lanterns were adorned with big red lanterns, illuminating the entire city. Anxi also prepared simple riddles for the lanterns, with rewards for those who guessed correctly. Since this was the first time the orcs played this riddle game, although not many guessed correctly, everyone had a great time. There were also sugar painting, dough figurines, and painting ceramic dolls. Anxi brought out all the festive entertainment she could think of, realizing everything that could be achieved. One reason was for her own nostalgia, and another was to let the orcs see how prosperous Earth used to be. The orcs inside the city were delighted by the festivities, but the patrolling orcs felt a bit more anxious. This was because the night before, Anxi had held a meeting with the patrolling orcs, emphasizing fire safety knowledge and customizing a giant water tank with a ceramic factory, placing it in various corners of Shunshur City. That night, the patrol team reminded everyone to be careful with fire, saying it's dry outside, be cautious with flames, while enjoying the festivities. As night fell and the moon rose to its highest point, tables and chairs were set up at stalls, parks, school entrances, and factory doors throughout Shunshur City, displaying the mooncakes everyone had made together during the day. Anxi looked at the moon that had been separated from her for billions of years, and her eyes momentarily felt sour. To distract herself from this emotion, Anxi quickly turned to call the females in the tribe to change their clothes and prepare for the Mid-Autumn performance that night. Anxi had involved all the females in Shunshur City in this relatively grand performance, which also included students from the music class. The Lingyu and Dolphin tribes were responsible for the vocal team, while other orcs from the music class selected the best to form the instrumental team. To avoid revealing too much, Anxi specifically set the altar in the center of the inner city to be temporarily off limits, and the orcs from the outer city were also not allowed to enter the inner city for the time being. The performance was set by the mode of the inner city for the debut of the Lingyu and Dolphin tribes. First, the Lingyu tribe hid in gigantic shells, which floated up from the bottom of the water. The shells opened, and the Lingyu tribe revealed their colorful, shimmering tails, while holding large luminous pearls in their hands, singing beautiful songs as they appeared. When will the bright moon appear? I raise my glass to ask the blue sky. I don't know what year it is in the heavenly palace. I wish to ride the wind to fly over, but the heights are so cold. I dance to cast my clear shadow. How is it like being in the mortal world? Then the dolphin tribe joined in harmony, with dolphins occasionally leaping over the river. And more voices unique to the sea, like a cleansing melody, entered the song's rhythm. Chapter 83. Mid-Autumn Festival 2. As the song ended, the orcs excitedly applauded. Many orcs who had little contact with the sea tribes were utterly enchanted by the Lingyu tribe's beautiful tales and charming voices. Many orcs on the shore began courting the Lingyu orcs, creating an atmosphere reminiscent of a concert with frenzied fans. After the Lingyu tribe sang, the instrumental group followed, starting with a melodious flute sound, followed by the sounds of string instruments and pipa, grand and clear. A chorus of loud crane calls erupted as a flock of white cranes flew out of the inner city. Each crane carried a female dressed in a golden belly-bearing silk garment, dancing gracefully, with golden ribbons on their arms fluttering in the wind, looking ethereal. The astonished gasps of the orcs below were incessant, reaching a climax when Anxi appeared in a flowing red dance dress with golden wings. The combination of the white cranes and the golden dress created a magnificent visual spectacle. When Anxi appeared in her red dress and golden wings, it added a striking layer of color to the already splendid scene. The melodious music, combined with the fluttering ribbons, made the dance seem like a celestial maiden descending to the mortal realm. Especially after Anxi's appearance, the earlier females had only learned the dance in the past few days, and standing on the backs of the winged tribes, orcs to dance, was somewhat challenging. So Anxi only taught them a few simple dance movements, requiring just one thing: beauty. Originally, the dancers were supposed to be from the winged tribe, with Anxi planning to stand on Dzay's back, but unexpectedly, the crane tribe had migrated back to the sea tribe's central island and were introduced to Shunshur City, coincidentally arriving just in time for the Mid-Autumn Festival. And Xi's heart stirred when he saw the crane clan in their beast forms. After all, the wing clan had all kinds of birds except for cranes. And cranes looked very beautiful when they flew. In Chinese mythology, throughout the ages, it is not without reason that immortals ride cranes. Moreover, the sizes and colors of the wing clan members varied greatly, while the crane clan had a more uniform size and color. And Xi obtained the consent of the crane clan and temporarily brought them in for rehearsals. With the addition of the crane clan, and Xi's mount changed from Dzay to Qing. After all, Dzay's beast form was a black eagle, while Qing's beast form was a golden eagle, which matched the dance better in terms of both color and appearance. Qing's form was also very large, almost enveloping the white crane clan and their females beneath its wings as it descended from the sky. Standing on Qing, Anxi appeared very small. But thanks to the sharp eyes of the beastmen, along with Anxi's flying bun hairstyle and the red dress and flowing ribbons he wore, he was able to stand out. Anxi danced gracefully in midair on the back of the golden eagle, holding a pipa in her hand, moving in rhythm with the music of the band below. The female figures of the white cranes scattered the petals hidden on their bodies to the ground in sync with the dance, instantly transforming the scene into a dreamy spectacle reminiscent of celestial maidens scattering flowers. Wow! The orcs, who had no idea what a fairy was or how to describe one, stared with their mouths agape at the dancing females above, occasionally letting out instinctive gasps of amazement. It wasn't until Anxi finished her dance and scattered the last of the petals, and the celestial beings descended from the sky, that the orcs reacted, erupting into waves of cheers. Anxi stepped down from the back of the golden eagle, using one hand to unveil her face covered by a pearl curtain. And with a slight smile, she captivated all the orcs watching the scene. Divine messenger, divine messenger, Anxi, Anxi, divine messenger, Anxi, divine messenger, Anxi. The cheers rose higher and higher, while Xiu stopped playing the flute and led Anxi to the seats that Yi and Qing Xian had prepared for them in advance. The orcs below watched enviously as one female after another was taken away by males to sit and enjoy mooncakes while admiring the moon. The males who came to claim the females walked proudly with their heads held high, while the single males below angrily kicked over their bowls of dog food. Some orcs secretly set their sights on the celestial-like females, while others glanced repeatedly at the catfish tribe lounging in the river shells. However, because of Anxi's identity as a divine messenger and her dreamlike dance today, she appeared so much like a goddess descending that the orcs who previously held some thoughts now dared not have any feelings toward Anxi. In short, this Mid-Autumn Festival banquet was very successful and fulfilling. It concluded with a grand ceremony of releasing Kongming lanterns to pray for blessings. After which the orcs found spots to sit down with familiar companions to drink, chat, eat mooncakes, and admire the moon. The turtle tribe displayed the mid-autumn divine messenger city map they had drawn from the very beginning at every stall. Some orcs were busy making paper lanterns. Others were making mooncakes, setting river lanterns, guessing riddles, painting sugar figurines, while Anxi danced the celestial dance with the females, enjoying the moon. Among these activities, there were the most paintings depicting Anxi and the female celestial dance, capturing various angles. Anxi had informed the turtle tribe of all the day's events from the start, asking them to document the scenes. Therefore, the turtle tribe's orcs had been stationed since the beginning of the day at various locations in the divine messenger city, looking for the perfect angles for painting. Known for their patience, the turtle tribe quietly painted while other orcs were noisy, and by the end of the banquet, they presented a street full of artworks, astonishing the orcs who beheld them. Qingxian sipped the wine made from bayberries that Anxi had traded with the shrew tribe, shaking his head in admiration. Anxi, your idea is truly brilliant. This is the first time I've seen such a scene recreated. I regretted missing the chance to capture the fun snowball fights and snowman building during the winter festival. The new orcs hadn't even seen that scene. It's such a pity. Anxi held up his wine glass, squinting at the many orcs in front of a painting, pointing and discussing which one was him, and he smiled slightly. What is there to regret? This year there are even more people, and the new year will be even more lively. We can have the turtle clan paint it down later. He also smiled as he watched the bustling scene of orcs in the city, and in a daze. He seemed to see the time before Anxi arrived. Back then, there was still a wandering orc tribe, and life was relatively good despite being filled with battle-hardened orcs. They simply didn't starve or freeze. However, their food and clothing were limited, completely different from the life they could pursue now, filled with delicious food and entertainment. Things they didn't even dare to dream of. It was surprising that in such a short time, those things they never dared to imagine had actually come true. Yes, it would be great to paint it down. Things will only get better in the future. Anxi's idea is really good. This way, we can record it and allow more and more orcs to see the prosperity of our divine envoy city. Yi is already very content now. After Anxi heard what Yi said, he suddenly had a flash of inspiration upon seeing a painting of the tortoise clan depicting their flying dance. Great idea. Huh, you're right. Yi, I have an even better idea. Hee hee. Anxi smiled mischievously. Chapter 84. The Mid-Autumn Messenger City Map. Where does the flying dance come from? ISNT, it derived from the world-famous Dunhuang murals. What can be passed down through the ages? Text, books, paintings. Many later generations speculate about past histories and civilizations based on murals. So why can't the Messenger City also create a mural? After all, the city walls of the Messenger City are so large that they can't be completely painted. Besides, they're also folding screens. And they can build a few more walls in the city specifically for painting, just like the famous Nine-Dragon Wall. They can depict the most classic mid-autumn scenes together, like the Qingming Riverside picture, merging several scenes into one, and name it the Mid-Autumn Messenger City Map. As soon as Anxi's idea was proposed, it received a lot of support. The next day, Anxi brought the reptilian orcs, carrying small buckets of paint, to paint a 10-meter-long mid-autumn festival mural on the outside of the inner city wall. In chronological order, the entire mural could be divided into 10 smaller scenes. The first scene depicts Anxi leading the orcs in preparing filling and dough to make mooncakes. The second scene shows orcs on the other side, crafting paper lanterns, writing riddles on them, painting, making lotus lanterns, and crafting Kongming lanterns. The third scene features a long, bustling street adorned with various lanterns, where orcs are guessing riddles. Many orcs are gathered around stalls selling unique snacks, and a group of orcs look surprised at a newly opened sugar painting stall. The orcs strolling down the street are holding bamboo tubes or lotus leaves, whether it's Odin, grilled skewers, or any food. The common practice in Divine Envoy City is to pack food in bamboo tubes or lotus leaves. The orcs throughout the street are joyful, presenting a vibrant scene of prosperity. The fourth scene shows the sky darkening as dusk falls, with the Lingyu tribe sitting on shells, floating in the moat, holding pearls and singing, while the lake shimmers and dolphins leap out of the water before diving back in. The fifth, sixth, and seventh scenes are connected. The fifth scene is a distant view with a band playing music below, and above, white cranes carrying females dressed in golden gauze skirts with golden ribbons flying from afar, all performing a unified aerial dance. The sixth scene shows the females in golden gauze skirts changing their dance moves, while Anxi rides a golden eagle, flying from a distance with a red outfit and a flying bun hairstyle. her ribbons trailing longer than the others, as if reaching the horizon. With a beaded curtain covering her face and holding a pipa, behind her is a round orange sunset. The seventh scene features the females on the white cranes scattering flower petals from the sky, while Anxi stands atop the golden eagle, raising one foot, her red skirt swirling and pipa bouncing, as the setting sun appears larger, making Anxi resemble a celestial maiden stepping out from the red sun. Perhaps Anxi's aerial dance left such a deep impression on the orcs that the turtle tribe used 3 entire sections to depict Anxi and the female's aerial dance. The 8th scene shows the orcs releasing river lanterns to make wishes, with many lotus lanterns drifting along the moat. The 9th scene is a bird's-eye view of orcs in various locations of divine Envoy City, eating mooncakes, chatting, and gazing at the moon. The final scene features a close-up of Anxi's back as she holds up a Kongming lantern, surrounded by bustling crowds occupying the lower quarter of the mural, while the background showcases a dark blue night sky filled with countless Kongming lanterns, both near and far, like stars adorning the entire sky, spectacular and beautiful. After the Mid-Autumn Festival mural was unveiled, countless orcs gathered to watch. Such a massive painting had never been seen before. Even Anxi was moved to give a thumbs up to the turtle tribe. However, despite the perfection of the mural, some orcs questioned it, and not just one. Because the moment Anxi took off the beaded curtain covering her face, her stunning smile amazed many orcs, leading them to wonder why that moment was not included in the mural. Anxi originally didn't think this way, as her appearance had already been featured enough, and she didn't know what it looked like when she lifted the veil. However, the Turtle Clan considered the opinions of the Beastmen to be quite reasonable. As a race that was willing to listen to others, they valued the audience's feedback. Yet, they all felt that the painting was already perfect and it would be better not to ruin it. Therefore, the Turtle Clan placed a large stone on the altar in the outer city. Since it was a close-up of Anxi, they spent a week working together to create a satisfactory painting that captured her beauty. Then they outlined the lines on the stone and asked Tingma to carve the artwork into a relief, adding color afterward. When Anxi saw the finished product, she couldn't help but admire the Turtle Clan's talent. The three-dimensional effect was incredible, although Anxi thought the painting of herself looked quite nice. Having it displayed there for everyone to admire her face still made her feel a bit strange and shy. However, it seemed like the Turtle Clan had been inspired, and after Anxi's approval, they began painting all over the city walls of the divine Envoy City. There were scenes of the chess club within the city, the spring and autumn trading market, the winter festival scenes, the beastmen making ice lanterns, the Sea Clan vacationing in the hot spring islands during winter, Anxi leading the divine Envoy trading team, scenes from the central island of the Sea Clan, and even mirages visible from the central island. Even Anxi was influenced by the Turtle Clan and painted her experiences while trading, especially the memorable desert, oasis, and the Cheongxiao ship. The Turtle Clan's wise elder, Xuanza, saw this and asked Anxi if they could paint her artwork on the city walls for the beastmen to see. Anxi looked at Xuanza with a complicated expression and helplessly nodded in agreement. The Turtle Clan had truly been elevated by the beastmen of the divine Envoy City. Ever since the Turtle Clan's Mid-Autumn Divine Envoy City painting became renowned, the praised Turtle Clan beastmen began painting everywhere, focusing only on magnificent scenes. Now, feeling a bit bored with a lack of grand subjects to paint, they instantly lit up like a laju, seeing fishballs when they saw Anxi's artwork. Anxi suggested to Xuanja that they could depict the daily life scenes of the orcs in the divine Envoy City. For example, how the females swing in the inner city, how orcs attend classes and schools, how orcs work in factories, Qingxian drying medicinal herbs in the medicine shed, patrol teams patrolling the city walls, and the sheep and cow tribes plowing fields, planting trees, and picking tea. They could create a large picture by combining smaller scenes. Similar to the Mid-Autumn Divine Envoy City map, or find a winged orc to take them for a few flights above the divine Envoy City to see how to piece together the smaller pictures into a giant map of the city. Upon hearing Anxi's words, Xuanja and the several tortoise orcs who came with him immediately widened their eyes in astonishment, and Anxi felt as if she had unleashed something extraordinary. Chapter 85. Summer Divine Envoy City Map. Sure enough, the tortoise tribe was once again inspired by Anxi. Oh no! This time it was as if all their meridians had been opened. After returning, Xuanja discussed with the tortoise orcs all night and decided to create a detailed map of the entire divine Envoy City. However, due to the enormous scale of the project, progress had to be made gradually. The next day, the winged tribe discovered that the tortoise tribe was eager to let them take flights. Initially thinking it was a side effect of watching the divine envoy's aerial dance, and did not refuse. Later, they realized that the entire tortoise tribe had this request, and they began to line up for circles in the sky, not wanting to fly too far, just going back and forth above the divine envoy city. Moreover, they had specific requests about where to fly longer and where to fly higher or lower, perhaps feeling they were causing trouble. The wise tortoise Xuanja even gifted them pearls and luminous pearls as compensation. After the winged tribe reported this matter to Dais, he learned about it. After all, as the winged king, not many would easily trouble him, and everyone knew how proud and unrestrained Dais' character was. He definitely wouldn't be willing to let any orc ride him aside from the divine envoy. Upon hearing about the tortoise tribe's inexplicable behavior, Dais went to inform Anxi, who explained the tortoise tribe's plan and asked the winged tribe to cooperate as much as possible. Dais nodded. He would definitely listen to Anxi's words. After leaving Anxi, Dais raised an eyebrow and revealed a charming smile, thinking since they were already troubled, they might as well give them more work. Why not include Wing Mountain in the painting? After all, the Wing tribe had also joined the divine envoy city, so Wing Mountain should be considered part of the city. Additionally, the winter hot spring islands of the sea tribe and the fruit trees and tea gardens of the sheep and cow tribes were on the mountain. Since they were painting, they might as well paint it all. Dais then notified the Wing tribe to cooperate with the tortoise tribe's actions as much as possible, allowing them to fly above the divine envoy city and to fly around the highest peak of Wing Mountain, the home of the Wing tribe. From then on, every tortoise orc who sought a flight with the Wing tribe was forced to appreciate the icy world at the highest peak of Wing Mountain and return stiff from the cold, needing to soak in water for 5 minutes to warm up. Thus, the area for the tortoise tribe's painting was expanded, with forests in front of the divine envoy city and Wing Mountain in the back, covering at least over 200 square kilometers. The tortoise tribe feared that the deer tribe might come to ask them to depict the deer tribe's former gathering place in the forest, which would take them 100 lifetimes to complete, so all the tortoise orcs began to avoid the deer tribe. However, the tortoise tribe was overthinking. The deer tribe's former gathering place in the forest no longer had any orcs, as it had been left for the hunting teams to rest. There were still orcs occasionally returning to live on Wing Mountain, partly out of habit, as the Wing tribe enjoyed the feeling of high mountains. Additionally, Anxi mentioned that the fire Kong couldn't be left unburnt for too long, so occasionally orcs would go back to light the Kong. Within the divine envoy city, the usually quiet tortoise orcs began to actively wander around, carrying a wooden clip with a few pages of paper and some charcoal pencils, finding a corner to sit quietly and observe, occasionally making a few strokes. Some orcs couldn't resist their curiosity and struck up conversations with them. Gradually, everyone learned about the grand project the tortoise tribe was preparing. They respected this work and did not disturb them, especially since the mid-autumn divine envoy city map on the city walls was still there, showcasing the tortoise tribe's evident skill. A month later, after the orcs in the divine envoy city had become accustomed to the presence of the tortoise orcs, the tortoise tribe announced that they had completed their material collection. This time, they planned to paint on the inner side of the city wall of the outer city, extending from the city gate to both sides. Xuanja named this painting in continuation of Anxi's naming style, calling it the Summer Divine Envoy City Map. Starting from the city gate, the first scene depicted was the scenery of the inner city. It showed Anxi's courtyard, with the central yard filled with a garden of blooming flowers. Anxi was sitting in a vine chair under the grape arbor, fanning herself to cool down, while Tungma was coiled around a nearby tree for shade. Xiao and Baihao were in the kitchen preparing food for Anxi, and further out, Qing Xian was drying medicinal herbs, while Yu was grinding and practicing calligraphy. Next, the scene depicted females swinging at the swing area, with several males pushing them. Then there was a gathering of the leadership team of the Divine Envoy City in a meeting room, students attending classes at the senior school in the inner city. Qing Xian teaching apprentices to identify medicinal herbs in the medicinal chamber, with apprentices being punished for mistakes, several orcs barbecuing at home and going out to hunt. A few orcs excitedly discussing something while pointing at the stone monument in the central square of the inner city. Orcs in the bamboo grove cutting bamboo to make bamboo chairs, bamboo tube cups, and digging for bamboo shoots. Elderly orcs feeding small animals in the breeding farm. The pangolin tribe transporting ice cream from the storage room at the foot of the mountain. And on the hillside, the sheep and cow tribes picking fruits in the orchards, making milk tea and juice. Then there were females and sea tribe, orcs frolicking and bathing in the hot spring islands. At the very top, only a few Wing tribe members took off from the peak of Wing Mountain, where a few scattered thatched huts were located. After a wall covered with climbing plants, the dog tribe orcs were patrolling, and on the other side of the wall, the carp tribe was retrieving the mid-autumn festival lanterns from a moat. Along the riverbank, a commercial street was bustling with orcs who had been in business for a long time selling goods. Passing through the intersecting commercial streets, there were several large factories, including a ceramics factory and a glass factory, with rows of finished products displayed outside to attract customers. In the primary school, orcs were attending classes, with byhalf teaching a cooking class on making cakes and pastries. Tungma was leading orcs skilled in carving to create the movable type printing method that Anxi mentioned. The deer tribe had established textile factories, dyeing factories, sewing factories, and ready-made clothing shops, all bustling with orcs coming and going. In a ready-to-wear shop, several females are selecting their favorite clothes. The orc construction team is planning the park in the outer city based on Anxi's suggestions. One side of the park has a chess hall that has already been planned and is in use, where the orcs gather weekly for chess games. On the other side, a fish pond is taking shape. There are now more orcs in the outer city than in the inner city, and the outer city needs a fish pond as well. This pond is primarily for cultivating lotus flowers and lotus roots, with some river delicacies added in. Previously, the sea tribe had diverted seawater into the city moat, raising seafood there. Additionally, the sea tribe often swims in the moat and releases river lanterns during festivals, so they cannot cultivate much lotus and lotus roots. Only a few scattered water lilies for decoration. The sea tribe has placed their giant shells on top, and the moat has essentially been occupied by them, alleviating concerns about outside orcs sneaking into the divine envoy city through the moat. There's another trading street leading directly to the city wall of the outer divine envoy city, and beyond that is the bare moat compared to the inner city. Across the river lies the hunting forest of the divine envoy city, where several orcs are transforming into their beast forms and running towards the outside. Chapter 86. The request for help from the shrew and weasel tribes. This lengthy painting by the turtle tribe, which took 3 months to complete, marks the end of the summer divine envoy city illustration. The entire scroll depicts the daily life of the summer divine envoy city, with the orcs' lively activities vividly portrayed. The scenes are grand, starting with orcs gathering to watch the turtle tribe paint on the city wall, and even a month after the turtle tribe finished. Orcs still visit daily to appreciate the artwork. This summer divine envoy city illustration has become yet another attraction within the divine envoy city. On this day, Anxi was teaching the teachers from the primary schools at the prestigious school as usual. A pangolin orc who was patrolling on the other side of Ishan ran over and said that while they were on patrol, they saw an injured weasel orc come over seeking help, saying that their settlement had been attacked by a giant-tailed scorpion, suffering heavy casualties. And the weasel clan was also affected. Now, the two clans could only temporarily fend off the giant-tailed scorpion's attacks together. Even the weasel clan's pride, their underground castle, was useless because the giant-tailed scorpion could also burrow underground, completely destroying the weasel clan's underground fortress. Anxi and the orcs who heard the news were taken aback. This was the first time Anxi had heard about a tribe being attacked since coming to this world. What is a giant-tailed scorpion? Is it a scorpion species? Unlike Anxi, who was full of questions, Yi and the other orcs knew about the giant-tailed scorpion. It was a special group that seemed to have not fully evolved. They did not communicate with other orcs, only plundered, and had no reasoning, acting like wild beasts. However, they always traveled in groups and never went alone, making them difficult to deal with. Many small clans have been wiped out under their scorpion tails. They would not attack strong clans, which was why the divine envoy tribe had never been attacked. Later, for reasons unknown, they chose to live in the desert and had remained there ever since. Yifronit. After so many years of peace, how could the giant-tailed scorpions come out of the desert? And upon emerging, they returned to their nature, attacking the weasel clan and the mongoose clan. Yi hesitated. The giant-tailed scorpions were tough opponents, and one careless move could lead to injuries. However, they had just established a friendly alliance with the weasel clan and the mongoose clan not long ago, and it would not be right to ignore their plea for help. Wouldn't that dishearten all their allies? Yi instructed the pangolin orc who had brought the message to arrange for the mongoose orc seeking help, telling him that they would provide assistance as soon as they were ready. Anxi, what do you think we should do? Yi furrowed his brow, his mind racing with various thoughts. The number of orcs in the tribe was large, but there weren't significantly more than before. The sheep clan, cow clan, deer clan, and horse clan were all herbivorous orcs, most of whom Anxi had recruited due to their skills. They could only be responsible for the daily needs of the orcs in Divine Envoy City, such as technical tasks related to food, clothing, and shelter. It was unlikely they could be relied upon for combat, and sending them would be like sending vegetables. The only orcs capable of fighting, besides the earliest group from the wandering orc tribes, were the Wing clan and the Dog clan. However, part of the Dog clan and the Wing clan had also divided to engage in trade or to ensure the safety of divine Envoy City. So they could not all be taken away. But the giant tail scorpions were formidable, and sending fewer orcs would likely be ineffective. After all, they are our allies. We must go to their aid. Anxi carefully considered what scared scorpions and how to minimize harm when rescuing the orcs from the Weasel clan and the Mongoose clan. She remembered that scorpions were afraid of strong, irritating smells. During previous hiking trips in areas where scorpions and similar insects were present, she would carry strong-smelling spices like chili and Sichuan pepper. When resting or sleeping, she would sprinkle some quicklime around the tent to drive away insects and ants. They had to go, but not all combat orcs could be dispatched from the tribe. Divine Envoy City had expanded so much that some orcs had to remain to guard it. However, sending too few might not have much effect since the giant tail scorpions were hard to deal with. So how many orcs should they send? He felt troubled. With such a large city to protect, daily patrols consumed a lot of orcs. Even if they pulled all the orcs from the various production lines in Divine Envoy City and halted factory operations, they still wouldn't have many combat orcs. Moreover, any casualties in battle would be a significant loss for Divine Envoy City. Anxi had considered this issue. The rescue was motivated by humanitarianism and alliance friendship. Although the alliance had only been formed for a short time, it would be too cold-hearted to stand by and do nothing. However, Anxi was also unwilling to sacrifice her own orcs, as everyone has their own priorities. The tactical questions of how to rescue and how to execute the rescue were particularly important, so Anxi urgently called a meeting with the leadership team. She gathered everyone because their new allies, the Mongoose clan and the Dog clan from Wing Mountain, were under attack from the giant tail scorpions and were now seeking their help. Anxi briefly recounted what the Mongoose orc had said when seeking assistance. Since several orcs had been present when the pangolin orc delivered the news, and Chong, the patrol team leader, was aware of the situation, the remaining orcs listened calmly to Anxi analyze the situation without any surprised outbursts. We must extend a helping hand to our neighbors in trouble. After all, when the lips are gone, the teeth are cold. However, assistance must also be planned. We need to assess the situation before deciding on next steps. Dies. Go find an inconspicuous member of the Wing clan to investigate the current situation. Focus on observing where the Weasel clan and the Mongoose clan are located. How intense the battle is with the giant tail scorpions, how many orcs are involved, and how long they can hold out. Gather the information quickly and return without joining the battle. We need first-hand data to determine our rescue strategy. By the way, take some quicklime that you can carry. If you can find them, hand it over and tell them that the giant tail scorpions should dislike this. Sprinkling it around might slow the scorpions down. Just as Dies was about to leave, Anxi called him back. Realizing that they could also send the reconnaissance wing clan orc to bring some quicklime to the Mongoose and Weasel clans to help them hold out longer and reduce casualties. Dies nodded, went out to find a Goose clan orc, handed over the quicklime, and gave him instructions before sending him off. Anxi and the others continued to talk about Emperor Zay's return. Although I have never seen a giant-tailed scorpion, based on your descriptions of its appearance, I think it is a type of scorpion. During my previous hiking trips, I have also been in many places that have these snakes, insects, rodents, and ants. Scorpions are quite sensitive to strong stimulating odors, with quicklime being the most common. They also tend to avoid fire, bright lights, thunder, and electricity. Their natural enemies are mice and geckos, but we currently cannot find any mice or geckos, and since there are too many giant-tailed scorpions now, mice and geckos would probably not be of much use. Chapter 87. Preparations before the battle. Anxi thought for a moment, then looked at Xiao, Baihao, Dies, and Yao. There weren't many battle orcs, and Qing and Jin were to stay behind in the Divine Envoy City, so the battle might have to be led by you few. After saying that, he turned around and glanced at Tengma. Since the giant-tailed scorpion was afraid of certain things that were also not friendly to serpents, you definitely can't get involved when we use these things, so just stay behind in the Divine Envoy City with them. Although these things wouldn't be used against our own, what if an indiscriminate attack happened during the fight? Anxi didn't want Tengma to lose his life due to friendly fire. Tengma frowned and thought for a while, then could only nod with a displeased expression. He also knew that what Anxi mentioned was not very friendly to him. After 2 days, the winged orc returned with news. The situation with the Weasel clan and the Shrew clan wasn't good. They were surrounded by the giant-tailed scorpions. The combat power of the Shrew clan and the Weasel clan relied mainly on agility and swiftness. Originally, they could run if they couldn't win, but because they didn't want to abandon their homes, they couldn't run far. The prolonged tug-of-war had led them to be at a disadvantage now. Moreover, there were indeed quite a few giant-tailed scorpions, and they had already surrounded the two clans completely. Over time, the weasel and shrew orcs trapped there could barely sustain themselves, with little food and water left, and they couldn't hold out much longer. If they didn't rescue the shrew and weasel clans, they would eventually be annihilated by the giant-tailed scorpions. From the information gathered, the situation of the two clans was indeed dire, and rescue would also be quite challenging. Anxi's expression was serious. This rescue operation might not be completed in a day or two. We need to be prepared for a long-term war of attrition. First, we need to figure out how to break through, and then how to bring people out. We need to have a clear plan and be ready for everything, including how our beasts will rotate during combat. Additionally, if this takes a long time, we need to prepare food for ourselves and for the shrew and weasel tribes. We can't fight on an empty stomach. The only good news is that Anxi's estimation was correct. Quicklime and chili powder are indeed effective against the giant-tailed scorpions. This means that no matter how big, numerous, or troublesome the scorpions are, they still have the habits of scorpions. Knowing their weaknesses at least allows us to devise tactics instead of engaging in brutal hand-to-hand combat, which would be a risky move that could result in heavy losses on both sides. Anxi made a list on paper of everything that needed to be prepared before departure. Each person took a torch soaked in oil, as all creatures fear fire, especially scorpions, which are particularly sensitive to bright light. Oil was something every household in the tribe had, stored in bamboo tubes. It was animal fat rendered from various meats. Each orc brought 2 from home, which could intensify the fire and make it harder to extinguish. Insect repellent powder and quicklime were to be brought in as much quantity as possible. Medicinal herbs for treating wounds and anti-inflammatory powders could only be for external use. Food could include a few sausages or jerky for each orc as an emergency supply, since it would be hard to carry too much during combat. The remaining supplies could be quickly airlifted back and forth by the winged tribe. If the orcs from the shrew and weasel tribes couldn't be rescued in time, they would have to rely on airdrop supplies from the winged tribe. Currently, this was all the useful supplies the tribe could gather, and it still required time to prepare, especially for the insect repellent powder and external wound medicine. There certainly wouldn't be enough available at once. Qing Xian had to quickly prepare them batch by batch. Fortunately, due to increased trading with various tribes this year, many medicinal herbs had been stored. After all, orcs often had minor injuries while hunting, so there were enough herbs for treating wounds. Qing Xian was grateful for having opened a medical class earlier. Although the orcs in the class hadn't mastered it yet, they could still prepare simple external medicines. Even if the newcomers couldn't make them, they could assist, so Qing Xian wouldn't have to do all the work himself. Otherwise, with such urgency, he wouldn't even have time to eat or sleep. The chili and pepper powders were prepared by the sheep tribe, the first batch of spices they had grown, which they were very reluctant to part with. It could make a lot of hot pot base or spicy skewers. Anxi assured them that anything unused would be returned, only to be used in case there wasn't enough quicklime. Since this was a significant matter, he gathered all the orcs together to discuss the plan to rescue the shrew and weasel tribes. He also notified everyone, except for the hunting team, not to go out recently, especially the female vegetarian orcs who usually didn't need to hunt and should stay within the city. He instructed the pangolin tribe and the patrol team to guard the border with the shrew tribe carefully. After all, it wasn't too far. It only took a few days to reach the foot of Wing Mountain from the shrew territory. Previously, they weren't too worried because Wing Mountain was a complete barrier, but now that they had dug a passage through it, it made it easier for both allies and enemies. If a rogue giant tail scorpion found the entrance to the passage, even a labyrinth wouldn't guarantee safety. After the hunting team dispersed, they went out to hunt in the forest again, trying to catch as many prey as possible. All hunting groups in the tribe were encouraged to participate and prepare more food in the next couple of days. Once cooked, they would pack it in animal skin bags, wrapping them in multiple layers. It was estimated that the shrew and weasel tribes had very little food left. So the winged tribe would first send a few orcs with stored food for an airdrop, following the instructions of the divine envoy. The reason for not letting the winged tribe fly directly to bring the shrew and weasel orcs out was that, despite their casualties, the combined number of orcs was still considerable, and the winged tribe didn't have enough members to carry them all. If only part of the orcs were brought out, the remaining orcs would surely be attacked by the giant tail scorpions. The remaining orcs wouldn't last until the winged tribe returned for a second trip, and they would likely perish. Furthermore, to support their allies, he hoped everyone would contribute their animal fat first, and after the battle, the tribe could hunt and render more. They would gather to see how much they had, and if it was insufficient, they would need to hurry and render more, as having enough oil was essential for a lasting fire. If there weren't enough torches, they should quickly make more by cutting thick branches and wrapping them with cloth strips or animal skins soaked in enough oil, preparing them without lighting them yet. They needed to speed up, as their allies were still waiting for them. All right, the meeting is dismissed. Everyone should quickly prepare and do what they can. After the announcement, Yi waved his hand, and the orcs ran off to do their tasks. Yi, along with the selected orc members of the wing tribe for the airdrop, went to the storage room to take out some of the stored food to bring to the besieged tribes. Chapter 88. The abnormality of the giant tail scorpion. After the meeting, the divine envoy city fell into a hurried state, especially Qingxian. After all, insect repellent and external wound medicine were never too much, but always too little. The giant tail scorpion had a tough exoskeleton. Even with tactics in battle, the fur-covered orcs would still get injured. Qingxian was so busy that he didn't even have time to cook or eat. So he had to set aside his own tasks to roast meat and prepare food for Qingxian. When the wing orcs who went for the airdrop returned with news about the shrew and weasel tribes, the situation was currently stable. With the quicklime sent from divine envoy city, they had drawn a circle at their gathering place. The giant tail scorpions, wary of the quicklime, were only probing at the outer edges and hadn't crossed the lime circle, and there had been no new casualties among the two tribes. The supplies that needed to be prepared in divine envoy city were almost ready, and the first batch of orcs who received the news and location began to set off. Led by byhalf, 100 battle orcs set off first, shortening their eating and resting time. And they quickly ran for 3 days to reach the besieged area of the two tribes, only a day slower than the wing tribe. Upon arrival, the orcs from divine envoy city did not immediately advance, but stationed at a certain distance from the battle circle. First, the wing tribe would sprinkle lime powder from the air to create a line that would keep the giant tail scorpions at bay and disperse them a bit to prepare for the upcoming rescue. With torches and lime powder, the orcs from divine envoy city and the shrew and weasel tribes initially managed to eliminate some giant tail scorpions. However, after suffering some casualties, the giant tail scorpions suddenly became organized and disciplined, closely following them and occasionally testing their defenses, but the battles were not as fierce as at the beginning. However, the persistent following of the giant tail scorpions was making the orcs from divine envoy city somewhat anxious, as it hindered their ability to easily bring the shrew and weasel tribes with them. The giant tail scorpions were not slow, and the orcs couldn't shake them off. Even if they managed to escape with the shrew and weasel orcs back to divine envoy city, their large group would become an obvious target for the giant tail scorpions, who would surely not lose track of them. If they led the scorpions to the foot of Wing Mountain, what if they found the passage to divine envoy city that would lead directly into the inner city of divine envoy city? Even though there was the maze of the pangolin tribe, it could still pose a danger to divine envoy city. After the orcs from divine envoy city successfully rescued the shrew and weasel tribes and retreated to the edge of the shrew territory while fighting, byhalf realized they could not retreat any further. They could not bring any danger to divine envoy city. Moreover, the keen instincts of the battle orcs, who had long hunted as the kings of the forest, made byhalf feel that something was off. Except for when they first arrived, the giant tail scorpions did not seem to fight fiercely when they rescued the shrew and weasel tribes. Instead, they tightly clung to them, as if they were determined to follow them to divine envoy city. Byhalf felt that with the giant tail scorpions so tightly attached to them, they certainly couldn't return to divine envoy city now. However, remaining stuck outside wasn't a solution either. So he decided to test his theory and see if the giant tail scorpions had any specific purpose. To validate his thoughts, byhalf discussed with the orcs about starting to retreat the following day, driving the giant tail scorpions back toward the gathering place of the weasel tribe. As expected, after being pushed back a distance at first, the giant tail scorpions refused to retreat any further and began to fight back fiercely. Byhalf and the others engaged in fierce battles with the giant tail scorpions. Whenever they retreated, the scorpions would calmly follow. If they lingered too long without moving, the scorpions would continue to fight, forcing them to retreat. It wasn't accurate to say they were fighting for territory, as both the orcs and the beasts have a limit to how much territory they can occupy. Once they exceed the living capacity of their own tribe, they would stop fighting for more. The territory occupied by the giant tail scorpion tribe should have been sufficient for their group, yet they still relentlessly pushed forward. Byhalf even tried to avoid the giant tail scorpions by not retreating towards Wing Mountain, but instead heading towards the ocean where the sea tribe resided in the southwest. However, the giant tail scorpions did not choose to continue advancing their territory. they still closely followed them. This time, byhalf could conclude that the giant tail scorpions were not simply after territory, but they did not want to let them go. However, byhalf did not understand the reason behind this. He found a member of the winged tribe and sent him back to inform Anxi and Yi about the giant tail scorpions' abnormal behavior, as they were the smartest orcs in the divine envoy city and would surely have a solution. Shortly after the winged tribe, orc left to deliver the message. The giant tail scorpions suddenly began to riot. Byhalf and the others could no longer head towards the sea. The scorpions continued to fight wildly, leaving only the route towards Wing Mountain available. Just as byhalf was puzzled, he suddenly recalled the direction in which the winged tribe orc had flown back to the divine envoy city. Could it be that they really wanted to follow them to the divine envoy city? The giant tail scorpions were not intelligent like orcs. Like all beasts, they should only possess survival instincts. Logically, they shouldn't have any obvious intentions. Anxi frowned upon hearing the message relayed by the winged tribe orcs. Why did the actions of the giant-tailed scorpion not align with the natural survival rules of animals? It had been strange since it first emerged from the desert. Animals generally do not leave their habitats unless the ecological environment there has been destroyed. But what could possibly be destroyed in the desert? Could it be that there are too many newly appeared oases? Moreover, the giant-tailed scorpion had extended its territory too far. It didn't seem like it was trying to establish its own territory for survival, but rather appeared to be in a posture of conquering land. While Anxi was scratching her head over this, byhalf sent back another member of the winged tribe, who shared his speculations about the giant-tailed scorpion's bizarre behavior. At that moment, Anxi suddenly felt a jolt in her forehead. Previously, she had sent Emperor Zay to the gathering place of the elephant tribe at the edge of the desert. After all, aside from the nomadic camel tribe, the first tribe the giant-tailed scorpion would encounter upon leaving the desert should be the elephant tribe. If the giant-tailed scorpion had attacked the shrew and weasel tribes, what had happened to the elephant tribe? Emperor Zay was the winged king and was essentially the fastest flyer among the winged tribe. During the time byhalf and the orcs were battling the giant-tailed scorpion, Emperor Zay had traveled day and night and had already returned. He had visited the elephant tribe and inquired with the orc members there. Indeed, their tribe had encountered the giant-tailed scorpion some time ago. However, they lived in the desert and had dealt with the giant-tailed scorpion before. The elephant tribe was tough and strong, so the giant-tailed scorpion was not a significant threat to them. The giant-tailed scorpion did not engage in a relentless battle with the elephant tribe. After 2 days of fighting, it had retreated and had not appeared again since. Anxi listened to several reports from the orcs about the situation, and when he pieced everything together, it turned out that the giant-tail scorpion swarm suddenly left the desert where they had stayed for hundreds of years one day. After a symbolic skirmish with the elephant tribe, they retreated and began moving inland. They surrounded the shrew and weasel tribes, but did not engage properly in battle. After the rescue from the divine envoy city, they followed the divine envoy city's team and continued to advance, abandoning the territory they had previously conquered. Chapter 89. The abnormality of the giant-tailed scorpion 2. Although Anxi couldn't figure out what this group of giant-tailed scorpions was up to, watching their coordinated movements made it seem like there was a commander giving orders from back. But wasn't it said that there were no intelligent beastmen in this giant-tailed scorpion tribe? Could it be that the wild scorpions on the beastman continent have developed such intelligence? After hearing the report, Yi also frowned. He sensed something was off. Like Anxi, Yi thought it was impossible. How could that be? Anxi looked at the night and asked, "In your orc tribes, some groups have intelligent orcs, while others have beasts like the sheep, cow, and deer tribes. Is it possible that the giant-tailed scorpion tribe also has intelligent orcs?" He thought seriously for a moment and replied that he had never heard of such a thing. For thousands of years, since the appearance of orcs, the number of tribes and types of intelligent orcs on the orc continent has been relatively clear. Many orc tribes are aware of each other, making it highly unlikely for an unknown intelligent orc to exist. If there was such a thing, why hasn't it appeared in thousands of years? Could it be that other tribes of orcs are being commanded by them? Anxi looked at Yi and asked, "That's not possible. Intelligent orcs live together across different tribes, just like in the divine envoy city. They would elect me as their wise one and listen to my commands because orcs possess wisdom and know how to live better, understanding who to follow for a better life. However, beasts are different. They only recognize the strongest in their tribe as their king and follow the king's commands." Yi said with great certainty, explaining that orcs also have half of the genes of beasts. The instincts that drive beasts are present in them as well. But after gaining intelligence, they learn to make choices and exercise restraint. Therefore, they are very familiar with that half of their genetic makeup. Even though many orcs in the orc tribe listened to Yi, when they go hunting in the forest, those beasts will not acknowledge him. However, if they encounter wild wolves while hunting, they can control and drive them away because Xiao is the wolf king of the wolf tribe, and he has a bloodline suppression over the unintelligent wild wolves. Anxi looked puzzled at Yi, and after thinking for a while, decided to let it go. Since there was no way to understand this matter right now, it was better to think about how to drive away the giant-tailed scorpions. After all, they couldn't let them follow them to the divine envoy city, but it wasn't a good situation for Bai Hao and the other beastmen to stay outside either. Anxi actually thought of a solution, but she hesitated as the Orc continent is quite peaceful right now, except for the matter of the giant-tailed scorpion. Anxi was unsure whether to rush the research on lethal weapons. Indeed, the most effective and easily produced powerful weapon Anxi thought of was dynamite. However, this is still a lethal weapon, which is a bit too advanced for the Orc continent, considering that the Orcs have just entered the cold weapon era, and it is not yet widespread. At most, only the Orcs in Divine Envoy City use it to process prey. Hunting is still mostly done with their claws and teeth in their beast forms. Seeing Anxi frowning and biting her nails, Xiao thought that Anxi was under too much pressure and couldn't come up with a solution, so he comforted her. It's okay. Anxi, there will be a way. Our Orcs in Divine Envoy City are strong and robust, and with the winged tribe airdropping food as support, we can hold on for a few more days without any problem. Anxi looked up at the comforting Xiao. Since this topic was beyond her understanding, she decided to consult a local. Moreover, there was also the wise knight from Divine Envoy City, who was like a strategist. They must have a way to handle this. In fact, I already have a solution, but I'm unsure whether I should share it, as it might have unforeseen consequences for the future of the Orc continent. And I can't predict how things will develop. Xiao was quite happy when he heard the first half of her sentence, but became a bit confused upon hearing the latter half. What impact? Can you tell me more? Knight noticed Anxi's troubled expression, although he didn't fully understand. His tone was gentle. If it makes you hesitate, there must be an issue. You can share it with us. It's okay. Even if it doesn't work out, we won't disclose it and cause any impact. Anxi looked up and saw that there were only Xiao, Yi, and herself in the conference room. Xiao was her partner, so it was naturally fine for him to be there. Yi, now the wise man in charge of the vast Divine Envoy City, should understand the implications of explosives for the Orcs. Taking a deep breath, Anxi's expression turned serious. I know of a type of weapon that has great lethality and a wide range, and its range can be controlled according to the mixture. It can create a pit in flat ground or destroy an entire city. Xiao's hand, which was stroking Anxi's head, froze, and he was also astonished, slightly opening his mouth. In the world of the beast god, there are such powerful weapons? He had an expression of disbelief. Anxi let out a cold laugh. Oh, it's not just that. The time and space I am in have developed to the point where a few nuclear bombs can wipe out a country. In just a few minutes, tens of millions of square kilometers of land can be annihilated, leaving no trace. That's why humanity eventually fled this land to seek a new home. Because this land can no longer bear the desires of humankind. This is how the current Beastman continent came to be. It is actually the anger of this planet beneath our feet that led to the destruction of the original life here, giving birth to new life and new species. However, I didn't expect that after a long time, humans would actually return, mixing their genes with the newly emerged species here, resulting in new species that still carry human-like genes. Xiao did not speak. According to Anxi, while this thing was beneficial to them, it also had significant drawbacks. Even though it was currently the best way to save Bai Hao and the others, Xiao did not want Anxi to one day feel guilty, remorseful, or regretful for bringing this thing out. In contrast to Xiao, who was always considering Anxi, he had already started thinking about the impact this would have on Divine Envoy City and the Beastman continent. He still preferred a peaceful life and did not like fighting, especially since Divine Envoy City had just managed to stabilize and become harmonious. If it ends up like that, then let's think of another way. If it really comes to that, we can't just run to another world, Yi said, sighing in contemplation. And she chuckled after hearing Ye's words. It's not that serious. Besides, I won't create such large-scale destructive weapons. With my skills, I can only make something slightly stronger than firecrackers, at most blowing a hole in the ground. The kind of weapons I'm talking about took thousands of years to develop, and as for human migration, that's thousands of years beyond my time. Moreover, those weapons were researched by thousands of humans who were 100 times smarter than me over thousands of years, at the level of the Beastman continent. Who knows how long it will take? After listening to Anxi, Yi breathed a sigh of relief, rolled her eyes at Anxi, and poked her head. Unable to watch any longer, Xiao pulled Anxi back and rubbed her. Chapter 90. Bamboo tube gunpowder. Since that's the case, what are you hesitating about? Do you think too highly of us? You believe that something you wouldn't even attempt took such a long time for you smart humans to develop. So how long do you think it will take for the beastmen to research it? No, do you really think the beastmen will study that thing? Yi said to Anxi with annoyance. Not necessarily. I think the beastmen are quite smart. And she mumbled softly while hiding in Shio's embrace. Yi calmed down, sat down, and took a sip of water. Don't worry. If there isn't a new beast god messenger to teach the beastmen these things, they won't be able to develop the kind of weapons you mentioned for tens of thousands of years. Didn't you say whether there will be a new beast god messenger is up to you? Then just don't let her come. Anyway, I think you've done enough. The beastmen have enough to eat and wear. Their lives are good enough. You were right before. The beastmen should develop on their own and not always rely on the beast god messenger without using their brains. Yi put down her cup and looked seriously at Anxi. I think the reason that Dr. Zhao you mentioned sought a beast god messenger was to help the newly born beastmen survive, like finding a mother for newborn cubs. However, the last beast god messenger could only complete half of her mission and couldn't continue, so she called you. And you did very well. Moreover, you still have over 400 years of life left. Based on everything you are doing now, 400 years is enough for the beastmen to develop well. You've really done enough. There is no better beast god messenger than you. If you're no longer here, the beastmen will have to find ways to survive on their own, just like grown cubs must venture out and cannot rely on their mother anymore. Anxi was taken aback by Ye's words. She thought that as orcs, they should wish for a generation of beast god messengers to guide them, and naturally assumed that Dr. Zhao and the former beast god messenger thought the same. Since she was the second, there should be a third and fourth. Ye's words made Anxi realize that she might have been taking things for granted. Dr. Zhao and the former beast god messenger's thoughts might not align with hers. When they found the Qiong Shao in the desert, it didn't mention that the beast god messengers were meant to be passed down from generation to generation. You mentioned that cubs need to go out and explore on their own, and upon reflection, Anxi realized that she had never seen any orc living together with their suitable mother or father. Anxi mocked herself, realizing that she hadn't understood things as clearly as the orcs did. Anxi let out a breath of turbid air, having figured things out, and felt a sense of relief wash over him. He suddenly stood up and said, "Let's go make gunpowder." Yi and Shio exchanged a glance, silently communicating an understanding only they could grasp, and shared a small smile. "Anxi, take it slow. If you need anything, just let me know, and I'll help you find it," Shio said as he grabbed Anxi, who was about to rush outside. "Oh right, making gunpowder requires quite a few things. I'll look for them when I have time." Anxi thought for a moment. The simplest black powder is actually made of potassium nitrate, charcoal, and sulfur. The method of making it is very simple. He had previously gone out with an archaeological team and even made it himself. Anxi asked Ringxio to bring a few wolf beasts with her to the hot spring islands to search for sulfur. Charcoal was easier to handle. They could just have the orcs in the tribe gather some from the fire pits at their homes. As for potassium nitrate, using nitrate directly instead of extracted potassium nitrate would work just fine. Nitrate, also known as saltpeter, primarily consists of potassium nitrate. It is colorless, white, or gray crystalline, and is commonly found in mines and caves. Anxi had seen it before when the pangolin tribe was digging caves for mining and had collected some for later use. They had even made ice from nitrate before. But that was just for cooling the refrigerator. The ice for consumption was not made from nitrate. After instructing Yi to have the orcs gather as much charcoal as possible from their homes, Anxi let Ringxio take her to the hot spring islands to find sulfur. There was plenty of sulfur near the hot springs, which is also why Tingma prefer to hibernate rather than soak in the hot springs like the sea tribe. Snakes do not like sulfur, and usually, Tingma would only enter the hot springs if Anxi was in danger, as these natural hot springs were quite deep. Anxi had visited this hot spring multiple times before and was very familiar with where the sulfur was. When she first saw the sulfur, she even considered whether to make a sulfur soap. Anxi led Shio to a hot spring rich in sulfur. As soon as they entered, they were greeted by a wave of heat and the smell of sulfur. The orcs, with their sensitive noses, wrinkled them in discomfort, and even in their human forms. It was only a slight improvement. Anxi found a place with a dense concentration of small hot spring pools, where the solidified sulfur seemed to have fewer impurities. Anxi pointed out to Shio and the other wolf beastmen what was considered high-quality, refined sulfur. In order to leave quickly, the beastmen scraped the sulfur powder with bamboo strips and packaged it in bamboo tubes or oiled paper. When Anxi said it was enough, they immediately transformed into their beast forms and ran a short distance ahead, waiting for Shio to bring Anxi up. Anxi brought back sulfur, and the saltpeter and charcoal were also ready. Anxi asked Shiodu to help her bring them to the conference room for preparation. Xiao and Yi watched as Anxi repeatedly confirmed the proportions of charcoal, sulfur, and saltpeter, because there were no precise measuring tools, and it couldn't be accurate to the gram. So they had to rely on intuition to make it. They made 4 bamboo tubes of gunpowder with slight differences, using hemp rope soaked in oil for the fuse. The fuse was made long enough at first, and later they would let the Wing clan throw it from the sky to see how much would burn and how much would be left when it landed, then decide how much to shorten it. After finishing, Anxi hugged the 4 bamboo tubes of gunpowder, tilted her head at Yi and Xiao, and said, "Let's go. Get a fire and go try it out." To test the aerial throwing effect, they also called DZ. Before coming, DZ had already heard about the gunpowder. Seeing the 4 bamboo tubes that Anxi was holding, he raised an eyebrow in confusion and looked at Anxi, as if to say, "Just this?" Anxi squinted slightly, feeling a bit underestimated, which made her a little unhappy. "Umph, soon sister will teach you how to behave." With a snort, Anxi walked towards the outskirts of the city. The divine envoy had built the city so well that she felt pained even if a patch of grass was blown up. And it was also easy to accidentally cause collateral damage within the city. Let's go outside the city to the edge of the forest for the experiment. The group arrived at the edge of the forest, as Anxi was worried about causing a forest fire and did not want to try inside. DZ carried the 3 people into the air. Since Anxi could not determine the safe range after the explosion on the ground, she was also afraid that being too far away would hinder her observation of how the gunpowder landed and the distance and conditions of the explosive fuse burning. So she had DZ take them flying in the air. Anxi took out a bamboo tube of gunpowder from his pocket, lit the fuse with a torch, and casually threw it away. Chapter 91. Testing Gunpowder. It flew far away. DZ heard Anxi's voice and flapped his wings to avoid the spot where the gunpowder would land. Although he doubted how powerful this small bamboo tube of gunpowder could be, Anxi never acted recklessly, so no matter how much he questioned Anxi's words, DZ would still listen. Bang! Suddenly, a loud noise erupted, and the orcs in Divine Envoy City felt a slight tremor in the ground, startling them. They thought it was an earthquake. The 3 people flying in the air were also startled. Anxi was mentally prepared, but having never experienced an explosion from a high altitude, he was still surprised. "Let's land and check the results," Anxi said, patting DZ to let him descend. DZ landed next to the spot where the explosion had occurred, and there was now a half-meter deep pit. "You were right. This thing is indeed a lethal weapon." Yishin took a deep breath and exclaimed. After DZ landed and transformed into his human form, he started digging at his ears. His hearing was particularly sensitive in beast form, and the loud noise just now felt like it was going to deafen him. Anxi walked over, squatted down, and took a look at the width of the pit and the condition of the stones inside. The effect was pretty good, even better than I had estimated. It seems my memory is still quite good. I haven't forgotten since the first time, and I succeeded. All right, now I have a clear idea in my mind. Anxi turned her head and blinked, looking at the shocked orcs. "So what do you think? Is this dose enough to blow up a giant-tailed scorpion? If not, I have a few larger doses here. What I just threw was the smallest. How about we try these?" "That's enough, more than enough." Xiao was worried about Anxi's safety. So when Anxi walked over to inspect, he also went to the edge of the pit to take a look. The stones inside the pit were all blown to pieces. DZ suddenly smirked. "A larger dose? How large?" "Anxi, young man, you look like you want to stir things up. Yi and Xiao think it's enough. But it seems like Dai's has become somewhat addicted after being scared, finding it quite interesting." He encourages Anxi to throw the biggest one she made again, saying maybe they could just take out all the giant tail scorpions in one go with a bamboo tube. Anxi originally intended to test a new dosage. They had made 4 samples to see if the black powder made from the materials found in the Orc continent had any discrepancies in power. So the 4 of them ascended into the air again. Anxi took out the one with the largest dosage, lit it with the torch in Xiao's hand, and this time, based on the time it took for the previous black powder to hit the ground and explode, Anxi shortened the fuse, estimating a length that would likely explode just as it hit the ground. "Fly far." Before Anxi could shout, DZ saw Anxi throw the black powder and took flight. Then came the usual loud bang, with ground tremors stronger than before. Even a few of them in the air could see the trees shake. Once it landed, the group moved closer to inspect, discovering it had created a pit about 1 meter deep and roughly 2.5 meters wide. This meant that any living beings within at least a 2.5 meter radius would be affected, and to avoid any injury, one would have to stay at least 3 meters away. Any creatures within the range of this bamboo tube would surely be obliterated. He looked at the huge pit and twitched his mouth. "Wise one, Divine Envoy, what happened?" The others turned around to see Qing flying out from the city and landing on the ground. He had heard a loud bang while patrolling the city and felt the ground shake, so he was searching for the source of the noise. The orcs inside the city were suspicious that an earthquake might occur, but found it strange, as their sensitivity usually allowed them to receive warnings before natural disasters. However, this time it was sudden. No one had mentioned feeling any recent earthquakes in the area. Qing flew up to scout from the air, and at that moment, another loud bang occurred. Following the sound, he flew over and asked the patrolling orc on the outer city wall, only to learn that it was caused by the Wise One and the Divine Envoy, apparently some kind of experiment. Qing was puzzled. What kind of experiment could cause the earth to shake like this? It's nothing, just a small experiment. Qing looked at the two large pits in front of him and twitched his mouth. You call this a small experiment? I think this pit is quite big. If you had done this when digging the fish pond, you could have saved quite a bit of effort. Anxi didn't know how skewed Qing's thought process was. She was calculating the amount of gunpowder needed to create a powerful explosion, figuring out how much would achieve the best cost-effectiveness. On the other side, Yi simply explained the gunpowder situation to Qing, who instantly brightened up upon hearing the explanation. The Divine Envoy is truly amazing. With this, we have hope for rescuing the Shaju and Weizhu clans, and our orcs in the Divine Envoy city can return sooner. He glanced at the two large pits and added, maybe we can even send the giant-tailed scorpion rolling back to the desert. Hearing the praise, Anxi waved her hand, indicating it wasn't a big deal. It's nothing to mention. Anxi made 4 bamboo-2 bombs, but after trying 2, he already had a good idea in his mind. Let's go back. Anxi clapped the dust off her hands and sat on the back of Xiao, heading back. The others followed her back to the city. Once they returned to the conference room, Anxi looked at the several orcs and said, I have developed the gunpowder, and you have seen its power. Although the preparation of gunpowder is simple, the quantity we need is large, and I definitely can't complete it by myself. Time is tight, and the task is heavy. To ensure that byhalf and the others can return as soon as possible, I need someone to help me. However, the formula for gunpowder should not be spread at this moment, at least until the Divine Envoy city is powerful enough not to fear gunpowder explosions. The fewer people who know this formula, the better. You need to think carefully about who can help me make this gunpowder. Anxi mainly looked at Yi. After all, he was the wise man of the Divine Envoy city, and he should have some understanding of certain matters. Xiao and Emperor Zhe did not speak first. Perhaps everyone had their thoughts, but it was indeed Yi who was in charge of the Divine Envoy city, and such matters should be decided by him first. Once a decision was made, they could express any other ideas. And Qing had already gone back to continue patrolling, not participating in their decision. Yi pondered for a moment. Only the few of us present knew the formula, and we should not tell anyone else. Although Anxi's earlier concerns seemed a bit alarmist, they were indeed reasonable. Having never seen it with my own eyes, and only heard descriptions, I couldn't truly grasp the power of gunpowder. Now that I have seen it, it is indeed as Anxi said. It is far ahead of the orc continent. If we casually let the formula slip, the orc continent might fall into chaos because of it. Furthermore, we can no longer guarantee the safety of the Divine Envoy city. Any orc could produce gunpowder, disrupting the rules of the orc continent. Orcs would no longer need to train hard. They could defeat much stronger orcs just by relying on gunpowder. The more he spoke, the more worried he became. The long-standing rule of the orc continent was that the strong were respected, but now with gunpowder, it seemed unnecessary. Anyone who couldn't win could just take the time to prepare a pack of gunpowder and blow away stronger orcs. How could this problem be solved? He finally understood why Anxi was so worried from the very beginning. Chapter 92. Gunpowder Formula. Anxi looked at Yi, who seemed to have gotten himself tangled up in his own thoughts, and quickly pulled him out of his train of thinking. Yi, don't get caught up in that. You're thinking a bit off track. Just like you said before, it's not to that extent yet. Anxi heard Yi mumbling and quickly explained. What we need to do now is to keep the gunpowder formula secret for the time being. Once the Divine Envoy city becomes strong enough and no longer fears gunpowder, we can then spread the knowledge of it. Besides, what I've made is just the simplest black powder. It's nothing significant. We will only teach the orcs patrolling and hunting within the Divine Envoy city, while ordinary orcs who don't need to fight won't be taught. As for the things you're thinking about, they are actually quite simple. As long as there are rules in place, the orcs won't dare to act recklessly. This is a point I want to raise. In the future, our Divine Envoy city needs to establish laws and regulations, such as prohibiting unprovoked harm to others within the city, with penalties for violators. After all, the orcs on the orc continent all worship the beast god. Having faith can impose restraint. The rules set by the previous beast god envoy are still well upheld by the orcs to this day, and I believe in the orcs with faith. After all, only a few people really know the origins of the orcs. Xiao, Yi, Qingxian, byhalf-naked, and dies. When Anxi chose to reveal this matter, he selected these few trustworthy orcs who also have strong psychological resilience, and they're all clever enough to understand. This kind of matter has a significant impact. Not a single shred of information about the truth of what Anxi obtained on the Qiongxia ship, and everything else has leaked to other orcs. The other orcs who accompanied Anxi to the Qiongxia ship only know that their divine envoy found the items left by the beast god for the divine envoy. They don't know anything else. The truth of this matter will forever be kept within a few individuals, and aside from Anxi, no other orc on the Qiongxia ship could ever break this secret if they were to find it. Yi nodded, agreeing with this proposal. As the leader of a tribe that has now evolved into a city, he understood the benefits of having rules. All right, let us keep the gunpowder formula a secret for now. You can teach us verbally. We'll remember it in our minds without any written records. As long as we don't speak of it, it 1T spread. This way, other orcs 1T find out. Only those we trust will be allowed to make the gunpowder. Qingxian is currently busy preparing medicine and can't spare the time. Toma is from the snake tribe and is averse to sulfur. Baihao is outside, leading a team dealing with the giant-tailed scorpions. Jean is leading a hunt to supply the orcs fighting the giant-tailed scorpions outside, and Qing still has to patrol. So for now, only the three of us, me, Xiao, and Dies, can help you make gunpowder, and maybe Li can help too. And she thought for a moment. She actually believed that Yao from the Dog Clan was trustworthy. But since she had known the Dog Clan for a shorter time and didn't have a high level of trust with them compared to Xiao and Yi, she couldn't just act on her intuition. Yi called Li over and told him about the gunpowder, specifically instructing him to keep the formula confidential and not to tell anyone except for a few people in their group. After hearing this, Li recalled the previous loud noise and the ground shaking, realizing the seriousness of the situation and assured that he wouldn't tell even the closest beastmen. Li even thought that since he wasn't a combat beastman and had low self-defense capabilities, it would be better not to let other beastmen know he could make gunpowder. Next, and she explained the principles of black powder to them, detailing the materials needed, such as sulfur, saltpeter, and charcoal, and the proportions required to produce gunpowder, as well as how large a pit it could create when thrown. The beastmen in Divine Envoy City had been busy these past few days, all knowing that the Divine Envoy had developed a secret weapon. The previous loud noise and ground tremor were caused by this secret weapon. Some beastmen even learned from the patrol team about the scene that day, hearing that the Divine Envoy had thrown down a bamboo tube from the sky, which created a large pit in the ground. Curious beastmen even ran outside the city to see the two big pits. They also knew that to ensure there was enough quantity for the Divine Envoy's secret weapon, the time for rescue had to be extended. The hunting team had been out hunting continuously to provide food for Baihao and the many others, returning only after dark. To prevent the hunting team from collapsing from exhaustion, the Sheep clan voluntarily took on the preparation of non-meat supplies and asked the Wing clan to help deliver food to the beastmen fighting the giant-tailed scorpions. Dize also had the Wing clan beastmen delivering food to Baihao carry the news that they were preparing gunpowder. But because there were too many beastmen around Baihao, it was said vaguely, only mentioning it was the Divine Envoy's secret weapon, assuring that once their secret weapon was completed, they could go rescue them, and promised to push the giant-tailed scorpions back, urging them to hold on. Baihao had always believed that Anxi and Xiao would find a way to save them. After all, Anxi was so smart. How could she not come up with a solution? Moreover, their tribe had both the Divine Envoy and wise men, so many intelligent people. How could they not defeat this group of brainless giant-tailed scorpions? Although this time the giant-tailed scorpions didn't seem brainless, he still believed Anxi would find a way. And she had thought of lime powder and chili powder, even without having seen the giant-tailed scorpions before, and they were very useful against them. However, Baihao knew that Dize had passed a message not just for him, but also to reassure the other beastmen, letting them know not to worry. Especially since there were also beastmen from the Weasel and Ferret clans here. Understanding diese Intention, Baihao took the opportunity during food distribution to briefly explain to the beastmen that the Divine Envoy had already come up with a solution and was preparing, urging them to hold on a little longer, soothing the tired hearts of the beastmen from the battle. In fact, the Weasel and Ferret clans were not worried. The current situation was much better than before. The beastmen from Divine Envoy City were able to come to their rescue and had fought alongside them until now. They still had lime powder and chili powder and had defeated waves of giant-tailed scorpions. With the Wing clan delivering food to them, there was definitely no risk to their lives. Now, they were just thinking about how to shake off the giant-tailed scorpions. Upon hearing that the divine envoy had already thought of a solution, all the beastmen breathed a sigh of relief. They now had ways to deal with the giant-tailed scorpions. But the scorpions continued to follow them from a distance. Even though they had plenty of lime powder, the ground was so large that they couldn't completely block the scorpions from coming. At this point, the clever beastmen could roughly guess that the giant-tailed scorpions were following them for some reason, but they couldn't figure out what that reason was. So they could only continue to endure with the scorpions. However, now the divine envoy must have figured out the reason, otherwise he wouldn't have been so confident in saying he could drive back the giant-tailed scorpions and rescue them. The simple-minded beastmen thought that Dze's message about driving back meant simply pushing them away. They believed that Anxi's firm statement about having already thought of a solution was because she had figured out the abnormal reason behind the giant-tailed scorpion's behavior. So when, after a couple of days, Anxi and the others appeared with bamboo tubes filled with gunpowder to bombard the giant-tailed scorpions, the beastmen were stunned. Chapter 93. Going to the rescue as a result. Many years later, the beastmen who experienced that battle still vividly remembered the power of gunpowder. Many years later, they still recounted to those who had not participated in that battle the scene of the giant-tailed scorpion's hard shells being blown to smithereens. Later, the beastmen of Divine Envoy City erected a monument outside the city gate, wherein she had first tested the power of explosives. The monument depicted the scene of Anxi's first experiment with gunpowder, commemorating the historic moment when the Divine Envoy successfully researched gunpowder. The two large pits created by the explosions were not filled in, but became famous tourist spots that were preserved for future generations of beastmen to admire. This is a story for another time. 2 more days passed, and Anxi's preparations for the gunpowder were nearly complete. The other materials, such as medicinal herbs and torches, had already been sent over in batches to byhalf twice. Now, they were just waiting for Anxi to complete the gunpowder preparations to go rescue the beastmen, which would directly solve the problem. Anxi, the items discussed in the previous meeting were all prepared, and some had already been sent over once. Was there anything else they hadn't thought of? Yi helped Anxi finish preparing enough gunpowder, then hurried to check on the beastmen's preparations, returning to report to Anxi only after confirming everything was complete. No, there's only that much needed. When the time comes, let all the Wing clan members mobilize. With 1 Wing clan beastman paired with 1 land beastman, just like we did when we rode on Dze's back that day, to throw down the gunpowder. The beastmen assigned to throw the gunpowder should be those who usually have good aim to ensure safety. I will lead the way and throw first, to show everyone the power of the gunpowder. After watching, those who feel scared should quickly back out. Otherwise, if they hesitate to throw, it could hurt them, and that would be deadly. You want to go too? No way. It's too dangerous there. He caught on to Anxi's intention of not only wanting to go, but also to lead. How could a female go to the battlefield? That's not acceptable. Only when the males are dead would the females go to battle. I have to go. It's not an option. You've seen the power of the gunpowder. It can't be taken lightly. Right now, I'm the only one who knows how to use it. The amount of gunpowder we prepared is just enough, and we don't have extra time for them to learn before we set out. We can't waste time. The beastmen outside are struggling. I've seen you use it. I can do it too. It's easier to throw in the air than on the ground. He still wanted to persuade Anxi again. No, if something happens, I can adapt on the spot. You stay here to guard Divine Envoy City. There are still many beastmen here. Anxi was determined to go, even though she had never personally witnessed war growing up and knew that the scene would be brutal. If she could avoid going, she would prefer not to. However, the abnormal behavior of the giant scorpions had caused byhalf and the other beastmen to be outside for a long time. To ensure their safe return, Anxi decided she had to go. It would be fine. Shio would protect her, and she could always sit on Emperor Ze's back, staying in the air and not coming down, so the giant scorpions wouldn't be able to threaten her. Anxi patted her head to comfort Yi. Shio transformed into beast form and nuzzled Anxi. He actually didn't want Anxi to go, but she had already made up her mind, and he knew that once Anxi decided something, it was usually unchangeable. Moreover, Anxi had promised to stay safely in the air, and he had already arranged with Emperor Ze to keep her up there, not allowing her to come down or participate in the fighting. The beastmen had gathered, half of them being Wing tribe beastmen and the other half from various tribes. Since these beastmen wouldn't be fighting, the selection criteria were based on accuracy rather than strength. They were all skilled in activities like throwing pots and tossing rings. Following the tactics Anxi had prepared, they brought along some quicklime and chili powder, as well as masks made by the Deer tribe based on Anxi's designs. A group of Wing tribe beastmen took to the skies, flying towards the location where they were to battle the giant scorpions. On the way, Anxi asked Xiao about the location the Wing tribe had found out earlier, learning that byhalf and the others had moved slightly towards Wing Mountain, which made her frown. It wasn't that the beastmen from Divine Envoy City couldn't defeat the giant scorpions. Rather, the giant scorpions were currently fighting recklessly and irrationally. Even if a giant scorpion was knocked out by quicklime and chili powder, there would still be others that would recklessly charge in. The beastmen from Divine Envoy City preferred not to use a life-for-a-life strategy, since they had ways to restrain the giant scorpions without bloodshed, which made them feel somewhat suppressed. However, with enough quicklime and chili powder, they could still defeat the giant scorpions. Even if they managed to defeat them, the giant scorpions would have already advanced to the foot of Divine Envoy City. Byhalf and the others didn't want the giant scorpions getting too close to Divine Envoy City without knowing the exact reasons behind it. The Wing tribe flew quickly, resting only one night, and by the next day, they reached the battlefield. For the first time, Anxi truly saw what the so-called giant scorpions looked like. Indeed, the giant scorpions were shaped like scorpions, but their tails were very long, proportionally longer than those of regular scorpions, and they had a pair of massive pincers. The giant scorpions were also very large, though it was unclear if all scorpions on the Beastman continent were this big, or if it was just the giant scorpions. Realizing that byhalf and the others were not moving towards Divine Envoy City anymore, and that the giant scorpions would follow them rather than find their own way, Anxi used all the quicklime to create a circle around the beastmen, trapping the giant scorpions outside with no way to get around. Although they were also trapped inside. With supplies from the Wing tribe, they were fine staying where they were. Occasionally, someone would dart out of the circle with a handful of chili powder, throw it, take down a few, and then quickly run back inside before other giant scorpions could arrive. Anxi looked at the circle that byhalf had drawn, feeling a bit speechless. What a terrible idea this was. It was too risky. Didn't he think about what would happen if it rained? Anxi let the Emperor Zafei fly over byhalf, airdropping a bag of masks for the orcs below, instructing byhalf to distribute them. Then, according to the previously discussed tactics, several Wing tribe orcs were arranged to fly in front, while the orcs on their backs were responsible for sprinkling chili powder and pepper. The remaining Wing tribe orcs stayed behind, flapping their wings in place to stir up a wind that blew the chili powder and pepper towards the giant-tailed scorpion, while byhalf had already led the orcs to wear the masks to cover their noses and mouths. The giant-tailed scorpion was overwhelmed by the pungent smell of the chili powder and retreated continuously. After the chili powder and pepper were used up, Anxi ordered to continue sprinkling quicklime to further drive back the giant-tailed scorpion. Byhalf, stay in this circle with the orcs and don't move. I'm going to throw gunpowder. Don't come out and get hurt. Anxi shouted loudly to byhalf from the sky, although byhalf didn't know what gunpowder was. He heard Anxi telling him to keep the orcs inside, and he definitely heard Anxi's words. In any case, Anxi was not in danger at the moment. Chapter 94. The Giant-Tailed Scorpion King. Anxi saw that the giant-tailed scorpion swarm had retreated to a certain distance, ensuring that they wouldn't explode near byhalf and the others. She let Dyes take her flying above the swarm and stopped at a height that would ensure they wouldn't be attacked by the giant-tailed scorpions or caught in the explosion. Pay attention. She reminded the orcs, who she had warned before they came out, to be careful about how they threw the bamboo tubes filled with gunpowder. The orcs behind nodded vigorously, but Anxi didn't notice and turned around, thinking she had reminded them well. After all, she had already explained how to operate it before they came out. Once they had seen the power of the gunpowder, they would be too afraid to throw it carelessly. They all understood the stakes and definitely wouldn't dare to light it and hold it in their hands. Boom! With a loud bang, dust flew up from the ground, and Dyes skillfully took Anxi out of the impact range of the explosion. A pit of moderate size appeared on the ground, directly flipping over 3 nearby giant-tailed scorpions. Although only one was completely blown apart and confirmed dead, the other 2 were also missing limbs and lay motionless on the ground. They were certainly gravely injured and completely incapacitated. The flying orcs, even though they had heard Anxi's description before setting off and were mentally prepared, were still shocked. Not to mention the group of orcs on the ground who had never seen such things. They were completely stunned. What is this? Is this the secret weapon of the Divine Envoy? Is it this terrifying? Don't just stand there. Throw. And she shouted at the orcs in the air who were dazed and unresponsive. He had already told them before that they needed to throw the explosives immediately after igniting them. Even if the explosives fell to the ground and detonated, they could still hit the surrounding giant tail scorpions. However, if they were thrown too late and exploded in mid-air, it would be useless, wasting a bamboo tube of gunpowder. And it could easily cause the throwers to be impacted by the blast wave, risking a fall or injury. As for the consequences of an explosion in their hands, there was no need to mention. While some parts might remain for a creature like the giant tail scorpion, for a creature like them with fur, there would be nothing left, just dust scattered everywhere like the debris blown off the ground. Since she had repeatedly reminded them, and they had just witnessed the power of the small bamboo tube of gunpowder in their hands. The orcs throwing the explosives were trembling, but managed to throw them out in time. At first, those who threw were so scared that they didn't pay attention and just ignited and tossed them out, fearing they would explode in their hands. After throwing a few, they calmed down, realizing that as long as they ignited and threw them out in time, they would be safe, allowing them to aim a bit while throwing towards the areas with more giant tail scorpions. After being bombarded by the gunpowder fleet from the divine envoy city, the giant tail scorpions immediately went into disarray, running around like headless flies, because byhalf and the others had already marked circles with lime powder. And then she had fanned out a lot of chili powder, pepper, and quicklime after arriving. The giant tail scorpions instinctively avoided running toward those areas, keeping byhalf and the others safe. This was something and she had considered. Otherwise, byhalf and the others might not have been able to withstand a frenzy of giant tail scorpions. The orcs flying in front kept their distance to avoid accidentally harming each other, tossing bamboo tubes of gunpowder one by one, causing giant tail scorpions to fall or be blown away in clusters. Gradually, the orcs throwing the gunpowder seemed to get addicted to it, becoming inexplicably excited. However, the orcs on the ground, enduring the booming sounds and the shaking of the ground, were terrified as they had never experienced anything like this before. Fortunately, there was byhalf, who blindly trusted in she. Everyone, don't be afraid. This is a secret weapon developed by the divine envoy. They are dealing with the giant tail scorpions now. As long as we stay here and don't go out or cause trouble, we'll be fine. The divine envoy won't harm us. Hearing byhalf's words, the orcs from the divine envoy city gradually overcame their fear of the gunpowder with their trust in the divine envoy, knowing that he had never let them down. They were not as scared anymore. However, the SH and YU clans had not interacted with Anxi for long, so they could only rely on the 4 words divine envoy to generate some trust, continuously reciting byhalf's words in their minds. Don't be afraid, it's fine. The divine envoy won't harm us, brainwashing themselves. Some who were so scared that they screamed and ran in circles almost ran out, but were pulled back by byhalf, who was using a kind of brainwashing technique. Anxi and the others were unaware of what the orcs behind them were thinking. Their eyes were solely focused on the giant-tailed scorpion, fixated on it, constantly seeking the best angle to throw their attacks and obliterate a large area. They looked at the craters left behind with some regret, even entertaining the thought that if they threw a sheep in the farming area of the sheep tribe, they wouldn't have to till the land. As the number of giant-tailed scorpions decreased with each explosion, just when Anxi thought they could finish off this wave, a massive, giant-tailed scorpion burst forth from the ground, nearly attacking the flying winged orc. Ascend, quickly, Anxi shouted excitedly, but fortunately, the orcs had rich combat experience and had already flapped their wings and soared high before Anxi could finish shouting. Anxi looked at the surprisingly large creature and quickly threw down some explosives, but it seemed the creature's skin was a bit thick. Throwing several did little more than injure the giant scorpion slightly, not enough to be fatal. The other beastmen, recovering from their shock, also started to throw explosives, and soon the giant scorpion was covered in more wounds, finally reaching its breaking point. I have something to say to you, beast god messenger, a hoarse voice, like metal scraping, echoed from below, coming from the giant scorpion. All the beastmen were taken aback. The scorpion could talk? Could scorpions also be beastmen? In contrast, Anxi was unaware of whether scorpions could be beastmen. She only knew that beastmen could not speak like humans when in their beast form. But this was clearly the beast form of a giant scorpion. So what was going on? Who are you? Anxi asked cautiously, not revealing her identity. I am the king of scorpions. The giant scorpion raised its upper body, supporting itself with its tail, revealing a face resembling that of a human. Didze, fearing for Anxi's safety, flew upward a short distance after it stood up. Anxi looked at the somewhat ugly human face growing on the giant-tailed scorpion and felt a mix of disgust and confusion. She remembered that when she was on the Cheongxiao ship, it showed her all the breeding and testing records of the beastmen, and there was no record of the giant-tailed scorpion tribe among them. After all, Dr. Zhao was quite knowledgeable. Scorpions are known for their aggressive and irritable nature, and their strong predatory instincts make them unsuitable for possessing high intelligence. Therefore, Anxi believed that Dr. Zhao would not casually use the genes of wild beasts, especially not those of a troublemaking scorpion. Chapter 95. the lying giant-tailed scorpion king. But what was this scorpion spirit in front of her? Are you a beast man? Yes. Lord Divine Envoy, I am a wise beast man. Is that so? Then how do you know me? What do you want from me? Anxi didn't believe there could be no conspiracy. Bringing a group of giant-tailed scorpions and attacking without a word. Was that something a good person would do? I just admire you. Great Divine Envoy. Not telling the truth, huh? You saw the gunpowder earlier. If you don't come clean, I'll throw it down. Although a few bags won't kill you, I have plenty more here. A few hundred bags will definitely kill you. Anxi coldly snorted while looking at the giant-tailed scorpions below. No, don't throw it anymore. I'll talk. Great Divine Envoy, I was also created by you. A beast man. My life is about to end. I know you have the ability to extend life. Please help me. The ugly face of the giant-tailed scorpion king showed a sad and pitiful expression. Don't believe him. Great Divine Envoy. The giant-tailed scorpion tribe has been invading and harming beastmen since the last Divine Envoy was gone, destroying the civilization left by the Divine Envoy. Many tribes have been attacked and exterminated by the giant-tailed scorpions, and even the civilizations left by the previous beastman envoys have disappeared. An angry leopard beastman from the winged tribe in the air glared at the giant-tailed scorpion king, shouting for Anxi not to believe the lies of the giant-tailed scorpion king. When he first came to the Divine Envoy tribe, he was just a wandering beastman. Since most leopard tribe members are solitary, he didn't find anything wrong. Generally, leopard beastmen would venture out on their own as they grew up. Once, he wandered into a small tribe and stayed nearby for a long time. Sometimes he would encounter other beastmen from that small tribe, and they were all very friendly. One time, while hunting near the small tribe, he encountered an attack from a group of giant-tailed scorpions. There were too many of them, so he could only run away, and it was thanks to the speed of the leopard tribe that he managed to escape without being surrounded by the giant-tailed scorpions. Later, when he returned to that small tribe to see how they were doing, he found that the small tribe had been wiped out by the giant-tailed scorpions, with not a single beastman surviving. So he knew how brutal the giant-tailed scorpions were. They were truly a murderous tribe. I didn't do anything, Great Divine Envoy. It was those mindless giant-tailed scorpions. It has nothing to do with me. The giant-tailed scorpion king continued to feign a pitiful demeanor as he explained. You are lying. Shio calmly looked at the giant-tailed scorpion king as he spoke. The behavior of the giant-tailed scorpions along the way is clearly different from usual, indicating that they are under your command. You say you want to see the Great Divine Envoy, but you didn't choose a peaceful way to seek him out. Instead, you led this group of giant-tailed scorpions to kill their way here, sticking to the beastmen of Divine Envoy City to force out the Divine Envoy. Previously, it was thought that the giant-tailed scorpions were just acting on their instincts when they exterminated so many small tribes and groups. But now that I think about it, something seems strange. The giant-tailed scorpions were very scattered. Every time there was such an organized and disciplined offensive action, it must have been commanded by you, right? The giant-tailed scorpion king's small eyes rolled around, and then he cried out loudly. I didn't I was just too anxious this time. My lifespan is short. Great Divine Envoy, I'm eager to see you, as long as you help me extend my life. I swear I will immediately return to the desert and never come out again, and I will take the other giant-tailed scorpions back with me, never letting them attack beastmen again. You are indeed the one commanding their attacks. The Great Divine Envoy would never believe your nonsense. That leopard beastman snorted coldly, and Shijing quietly watched the giant-tail scorpion king perform, and she could now see the problem. The orcs really couldn't act. Even the giant-tail scorpion king, who looked deceitful and could lie, was still too inexperienced when it came to performing. I don't know where you heard that from, but I didn't give the orcs the ability to extend their lives. No, you did. You definitely did. You've been to the desert, to the ruins left by that beast god. There are secrets there that extend the lives of orcs, and you must know about them. The expression of the giant-tail scorpion king turned somewhat gloomy. Anxi looked at the giant-tail scorpion king and lowered his voice. How do you know I've been there? So you know about the Qiongxiao? Did you live in the desert for the Qiongxiao? Then why didn't you appear last time I went, if you already knew? Is it because the Qiongxiao wouldn't let you in? Although Anxi's sentences are all questions, each one is very assertive, and she already has her thoughts in mind. The giant-tail scorpion king looked at Anxi gloomily and did not respond. Since you say you are an orc, what about the other orcs in your tribe? Why can't you transform into a complete human form? Anxi still has questions she wants to know, so she hasn't directly tore her face off. Now the giant-tail scorpion king wants her to extend his lifespan. He will definitely answer any question she asks, especially those that he has a need for. Even if some of the answers are lies, she can still discern part of the truth. I ran out when the experiment was only half complete, so I can't fully transform into human form. I'm the only intelligent beast man among the giant tail scorpion tribe. The others are ordinary, non-intelligent giant tail scorpions. Although the giant tail scorpion king is somewhat impatient, he sees Anxi asking him questions and, in order to extend his own life, can only endure and answer her questions. Anxi nodded and said, I understand. So you are a scorpion that was experimented on by the beast god. That means the beast god was still on the beastman continent at that time. If you were allowed to exist, why did you run away? Moreover, if the giant tail scorpion tribe was meant to be transformed into beastmen by the beast god, why are you the only one? And if you've been around since then, you've already lived a long time. Why do you still want to extend your lifespan? And she seemed to understand a lot from what the giant-tailed scorpion king said. And she didn't know exactly what happened when Dr. Zhao was conducting experiments, nor did he know how much this giant-tailed scorpion beastman knew. It seemed he was aware that beastmen were created, but he still referred to the beast god without mentioning Dr. Zhao, which suggested he didn't know everything either. So, and she followed suit and called him the beast god. Haha, I truly am an existence that is not allowed to be. The beast god wants to destroy me. Yet I managed to escape. He granted me wisdom, and yet he still wants to annihilate me. I ran and hid for a long time, and finally, the beast god stopped searching for me, and the beast god's messenger at the year's end was also gone. After hiding for a long time, I cautiously ventured out a few times. Since the beast god was no longer looking for me, he must be gone. I could finally do what I wanted, but now my life is nearing its end. The giant-tailed scorpion king looked at Anxi with a grim expression, not expecting another beast god's messenger to appear. How did you get here? Isn't the beast god gone? But it doesn't matter. You've been here for quite a while, and the beast god hasn't shown up. Where have you been? The beast god can't come out, right? Haha, great messenger. As long as you help me extend my life, I promise to return to the desert and stay there, never to come out again. Chapter 96. Wits and courage. Anxi looked at the face of the giant-tailed scorpion, filled with gloom and cunning, and closed his eyes. It was truly ugly. First of all, you said you wanted to see me, which is why you led the giant-tailed scorpions to attack. But if you didn't want to fight, there are many ways to see me, like just coming out and asking the orcs of the shrew and weasel tribes to send a message. But you didn't do that. Instead, you directly commanded the giant-tailed scorpions to attack them while hiding behind the swarm. The shrew and weasel tribes suffered significant casualties from the attacks, but never even saw your face. So, for a bloodthirsty tribe like yours, I originally couldn't understand why the beast god would give such a tribe human genes. Now I know you are an accident, a mistake that shouldn't exist. You've lived long enough. Your existence has caused the deaths of countless orcs. Don't say I have no way to extend your life. Even if I could, I wouldn't help you live longer. You're lying. You definitely can. The previous beast god's messenger had their life extended. You must be looking for that talking egg left by the beast god to extend your life. The giant-tailed scorpion king became increasingly agitated and shouted angrily. Anxi looked at the giant scorpion king and snorted coldly. I don't know how you know that the beast god can extend the lives of beastmen. I can tell you that perhaps the beast god can, but I don't have that ability. My lifespan has indeed been extended by the beast god, but that is because the beast god messengers who come here only have a short lifespan of a few decades. To better lead the beastmen, the beast god extended the lifespans of all the beast god messengers who came here, but it only allows us to have lifespans as long as the beastmen. Even so, the previous beast god messenger only lived for 200 years, which is something all beastmen on the beastman continent know, and I can only live for 400 years at most. If we beast god messengers really had the ability to extend our lives, then why wouldn't we extend our own? Anxi's words were actually meant for the other orcs, to prevent them from having any unnecessary thoughts after hearing the words of the giant-tailed scorpion king. As for the origin of the giant-tailed scorpion king, Anxi didn't know much about it just by looking at him, and he was full of lies. It would be better to go back to the desert and ask Xiong Xiao. The giant-tailed scorpion king stood still, seemingly agreeing with Anxi's reasoning, though it was unclear whether he believed Anxi or was hesitating about something. Anxi ignored him and continued. The beast god is indeed no longer in this world. He has returned to his original world. However, he has sent us, the beast god's messengers, here. The extension of our lives is merely to better assist the orc people, and it is also a reward for our contributions to the orc continent. Moreover, my lifespan can be extended in relation to the orc continent, but this is conditional, such as not exceeding the normal lifespan of the orc continent. Additionally, the lives of the orcs living in their homeland cannot be extended. Anxi is afraid that if the orcs really find out about the secret to extending life, they might go down the wrong path like this giant tail Scorpion King. Even though this giant tail Scorpion King is inherently evil, Anxi used a way of speaking that the orcs could understand and believe. In fact, the life extension agent was extracted from new species of life that originated from the orc continent. Therefore, the creatures on the orc continent have a certain level of antibodies. The life extension agent is not entirely useless, but its effectiveness is limited. It cannot significantly extend lifespan. Although there are many life extension agents, they are still finite and certainly insufficient to inject all the orcs on the orc continent. To eliminate future troubles, they directly cut off the orcs' hopes. The High District has no way to extend their lifespan, so they let them believe that the orc god is watching over them from another world, and that doing bad deeds will have consequences. And she looked at the giant Scorpion King with a serious expression and said, "You are the traitor and heretic mentioned by the beast god, aren't you? When the beast god sent me, he said to help the orcs eliminate the traitors on the orc continent so that the orcs can live well. This is my mission as a divine messenger. The beast god created the orcs, granting you a lifespan longer than that of us divine messengers. Yet, you still dare to betray the beast god and harm your kind, untamed and wild. Today, I will execute my mission as a divine messenger of the beast god and eliminate you." The information revealed by the giant Scorpion King was too much. In order to maintain stability on the orc continent and prevent the orcs from causing chaos, and she had to rally support by speaking with righteous indignation to smooth over the previous conversation. After all, this giant Scorpion King had committed too many wrongdoings and could not be left alive. Letting him go would only lead to the deaths of countless orcs. Beast god, divine messenger, eliminate him, eliminate him. Anxi's righteous words inspired the orcs, who were already disgusted by the giant-tailed scorpions. They were easily swayed by Anxi, and felt happy that the divine envoy had not been deceived by the evil giant-tailed Scorpion King. The upper body of the giant-tailed scorpion landed, its ugly face hidden below, waving its massive pincers and tail, assuming a battle stance. Why should I be exterminated? I was the first to appear. You so-called orcs blessed by the beast god were created after me. I belong to this orc continent. I am the one who should exist. You should be the ones to be exterminated. You all should be exterminated. The giant-tailed Scorpion King raged, swinging its enormous tail several times, nearly hitting the winged orcs flying in the sky. They had to soar higher again, but once they flew too high, the timing of the gunpowder falling changed, and some could not hit the giant-tailed Scorpion King. Anxi was somewhat frustrated, having not anticipated the giant Scorpion King as such a major bug. Its size was just too large. In her annoyance, Anxi did not notice that the seemingly frantically waving pincers and tail of the giant Scorpion King were quietly inching closer to the spot where Byhal and the others were gathered. Earlier, to drive back the group of giant scorpions, Anxi and the others had used the winged tribe to whip up winds that blew lime powder and chili powder directly onto the giant scorpions. Even those that landed were diluted by the sand and had less effect. Moreover, the giant Scorpion King itself had a stronger resistance. By the time Anxi saw Byhal and the others react and shouted at them to run and take cover, the giant Scorpion King had already swept its large tail across. Byhal, who reacted first, quickly ran to buy time for the orcs behind him and took the brunt of the giant Scorpion King's massive tail strike. Although he had crafted a knife from the blacksmith shop according to Anxi's instructions, he was still knocked away by the tail. This hit likely caused some injury, but it was better than being directly struck. Byhal's hand holding the knife was shaken, and it was probably fractured, but the other injuries were manageable. Anxi had previously realized that the shell of the giant scorpion was too hard, and the orcs were just flesh and blood. They were at a disadvantage against the giant scorpion, so she had the blacksmith forge a few knives to send over. If it weren't for this large knife, the tail strike would have hit Byhal directly, and it wouldn't have been as simple as being knocked away. It would have likely resulted in serious injury. Chapter 97. Elimination of the giant scorpion swarm. Anxi was angry. Emperor Zay, come down closer to him. We must throw explosives and blow him to smithereens. Emperor Zay was also very angry. As the king of the sky and the leader of the Wing clan, he had never fought such a frustrating battle. However, he remembered that Anxi was on his back and couldn't act impulsively and cause harm to Anxi. So even though he really wanted to rush up and fight the giant-tailed Scorpion King, he remained clear-headed, calmly adjusting his flying trajectory to ensure that Anxi could throw the explosives without getting hurt. At this moment, Sho was also discussing with a Wing clan member carrying him to lower their flying height to throw explosives at the giant-tailed Scorpion King. Anxi looked at Xiaoye trying to find a gap between the giant scorpion king's waving pincers and tail, and suddenly thought of a plan. She instructed Emperor Zhe to fly a little farther away, then shouted to the orcs in the air, "All orcs with explosives, throw them together." As a result, multiple bamboo tubes of gunpowder began to be thrown down simultaneously, and the loud bangs echoed continuously, causing the giant scorpion's pincers and tail to be temporarily unable to swing. Anxi took advantage of the gap to let Dizai descend a bit from a distance, then glided over and accurately threw a bundle of explosives right under the belly of the giant tail scorpion king, before urging Dizai to quickly fly high and retreat. The weakness of the giant tail scorpion king was its face underneath. Its body wasn't actually made of iron and copper, but its pincers and tail were a bit tougher, which is why it always used them to block. At this moment, the giant tail scorpion king was in pain and howling from the explosions, and Xiao took the opportunity to throw a few more bundles at its head and waist until the giant tail scorpion king fell completely silent. Dizai with Anxi circled in the air for a while, confirming that the giant tail scorpion king had stopped moving, and then threw 2 more bundles of explosives to test it out. Knowing that the giant tail scorpion king definitely had no chance of survival, they slowly descended to the ground. After landing, Dizai transformed back into human form and knelt on the ground, covering one arm with his hand. That last move was still risky. He hadn't had time to dodge when flying high, and his arm was injured from the impact of the explosives. Anxi quickly helped Emperor Zhe rinse his wounds with water to alleviate the pain, then applied the medicinal ointment prepared by Qing Xian and bandaged it with gauze. Anxi looked at the injured Emperor Zhe, feeling a surge of unexplained anger. These giant-tailed scorpion beasts should not exist at all, without the command of the giant-tailed scorpion king. The remaining few giant-tailed scorpions became a scattered mess, instinctively waving their pincers and tails. Anxi's heart burned with rage. With an angry shout to the sky, she called out, "Orcs with explosives, throw all the remaining explosives out. Be sure to eliminate these giant-tailed scorpions. Not a single one." The orcs in the air, hearing her words, threw their explosives down, and the orcs on the ground also threw explosives at the cluster of giant-tailed scorpions, leaving no bamboo tubes of gunpowder behind. In no time, they truly eradicated the group of giant-tailed scorpions, leaving not a single one. After the battle was completely over, the orcs stopped to rest, particularly those who had been fighting the giant-tailed scorpions outside, finally able to breathe a sigh of relief, seeing that the orcs were all somewhat injured. Xiao knew this was not a good place to rest. After the orcs caught their breath, he prepared to organize them to head back. Only by returning to the divine envoy city could they rest assured. Wait a minute. Just before leaving, Anxi suddenly remembered something and called Xiao to stop, instructing the orcs to drag the giant-tailed scorpion corpses over to pile them up, set up a bonfire, and burn the giant-tailed scorpions together, paying special attention to the giant-tailed scorpion king, even adding a bit of oil. The treacherous face of the giant-tailed scorpion king left a deep impression on her, making her feel uneasy. Therefore, Anxi did not allow the orcs to return directly, but chose to burn the giant-tailed scorpion king's corpse. She even didn't let the orcs get close while burning. She only allowed them to pile the giant-tailed scorpion corpses next to the giant-tailed scorpion king, and then instructed the orcs to keep their distance. Then, a wing clan member was sent to pour oil from a bamboo tube from the air, and, as soon as a torch was thrown, a huge flame erupted from the pile of giant-tailed scorpion corpses, spreading over all the bodies without leaving a single one untouched. Anxi stared intently at the burning flames, unwilling to dismiss the unsettling feeling in her heart. Even if it was just an illusion, being cautious was always better. Sure enough, in less than a minute, a faint scream came from the center of the giant-tailed scorpion's corpse, as if it had no strength left. The body of the giant-tailed scorpion king, which was thought to be completely dead, struggled slightly, but all it did was push away the surrounding giant-tailed scorpion corpses before falling still again, as if it had completely lost its voice. The orcs were terrified by this scene. The giant-tailed scorpion king was still alive? It had pretended to be dead so convincingly. It was truly cunning. Fortunately, the divine envoy was clever and thought to use fire. Otherwise, they would have been deceived by this treacherous giant-tailed scorpion. Anxi listened to the orcs' indignant discussions, and her feelings of unease gradually dissipated. With the fire burning to this extent, the giant-tailed scorpion king could no longer pretend to be dead. It must truly be dead. However, Anxi still stood her ground, refusing to leave until she saw the giant-tailed scorpion king turn to ashes. Although she felt that statistically, given the severe injuries the giant-tailed scorpion had sustained, Even if it were pretending to be dead instead of actually losing consciousness, it was highly unlikely it would survive. Such a large amount of explosives was not to be taken lightly. Even the toughest shell would be shattered. The fact that it hadn't died immediately could merely be a sign of its last breath, and it might soon perish. Moreover, even if it survived and managed to escape, its lifespan would be short. It would die sooner or later. But Anxi did not want to overlook any potential danger. Even if the giant tail Scorpion King was on the verge of death, or if it would soon die after fleeing. The mere 1 in 10,000 chance that it might quietly find Divine Envoy City and cause irreversible consequences was something Anxi could not bear to see. People had often mocked Anxi for being overly timid, but she believed that even a 1 in 10,000 risk was still a risk. If it could be resolved, it should not be left as a future problem. There was nothing wrong with being cautious. The fire burned for a long time, probably because the giant tail scorpion shell was too fire-resistant. After the earlier incident where the giant tail Scorpion King might have pretended to be dead, the orcs became more cautious. Most of them kept their eyes fixed on the burning carcass of the giant tail scorpion, watching until it was completely reduced to ashes. There were many bushes in the area, and to prevent a wildfire, Anxi constantly instructed the orcs to keep an eye on things to prevent the flames from spreading. Once the fire had died down and there was little left of the giant tail scorpion to burn, Anxi ordered the orcs to extinguish the embers, dug a pit, and buried the remaining ashes in unburnable parts. She even planted a few trees on top and scattered some wildflower seeds nearby, ensuring that the ashes of the giant tail scorpions would not go to waste, but instead nourish flowers and trees. After all, they had committed so many wrongdoings before. They had to give something back to the orc continent as a form of atonement. It was just uncertain how many flowers and trees would need to grow in this area to atone for the sins of killing so many orcs and destroying so many clans and tribes. Chapter 98. Successful rescue. It was uncertain whether the flowers and trees in this area heard Anxi's thoughts, but many years later, this area indeed became lush with flowers and plants. The trees that Anxi planted with the orcs grew into towering giants. However, this area never produced delicate flowers. It only grew the wildflowers that Anxi had initially transplanted. A variety of wildflowers blanketed the ground, creating a sea of blooms with several towering trees standing in the middle. In front of the large trees stood a monument, inscribed with the story of how Divine Envoy Anxi led the orcs to battle against the giant tail scorpion swarm to rescue the shrews and weasels, as well as the clever battles against the giant tail Scorpion King. The story of how the Divine Envoy later planted trees and flowers, which eventually transformed into a sea of blossoms, was also engraved there, becoming a legendary tale. In later years, orcs would come to visit this place with admiration. They knew that the battle against the giant tail scorpions was real, but they were skeptical about the fight between Anxi and the giant tail Scorpion King. As the giant tail scorpion swarm reappeared thousands of years later, yet no intelligent giant tail scorpions ever emerged. Moreover, in the later legends surrounding the origins of the orcs, the tale of the beast god creating the orcs merged with the story of Nuwa creating humanity, turning the beast god into Nuwa and elevating the status of the snake clan to become the closest existence to the beast god. At this moment, Anxi was clearly unaware of what would happen so long in the future. She was currently returning to Divine Envoy City with the orcs from Divine Envoy City and the rescued shrew and weasel orcs. Qing Xian, along with the apprentices he had personally brought out, tended to the orcs' injuries, while those orcs who had not yet completed their medical training assisted with cleaning and bandaging the lightly injured orcs. Anxi returned home and took a good shower, as the dust from the explosives had covered him from head to toe, making him all gray and dirty. Being someone who values cleanliness, Anxi barely managed to finish a shower before collapsing onto the bed and falling asleep. Xiao knew that Anxi hated getting into bed dirty, so he also took a quick shower, rinsing himself off with a basin of water before returning to bed, satisfied to hold Anxi as he fell asleep. The other beastmen, however, were not so particular. They simply collapsed in a bed without a second thought, skipping the shower altogether. After all, they were all single beasts, living without females around, so they weren't worried about stinking up the place. Anxi slept for a whole day. Her body wasn't tired, but her mind was a bit tense. During this time, she had been thinking of ways to prepare materials for researching explosives and then rush to rescue others, outsmarting and battling the giant-tailed Scorpion King. Anxi basically hadn't slept well, which is why she slept for so long. You're awake. Try the fish porridge I made for you, your favorite. Xiao watched Anxi rub her eyes as she woke up, smiling as he tidied her messy hair. Seeing her looking like a little kitten softened his heart completely. He had intended to lecture her a bit, but couldn't bring himself to do it. This seemingly delicate little female had actually created such powerful explosives and dared to fight alongside the orcs on the battlefield. In such fierce battles, she even had the audacity to command DZ, putting herself in danger and delivering a fatal blow to the giant-tailed Scorpion King. The injuries on DZ's arm clearly showed how dangerous it was at that time. If DZ hadn't been an experienced and capable Wing King, he wouldn't have only sustained such minor injuries. Anxi might have been hurt as well. However, it was precisely DZ's confidence in himself that led him to believe he would only suffer minor injuries and could definitely protect Anxi. Moreover, it was indeed the best opportunity, and Anxi had taken the initiative to let the orcs throw down the explosives before informing him of the plan. DZ could only execute Anxi's plan, or else the timing would have been wasted. Shio watched Anxi sip her fish porridge. Her habit of squinting her eyes when eating something delicious made it hard to reconcile her with the formidable and awe-inspiring divine envoy on the battlefield. The calm demeanor she had while leading the orcs to throw explosives and devise battle plans, her cleverness in outsmarting the giant-tailed Scorpion King, her bravery in not fearing danger to defeat the Scorpion, and her wisdom in suspecting that the giant-tailed Scorpion King might feign death to ensure the orcs burned all the scorpions to eliminate future threats, all made Shio adore her even more. In Shio's eyes, she was not just a divine envoy spreading knowledge and leading the orcs to a better life. She was also a little female, his little female. She had her own characteristics and preferences. Shio always separated the respected divine envoy from Anxi. When she was acting as a divine envoy in front of the orcs, she liked to show her intelligent and formidable side, but in front of him, she was always the delicate little female who liked to act spoiled. Shio was utterly in love with this side of her. He often thought, how could there be such an adorable female? Watching Anxi finish her fish porridge bit by bit, Shio gently rubbed her little head and took the bowl away to wash it clean. Anxi asked Shio to take her for another stroll around the divine envoy city after finishing their meal, to see how the orcs were doing. The orcs, like her, had all taken a long nap, especially those who had been out until now. They were still not awake. The divine envoy city had rarely been so quiet and calm. Anxi didn't disturb the orcs who were still sleeping, but went to Qing Xuan's medicine shelf. Oh, our clever, powerful, and brave divine envoy is awake. As soon as she entered the medicine shelf, she heard Qing Xuan's teasing voice. Anxi felt a bit embarrassed, not knowing how those orcs could gossip so much. In the time it took to return for some medicine, they had already recounted everything that happened on the battlefield. His expression wasn't great either. Didn't you say you were to stay quietly in the air? Yet, I heard from the returning orcs all about how you displayed your might. Anxi felt awkward. Her partner was reluctant to educate her, but she still couldn't escape the scolding from the head of the family. Tactics, all tactics. Given the situation at the time, it was best for me to take action. How could I explain things clearly while temporarily commanding others on the battlefield? I was fine, but poor Emperor Zhe got hurt because of me. Is he okay? Why haven't I seen him? Anxi suddenly remembered Dai's. He had just wandered around the city and didn't see him anywhere. His injury was caused by gunpowder, resulting in burns that were very painful and often needed cooling. In this hot weather, ice taken from the ice cellar melts quickly, and it's too troublesome to keep going back and forth. Moreover, the hot weather makes it difficult for the wound to heal. Dai's has returned to the top of Yishan Mountain. I brought him enough medicine for his injury, and there are Wing Clan beastmen accompanying him to take care of him, so there is no need to worry. He will come back once he has recovered enough. Anxi nodded. When he returned, he saw that Dai's had already taken care of things and thought it wasn't a big deal since the area of the injury wasn't large. However, he didn't expect the pain from the gunpowder wounds to be so intense. Fortunately, Dai's could still return to the top of the Wing Clan mountain, where it was cold year-round. Chapter 99. The origin of the giant-tailed Scorpion King, but there was also good news. When the orcs, who had collapsed and fallen asleep, woke up, they excitedly discovered that their stamina and combat power had significantly increased, seemingly due to the training from battling the giant-tailed scorpions. Moreover, during hunting trips, those orcs who had fought together no longer hunted their own prey individually, but had learned to cooperate. The usually solitary orcs gathered together, coordinating their actions seamlessly. They knew what each other was going to do with just one movement. The prey they brought back doubled compared to before, and in just a few days, they had filled the storeroom that had been emptied in the Divine Envoy City due to the rescue of the SH and Weasel clans. Anxi was both amused and exasperated when she heard about this. It was as if they had trained a group of excellent soldiers. Indeed, is the best way to train high-quality warriors through battle? The gathering places of the She clan and the Weasel clan had been nearly destroyed by the giant-tailed scorpion swarm. And now, both clans had lost a third of their manpower. Moreover, after this incident, they had formed a deep friendship with the orcs of Divine Messenger City, and they were not in a hurry to return. Night had allowed them to choose a preferred location, and they could join Divine Messenger City and stay here in the future. Fortunately, Divine Messenger City was large, and their settlement only filled a small part of the available space. After settling the shrews and weasels, everything in the Divine Envoy City slowly began to return to normal. Divine Envoy, the Camel clan has arrived. A patrolling beastman from the Pangolin clan ran over to find Anxi. Anxi was taken aback. The Camel tribe had come? Didn't they previously refuse the invitation? Why were they here uninvited now? Could something have happened? Was it possible that there was an issue with the Xiao ship? Anxi quickly instructed the Pangolin tribe to bring the Camel tribe orcs inside. As other tribes' orcs entered through the passage from Wing Mountain, Anxi also had the Pangolin tribe guide them to the entrance of the outer city. However, the entrance was located near the city gate of the inner city, and the larger groups were all arranged in the outer city. The passage leading to Wing Mountain in the inner city could only be found with the guidance of the Pangolin tribe, and entry was not easily permitted. And she plans to build a wall around the side of Ishan, and then open a side gate. There will also be orc patrols on the wall, connecting it with the front wall to enclose the Divine Envoy City. Ever since the giant-tailed scorpion swarm sought to find the location of the Divine Envoy City, and she has felt that it is not very safe. After all, more and more orcs will know the location of the Divine Envoy City, and the number of orcs coming for it will also increase. Another giant-tailed scorpion swarm might come again, while other orcs may not be as bloodthirsty as the giant-tailed scorpions. It cannot be guaranteed that all orcs are so innocent. Even if the passage through the Pangolin tribe on the Ishan side has a maze that makes it hard to pass through, Ishan is so large that relying on the Wing tribe and the Pangolin tribe cannot ensure complete surveillance. Moreover, with more females and young ones around now, it is even more necessary to ensure the safety of the Divine Envoy City. However, this project is quite monumental and is not much smaller than the previous wall project with a city gate. Anxi was thinking about all these chaotic matters when the Pangolin clan orcs brought the Camel clan in. Lord Divine Messenger, Xian, what brings you here? Did something happen with the Camel clan? Or was there an issue with the Xiao? Have the giant-tailed scorpions attacked you as well? Anxi saw that many orcs from the Camel tribe, who had previously never come despite invitations, actually showed up this time. With some concern, he asked, "Rest assured, Lord Messenger." Xian replied politely, "The divine relic site left by the beast god has not been damaged, and the Camel tribe is fine. However, our visit is indeed related to the giant-tailed scorpion." Without waiting for Anxi to ask, Xian took out a notebook from a bag he had exchanged for the merchant caravan from the Messenger City and handed it to Anxi. Deep in the desert, there's been a giant-tailed scorpion orc. We only know that he was abandoned by the beast god and have never had any interaction with him. He has been hiding deep in the desert for many, many years. Recently, we discovered traces of that giant-tailed scorpion orc near the divine relic site left by the beast god. And we also found signs of large groups of giant-tailed scorpions active on the outskirts of the desert. We notified the elephant tribe to prepare defenses, thinking they were only active within the desert range, as the habits of giant-tailed scorpions have been like this for many years. Who would have thought that one day, near the divine relic site of the beast god, I received a summons from the relic, the spirit of the site that spoke last time. It said that if the giant-tailed scorpion orc appears, I should teach this to the beast god's messenger, as it was instructed by the beast god before he left. Anxi listened to Xian's words, opened the notebook, and felt that it was printed on A4 paper. It should be the information left by Dr. Zhao. The Xiao ship must have printed out the text version for her. "Hello, the next beast god messenger. I am Dr. Zhao Yiming. If you have received this letter from the Xiao ship, it means that the intelligent scorpion has already appeared. That scorpion is a semi-finished product that accidentally escaped during my experiments. Unfortunately, it has already gained intelligence. This is my fault. I have added trouble for future generations of beastmen. My original intention was to study gene combinations, to allow human genes to better integrate with nature, to be closer to nature, so that we do not repeat the mistakes of our kind many years later, also affecting the animals of our time, besides humans. I have conducted numerous studies, and the successful experiments of combining human genes with animal genes were previously established. I found that the species in this world are larger, stronger, and have longer lifespans, so I was inspired to improve upon the original successful experiments to adapt to the new environment. This scorpion with a giant tail is a newly birthed native species of this world, and it is the longest-lived, fastest-growing, and strongest among the new native species. If nothing unexpected happens, they will become the rulers of this land, much like the oldest creatures on Earth, the dinosaurs. However, this species is even more bloodthirsty than dinosaurs. They do not just attack their prey, but they may also attack creatures that are not their food. And it is not merely a fight, but a direct attack to kill. Therefore, while I am willing to respect the laws of nature and believe that existence is reasonable, I do not intend to turn this species into beastmen, as that would be a disaster for this continent. However, I need to use them for experiments to find a way for the human genes I bring and the animal genes to coexist in this land without being rejected. I just didn't expect that one scorpion would evolve particularly quickly, merging with the intelligent gene at an unimaginable speed, and then escaped when I intended to destroy them. I initially wanted to let it go. After all, everything was not fair to it. But in the end, it still affected the beastmen. If it remains bloodthirsty and harms the beastmen, then it should be eliminated. Its lifespan has been long enough, and its weakness is on its face. Finally, I apologize for the trouble I have caused you. Dr. Zhao Yiming. Chapter 100, Beginning of Autumn. Anxi put away the letter after reading it. Now everything about the giant tail scorpion king is clear, and it is similar to what she had previously speculated. Is not that, Doctor? Zhao couldn't find it or kill it, but rather that he felt it was unfair. Since it has gained intelligence, it is at least a sentient being, a life form with intelligence similar to that of humans. The creation of beastmen and their long lifespan should be somewhat related to the experiments the doctor conducted on the giant tail scorpion. Since it has gained intelligence, it is not much different from beastmen. The doctor likely wanted to give a chance at life. However, unfortunately, it did not behave as the doctor hoped. After all, one's nature is hard to change. Perhaps the doctor ultimately knew this would be the result, but was reluctant to take action himself. Furthermore, while the doctor was present, the giant tail scorpion king did not dare to be too reckless and did not go too far. So the doctor ended up not taking action and instead let her eliminate the giant tail scorpion king. It's just that this thing arrived a bit late. The giant tail scorpion king has already been dealt with by her. It's fine. It is information left by the beast god regarding the giant tail scorpion king. The giant tail scorpion king has killed and attacked too many beastmen, and the beast god knew and wanted her to eliminate it. Anxi looked at the curious orcs surrounding her and explained to them. Then she turned to the camel tribe. However, this letter came a bit late. Previously, the giant tail scorpion swarm had attacked the shrew tribe and the weasel tribe. By the time we went to rescue them, the giant tail scorpion king had already been dealt with directly by us, and we wiped out the entire swarm. We just don't know if there are any leftovers. In any case, none of the ones that came with us were left behind. They have all been burned to ashes. The orcs of the camel tribe widened their eyes in disbelief. They were eliminated? Wiped out? Burned to ashes? Were they talking about that incredibly troublesome giant tail scorpion swarm? Nearby, some orcs from the messenger city, who were watching, started excitedly sharing stories with the orcs of the camel tribe about that thrilling battle, speaking with great enthusiasm. After all, the orcs in messenger city had already boasted about it to their heart's content, and now that new faces had finally arrived, they had to share the story well. Anxi watched as the once simple-minded orcs inexplicably acquired the skill of boasting, learning a little bit of strange new skills every day. Anxi smiled as he watched the orcs from the camel tribe being taken away by the orcs from the divine envoy city. He reminded them to take good care of the camel tribe orcs and show them around the divine envoy city. If anything came up, they should find ye, and remember to arrange accommodations for the camel tribe orcs in the evening. Amid the laughter and cheers of the orcs, Anxi walked back. A cool breeze blew by, and he suddenly realized that the weather seemed no longer as hot as before. He took a comfortable, deep breath of the fresh air, looked up at the blue sky for a moment, and silently calculated the current time. It seemed that autumn had arrived, with the threat of the giant-tailed scorpion resolved. It was just in time for the harvest season, which was the best time of the year and also the busiest time for the divine envoy city. It meant harvest, but also that the orcs would start working hard to stockpile supplies for the winter. They'd been busy here and there, muddling through the summer, but now they had to immediately prioritize the autumn harvest. Tonight, Yi was hosting a bonfire celebration for the camel tribe in the tribe. Although the city was decorated with bright red lanterns at sunset, the orcs still preferred to light bonfires during celebrations, feeling that it created a better atmosphere. Anxi actually felt the same way. The next morning, during breakfast, Yi and Qin Xian came over to Anxi's place to mooch a meal and casually mention the autumn food storage issue. There were too many orcs in the divine envoy city this year. The sheep tribe and cow tribe had just opened up new land this autumn. which might not be enough to last through the winter. The orcs from the sheep tribe said they still had some food in their original territory, and they would follow the sheep tribe to collect it, but they were unsure if it had been stolen by other tribes or groups. However, they still wanted to look elsewhere. Didn't you walk around many places nearby before? I want you to check what else we can find to eat nearby, so we can gather it all during the autumn. He finished the last spoonful of century egg and lean meat porridge in his bowl and gave a thumbs up to Xiao. Xiao, the food you make is getting better and better. It's not worse than that brat byhalf. It's a pity you didn't go teach cooking. Xiao glanced at the thick-skinned Yi who was mooching food while bringing others along, saying, I'm not interested in cooking. I'm only interested in cooking for Anxi. On the other side, byhalf, who had also made breakfast, was displeased. Hey, Yi, what you said is not right. His skills were taught by Anxi first. I only worked hard to catch up later. Now our levels are about the same. What is there to be proud of? You haven't even tasted my honey-glazed chicken wings yet. This is a new dish Anxi taught me, much better than his plain old century egg and lean meat porridge. Yi was there to mooch food, so naturally, he had to sweeten his words. He nodded in agreement with byhalf. Right, you're right. Nearby, Dai's couldn't stand byhalf's smugness. Anxi said that making delicious dishes with rich sauces isn't anything special. Making plain porridge and simple dishes taste like delicacies is real skill. He said this with a sneer. This was something he said when he heard Anxi praise Xiao's fish slice porridge to the skies. At that time, he had racked his brain to make a delicious meal for Anxi, but unfortunately, he, the proud ruler of the skies and king of the winged tribe, was defeated in cooking. No matter what, he just couldn't practice it, and what he made was merely edible. That brat byhalf had mocked him then, saying he just didn't have the talent for it. Just as byhalf was about to get angry, Anxi didn't want the peaceful morning to end, so he quickly handed byhalf a chicken wing. Don't listen to him. There are good and bad ways to make rich sauces. You're the kind that makes it delicious. He then handed Dai's a chicken wing as well, saying, all right, stop teasing him. You know he loves to get riled up. With food around, you can't complain, or he might not make you something delicious next time. Anxi, next time I'll make you porridge too. Let us see if I can make plain porridge and simple dishes. Byhalf said, feeling very unconvinced. After all, he was the top chef of the divine envoy city. How could he not make plain porridge and simple dishes well? No, he could do anything well. Not at all. Anxi quickly nodded and said, all right, eat up. Breakfast was spent in such a pleasant atmosphere. After finishing the meal, Anxi first went to the pottery workshop. This was a skilled job, and there weren't many orcs who could pick it up quickly. Not many orcs worked in the factory either. Although pottery was something the orcs needed, it wasn't something they urgently needed. It was more of a nice to have. After all, they had managed without it before, and now they already had some, so they could make do for the time being. Chapter 101. Pickling vegetables. Therefore, whenever there were activities or urgent needs in Divine Envoy City, the pottery workshop was one of the first to be put on hold, such as during the previous Mid-Autumn Festival, the start of primary school, and the chess club meetings, etc. This included the recent battles to aid the Weasel and Ferret clans, where the pottery workshop was among the first to pause due to insufficient manpower. As a result, there weren't many pottery jars accumulated in Divine Envoy City until now. However, in Anxi's plans, pottery jars were needed for the autumn trading market, the Dog Clan's autumn trade. And even within Divine Envoy City, a significant number of pottery jars were required. Anxi also planned to prepare more pickled vegetables, pickled cabbage, and various other pickles in the fall. These jars and containers were essential everywhere, especially now that the Weasel clan had also come to Divine Envoy City. They would probably spend the winter there. The Weasel clan was particularly good at making pickles, and it was the perfect time for them to showcase their strengths. This way, the variety of food in Divine Envoy City during winter could be enriched, and there would be more options for everyone. However, considering the current number of orcs in Divine Envoy City, along with their big appetites, they really needed to speed up the production of pottery jars. Otherwise, there might not be enough to fill their gaps. Lord Envoy, with so many jars needed, does that mean we will have a lot of pickles to eat this winter? I really like the pickles made by Lord Envoy. The sauerkraut from last winter was especially delicious. Will there be more this year? The orcs in the pottery workshop understood that Anxi's request for so many jars was primarily for pickling, as there weren't many other uses for them. Not only pickles, but also sweet and sour pickles. The Weasel clan was very skilled in making pickles. They had bought a lot from the Weasel clan last time, and this time they would let them pickle more to sell at the trading market. Speaking of sweet and sour, I also plan to brew some soy sauce and vinegar. Plus, with the Elephant clan likely coming to the autumn trading market, we need to prepare enough alcohol to sell to them, as the Elephant clan can drink quite a lot. In short, you all probably won't have much free time lately, but I will tell you to give you overtime pay. The orcs generally had no objections to overtime. They were still in that phase where collective honor was particularly strong. Although it had been renamed Divine Envoy City, in the eyes of the orcs, it was still a larger tribe. Therefore, everyone would work hard to fulfill the tribe's needs, as this would make the tribe better. However, while collective honor was important, having overtime pay would provide even more motivation. Anxi calculated the things that needed to be prepared for this autumn, including the autumn trade fair and autumn market, as well as storing autumn food. Anxi felt that the wine and soy sauce he brewed himself would not be enough, and the winery and condiment factory should be open soon. As for manpower, there were enough orcs in the Divine Envoy City, but it was necessary to select the most suitable ones. Among the orcs, the Elephant clan particularly liked drinking, and the Weasel clan also enjoyed it, although they couldn't hold their liquor well. However, Anxi believed that drinking only rice wine and fruit wine wouldn't be a problem. Additionally, the Weasel clan's territory had many fruit trees, and they were skilled at picking fruits, making them well-suited for brewing wine due to their sensitive taste buds. The Cow clan had nothing much to do besides farming and helping the Sheep clan grow vegetables and fruit trees, so the tasks of making soy sauce and vinegar could be entrusted to them. They often dealt with various crops and collaborated with the Sheep clan to know how to grow soybeans for better-tasting soy sauce. After opening the condiment factory, other seasonings could also be handed over to them, as the Cow clan and Sheep clan have always helped each other and are now even more inseparable. Their closeness made cooperation with them better than with other clans. In a few days, the rice would be ready for harvest, and the orcs sent by the Divine Envoy City to the original gathering place of the Sheep clan dug up the vegetables first. Potatoes, cabbage, radishes, eggplants, soybeans, corn, sweet potatoes, cucumbers, and tomatoes, all common crops, but ones that are especially good to eat. The Sheep clan had also planted these in the Divine Envoy City, now doubling the quantity. Anxi looked at these vegetables with the Weasel clan to study cooking methods. Cabbage could be pickled into sauerkraut or spicy cabbage. Radishes and cucumbers could be used to make sweet and sour or spicy radish strips and cucumber strips once the vinegar was ready, although lemons could also be used, as the Weasel clan had previously made them with lemons. Potatoes and sweet potatoes were the most durable for storage and served as a major source of carbohydrates in winter aside from rice. Moreover, potatoes and sweet potatoes could be cut into strips and fried until golden brown, making crispy French fries and sweet potato fries, which could be paired with a tomato sauce made from tomatoes and a bit of sugar. The delicious fries with sweet and sour tomato sauce would definitely be a new dish in the Divine Envoy City. Sure enough, the day after Anxi taught byhalf how to make French fries, byhalf set up a stall to sell fried potato fries and sweet potato fries. Byhalf had set up countless stalls in the Divine Envoy City, usually with a short-lived enthusiasm. Whenever Anxi taught him a new dish, he would make it for a long time, and since he couldn't finish it all, he would go out to set up a stall until he no longer felt like doing it. Now, orcs who wanted to eat what byhalf made would have to wait for him to sell again, depending on his mood. However, byhalf was quite enthusiastic about the stalls outside the chess club, probably because he couldn't beat them at chess, so he wanted to tempt them with delicious food. Anxi thought that there weren't many varieties of pickles, and even though there were a lot, eating the same few kinds all winter could get boring. It would be great if there were lotus root slices and tender bamboo shoots in winter. Suddenly, Anxi slapped her forehead and realized that lotus root slices and fresh bamboo shoots could also be pickled to make kimchi. Anxi called for Tungma and asked him to bring a few Sea tribe orcs studying in the Divine Envoy City to help dig up the lotus roots. If they were left for a while, they would be wasted, so it was better to pickle them now and enjoy them slowly later. Then, he asked a few other orcs to go to the bamboo forest and dig up the bamboo shoots as well. If they didn't do it soon, they would get old and not taste good. However, there were already too many sour and spicy or sweet and sour dishes. Anxi also thought of pickled chili bamboo shoots and pickled chili chicken feet, which were his favorite snacks back then. But before he could pickle the chili bamboo shoots and chicken feet, he had to start by pickling the chili peppers first. Anxi brought a pickling jar and found some chili peppers grown by the Sheep tribe. The ripe chili peppers were yellow, and once pickled, they would have the same color as those sold in supermarkets. To easily observe the changes in the pickles, and since the orcs at the pottery workshop couldn't produce enough jars for Anxi and the Weasel tribe, considering that firing pottery and earthenware takes time, Anxi later had a clever idea and contacted the glass factory, asking the orc workers there to make a batch of glass jars. The production and shaping of glass are quicker than that of pottery, so Anxi now has quite a few successfully fired glass jars that have been delivered, along with some stored from before, which is just enough for the time being. Anyway, the plan is to pickle a batch first. Both the glass factory and the pottery workshop are currently working overtime to produce various jars and containers, and by the time the next batch arrives, it will be just right for pickling the next batch of vegetables. Chapter 102. Brewing soy sauce and vinegar. Since it's best to pickle chili peppers in glass jars, Anxi had also been accustomed to using glass jars when making them herself, so the first batch of glass jars was used for pickling the chili peppers. Anxi gathered a lot of star anise, cinnamon, along with salt, sugar, and rice wine to marinate in glass jars. For the jars used for pickling, Anxi had the orcs customize glass lids, which were cone-shaped frosted glass lids. These spices were not originally grown by the orcs, and it took a lot of effort to find them. Cinnamon was easy to deal with. It was enough to find cassia, as cinnamon is the bark of cassia. Star anise took Anxi a long time to find, and it was discovered last autumn on the other side of Wing Mountain. After finding it, Anxi did not let the orcs touch them. Since they were growing well and thriving here, she decided to let them grow naturally, and when the harvest season came, the orcs could come and pick them. After all, wild animals usually wouldn't eat these things because they weren't tasty. After harvesting each year, they would dry and store them, which would basically be enough for a long time, and since spices are durable, having more wouldn't hurt. Once the use of spices became common in the Divine Messenger City, the tribes that visited and tasted the food there would naturally understand the role of spices. Who could go back to eating food without spices after having tasted spice food? By then, the demand for these spices would only exceed supply. The excess spices that Divine Messenger City had stored in advance could also be sold to other tribes. The Weasel tribe had rich experience in pickling. Before coming to Divine Messenger City, pickles were their main side dish. Therefore, Anxi didn't need to give too much guidance. She just needed to offer some fresh ideas, and the Weasel tribe could handle the rest on their own. So soon, Anxi set aside the pickling work to teach the Cow tribe how to brew soy sauce and vinegar, which was a big project. First, she started with vinegar. There are many raw materials for edible vinegar, and Anxi chose to brew aged vinegar using sorghum and wheat bran. She first crushed the sorghum and wheat bran together with a starter culture, dried it, mixed it with warm water, steamed it thoroughly, and then cooled it down to start the first fermentation and oxidation. After that, she dried it again, added the culture, stirred it, and compacted it for the second solid-state fermentation and saccharification, while controlling the environmental temperature between 10 to 20 degrees. This process is actually similar to brewing alcohol. Vinegar is brewed after alcohol. The first step is saccharification fermentation to turn it into alcohol, and the second step is the fermentation of alcohol into acetic acid. Once the alcohol fermentation is successful, she mixed in the grain husks and wheat bran to create the vinegar base, which was then placed into small jars and kept away from high temperatures to undergo acetic acid fermentation with the husks. After the vinegar base was formed, it was time to smoke the vinegar base. 40% of the produced vinegar base was poured into a ceramic smoking jar, and it was flipped in order for 4 to 5 days to complete the process. This smoking step is actually optional, mainly to enhance the color and aroma of the vinegar. Anxi, along with the Ox Clan orcs, brewed 3 different types of vinegar using glutinous rice, and sorghum. The vinegar made from glutinous rice is fragrant vinegar. The one made from rice is rice vinegar, and the vinegar made from sorghum is aged vinegar, while the vinegar made from bran is bran vinegar. Since the Sheep clan mainly grows rice and glutinous rice, and they generally use rice vinegar and aged vinegar more often, Anxi decided to have the Ox clan primarily brew aged vinegar and rice vinegar. After the vinegar was ready, the next step was to make soy sauce. The main ingredient for soy sauce is soybeans, although there are also peas and fava beans, but Anxi ultimately decided to have the Ox clan use soybeans, as there are a lot of soybeans grown in the Divine Envoy City. The best traditional method for brewing soy sauce takes a long time, with the longest requiring a year. However, Anxi skipped a few steps, reducing the time to about 6 months for it to be ready. Nevertheless, Anxi also taught the Ox clan the best method for brewing soy sauce, so they could research it themselves when they had time. The soybeans used for brewing soy sauce were selected bit by Anxi and the not-so-busy orcs. After selecting the soybeans, they were soaked in mountain spring water, washed clean after 2 hours, drained, and then steamed. The steaming vessel used was a wooden steamer specially made by the orcs. Once the soybeans were steamed, they were evenly spread on a mat made of bamboo to cool and inoculate. During inoculation, the starter culture was mixed evenly into the flour, which was then evenly mixed into the steamed soybeans, packed in bamboo trays, and placed in the prepared fermentation room to grow mold. After the mold was ready, it was sun-dried to sterilize, and then put into a saltwater tank to ferment. This process is also the process of making soybean paste. So Anxi also brewed quite a bit of soybean paste. However, The time required for brewing soy sauce is longer. The mash continuously ferments through sunlight and dew, maturing in about 6 months. This method is the traditional way of hand-brewing soy sauce from Anxi's rural hometown when he was a child. There are indeed faster methods, but Anxi does not know the specific operations, so he still follows the traditional method. After all, the few months do not matter, and they can use the fermented soybean paste to make some pickles to eat in the meantime. Anxi also had Tingma scoop out some small shrimp from the fish pond to make shrimp paste. The large shrimp had all been used for cooking, and since the small shrimp were too tiny for anyone to eat, Anxi thought it would be a waste, so she decided to turn them into shrimp paste. Although Anxi herself didn't like shrimp paste, she thought Tingma might enjoy it, especially since he particularly liked seafood. The Shi tribe, who loved fish balls and crab sticks, would likely enjoy it as well. Moreover, with so many orcs in Divine Envoy City, she was sure they would be able to sell it. Anxi first made a small jar of shrimp paste for Tingma to try. How is it? Is it acceptable? Anxi watched as Tingma ate the shrimp paste he made, trying to read whether it tasted good or not from his icy, ascetic face and whether he could accept it. After all, Tingma is a straightforward kid. He seems cold but is actually very warm-hearted, and he has hardly ever said that anything he made was not tasty. It's pretty good. It has the taste of shrimp. Tingma took a bite, but his expression didn't change at all. Anxi looked at him suspiciously. Is it really delicious? Tell me the truth. Is there something strange about it? Doesn't the taste of shrimp paste seem odd? Shrimp is shrimp, and paste is paste. I initially thought it would taste good together, but the result is really strange. It's just a bit salty. Tingma took another bite under Anxi's questioning gaze and frowned slightly. Salty is normal. The paste is definitely salty, but that's not how it's meant to be eaten. Anxi handed him a steamed potato. Do it this way. Scoop a little paste and spread it on the potato. Then take a bite. Tingma followed Anxi's suggestion and took a bite. It's not salty now. It's really delicious. Isn't it? I told you. This way of eating is something I often had when I was a kid in the countryside. Potatoes can be steamed or boiled, but steaming is better. Not only that, I'll teach you potatoes, eggplants, and green onions. Mix them together. Here for you. It's super fragrant, I tell you. You'll be so good you could bite your tongue off. Anxi took a bowl and mixed the eggplant, potatoes, and green onions together, handing it to Tingma and strongly recommending him to try it. This way of eating completely preserves the original flavors of these vegetables, along with the aroma and saltiness of the soybean paste. Of course, Anxi also mixed in some shrimp paste, adding a fresh shrimp flavor. In Chapter 103, Everything Can Be Sauce, Tingma took the bowl of mixed eggplant, potatoes, and green onions with shrimp paste that Anxi prepared for him and began to eat heartily. The taste was indeed good, but Tingma actually wanted to say that it was a bit salty. He usually preferred a lighter flavor. However, he knew that Anxi had a strong taste, so he figured Anxi probably mixed it according to his own preference. At that moment, Xiao and byhalf returned with their catch and vegetables. As soon as they entered, they saw Anxi preparing food for Tingma, and byhalf shouted out, "Hey, you guys are eating alone while I'm not around. Anxi, what special treatment are you giving him?" "Nothing much, just the shrimp paste I made today. I thought the little shrimp in the fish pond would go to waste since no one was eating them. So I had Tingma catch some to make shrimp paste. I just finished making it and wanted him to try to see if he could accept it. You guys can also taste it and see if you like it." After all, Anxi didn't have much confidence. Tingma and the Shizus liked seafood, but liking seafood didn't necessarily mean they would enjoy shrimp paste. Anxi herself was someone who liked seafood, but didn't care for shrimp paste. Xiao and byhalf walked over to taste the shrimp paste. Byhalf rushed over to try it first. After tasting it, he didn't show much expression, just smacked his lips and said, "It's okay. It should taste good with the mixed vegetables, but eating it directly is too salty." And she looked at byhalf with a skeptical expression, seemingly doubting the truth of what byhalf said. When Xiao walked over, he happened to see Anxi's expression, took a bite, and thought for a moment under Anxi's probing gaze. The taste was a bit strange, hard to describe. Anxi raised his hand in agreement to high-five Xiao, who was already used to Anxi's gesture, and raised his hand to tap palms with him. I knew it. The taste of shrimp paste is indeed quite strange. It turns out our tastes are the same, which is great. I almost doubted myself. I think shrimp paste isn't as tasty as fish sauce. Meat sauce and tofu sauce are super delicious. I'll make some for you later. Today, we're having a mix of potatoes, eggplants, and scallions with soy sauce. The freshly dried soy sauce smells amazing, and we'll stir-fry some meat sauce to go with it, plus a bit of chili. And she thought she was about to drool. It had been a long time since she had tasted that dish. Tang Montak, listening to Anxi, felt that the shrimp paste mixed with eggplant and potatoes in his bowl suddenly lost its appeal. Xiao was secretly smiling indulgently as he cut the pork, recalling what she had said about using pork belly to make meat sauce. When he tasted the shrimp paste earlier, He had observed Anxi's expression, and it was clear that she didn't like it. Although he had planned to agree with her and say it didn't taste good, he couldn't let her think he was different. However, after tasting it, he found it indeed a bit strange, so he wasn't lying. The beastmen had never eaten anything particularly delicious before. They would eat just about anything fresh. And shrimp paste wasn't anything special. Now that they had been spoiled by Anxi's various novel dishes, they had started to be picky. Fortunately, Anxi liked other sauces: lotus root sauce, beef sauce, pork sauce, tofu sauce, fish sauce, satay sauce, shiitake mushroom pork sauce, and garlic chili sauce. All of these could be made into sauces, but these were Anxi's favorites. The lotus root sauce, beef sauce, satay sauce, and garlic chili sauce were all spicy. And these were the sauces she loved most when eating hot pot. Oh, and there was sesame sauce. How could hot pot be complete without sesame sauce? And she had loved hot pot, but had only eaten it a few times because she couldn't gather all the sauces. So she had been eating Odin and spicy hot pot instead, which the beastmen often confused. As for garlic chili sauce, it was a must-have condiment in every northern household. This sauce was incredibly versatile. It could be added to almost any dish, so she had made some. She also remembered a popular dish from a neighboring country called zhajiangmian, which had a sweet flavor and left a dark sauce all over the face when eaten. But it was quite tasty, and she recalled that it contained potatoes, and the sauce tasted like sweet bean sauce. Thus, she wanted to make a beef and potato sauce using sweet bean sauce, but she needed to ferment the sweet bean sauce separately and couldn't use yellow soybean paste. Sweet bean sauce is mainly made from flour and fermented, with its sweetness coming from the maltose and glucose produced during fermentation, along with a certain amount of salt, giving it both salty and sweet flavors. It generally takes about 2 months to make. With this sweet bean sauce, one could add a bit when eating roasted duck, rolled up with small pancakes the size of a palm and filled with green onion or cucumber strips, enriching the flavor and reducing the greasiness of the duck, making it super delicious. However, it was uncertain how much of such a delicate dish would be needed to satisfy the beastmen's appetites. In the beastman continent, just like the various intricate dishes she had made before, such as Odin, spicy hot pot, and dumplings, the beastmen could only have them as side dishes. Their staple food remained roasted meat. It wasn't until the sheep tribe arrived and crops became more abundant that the beastmen discovered carbohydrates could fill them up and taste good as side dishes, which led to rice, corn, sorghum, sweet potatoes, and potatoes being added to their staple diet. As for the pork sauce, tofu sauce, fish sauce, and shiitake mushroom pork sauce, and she made them in a standard salty flavor without spice for the beastmen who weren't good with spicy food, and these sauces were delicious even without spice. She remembered that her grandmother wasn't good at cooking, but was particularly skilled at making various sauces, and these were her grandmother's specialties. Her grandmother's house was always filled with various sauces, and her grandfather would eat everything with the sauces made by her grandmother. Every time she visited her grandmother's house as a child, she would take chopsticks and a spoon to dig into the sauces on the table. When her mother said she shouldn't eat something so salty, her grandfather would protect her and say not to let her mother scold her. She remembered her grandfather often saying, "If she likes to eat, let her eat. Just drink more water if it's too salty." After her grandfather passed away, no one said that to protect her anymore, and she learned not to eat sauces empty-handed. Later, when her grandmother also passed away, no one made sauces anymore, and the sauces sold outside were never as delicious as the ones her grandmother made. They always lacked some flavor. Anxi was making sauce while reminiscing about her childhood at her grandparents' house. Her grandmother would stir the sauce at the stove while singing little tunes that Anxi had never heard before, songs her grandmother performed in the countryside when she was young. Anxi would stand at the door, enjoying the aroma. Her grandfather would also stand at the door smoking. Sometimes he would suddenly raise his hand as if to hit her. Then, after surprising her, he would place his hand on the back of his head and chuckle, asking, "What's wrong?" "I'm just scratching my head." "Why are you scared?" When she was young, Anxi always looked down on her grandfather's dark humor, but now she found herself missing it since no one did that anymore. Anxi looked up at the sky. The time machine made by Dr. Zhao had too large a time discrepancy for time travel. Otherwise, she really wanted to go back and see them. Chapter 104, Autumn Food Storage. The various sauces made with added chili peppers overwhelmed Anxi's senses, leaving her mind blank, and she no longer felt the deep sorrow and nostalgia. Even Yi and Qing Xian, who lived in the other courtyard of the Sihiyuan, were attracted by the smell. "What are you making? It smells quite nice, but why do I feel like sneezing?" "Achoo!" Qing Xian sneezed and rubbed his nose. "You guys came at the right time. I just made a few new sauces. Come and taste them to see how they are." Anxi took out the sauces she had already prepared, seizing the opportunity to step out and leave the kitchen to Baihao and Xiao. After all, She had already taught them and even demonstrated. Making a sauce was such a simple task that they didn't need constant supervision with their current cooking skills. Yi and Qingxian were curious about what the fragrant yet pungent smell was, so Anxi handed them 2 wooden spoons and let them try each sauce, starting with the non-spicy ones. "How is it? Which one do you think tastes better?" Anxi watched as they tasted each one, pouring 2 cups of water for them so they wouldn't irritate their throats. "They're all quite tasty. I'm feeling a bit hungry now," Qingxian said, smacking his lips. Ye's mouth curled up slightly. They were indeed all quite good. "I think you should take out 2 more potatoes. Let's just have dinner here with you." Anxi looked at the 2 of them speechlessly and went inside to get a wooden bowl to bring out a few steamed potatoes. Don't ask why there are steamed potatoes, because while Anxi was making the sauce, she tasted it so much that she got hungry herself, so she steamed a few potatoes to dip in the sauce. "You really know how to eat. Let me tell you, it's super delicious. With these sauces, you'll definitely want to eat potatoes every day. Come on, let us eat together." You're right, it's really fragrant. The only problem is that the smell was too strong while making it. Qingxian scooped a spoonful of sauce and spread it on the potato, taking a bite and mumbling. The beastmen have a keen sense of smell, and this level of aroma is too stimulating for them. While they were eating here, another beastman came to report that the team bringing food and vegetables from the original gathering place of the sheep tribe had returned, and the granary was almost full, so they wanted to ask if they should expand it. Anxi thought that the orcs in Divine Messenger City had stored more food, which could allow the Pangolin clan to expand their granaries and vegetable cellars. However, even if the Pangolin clan acted quickly, they couldn't immediately start construction and put the food in right away. Even if they dug quickly, the newly dug holes would still have dust in them, and the new caves needed some time to settle. Anxi had them take out some of the stored old grain and vegetables. The vegetables were sent to the weasel tribe to be made into pickles and salted vegetables, while some of the grain was given to the shrew tribe for brewing alcohol, and the soybeans were given to the cow tribe for making soy sauce. Then, the newly transported grain and vegetables were placed in the cave, checking to see if there was any dampness and sprinkling a bit of charcoal and lime. Just as the issues with grain and vegetables were resolved, the fruit trees planted by the sheep tribe were also bearing fruit, and there were plenty of wild fruits growing naturally in the mountains and forests. The orcs, having endured hunger during winter many times, had developed good habits of thriftiness. Even though they knew they probably wouldn't go hungry this winter, they still couldn't bear to waste food. They couldn't leave the wild fruits in the forest to fall and rot, so they picked all of them, resulting in another surplus, and they had to come to Anxi for help once more. After just teaching the cow tribe how to ferment and make sweet bean sauce, Anxi hurried off to give advice to the sheep tribe. She felt a bit sorry for her being so busy, fearing she might tire herself out. Autumn is a harvest season, and everyone inevitably works hard, all to avoid going hungry in winter. I'm doing well since I don't have to do too much myself. I just need to teach them all. My goal is for everyone to have a good winter, just like the other 3 seasons. So I try to teach the orcs all the methods I know for storing food. Once this year's busy season is over, by next autumn, everyone will know what to do, and I won't have to be so troubled anymore. Anxi stroked the smooth wool fur that served as her mount, allowing her to easily navigate through various corners of the divine envoy city. She knew that Xiao cared for her, but although it was tiring, she felt a sense of accomplishment and the feeling of being needed and admired. Moreover, doing these tasks was not just selflessly for all the orcs. It was also for her own well-being. The orcs understood her hard work and were eager to learn. Basically, anything she taught them didn't require a second round of instruction. Once the orcs learned something, she wouldn't need to lift a finger. Whatever she wanted, the orcs would prepare it for her and bring it over. At home, Xiao took on all he could handle, never requiring her help with cooking or similar tasks, always delivering the finished meals right to her. Unless Anxi occasionally thought of some new dish that Xiao didn't know how to make, he would watch her until he learned, after which she wouldn't have to do anything anymore. Every day, Anxi just had to say she wanted this or that, and it would be provided, done to her satisfaction. So, Anxi was quite content now. However, Xiao didn't think the same way. Listening to Anxi, he sighed inwardly, feeling that Anxi was a busy bee. Looking at the females in Divine Envoy City, who among them did any work? Even if it was out of interest, it was only symbolic. Physical labor was all done by the males. But who could blame his female for being different, especially as a beast god's envoy? Xiao knew that although Anxi said it was enough to teach them and be done with it, there were still so many things the orcs didn't know, with no end in sight. After finishing one lesson, there was always another, and Anxi would tirelessly continue to teach the orcs new things. Xiao carried Anxi to the sheep tribe, where they saw piles of various fruits. It was actually quite simple. Turn them into dried fruits, candied fruits, or preserves. Besides, it wasn't winter yet. Although autumn was crisp, the autumn heat was still quite strong, and the orcs hadn't stopped consuming juices and ice creams. Besides directly eating the fruits, these could also help use up some of the harvest, which allowed the sheep tribe to pick freely. However, they didn't expect to have so much at once. And the consumption rate hadn't kept up. If the leftovers spoiled, it would be a pity. Anxi thought about the sheep and cows that the tribe had prepared for her to drink milk and take baths. The milk tea she made before was from their milk, and later, as the demand for milk tea grew, they raised a few more. Anxi planned to teach the sheep tribe how to make yogurt, and then sell some fruit desserts. Anxi directed a portion of the orcs to make yogurt, another portion to make dried fruits and candied fruits, while some were tasked with drying fruit. Fruit salad was a new product for autumn, and it was something Anxi had just thought of. Besides wanting to eat it herself, it could also be sold alongside milk tea once the sheep tribe made it well. Given the orcs' love for sweets, fruit salad would definitely sell well, which would also help consume some of the fruit. After all, while dried fruits and candied fruits could be eaten in winter, with so much fruit available, eating too many sweet items in winter wouldn't be good for health, especially since physical activity in winter is minimal. It could be said that they hardly exercise, so it's better not to consume too much sugar. Chapter 105. Autumn supplies. Although autumn was already halfway through, the orcs in the Divine City were well aware that the food they had brought back from the sheep tribe's original gathering place was too much for the tribe to store. Thus, everyone felt less anxious about the arrival of autumn and the worry of starving in winter. Some newcomers and orcs who were used to starving in winter still had some concerns. However, as they went out daily to see the sheep tribe orcs busily making candied fruits and drying fruits, they would buy some milk tea and fruit salad along the way. They would watch the cattle tribe sweating profusely as they brewed soy sauce, aged vinegar, sweet bean sauce, and yellow soybean sauce. When passing by byhalf's stall, they would catch a whiff of the aroma and buy plenty of the most fragrant spicy beef sauce and mushroom pork sauce. They also passed by the weasel tribe and sampled their pickled vegetables, which were sweet and sour. The deer tribe had already woven winter hats, scarves, and gloves for the divine emissary, essential for winter snowball fights and building snowmen. When they got hot, they saw the pangolin tribe pushing out an ice cream cart and hurried to grab a portion, as the pangolin tribe's ice cream was limited each day. Missing out meant there wouldn't be any left. Finally, they passed by the shrew tribe, tasting various fruit wines and rice wines brewed by them. The divine emissary had mentioned that drinking a cup daily was good for blood circulation. The shrew tribe also offered free samples, and every orc who tried a sip found the sweet, slightly alcoholic drink quite pleasant, and it could be stored for a long time. So buying more to take home was fine. Thus, the orcs who had originally been worried returned from their stroll in the divine city with their hands full of goods. After sipping some wine, the slightly tipsy orc thought that it seemed like the divine city wouldn't have to worry about hunger in winter. The yogurt and fruit salad made by the sheep tribe became popular. The sheep tribe collaborated with the pangolin tribe to launch chilled yogurt, fruit juice, fruit salad, and milk tea with ice, while hot milk tea would be safe for winter when it would sell better. After the sheep tribe fully mastered the yogurt fermentation technique, Anxi let them take over and quickly led the sheep tribe orcs to dry fruits while the autumn sun was at its hottest. To have enough space for drying fruits, they even had the construction team set up several tiered racks, as there was an abundance of fruit, which saved a lot of space. Fruits like jujubes, grapes, kiwis, apples, pears, bananas, lychees, bayberries, pineapples, plums, apricots, etc. were too plentiful to consume this year. Anxi allowed the shrew tribe to take some to brew various fruit wines, particularly grape wine, which was very tasty and popular among orcs, so most of it was used for brewing, while a small portion was dried into raisins by the sheep tribe. Jujubes were made into honey jujubes for better taste, while plums and bayberries were preserved with sugar to make candied fruits. Kiwis, bananas, apples, and apricots were dried, while the lychees, which had high moisture content, were partially made into lychee canned products and partially into a lychee-flavored alcoholic beverage, which was essentially a semi-finished product that still had a bit of alcohol taste but could be consumed as a drink as the brewing time was short. The sea tribe brought coconuts. Coconut juice mixed with milk made a coconut milk drink, while some of the coconut flesh was preserved with sugar to make coconut canned products, and some was made into coconut flakes to be added to the fruit salad. The sheep tribe also found strawberries, blueberries, and mulberries on the mountain, and Anxi made them into jams. With these jams, Anxi whimsically decided to make some ice porridge. This involved freezing drinkable mountain spring water into ice, then crushing it. adding some honey-marinated sweet beans, sprinkling coconut flakes and dried chopped fruits, and finally adding 2 spoonfuls of strawberry jam or blueberry jam, mulberry jam, pineapple jam, or similar jams, allowing for customization based on taste. The sweet and icy dessert was particularly delicious. The next day, the pangolin tribe and sheep tribe stalls had this new ice porridge, and the orcs were curious about what icy porridge was. Hearing it was a new dish made by the divine emissary, they stopped lingering and bought some to try. After all, the divine emissary had never failed and always liked to come up with quirky names, so they had gotten used to it. Wasn't tea, the stir-fried ice from before, also something unheard of? They had never heard of ice being stir-fried to eat, yet it turned out to be quite delicious. This new ice porridge was similar. Just by looking at it, they could tell it should be quite tasty, especially since it was topped with many appetizing beans and fruits, along with beautifully colored jams. Indeed, those who had tasted it had no regrets, and many were willing to pay for a second bowl. Some orcs even lamented why the divine emissary hadn't thought of this ice porridge during the summer. Oh no, they had missed an entire summer of ice porridge, feeling like they had lost a billion bowls of it. Now that many sauces were available, Anxi was eager to have a hot pot meal. After Anxi dealt with the fruit surplus issue from the sheep clan, she had Xiao take her back. After taking a stroll around the courtyard, she gathered Qingxian, Yi Baihao, Dais, and Tengmao, and informed them to come to her yard for hot pot. Then she took out the lotus root and bamboo shoots that Tengmao had prepared for her earlier. Originally, she intended to make another batch of pickled lotus root slices and pickled bamboo shoot tips, but it seemed better to use them for tonight as hot pot. After calling everyone over, Anxi began directing them to prepare the ingredients. Jokingly, with these people having such big appetites, of course, they had to help with the preparations. Otherwise, she and Xiao would be exhausted. They gathered ingredients like bok choy hearts, garland chrysanthemum, lotus root slices, bamboo shoots, mushrooms, potato slices, sweet potato slices, fish balls, shrimp balls, beef balls, and various sausages and slices of beef and lamb. Since Baihao and Xiao were good with knives, she assigned a slicing task to them. But the beef and lamb needed to be very thin to taste good and cook quickly. However, the orc's appetite was huge, so they had to slice a lot to have enough to eat. Fortunately, Anxi had foresight. After the orders for farming tools at the blacksmith shop decreased, she started drawing blueprints for them to make all kinds of household utensils she could think of, including cutting knives and peeling tools, as well as slicing gadgets. Anxi had Xiao cut the beef and lamb into small square pieces, then took them to the freezer to harden. After that, she took them out and used a peeler to scrape off thin slices. Once Xiao understood how to do it, he quickly grabbed it from Anxi, fearing she might cut herself. Dze and Tung Mo watched the thin slices of meat, wondering how much they would need to eat. So they snatched the peeler to slice for themselves, while Xiao and Baihao relied solely on their knife skills. Yi and Qingxian exchanged glances, realizing that if they wanted to enjoy this hot pot, they couldn't just stand by. They began washing and picking vegetables. Meanwhile, Anxi was mixing sauces, filling a large bowl for the main sauce, which was the essence and also the quickest to use up. She then divided the other different sauces into small bowls, mainly beef sauce, lotus root sauce, mushroom sauce, and sauté sauce, along with some chopped green onions, minced garlic, cilantro, and pickled chili water. Unfortunately, Anxi didn't know how to make oyster sauce. Otherwise, she would have made some as well. Anxi used to love adding oyster sauce to her food, feeling it really enhanced the flavor. Chapter 106, Down Jacket Anxi sighed. Alas, it turns out no one is omnipotent. Previously, she enjoyed a life of travel and adventure, learning many things through self-reliance, and always thought of herself as all-capable. However, arriving in this place where nothing was available, realizing that even making sugar had to start from sugarcane and eating salt had to begin with seawater evaporation, she finally understood that her previous sense of omnipotence was borrowed from the achievements of others. The primitive life she imagined was not as primitive as she thought. There was still the power of technology involved, but she had become so accustomed to it that she never noticed anything was amiss. Since Tengmao didn't like strong flavors, Anxi prepared 2 pots, one spicy and one clear broth. It wasn't that there wasn't a dual flavor pot, but Anxi specifically prepared 2 pots because these few were all males and had big appetites. One pot wouldn't be enough for them, so she set up 2 pots, just right with one clear broth and one spicy pot. Anxi even added some large prawns that Tengmao liked to the clear broth, ensuring that everything cooked in it would have a seafood flavor. The group finally experienced what Anxi described as authentic hot pot. One by one, they ate with their mouths full of sauce, feeling an overwhelming sense of happiness. Indeed, hot pot was the food that most easily made people feel happy. Anxi took a walk with Shio and the tribe after finishing her meal to help with digestion. They happened to see a deer tribe member carrying several ducks, who greeted her upon seeing them. Have you eaten yet, divine envoy? It smells so good. Is that the smell of hot pot base? Did you have hot pot today, divine envoy? Could you talk to Byhal and ask him to set up a stall tomorrow? I want to buy some sauce to enjoy hot pot as well. The deer tribe orc chattered on, seemingly quite resentful of the casualness with which the top chef of divine envoy city set up his stall. It's really difficult to rely on luck to buy Byhal's things. All right, I'll talk to him. I happen to have a lot of sauces, so I'll have to bring them out to sell tomorrow. Anxi looked at the duck in his hand and asked, are you planning to eat roast duck? Why did you catch so many? Oh, this is what Lee said he plans to raise. Our deer tribe likes to eat roast duck. So Lee said it's just like how the divine messenger raises cattle and sheep, directly raising some for convenience in eating. Anxi looked at the duck, which seemed to have been roughly handled when it was caught, with several patches of feathers missing in some areas, leaving only a layer of short down. Anxi looked at the layer of down and suddenly had an idea. With the current weaving technology of the deer tribe, they should be able to make down jackets. ISNT this duck s down, a ready-made material for down jackets. Let us go. Take me to finally, I have something to discuss with him. Anxi excitedly said to Shio and the deer orc. Shio always did whatever Anxi said without asking questions. And this sudden burst of inspiration from Anxi wasn't the first time. He guessed she had thought of another good idea. His female was so smart, always coming up with various novel ideas in her mind. The deer orc was puzzled, but naturally followed the command of the divine envoy. Knowing Anxi wanted to discuss something with Lee, probably about winter supplies. The deer orc didn't realize he was actually right. Lee, I have a great idea about winter warmth. Anxi bounced over and said directly upon seeing Lee. Lee smiled slightly at Anxi's energetic entrance. Anxi, you're here. What have you thought of this time? You look so happy. It must be something good. Of course it's something good. I just saw your deer tribe people carrying live ducks, saying you're going to raise ducks. It suddenly reminded me that in my original world, there's a type of clothing warmer than cotton jackets called down jackets, made from duck down. Lee glanced at the ducks nearby, looking skeptical. But this duck's feathers don't look very warm. Can it really be warmer than cotton? Of course. It's not the layer of feathers you see on the outside. It's the fine down layer close to their skin on their abdomen. A single duck doesn't have much down, so making a down jacket would indeed require quite a few ducks. Goose down can also be used. The down on their abdomen can contract and expand with temperature changes, regulating warmth, making it very warm. Lee wasn't sure if he understood, but he nodded in agreement. All right, I'll have the orcs catch a few more. We'll eat roasted duck these days and use the down from the ducks' abdomens to make down jackets. If it's not enough, I'll make one for you first. The other orcs can wear theirs next year. Like all the orcs in the tribe, Lee unconditionally executed Anxi's words. Whatever the divine envoy wanted, it was worth the effort. Using some ducks was nothing. If it came down to it, they could all just eat duck for the next few days. Anxi explained to Lee the process of making down jackets. In fact, Anxi wasn't very clear either. He had just bought duck down before and visited a custom down jacket shop, so he knew a rough process. First, a net is made to wrap the down. Then the down material is treated to become fluffy. The down is spread on the net, then another layer of netting is placed on top, and finally, the down and the netting are sewn together. At last, the finished outer shell is taken out and sewn on the outside. After hearing Anxi's explanation, Lee began to carefully pluck the down from the abdomen of one duck after another, tirelessly experimenting with how to fluff it up. Then he also heard Anxi say that goose down is the best, and suggested sending beastmen to catch geese. So for the past few days, the deer tribe has either been roasting ducks or roasting geese. Just when they were starting to get a bit tired of it, Lee finally finished making a down jacket. Everything met Anxi's requirements, fluffy and warm. To let Lee experience the benefits of the down jacket, Anxi even had him wear it for a while. However, after just a few minutes, Lee started to feel hot. It wasn't even winter yet, although it was approaching. But down jackets can keep one warm even in the coldest days. The current temperature was nowhere near that. At this moment, Lee truly believed Anxi's words that down jackets are warmer than cotton jackets. It felt like the jacket locked in body heat almost immediately. Because beastmen have a higher body temperature, this sensation is even more pronounced, meaning that beastmen would benefit more from wearing down jackets, which Anxi didn't know. Lee gave this down jacket to Anxi, as it was originally made according to Anxi's body shape. Winter was about to come, and there wouldn't be many jackets that could be made now. They could only see if they could make one for each female. Down was hard to come by. A single duck or goose only provides a limited amount of down, even if they started next year. It wouldn't be enough for every beastman in the divine envoy city to have one. They could only distribute it first to those who contributed. When the time comes, it would be handed over to Yi to figure out a solution. Li thought for a moment, but couldn't come up with a solution. So he unhesitatingly passed the responsibility to Yi. However, this time it seemed that not only the deer tribe would be eating roasted duck. Li found a deer tribe beastman and asked him to set up a stall at the trading market to sell them, allowing the other beastmen in divine envoy city to share the burden a bit. Otherwise, even if the deer tribe loved roasted duck, eating it every day would make them want to throw up. Chapter 107. Tofu. The beastmen in divine envoy city recently discovered that the deer tribe had started to frantically sell roasted ducks. They put up a sign that said it was to collect duck down for making winter clothes for the females, so there were too many ducks to eat, leading to a surplus of roasted ducks. They asked the beastmen in divine envoy city to support them. Upon hearing that it was for making clothes for the females, the beastmen rushed to buy roasted ducks from the deer tribe as a show of support, which greatly relieved the deer tribe's pressure. They were truly on the verge of throwing up. Anxi felt quite embarrassed. It was her idea to start with, and she hadn't thought about it earlier or later, but suddenly remembered it in the middle of autumn, causing the deer clan to rush, and even making them eat so much duck that they threw up. To thank the deer clan, Anxi decided to make something delicious to soothe their upset stomachs. The deer clan was omnivorous, but usually ate mostly vegetarian food. Anxi thought of the king of vegetarian dishes, tofu. Not just tofu, but all soy products are super delicious. They can create the light taste of vegetarian dishes as well as the greasy flavor of meat dishes, making them incredibly versatile. Previously, when she thought of making sauce, she had planned to make tofu sauce, but she had been too busy with various things, and since they hadn't needed to eat tofu sauce, they had been eating hot pot lately, which didn't require tofu sauce. But now that she thought about it, while hot pot doesn't use tofu sauce, they could use fish tofu. There's also 1,000-layer tofu and tofu puffs. To make tofu, you first need to soak the beans, which is easy. The cattle clan has a lot of soybeans for making soy sauce and yellow bean sauce, so she could just go to the cattle clan to find them. Why does the divine envoy need so many beans for cooking? Soy sauce and yellow bean sauce can be directly taken from what we VE made. We VE all learn how to make them, so why do you need to do it yourself? A simple-minded yellow cow beastman looked at Anxi and thought she wanted to make soy sauce or yellow bean sauce herself. I'm not making soy sauce or yellow bean sauce. I want to make tofu. This is something you don't know how to do. I just remembered it. Anxi waved her hand. Has the divine envoy thought of something new again? Your head looks a lot smaller than mine, yet you can come up with so many ideas? The yellow cow beastman scratched his head, filled with questions, wondering why their heads could be so different despite being the same. Was it true that smaller heads meant greater intelligence? But the pangolin clan and the weasel clan had the smallest heads and didn't seem particularly smart. They just happened to be good at burrowing. It's not that I thought of it myself. These are things I learned before. In our world, these things exist, and many people know how to do them. Anxi felt embarrassed to say that all these ideas were her own. They were the crystallization of the wisdom of her predecessors over thousands of years, and she didn't have such a big ego. It's already impressive to learn so many things, and there's no need for the divine envoy to be modest. Just distributing a few things among several tribes is enough to keep us busy for a long time, and you've managed to learn so much by yourself. I heard from Yi that you, divine envoy, are only in your 20s. According to the orc's age system, you're still a cub. You must have been busy since birth to learn so much. When we were in our 20s, we were still jumping around everywhere. If it weren't for you, divine envoy, coming here to lead us and teaching us, we would just be eating, hunting, eating, and sleeping every day. It's thanks to you that we VE learned so many things and discovered so many interesting activities and delicious foods. Anxi listened to the words of the bull-headed orc and thought carefully. After all, human cubs start learning from the moment they are born, never resting. Because humans have such a short lifespan, wasting even a day feels like a sin. Orcs, on the other hand, have long lifespans and naturally do not care about such a little time. Sigh, human lifespans are too short, unlike you orcs. A 20-something orc is still a cub. But for us, being in our 20s means being an adult. By 30, one is expected to have achieved something to be considered a successful adult in the eyes of others. If by 40 one has still accomplished nothing, there is basically no hope left in this life. By 50, more than half of life has already passed, and by 60, one is considered old. At 70, one must constantly worry about the passing of life, as it could end at any moment. Living to 80 is something to be happy about, and if one can live to 90, people will come to ask you for the secret to longevity. If one reaches 100, it will make the news, and basically the whole world will know the name of the centenarian, turning it into a remarkable event. Very few people can live to 100, and many people go through their entire lives without ever having seen someone who has reached that age. Anxi sighed and spoke a few words with the orc from the Nyo tribe, which stirred her feelings about human lifespan. Now she also possessed a lifespan similar to that of the orcs, and she should have been living at a leisurely pace like them, with everything coming gradually. After all, life is so long. However, Anxi was still accustomed to the rhythm of human life, doing things in a hurried manner, as if she were always racing against time. She didn't know when she would adapt to having a lifespan of 400 years. Perhaps it would be when she reached her 30s and looked like she did now. Anxi's remarks, though just a simple expression of his feelings, stunned the orc from the bull clan. He stared at Anxi with wide, astonished bull-like eyes, wearing an expression of disbelief that also hinted at a bit of sympathy. Anxi finds it amusing that she is pitted for her short lifespan. It's not very pleasant indeed. Beside her, Shio gently patted Anxi's head and said, "Even though your world has a short lifespan, you have accomplished so much in such a brief time. What you've taught us probably doesn't even reach your basic living standards." Right? This was true, and Anxi wasn't afraid to hit them with the reality, nodding in agreement. The orc from the bull clan seemed to have realized this too, quickly retracting the sympathy in his eyes. What a joke, feeling sorry for the divine envoy. He would rather feel sorry for himself. Didn't he hear Shio and the divine envoy say that they now live a happy, bubbly life, which doesn't even reach the basic living standards of the divine envoy's world? What must life in the beast god world be like? If he had to experience that kind of life, he would rather have a lifespan of less than 100 years. It was much better than starving and freezing for hundreds of years. Shio glanced at the invigorated Anxi and casually shot a look at the yellow bull orc. "Shio, let's go. We need to find a few more beastmen to make a millstone for grinding soybeans. The current millstone is also used for grinding flour, and it's not enough." Anxi has soaked the beans and is ready to find an orc to make a millstone. After all, the beans need to soak for 5 hours, so there is plenty of time. It's just that she doesn't know who to ask to grind the tofu. Once the tofu is made, someone will need to continue the process, so it would be better to find a place to set up a mill directly. The cow tribe would be quite suitable. But right now, they have just started making soy sauce and soybean paste, and they need a large quantity. Giving them the task of making tofu at the mill would put a bit of pressure on them. Chapter 108. The Production of Bean Products. Anxi was thinking of a solution when he suddenly saw the horse clan running in from outside the city. It seems like the horse clan is the only group in the divine envoy city that is currently idle. It's not that they are idle. It's just that they don't have their own industry like other clans. Today, they follow the merchant caravan to do business. And tomorrow they go with the construction team to move bricks. Previously, when there was a need for construction work, they were more active. But now the buildings in the divine envoy city are mostly completed. There are some minor tasks, but the construction team doesn't need that many beastmen. The horse clan, unable to stay idle, has run outside the city to frolic. Perhaps the mill could be entrusted to the horse clan. Anxi remembered seeing donkeys and oxen working in the mill when he was a child in the countryside. Now the oxen are busy, and the donkeys, oh no. The horses are idle, right? Horses should also be able to work in the mill, right? "Sue, where are you going?" Anxi called out to the only horse clan beastman he recognized. "Hey, it's Lord Divine Envoy. Do you have something for me to do?" Sue, with his upper body in human form and bare-chested, showcasing his massive chest muscles, bounced over on his 4 horse legs, looking cheerful. Anxi slapped his forehead. This was Anxi's fault. Ever since he mentioned the story of the centaur Chiron from Greek mythology during a class about myths, the horse clan began to think they were like Chiron, hospitable and kind-hearted. Chiron was known for being very kind, welcoming guests, and serving as a teacher to many heroes. Thus, the horse clan started to believe that they were also warm and friendly, even though they had never taught anyone or upheld any justice. Just like how the snake clan insists on claiming the serpents Tungsha and Bai as their ancestors, the horse clan also began to mistakenly identify their lineage, convinced they had some connection to Chiron. The beastmen who had previously gone to the desert with Anxi knew that they were created solely by the beast god. Those who returned without knowing had also been informed by the others. Anxi had explained to them, in terms they could understand, that they were the result of the beast god combining the genes of various animals with the genes of beings like her, who were referred to as humans. However, this did not prevent them from seeking a mythical ancestor for themselves. Anxi saw that they had understood what was going on. It was merely due to their admiration for the strong and their need for a certain mythological belief, looking for commonalities between themselves and the stronger ones. This could also motivate them to become better, so Anxi didn't intervene. But who would have thought that after that? The horse tribe began to frequently run around with a human upper body and a horse lower body, hardly ever reverting back to their complete beast or human forms. Moreover, because Anxi casually mentioned that the centaur tribe had big chest muscles, the horse tribe started paying special attention to their own chest muscles, leading to a trend of comparison, taking pride in having big chest muscles. Even the newborns of the horse tribe began to take on the surnames Ka or Kai. Now, you really just need a bow and arrow to look just like the legendary centaur tribe. Anxi looked at Su, who was half human and half horse with a muscular body, and sighed. Bow and arrow? What is that? Su's eyes suddenly lit up. Anxi slapped his forehead, realizing he had spoken too much. The matter of the bow and arrow was not urgent. He would naturally tell them when the time came. Now, he had serious business to assign to the horse clan. Oh, what's serious business? Please go ahead, great divine envoy. We are all waiting for your instructions. Other clans already had tasks to do, and I knew the great divine envoy would not forget about us. Upon hearing there was serious business, Su refrained from asking about the bow and arrow. The great divine envoy never broke promises, and he could just wait to be informed. Instead, it was critical to find a serious task for the horse clan, as they were anxious. Even the newly arrived weasel and ferret clans had work to do, while the horse clan had nothing but house-building skills. And now that there were no houses to build, they felt uneasy seeing everyone else busy while they were idle. Anxi felt a bit embarrassed. She had indeed forgotten about the horse tribe. Ahem, here's the thing. I plan to build a mill for making tofu and other soy products. As for what tofu and soy products are, I can only tell you that they are a type of food. You'll know once it's made. Although the process of making tofu is not as complicated as the cow tribe soy sauce production, it still involves many steps, and you'll need to grind soybeans. So you need to make a grinding stone first. Su, along with several horse tribe beastmen, prepare the location for the mill and the grinding stone. After Anxi soaked the soybeans, she had the horse tribe move them to the mill, added water, and ground them into soy milk in the stone mill. She filtered out the soybean residue, boiled the soy milk in a pot, added sugar, and let the beastmen taste it. It's really delicious. Is this the tofu that Lord Divine Envoy mentioned? It has a soybean aroma, but it's much more fragrant than boiled soybeans. This isn't tofu. This is soy milk, a drink that's very nutritious and suitable for breakfast. It can help lower blood sugar, protect blood vessels, and regulate endocrine function. In short, it's very good for the body, so you should drink more of it in the future. But remember, you must boil it before drinking. Drinking it raw is not good. Understood? Yes, Lord Divine Envoy. We understand. This soy milk is so delicious. I will definitely drink it every day from now on. Aside from the portion served to the beastmen, the remaining soy milk was poured into 2 large barrels. Anxi added gypsum powder and mixed it with water, then poured it into one of the soy milk barrels to curdle. The other barrel had salt brine added. The main component of salt brine is magnesium chloride, while the main component of gypsum is calcium sulfate. Both can cause the dispersed protein particles to quickly aggregate, something she learned in school. However, since Anxi had never made tofu herself, she only knew that tofu required coagulants and was aware of the gypsum and salt brine. But she didn't know exactly what the results would look like. So, she decided to experiment with both and see which one tasted better later. The coagulation process needed to wait for about 10 minutes. During this time, Anxi explained to the beastmen the process of tofu coagulation, the necessary ingredients, and the principles involved, giving them a little chemistry lesson. It was okay if they didn't understand everything. They would learn gradually over time. For now, it was just a practical lesson taken from life. Before long, the beastmen were amazed to see the soy milk had indeed transformed into white tofu curds. Anxi scooped out 2 portions of the tofu curds and prepared another pot of brine. She gave each beastman a small bowl of tofu curds topped with brine and, as usual, asked them to taste it. Delicious. Is this tofu? It's really tasty. Anxi looked at the orcs who were still unsatisfied with just a small bowl of food. No, this wasn't tofu. It was tofu pudding. Saying this, Anxi filtered out the moisture from the tofu pudding, poured the filtered tofu curds into a mold lined with cloth, and pressed it with a large stone to squeeze out the excess water. Finally, he removed the mold to reveal a square block of tofu. What is this? After the previous 2 attempts, the orcs no longer dared to easily say this was tofu. That's right, this is tofu. The orcs. Chapter 109. The making of bean products too. This tofu feels so labor-intensive, but seems not as tasty as tofu pudding. And Shibai shot a glance at the orc who was speaking. Tofu isn't meant to be eaten like that, even if you're going to eat it raw. It should be paired with sauce. Otherwise, how would it taste good? Didn't I just give you the tofu pudding with some marinade? Wait, I'll make you a dish of mapo tofu. Anxi first pours a large spoonful of oil into the pan. Once the oil is hot, She adds chili flakes, beef, and fermented black beans. Then she cuts the tofu into pieces with a string and adds it to the pan to stir-fry together. She adds water to adjust the soup, covers the pot, and simmers on low heat until the soup is reduced. Finally, she serves it with chopped green onions sprinkled on top. Anxi moved quickly, and soon a large bowl of mapo tofu was ready. The orcs, smelling the aroma, knew without tasting that this dish was definitely delicious. They all had their spoons ready, eagerly staring at the mapo tofu, prepared to dig in as soon as Anxi said it was time to eat. Anxi found it somewhat amusing to see the orcs staring eagerly. All right, stop staring, or you might burn a hole in my bowl. Go ahead and eat, but be careful not to burn yourselves. As soon as Anxi finished speaking, a beastman over there was hissing and laughing, gasping for breath. He had burned his tongue and couldn't bring himself to spit it out, nor could he swallow it, so he could only open his mouth wide to exhale, trying to cool down the tofu inside his mouth. Anxi shook his head helplessly. This is what they call being too eager to eat hot tofu. The remaining orcs saw him get burned and became much more cautious, honestly scooping a spoonful of tofu, blowing on it until it was no longer hot, and then putting it into their mouths to chew slowly. It's really delicious. The Lord Messenger was right. Tofu is really good. Anxi made century egg and tofu again. The century egg, which was not very popular before, has finally started to be loved by the orcs thanks to the influence of the tofu. Well, there are many ways to eat tofu, and I will slowly teach you all in the future. Today, I will first teach you how to make soy products. I will only do the whole process once, so you all need to remember. Don't just focus on eating. Do you still remember the process of making soy milk, tofu pudding, and tofu? Anxi looked at the orcs who only had their eyes on the 2 bowls of mapo tofu and century egg tofu and had to remind them not to forget how to make it while eating. She didn't want to do it a second time. When the orcs heard Anxi's words, they all put down their spoons. Not in a hurry to eat, as the business of the divine envoy was more important, even though the 2 bowls of tofu had already been mostly consumed. Don't worry, divine envoy. We all remember, and we won't trouble you to do it again. All right then, as long as you remember. It's okay if there are parts you don't understand. You have learned quite a few characters in primary school. Later, I will write down the production process, and if you forget somewhere, you can just take a look. If you still don't understand, come and ask me. Anxi saw their solemn promises and reluctantly believed them. In fact, the orcs had strong hands-on skills, and such a simple task was not difficult for them. However, the image of a pack of hungry tigers pouncing on their prey left Anxi feeling disillusioned, which inevitably led to some doubts. All right, next I will make dried tofu for you. Anxi continues to press the remaining tofu to remove as much moisture as possible. Well, actually there's not much to do with tofu. If you press it a little drier, it becomes dried tofu. Dried tofu is also delicious when stir-fried, such as dried tofu stir-fried with chili peppers or stir-fried with garlic sprouts. Next, I will make tofu skin and yuba for you. The production processes of these two are quite similar, but the flavors are still somewhat different after they are done, so you need to pay attention to distinguishing between them. Anxi cooked 2 more pots of soy milk according to the original method. She placed the small squares made from wooden strips into the pot. After the soy milk was cooked, she controlled the pot's bottom temperature to be a bit lower, avoiding a boiling temperature. It was around 70 to 90 degrees Celsius. People who often cook can generally gauge the pot's bottom temperature without a thermometer, controlling the temperature by adjusting the heat. In less than 5 minutes, the top layer in each small square began to form a skin. When that layer developed small wrinkles, Anxi started to peel off the skin from each small square one by one. After showing the orcs a few times to help them understand, she selected an orc who looked like he could manage the task and let him do it, as just watching Woon-T allow him to learn properly. Once he became somewhat skilled at it, Anxi began to boil another pot of soy milk, following the same procedure. After boiling the soy milk, she filtered it, poured it back into the pot, and heated it to about 60 degrees. After about 10 to 15 minutes, a thin, oily film appeared on top of the soy milk, which was the oil skin. Then, using a bamboo knife, she cut the film in the middle, dividing it into 2 pieces for extraction. During extraction, she rolled it into a cylindrical shape with her hands, hung it on a bamboo pole, and placed it in a simple drying room with a heated Kong. Once dried until the surface of the dried tofu appeared yellowish-white and translucent, it was considered a success. The dried tofu was durable and could serve as a primary source of soy products for the orcs in Divine Envoy City during winter. Thinking about winter soy products, Anxi also planned to make some frozen tofu, as making tofu from ground soybeans in winter was too cold. Even though there was a stove in the mill, it wasn't as warm as her own Kong. Therefore, the amount of tofu produced in the tofu workshop would definitely not be as large as it was now. When supply couldn't meet demand, they could eat the frozen tofu prepared in advance. Frozen tofu is made by briefly boiling cut tofu in cold water with a bit of salt, then cooling it in cold water, draining it, and placing it in the coldest freezer dug by the pangolin tribe to freeze. This way, it could be stored for a long time, and whenever they wanted to eat it, they could take it out, thaw it, and cook with it. Fresh tofu is suitable for cooking, while frozen tofu is perfect for hot pot. Anxi decided to have hot pot tonight. All right, the entire process of making soy products is left to you. Now it's your turn to do it, and I'll check. Your task for today is to make the tofu skin and frozen tofu needed for tonight's hot pot. Whatever you produce, you can eat tonight. I'll prepare the other ingredients for the hot pot as a reward for the establishment of your tofu workshop. Okay, get started. I'll go back to prepare the ingredients and check your results in a bit. Really? That's great. Who doesn't know that the hot pot from the Divine Envoys family is the most delicious in Divine Envoy City? The hot pot base that byhalf stir-fried was taught personally by the Divine Envoy, and the taste is the most authentic. Usually, byhalf-naked like to cook for us. Anxi left the tofu workshop amidst the cheers of the orcs and returned to the courtyard to call Yi, Qingxian, Dies, Tama, and byhalf. In the evening, they had hot pot with the orcs from the tofu workshop, letting them try the newly made tofu skin and frozen tofu. There were still some frozen fish balls as ingredients, and the vegetables were fresh and delicious. Tama and Dies went to pick vegetables. Chapter 110. The Business Talent of the Horse Clan. Anxi looked at the fish balls and thought of fish tofu. Today, while making tofu, it reminded her of fish tofu. Although fish tofu has nothing to do with tofu, it is called fish tofu, so Anxi couldn't help but think of it while making tofu. The method of making fish tofu is actually quite similar to that of fish balls. The basic steps are the same. First, chop the fish meat into fish paste and grind it into a fish batter. Then add water, salt, and onion ginger juice and stir until it is very sticky. Next, add egg white, lard, and starch, and mix in one direction. When squeezed by hand, it forms a round fish meatball that can be boiled for a short time until cooked. The steps for making fish tofu are the same as for fish balls, with slight differences in seasoning, including a little bit of sugar, and not all the other ingredients may be available. The main difference is that after cooking it in water until it dissolves, it is taken out and fried in oil, which takes about 40 to 50 seconds to be ready. Anxi has never been a fan of fried foods, as they are greasy and not good for the body. Therefore, she rarely thinks about foods that need to be fried. However, fish tofu is different. It is deep fried and then frozen. If she hadn't seen videos online about making fish tofu, Anxi would have never realized that fish tofu is actually fried. When she usually adds it to hot pot, it has a fresh taste with a hint of sweetness, making it very delicious without any of the greasiness associated with fried foods. Anxi and several others in the courtyard prepared the ingredients for hot pot together, and byhalf also simmered a large pot of bone broth and a large pot of tomato soup. Today, there were many people, and the usual 2 pots would definitely not be enough. Since they needed more pots, they decided to make 2 different soup bases. After everything was ready, Anxi lay in a wicker chair under the tree for a short rest. When it was almost time, she let Xiao take a leisurely trip to the tofu workshop to check on the orcs' progress. Sure enough, the horse tribe orcs did not disappoint Anxi. Not only had they made a lot of oil skins stacked high, but they had also dried the tofu sticks using bamboo poles in the drying room, just as Anxi had previously shown them. Most of the finished tofu was sent to the pangolin tribe to be frozen into frozen tofu, while the remaining half was placed at the entrance to be sold to the orcs from the cooking class. The orcs from the cooking class then made mapo tofu and century egg with tofu, selling them at a stall next to the tofu workshop. Anxi looked at the entire process and was amazed by the orc's ability to draw inferences from one instance. Well done. The divine envoy has arrived, and we all followed your steps without wasting anything at all, said an orc who was peeling tofu skin proudly upon seeing Anxi. I see. You all did very well. But what's going on with the orcs from the cooking class outside? Anxi asked, somewhat puzzled. The orc peeling the tofu skin glanced over at the orcs in the cooking class next door who were selling mapo tofu and casually replied, "Oh, you mean them? They were just brought over by Sue. Didn't you say before that for dinner we only needed frozen tofu and oiled tofu skin for hot pot? The tofu has probably been sitting out too long and got a bit too warm. Sue said it has a slightly stale smell now." We all asked, and it's not as fresh as it was at the beginning. Tofu seems to spoil faster than other foods. Sue said that spoiled tofu doesn't taste good. But you told us to make it. So Sue brought over the orcs from the cooking class, explained how we made the mapo tofu for you, and said they wouldn't be able to make something as delicious. They were unconvinced and bought all our tofu. Then went over there to make mapo tofu and century egg tofu, selling it to passing orcs, claiming that if they could sell it, it would prove their cooking was good. And she was feeling a bit confused. not knowing whether to say that the horse tribe was clever or that the beastmen in the cooking class cared too much about their culinary skills, to the point that they couldn't resist such obvious provocation. However, speaking of which, it seems that the horse tribe does have some talent for business, doesn't it? Well, you're doing well. Tofu does spoil easily, and it's best to eat freshly made tofu on the same day, rather than leaving it for the next day. After you learn how to make it today, you won't need to make so much every day. Just make as much as you can sell. But I think you have quite a knack for business, since you will be selling it every day in the future. Why not get up early in the morning to cook the soy milk first, and then take the soy milk and tofu put into sell at the city gate? You can sell it to those beastmen who go hunting or patrol the city walls in the morning. Sometimes they don't like to make breakfast, but skipping breakfast can lead to hunger and is not good for their health. You could sell it to them, and I think the business will be good. When Anxi spoke, the horsemen orcs nearby perked up their ears to listen. They were very happy to hear Anxi praise them. After all, they were indeed related to the wisest horse tribe. The horse tribe was inherently intelligent, but it had simply not been discovered before. When they heard Anxi mention that they had a talent for business and brought up the idea of selling breakfast, the horse orcs had already made up their minds to do it. After all, the divine envoy had said they had a talent for business, so they couldn't let that talent go to waste. Moreover, waking up early was not a big deal for orcs, especially for the horse tribe, who loved to rise early, run, and spent most of their time in beast form, standing and sleeping. Their sleep time was already short. As for those orcs who didn't like to make breakfast, it wasn't that they enjoyed sleeping in. Most of those orcs were single and lived alone. They thought it was too much of a waste of time to roast meat just for themselves, and it wasn't very interesting. It was much more enjoyable to wait until returning from hunting to roast meat and eat together with a few brothers. However, Anxi was aware of the drawbacks of skipping breakfast, so she didn't quite approve of the orcs doing this. But such things couldn't be enforced, and after trying to encourage them without success, Anxi could only find another way. Originally, Anxi planned to find a few orcs who wanted to open a shop and start a breakfast stall, hoping to change their habits before they got used to not having breakfast. After all, a large part of the reason for this situation was due to her influence. When Anxi first arrived, there weren't many caves, and many orcs lived close together. Breakfast was a time for roasting meat and eating together, and after being full, they would go hunting together. However, not long after Anxi arrived, she began to build houses. Spacious and bright wooden houses replaced the dark caves, and more houses were built. So there was enough space to live without crowding together. At first, the orcs were very happy to have big houses, but gradually, not being able to squeeze in with their good brothers and friends was nice for sleeping alone. But mealtime felt bland and tasteless. Cooking and roasting meat alone felt too troublesome, yet they were unwilling to crowd with others and still wanted to live in big houses. In the end, this resulted in the orcs not being fond of having breakfast. Anxi thought about starting a breakfast stall. After all, orcs still subconsciously believe that breakfast is for themselves while dinner can be shared together. So Anxi decided to change this by starting with a breakfast stall. Chapter 111. Inviting orcs to hot pot with a breakfast stall, orcs would come to eat, and as more orcs gathered together, a market would slowly form. And everyone would realize that breakfast can also be eaten together. All right, I've done enough for today, so let's stop here. Bring your bean curd skins and come my place for hot pot. Anxi watched as they all did quite well, so he let them take an early break. After all, a little extra time didn't matter. The orcs, hearing Anxi's words, were all excited and hurried to pack their things to go eat hot pot. Who in the Divine Envoy city didn't know that the food at the Divine Envoy's place was the best? After all the delicious food in the Divine Envoy city was researched by the Divine Envoy himself, and even by Hao, who was personally taught by the Divine Envoy, became the top chef in the city. So, what more can be said about the food at the Divine Envoy's home? When they arrived at Anxi's courtyard, Yi and a few other orcs were already preparing the sauces and meat slices. The orcs who walked in were moved to see their sage and healer personally preparing the ingredients for this hot pot, so they hurried over to help out. And in no time, they finished all the remaining tasks. Come on, everyone sit down and try these new sauces. You probably haven't tried them before, right? This is mushroom sauce. This is spicy beef sauce. This is sauté sauce. This is lotus root sauce. This is minced garlic. This is chopped green onion coriander, pickled chili water, and most importantly, sesame sauce. You can choose to put just one or two of the other sauces, but sesame sauce is a must. You can do without anything else, but you can't do without this. It is the soul of the sauce. Trust me. Anxi introduced the hot pot ingredients to the orcs and clapped her hands. Come on, everyone take a small bowl and come here to choose your favorite sauces. This is the tomato pot, this is the bone broth pot, this is the clear water pot, and this is the spicy pot. Take whatever you like to eat. And put in as much as you want, but don't waste food, Anxi reminded the orcs. All right, Lady Divine Envoy, the orcs replied. Watching Anxi and Yi begin to add ingredients to the pots, the orcs also started to pick their favorites and put them into their chosen pots. One orc, who had put meat into the spicy pot, eagerly picked up a piece when it was cooked and exclaimed with a hiss, "It's both spicy and hot." He couldn't help himself, finishing one piece and grabbing another. Anxi had some dumplings and fresh bean curd made today, and then she stopped eating. It's not winter yet, and eating hot pot in autumn can easily lead to heat. This hot pot is indeed more suitable for winter. While eating, Yi spoke and found that their thoughts aligned with Anxi's. Anxi looked at the tofu skin in the hot pot and thought of the yuba made today. The dried yuba is perfect for keeping until winter, and it can be delicious whether cooked in hot pot or stir-fried. Speaking of winter dishes, Anxi also thought of another one, wood ear mushrooms. In her childhood, rural families often cultivated wood ear mushrooms themselves, and when dried, they could be rehydrated in water for cooking in winter, just like yuba. The best seasons for cultivating wood ear mushrooms are May and June and October. And now it happens to be October, a season that is neither too hot nor too cold. She felt so full. The bamboo shoots in the hot pot were really tasty, and the lotus slices were also delicious. No wonder Anxi couldn't stop thinking about them. Unfortunately, there won't be any in winter. Sighing, Qingxian rubbed her round belly and expressed her dissatisfaction. I soaked a lot of pickled bamboo shoots and lotus slices and put them in the fridge. In winter, we can have pickled bamboo shoots and pickled lotus slices. Although they won't be the freshest, they will still be quite tasty. Anxi was holding a peach that she had given her, nibbling on it while propping her chin up and looking at Qingxian, who was rubbing her belly. Well, that's fine, she said. Upon hearing that there was something to eat, Qingxian stopped sighing. It was winter, after all, and where could one find fresh vegetables? Having any vegetables was already good enough. They had managed without vegetables before, and even meat was hard to come by. Qingxian turned to Anxi and asked, "But why are you only eating so little today? Can you really be full with just a peach?" Anxi took a bite of the peach with a crunch. Eating too much hot pot in autumn can easily lead to heatiness, and I've had enough of it these days. Autumn is relatively dry, so eating more fruits is good for the body. Shio watched Anxi munching on the peach and shook his head helplessly. While other beastmen continuously eat in autumn to store fat and prepare for the winter when food may be scarce, Anxi not only dislikes meat, but also constantly holds various fruits to nibble on. However, he has gotten used to Anxi's eating habits, knowing that she simply prefers fruits. And since there is no shortage of food in Divine Envoy City during winter, the females won't go hungry. Therefore, Shio doesn't force her to store fat in autumn, and even prepares her favorite fruits for her after meals. You all shouldn't just eat excessively because it's autumn. We don't lack food now. Overindulging like you all is not good for your health. Last autumn, Shio had advised her when he noticed she wasn't eating much, explaining that eating more in autumn is better for winter. Anxi understands that the beastmen have a bad habit of binge eating in autumn. She has made it clear to Shio that she won't behave that way and also doesn't want him to overindulge. Anxi felt that the orcs' lifestyle habits were really unhealthy. With such habits, they could still live for 400 or 500 years, or even 600 or 700 years. If they followed a scientifically healthy diet, they might live even longer. It was just a habit. They had lived this way for so many years, and it wouldn't be easy to change. Qingxian thought about it, and felt that Anxi was right. Now, in the Divine Envoy City, there was no shortage of food, not even in winter, as last winter had shown. So, they really didn't need to eat so much in autumn. After all, overeating made them uncomfortable. What were you thinking just now? Qingxian felt a bit silly for only realizing this now, and decided in his heart that he wouldn't eat like that next time, but he still subtly changed the topic. Anxi glanced at him and did not expose his reason for changing the subject, responding to his words instead. I was thinking about another type of vegetable that can be stored for winter. Yi, who had no interest in interrupting these two childish people's conversation, suddenly became interested when he heard Anxi mention winter vegetables. He began to think about what vegetables could be eaten in winter. Wood ear mushrooms, and mushrooms belong to the fungus category. They grow in clusters on wood, and are called wood ears because they resemble the ears of wood. Wood ears? I've never seen anything that looks like an ear on a tree in the forest. Qingxian pondered, trying to recall if he had ever seen such a thing. They do not grow on living trees, but on decayed wood that has already fallen, and they can also be cultivated. Let us find a suitable piece of wood in the forest tomorrow, he suggested. The current weather is perfect for cultivating wood ears. After agreeing with Qingxian about finding wood tomorrow, Anxi noticed that the beastmen had finished eating and decided to go back and rest. Chapter 112, Learning to Make Ramen Originally. Anxi planned to help clean up after seeing so much food, But the beastmen from the tofu workshop, having been treated to such a delicious hot pot by the divine messenger, felt a bit embarrassed as they hadn't done much and just started eating. Now, no matter what, they insisted on staying to clean the dishes, allowing Anxi and Yi to go and rest. Anxi watched them with such keen insight and let them tidy up. She told them to remember to close the main gate when they left, and then she took Shio back to her own room in the main house to rest. Although the main gate of the courtyard could be bolted, the orcs were very simple-minded and could almost reach a level where they wouldn't pick up lost items on the road and left their doors unlocked at night. They had no concept of locks. Anxi herself enjoyed this way of life, as she mostly just needed to close the main gate at the entrance, and only occasionally bolted the door of her bedroom for a sense of security while she slept. And she may had a good sleep, and the next morning, she asked Shio to wake up a few of the residents in the courtyard to go to the forest together to select wood. In fact, Muir doesn't really have specific preferences for wood. It can grow on any type of wood except for pine and cypress. Anxi strolled through the forest, where the trees on the Orc continent were generally quite large. Anxi chose a smaller tree, with a diameter of about 12 centimeters and an age of 6 years. Trees in this age range have a higher yield. It was just the time when the leaves were beginning to turn yellow. Usually, trees are cut down during the period from when the old leaves have withered to when the new leaves have just started to sprout. Although it was a bit early, there was no choice but to try it out, as the trees would need to be dead before inoculating with wood ear mushrooms. First, one would wait about 10 days to half a month to allow the branches and leaves to accelerate the evaporation of moisture within the tree. Then, the branches would be trimmed, and the tree would be cut into 3-foot-long segments. After sawing the logs, they would be stacked in a dry, ventilated place to dry out quickly. If the trees were not cut down soon, it would be too late to inoculate the wood ear mushrooms at the optimal time. Once the cut logs have died, the wood ear mycelium would be inoculated. If they were too dry, the logs would need to be soaked a bit to prevent them from absorbing the moisture from the mycelium, which would affect its development. After inoculating, holes would be drilled, the surface would be peeled, sticks would be placed, and a frame would be set up. Then, regular watering would be done, paying attention to moisture management. Once the wood ear mushrooms matured, they could be harvested. Anxi is currently conducting experiments with wood at home, allowing Yi, Qingxian, and Emperor Zhe to help take care of it. After all, the other beastmen are busy with their own tasks, and it might not be effective to have them take care of it now. Anyway, there's no shortage of food during this winter, so it's better to wait until her wood ear mushrooms are cultivated and then have byhalf teach the beastmen how to cook in the culinary class. The beastmen in the culinary class not only keep part of the dishes they prepare for themselves, but also package the leftovers for sale, which serves as an indirect promotion. If any beastmen who enjoy eating wood ear mushrooms want to learn how to cultivate them come spring, they can come to her for guidance. It's no wonder that there's an abundance of food this winter. The sheep tribe has arrived this year, planting vegetables and fruit trees in the messenger city, as well as a lot of corn, sorghum, sweet potatoes, and potatoes. Recently, the beastmen of Messenger City went to the original gathering place of the sheep tribe to collect the wheat and rice that the sheep tribe used to grow. The deer tribe also used to grow rice, so even though the number of beastmen in Messenger City has doubled this year, the food supply has also doubled. Anxi went to the flour processing workshop and bought a bag of wheat flour, preparing to make some noodles to nurture her stomach, which had been overwhelmed by spicy hot pot recently. She assigned the heavy task of kneading the dough to the inexperienced Zhe and Qingxian, while she taught the more experienced Xiao Yi and byhalf how to make hand-pulled noodles. Anxi taught them the method for Lanzhao, Lamian, which, although not very authentic, was sufficient for their needs. After all, the beastmen wouldn't be able to tell the difference. They were simply amazed by her dazzling noodle-pulling technique. First, she had Qingxian and Zhe set the kneaded dough aside to rest for about 30 minutes, making it easier to pull later. During the resting time, byhalf simmered a pot of pork bone broth for the noodle soup. Once the dough had rested, they rolled the dough into flat discs, cut them into long strips, brushed them with oil to prevent sticking, then stretched and folded them repeatedly, while occasionally sprinkling some flour. Anxi even put on a few flashy moves to show off, successfully eliciting gasps from several beastmen, though it was hard to tell whether they were genuinely impressed or just cheering her on. Nonetheless, Anxi was indeed pleased and felt her vanity swell. "Anxi, let me try. I think I've learned," byhalf said, watching Anxi's actions with excitement, eager to give a shot himself. Wait, you go cut another strip of dough. Don't take mine. This one is already pulled. If you mess it up on your first try, you might ruin what I've done. Go pull your own, and if you don't do well, you'll have to eat it yourself." Anxi quickly stopped byhalf from taking the dough from her hands. Although byhalf was a decent cook, pulling noodles was a skill and it was inevitable that his first attempt would not look good. Anxi had already decided that she would not eat the noodles they pulled. She would stick to the one she had made herself. Hearing that Anxi would eat the noodles she pulled herself, Byhao and Xiao Yi began experimenting on their own. Knowing that any noodles they failed to make could simply be boiled and eaten by them, he observed for a while. Noting what Anxi's successful noodles looked like and where Xiao and Byhao went wrong, absorbing the experience before starting to try his hand at it. Qin Xian also found pulling noodles quite fun and tried making a few himself. Although they didn't turn out very well, being uneven in thickness, he still enjoyed eating them. He also shared half of his successful noodles with Qin Xian, while taking half of Qin Xian's failed noodles into his own bowl. Seeing Ye's camaraderie and sharing both good and bad, Qin Xian gave a thumbs up and happily ate his bowl of noodles, which looked much better after mixing with Ye's. The broth was made from rich pork bone soup, seasoned with soy sauce and sugar, and garnished with green onions, combining the flavors of meat and the chewy noodles, making it very delicious. Anxi used to make this dish for herself, but the process of boiling pork bone soup was too troublesome, so she usually just added a spoonful of lard to achieve a similar flavor. Originally, Anxi thought there wouldn't be enough food, as beastmen had large appetites, and pulling noodles was quite laborious. She usually got tired after making just one bowl. However, to her surprise, not only were the beastmen strong, but they also had a great time while pulling noodles. In the end, they not only had enough to eat, but almost had leftovers. Fortunately, the beastmen didn't like wasting food, so they ended up finishing all the noodles. Since they made a noodle soup, they each had a bowl of noodles and a bowl of broth, which filled them up completely. It was uncertain how much of their full bellies was due to the broth, but perhaps they would feel lighter after a while. Chapter 113. Meeting Burp. So delicious. Anxi, can we eat this again tomorrow? Qin Xian said after finishing another bowl of broth, letting out a satisfied burp. Didn't you learn how to make it? Let you make it for you tomorrow. Just adding a spoonful of lard is the simplified version. But I don't want to pull noodles anymore. Anxi turned to Xiao and Byhao. Do you want ramen tomorrow? If you want, I can make fried sauce noodles. They're also very delicious. If the fried sauce noodles are delicious, I want to eat them too. I want to eat both. Qin Xian quickly chimed in upon hearing about the new food, fearing he would be left out. And Shiba glanced at him, foodie. Qin Xian, receiving Anxi's glare, playfully raised an eyebrow. The term foodie should be a good thing in the Beastman continent. After all, some tribes have nothing to eat. However, I can tell from your expression that you're not complimenting me. No, I'm complimenting you. Being able to eat is a blessing. And she didn't admit that she had found him somewhat distasteful just now. Huh. Qin Xian thought it was ridiculous to believe her. Perhaps the aroma of the pork bone soup wafted too far, the smell too strong, or the beastman's sense of smell was too keen. In such a large courtyard, the neighbor Ian still caught a whiff of the scent and came over with a mail to see what Anxi and the others were having today, claiming he wanted to take notes. Anxi looked at Ian's greedy appearance and thought about how the orcs had never eaten noodles before. Suddenly, she felt that the orcs were so pitiful. Noodles were simply the ultimate staple food, with a rich variety of dishes that were all delicious. Taking advantage of a leftover bone broth, she heated it up and made a few bowls of noodles for Ian and the others. Though it wasn't enough to fill them up, just enough for them to have a taste. However, Ian still ate happily. She knew that there would always be delicious food that she had never tried at Anxi's place. Living next door to Anxi was the best decision she had ever made. Byhao, today's ramen was quite good. The orcs have been working hard during the autumn harvest lately. Since there are enough people in Divine Envoy City now, why not call the orcs from the cooking class over tomorrow to find a few shops in the trading market? I will teach you a few noodle dishes in the next few days, and then we can cook for the orcs. After all, the sheep tribe has generously donated the food from their original gathering place to Divine Envoy City, so we have enough food for the winter. We can set aside some to give to the orcs who are harvesting and storing food, and it will be like a class for your cooking class. Anxi noticed that the orcs had a high acceptance of pasta, and since she also enjoyed eating it, she thought it would be a good idea to cultivate more orcs in this area. At least she could train the orcs in the cooking class so that when winter and the new year came, there would be orcs to help with the preparations, avoiding a repeat of last year when she had to teach, learn, and cook everything by herself, resulting in a limited variety of dishes. Great. Byhao had always been enthusiastic about learning cooking skills, and he was now enjoying learning new dishes from Anxi and then making them for those orcs who had never experienced such food. Seeing their happy and admiring expressions filled him with a sense of vanity. Many orcs would even wait for many days just to taste the dishes he prepared, and that feeling of being needed and sought after was intoxicating. The next morning, Anxi asked Byhao to go out and inform the orcs in the cooking class that there would be a lesson at noon, as they had a meeting in the morning. During dinner the previous day, Anxi mentioned that the food prepared by the cooking class orcs was initially intended to be given to the orcs for free. The orcs had already started producing and selling their own goods, but during the autumn harvest, many still habitually handed things over to the tribe. Therefore, food storage for winter would still need to be distributed to the orcs, but some orcs had already stored enough food for the winter. In the end, Anxi discussed with Yi the need to re-establish some rules, as the current situation in Divine Envoy City was somewhat chaotic. Not only was Divine Envoy City collectivist, but the entire orc continent was like this. Since Anxi introduced currency, transactions had become more convenient and frequent, leading to increasing chaos within Divine Envoy City. Over time, this could lead to conflicts. The hunted game brought back by the hunting team was collectively distributed, and the sheep tribes, farming, and various factories established by Anxi also operated on a collectivist basis. The orcs had become accustomed to this way of life, believing that a tribe was like one big family. It wasn't until various tribes merged and sought refuge in the Divine Envoy tribe that the trading between tribes began to develop slowly. However, this led to a chaotic trading environment in Divine Envoy City, making it unclear what belonged to whom and what was collective. Although the orcs were still quite simple and had little concept of ownership, being satisfied with just enough food and good sleep. Anxi knew that even the most naive orc would eventually change. As the saying goes, when one is well-fed and warm, they begin to think of more, and previously, they had no time to think too much. But now, after being well-fed and having enough to drink, over time, many other thoughts would gradually emerge. Anxi has witnessed all the changes of an era and possesses advanced thinking that makes her aware of the importance of rules. Therefore, she does not wait for conflicts to erupt before resolving them. She addresses potential issues from the very beginning. Anxi discussed his ideas with Yi and then called a meeting with the leadership team of Divine Envoy City early in the morning to prepare a set of rules, which will serve as the first version of the city's regulations. Alright, the purpose of today's gathering is to formulate the first version of the regulations for Divine Envoy City. Currently, the orcs in Divine Envoy City are divided into several tribes. The original Divine Envoy tribe, the orcs from the original Divine Envoy tribe, the deer tribe, the wing tribe, the dog tribe, the sheep tribe, the cow tribe, the horse tribe, the pangolin tribe, the shrew tribe, and the weasel tribe. These tribes officially joined Divine Envoy City after taking an oath, and in the future, they will be based in Divine Envoy City, becoming the orcs of Divine Envoy City. Therefore, other tribes that come to Divine Envoy City for learning or trading are not counted for now. These tribes currently belong to our own in Divine Envoy City. In the future, important matters in Divine Envoy City will be decided through meetings, and every orc sitting here has one vote. Yeah, as the Wise One and the City Lord has 10 votes. For major issues in Divine Envoy City, meetings will be held, while minor issues will be directly decided by Yi. Of course, if anyone is dissatisfied with Ye's decision, they can request a meeting to express their thoughts and then vote. Anxi glanced at the leadership team at the table. Due to the uniqueness of the Sea Tribe, although they were able to attend the meetings in the Divine Envoy City, they generally did not participate in major decisions. The three groups of the Sea Tribe, the Dolphin Tribe, the Turtle Tribe, and the Loach Tribe, each had one vote, while representatives from other tribes also held one vote each. The leadership team of the original Divine Envoy Tribe, including Qing, Jin, Xiao, Qing Xian, and Baihao, each had one vote, while Yi, the Lord of the Divine Envoy City, held 10 votes. The original model was that the entire tribe operated under the wisdom of the elders, almost following whatever the elders said without room for rebuttal. Even the orcs who were unwilling to follow the arrangements were usually those particularly capable and solitary orcs. Chapter 114. The leadership team of the Divine Envoy City, and she felt that it was quite possible for the orc continent to gradually develop into a feudal dynasty, as the previous Earth had followed this development model. However, and she sometimes thought that the orc continent was still quite democratic in many ways. For example, you would not just focus on his own ideas and ignore others' opinions. Moreover, the wise ones and the chieftains often had to serve the tribe instead of just indulging themselves. Therefore, after respecting Ye's thoughts, and she tried this model. In addition to the original Shunshur tribe, there were now 10 groups in Shunshur City. 3 sea tribes counted as one, totaling 10 votes. The original orcs of the Shunshur tribe occupied 5 votes, while Xiao and Baihao were added later by Anxi. One was the Wolf King, and the other was the White Tiger King, both having their own influence in Shunshur City. All wolf beasts obeyed Xiao's commands, sometimes even better than they did Ye's. The orcs respected Yi out of reverence for the wise ones, while the wolf beasts worshipped Xiao and felt a kind of bloodline suppression. which was a unique power that only the wolf tribe possessed. Although Baihao was the white tiger king, there were not many tiger beasts in Shenshur City, and there was no bloodline suppression among the tiger beasts. They all regarded the white tiger clan as the royal family. So Baihao was equivalent to a noble bloodline among the tiger tribe. However, Baihao's tiger roar was quite effective against beasts without wisdom. And since he was now the top chef in Shenshur City, all the orcs wanting to learn to cook or find delicious food had to seek him out, making his influence quite significant. After all, and she would always teach Xiao and Baihao about any delicious food he thought of first. Baihao initially followed Anxi because he wanted to find a female, but it later became a habit. Now, he was more focused on how many delicious recipes Anxi had. Although Xiao could also make all the delicious food Anxi had taught, and his flavors were not worse than Baihao's, and she sometimes felt that Xiao's cooking was even tastier, possibly due to the bonus from having a partner. However, Xiao only cooked for Anxi, and other orcs could not taste the skills. Therefore, Baihao was the most sought-after figure in this food-centric orc continent, and she felt that he quite liked and adapted to it. So he appointed him as the logistics supervisor and gave him a proper position. Qing Xian was also brought in by Anxi. Originally, he didn't like to participate in these matters, but he was usually inseparable from Yi. Before Anxi came to the tribe, when the two of them were in charge, you would also consult with Qing Xian if there was something to discuss. Moreover, Qing Xian was the only healer in Shenshur City and had the best medical skills. There were countless orcs learning medicine from him, so it was entirely reasonable for him to hold a position as the head of the current medical academy in Shenshur City. Qing Xian attended the meeting with the idea of supporting Anxi and Yi, as even if he didn't come, the two would still discuss things beside him, and his ears would still be unable to find peace. Thus, in Anxi's courtyard, almost everyone was present except for Tang Mo, who was too indifferent and didn't like to participate in anything. He hardly interacted with other orcs, preferring to focus on his carvings, and in winter, he would hibernate. So Anxi didn't force him. Therefore, any significant decisions were made through democratic discussion in the conference room, and all orcs had voting rights for the proposals put forward. It seemed very democratic, but Yi had 10 votes by himself, and the original orcs of the Shenshur tribe would certainly lean towards Yi, giving them a combined majority. Thus, what appeared to be a democratic voting decision was merely an opportunity for the orc tribes to express their opinions, as they had worked hard to establish Shenshur City based on the Shenshur tribe and could not truly allow later tribes to make decisions here. Of course, Ye's 10 votes were decided after repeated discussions between Anxi and Yi. If Yi were to make any irrational decision one day, and even the orcs of the Shenshur tribe, Xiao and Qing, did not support him, then Ye's decision would not pass. This was a precautionary measure, ensuring that even if Yi were no longer present in the future, Shenshur City would continue in this manner. Therefore, although Yi was unlikely to make any irrational decisions that all orcs opposed, it was uncertain what future city leaders might do, which is why they came up with this plan, also considering future generations. Although this did not change much from Ye's autocracy, it did establish a proper model, giving other orcs a chance to speak and make decisions, as well as a united opportunity to veto Yi. The newly joined orcs were quite satisfied. They had originally given up their tribes to join Shenshur City, where it was normal for the wise ones to dictate. However, they did not expect to have a chance to speak and vote now. The original orcs of Shenshur City were even less likely to be dissatisfied, as they were already used to listening to Yi. Lord Shenshur, we can all vote now, but why aren't you here? Li looked at Anxi in confusion. Of course, we all listen to Lord Shenshur, right? Even today's meeting was called by Lord Shenshur. Is there any need to doubt what Lord Shenshur says? Just listen, why vote? Dize glanced at Li disdainfully, as if he found him too foolish. Anxi glanced at Yi, feeling a bit embarrassed to talk about her own matters. Yi instantly understood Anxi's gaze and directly took over the conversation. The Divine Envoy is the spiritual pillar of the entire Divine Envoy city. It's the foundation of a city. As indicated by its name, the Beast God sent the Divine Envoy to lead us and improve our lives. Everything we have today is brought to us by the Divine Envoy, so we naturally support the Divine Envoy's decisions without needing votes or discussions. The things the Divine Envoy knows are beyond our understanding, so it's fine if we don't comprehend the Divine Envoy's decisions. We just need to follow them. Cough, cough. Anxi felt that Ye's flattery was a bit excessive and cleared her throat to remind him to get to the point. Yi licked his dry lips, and Qing Xian, noticing this, handed him a cup of water. He took a sip and blinked. He knew Anxi was shy, so he didn't continue with the flattery, but instead brought up the matter they discussed yesterday. Many beastmen already knew about the Divine Envoy finding the Beast God's ruins in the desert last time. And it was at that time that the divine envoy received instructions left by the beast god. The first beast envoy didn't do well enough. And coupled with our own lack of wisdom, the beast god sent Anxi as the new envoy. Now that Anxi is performing adequately, we might not have a next divine envoy. What? No next divine envoy? The beastmen at the conference table, except for a few who knew the truth, were all surprised. Chapter 115. The first draft of Divine Envoy City regulations. Yi looked at their surprised expressions and calmly raised his hand to signal for silence. We should have been mentally prepared for this. How could we expect to always have a divine envoy coming to help us? It was only because the beast god saw our struggles and sent the divine envoy to assist us. The world the divine envoy lives in is 1,000 times better than ours. Why would they come here one after another? The beast god created us and takes care of us. And now, the beast god believes that Anxi will lead us to a good life. At the same time, the beast god wants us to stop relying solely on the divine envoy and to make our own efforts and innovations. If we can only survive by relying on the divine envoy, as the beast god might say, we would be as useless as a pile of mud, and eventually, the beast god will abandon us. He spoke seriously, emphasizing that the beastmen should know these things and not always have the mindset of relying on the divine envoy, or they would eventually become ineffective. Since he learned that the next beast envoy was brought by the previous one at the cost of their lifespan, he decided not to let Anxi do the same. Even though Anxi currently had a long lifespan like the beastmen, he still didn't want to let Anxi bear that burden. If at the end of her life, the beastmen continent was still in trouble, they would still need a beast envoy, and he would have to exchange his lifespan for it. The key point to address now is that since there may very well not be a next divine envoy, or may take thousands or tens of thousands of years, we should not rely on this. Therefore, we will not arrange a position for the divine envoy for now, as she is a transcendent being who has done so much for us. Everything here is a product of the divine envoy's ideas. We will continue to maintain our respect for the divine envoy. She does not need these superficial titles. Now, we will announce the various regulations of Divine Envoy City that I established with the divine envoy. If you have any opinions, feel free to raise them, and we will consider them. The regulations can be voted on for approval. You wanted to quickly get into the main topic, and didn't plan to dwell on the matter of the beast envoy. Now, all tribes of beastmen in Divine Envoy City are treated equally. Jobs within Divine Envoy City, such as hunting teams, patrol teams, and various factories, glass factories, rice and flour processing plants, ceramic factories, spice factories, orchards, agricultural gardens, construction teams, writing supplies manufacturing factories, tofu processing workshops, and breweries, will pay wages to the beastmen working there. The Divine Envoy currency from the goods sold in the factories must be submitted to Divine Envoy City, and I will manage the city's finances. I will be the Lord of Divine Envoy City. Initially, you wanted Anxi to be the Lord. After all, it was called Divine Envoy City, and the other tribes of beastmen came here because of the beast envoy. However, Anxi said it wasn't necessary. She didn't like handling money and didn't want to work so hard. The Lord is not just a symbolic figure. They must manage everything within Divine Envoy City, like a housekeeper. So the final decision was that Yi would be the Lord, and being a wise person and a Lord does not conflict. These factories established by the Divine Envoy are public property of Divine Envoy City. In the future, the products produced in the factories cannot be taken without permission. The Divine Envoy currency from sales must be submitted to the Lord of Divine Envoy City, which is me. Of course, this Divine Envoy currency does not belong to me. I will use it to build Divine Envoy City and pay wages to the beastmen. The beastmen in the factories can receive a limited amount of products produced in the factories for free every 3 months, but if they want more, they must spend Divine Envoy currency to buy it. He glanced at Li and then at the other beastmen. After the Deer Tribe's textile factory joined Divine Envoy City, they have always made whatever Divine Envoy City needed. Anything supplied to Divine Envoy City was traded among themselves, and Divine Envoy City had never paid the Deer Tribe wages. From now on, the Deer Tribe's textile factory will remain the same, belonging to the Deer Tribe, as they do not need the Divine Envoy's help. The textile factory originally belonged to the Deer Tribe. However, they must pay 2% of their profits in Divine Envoy currency to Divine Envoy City as a tax for establishing the factory there. In other words, if you earn 100 copper coins, you must submit 2 to Divine Envoy City as maintenance fees. In the future, the clothes made by the Deer Tribe do not need to be given for free to the beastmen of Divine Envoy City. All beastmen needing clothes must purchase them using Divine Envoy currency from the Deer Tribe. He looked at the weasel and the ferret tribes. These two tribes were newcomers and were only brought to the meeting today. The weasel tribe as pickles are also their own industry and will still belong to them in the future. They can continue using whatever the divine envoy taught them. But they must also pay 2% in taxes, just like the deer tribe. The beastmen will buy whatever they need from you. And even I will not use you for free. The ferret tribe S brewery belongs to Divine Envoy City and does not have management rights. It is also considered working for Divine Envoy City, which will also pay you wages. You try to keep things simple. But because Anxi had brainwashed him so thoroughly the day before, his mind was now filled with the fresh terms from Anxi's mouth, such as management rights, wages, and taxes. The beastmen sitting below listened to Yi for a long time and were collectively stunned, filled with question marks. What is a wage? What does it mean? What is a tax? Anxi cleared his throat and said, well, it's like this. The deer clan and the weasel clan have their own skills. And you can sell your own products without needing to contribute to the tribe for free like before. The orcs in the tribe who need your goods will pay you. And you only need to pay 2 of the revenue generated from your transactions in the city of the messenger to the city. If you can't calculate that, we can change it to a monthly payment in the future. Those without skills can work in the factory I established. The city of the messenger will pay you a salary of 10 silver coins per month. To put it simply, the difference between the two is that the deer clan and the weasel clan can sell their products themselves, and if they sell for 100 silver coins, they only need to pay 2 silver coins in taxes to the city. However, if they can't sell anything, they won't earn anything, and they have the freedom to choose when to work. On the other hand, if you work in the factory in the city of the messenger, regardless of how much you sell, you'll only receive 10 silver coins a month. Even if you don't sell anything, you'll still receive a salary, which is stable but requires you to work every day, so it's not as free. The orcs present nodded, seemingly understanding. Suddenly, Ya realized that Anxi seemed to have left out the dog clan. Lord Messenger, what about our dog clan? Isn't most of the dog clan with the merchant team? A portion is in the patrol team. The orcs in the patrol team will receive the same treatment as the patrol team. And the head of the merchant team is Dies. He will talk to you about the treatment of the merchant team later. Anxi waved his hand and handed the matter over to Dies. After all, it had already been discussed yesterday. Since he was a beastman who had once been the Winged King, Anxi believed he could handle this small issue well. Chapter 1:16 Free Food. Anxi glanced over all the orcs at the conference table again and said, the purpose of dividing you by each tribe is not to determine your treatment based on your tribe, but to assign you work according to the skills that different tribes excel at. If you have different ideas and want to do different jobs, that's fine too. In the city of the Divine Envoy, we never treat any orc differently. Do you understand? Knight looked at the orcs, who had no reaction, and asked again. The orcs, still immersed in those strange rules and unable to sort them out, snapped back to attention when they heard Knight's question and quickly nodded to indicate they understood. In fact, they didn't really know if they understood or not, but they felt it wasn't a big deal. After all, the Divine Envoy and the Wise One, now the City Lord, had already made the decisions, and they had no room to oppose. Not understanding it wasn't important, as they figured they would understand it once they executed it. The orcs, still believing they were in a state of being governed, completely forgot about what Anxi had just said regarding their ability to vote. Anxi looked at the orcs who nodded slightly and felt that Dr. Zhao was truly visionary. The creation of the beast god's messenger was simply too convenient for her. Whatever she did, the orcs would basically not oppose it. All right, now that serious matters have been discussed, let us talk about something happy. Starting from this afternoon, the food contributed by the sheep tribe will be prepared by the cooking class, most of which you have never tasted before, for a continuous half-month, until the winter solstice ends. Each orc can line up to receive food for free, and everyone can also see the live teaching of the cooking class, so that they can learn to cook for themselves in the future. Really? That's great. Long live the messenger. As soon as they heard about the delicious food, the orcs cheered excitedly, and the previous rules and taxes didn't matter anymore. Now the orcs see currency as just a medium to replace trade. The importance of money has not yet manifested on the orc continent, and they have no concept of money. In the eyes of the orcs, the most important thing is to be full, and of course, the tastier, the better. After a morning of meetings, Anxi stretched and walked out, clapping her hands to let Xiao take her to the prepared place for the cooking class to make ramen. Outside, there was a shed with tables and chairs to provide a dining area for the lined-up orcs. All right, some of you go prepare the meat and fetch some wild boar from the storage room. I've already talked to Yi about it. Tomorrow morning, you can go hunt a few wild boars and wild cattle, and then come back. Today we will learn to make ramen and meat sandwiches. Since Byhao and Xiao just learned yesterday, I will demonstrate it for you first, and Byhao and Xiao will assist me. After you watch once, you can try it yourself. And she looked around and found that quite a few orcs had gathered, including Ain and Say, the females. After the meeting, the divine envoy taught the cooking class new dishes, and the news that they could not only learn but also receive free samples spread quickly. In such a short time, and she felt that the various rules of the divine envoy city, which she and Shio had discussed at length before, probably hadn't been communicated yet. They only mentioned the good food. Anxi sighed helplessly. It was too difficult. Anxi, can our partner join the cooking class? Ian looked at Anxi innocently with her big, watery eyes. Anxi had always liked Ian the most, and even after having a child, it did nothing to diminish her cuteness. Anxi rubbed Yin's face and said, of course it's fine. Not only is the food free for the next half-month, but learning cooking skills is also free. However, if the dishes made by those without any cooking foundation are not appealing to the orcs, they will have to eat them themselves and not waste anything. Anxi looked at the other orcs in the cooking class and said, you are the same. If what you make is not something any orc is willing to eat, you must eat it yourself. Then she glanced at the orcs who had free food everywhere and added, if you choose to accept what they make, then no matter how it turns out, you must eat it. In short, we must eliminate all waste. Don't worry, my lord. Which orc would dare waste food? I, Neo Ben, will definitely teach him a lesson. Do they not know how hard it is to grow food? A bull orc responded loudly. Then you should make it taste better. Bao Yi, how long have you been learning? Is what you make delicious? A picky orc asked with a frown. Following that, the orcs began to discuss among themselves who cooked the best. Ain listened to Anxi's words and nudged her partner, urging them to follow the cooking class to learn and come back to cook for her. Say already had a partner in the cooking class, and every time they made something, her partner would bring it back to cook for her. She generally got to taste the fresh dishes from the cooking class that same day. Yami and Nan, she also found their partners who were best at cooking to join the cooking class, and even by Shui, who was usually not picky about food, brought her partner along as well. Anxi first had several orcs boil a pot of bone soup for later use, then instructed Dais and Tungma to cut the wild boar meat into pieces, blanch in water, and then simmer it over low heat with soy sauce, sugar. And since there was no cooking wine, they added the bamboo leaf wine brewed by the Shi tribe, along with scallions, ginger, and garlic. Then, he had Bai Hao and Shio prepare the dough for making noodles and the dough for the meat sandwich, respectively. The noodle dough only needed to rest for a while the dough for the meat sandwich needed to be fermented. The noodle-making process was relatively quick. After half an hour of resting, the dough was cut into strips, oiled, and repeatedly stretched into noodles. Under Anxi's hands, the noodles became thinner and longer, and soon a bowl of noodles was ready. After boiling them in water, they were placed in a bowl of the prepared bone soup, topped with soy sauce, sugar, chopped scallions, 2 pieces of meat, and a boiled marinated egg. Anxi initially planned to cut the marinated egg in half, as he had done before, but thinking of the orc's appetite, he decided against it. This was the first bowl made, and it was not given to the orcs outside yet. Each of them was allowed to take a bite to taste and get a sense of the flavor, so they would know what they were making. The orcs in the cooking class were very excited. They couldn't believe they were able to eat food made by the divine envoy. Each orc took a pair of chopsticks and tried a bite, happily smacking their lips afterward, exclaiming how delicious it was. They had only smelled the aroma before and were tasting it for the first time today. Each orc carefully took a bite, chewing slowly to savor the flavor, not just reluctant to waste the food made by the divine envoy, but also wanting to truly appreciate the taste, so they could show off in front of the divine envoy later without embarrassing themselves. Bai Hao glanced at the unambitious orcs and snorted coldly. They were lucky. He hadn't had food made by Anxi in a long time either. Usually, Anxi would only cook when he felt like making something fresh, and they wouldn't let Anxi do the cooking for everyday meals. Chapter 117. Meat sandwich. After they all finished tasting, with not even a drop of soup left, some of the sea orcs even started licking the bowls. Anxi finally could not stand it and stopped this behavior, then instructed them to make it themselves. Bai Hao and Shio also practiced making noodles together, as they had just learned yesterday. Anxi occasionally glanced over to guide them. The orcs thought it looked easy when Anxi was making noodles, but once they tried, they realized how difficult it was. The strength used to stretch the noodles couldn't be too great, but they would break. It required very good control to ensure they became longer without snapping. However, many of their first attempts failed, resulting in several bowls of broken noodles, and even some dough balls. Due to the poor appearance, the orcs outside the tent watching the commotion expressed that they didn't want such ugly noodles. So the cooking class orcs could only eat what they made themselves. Although the appearance was not good, it was still tasty, as the flavor mainly came from the soup base, and hand-stretched noodles couldn't taste too bad. Once another batch of dough was fermented, Anxi first chopped the marinated meat, added some chopped green peppers, and placed the filling in a large bowl on the side. Then, while making the meat sandwich, he guided the orcs. The dough for the meat sandwich was different from the noodle dough. It needed to be fermented. The dough that does not shrink back when pressed down is the properly fermented dough. After kneading it evenly, he let it rest for 15 minutes. Once everything was ready, the fermented dough was cut into equal-sized pieces, rolled into small balls, flattened, and placed into the pan. One side was cooked until golden, then flipped to cook the other side until both sides were brown before serving. And she cooked 2 flatbreads and then handed the rest to Xiao and byhalf, letting them take turns trying it out while she watched from the side. After they finished cooking all the flatbreads and she picked one up, cut it open in the middle with a knife, and put the previously chopped braised meat inside. She added some sauce so it wouldn't be too dry. Anxi handed the first meat sandwich she made to Xiao's mouth and said, "Come on, try it." Xiao looked at Anxi as she gently handed him the first one. Smiling sweetly and feeling touched, he took a big bite. "How does it taste? Is it good?" Xiao's expression brightened the moment he took the first bite. It was clear that this meat sandwich was a success, but Anxi still wanted to hear him say it. "It's delicious. Very delicious. Anxi, how do you make everything taste so good?" Xiao mumbled enthusiastically to Anxi while carefully chewing the meat sandwich, still not having swallowed it. "Hey, you're eating all. Leave me a bite. I want to try too." "Anxi, I want some too." byhalf, seeing how much Xiao enjoyed it, rushed over and said anxiously, "If you want to eat, make it yourself. Didn't you see how Anxi made it? Just cut the bread in half and put the meat inside," Xiao said, pushing byhalf away impatiently. "Ha, you had someone make it for you, and now you want to make it yourself when it comes to me," byhalf pouted. "You want someone to make it for you, right? Come on, I'll make it for you. You have to eat it." Xiao picked up a piece of bread, cut it open like Anxi did, stuffed a lot of meat inside, and then shoved the whole thing into byhalf's mouth. Byhalf's mouth was stuffed with an entire meat sandwich, making it difficult for him to chew and swallow. Anxi was stunned watching from the side. Could byhalf's mouth really open that wide? Xiao didn't pay attention to how hard byhalf was struggling to eat the meat sandwich. He knew byhalf wouldn't choke to death. As long as he didn't die, it wasn't a big deal. Slowly, he made another meat sandwich, doing it very meticulously. After putting the meat in, he poured a lot of sauce on top, then handed it to Anxi. "Here you go. Take a break and sit over there to eat slowly. Byhalf and I can manage here. We both learned how to do it." Saying this, he found a bamboo chair with a backrest for Anxi to sit down and even thoughtfully poured a glass of water. "Be careful while eating, don't choke." Anxi was pushed onto a chair by Xiao, holding the rudimentary that Xiao made for her. She glanced at byhalf, who was still struggling to chew the rudimentary in his mouth, her eyelid twitching. She quickly took a sip from the water cup that Xiao handed her. Oh my, just looking at it made her feel choked. Next, Xiao took over all of Anxi's tasks and divided the cooking class orcs into 2 groups, one for making noodles and the other for making rudimentary. Under the lively demonstration of Xiao and byhalf, the onlooking orcs were already drooling. Even though the noodles made by the cooking class orcs didn't look that great and the rudimentary were cut unevenly, the orcs didn't mind and accepted them eagerly. In no time, the tent was filled with orcs enjoying their meals. When Xiao was making the 3rd rudimentary, byhalf finally finished chewing his food. In response to byhalf's accusing gaze, Xiao served him a bowl of bone soup to help him wash it down. byhalf glanced at him, thinking he still had a bit of conscience. The whole afternoon, until the sun set, most of the orcs in Divine Envoy City learned that Anxi was teaching the cooking class orcs how to make delicious food. Not only could they watch, but they could also eat the food made by the cooking class for free. As a result, many orcs came here for dinner. The cooking class orcs worked energetically to prepare food under the watchful eyes of the orcs, continuing to marinate the meat when it ran out, and kneading the dough when it was gone. Anxi was worried that the orcs might get tired of eating the same thing, so she made a lot of sour and spicy shredded potatoes as a side dish. Although Anxi was overthinking it, the orcs were used to eating meat, and even vegetarian orcs would eat some delicious meat when they encountered it. A little bit of meat was nothing to them. However, this also helped clear out some stock, as potatoes shouldn't be kept for too long. Plus, Anxi's cooking was tasty, and she used a quarter of the potatoes she had collected from the sheep tribe gathering in one day. Many vegetarian orcs liked this dish, so the consumption was particularly high. Anxi estimated that they could last at most a week, and by the 2nd week, she would need to think of some other side dishes. A significant amount of the meat that had been stored in the Divine Envoy City was also consumed, as making meat-filled buns could really use up a lot of meat. It seemed like nothing was wasted. Even the bones were used to make bone broth for the ramen soup base. However, not too many bones were needed to make a large pot of bone broth. Just a few would suffice, and there were still quite a few left. Anxi decided to save the remaining bones for tomorrow to prepare for making braised pork bones. Today, as physical activity was quite substantial, and the orcs were a bit tired. Anxi was fine, as after learning from Xiao and byhalf, they were able to take over most of the work, which didn't require much time from her. For the rest of the time, Anxi basically just supervised from a chair. It was just unfortunate for the orcs in the cooking class, as they had to go hunting tomorrow morning to replenish the meat they used from the divine envoy city stock. Then in the afternoon, they would still follow Anxi to continue learning how to make food to give away for free to the orcs in the city. Fortunately, they got to eat some while cooking for others today, so it wasn't too much of a loss. Thinking about the delicious foods that the divine envoy had taught them today that they had never tasted before, the orcs couldn't help but lick their lips. Chapter 118. The autumn harvest ends on the first day. Anxi noticed a problem. The orcs had a huge appetite. After eating, they still wanted more, but she couldn't tell who was who. It wasn't very convenient to have them standing in line the whole time, especially since many of them were there to observe and learn how to cook. If they stood in such a long line, they wouldn't be able to see anything. So Anxi had Tung Mo go and temporarily add an order for 100 wooden tags for the sculpting orcs, with numbers engraved on them from 1 to 100. Those with numbers would line up, and orcs beyond 100 wooden need to line up until the numbers were close to 100 again, at which point a new round would be issued. On the second day, Anxi had the orcs do the heavy lifting, such as kneading and fermenting dough, as usual, and then used her free time to order a batch of steamers from the orcs at the furniture factory who wove bamboo chairs. After all, those orcs had already woven many things with bamboo strips, so learning to make steamers was easy for them. Even though Anxi added the order temporarily, it was very simple for the orcs, and they quickly produced the number of steamers Anxi needed. Anxi praised them, saying, "You have great learning ability, keep it up," and had the cooking class orcs bring the steamers back. After chopping the meat into minced meat, she mixed it with diced mushrooms, soy sauce, and other seasonings, and also chopped the bones, adding cinnamon and bay leaves to stew. Anxi then began teaching them how to make dumplings. For the dumpling skin, you need to use this tool called a rolling pin. The dough must be thicker in the middle and thinner on the edges, understand? The thicker middle is to hold the filling, so it won't leak out when you pinch it. The thinner edges are needed because later you'll pinch the top into pleats and seal it. If it's too thick, you'll just have a lump of dough. Got it? While making the dumplings, Anxi slowed down the steps and demonstrated for them. Now, you all try it with me. First, flatten the dough. Then use the rolling pin to roll out the edges of the flattened dough to make it bigger. Then take a spoonful of filling and place it in the center. Like this, with your thumb inside and your index finger turning in circles to pinch. It's generally said that dumplings should have 18 pleats. But to make it easier for you, you can have as many pleats as you want as long as the filling is sealed inside. And the dumpling skin must not break. Anxi thought that the orcs had never made dumplings before, so their first attempt would definitely not look good. However, she never expected them to turn out this poorly. In the following half day, Anxi witnessed various possible shapes of dumplings, and that was the better outcome. Some of them even burst open, and it was obvious without even steaming them. Anxi helplessly went around teaching each orc step by step, and they finally learned a bit. The spicy and sour shredded potatoes continued to be mixed, and Anxi marinated the boiled big bones with soy sauce and sugar before reducing the sauce. Since the big bones were not many after being cut, each orc could only get one piece each time. Number 1. After everything was ready, they began to call out numbers for distribution. The divine envoy is truly amazing. Everything they make is so delicious that I no longer love eating roasted meat at all. The orcs praise daily, and Anxi has now been able to accept it humbly without feeling embarrassed. I like this bun. It has more soup than yesterday's meat sandwich. I still prefer yesterday's meat sandwich. The divine envoy said the meat's flavor comes from braising, and it's especially fragrant. The first day had ramen and meat sandwiches. The second day had buns and marinated big bones. Afterwards, Anxi started adding vegetables to ensure the orcs had a balanced diet. Autumn foods include pumpkins, radishes, eggplants, and tomatoes. Anxi made pumpkin porridge, beef stew with radishes, braised eggplant, minced meat eggplant, scrambled eggs with tomatoes, tomato beef brisket, and tomato noodles. The side dish every day was spicy and sour shredded potatoes, and the staple food alternated between buns and meat sandwiches, marking the end of the first week. In the second week, there were no potatoes left, so Anxi couldn't make the spicy and sour shredded potatoes. Instead, she used shredded cabbage to make a cold dish. The staple food included steamed buns, pancakes, and sugar triangles. The side dishes featured various marinated delicacies such as chicken feet, duck intestines, duck gizzards, chicken heads, duck heads, pork belly, and beef tendons. Besides the marinated dishes, there were sweet and sour ribs, sweet and sour carp, candied sweet potatoes, mountain yams, and red dates, as well as braised pork knuckle, garlic pork, sauerkraut with vermicelli, for happiness meatballs, braised pig schrotters, braised chicken wings, and other hearty winter dishes for the new year. To avoid having to teach them last minute during the new year, Anxi is now taking the time to teach them how to cook. Anxi suddenly remembered the various spicy marinated dishes she used to love, so she decided to make them one by one. The orcs enjoyed them as well, laughing and hissing from the spiciness every day, and it really was addictive. After Anxi finished the 2-week free cooking classes and food giveaways, many orcs were particularly reluctant to say goodbye, as it was truly a happy life to have different meals every day without having to think about what to eat. However, Anxi felt it was about time to stop. There would be enough food for the new year, and she couldn't make too much delicious food at once. She could always make it again whenever she felt like it. Moreover, Anxi had achieved her goal. The 2-week cooking classes and free food distribution had come to an end, and the autumn harvest was also over. Since it was the first year of the autumn harvest, the orcs had little experience and were quite tired every day. This cooking class opportunity allowed the orcs involved in the harvest to enjoy delicious hot meals without having to return home to either exhaust themselves cooking or collapse in a bed without eating. Since Anxi started giving out food for free, the orcs involved in the harvest began to take turns queuing for meals. Because the divine envoy city was too large, the sheep tribe couldn't handle everything on their own after the harvest began, so orcs from various tribes took turns helping out. Fortunately, the horse and deer tribes had the carts Anxi had customized for them earlier, which saved a lot of effort. However, using the carts could lead to bumps and bruises, causing many food items to spoil easily. Anxi came up with the idea of using animal skin bags to pack items like sweet potatoes and potatoes before placing them on the cart, rather than just throwing them in, which solved the problem. Anxi also had the deer tribe cut the animal skins according to the size of the carts, then instructed the blacksmiths to make a batch of nails to secure them to the carts, making it less likely for things to get bumped or damaged. To prevent rain, Anxi led the orcs to customize a batch of covered carts, all with wooden rainproof canopies. They also designed a special cart for transporting people. Although the male orcs wouldn't need it, the females definitely would. The Divine Envoy City is actually quite large, and the females wouldn't be able to cover the distance in a day, or even 2 or 3 days, unless they didn't take any breaks. Every time the females went out, they were accompanied by their partners. However, in spring and autumn, the winds are strong. In summer, the sun is scorching. In winter, it gets cold, and if it happens to rain or snow, it can be very inconvenient. To avoid getting sick, many times the females could only stay at home. But with the carts, things would be different. Chapter 119. Carts. Once the design for the carts was completed, the orcs were very satisfied. The reasons why females didn't go out, aside from the potential dangers outside, were also because they couldn't transform and had been pampered by the males for a long time, resulting in a lack of physical fitness that couldn't endure the hardships of being outside. Even without having to endure the elements, just getting caught in the rain could make them sick. There have been incidents in small tribes where females got sick and died during forced migrations, and there were more than 1 or 2 such cases. Although this had a lot to do with the absence of healers in their tribe. If the females didn't go out, such things wouldn't happen. Therefore, the male orcs thought of this fundamental solution. All tasks involving going out would be handled by the males, while the females would at most gather wild fruits or dig for wild vegetables near the tribe, thus allowing the males to take on most of the work and minimizing the hardships faced by the females. After the autumn harvest, Anxi collaborated with the orc builders to create the first passenger cart in Divine Envoy City. The entire cart used very few nails and was almost entirely designed with mortise and tenon joints, as Anxi believed that such a delicate design concept should not be lost. The mortise and tenon structure is the essence of traditional wooden architecture in Huaxia. In addition to the female transport carts, Anxi also designed a luxurious cart that was spacious and comfortable enough for people to stay in, so that when the trading teams went out, they wouldn't have to endure the elements. Even if they couldn't find a tribe to stay at night, it wouldn't matter, and during rainy days, they would have a place to take shelter. Anxi's design concept is inspired by the carriages used by emperors during their travels in the medieval period, which have existed since the time of Emperor Qin Shi Huang. There are also the ox carts of Genghis Khan, which could be used for boiling tea, cooking, working, receiving guests, and even sleeping, as they contain spacious beds and dining tables and chairs. It's essentially an ancient version of a recreational vehicle. Anxi aims to create something like that. For convenience, the bed and table inside the carriage are fixed in place, making them immovable. The table is designed as a low ground table, with grass-woven cushions placed on both sides to replace chairs, allowing people to sit cross-legged on the cushions while eating. To protect against rain, the carriage is constructed from wood and additionally covered with a layer of tanned animal skin on the roof and around the sides to ensure that rainwater does not seep through. However, this design can become quite hot in the summer. Fortunately, trade usually occurs in the spring and autumn. To address this issue, Anxi also sketched a design for a rickshaw, which is sufficient to handle the travel needs of women in the summer. The rickshaw also features a roof made of tanned animal skin, so there's no need to worry about light rain. While Anxi was creating and designing various vehicles, the orcs who had finished the autumn harvest were grinding the last batch of rice flour and storing in the pantry. The city of Divine Envoy was already a scene of yellow autumn leaves, with a thick layer of fallen leaves accumulating. Anxi gathered a few orcs to teach them how to tie bamboo branches together to make a large broom, sweeping the leaves under the trees to pile them up, so that it wouldn't obstruct walking, and after the leaves decomposed, they could nourish the big trees. Oh, I forgot one thing. After a month of busy work, one morning Anxi suddenly slapped his forehead and remembered that during early autumn, he had accompanied Emperor Zay to hover above the forest to check for any overlooked food. At that time, they discovered a persimmon grove on the eastern side of the forest with quite a few persimmon trees. Now is the perfect time to pick them, but he wasn't sure what variety of persimmons they were. If they ripened early, it might already be a bit late to go now, and overripe persimmons couldn't be made into persimmon cakes. Emperor Zay, gather a few winged people and let's go check the persimmon grove we visited before on the eastern side of the forest. If it's still there, let us call more orcs to go pick them. Anxi shouted for Dais, wanting him to take her to the persimmon forest. She wasn't afraid of anything else, mainly because that persimmon forest was too far from the Divine Envoy City. Although the forest was marked as part of the Divine Envoy City, it was impossible for the city to actually oversee the entire forest, and there were bound to be traces of other tribes and groups at the edges, especially to the east. After Dais had flown Anxi over it once, Anxi had already intuitively sensed how vast this forest was. It was not just the territory delineated by the Divine Envoy City. The entire forest was elongated, with grasslands to the north and mountains to the south, stretching endlessly east and west along the mountains. Anxi had Dais fly with her for half a day without seeing the end. Even the part she could see was conservatively estimated to be around 6 to 70,000 hectares, with a total length of at least 2 million hectares at the very least. The orcs of the Divine Envoy City probably hadn't gone that far, as generally, unless it was a long-distance migration, the hunting range for orcs was limited to places they could reach within half a day's walk. So, a place that required a day or two of running would be considered far. Back when they were still a wandering orc tribe, the range defined by the orcs in the tribe extended eastward to the marsh, effectively cutting off the forest, and the other side was no longer the territory of the Divine Envoy tribe. The terrain of the Divine Envoy City was actually situated in a huge mountain depression, resembling a winding snake crawling east and west, with a part coiled in the middle. From the mountains down to the valley, there was a stretch of forest growing along the mountain range. To the north, the trees gradually became sparse, and grass became more abundant, leading to an endless grassland as one moved further north. The Divine Envoy City was concealed here, separated by the mountains on both sides. The dog tribe lived to the northeast, and according to them, the bear tribe's territory was directly east of the Divine Envoy City. However, due to the barriers of the marsh and mountains, the bear tribe generally wouldn't come toward the Divine Envoy City, so the orcs there had never seen bear orcs. Yet, Anxi felt that the persimmon forest was too close to the marsh. If the bear orcs lived on the other side of the marsh, it was impossible that they hadn't seen it. So, at this time, near the end of autumn and approaching winter, would they really let go of this food right in front of them without collecting it? Anxi thought it was unlikely, unless they were too foolish or too lazy. Because even if they couldn't cross through the marsh, they could still take a detour through the hills. Moreover, the bear tribe hibernates, and this was precisely the time for them to store fat. Of course, there was also a possibility that the persimmons were still there because the bear tribe didn't recognize them and didn't know they were edible. Just as Anxi was worrying while asking Dais to call someone, Shio walked over with a not-so-good expression, looking at Anxi. When did you let Dais take you so far? Anxi suddenly thought of this matter. She had never told anyone because Shio and Yi were too worried about her safety. Unless it was a special situation, they generally didn't want her to go so far, especially without adequate protection. However, Anxi was not the kind of homebody. She couldn't be like the females in the tribe, confined like a little animal. If she had that kind of personality, she wouldn't have participated in various hiking trips and survival adventures for a long time. Chapter 120. Shio gets jealous. Anxi understands the dangers of the Orc continent, but she has faced dangers during her previous adventures as well. If every time she wants to go out, she has to be surrounded by a large group of Orc bodyguards as a cumbersome way to avoid risks, then Anxi truly wouldn't be willing. However, persuading them every time is too troublesome. So Anxi has her sights set on the most carefree Emperor Zay. She trusts him. After all, Emperor Zay is the king of the sky. As long as he doesn't land, there's nothing that can defeat him. So Anxi feels very safe going out with him. Therefore, whenever Anxi wants to sneak out, she always looks for Emperor Zay. He's the kind of person who doesn't sweat the small stuff. In his eyes, there's never the thought that females shouldn't go out or take risks. So whenever Anxi wants to go out, he simply flaps his wings and takes her along, never asking any questions or feeling that anything is wrong. In Emperor Zay's view, females are weak and cannot transform, yet they have to risk their lives to bear offspring. All males are born from females, so males should protect females. However, his protection does not mean keeping females confined and not allowing them to go out, nor does it mean treating females like revered ancestors. Instead, it is about accompanying and protecting females when they want to do something, fearing bumps and bruises, and treating them like fragile clay is not beneficial at all. If they get hurt, it's painful. And what about the pain of giving birth? Females can give birth, and in his eyes, they're not that fragile. Moreover, only incapable males would keep females confined. The truly capable males are those who can protect females no matter where they want to go or what they want to do. It must be said that Emperor Zay's philosophy greatly appeals to Anxi, so every time she wants to go out and see something, she has him secretly take her along. First, because flying in the air allows for a better view, and second, it is very safe not to land. Additionally, Emperor Zay doesn't talk much. He is not interested in anything that doesn't concern him. When they transform into orcs and fly in the air, there's even less to say. After flying enough, Anxi just pats him, and they will head back. However, today Anxi is thinking about the persimmon tree because she knows that since it has grown so tall, it surely means she's gone quite far. Well, I'm not afraid of you worrying. I just want to see what else there is to eat nearby. That day, I flew a bit far, but I was sitting on Emperor Zay's back the whole time without coming down, so there was no danger at all. Anxi blinked innocently at Shio. If I agree to let you go out, can I take you with me without him? Shio's expression remained unfavorable. Anxi suddenly felt confused. Is Shio not afraid of running so far? But, are you taking me with you? How long will it take for you to run that far? Zay flies very fast. Let's first take a look at whether the persimmons are still there. If they are, we can find another winged orc to come back and notify the others so they can bring things over pick them. Picking persimmons isn't a troublesome task. We can let those who can fly do it. If you run, it'll take 2 days. Why make it so complicated? Shio knew that Anxi's suggestion was indeed the simplest solution, but he just felt uncomfortable. Previously, he had never felt jealous when Anxi asked Zay to take her flying to eat, because as a land orc, he found it quite novel when he first flew in the sky on the back of a winged orc. Not to mention that Anxi is still such a young female cub. Anxi's love for running around is well known, and he is aware that Emperor Zay is taking her flying. In fact, even if Anxi accepts Emperor Zay, he wouldn't have any particular thoughts about it, as the rules of the Beastman continent dictate that it's rare for a female to have only one partner. However, now that Shiojin is feeling a bit jealous, he had always been confident. Until the matter of going out arose, he hadn't noticed any issues between him and Anxi. But aside from that time, they went to the market. Whenever Anxi wanted to go out again, she suddenly didn't want so many beastmen to protect her. Shiojin couldn't understand or feel at ease, so Anxi shared her past experiences and her thoughts with him. She explained what was edible in the forest, what was not, where danger might lurk, and how to avoid it. Anxi knew all this better than he did. Shiojin realized that she had the ability to survive in the forest on her own, without the help of a male. Still, he worried about her and hoped to provide her with more protection whenever she went out, as he felt that it wouldn't be too much, even wishing he could bring every male from the Divine Messenger City to clear the way for her, but knowing that she didn't like it. He ended up only following her with his own wolf pack of beastmen. Now it seemed that Anxi still thought that was too much. Initially, he didn't think much of their differing views, but suddenly, with the emergence of Emperor Zay, who shared Anxi's perspective, Shiojin couldn't help but take notice. Emperor Zay was unruly, not the warm-hearted type that Anxi claimed to like, yet in thoughts and actions, he resonated with Anxi, both being uniquely different. Even though Anxi said that Emperor Zay wasn't her type, they still got along very well. Sometimes, Xiojin couldn't help but think that if Emperor Zhe were to become the kind of person Anxi liked, would that mean he would be out of the picture? Once this sense of crisis emerged, Xiojin found himself unable to control his feelings. Anxi looked at Xiao Yi, whose expression still hadn't softened, feeling increasingly puzzled. What's going on? What's the matter? Anxi stood there watching Xiao without saying a word, while Xiao looked at Anxi's confused and innocent expression, afraid of scaring her. In recalling what Anxi had said about not liking to guess and wanting things to be said directly, Xiao remembered that when they all had feelings for Anxi, but she hadn't made it clear yet, it was a straightforwardness that made Anxi choose him. Xiao's expression gradually softened. Each time you ask Dies to take you out, is it because I'm unwilling to take you out? Or is it because you just like to fly around or feel safer in the air so that I don't have to worry? Xiao's face relaxed. He took a deep breath and looked at Anxi gently as he asked. Anxi blinked her eyes. After all, as a woman who likes to read various emotional public accounts when she's bored, she probably understood a bit about what Xiao was going through. So she looked into Xiao's eyes and spoke honestly. It's all there. I'm afraid you'll worry. I find it troublesome. I want to go out, but I don't want to be followed around. The beastmen all have their own things to do now. If we gather a large group just to accompany and protect me, then I wouldn't be in the mood to go out at all. It would just be a psychological burden, so it's better not to go out at all. Dize is like a friend who shares the same thoughts. He agrees with my ideas and has the ability to protect me, so sometimes I go back to him and hang out. But I've told you every time I go to find him, I just don't want you to worry, so I didn't tell you how far I went. And she leaned in closer, carefully staring at Xiao. Are you unhappy now because you're worried about me? Or is it because you're jealous? Are you jealous because I asked Dize to go with me? Or because I didn't tell you where Dize took me? It's because he feels the same way as you do about being jealous. We have conflicts, yet he can empathize with your jealousy. He can listen to you everywhere, but I can't seem to feel jealous. Xiao took Anxi's hand and directly expressed his thoughts. Chapter 121. Xiao realized. Dize and I are just friends. I've said before that I will only have you as my partner. I think you should try to trust me. After all, the divine envoy city is thriving and safe under my leadership. I don't need to be like the former divine envoy, forced to find multiple partners. You don't always have to prepare yourself for the possibility that I might find other partners. Moreover, we don't have any conflicts. You have listened carefully to every word I've said, and you understand my thoughts. It's just that after hearing me, you still worry about me. That's why, regardless of my feelings, you insist on having so many beastmen protect me every time you go out. I know all of this. Anxi looked at Xiao and smiled slightly. When you like someone, you try to meet their requests, but it doesn't mean you have to agree with everything they say. You have your thoughts, and I have mine. That's perfectly normal. I can't understand you, and you can understand me. That's enough. But maybe it's because you're older than me that I sometimes act a bit willfully and do things without telling you, just sneaking off to do them. I'm sorry if that made you feel insecure. After hearing Anxi's words, the knot in Xiao's heart completely unraveled. A female could apologize to him for such a small matter, which was already enough. Moreover, Anxi hadn't done anything wrong. There was nothing to apologize for about going out with Dize. A magnanimous male shouldn't be petty over such trivial things. You don't need to apologize. You don't have to apologize for going out with anyone. You're still a cub, and it's normal to want to play. I'm just worried about your safety, but since you're aware of it and are trying to ensure your safety, that's already great. I was just a bit jealous, fearing that you might not like me because I didn't listen to you, but now that you've said this, I won't be jealous anymore. Xiao reached out and gently rubbed Anxi's head. Anxi looked at Xiao and thought that Xiao's jealousy was reasonable. She had been a bit willful. Perhaps it was because Xiao had always treated her like a daughter that she had started to act more like a child in front of him. What are you two staring at each other for? Who has the bigger eyes? At that moment, Dize returned after finding the beastmen and asked, somewhat confused, as he saw Anxi and Xiao standing face to face. Xiao heard that irritating voice and turned to look at its owner. It was this guy who took Anxi out running around. He hadn't even gone to find him yet, and here he was, quite relaxed. Dize noticed the unfriendly look in Xiao's eyes and glanced at Anxi inquiringly. Anxi shrugged and silently mouthed, exposed. While making a helpless expression, Dize's eyes shifted as he thought about it. Exposed? What was exposed? The dumplings or something else? He glanced at Xiao's expression. Was he that angry? Was it directed at him? Then what was Anxi's expression about? The only thing that could make Anxi in him provoke Xiao's displeasure was, it was about him taking Anxi out to play. The persimmon tree was quite far away, and no beastman in the tribe would agree to let Anxi go that far to play. If she wanted to go that far, whether it was to tell Xiao or Yi, she would probably need dozens or even hundreds of males to protect her. After figuring this out, Dze pouted. They were thinking of Anxi's well-being, but it also depended on whether Anxi was happy and willing. How could they force her? It would be strange if Anxi could have fun with so many beastmen around. What danger could there be in flying with Anxi in the sky? It was not just overreacting, it was also looking down on his abilities as the king of the winged tribe. Are we going or not? If we don't leave soon, it will be dark and we won't make it back. Dze didn't take it seriously. If it was exposed, then so be it. Anyway, he didn't dare to scold Anxi. Shio looked at him with indifference. Let him look. What could he do? Hit him. Moreover, even if Shio wanted to hit him, he had to be able to catch him. Land beastmen had no advantage over flying beastmen in the sky. Anxi tugged on Shio's arm. Let's go pick persimmons first. Why are you staring at him? His skin is so thick that it doesn't matter if you glare at him. And she pulled Shio to stand in front of Dze. Dze, let's go. You take us both, then call the other orcs to join. Dze was still processing Anxi's comment about his thick skin when he saw her pulling Shio over. He snorted, humph. He was just glaring at me. All right. You can glare. Once you're done, we'll head out. Dze and Shio exchange a glance. Forget it. Anxi's request was more important. Even with the speed of the Wing Clan, it would take a whole day to go back and forth and pick persimmons. If they left late, they would return late, which wasn't safe. It's better to have Anxi with him. If they could avoid staying outside overnight, they should. Dze transformed into his beast form, and Shio and she climbed onto his back. Shio steadied Anxi from behind, and she patted Dze's back feathers, signaling that he could go. Dze let out a loud eagle cry, raised his head, and flapped his wings to soar into the sky. The other Wing Clan orcs, hearing Dze's call, also flapped their wings and took off, following him. After flying for several hours, they finally arrived at the persimmon grove that Dze had previously brought Anxi to. Shio's expression darkened as he sat on Dze's back. That unreliable guy actually brought Anxi this far. They were almost out of the divine Envoy City territory. If it weren't for the fact that Anxi was still on Dze's back, Shio would have really wanted to yank a feather from Dze and ask him what he was thinking. Had he lost his mind? Dze was unaware that Shio was even having such thoughts. After arriving at the persimmon grove, he found a stable spot to gently land, lowering his wings to the ground. He knew Anxi loved to slide down from his back along his wings, and she always had so much fun doing it. And she even said it was like a slide, just like the ice slides in winter. Shio initially wanted to jump down while holding Anxi, but she was already skillfully sliding down Dze's grounded wings, looking very happy. Shio's expression flickered. Perhaps he had indeed been too strict with Anxi. She was only in her 20s, and compared to the orcs on the continent who lived for hundreds of years, she was still a cub. It was just that because she usually appeared so steady and knowledgeable, the orcs in Divine Envoy City admired and respected her, calling her Divine Envoy. So even though he seemed to care for her like a daughter, he often overlooked her age. In that moment, Shio realized a lot. Protecting and caring for Anxi was his responsibility as a male and a partner. She was already tired enough, having done so much for Divine Envoy City and the Orc continent. It was rare for her to have the chance to be lively and willful. So he should let her do whatever she wanted. It was enough for him to find ways to protect her. He shouldn't achieve his goals by restricting her. Just as Shio's thoughts shifted, he felt Dze shake slightly. He transformed into his wolf form and nimbly landed on the ground. After shaking Shio off, Dze transformed back into human form and entered the persimmon grove with the other orcs, ignoring him. That guy had no idea what Shio was thinking while standing on him. Was he really going to fight him over something trivial? Chapter 122. Persimmon Grove. After transforming into a wolf, Shio didn't change back and simply followed Anxi, protecting her as they walked. His wolf eyes seemed casual, but were actually alert, keeping an eye on the surrounding movements to protect Anxi. Anxi walked into the persimmon grove and saw that the trees were full of bright yellow persimmons, most of which were already ripe. If they didn't come soon, they would fall to the ground and rot. Anxi wondered, could it be that the Bear Clan really didn't come to pick the persimmons? She called the beastmen to pick persimmons together and asked a member of the Wing Clan to go back and call more people. Since Wing Clan beastmen could fly and had excellent night vision, many of them preferred to be active at night, so when it got dark, it wouldn't be a big deal for them. As long as she returned before dark and didn't become a burden, it would be fine. After all, she knew what the persimmons looked like, and the rest could be left to them. This yellow one is a persimmon, and the orange ones are ripe. The redder they are, the riper and softer they become. Be careful when picking. These fruits are not like apples or coconuts that can fall and not get damaged. If they fall, they can turn to mush and become inedible. Anxi instructed the orcs while picking a persimmon that she could reach, removing the stem and taking a bite. It was really sweet. She took out a small spoon she carried with her, scooped a spoonful, and brought it to Shio's mouth. Try it, it's very sweet. You all should try it too. It's really sweet, but don't eat the skin. It's very astringent. If you eat it, your tongue will. Before Anxi could finish speaking, a beastman picked a persimmon and put it directly into his mouth when Anxi said he could give it a try, taking a bite. It was quite sweet, but I felt something strange. It seemed like there was a layer of something on my tongue, which was uncomfortable. Anxi sighed and repeated what he had just swallowed. Everyone remember, this skin is not edible. Peel it off, and the flesh inside is very sweet. The orcs then followed Anxi's advice and started eating, and their eyes lit up at the taste. They were surprised at how sweet it was. In the past, during late autumn, they would desperately hunt to store meat, and very few orcs would store fruits because they don't last long and are not filling. By the time winter came and there was nothing to eat, they had never seen this kind of fruit, probably because it had fallen and rotted on the ground. The persimmon grove was quite large, and Anxi instructed them to pick the ripe ones and send them back to the tribe, informing the orcs how to eat them, and to let ye handle the selling at the market, making sure not to keep them for more than 2 days since they were already ripe. This would also give the orcs a taste of something new, but he needed to clearly inform them that persimmons should not be eaten with seafood like fish, shrimp, or crabs, as it could cause food poisoning. Eating persimmons also shouldn't be accompanied by alcohol, potatoes, sweet potatoes, or spinach. Anxi wrote all this down on a sign and placed it next to the persimmon stall, ensuring that the orc in charge of the stall would explain it clearly to every orc. The proceeds from selling persimmons, after deducting taxes, were given to the Wing clan since they had worked hard to pick them so quickly. If the land orcs had to travel that far, by the time they arrived and made several trips back and forth, the persimmons would have fallen and been smashed to pieces. Anxi was busy picking persimmons with the orcs, while Shio, who was always on alert for safety because of Anxi, slightly narrowed his light golden wolf eyes. Suddenly, he quietly darted out, quickly catching up to an orc hiding in a corner, grabbing him and bringing him to the ground. Who are you? Which tribe are you from? What are you doing hiding there? Anxi was startled by the action of being pulled out. When he returned, he saw that a monkey had been pulled out from a certain tree. However, after landing, the monkey transformed into a humanoid beastman. I am a beastman of the ape tribe, living on the other side of the swamp. You are from the distant wandering beastman tribe, right? We have long since become the divine envoy tribe. No, now it's called the divine envoy city. You still don't know about it? A proud winged beastman said, puffing out his chest and raising his head. Divine envoy tribe? Do you really have beastly divine envoys in your tribe? The ape beastman asked, somewhat surprised. Of course. This is our divine envoy lord. The beastman pointed at Anxi, trying to kindly remind the ape beastman about his outdated information. The ape beastman looked at Anxi, and his attitude was neither the reverent awe that other beastmen showed upon first seeing Anxi, nor was there any disrespect. It was quite normal, similar to the attitude of the camel tribe when they first saw Anxi. Anxi looked at the ape orc with some curiosity, wondering if this ape tribe knew something about the beast god messenger. Shio noticed that Anxi showed little respect towards him, and his tone became a bit colder. What do you want to do in the territory of our messenger city? As far as I know, the bear tribe is across the swamp, not the ape tribe. The ape orc turned to Shio and said, that's right, the bear tribe is next to the swamp. They can't come over because it's too time-consuming to walk down from the mountain, so they sought our cooperation. After the bear tribe discovered this persimmon forest and saw that no orcs were coming to harvest, they approached us for help. We apes can maneuver through the trees using vines, avoiding the swamp, so we harvest persimmons and transport them, then split them with the bear tribe. We've been doing this for 2 years now. Shio glanced at the ape orc and frowned, but this was still the territory of the messenger city. It is your territory, but you haven't come here for a long time. What a waste it would be for the persimmons to rot on the ground. Orcs shouldn't waste food. But now that we are here, the persimmon forest will no longer be handed over to you. The ape orc, feeling anxious, said, but we didn't expect you to come this year. Both our tribes were counting on the persimmons to store food for the winter. How do you plan to store them? Make persimmon cakes? Anxi asked the ape orc, as she could only think of this method for storing persimmons until winter. How do you know? This method is only known to our ape tribe. Oh, right. You're the beast god messenger. You must know. The ape orc initially wanted to say that they wouldn't be able to store them and would end up wasting them, thinking that splitting them would at least allow them to keep some for winter. But now, with the beast god messenger present, they were sure to find a way to store them. The ape orc felt a bit dejected. This was the territory of the messenger tribe, and the bear tribe couldn't compete with them. Anxi thought about how the divine envoy tribe had never discovered this persimmon grove before, and how the ape tribe and bear tribe had always regarded it as their own. Now that it was late autumn, the persimmon cakes were probably on their winter menu. Since they had taken all of it, their winter would likely be very difficult, and they might even go hungry. Thinking about it made Anxi feel a bit guilty. After all, the divine envoy city didn't lack food. They just wanted some fresh produce to change things up a bit. Since you all know about this persimmon grove, why did you come so late? Now that they're fully ripe, they can't be made into persimmon cakes anymore, and only half remain that can be used. Chapter 123. Bear Tribe. Because a large swarm of locusts flew in from the east this autumn, we made great efforts to drive them away to protect our food. But we only managed to preserve half of it. This has led to food shortages for both the ape tribe and bear tribe in autumn and winter. Autumn is manageable, but winter will be much harder to endure. Therefore, this persimmon grove is very important to us. Without these persimmons, we might go hungry in winter. The orc from the ape tribe became increasingly despondent as he spoke, and by the end, it seemed he was about to cry, which made Anxi feel a bit heartbroken. Sai, let us do this. You go back and ask your tribe's leader or the person in charge. If you have any specialties, you can come to Divine Envoy City for trade, using your goods to exchange for food. As for these persimmons, we've already picked some, and we want to compete with you for the rest. After all, we've never seen these persimmons before, and you're used to treating them as winter reserves. We can't just watch you starve. This year, the persimmons will be given to you, but you can still make persimmon cakes to sell in Divine Envoy City. Our orcs like sweet foods, so you should be able to sell them for a good price. Then you can buy some food and meat from us to get through the winter. Anxi watched as the eyes of the ape tribe orc grew brighter with each word he spoke, constantly observing him with his gaze, trying to detect any changes in his micro-expressions to see if he was lying. Although orcs are generally simple-hearted, the ape tribe is a very intelligent race. According to human evolutionary theory, humans and apes share a significant connection. However, I say this on the condition that you're not lying to me. I will send the winged tribe to your gathering place to see if you are really struggling during the winter. If you are indeed in dire straits, then what I said before will count. If you deceive me, not a single persimmon will be left for you. In fact, Anxi doesn't lose much either. If what the ape tribe said is true, helping them out isn't a bad thing. It's just a persimmon grove, which didn't exist before, so it doesn't hold much significance for Divine Envoy City. Moreover, they could wait for the ape tribe to make persimmon cakes to sell in Divine Envoy City, and they could just buy them directly if they wanted to eat some. After all, the orcs in Divine Envoy City are quite busy and don't have much time to make persimmon cakes. This way, Divine Envoy City doesn't have to give out much besides the persimmons, and if the ape tribe and bear tribe can come, they might bring some fresh goods to promote trade in Divine Envoy City. Anxi originally wanted to find a winged orc to take the monkey orc back with him, but unfortunately, the monkey orc was afraid of heights and didn't want to be carried by the winged orc. He preferred to swing through the swamp using vines in the woods. Dize followed the monkey orc through the air all the way to the bear tribe's gathering place and discovered that the winged mountain on the bear tribe's side was a natural cliff-like ravine, as if it had been cut by a knife, revealing a cross-section full of rocks. The bear tribe had dug several large stone caves beneath these rocks, and there were also a few large tree roots that had been excavated to create tree hollows. It seemed that the bear tribe usually lived in groups in the stone caves or found a large tree to dig a hollow to reside in. In addition, there were quite a few semicircular dome caves built of stone, but they didn't look like places for living. They appeared more like kitchens or food storage spaces. Anxi looked at the nearly 90-degree cross-section of the mountains and finally understood why the bear clan didn't go over the slopes to pick persimmons but chose to cooperate with the ape clan. Because there were no slopes at all, climbing was probably still too difficult for the bear clan. While only the ape clan could swing across the marshes like they were on Mount.To, holding onto vines. Xiong sheng, xiong sheng. Guests are coming from the forest. Hurry out. An ape clan beastman swung forward holding onto a vine, let go in midair, transformed into human form, and landed steadily. Then ran towards one of the largest caves, shouting the name of a bear clan beastman. Guests are coming? Jin, who is it? Didn't I tell you to go see how the persimmons in the forest are doing? A deep, resonant voice sounded, muffled like distant thunder, both dull and loud. Anxi couldn't help but dig in her ears. The guests from the forest came from the messenger tribe, the tribe where the beast god messenger had descended. The beast god messenger? Really? A beastman named Xiong Sheng came running out, panting, and went around the beastmen in the messenger city one by one, then looked at Anxi. I am Xiong Sheng, the chief of the bear tribe. Where is the messenger lord? That's me, hello. Anxi nodded at Xiong Sheng. Oh, you are the messenger lord. I guess it just now, because you are so beautiful, but I didn't dare to acknowledge it for fear of making a mistake. But I figured you must be Xiong Sheng scratched the back of his head and laughed. You're quite the smooth talker. Does everyone in your bear tribe talk like this? Anxi was amused by Xiongsheng's straightforward compliment about her beauty upon their first meeting. This isn't smooth talking, it's just speaking the truth. Who in the Beastman continent doesn't know that the beast god messenger is a beautiful female? Anxi nodded. Indeed, she also thought she was beautiful. And it was likely that the former divine envoy was beautiful as well, which led the orcs to this conclusion. Well, you make a good point. Hee. Since the divine envoy has come to our bear clan's territory, we must let her experience what was it again? The hospitality of the landlord. The ape clan Orction reminded him from aside. Right, the hospitality of the landlord. This land belongs to our bear clan, our hospitality. Xiongsheng said as he welcomed Anxi and the others inside. You must try our bear clan's honey-roasted meat. No other clan can make it as delicious as we do. Xiongsheng was already grilling meat and directly tore off a roasted deer leg to hand to Anxi. Anxi looked at the huge roasted deer leg in front of her and quickly waved her hands. No, you don't have to be so polite. Xiao reached out to take the roasted deer leg that Xiongsheng handed over and offered the sausage he brought to Xiongsheng. Our sausages from the Divine Envoy City are also exceptional. No other clan makes them better than we do. You should try it too. After trading the sausage for the roasted deer leg, Xiao took out Anxi's dagger and sliced some meat off the deer leg to feed it to Anxi. Eat a little. It will definitely be dark by the time we go back. You should eat something now, or you'll be hungry later. We can talk about other things after we finish eating. Anxi listened to Xiao's words and could only open her mouth to eat the deer leg meat that Xiao handed to her. Yes, eat first, and we can talk about anything after we're done. Xiongsheng also nodded in agreement. By the way, what brings the Divine Envoy here? And she looked at Xiongsheng and suddenly realized that asking this question was quite absurd. The hospitality of the Bear Clan was surprisingly on par with that of the Elephant Clan, and in some ways, they were even a little better. They didn't even bother to ask what the humans were doing there before inviting them into the tribe for a barbecue. And it took them this long to think to ask. Chapter 124, The Ape Clan. Anxi swallowed the barbecue in his mouth. We ran into Chun in the persimmon forest. He said that every autumn for the past 2 years, your bear tribe and the ape tribe go there to cooperate in picking persimmons. However, that persimmon forest is in the territory of our divine envoy city. Do you know about this? And she observed that Xiongsheng's expression froze, and he pretended not to see it. He knew, but they had never seen anyone go to that persimmon grove. They thought the fruits were food, and it would be a shame to waste them, which is why they called the ape tribe to help pick them. Xiongsheng scratched his head and said, Lord Shunshur, can we have some of those persimmons this year too? I know it's the territory of the Shunshur tribe, but our food reserves this year are really low. All right, I understand. And she interrupted Xiongsheng. When we met Shun in the persimmon grove, he mentioned that you guys encountered a locust plague this year, and half of your food was gone. But I also told him that our Shunshur city has a trading market, which has been held every spring and autumn in previous years. However, now several tribes have joined Shunshur city, and there are at least tens of thousands of orcs. So the trading market is almost always open, and there are always orcs trading for what they need. We also accept outside tribes to trade in Shunshur city. And the trading rule is to use our Shunshur city currency, Shunshur coins, during the transactions. You will know the specific rules when you get there. Anyway, since your food reserves this year are not enough, why not visit Shunshur city to exchange for some winter supplies? As for that persimmon grove, we have already picked 1/3 of it. The remaining part can be given to you this year. However, if you want that persimmon grove again next year, you will need to provide certain supplies to Shunshur city in exchange for the leasing rights. Shunshur city will lease the persimmon grove to you, and then you can take the persimmons you pick and the persimmon cakes you make to Shunshur city for trade. The market price will be discussed in detail when you go to Shunshur city. How does that sound? Xiongsheng felt a bit dizzy from Anxi's words, but Chen understood most of it. All right, let's go to Shunshur city first. At that time, the Lord Shunshur will explain the leasing and trading matters to us. Anxi glanced at Chun and then at Xiongsheng, who finally reacted. However, Xiongsheng clearly trusted Chun, so when he heard Chen speak, he immediately agreed. Okay, we will definitely go. But how are we going to get there? Xiongsheng thought to himself that they couldn't just swing around in the trees. If they couldn't even cross the swamp, how could they get to the Divine Envoy City? You can go the same way we came. The Wing Tribe has joined the Divine Envoy City, and there are many Wing Tribe orcs in our tribe, enough to take all of you there. Anxi glanced at Chun. This is the gathering place of the Bear Clan, and the one who was called to host other clans is surely not the clan leader, but someone in charge. Someone who can speak for the clan and make decisions. However, Chen's status in the Ape Clan is, but can you represent the Ape Clan? Hey, Chun is the youngest warrior of the Ape Clan. His brother is the bravest warrior of the Ape Clan. There is no clan leader in the Ape Clan. Whoever is the strongest is in charge. Whatever he says, his brother generally agrees with, so he can be considered a representative of the ape clan. If what he says doesn't work, then it won't matter what other beastmen say. Xiongxing laughed widely while putting his arm around Chen's shoulder. All right, got it. It's a similar model to the selection of the Monkey King. And she ate 2 pieces of meat that Xiao fed him and then stopped eating. I'm not eating anymore. You guys hurry up and eat. After we're done, we'll go to the ape tribe. It's getting dark, and once we discuss things, we need to head back. After hearing Anxi's words, several orcs quickened their chewing speed and finished dinner in a few minutes, following Chun to the gathering place of the ape tribe. It wasn't very far from the gathering place of the bear tribe. Unlike the rough stone caves of the bear tribe, the gathering place of the ape tribe was filled with various bamboo houses and suspended houses. Not all of them were made of bamboo. Many were constructed with wood and vines. Unlike the solidly built houses in the city of the divine envoy, the houses of the ape tribe were all suspended. Most were shaped by connecting wood or bamboo between 2 trees with vines, and then using the leaves of the trees to cover the gaps, forming an almost airtight, suspended house. Anxi looked at the design of the ape tribe's houses and couldn't help but marvel at their intelligence. However, she asked with curiosity, "Your houses are great in summer, but what will you do when the leaves fall in autumn and the wind and snow come in winter?" "In winter, we go to the bear tribe to spend the winter. The bears hibernate during that time, so our presence doesn't disturb them, and we can take care of them while they hibernate." "Oh, I see. No wonder the 2 tribes have a good relationship. Brother, I brought back the beast god's messenger. Brother, I brought back the beast god's messenger." After Chin shouted, many heads suddenly popped out from the dense leaves or branches, looking at Anxi. Every time Anxi enters a new tribe, his first sentence is usually something like this, and the effect is always pretty much the same. He has gotten used to it. However, the ape tribe is relatively good, merely peeking out to see something new, then going back to their business. Anxi even thinks that this tribe is quite polite. Suddenly, an orc swung in from somewhere and landed on a large tree branch. Xiao immediately positioned himself in front of Anxi, not even noticing where the orc had appeared from, which drew Xiao's attention. Anxi didn't think too much about it. She simply sighed inwardly. This looks more like Tarzan. "Hello, beast god messenger. I'm Hui from the ape clan." The Tarzan-like figure stood expressionlessly on a tall tree branch and introduced himself to Anxi. "Ah, hello, I am Anxi, the messenger from the city of messengers." Hui swung down and landed in front of Anxi and her companions. "Please follow me." Hui led Anxi to what seemed to be their clan's gathering place. As for how she could tell, Anxi thought the ape clan was quite clever. They seemed to have found a sturdy tree and surrounded it with a circle of smaller trees. They cut down these smaller trees to a certain height. The large trees stood tall, while the smaller trees were shorter, leaving behind stumps that resembled a large table-less height, with the surrounding smaller stumps perfectly matching the height of stools. It was like a natural table and chairs rooted in the ground. Anxi marveled inwardly. Truly a brilliant idea. Impressive. That Hui, I've already mentioned this matter to your brother Chun before, so I'll say it to you again. Along the way, while Chun and Hui were leading Anxi and the others, Chun briefly explained how they encountered Anxi and how they went to the bear tribe, and then what happened next. So when they finally sat down, Anxi got straight to the point without any small talk. Chapter 125, Monkey Wine. However, besides persimmon cakes, do you have any other local specialties or unique skills? Feeling sympathy for them suffering from locust plagues and hunger is one thing, but trading is another matter. Charity and trade cannot be mixed together. We glanced at Anxi, lowered his head, and thought for a moment. We brew wine. But this year, there are no surplus grains or fruits left for brewing. Anxi raised an eyebrow, wondering if the ape tribe could brew alcohol. Could it be the legendary monkey wine? However, Anxi was indeed a bit curious. Was brewing alcohol a special skill for monkeys? How come all monkeys could brew alcohol? Brewing alcohol wasn't a big deal. Our divine envoy can brew alcohol too, and even taught the Shuar tribe how to do it, said an orc from the divine envoy city nonchalantly. Anxi looked at Hui curiously and asked, "Did your former divine envoy teach you how to brew wine?" "No. We already knew how to do it. We just learned from the divine envoy later that this thing is called wine." "Oh," Anxi nodded. "So how do you brew wine? Can you make clay pots?" "We don't use clay pots. We use trees. We carve holes in the trees, put various fruits inside, and then seal them with mud and wood, storing them for an entire winter." Anxi rubbed his nose and clicked his tongue. "Ah, this really is monkey wine. The legendary monkey wine is indeed hard to come by. The fruit brew that gathers the essence of 100 fruits is what is referred to as monkey wine." Anxi pursed her lips, squinting her eyes and smiling at Hui. "So, may I ask if you still have monkey wine available? Can I have a taste? If it's good, I might buy some." There are a few jars left over from last year, sealed up, but not much. Basically, after winter, we drink the brewed wine because it can't be stored for long in tree holes. It was initially suggested by the former divine envoy to store it in jars, as the longer it sits, the better it tastes. However, we haven't found it to be particularly good. Some orcs like it, but once they drink it, they either start babbling like crazy or fall into a deep sleep and can't be woken up for a long time. So we don't drink this kind of wine lightly. Shin quickly interjected upon hearing Anxi wanted to buy wine, making Hui unable to say what he had intended. Hui sighed and gestured for Chun to fetch the wine. You don't need to buy it. I can let you try some. I think this long-stored wine has too much of an effect on orcs and isn't suitable for drinking in large quantities. You can taste it, but just have a little. Anxi didn't expect that Hui was quite disciplined. He didn't drink strong liquor and was aware of the impact of alcohol on health. No wonder he was the first warrior. It's fine, he nodded casually. My alcohol tolerance is pretty good. Hui frowned slightly at Anxi's nonchalant attitude. Before long, Chen pulled out a small jar of liquor from somewhere and handed it to Anxi, the stall still carrying the mixed fragrance of flowers, plants, and soil. Xiao reached out to take the jar, opened it, and sniffed. The strong smell of alcohol made him tilt his head back slightly. Just take a sip. Don't drink too much. Knowing he couldn't stop Anxi, Xiao could only hand it to her while supporting her, afraid she might drink too much all at once. What a strong aroma of liquor. Anxi didn't pay attention to the frown on her forehead. After all, she had been curious about this monkey wine for a long time. Now that she encountered it, no matter how strong it was, she had to give it a try. Besides, she had drunk strong liquor before. Back when she went to Mongolia, the alcohol was much stronger than this, and she cupped the stall in her hands and poured a mouthful directly into her mouth. How to describe this taste? It was quite sweet, full of fruity flavors, but she couldn't tell what kind of fruit it was. The wine seemed to have different notes, front, mid, and back. The taste when it first entered her mouth, the taste after swallowing, and the taste after smacking her lips together were all different. Seeing Anxi take a sip and then fall silent, Xiao thought the wine was so strong that just one sip would get her drunk. He grabbed it from her and covered it, then gently touched Anxi's face. Anxi looked at her empty hand in confusion, and then at Xiao, who was worriedly looking at her. What are you doing? Are you okay? Do you feel unwell? Xiao reached out to touch her forehead and face, trying to check if she had a fever, because last time Anxi drank too much, her face became hot. I'm fine. Why are you touching my forehead? What do you think I could turn into after just one drink? Anxi slapped away Xiao's hand. This person really is something. Has he never acted drunk, even after drinking too much? Why is he so afraid of getting drunk? However, this wine is indeed quite good. If it were freshly brewed, it would definitely taste even better. Wine that has been stored for a long time might be more fragrant, but that's usually grain wine. I believe your byhalf liquor is better when it's freshly brewed. You can continue brewing this year. If there are no fruits, our divine envoy city can provide them. However, all the brewed byhalf liquor will belong to our divine envoy city, and we will pay you for it. Anxi clapped his hands and decided to place the order. What a pity that we won't be brewing this monkey wine this year. We listened to Anxi's words and exchanged a glance with Chun. All right, if you like drinking it, we will continue to brew it this year. The name byhalf brew is nice. We haven't counted if we use 100 fruits, but there are indeed many different kinds of fruits in it. That's right. The fruit flavors in this wine have layers to them. It's really good. The wine I brew myself is just an ordinary flavor. When you go to the Divine Messenger City, I'll let you taste it. Great. I can taste it. My wine tasting skills are exceptional. Chun eagerly recommended himself to Anxi, but we shot him a glare to shut him down. The trade you mentioned can be done. This year, we'll use this byhalf brew. We will give you the byhalf brew, and you will give us food for the winter. We maintained his usual calm tone, always thinking about food for the winter no matter what they were doing. It seems the monkey tribe really lacks food for the winter. Okay, no problem. I'll arrange for the wing tribe to pick you up tomorrow. After everything was discussed, Anxi stood up and prepared to leave. No need. We can find your territory. We'll act tonight, and by dawn tomorrow, we will arrive. Although we can't fly as fast as the wing tribe, we have a large number and are accustomed to moving through the forest, so our speed isn't slow either. We shook his head, rejecting Anxi's suggestion, and casually plucked a leaf from a tree, bringing it to his mouth and blowing out a strange tune. Anxi opened her eyes wide in disbelief at Huey's actions. Is there such a skill? She had only seen an old man selling birds in the flower and bird market who had this ability. He could blow leaves to imitate bird calls so vividly, and she didn't expect to see this magical skill again today. The sound we produced was very much like a bird call, but she couldn't tell which bird it was. If she didn't watch him blow, she might have overlooked it. But listening closely, the sound seemed to convey some meaning, as if it was not just random blowing. After Hui finished blowing the leaves, Many members of the ape tribe poked their heads out from inconspicuous tree branches and tree houses, swinging in the forest, responding to hui with o sounds. Could be a code formed by sounds? Only they, the beastmen of the ape tribe, could understand it. These apes were indeed very clever wherever they went. No wonder they were considered the most likely ancestors of humans in evolutionary theory. Chapter 126. Contracting the persimmon grove. If you go now, it will take you all night to get there. Don't you need to sleep? Anxi hesitantly asked. Isn't it tiring to spend a whole night traveling? It's fine. We're used to it. Our ape tribe doesn't really distinguish between day and night. We can sleep whenever. Huey's expression didn't change at all. Oh, okay. Since he didn't think it was a problem, she wouldn't persuade him further. However, the bear tribe's beastmen might need your help. You should ask them. They can't get through the marshland themselves. The persimmon grove was discovered by the bear tribe, and they sought our ape tribe as cooperation precisely because they couldn't cross the marsh. I heard from Chun that you're also interested in trading with the bear tribe. Their skills in finding honey are quite good, and they're also decent hunters. They could do other work well too. Anxi watched Tree, who was diligently promoting the bear clan, and felt that this first warrior of the ape clan appeared expressionless. However, since their meeting, most of what he said was either related to the winter food of the ape clan or concerned about the winter food of the bear clan. He seemed to have a responsible character, as if he wouldn't rest easy until the issue of the potential hunger of the beastmen was resolved. Don't worry, I've talked to Xiongsheng. That persimmon grove is too far from our divine messenger city. Not only will we give it to you this year, but we will also lease it to your 2 clans in the future. You can go harvest it in the autumn, and whether you dry into persimmon cakes or eat it directly is up to you. We won't interfere. However, starting next year, there will definitely be a fee for the lease. We can't give it to you for free. But you can take the picked persimmons and the finished persimmon cakes to sell in Divine Messenger City. We will set a price range for you, and you can't raise the price arbitrarily. If 1 year the harvest is less due to force majeure, you can raise the price appropriately, but it can't exceed the specified range. However, there's no rush. You can discuss these matters with our city lord when you arrive in Divine Messenger City. We nodded. I understand. Anxi was very pleased. Talking to a clever orc was simply effortless. It was clear that Hui wasn't like the usual orcs who pretended to understand but were actually clueless. Hui truly understood. Then we'll be off. Be careful on the way, and you can leave after dinner. There's no need to bring too much. Tomorrow morning when we arrive in the Divine Envoy City, there will be breakfast available. I'll treat you as a welcome for your first visit to the Divine Envoy City. Seeing Hui nod, Anxi turned back to glance at Dais. Let's go. Hearing this, Dais ran to the side and transformed into a huge black eagle in a larger open space. Shio picked up Anxi and took a few quick steps to jump onto Dais' back. Dais flapped his wings and flew into the air, while Anxi waved goodbye to Hui and Chimbelow. The higher Dais flew, the farther he went, and soon the ape tribe that had been chasing them below was lost among the trees. I'm back. A group of winged people flew over from above. Even though they knew that the winged people in this area were mostly from their Divine Envoy City, Qing still responsibly flew out to greet them, just to confirm their identities. The other patrolling orcs ran to inform me. Back already? You just love to stir things up, running so far to pick persimmons with them when Dais could have taken them himself. Really still such a childish cub. He looked at Anxi, who had returned so late, and finally felt relieved. Although he knew that with Shio and Dais accompanying her, there was probably no danger. Anxi's safety was different for him and for all the orcs in the Divine Envoy City. Well, they don't know as much as I do. Besides, it was thanks to me that I went. How else would the deal between the ape tribe and the bear tribe have been made? I have new ideas this time. Let's go. The ape tribe will be here tomorrow morning. I'll tell you more about it when we get back. And she bounced over and grabbed Ye's arm, pulling him back as she reminded Dize to tell all the Wing Clan orcs not to go hunting tomorrow morning, or to put aside any other work they had and first go pick up the bear clan. He was a bit confused by Anxi's flurry of words, wondering what the ape clan was and what the bear clan had to do with picking persimmons. Anxi was pulling you back while telling him about the bear tribe and the ape tribe today. So, you're saying they encountered a locust plague and are worried they won't survive this winter, and you want to help them? Back at the courtyard, he handed Anxi the hot odin he had prepared while listening to her talk about the ape and bear tribes. Well, sort of, Anxi said as she skewered a fishball with a bamboo stick and put it in her mouth. After all, that persimmon grove is optional for us, but for them, it could be the reserve food that determines whether they starve this winter. We've already picked some of it, and although it's within the territory of our Divine Envoy City, it's still on the outskirts, and we haven't interfered before. The fact that their territory has encountered a locust disaster this year makes it a bit cold-hearted for us to want to take back those persimmons. Besides, They are two tribes with considerable combat strength. What can the orcs do when they're hungry? You guys have lived on the orc continent for so long. You should know better than I do. However, I promised them it would only be for this winter, and next year they will have to pay the rent. After all, that place is too far from us. We can't keep an eye on it, and we don't even know the yield. If there were no other orc tribes there, it would be one thing, but with two tribes, it might be better to just hand it over to them. They can pay us rent every year. And if we want to eat, we can buy from them again. Sounds good. Anxi was talking while eating without any delay. By the time she finished speaking, she had also finished her Odin, and she was sipping the Odin soup from a bamboo cup. It's pretty good, very thoughtful. Yi sat there, accompanying Anxi and Shio while drinking soup. Although he had finished dinner, watching the two of them eat made him crave it, so he served himself another bowl of soup. He had to admit that the Odin soup was indeed delicious. So, do you have any plans for tomorrow when they come? Have you thought about what to have the two clans do? He understood Anxi well and also knew the Divine Envoy City. It was evident from Anxi assigning tasks to every clan in the Divine Envoy City that each clan she chose had their specialties. Even without Anxi, they would find ways to discover them. They would never be left idle. The bear clan is good at climbing trees and finding honey. I know how to raise bees and planned to teach them beekeeping. By then, we will have plenty of honey to eat. The honey we can find now is still too little. Only a few of the females in our tribe can enjoy honey. Once we start beekeeping, every orc in the Divine Envoy City will be able to eat honey. He chuckled, asking, what do we males need such sweet things for? It's something you females like. But that's not the point. Honey is not just a simple sweet treat. Eating honey every day is good for the body, and different types of nectar have different effects. Besides, if you don't like sweet things, I see you all enjoying sugarcane, so no one truly dislikes sweet food. Chapter 127. The arrival of the monkey clan. Anxi ignored Ye's words. The matter of honey was something that had to be done. It was best to leave it to the bear tribe, as they particularly loved honey. With their enthusiasm for honey, they would surely take great care in raising the bees and producing the best honey. Then there was the monkey wine from the ape tribe. Oh no, I mean the fruit brew. Let me tell you, the nutritional value of this fruit brew is very high, but its yield is extremely low. The fruits must be placed in hollow trees that can ensure they do not rot during winter, preferably naturally hollow, and they must be well sealed. In our time, the real monkey wine, which is the fruit brew, was a legendary drink that could be encountered but not sought after. Most people had only seen it in books. Even imitation monkey wine made from crushing several kinds of fruit and fermenting them was not cheap. Moreover, real monkey wine only lasts for one season. As time passes, the liquid decreases. It is best during the initial fermentation, as it is the essence of the fermented fruits. The first drop is called fruit liquid, and when collected, it is called fruit brew. Only after gathering all the fruit brew and it has a wine flavor can it be called monkey wine or monkey brew. All right, I understand. I will make arrangements for the ape tribe and the bear tribe tomorrow. He had understood, and seeing Anxi's longing expression while talking about honey and monkey wine, playfully teased her as a little glutton, reminding her to get some rest before returning to her own courtyard. Early the next morning, Anxi was thinking about the ape tribe and bear tribe matters and got up early. She asked the orc vendors selling breakfast to prepare more. So when the ape tribe and bear tribe arrived, she could treat them to breakfast, especially since they were coming from afar. The ape tribe must have been tired after swinging in the forest all night. Just thinking about it made Anxi feel exhausted. She truly admired them, not expecting to witness a real-life version of Tarzan. DZ, leading the orcs of the winged tribe, had already set off before dawn. However, while patrolling, he flew a bit into the forest and said he had already seen the ape tribe orcs in the distance. They should arrive faster than DZ and the others going to pick up the bear tribe. Anxi stood on the city wall looking into the forest. After about 20 minutes, he could see a large wave of apes, their shadows swaying between the distant trees, getting closer and closer. The scene was quite spectacular. Wow, what's wrong? Shio heard Anxi's exclamation and couldn't help but feel a bit curious. Don't you think it's magnificent? It reminds me of a song. You are the Tarzan next door, grabbing the vines of love. Listen to me. Oh, 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 oh. And she finished singing and suddenly burst into laughter. Shio, who didn't understand what she was saying, looked confused. Haha, why aren't you laughing? And she looked at Shio's bewildered face and suddenly realized that Shio probably didn't get the joke. She put away her smile and sighed helplessly, the sorrow of not being understood. Forget it, let's go down. They've arrived. When Anxi went down, Yi received the notification from the patrolling orc that they had already arrived. Hello, I am Yi, the sage of Divine Envoy City. You are from the ape tribe in the swamp, right? Welcome to Divine Envoy City. Let's go have some breakfast first. Not far ahead is our breakfast stall where we serve delicious food. Today, your breakfast is on us. Come and try the new breakfast varieties introduced by our Lord Divine Envoy. Steamed buns, fried dough sticks, soybean milk, tofu pudding, and golden chicken egg custard. You can have whatever you like. Why not try a bit of everything? Yi welcomed the ape orcs through the city gate, exchanged a few pleasantries, and led them towards the breakfast stall, ready to show hospitality. After all, Anxi had promised to treat the ape orcs to breakfast, and he couldn't let their Lord Divine Envoy go back on his word. The ape tribe had seen the grand and imposing city gate of Divine Envoy City from afar when they approached. They vaguely remembered coming here when the wandering orc tribe was first established, recalling how the then wandering orc tribe looked. Although it was already formidable at that time, it was mainly in terms of combat power. Their living conditions were not as good as those of the ape tribe. They merely managed to avoid starvation and only dug caves to sleep in, which was far inferior to the ape tribe's hanging houses and tree houses. Little did they expect that not long after the Lord Divine Envoy came to the wandering orc tribe, it transformed from a wandering orc tribe into a Divine Envoy tribe, attracting so many other clans and eventually evolving into Divine Envoy City. Yi, having served as the sage of such a powerful Divine Envoy tribe for so long, was naturally quite intelligent. Observing the apes' initial surprise at the city gate turn into disbelief after they entered the city and looked around, Yi pretended not to notice and acted as if he were merely a tour guide, introducing the ape orcs to the buildings within the city. He explained everything from the city gate and walls to the murals left by the turtle tribe on the walls, as well as the breakfast stall, trading market, primary school, and residential buildings, especially highlighting the heated Kong beds in winter. He still remembered how indifferent the apes had been when they came to negotiate with the wandering orc tribe during its early days. The ape tribe was recognized as an exceptionally intelligent group. Despite not being combat orcs and lacking sharp claws and teeth like them, they had managed to survive well on the perilous orc continent using their wisdom, agile movements in the forest, and precise stone-throwing skills to compete with combat orcs for territory and even live next to powerful clans like the bear tribe. He greatly admired them. The wandering orc tribe had occupied such a large territory because they were numerous and included the jungle kings like the tiger and wolf tribes, as well as the aerial king, the golden eagle orc. He never imagined that one day they would surpass the ape tribe in terms of living standards. So now, whenever he had the chance, he straightened his back and subtly flaunted things, leaving the ape orcs in a daze. We looked at the murals on the city walls of Divine Envoy City, listened to Yi describe the scenes of the Mid-Autumn Festival in the city, and gazed at the vivid paintings as if the grand occasion was unfolding before his eyes. Especially the most striking mural of the beast god Envoy soaring through the sky, which had an extraordinary impact. This was the first time we acknowledged that indeed, a tribe possessing the beast god Envoy was truly different. He remembered that the old orc in their tribe had once said that when the first beast god Envoy passed away, he told their then sage that there would be another beast god Envoy. It was just uncertain how long it would take, perhaps years, hundreds of years, or even 1,000 or 2,000 years. Thus, the ape tribe had always firmly believed that a beast god Envoy would come again to the orc continent. They just didn't expect that the arrival of the next beast god Envoy would take the longest time mentioned in the first beast god's message, 2,000 years. Chapter 128. The ape tribe's worship of the strong after the sage who had followed the beast god Envoy passed away. He left behind words that the capabilities of the beast god Envoy were beyond imagination, and the world known to the beast god Envoy was beyond the reach of their wisdom, even if the ape tribe was very intelligent. When the next beast god Envoy appeared, they must firmly follow him. Only then could their tribe regain its glory. For these 2,000 years, the ape tribe had always prided itself on being smart and had become complacent, believing that they were the smartest and most advanced tribe on the orc continent due to their own efforts. While other tribes starved to death in winter due to food shortages, they lived well, cultivating their own crops. Even when the most terrifying locust plague struck, they could still secure half of the food. Although they complained to Anxi about their hardships, they were merely facing some difficulties and occasional hunger. They would not truly starve to death, as they had ways to find food in winter. They had not seen a beast god Envoy for 2,000 years, and those orcs who had once encountered the beast god Envoy gradually passed away. The ape tribe had not seen a more intelligent group than themselves. They prided themselves on being the smartest among the intelligent orcs on the continent, feeling that they were not inferior to the beast god Envoy. They upheld the beast god Envoy because of the words left by the orcs in their tribe over the years, but deep down, they were quite proud and complacent, not treating it with much reverence. It was only when they arrived at Divine Envoy City and witnessed the lives of the orcs there that they understood why the old orcs had said what they did. The ape tribe worships the strong and the wise, just as they had never had hereditary kings or chieftains in their tribe. When someone exhibited exceptional wisdom recognized by all orcs, he became the sage of the tribe. Once there was no one left who could be acknowledged as a sage, they would choose the tribe's first warrior as the leader. Unlike the hereditary status that exists to varying degrees in other tribes, in the ape tribe, no bloodline holds special significance. They only recognize ability, not bloodline. Thus, while Anxi, as the beast god envoy, might be a faith for the entire orc continent, for the ape tribe, their respect is merely ceremonial. If Anxi did not possess abilities that earned their admiration, they would not accord him any special treatment simply because of his status as the beast god envoy. Lord Divine Envoy, we have indeed been complacent. I always thought that after all these years, the ape tribe, relying on our own efforts, had become the smartest and most advanced tribe on the orc continent. We have learned almost everything left by the former beast god envoy. Even if another beast god envoy comes, it wouldn't have much impact on us. Now I finally understand why the old orcs in our tribe said we must wait for the arrival of the beast god envoy and be loyal to him. The beast god envoy can bring glory to the orc continent. Hui, as the first warrior of the ape tribe, finally changed his previously calm demeanor upon seeing Anxi. He respectfully bowed to Anxi and said, Lord Divine Envoy, we apes have always worshipped the strong. Now, on behalf of the ape tribe, I am willing to pledge allegiance to the beast god envoy. Anxi actually noticed that the ape tribe didn't seem to care much about her before. At first, she thought the ape tribe might be similar to the camel tribe, perhaps having some connection to the beast god or previous beast god messengers. Knowing a bit more and being indifferent to fame and fortune, which explained their different reaction to her compared to other tribes. However, after spending some time with the ape tribe, she realized that things seemed a bit different. The ape tribe was inherently proud and didn't have much admiration for her or the beast god. They might have some reverence for the beast god, but not for her. Additionally, the females in the ape tribe didn't receive any special treatment. It's not that the ape tribe treated females poorly. Rather, they didn't treat them like precious treasures that needed to be protected from anyone or anything. The females were quite capable themselves and didn't expect the males to do everything for them. And she didn't pay much attention to this matter. Although she was flattered by the orcs, who constantly praised her as Lord Messenger and said things like Lord Messenger is truly impressive, which did bring her a sense of vanity, and she was the kind of person who adjusted her mentality quickly. She enjoyed the compliments when they were given, but if they weren't, she wouldn't feel much of a difference and would soon be fine again. Moreover, the ape tribe hadn't treated her poorly. They were quite polite to her, especially since they needed to use the persimmon orchard within the territory of the messenger city. Therefore, after concluding their business, and she still politely invited the ape tribe to the messenger city without feeling any displeasure. It was nothing. Intelligent minds are naturally proud, and you have shown the courtesy you should. I'm not that pretentious. And she didn't care much about the ape tribe's behavior. Mature social interactions require maintaining outward politeness regardless of one's inner thoughts. Besides, the title of Beast Messenger was something Dr. Zhao made up. To be honest, she herself benefited from compulsory education, learning from the accumulated wisdom of humanity before coming here. The orcs were the ones who suffered from a lack of education, which led them to elevate her. However, aren't you all living well in your own territory? Loyalty to me is not necessary. I don't need you to do anything. Just cooperate amicably with the messenger city in the future. Anxi nodded at Hui and patted his shoulder. Admiring the strong is our belief, but we might not be able to move to the divine messenger city like other tribes. We are more accustomed to living in the forest. However, if the divine messenger needs anything, our ape tribe is willing to help. Well, okay. Having more friends means more paths. Having more tribes to pledge loyalty to isn't necessarily a bad thing. It's rare to find a tribe that uses their brains instead of blindly believing in the beast god. It's thanks to her coming to the divine messenger tribe that a series of changes were brought about, allowing us to conquer such a tribe. While the ape tribe was still expressing their loyalty under the impact of the divine messenger city, DZ and the bear tribe returned. The bear tribe was not as calm as the ape tribe. They kept exclaiming wow, wow even before entering the city gate. Once inside, their voices only grew louder, as they expressed every thought on their faces. Anxi was puzzled by how they could show such a rich variety of expressions. Seeing that the bear tribe had also arrived and were boasting like the ape tribe, Anxi thought it best not to share too much with these big clumsy bears. Otherwise, given their level of curiosity, they might end up lingering at the city gate until noon. After having breakfast together, Anxi considered that the ape tribe had come a long way and probably hadn't slept much the night before, so they must be quite tired. Knight kindly suggested that Jean take the ape tribe orcs to a specially designated house for visiting tribes to rest. The bear tribe, however, was not tired. They had flown over with the winged tribe and had slept well, so they were full of energy. After breakfast, they couldn't help but want to wander around the Divine Messenger city, curious about everything. Watching them, Anxi was reminded of Lu Lao Lao entering the Grandview Garden from her studies back in school, since the trading market had already begun to set up stalls. To ensure the bear tribe had money to spend while they browsed and didn't just look on without buying anything, Anxi asked Knight to use some money to buy honey, animal skins, fruits, and other useful or useless items that the bear tribe had brought. It was just a friendly gesture for their first visit. After all, previous tribes had been given money to promote the Divine Messenger coin, so this wasn't a big deal. However, Anxi still made it clear to Xiongsheng that this would only be a one-time thing. For their first visit, they could take whatever they wanted, but next time they came, they wouldn't need anything except for honey. Xiongsheng agreed verbally, but wondered why the Divine Messenger city only wanted honey and not those other items. Honey is tasty, but it doesn't fill you up or keep you warm. This confusion didn't last long. It was only until the bear tribe took their money to the trading market and saw all kinds of delicious food and various fabrics and clothes from the deer tribe that they understood why the Divine Messenger city didn't need those items. In their eyes, the best things they had were not even considered scarce in the Divine Messenger city. There were even surplus items available for sale. At that moment, the bear tribe orcs, who were a bit slow to react, noticed that any male orc in the Divine Messenger city could wear clothes made of fabric, and they were quite stylish. They had never seen such styles before. Initially, when they saw Anxi and her partner Xiao, as well as Knight, the city lord and their host, all wearing nice clothes, they hadn't thought much of it. They assumed that a tribe with a beast god messenger must be wealthier than them. They had known for a long time about the deer tribe joining the Divine Messenger tribe, as the deer tribe had always had good relations with the former wandering orc tribe, and since the deer tribe was skilled in weaving, it wasn't surprising that the powerful orcs in the tribe could wear exquisite clothes. But now, how many people were there in the Divine Messenger city? It was no longer comparable to the few hundred in the former wandering orc tribe, right? With so many tribes here, had they all quickly reached a life without worries about food and clothing just because they pledged allegiance to the Divine Messenger city? Xiongsheng watched as the bear tribe orcs gazed hungrily at the novel foods in the market. He gritted his teeth and decided to take out 1/3 of the money to give each orc some, so they could buy their favorite food. The remaining 2/3 he planned to keep for buying winter supplies from the Divine Messenger city when they left. He hadn't forgotten the purpose of his trip. The orcs in the market saw the newcomers they had never seen before and remembered what the city lord had mentioned about the bear tribe and ape tribe coming to trade. The early risers in the market recalled seeing their city lord and the Divine Messenger welcoming them at the city gate. So they began to shout and showcase the good things in the Divine Messenger city to the newcomers. They even employed the free tasting promotional strategy that Anxi had taught them for launching new products, and soon the trading market was filled with calls. Delicious duck for down jackets, tender meat, honey-glazed roasted duck. Buy or not, it doesn't matter. Just come and taste. Authentic Divine Messenger recommended crispy bone sausages. Corn sausages. If they aren't good, you don't have to pay. Milk tea, juice, fruit salad. The favorite of the females in the Divine Messenger city. Buy for your favorite female. You love her. She loves you. You are sweet together. Beggar's chicken, beggar's chicken. The first dish cooked by the Divine Messenger when they first came to the Beastman continent. A dish that once conquered all beastmen. Odin. Odin. Inside is the magical food that the Divine Messenger used to conquer the She tribe. Fish balls. All ingredients are freshly selected seafood, just caught from the Sea tribe and airlifted by the Wing tribe, with soup made fresh daily, guaranteed fresh. The Bear tribe orcs had never seen such a spectacle and were completely taken aback. Hearing about free tastings, they rushed to try it. Once they tasted it, they were conquered. After all, how could anything that Anxi specially thought to make not be delicious? They couldn't stop once they started, basically eating from start to finish. And some even ran out of money and went back to plead with Xiongsheng for a loan. Xiongsheng bit into a freshly grilled, crispy bone sausage and felt tears in his heart. He wondered if crying a bit later would make the city lord and the Divine Messenger sell him winter supplies at a cheaper price. How can it be this delicious? Isn't this tempting me to spend money? So good. As Xiongsheng tried to control his desire to spend, he saw more delicious food and couldn't help but buy. And after buying, he regretted it while eating. But what could he do? Everything was just too delicious. The female bears, besides eating at the food stalls, were also captivated by the beautiful clothes made by the deer tribe. They had seen the clothes the divine messenger wore when they arrived. They were simply unbelievably beautiful. Although the female bears were not known for their beauty, surely they would look a bit better in such beautiful clothes, right? Don't miss out, whether you buy or not. Come take a look at the unique ready-to-wear shop in the Divine Messenger City. Customized for the Divine Messenger. Fair prices, you can't lose or be fooled. Come take a look. A deer tribe member who was watching the shop saw a few female bears hesitating outside and immediately began to shout. Hearing the calls, a few female bears mustered the courage to approach. Originally, the clothes looked so good that they were hesitant to go over, knowing that they didn't have much money from Xiongshang. The bear clan and the ape clan are close to each other. And since the bear clan is known for its tough skin and strong physique, the females of both clans do not receive the same treatment as those from other clans and do not have the delicate temperaments typically seen elsewhere. Most are quite straightforward. So, what would you ladies like to see? We can customize based on your measurements here. If you like something, we can take your measurements and make it for you. The orc from the deer clan noticed that the few female bears coming over were not as petite as the females from their divine envoy city. Each of them was robust. It seemed that the clothes here were made according to the sizes of the females from divine envoy city, which they likely couldn't wear. So he cleverly suggested customization. Can it be customized? I want a dress like the one painted on the city wall, the kind the divine envoy wears while dancing. Do you have it? Do you have it? A female bear asked, her eyes shining with excitement. Chapter 130. The clever ape clan as soon as she entered. She saw the mural on the city wall, the most prominent one being the divine envoy's heavenly dance. Although she didn't know what heavenly meant from the literal sense, it implied flying, which was different from the females on the ground, and she wished to be as beautiful as that. We can make it, but that kind of dress is a performance costume. The divine envoy made it just for dancing. If I buy it for you, you'll regret it when you get home. That dress is beautiful, but it's not suitable for everyday wear, and it doesn't have anything special about it. It just has a piece of fabric missing around the navel area. It mainly relies on that flowing ribbon to look good, and it has to be worn while dancing. Otherwise, it's of no use. As a clothing manufacturer, the Deer Clan is very clear about the pros and cons of each garment. When the Divine Envoy performed her heavenly dance, it amazed everyone in Divine Envoy City, and countless females wanted the Divine Envoy's dress, only to later realize it was unwearable for daily life. Since then, whenever any female got overly excited about buying clothes, the Deer Clan would advise them to calm down. The female bear was indeed doused with a bucket of cold water and became somewhat dispirited. Don't worry, we have many types of clothing here, many of which are what the Divine Envoy wears daily, like this cheapao and this RU skirt. Of course, with the weather turning cold soon, these are a bit out of season. You don't need to be too sad. That heavenly dance outfit is indeed too flimsy. If you bought it, it wouldn't be useful. How about looking at this sweater? It's made of the warmest lamb wool, and this lamb wool coat is also available. In winter, nothing is warmer than lamb wool clothing besides cotton padded jackets and down jackets. The orc from the Deer Clan, fearing that this female bear would be discouraged from buying, hurriedly promoted other clothes in his store. Lamb wool? How can it be made into this kind of clothing? What about the animal skin on it? The female bear was indeed distracted. This is our Deer Clan's textile technology, taught to us by the Divine Envoy. I guarantee you'll feel warm wearing it. I see this sweater is quite large. You should be able to wear it. Why not give it a try? If it's not warm, you don't have to buy it. When the female bear heard that she could try it on, she felt that the merchandise in Divine Envoy City was genuinely good and eagerly put it on. The moment she felt the sweater against her body, she found it indeed very warm. In fact, this sweater was not a fitted style. It was just that Anxi preferred to wear oversized sweaters. So the Deer Clan made all the sweaters for her in a loose fit. The females in Divine Envoy City thought Anxi's clothing looked great and liked to follow her style, so most of the sweaters produced by the Deer Clan were oversized. Fortunately, there was this oversized sweater. Otherwise, this female bear probably wouldn't have found anything that fit her here. It's really warm. You guys are amazing. This is the sweater worn by the Divine Envoy. It's so beautiful, and it even comes in colors. The female bear couldn't stop touching the sweater on her, and after asking the price, she gritted her teeth and bought it, thinking she could skip a few bites of delicious food later. Other females watched as the female bear strutted back, showing off her sweater, and before long, many came over to buy that sweater, with several other colors also being sold out. After resting, the ape clan came out just in time to see the satisfied bear orcs, who had been taken around the market. However, the apes were more restrained than the bears and didn't have as strong a desire for food. They preferred fruits and similar foods, buying some dried fruits and candied fruits to taste, and instead of foolishly gorging themselves at the trading market like the bears. They headed straight to Fine Night to exchange the items they had brought for a large amount of dried and candied fruits, which turned out to be cheaper than buying them separately at the market. After shopping, the apes found Anxi and asked what else besides persimmon cakes. The ape clan could make that divine envoy city needed. They could try their best to produce items to exchange for winter supplies, and for what they couldn't do, they could ask Anxi to teach them. They could also earn wages or pay taxes like the clans within divine envoy city. Anxi looked at the ape tribe that had come to her doorstep, raising her eyebrows in surprise. It seemed she had indeed underestimated this group. She initially thought she had overestimated them, but it turned out she hadn't overestimated them enough. It was clear that the most intelligent tribe on the Orc continent, as recognized by everyone, was not just a casual claim. In such a short time, they had already figured out the working patterns of all the tribes within the divine envoy city, and they had even noticed that her invitation for the two tribes to come was likely for a specific purpose, which is why they came to inquire directly. Well, I do have this idea. Besides assigning the persimmon grove to be jointly contracted by your two tribes, what I need from the ape tribe is the 100 fruit brew. This is something you can produce on your own. Although it is rare, the rarer something is, the more expensive it will be. We will definitely offer you a fair price, starting at 10 gold coins per jar, and it can go up to a maximum of 30 gold coins, depending on the different yields you obtain each year. Anxi thought for a moment and said, "You have been living in the forest for many years, and you're agile. So there are many places you can go. The chances of finding various medicinal herbs are definitely higher. Our divine envoy city also collects various medicinal herbs and prices them based on their rarity." We frowned slightly upon hearing Anxi mention the collection of medicinal herbs. Our ape clan also needs medicinal herbs. Generally, no clan would ever have too many herbs. It's rare for a clan to sell the herbs they gather. If they sell the herbs from their own clan, won't they run out of them when they need them? Anxi thought for a moment and realized that this was indeed the case. Thus, our healer Qing Xian in Shunshur City has opened a medical class to teach orcs basic pharmacology. You can send orcs who are willing to learn medicine to study here every year, but whether they qualify to become healers in the end is uncertain. It will depend on the results of their learning. However, it will definitely be useful. Moreover, we have healers and hospitals in Shunshur City. So when your orc tribe members fall ill, they can come to Shunshur City for treatment. Of course, the medical expenses will be self-funded, just like for the orcs in Shunshur City. This is Anxi's promise to the ape tribe. In Anxi's view, it was not a big deal, but it indeed shocked the ape tribe. They had never heard of a healer from that tribe teaching their skills to other orcs. At most, they would find a disciple to inherit their legacy when they grew old, continuing the mission of healers. Although they had never heard of what a medical class meant, they could guess that it meant teaching more than one orc. The position of a healer is so respected that they are revered in any tribe, sometimes even more than females, as healers can save lives. However, why does it feel so ordinary in Shunshur City, like a cabbage? Chapter 131. Brainwashing the ape tribe. Are there many healers in Shunshur City? What is a hospital? We was a bit confused. What kind of scheme is this Shunshur City? Oh, there aren't many. In fact, the only one who can truly be called a healer is Qing Xian. The other orcs are just half-baked. They simply learn pharmacology from Qing Xian and deal with minor ailments. The hospital was mainly established for those orcs who go hunting, as they often get injured from bumps and scrapes during hunting and fighting. Now that there are so many orcs in Shunshur City, these minor injuries and illnesses have been bothering Qing Xian, so he set up a medical class to train a batch of students. The ones in the hospital now are the first batch that came out. There aren't many of them, just enough to manage. They can handle basic ailments that are not too difficult, such as bandaging and applying medicine. The simplest tasks have been entrusted to them. Anxi explained it casually. However, Hui and the several beastmen from the ape tribe behind him did not feel comforted by the explanation. They couldn't help but complain in their hearts. Isn't it already impressive enough? Just being able to treat minor injuries and illnesses in a small tribe means one can be a healer, especially since many tribes don't have healers. Huey's eyes flickered, wondering if the City of Divine Envoys was actually training a large number of healers. If the City of Divine Envoys really had a substantial number of healers, then it would indeed be more powerful than all the tribes on the Beastman continent. Moreover, the City of Divine Envoys was willing to teach orcs who came to study there. He had heard that there was a primary school in the City of Divine Envoys that taught not only writing, but also all sorts of strange things he had never heard of, as well as cooking, and now even medicine. If this continued, the City of Divine Envoys would become the most sought-after place for all beastmen on the continent. It was surprising that no tribe had ever thought of such a simple idea before. Perhaps the beastmen had always viewed healers as high and mighty, never considering that so many beastmen could learn. Indeed, the envoy of the beast god had such a generous mindset. Did the healers in the city of divine envoys not worry that the increasing number of beastmen studying medicine would affect their status? Did the divine envoy not worry that the growing number of healers from other tribes would impact the status of the city of divine envoys? Hui curiously looked at Anxi and asked, is the envoy of the beast god really so selfless? Can the healers in the city of divine envoys really be like the envoy? Do they not have any objections to this? TSK, such a narrow perspective. A flock of sheep running through the forest. If the leading sheep worries about not being able to remain the leader, it should run harder instead of throwing stones backward to hinder the other sheep. Otherwise, not only will the other sheep not run fast, but it will also slow down itself, ending up making no progress at all. Anxi looked at Hui seriously and said, our divine messenger city has never feared any tribe or ethnic group coming to learn from us, because we will always have something new to offer. Learning is endless, and worrying about the progress of other orcs will not make you a better orc. Our Qingxian healers study better methods to treat the orcs' injuries and illnesses every day, and they have never slacked off. No matter how well other orcs learn, they were taught by our healers and can never surpass them. Therefore, the healers that other tribes can produce can only be students of our Qingxian healers in Divine Messenger City. And we have many students like this in our Divine Messenger City, which is why we are becoming stronger and stronger. Huey's expression became serious as he realized he had been stuck in a narrow mindset. Anxi's words had a profound impact on him, and he finally understood why the ape tribe had been regarded as the smartest group on the orc continent for 2,000 years, but had never become the most powerful tribe. Could the root cause be here? Is this what the Divine Messenger was referring to when he spoke of a broader perspective? Anxi spoke seriously to Hui because he noticed the pride and complacency of the Yeren tribe, which looked down on other groups. On the surface, it might not seem obvious, but the close relationship between the Yeren and the Xiong tribes, despite their cooperation even in simple tasks like picking persimmons, reveals a lot. The living standards of the Xiong tribe are significantly lower than those of the Yeren tribe. The Xiong orcs are naturally carefree and do not mind these differences, which is why they have maintained a good relationship for so many years despite living next to each other. Of course, this does not mean that the Yeren tribe is wrong. After all, whether to help or not is up to them, and they shouldn't be morally coerced. However, as a friendly tribe, hiding their intentions while carrying a hint of arrogance can become uncomfortable over time if they don't have a good disposition. Moreover, being overly protective of their own treasures will not make the Yeren tribe any stronger. Since the Yeren tribe has a mindset that admires strength and an ambition to become strong, Anxi believes they should understand what a true strong individual is like. A true strong person does not fear anyone stronger than themselves. The path of strength is about always being stronger than the person they were before. Anxi is giving a speech to the ape tribe over here, while Yi and Qingxian are walking over for quite a while. They see Anxi speaking passionately and just keep listening without approaching. Our divine messenger is really impressive. I feel embarrassed by the compliments she gives me. Look at those self-righteous guys from the ape tribe. They look so stunned by what she is saying. What's the term for that? Oh, brainwashing. I think the ape tribe orcs have been completely brainwashed by Anxi, and they probably won't dare to act so arrogantly in the future. Qingxian, holding a fan, imitates how Anxi usually elegantly fans herself, finding what she thinks is the most graceful pose, and gleefully watches Anxi brainwashing the ape tribe. After all, Anxi is the messenger of the beast god, and she knows far more than they can imagine. Anxi said that in her world, children start learning knowledge and principles from the moment they are born, and the things we're learning now are what their children learn at just a few years old. Those ape tribe members, thinking they're clever, dare to look down on the beast god's messenger. What arrogance. Although Anxi doesn't say it every time she goes out, especially to other tribes, no matter what grievances she faces or danger she encounters, you will always ask the accompanying orcs about it twice. So when it comes to the ape tribe's lack of respect toward Anxi, you learned about it from the orcs he traveled with and felt very unhappy about it. Now, seeing Anxi educating the ape tribe orcs to the point of being dumbfounded, he can't help but find it a bit amusing. Anxi is right. A true strong person only compares themselves to themselves. Such a sensible statement could only come from Anxi. However, the ape tribe does have their own reasons to be proud. For some reason, they're favored by the beast gods, learning quickly, being very intelligent, and having strong practical skills. Unlike the warlike orcs who prefer to use brute force, they excel at using their wisdom to solve problems. Therefore, even if the ape tribe is somewhat arrogant, no orc can say anything against them. It's just that tribes with considerable strength like theirs might feel a bit disgruntled. However, Anxi is not brainwashing them out of displeasure. Rather, he hopes that a smart and capable group that could lead the orc continent to become better doesn't become overly self-important. After all, the conditions on the orc continent are already laid out. If the overall situation of the orc continent doesn't change, no matter how good your tribe is, it won't lead to significant improvement. Chapter 132, Beekeeping Experiment. Anxi has seen the real technological world, so he looks down on the trivial matters of the orc continent and does not share the mindset of the ape tribe orcs. This misunderstanding inadvertently makes the ape tribe feel inferior to the generosity of the beast god's messenger. After all, wasn't the beast god's messenger originally sent by the beast god to help the orcs? So why would they care about these things? With their heads full of thoughts after receiving Anxi's brainwashing, the ape tribe left. Anxi didn't consider the feelings of the monkey tribe. Anyway, she had finished what she needed to say. After organizing the beekeeping methods for the bear tribe, she went to find Xiongsheng. Beekeeping? Lord Divine Envoy. Can bees really be kept? This was the first time Xiongsheng had heard of beekeeping. Bees can sting, and getting stung can be quite painful. It is possible. I've seen beekeepers who raise bees, and there are indeed techniques involved, but for ordinary bees, it's fine to just catch them in the wild. However, we should also make protective clothing so that we won't get stung. And she found a quick-working ore carpenter in the city to make a hive frame, which was placed in a designated area in the mountains specifically for raising bees. The deer tribe used tan cowhide to make a bee-proof suit, and then used a mesh net to create a protective mask to prevent bees from getting inside. They also weaved a large bamboo basket and sewed tan bee skin on the outside, creating an opening at the top of the basket that could be closed with a bee's tendon for tying. Once the bees were put inside, the opening could be tied shut, preventing the bees from escaping. They also made a bee-catching net, which would be used to twist the entire beehive down into the frame. They found a bear tribe orc with rich experience in searching for honey in the forest to wear it and handed the basket to him. Then found a winged tribe orc to accompany him into the forest to quickly locate the beehive. The airflow created by the flapping wings of the winged tribe orc would ensure that the bees could not approach, and flying quickly would make it less likely to get stung. And she originally planned to have Dze take her along to see it, as she felt more at ease seeing it in person, even though the method had been explained clearly. Who would have thought that this time not only Xiao and Yi opposed it, but Dze also disagreed for the first time about taking her along. Dze, you've changed. You're not that partner who listened to me and thought everything I said was right anymore. And she stood with her hands on her hips, accusing Dze with a glare. Dze rolled his eyes, saying that their bear clan was best at collecting honey, and that with all the preparations made, bringing back some wild bees shouldn't be an issue. What is there that you can't handle? I just want to make sure everything's okay. And she replied, what if you get stung? Even if you're not afraid, I'm worried about getting stung. Just stay put and wait. Why should the male worry about everything for the female? What kind of future would that lead to for the male? If you fail or get hurt, just try again. You're a beast god's messenger. But they're not your own cubs, so there's no need to pamper them. Anxi's words were all shot down by Emperor Ze, making her suspect that he was a worm in her stomach, knowing exactly what she wanted to say. Fine, I won't care anymore, is that okay? I'm just trying to ensure that I can have honey in the future. Seriously, shouldn't we pay more attention to delicious things? Every day, talking about females and males. Knowing that you're taking care of the females, I wouldn't know and think you're gender discriminatory. Anxi rolled her eyes and turned back, ignoring him. Xiao, I'm hungry. I want to eat honey-glazed grilled fish balls. Anxi shouted loudly as she walked back. Okay, I'll make it for you when we get back. Xiao hurried to catch up, glancing back at Dze with an appreciative look. Fortunately, this guy still knew what was important. It wasn't like Anxi said she wanted to go with her everywhere. Dze ignored Xiao. He wasn't stupid. Taking Anxi out was only okay when he thought there was no danger. Could he really take Anxi to catch bees? Bees weren't like wild beasts that could be dealt with by brute force. Those little bees were quite troublesome, and Anxi's skin was delicate. If a bee really came out and stung her, it would hurt her for a long time. Why would he take her to such a dangerous place for no reason? Besides, he was telling the truth. He didn't want to go himself anyway. Xiao brought Anxi back to the courtyard, took out the fish balls and fish tofu he had prepared in advance from the refrigerator, and skewered them with bamboo sticks. He also took out the honey brought by the bear tribe, brushed it repeatedly with honey and spicy sauce, and then placed it on the charcoal to grill. To enjoy barbecued food, Anxi even found a blacksmith shop to make a grill, which cooked the food much more evenly than a fire pit. Dze, Ye, Vingguan, Bao and Toma all finished their tasks and returned for dinner. Seeing Xiao grilling fish balls, they all started to prepare the food they wanted to eat and took it to grill. After Xiao finished grilling a skewer, he handed it to Anxi first. Anxi took a pot of rice wine, slowly ate the fish balls, and sipped on the drink. Anxi actually really liked rice wine and other sweet fruit wines, but she didn't like the strong, spicy grain alcohol because it wasn't sweet and irritated her throat, making it unpleasant to drink. Seeing Anxi drinking rice wine, Xiao prepared a glass of water for her. This was Anxi's habit. She had to drink water while eating because she often choked on her food. So after Xiao noticed this, he always remembered to have a glass of water ready for her while she was eating. Byhalf cleaned 3 golden pheasants, chopped off the wings, and grilled them in the same way as the fish balls before handing them to Anxi. Byhalf could eat a lot, and even when he wasn't hungry, he could eat 2 golden pheasants himself. However, Anxi had a small appetite, even smaller than the average female on the beastman continent. Usually, he would eat a few golden pheasants, and as long as he gave Anxi the wings, she could eat quite a bit. Sometimes, she could even eat a little more of something else, which was considered a lot for her. Therefore, while the males in the courtyard were cooking and grilling, they all made sure to give Anxi the food that was ready first, so she could eat her fill and rest without having to wait for them. Anxi ate several skewers of fish balls and fish tofu, and also 3 pairs of chicken wings. For her, that was already quite a lot. This was after her appetite had increased since coming to the Orc continent. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to eat so much before. Unfortunately, these males didn't understand the normal appetite of an ordinary human woman and always thought she ate too little, especially when she had just arrived. They were constantly worried that she would starve to death. Anxi lay down on a rattan chair to rest after finishing his meal, while the other males began to eat their own food. The Bear Clan's orcs, who had gone out to catch bees, didn't return until it was almost dark. Anxi specifically reminded them to make sure to catch the queen bee and not let it escape. Otherwise, without the queen, the bees wouldn't stay at all. Anxi knew that after catching the bees, he would also change into a bee-proof suit and go to the beehive, allowing the bear tribe orc who caught the bees to place them inside the hive. Then he would isolate the queen bee and apply honey on top. After the swarm settled in the hive, he would press the frames into the bee cluster, allowing the bees to naturally cluster under the frames. Finally, he would feed them sugar water to stimulate the worker bees to build comb. He instructed the bear tribe orc guarding the hive to continue feeding sugar water every evening until the worker bees started building comb and the queen began laying eggs, at which point they could stop. Chapter 133. Making persimmon cakes. A single colony of wild bees was definitely not enough, so over the next few days, the bear tribe sent orcs out every day to catch more bees. Eventually, the bear tribe even considered staying for the honey. But since they needed to hibernate and the winter in Divine Envoy City was quite lively, it was not suitable for hibernation. Therefore, Xiongcheng discussed with the bear tribe for a day and a night, and they came up with a plan to come to Divine Envoy City in the summer to learn and raise bees, and return to hibernate in the bear tribe's stone caves during the winter. After all, the bees would not go out to collect nectar in winter anyway. The ape tribe, on the other hand, decided to do the opposite of the bear tribe. They chose to stay in Divine Envoy City for the winter and return to the forest in the summer, as their beast forms were more convenient in the forest. However, after discussing with Anxi, they decided to move their gathering place to the forest within Divine Envoy City's territory so that they could come to the city every day to learn. Anxi called Li to discuss giving the original land of the Deer Clan to the Monkey Clan. That area is not too far from the city of the Divine Envoy, and with the speed of the Monkey Clan, it wouldn't be difficult for them to come to the city for classes every day. Moreover, there are already simple houses available, so at least they wouldn't have to start everything from scratch. Li had no objections to this, as that area originally belonged to the Divine Envoy tribe, and they had previously been somewhat like a subordinate tribe to the Divine Envoy tribe. Since they hadn't lived there for a long time and wouldn't be returning, they would only go to the forest for hunting or if some orc had business outside and couldn't return before dark or needed a place to rest if injured. Leaving it as it is and giving it to the Monkey Clan wasn't a big deal. However, the Monkey Clan was quite industrious. Even though the Deer Clan agreed to give them the original gathering place for free the next day, the Monkey Clan called all their orcs to help the Deer Clan with chores, taking over cooking and other tasks for 3 consecutive days. In the end, the Deer Clan orcs were not used to being served like that and forcibly stopped the Monkey Clan's acts of gratitude, which settled the matter. After this incident, the orcs from the city of the Divine Envoy, who originally looked down on the Monkey Clan, had a significantly better impression of them. Although the Monkey Clan was a bit proud, they knew how to repay kindness, which should be what the Divine Envoy meant by character. It seemed the Monkey Clan's character was quite good. All the orcs who knew about this matter had this thought in their hearts. Since the Bear Clan and Monkey Clan arrived, Anxi had the Wing clan follow the monkey and bear clans to pick persimmons and then let them peel and dry the persimmons into cakes. The orcs from the city of the divine envoy, who had never eaten persimmon cakes, felt it was a pity, thinking that persimmon cakes would be dry and crumbly like other dried fruits, but the persimmons themselves were large and sweet. Wouldn't that be a waste? Divine envoy. There aren't that many persimmons, and the orcs from the city of the divine envoy can finish sharing them. It would be such a pity to dry them. We can pay the monkey clan to buy some. As the monkey clan deftly processed the persimmons into cakes, the orcs from the city of the divine envoy came over, looking heartbroken at the sight of those persimmons. Don't you like eating persimmon cakes? A monkey clan orc asked curiously. Anxi found it a bit funny hearing this. You haven't tried persimmon cakes. Trust me, they're not worse than persimmons. Yes, persimmon cakes are super sweet, even sweeter than persimmons. A young ape was bouncing around the persimmons. It's actually quite similar to candied fruit, but it's sweet enough without adding honey. I guarantee you'll find it sweet to the point of being overwhelming. After hearing Anxi and the apes say this, the beastmen believed it too and didn't feel so regretful anymore. In their view, candied fruit is delicious, but dried fruit is just okay. It's too dry and mainly dried for preservation. After all, not all fruits are suitable for making into candied fruit. Anxi was surprised to hear the orcs complain that the dried fruit was too dry. When they first started drying the fruit, the orcs were quite happy about it. Why are they complaining now? Anxi asked Xiao about the doubts in her heart. Because at that time, there wasn't much food in the tribe, especially during winter. Being able to eat fruit was quite a luxury, so who wouldn't be happy? But now, the sheep tribe has planted too many fruit trees with a wide variety, and there are so many dried fruits that they can't finish them all. The orcs don't have a habit of wasting food, so they just eat as much as they can. However, after eating too much, they find it to be ordinary, especially when compared to candied fruits and preserved fruits. They feel the dried fruits are not as sweet as candied fruits. Xiao understands the orc's mindset very well. Many things in the Wolf King tribe are communicated to him by the wolf orcs, and he pays special attention to the orc situation in the tribe for Anxi's sake. However, dried fruits are actually the most natural and nutritious, while candied fruits have added salt and sugar, and preserved fruits are soaked in honey, which makes them too sweet and not suitable for excessive consumption. And she frowned, but the orcs didn't like dried fruits, most of which were sold by the merchant caravans. There were still some leftovers in the tribe. Shouldn't they just skip making the last batch of dried fruits this year? But what else could they make? Xiao couldn't bear to see and she distressed, and when he noticed her frowning again, he reached out to smooth her brow and gently rubbed her head. Don't mind them. It's just that life is too good for them now. In the past, there was nothing to be picky about. Just not going hungry was good enough. Now they don't like this or that, complaining about the dried fruit. Let them drink more water when they eat it, or they can soak it in water. Xiao rubbed Anxi's temples. Ever since she had a headache once, Xiao had been worried whenever she frowned, fearing that her little head was thinking too much every day, and what if she got a headache again? That shouldn't be the case. We create better conditions so that the orcs can live well, have enough to eat, and choose what they like without having to go hungry anymore. Besides, how can dried fruit be eaten after soaking it in water? Only you could come up with such an idea. And she laughed and poked Xiao's strong chest muscles with her hand. Wait a minute, soaking in water? Right, how did I forget about that? Anxi paused as she poked Xiao's chest muscles, then retracted her finger and slapped her forehead. What's wrong? What did you forget? Xiao asked quickly, noticing Anxi's excited expression. The canned fruit. I forgot the canned fruit. Anxi felt really frustrated with herself. She should have remembered as soon as she saw the coconut. What's canned fruit? Xiao asked, puzzled. It's fruit cooked in syrup, and it's especially delicious when cooled. It has the flavor of the fruit and the sweetness of the syrup. Even the liquid is sweet. Anxi talked and talked until she became tempted, as she hadn't eaten canned food for a long time. Her favorite used to be coconut jelly in a can, but she couldn't extract preservatives in the Orc continent. Although it was healthier, it didn't last long, and she could only rely on the refrigerator to extend its storage time. Let's go make some sweet syrup canned food. Anxi pulled Xiao and hurried off. Previously, the sheep tribe had nearly picked all the ripe fruits, turning them into dried fruits, fruit preserves, and candied fruits. It was only recently that a small batch of the last ripe fruits had matured. Otherwise, there would really be no fruits left to make in food. Chapter 134 Sweet Syrup Canned Food. Anxi went to the glass factory and bought a bunch of glass jars. Looking at the jars in his hand, which were not exactly the same as canned bottles, but quite similar, Anxi sighed. He realized he had forgotten to make sweetened fruit preserves. Previously, he had only thought of using them to replace ceramic jars for pickled vegetables. Since he remembered this time, he might as well make a variety of preserves. In addition to sweetened fruit jars, he also wanted to make his favorite canned tomato fish, fermented black bean fish. and luncheon meat. With the current orc smelting technology, making iron cans was still challenging, so he could only use glass jars. The glass jars had already been moved over. Shio brought the glass jars to byhalf's cooking class because Anxi thought this place was spacious and could accommodate a lot of work. Plus, he could teach the orcs in the cooking class at the same time, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. What is all this for? Why we need so many jars? Byhalf stared blankly at the numerous glass jars. Byhalf, have the orcs in the cooking class wash the glass jars clean first, then drain them. There should be no residual water, as leftover water can spoil the food. I want to make some canned goods, and we'll put them in these glass jars later. Oh, okay. Byhalf nodded and led the orcs in the cooking class to wash the glass jars clean, basically just rinsing them with water, then neatly placing them on a wooden board covered with gauze to drain. Are we all set? Good. Next, let's peel these yellow peaches, core the apples and pears. Wash the bayberries, scoop out the coconut meat, and clean the strawberries. Anxi first selected a few of her favorite fruits to prepare, planning to do the rest slowly afterward. With too much work to do, Anxi didn't do it herself, but instead directed the orcs. Even if she tried, her speed couldn't compare to that of the orcs in the cooking class, and she wouldn't be much help while also tiring herself out. Moreover, the more dangerous tasks with knives were not something they would let her do. After cleaning up, she cut the peaches, apples, and pears into pieces and boiled them in different pots with water and rock sugar. It was important to use plenty of water, otherwise, it would evaporate during the cooking process. Once the sugar dissolved, she added the fruit and stirred, cooking for about 15 minutes. It didn't need to take too long. If cooked too long, the fruit would become mushy, and she preferred it to have a bit of firmness for better taste. One orc habitually scooped out a piece to taste, exclaiming how sweet and delicious it was. The syrupy fruit preserves needed to cool down to taste good. Once prepared, everything was packed into glass jars, and after cooling, they could take some to eat, while the rest would be stored in the refrigerator. Anxi instructed the orcs making sweet syrup canned food. The rest of you can handle it. It should be simple for you. You few will specialize in making sweet syrup canned food. And I'll have a few more orcs come learn how to make tomato fish canned food and luncheon meat canned food with me. Huh, but we also want to learn other canned foods. Making sweet syrup canned food is not difficult at all. We've already learned it. The orcs making sweet syrup canned food felt anxious when they heard that they might not learn other types of canned food. Tomato fish canned food and luncheon meat canned food sounded more technically challenging than sweet syrup canned food. If it didn't learn, they would have one less dish than the other orcs, and that wouldn't do. And she didn't expect that this group of orcs would be so eager to learn. Well, since you're all here, you could just watch from the side, but keep an eye on your pots. Once you've learned, you can go back and make sweet syrup canned food. Watching the orcs waddle over happily, and she shook his head helplessly. Tomato fish canned food, also known as tomato sauce fish canned food, is generally more delicious when made with mackerel, grass carp, or tuna. Anxi was talking to the orcs while directing them to work. Those who were cleaning fish were cleaning fish, those washing tomatoes were washing tomatoes, and those preparing ingredients like scallions, ginger, and garlic were chopping away busily. To make tomato sauce, it's best to peel the tomatoes. A very simple peeling method is to gently score a cross on the top of the tomato with a knife, just enough to break the skin. Then, boil a pot of water. You can either toss the tomatoes into the pot and pour boiling water over them repeatedly, or wait patiently for them to be boiled in water until the skin starts to curl up, at which point you can take them out and the skin will come off easily with a gentle pull. Anxi demonstrated while explaining to the orcs, but accidentally burned her hand when she took out the tomatoes. Shio wouldn't let her handle it anymore, and byhalf forcefully took over Anxi's tasks, only allowing her to speak. All right, pour oil into the pan, and after the oil is hot, add the fish. Fry both sides until golden brown. Then throw in all the auxiliary ingredients to stir fry. Cut the tomatoes into small pieces and stir fry them together, adding sugar and salt. Then a bit of water to simmer on low heat. It needs to simmer for a long time until the fish bones are tender. The canned fish and tomato sauce is actually simple, and the taste won't differ too much. It mainly has the sweet and sour flavor of tomatoes. However, the canned luncheon meat is quite different. Previously, Anxi had used a bag of luncheon meat seasoning she bought herself, and upon reflection, she remembered looking up the recipe, which included starch, egg whites, pepper water, soy sauce, sugar, 5-spice powder, and pepper. But now, they don't have all the suggested ingredients. So, they might be able to make it, but it probably won't taste like the canned luncheon meat. Fortunately, Anxi isn't obsessed with the taste of luncheon meat. As long as it tastes good, that's enough. The other orcs are even simpler. They don't know what it should taste like anyway. Luncheon meat is made from pork, specifically fatty pork, and there is freshly hunted wild boar meat in the storage room. Anxi had them cut some fatty pork, which was originally reserved for making sausages. But luncheon meat is quite similar to sausage. A group of orcs each chopped up a piece of fatty pork, then added the available ingredients according to Anxi's instructions. Mixed them and steamed them in a wooden bowl. Once taken out and sliced, it becomes edible luncheon meat. It actually tastes quite similar to sausage, just without the casing. It has a different flavor from grilled sausages and smoked sausages, but there's a bit of a difference. However, it feels easier to steam directly than to stuff sausages. The orcs in the cooking class now have rich tasting experience, and as soon as the food is out of the pot, they start discussing the differences in cooking methods and flavors, looking quite professional. And she smiled as she looked at them, saying, "Not bad. You all look very professional now. These things can be eaten cold and will still taste good. You can prepare them in advance and eat them when it's inconvenient to cook or when you don't want to cook. Now, why don't you go try the jars of sweet soup that have cooled down over there and see how they taste?" Upon hearing Anxi's reminder, the orcs went to grab 2 jars of sweet soup that had cooled down. Each orc took a taste, and before the others could get a bite, the first one couldn't help but shout out, "Wow, it's really delicious when it's cold. It's even better than when it's hot. It's so sweet. I want to buy this sweet soup jar to take home and eat today." Chapter 135. Lion Tribe. After finishing the canned food, the orcs from the cooking class went out to sell, as usual. The orcs in the Divine Envoy City had also gotten used to the process of the cooking class, and they certainly knew there would be fresh food available. Some orcs knew that the Divine Envoy had ordered a large number of glass jars, so they figured something big was happening. Therefore, whatever the cooking class orcs sold, there were orcs buying, even if they had never eaten or seen it before. They wouldn't doubt it since the Divine Envoy had never let them down. Everything that came out was delicious. Oh, there's also a preserved egg, but that thing is actually pretty good when mixed with tofu or cooked in porridge, though it tastes a bit strange on its own. Watching the orcs in the Divine Envoy City lining up to buy, the orcs from the Bear Tribe and the Ape Tribe also curiously followed to buy. As a result, they became addicted to it, especially the Bear Tribe. They absolutely loved the sweet soup jars. It could be said that the Bear Tribe had a true love for sweets. And she heard that the Bear Tribe orcs hadn't even eaten dinner today and were crazily consuming sweet soup jars. She really worried they might get diabetes. Once the canned food was finished, the busy autumn finally came to an end, and with the arrival of the winter snow, the orc continent officially entered winter. Suddenly having free time, and she felt a bit unaccustomed. She took Shio to stroll around the market. For such a long time, and she had only eaten the food made by Shio and by Hao, and she hadn't properly tasted the current cooking skills of the orcs. Today, and she told Shio not to cook, and the two of them bought whatever they saw in the market, just to try out the orcs' cooking skills now. Because when she came to buy things, the market was even more lively than usual. Many orcs, seeing that it was Anxi buying, specifically wanted to make her a new serving, fearing that the previous one might not taste good and cause them to lose face in front of the Divine Envoy. "Who is that beautiful female? Hey, are you new here? You don't even know the Divine Envoy?" An orc in front of a street food stall was surprised to see the unfamiliar orc asking him questions. Is there really someone in the Divine Envoy City who doesn't know the Divine Envoy? She is the Beast God Envoy. She looks really good. Sure, Xian muttered as he watched Anxi's back. Hey, our Divine Envoy is not only good looking, but everything about her is great. The current state of our Divine Envoy City was built brick by brick under the leadership of the Divine Envoy. The orcs selling street food seemed to gain momentum and began to enthusiastically tell this orc, who surprisingly didn't know the Divine Envoy, about the history of the Divine Envoy City and the Divine Envoy herself. Anxi returned to the inner city, and Yi came to find her. Anxi, the Lion Tribe has arrived. They were brought back by the Dog Tribe during their trade trip to the grasslands. The Dog Tribe's previous exchanges have piqued the curiosity of the Lion Tribe deep in the grasslands, especially with the tales of thatched cottages and heated Kong beds. They rushed over before winter to trade goods for a chance to spend the winter in the Divine Envoy City. I want you to come with me to see their goods. I'm not familiar with everything from the grasslands, but you have a better eye for valuable items. What goods have they brought? Anxi was curious. It was her first time seeing a tribe arrive so suddenly. Once you go and have a look, Yi said, pulling Anxi out the door. Anxi followed Yi to the temporary residence arranged for the Lion Tribe, where they were greeted by Shirhuai, who had inquired about Anxi during the day. Your Excellency, the Divine Envoy, City Lord, I am Shirhuai. Anxi nodded and didn't ask why Xian knew her. She had already gotten used to being recognized wherever she went. Are you the leader of the Lion Clan? No, we don't have a leader in the Lion Clan. And she was just asking casually, but she didn't expect to receive such an answer. Yes, although our Lion Tribe is considered a group, there is no chieftain. Everyone lives their own lives. Every lion beastman has hunting abilities, so there's not much to manage, which is why there is no chieftain. Lion Huan explained to Anxi, who looked puzzled. but the lion tribe has never had a chieftain, and he didn't find it strange at all. Then who are you? And she looked at Lion Huan, wondering if the one who came to receive them was the representative of the lion tribe, since there was no chieftain. I am the most capable beastman of the lion tribe, so the honor of receiving the divine messenger belongs to me. Lion Huan puffed out his chest. So it's similar to the model of selecting the most capable in the tribe, like the ape tribe. Well then, can you first tell me what you are here to trade? I heard you plan to spend the winter in the divine messenger city. Anxi didn't dwell on the identity issue of Xian and straightforwardly brought up the main topic. This is what we collected from the deepest part of the grassland. The Crystal Mountain. I've heard that the Lord of the Divine Envoy particularly likes various beautiful minerals, so I brought along. This crystal is very sturdy, much more solid than the agate and jade that the dog clan sold to us. However, it's too hard to be carved into various shapes like those stones. Anxi looked at the bag of sparkling stones that Xian took out and exclaimed, this isn't. Diamonds? Anxi stared at a bag of sparkling diamonds in a daze. If this were in the world she used to live in, how much would this bag of diamonds be worth? This is a whole bag. Xian watched Anxi silently fixating on the bag of crystals and thought she didn't like it or found it insufficient. So he hurried to explain. These crystals are very sturdy. We have mined this much, and if you find it insufficient, we can continue to mine in the spring next year. Moreover, this is a gift for you, great messenger. We brought a lot of game to the messenger city for the winter and won't use this as payment. Anxi came back to her senses and didn't blame herself for not being ambitious. As a woman who had been poisoned by diamonds for many years, her values were still stuck in the time when one had to save up for several years to afford a slightly larger diamond. Although she knew that on the Beastman continent, diamonds were just shiny stones that weren't worth much aside from their appearance. Seeing so many diamonds at once still made her feel somewhat breathless. Now she suddenly wanted to see what the Crystal Mountain that Lion Huan mentioned looked like. Wasn't that just a mountain of diamonds? A diamond mountain. Even if it wasn't very useful, she still wanted to see it and broaden her horizons. It's okay. I know that the prey you've brought is enough for you to get through the winter here. So don't worry, I don't mean to chase you away. Anxi looked at the bag of diamonds and swallowed hard. He reached out to grab a handful, feeling the sensation of not being able to hold so many diamonds with just one hand, as well as the feeling of diamonds slipping through his fingers. This feeling was absolutely amazing, and Shi Shuang cursed inwardly. She even had an impulse to spend 10 years of her life bringing this bag of diamonds back to her original world and then use the diamonds to smash people. By the way, this thing is called diamond, the hardest stone in the world, and I do really like it. Although these diamonds can't be carved, they can still be used to make jewelry. I won't take your things for free. This can also be used for trade. How much do you want to sell it for? Anxi took a deep breath to calm himself, then looked up at Xian and said, Chapter 136, Diamond. We call this diamond instead of diamond because on the Beastman continent, it can only serve the purpose of diamond, such as making a glass cutter to cut glass. Previously, we didn't have glass cutters, so we couldn't make glass windows, but now it's good. We finally have glass cutters. We don't know how much we can sell it for. The Lord God Envoy said whatever price he sets is fine with us. After all, they never intended for this thing to be sold for money. Xian added in his heart. However, we would like to exchange some salt. We are deep in the grasslands, where the lakes cannot produce salt. In the past, we had to go far to get salt, but later, when the dog tribe established a trade caravan in the God Envoy city, it became more convenient for us. Xian shyly mentioned what he wanted to buy. For him, it would be great if these diamonds could be exchanged for money to buy salt. Well, don't worry. I will give you enough money to buy salt. These items are mainly for making jewelry that females like and for the glass cutters used in our glass factory in the God Envoy city. As you know, the number of females is limited, so there won't be a high demand for jewelry. Plus, the glass factory only needs what we have in the God Envoy city. So the quantity required won't be much, and the price naturally won't be high. Since this is your first visit to the God Envoy city, I will give you a bit more, but in the future, you'll have to follow the set price. Anxi was not blinded by the diamond, but rather priced it according to the practicality of the diamond. After all, the Orc continent is not her original world, and she cannot arbitrarily determine the value of something based on her own values. Instead, she should assess its value based on what it means to the Orc continent. Moreover, there are very few females on the Orc continent, with a basic ratio of only 1%, so even if she hypes up diamonds like in her previous world, the demand for diamonds will still not be very high. Rest assured, Lord Divine Envoy, we have no objections. You don't have to give us more. It's fine. Lion Huan quickly waved his hand. He wanted to exchange for salt. But their lion clan could hunt for food, and didn't he need to take advantage of the Divine Envoy with a pile of small worthless stones? Don't worry. I'm not talking nonsense. I really need these diamonds. In our Divine Envoy city, does indeed offer some discounts to the clans that come to Divine Envoy City for the first time. This is true. If you don't believe it, you can ask other clans. This is a way for our Divine Envoy City to express friendliness to all the clans that come here. It wouldn't be good if other clans had benefits that your Lion clan did not. Lion Huan laughed heartily. Our Lion clan is different from other clans. We are particularly good at hunting. Regardless of winter or summer, we have never gone hungry, so we won quibble over those little things with weaker clans. I know you are strong, but the rules cannot be broken. Anxi pointed to the knight and said, "You should have met our city lord. He used to be the wise man of our Divine Envoy tribe. He is very clever and won't let me suffer any losses, so don't worry." Anxi said a few words to Yi, who took out the divine currency that had been prepared in advance. Anxi counted the money needed to buy the diamonds and handed it to Xian. "This is the divine currency launched by our divine city. The dog tribe should have introduced it to you before. You can buy anything sold in Divine City, including salt. However, salt needs to be purchased from the city lord and is not sold separately in the market. After buying salt, you can also stroll around the market and buy some things you like. The trading market is a feature of our Divine City, and there are many delicious foods there." And she playfully winked at Xian, leaving him stunned. The sun on the grassland was intense, and the wind and sand were strong. Even the females were not delicate. Previously, all the females seen on the Lion tribe's grassland were sunburned and dark-skinned. However, upon arriving at the Divine Envoy City and seeing so many fair and delicate-looking females, many Lion tribe beastmen were left speechless and unable to move. Anxi is particularly beautiful, especially since she is notably petite. In front of the strong black female lion, she looks like a fairy descending to earth. Xiu looked at Shi Huan with narrowed eyes, his gaze unfriendly. It had been a long time since any beastman dared to look at Anxi like that. It is normal for the beastmen of the Divine Envoy City to like Anxi, but because she has done so much for the city, delivering food, architecture, and various daily necessities, all crafted by her hands, the beastmen owe their current lives to Anxi. This has led to a sense of admiration rather than romantic feelings toward her. Over time, they have developed a reverence for Anxi that prevents them from harboring any lewd thoughts about her. Xiu is grateful that he was the one who found the unconscious Anxi and brought her back, so he has always seen her as that beautiful little female. As Anxi grew stronger and accomplished more, he only felt prouder, but deep down, he still considered her his own female. She was just too impressive. He is relieved that if he hadn't confessed early on, he might have ended up like the other beastmen. Now, the only ones in the Divine Envoy City who can see Anxi as an ordinary female are him, Yi, Qingxian, Baihao, Dais, and Tomo. Li has a good relationship with Anxi too, but he insists on adhering to certain rules. Xiu has decided to find a few beastmen tomorrow to enlighten the Lion tribe about Anxi's great contributions, making them aware of whether they deserve to like her. He can accept if Anxi one day wants to be with Baihao, Dais, or Tomo since they have always been by her side. But he won't tolerate any other beastmen, especially outsiders like the Lion tribe. Anxi, you haven't had dinner yet. Are you hungry? Once we resolve this, let us go home. You must be tired after a whole day in the backlight. When we get back, I'll massage your legs. Otherwise, you won't sleep well tonight. Xiu walked over, picking up the bag of diamonds with one hand while using the other to massage Anxi's shoulders, quietly asking if she was tired. He also noticed Shi Huan's gaze, but he had no intention of meddling. He would step in if someone mistreated Anxi, but if someone liked her, he wouldn't interfere. After all, it's a good thing that more beastmen like Anxi, as that means they will treat her well. He had long been dissatisfied with the idea that Anxi only had Xiu as a partner, but seeing how well Xiu took care of her, he reluctantly refrained from causing trouble for him. Mainly, he didn't want to question Anxi's decisions, as he would also take care of her in the Divine Envoy City. And Baihao, Dais, and Tomo had not given up on caring for her either. Now, seeing Xiu play this game in front of Shi Huan, you found it amusing. This kid really has a lot of tricks up his sleeve. Chapter 137. Pigeon Egg Diamond. Shi Huan looked at Xiu being intimate with Anxi and realized that the Divine Envoy actually had a partner. However, which female didn't he have a partner? Although it was a bit disappointing to be hit with the truth, he quickly got over it. Oh well, it seems there is really nothing more to discuss. So, let us go. Anxi felt that Xiu was a bit strange, but she didn't think too much about it. After all, Xiu had always been very considerate. It's Xian, right? I'm taking this diamond, and I've given you the money. You guys can go to the market when you have time. There are so many delicious foods, you'll surely find something you like. I'm leaving. Anxi was about to leave when she remembered that she hadn't taken the diamond she just bought. She turned around to grab the diamond bag and waved at Xian before walking out. Sure, Xian took the bag of diamonds from Anxi's hands and noticed that she was still staring intently at the bag. Assuming she liked it, he took out the largest one from inside and handed it to her to play with. Anxi looked at the sunlight, watching the diamonds sparkle under the sun. A strange feeling spreading in her heart. This one must be as big as a pigeon egg, right? Yi observed Anxi staring at the glowing stone, shook his head and smiled, saying it was the first time he saw her in such a strange manner. If you were to say she liked it, she didn't have the same obvious joy on her face as when byhalf made her the little wolf paw last time. If you were to say she didn't like it, she hadn't taken her eyes off the diamond since she first saw it. The way she was so enamored. Could it be that this thing was something extraordinary in her original world? He had to admit, being a city lord suited him. Ye's observation was sharp, and he directly guessed the reason for Anxi's unusual behavior. Anxi put down the hand holding the diamond up to the sun and sighed. It's not that I lack experience, but they really gave too much. Xiao. Yay. Huh. Sigh. Do you know how much this little thing is worth in our world? Anxi sighed again. Such a large diamond, in our place, is valuable yet hard to sell. Those capitalists have driven the price sky high. I don't know how to convert the price for you. So let's put it this way. If we gathered all the resources in our divine envoy city and took them to our world to sell, we still wouldn't be able to exchange them for this diamond. Although Xiao and you didn't understand why Anxi had previously called this thing a diamond and now referred to it as a pigeon egg, they could see that it didn't resemble a pigeon egg. If anything, it was slightly smaller than a pigeon egg from the Orc continent. However, they understood what Anxi meant. This thing is very valuable in Anxi's original world. It would take a lot of resources to obtain just one. Are you using the exaggerated descriptions you taught us in class? How could that be? Weren't you absent during the last inventory of resources? You probably don't know how many orcs our divine envoy city can sustain with its current resources, right? Ye's first reaction was to think that Anxi was exaggerating. But upon reflection, even if Anxi was exaggerating, it was still very expensive. What could be so valuable about a shiny stone? I'm not exaggerating at all. Don't say I don't know how many resources divine envoy city has. Even if I did, it wouldn't be enough to trade for it. These things are worthless in our world. And she expressionlessly raised the diamond pigeon egg in her hand, saying, this is what is truly valuable. Yet Yi still couldn't understand. It was just a small broken stone. Oh, I see. Does it have some special function that you haven't told us about? And she glanced at Yi, forced a smile, and then quickly withdrew the smile, reverting to a blank expression. Heh, no. Its only purpose is to look good. It's just a decoration for females. That is all there is to it. Yi looked at Shi in shock. Is it really that simple? Didn't you say that in your world, females and males are equal? From this perspective, it seems that females have a pretty high status. Anxi shook his head, not because of high status, but because of a large number. Unlike the Orc continent, where there are many females, in our place, every male can find female. Just going out for a stroll, you can see many unfamiliar females, and in a lifetime, you can change several partners without repeating. Unlike you, who have only seen a few females in your lifetime. Of course, the same goes for females. Everyone is equal. It's not just that there are more females. We have a larger population overall, significantly more than the current number of orcs, and our reproductive capacity is fast. Basically, if we want to have children, we can, without the difficulties that orcs face in reproduction. Under the shocked gazes of Yi and Xiao, Anxi calmed down and played with the diamond in his hand. So, where there is demand, there's a market. In our place, I don't know which capitalist came up with a good idea, creating a few slogans like diamonds last forever. A gem passed down through generations, and diamonds are a symbol of love, strong and never decaying. Then they monopolized all the diamond mines, and if you wanted one, you could only buy it from them. Gradually, all the young couples developed a custom. Before becoming partners, the male must buy a diamond ring and propose to the female. That's what true love is. The larger the diamond, the more capable the male is considered. As more people began to buy, the prices naturally rose. Je fronit in contemplation. This is what you called a marketing strategy, right? It's indeed impressive, but I always feel something is off. Just because it's beautiful, does it really equate to so many resources that can sustain the lives of orcs? Isn't that a bit too crazy? And she chuckled lightly. Yes, thinking about it now, it was quite crazy. However, at that time, we were no longer worried about food and drink, nor were we afraid of the harsh cold or scorching heat. We had ways to navigate the heavens and the earth, and we could even traverse the vast lands beneath our feet in just a few decades of our lives. From mountains to rivers, some even went to the moon and the stars. Therefore, food and drink didn't hold much significance for us back then. The people there pursued spiritual needs, seeking fulfillment on a spiritual level. Anxi glanced at Yi and Xiao, hoping that the orc continent could become like that, yet also not wanting it to become like that. She hoped that one day the orcs of the continent could reach the achievements of humans from the past, or even go further. However, she also hoped they would not possess the greed, anger, and ignorance that humans once had, wishing they could maintain their original intentions and cherish this miraculous planet that continuously gives birth to life. He looked at Anxi, somewhat understanding, yet also puzzled, as there were some things he had not experienced or seen. No matter how detailed Anxi's description was, no matter how smart, could not imagine it. Xiao just nodded at her, saying that their world was truly amazing. And he believed that one day her wishes would come true, because she was the best beast god messenger. Chapter 138. Having a feast, and she nodded, saying, "Even if it is realized, I might not be able to see it. Nearly 400 years of lifespan is long, but compared to the long river of time, it's still too short. The orcs will definitely need more than 400 years to reach that height. Moreover, there is really not much I can teach. Once I've taught everything I know, they'll have to figure things out on their own." Xiaolan patted Anxi's shoulder and gently patted her back, silently comforting her. Yi, who was deep in thought nearby, chuckled softly, "You're just worrying unnecessarily. We just need to do what we should do, and what we can do. Why think so far ahead? That is not something we should be concerned about." Anxi was taken aback by Ye's retort, and the faint feelings of concern for the country and the world that had just arisen inexplicably vanished. Sigh. Teaching disciples can lead to the master being left hungry. I just taught them knowledge, and they turned around to use it against me. Now I can't even be pretentious for a moment. Enough of that. I'm hungry. I want to eat crispy bone sausage, salmon sashimi, hairy crabs, oysters, scallops, and boiled shrimp, the kind with roe. Now that there is soy sauce and vinegar to season it. Anxi became even more enthusiastic about these seafood dishes and unceremoniously ordered a few big meals. Xiao, and he didn't think much of it. In Anxi's eyes, these were big meals, but on the beastman continent, they weren't considered anything special. Many beastmen treat them as snacks. Aside from the sea-loving Shi tribe, other beastmen are not particularly interested in these shellfish that are a bit fishy, as they are troublesome to eat and require a lot to fill up. Generally, they wouldn't consider them a proper meal. They didn't understand why their revered god envoy liked to eat such things, as there wasn't even any oil in them. How could one get full? Xiao went to find Tama, who was teaching beastmen how to carve, and told him that Anxi wanted to eat seafood, asking him to catch some. Now, all the dealings with seafood in the courtyard had been handed over to Tama. After all, beastmen have sensitive noses, aside from the snake and Shi tribes. Most beastmen really don't want to get themselves covered in fishy smells, which are hard to wash off and can linger for 2 days. Tama told the beastmen learning to carve that class was over, sent them home for dinner, and went to get seafood himself. Anxi liked female crabs with roe, large shrimp with shrimp roe, and thinly sliced salmon, and Tama remembered all of this clearly. Although it wasn't quite to his own taste, he was still glad to find common ground with Anxi. So he even specially learned seafood, cooking from Xiao and byhalf, preparing it according to what Anxi liked. He also tried to cater to Anxi's tastes when eating. Fortunately, he wasn't particularly picky about seafood, so he could eat whatever was made. After finding Tama, Xiao went to the cooking class to find byhalf, asking him to prepare other food when he returned. There were several beastmen in the courtyard now, and aside from Anxi, whose appetite was getting bigger, he alone couldn't prepare enough food, especially since Qing Xian and Dai's were two good-for-nothings, only knowing how to eat but not cook. It was fine when they didn't live in the same courtyard. They could just make their own food and swallow whatever they made. But now, living in the same courtyard, it felt wrong to let those two eat their poorly made food, so he could only bring out portions for both of them as well. Yi was better. He could lend a hand, and what he made was usually plain, though it was edible. In the past, when it was just Xiao and byhalf preparing food, Anxi and Yi couldn't stand it and would help out. Since Tama learned to cook seafood, it had become much easier. At least sometimes, Tama could take care of Anxi's meals, and in the morning, he could even make some seafood porridge to share with them. Tama, your garlic vermicelli steamed scallops are getting better and better. Thumbs up for you. This salmon without wasabi is still a bit lacking, but this crab is really good. You're becoming better at picking them out. Let me tell you, crabs with roe like this are the best, and although this is a river crab, it's still not small. The beastman continent is really good. Everything is big. Even river crabs can grow so large. Xiao and byhalf were still busy. With their big appetites, they had a lot to prepare. Tama was quick with the seafood, and since Anxi had a small appetite, the few of them were busy while Anxi munched away and chatted. Tama was cracking open the crab shell, listening to Anxi's words, and occasionally didn't he understand something. So he would ask, like, what is wasabi? Although Anxi was often caught off guard by Tengma's curious questions, she still patiently found ways to explain things to him. Anxi felt a bit like a teacher herself. Otherwise, why would she be so willing to give others lessons? Mustard, oh mustard. It's made from the seeds of a plant called mustard greens, and there's also a spicy root made from wasabi that grows in the mountains. Oh, is it delicious? Do you want to eat it? Is there any still growing on the mountain? If there is, I can go find some for you right now. Tengma put down the crab in his hand, raised his head to look at Anxi, and his expression clearly said, you mention a place, and I'll get there quickly. No need, no need. It's out of season now. It was available in the summer, but I forgot. You just enjoy your food. It's fine to eat it like this. Anxi took the crab that Tengma had put down and stuffed it back into his hands. However, it's been a few days since the first snow of the year has fallen, so why do you show no signs of wanting to hibernate? Anxi looked at Tengma in confusion, forgetting whether Tengma had hibernated at this time last year. However, he remembered that Tengma had been rather listless before hibernating. So why'd he show no signs of change now? It made Anxi forget about Tengma's need to hibernate altogether. He didn't know. It was just that he didn't feel like hibernating yet, probably because there was no winter atmosphere in the Divine Envoy City right now. Tengma shook his head. He also felt that his hibernation this year might come a bit later, though he wasn't quite sure why. But that's fine. It means his hibernation period could be shorter. What do you feel? What do you base your decision to hibernate on? Anxi was curious. Can hibernation really be decided by feeling? She thought that once winter arrived, all those who were supposed to hibernate would just hibernate. However, the Bear Clan hasn't gone back yet. They probably have a sense of it. When Xiongshang said they were ready to return, he would call out to Dizhe to have the Wing Clan send them back. And it would only take a day, saving them the trouble of walking back. Besides, they themselves couldn't cross the marshland. Tang Mo usually had some physical reactions. He would feel drowsy. This was partly because of the cold in winter, and partly because there was little food available. So to survive better, they would automatically fall into hibernation to conserve energy. This year, there was more food than usual, and it wasn't cold, so the hibernation period would likely be shorter. Chapter 139. Heavy snow. Actually, Tang Mo had sensed it since last year. During hibernation, he didn't sleep as deeply as usual, and he woke up noticeably more often than in previous years. During that time, he even sneaked out a few times to secretly observe the tribe and see what Anxi was doing. He just didn't dare to tell Anxi because he knew she would definitely chase him back to hibernate if she found out. So he kept it to himself and only sneaked out to take a look as he knew his body was fine. Anxi nodded. Well, it seems that it might be possible to shorten the hibernation period. However, your body should be accustomed to hibernating in winter, so don't make too drastic changes all at once. If you feel the urge to hibernate, you should go for it immediately. Understood? Okay, I understand. Tengma looked at Anxi's concerned expression and smiled gently. The crabs on the Beastman continent are quite large. After eating a few, Anxi was no longer hungry. After having some garlic vermicelli steamed scallops and oysters made by Tengma, she felt quite full. When Anxi finally said she wouldn't eat anything else, Tengma finished off the remaining food. Anxi was walking around the yard to digest, watching Xiao, Emperor Zhe Byhao, and the others eating the meat and corn they had grilled themselves, along with sweet potatoes. Ever since they discovered that these foods could fill them up, they often indulged in them, as the temptation of carbohydrates is hard to resist. Fortunately, the beastmen were all very hardworking, with a huge amount of exercise every day. Even though they ate a lot of carbs, they didn't have to worry about gaining weight. They still had abs, chest muscles, and biceps. Now that the weather was cooler, it was a bit better, but during the summer, many males didn't wear shirts at all, and even their lower bodies were barely covered. Muscular men walking around the tribe was truly a visual feast. The next day, Anxi woke up to find it snowing outside again, and it was quite heavy. Xiao, it's snowing outside again. I wonder how Tengma is doing. Do you think we should advise him to hibernate here? After all, the place we're staying in is big enough, and there are fewer beastmen in the inner city, so it wouldn't affect him. Xiao looked at Anxi as she sat up and quickly wrapped her in a wool blanket, making sure she was snug and warm. With the snow falling, the temperature would drop, so Tengma should probably hibernate as well. However, he could talk to him about the idea of staying to hibernate. The cave was so cold that he would definitely sleep for a long time, but it was warm here, and maybe he wouldn't have to sleep for too long. And she wrapped herself in a blanket and was about to go out. Just in time. Now is the time to go. What if he went to the cave? Xiao stopped Anxi, saying that the snow outside was falling too heavily and there was no rush to go out. Don't worry, if Tang Mo goes into hibernation, he will definitely come to tell you. He won't just leave like that. Besides, even though there's so much snow outside, The temperature inside the house hasn't dropped much. He wouldn't be unable to stay. All right, and she calmed down. From Shio's expression, it seemed Mo was not in any trouble. The main issue was that Anxi did not understand the principles of snake hibernation and was afraid that the snow would freeze Mo to death. But it was not good that one couldn't go out when it snowed or rained. It would be great if there were plastic or rubber materials. Then they could make raincoats or umbrellas. And she looked at the heavy snow outside and murmured to herself, "What are raincoats and umbrellas? Are they clothes for rainy days?" Shio served a bowl of seafood porridge that he had prepared for Anxi in the morning, listening to her self-talk and asking, "Yeah, but I might really not be able to use this," and she sighed. Shio looked at Anxi's dejected appearance and chuckled softly. "You've done so well already. What more do you want? It's not like beastmen can do everything. It's just rain and snow. If there isn't any, then forget it. Even if there is something urgent, we beastmen are strong and sturdy. Just throw on some animal skin and go out, and when you come back, drink a bowl of hot ginger soup and everything will be fine." Shio blew on the hot porridge and placed it in front of her. "Eat your meal. However, it's better for females not to go out in this kind of weather. If there is anything, I can handle it. I'll go find Mo and tell him." Shio took a couple of sips of porridge and noticed that she still looked pensive and unhappy. After thinking for a moment, he changed the subject. "If you really want to go out, I can bring in a rickshaw you made. Didn't you specially make a rain cover from cowhide before? I can set it up for you, and when I take you out, you won't get wet from the snow." Cowhide? Cowhide can be waterproof, but isn't it a bit too heavy for making an umbrella or raincoat? Besides, cowhide can't stay waterproof forever. It will eventually seep water, right? The fish skin from the swimming suits I traded with the Lingyu tribe is waterproof. I've even made a swimming suit from it before. How did I forget about that? Shio, do you still have the fish skin from the swimming suit I traded with the Lingyu tribe? And she was so eager that she didn't even care about the porridge anymore and pulled Shio to ask, "The fish skin for the swimming suit? I've stored it. Do you want it now? I'll go find it for you." Shio didn't understand what she wanted to do. But seeing her so happy, he put down the bowl of porridge and went to find the swimming suit and fish skin for her. Anxi thought about those fish skins. This type of fish skin is thin and somewhat translucent. Previously, when making swimsuits, it had to be soaked in dye for several days to take on color. However, one advantage is that once it is dyed, it won't fade. The translucent fish skin becomes opaque after coloring, though it still allows some light to pass through. When worn, it is not noticeable, and Anxi also made a mesh cover-up to go over the swimsuit. Now, this characteristic of being opaque yet translucent is perfect for making umbrellas. Shortly after, Shio brought over the swimsuit and the leftover fish skin from when they made the swimsuit. "It's all here. Do you want to use this fish skin to make rainproof clothing? This fish skin can indeed resist rain and snow, but since it has elasticity, it will turn out like a swimsuit." Anxi knew why Shio wanted to say something, but hesitated. "Don't worry, I'll use it as an umbrella first, and we can talk about the raincoat later." Anxi thought about the framework of the umbrella. She could only make the simplest umbrella frame, and folding ones were a bit challenging. But it didn't matter, as the orcs were so big that they didn't need a small, compact folding umbrella. They needed one that could actually provide cover. And she was inspired and immediately grabbed paper and pencil to start drawing. She had never made an umbrella frame herself, but she could recall it because she had seen a video online about a patent application that involved turning an umbrella frame inside out. At that time, she thought it was ridiculous that such a thing could be patented. So, she took the time to look up the principles of umbrella frames. Additionally, the umbrellas at home always seemed to break, and she often forgot to buy new ones, so she ended up repairing them herself whenever needed. Over time, she learned how to fix them, taking advantage of her clear inspiration, as she hurriedly sketched it out to avoid forgetting it later, as her memory was not very strong. As she focused on her drawing, she didn't even have time to eat. Knowing that she was experiencing some sort of inspiration, her friend didn't dare to disturb her and quickly finished her own bowl of seafood porridge. Then, she picked up Anxi's bowl and spooned the porridge one bite at a time to feed her, and she was drawing while catching a glimpse of the porridge that Shio passed over. She tilted her head, took a sip, and then continued to draw. Chapter 140. Is being short considered a disability? This umbrella frame can only be made by the blacksmith shop. Previously, the pangolin tribe unearthed some unknown metal that doesn't rust as easily as iron, which is just right for making it. However, crafting this umbrella frame is complicated, and since the fish skin from the pippy fish is rare and not abundant, it might not be possible for every orc in Divine Envoy City to have an umbrella. After all, Anxi finished a bowl of porridge while thinking for a moment about the oil paper umbrellas from the Middle Ages. Perhaps that could work, but they are a bit fragile, especially since the snow and rain on the Beastman continent are particularly heavy. Using tan beast hide is also a solution. This way, they can make beast hide umbrellas, oil paper umbrellas, and fish skin umbrellas, which should be sufficient in quantity. As for raincoats, a straw raincoat is one option. And they could also use beast hide with fish skin sewn on the outside. Unfortunately, Anxi could only design and direct, and did not have the ability to make them. So it would have to be left to the beastmen. Therefore, we still can't go out right now. After finishing the design sketches, Anxi looked at Xiao with a face full of frustration. Xiao rubbed Anxi's head and said, "It's okay, it's still early. I'll put on a beast hide and go find Tungma. You stay here honestly, and when the snow stops, we'll ask the beastmen to make you an umbrella and a raincoat." Xiao took a large piece of beast hide, draped it over himself, and turned to rush outside. Anxi was perfecting her design drawings in the room, checking to see if there were any omissions, occasionally looking up to see if the repairs were done. "Anxi, why are you still sitting here? Hurry back and cover up, or you'll catch a cold." When Xiao walked in, he saw Anxi swinging her legs on the ground. He took off the fur cloak he was wearing and wanted to hug Anxi, but remembering he had just come back from outside, he shook off the chill on him and pulled Anxi to sit on the warm kong by the fire. "I want to see Tangma. Don't worry, he is fine. Doing well." Xiao spoke before Anxi could ask. "I also saw Yi and Qing Xian. Yi was worried about Tangma and went to see him too, afraid Tangma would try to show off. He also brought Qing Xian along to take a look. Qing Xian said he was fine, and when I left, Dai's also went. Don't be fooled by that guy's usually quiet demeanor. Everyone cares about him." "That's good. Did you tell him about hibernating here?" Anxi sighed in relief upon hearing that Tangma was okay. "I did. Tangma feels he can manage. He can't sleep on the kong. But as long as we clear out the room with the stove for him and set it up the way he likes, it will be fine, and someone just needs to check on him regularly." Xiao looked at Anxi, who seemed lost in thought, and pinched her cheek. "You care so much about that guy. I'm going to get jealous." Anxi was taken aback. Although she and Xiao were partners, Xiao rarely acted spoiled with her. She could pretty much say whatever she wanted, and he would agree. Having never been in a relationship before, she couldn't quite tell if this was right or wrong, good or bad. So she decided to just go with it for now. "Do you get jealous? I thought you never got jealous of those few in this courtyard." Xiao smiled and gently rubbed Anxi's nose. In truth, he wasn't that jealous. He was just teasing her. In his heart, he had already included them all. And even if one day she accepted them, he could accept that too. But he also understood that if she could have accepted them, she would have done so long ago and wouldn't have waited this long. Xiao looked at Anxi with deep affection, stroking her delicate little face. "Aren't you afraid of spoiling me? The longer we spend alone together, the stronger my possessiveness over you becomes. If you really end up liking someone else in the future, I fear it will be even harder for me to accept." Anxi frowned at Xiao, stretched out her hand to swat his away, and huffed. "I thought you didn't have much possessiveness over me. You rarely share your true feelings, always watching me like a father watching over his cubs. You follow me everywhere, do everything for me, and hardly say a word. You take care of me all day, preparing my meals, and you're even eager to feed me a sip of water." Xiao merely smiled slightly at Anxi's action of swatting his hand away. "You're just in your 20s. You're the cub." And she glared at Xiao angrily and said, "Do you want to be my partner or my dad?" Xiao replied, "Of course I want to be your partner. Why would you think that? Even if I am your partner, it's only natural for me to take care of you. Besides, you really are a cub. You have no family here. So as your partner, I naturally have to take responsibility for taking care of you and raising you." Xiao looked at Anxi's angry expression, feeling confused. Anxi doesn't quite understand the logic of Xiao. Does the partner take care of their wife as she grows up? Do orcs enjoy nurturing systems? If the partner is responsible for raising her, what do the parents do? If she is female, then the parents will take care of her until she has a partner, at which point they pass her on to the partner. I didn't know you were only in your 20s on the orc continent. Female bodies fully develop at the earliest around 30 to 40 years old. I was so eager to hold the bonding ceremony for you. But then you told me you were still so young, so I can only raise you first. Early mating is harmful to females. Their bodies should not suffer damage. If a female has a poor body, she will experience great pain during childbirth, and in severe cases, it could be fatal. Xiao seems to understand what Anxi is angry about, and can only explain it to her in detail. Anxi sighed and said, "Did you forget that I'm not a female from the orc continent? My body has developed just fine. In our world, females develop in their teenage years. And at my age, some are already having babies." Xiao looked at her in disbelief. "Really? Why would I lie to you?" Anxi said loudly, clearly annoyed. Xiao looked Anxi up and down twice. Then his gaze stopped at the top of her head. "Is that your height? Is that all you've grown?" This made Anxi even angrier. "What do you mean, is that all? What's wrong with being this height? In our place, I'm considered tall among girls, okay? You orcs are just too tall. Now that I'm here, I can extend my life thanks to Dr. Zhao's life extender, but this height issue can't be helped. He didn't leave me a height extender. And she rolled her eyes. Fortunately, with her height, if someone who was 1.5 meters tall came over, wouldn't they be treated as an even smaller cub by these beastmen and raised for a lifetime? After all, being raised for a lifetime wouldn't make them grow taller. Anxi accidentally voiced her complaints, and Xiao shook his head seriously, saying it wouldn't happen. If someone were really that short, they would have been treated as a cub when they first arrived. However, if time passed and they still hadn't grown taller, we would recognize the difference. That would be called a disability. Anxi widened her eyes. What are you talking about? Disabled? Just because I'm short, does that make me disabled? Is the orc continent really that strict? Everyone else grows up, but I don't. What else could that be if not a disability? Oh, but you don't need to worry. Even if a female is disabled, it's okay. She will still be taken care of. The orc continent doesn't allow mistreatment of females and doesn't permit discrimination against them. Xiao comforted Anxi. Chapter 141. I'm not a cub. Anxi's mind was filled with a bunch of question marks. So, do you think I'm disabled in your heart? Anxi gritted her teeth and glared at Xiao. Xiao seemed to suddenly realize he had said something wrong. No. I didn't mean that. You're not that short. You're just petite, not short at all, haha. Xiao couldn't help but laugh loudly. Anxi was just too funny. He just said it casually. How could she take it so seriously? Besides, Anxi really wasn't sure at all. Hee, you get out. Anxi officially forced a fake smile, then instantly changed her expression, pointing at the door. Don't be angry, Anxi. I really know I was wrong. Xiao quickly grabbed Anxi's hand to apologize. Anxi had a blank expression and huffed. I'll say one more time, okay? I'm not a cub anymore. I've matured. This is how I look. She turned to the bed, unwilling to acknowledge him. All right, you're not a cub. I got it, he said. Xiao leaned closer to Anxi's ear, gently breathing into it, causing Anxi to shiver and get goosebumps all over. So, since you're not a cub, does that mean I don't have to hold back on many things? For example, after we become partners, the big matter we've delayed for so long. Anxi felt Xiao speaking slowly in her ear, the warm breath hitting her ear and neck, causing a shiver that made her somewhat uncomfortable. Anxi turned around and glared at Xiao, about to speak, but her gaze unexpectedly collided with a pair of deep-set pupils. What's the matter? Xiao's eyes became profound, the light golden hue dimmed significantly. It was the first time Anxi had seen such an expression in Xiao's eyes. Although she didn't know what was wrong, Anxi inexplicably felt a bit flustered. Why your eyes? Can they change color? Aren't beastmen's eyes supposed to change with their emotions? Didn't Anxi know that? Xiao leaned a little closer to Anxi, causing her to want to take a few steps back in fright. The hand that Xiao had loosely wrapped around Anxi suddenly tightened, preventing her from retreating. Anxi's gaze flickered, unable to meet Xiao's eyes. Her heart was in turmoil. And for some reason, she felt a bit scared. I don't know. Your eyes didn't change color before. How would I know? So, why have they changed color now? Anxi cautiously looked at Xiao. Because before, I had controlled myself not to let you see it. Xiao leaned closer to Anxi, their faces getting closer and closer. Anxi felt a bit suffocated, and just as she tilted her head back, Xiao moved one hand from her waist to her head, stopping her backward motion and forcing her to face him directly. Their breaths intertwined, with nowhere to hide. In the past, I considered you to be a cub. Afraid you couldn't handle it, afraid of hurting you, and also afraid you would be scared. So every night when you were resting, I would only indulge my emotional changes while hugging you from behind, not daring to let you see. If I had known earlier that you were not a cub, why would I have endured for so long? Xiao gently pressed his lips against Anxi's, the taste of the seafood porridge they had just eaten lingering between their lips. You're in such a hurry today to prove you're not a cub. Are you blaming me for delaying too long? Anxi didn't know what she was thinking. Perhaps there was some truth to that. After all, she had been bonded with Xiao for so long, and aside from holding hands and hugging, Xiao had hardly made any further moves. Their behavior was so innocent that it was even less intimate than that of a typical couple. Not to mention that they had actually held a bonding ceremony. But Xiao was so serious about her, listening to her and everything. When it came to feelings, she could sense that Xiao definitely liked her. However, if Xiao was too innocent, it was hard to believe, given that the beastman continent had a very open attitude towards mating between males and females, even discussing it openly without feeling awkward. With such exposure, Xiao shouldn't be completely clueless, right? Moreover, Xiao always looked after her like a child. Although she had heard that a good boyfriend would take care of his girlfriend like a daughter, it shouldn't be taken to such an extreme, right? She didn't bond with Xiao because she lacked a father. Therefore, her various reactions today also stemmed from wanting to throw a little tantrum, as she wanted to know why. She just didn't expect that the conclusion she reached was that Shio really treated her like a beastman cub. Anxi didn't know how to describe her feelings, so she angrily clarified that she was not a cub. But after making that clear, Anxi felt the warmth on her lips, wondering if this was a bit too sudden. She had just clarified that she was not a child, and this person's changes were too fast. Even the way he looked at her had suddenly changed. After a while, Anxi was completely weakened by the breath between their lips. Shio placed one hand on Anxi's waist and one hand on the back of her head, using both hands to support her so she could stand. Yet he still didn't stop his actions with his mouth. It wasn't until Anxi could no longer catch her breath that he finally stopped to let her breathe. Anxi gasped for breath, realizing for the first time how exhausting kissing could be. It didn't seem this tiring when portrayed in TV dramas, did it? Shio gently gazed at her, waiting for her to catch her breath. He tenderly stroked her face, asking, "Are you okay now?" "Huh?" Anxi, still dazed, didn't respond. Shio removed his hand from the back of her head, bent down, and placed his hand on her leg. With a slight effort, he lifted her up and walked a few steps to the edge of the bed, gently placing her down. The whole process was swift and decisive. By the time Anxi realized what had happened, she was already lying on the bed, and Shio had leaned over her, his elbows resting on either side of her body, enclosing her beneath him. "What are you doing? Didn't we just get up?" Anxi feigned calmness as she looked at Shio. "Nothing much. Just making up for what I missed before." "What, Anxi's words were cut off as Shio kissed her. In truth, Anxi wasn't unaware of Shio's intentions. Even if she had never experienced it herself, she had seen enough to know. With the internet being so developed, there was hardly anything she hadn't come across or seen. She used to think that it was no big deal, and, as a girl who had seen the world, she shouldn't be too nervous about it. It was just a matter of not having found the opportunity to practice, especially since she had high standards for looks and didn't settle for just anyone. But now that the moment had come, she realized that no matter how much she had seen, it was still different when it came to personal experience. And she couldn't help but feel nervous. Even earlier, when Shio had carried Anxi up, the wool blanket she had draped over herself had already slipped off. And now she was only in the cotton pajamas she had changed out of since the morning. She hadn't noticed it before, but now she realized that wearing such pajamas in front of Shio felt almost like being naked. Chapter 142. Since you're not a cub, perhaps it was because Shio usually tried to avoid making her feel awkward. He had been so considerate that Anxi had never realized it. He would usually wake up early, cook breakfast, and, after helping her wash up, he would find an excuse to leave the room so she could change her clothes. Now, when he unbuttoned her pajamas, he did it so smoothly. However, this kind of open vulnerability was still too awkward. Anxi grabbed Shio's wandering hand with one hand and covered his eyes with the other. "Wait." Shio used his hand that was propping himself up on the bed to hold down Anxi's hand, covering his eyes, bringing it to his lips for a kiss. "What are you waiting for? Haven't I been waiting long enough? Don't be scared. If you're embarrassed, just close your eyes." Then, disregarding Anxi's shy expression as she hesitated to speak, the hand that had been caught by Anxi earlier moved, intertwining their fingers and placing them above her head. He positioned his other hand similarly, and his lips descended upon hers, more intense and deeper than before. It wasn't until Anxi's body softened from the kisses that she couldn't resist anymore that he gradually released her lips, allowing her to breathe freely while he lingered on her cheeks, ears, and neck, thinking that if he didn't kiss her into a daze, she wouldn't behave. He loosened one of his hands, holding both of Anxi's small hands in one of his larger ones to prevent her from shyly resisting later. With one hand freed, Shio, instead of rushing to unbutton her pajamas again, began to explore her skin starting from her waist. Anxi's pajamas were loose, and even without unbuttoning, his hand could slip inside easily. Knowing that Anxi was easily embarrassed, he contemplated how to make her behave, which meant he needed to thoroughly daze her. Anxi felt an extra hot hand wandering around, and her attention was diverted when Shio's breath brushed against her ear. Shio leaned over Anxi, trying to support himself with his arms to avoid pressing down on her, but he could feel her shudder with every movement their bodies made. He clearly sensed how Anxi trembled intensely whenever he kissed her ears, neck, and other places, becoming dazed in the process. He understood that every time he lightly breathed on those areas, Anxi would instantly become submissive. In the past, when there were females in the tribe, the males would share experiences on how to make the females obedient, so Shio had a rough idea. Of course, it wasn't the kind of information that would be shared with a strong and good-looking male like him, as he had heard. The younger males were often kept at bay by the older orcs, fearing that they might take an interest in their females. After all, being strong and handsome was a standard for females when choosing a mate. Although it was normal for a female on the Orc continent to have multiple males, no one wanted to unnecessarily create an additional rival for themselves. However, basic knowledge was commonly shared in the tribe, and young males knew how to have offspring. Anxi's voice was somewhat delicate and weak, her shy cheeks and eye sockets turning a peachy pink. When Shio heard Anxi calling his name in a soft voice, his heart fluttered for a moment, uncontrollably seeking her out and blocking the source of the sound. Be good, don't be shy. Their eyes met, and Anxi's pair, tinged with peach pink, became misty as they encountered Shio's dark and deep gaze. His light golden eyes deepened even further, as if they contained the vast, boundless universe and its stars. It seemed like there were countless stars in the universe, and Anxi was uncontrollably drawn to them, only to accidentally be swallowed by a black hole filled with desire, falling into oblivion along with the countless stars. This commotion lasted until noon, and after Anxi woke up, Shio followed suit. He hadn't really been asleep. For a brave combat orc, this little bit of fatigue was nothing, and he wasn't even at the point of being tired. However, Anxi was too exhausted, and Shio remembered to pay attention to the female's condition during their first mating, being careful not to hurt her. Hiss! Anxi moved slightly, but couldn't help but lie back down due to the aching muscles. Don't move around. What do you want to do? I'll do it for you, Shio said as he rubbed the area Anxi was holding, only to be shot a glare by Anxi. Don't you know you need a rest? If I had known, I wouldn't have told you all this today. It's too sudden, Anxi said, swatting Shio's hand away and glaring at him. Shio, in a good mood, took Anxi's hand back and began to massage her sore muscles. It's been a while since I've been able to hold you to sleep like this, and now I feel like I missed out on too much, Shio said, looking at Anxi with a pitiful expression. Anxi looked at Shio's aggrieved expression and glanced at him, saying, Why are you looking at me like that? It's not like I did it on purpose not to tell you. Who knew you were thinking this way? You didn't even ask me. Shio sighed. Yeah, I blame myself for overthinking. As long as you know, Anxi replied, turning over. I'm hungry. I want sweet and sour ribs. Shio smiled lightly. Okay, I'll go make them for you. Do you want to boil some water for you to take a bath as well? I see the snow outside is getting lighter. It might stop soon, and other people might come over. Anxi's body, which was lazily sprawled on the bed, suddenly stiffened for a moment. You should hurry up. I'll cook the ribs later. First, boil some water. I'll wash up first. Shio looked at Anxi's embarrassed expression and felt in a good mood, laughing heartily as he got up to boil water for her. Anxi took advantage of the time, while boiling water to massage her sore muscles, and rummaged through her wardrobe to find a high-neck sweater that could cover her up. She paired it with a wool skirt. After folding the clothes neatly and setting them aside, she put on her pajamas. Once the water was boiled, she called for her, and Anxi directly took the clothes and went to take a shower. After Anxi went out, Shio tidied up the house and opened the windows to let in some fresh air. Then he intensified the aroma of the food. Where's Anxi? As Shio expected, it wasn't long after the snow stopped that he arrived. Seeing the wide-open windows and the rich smell of food, he asked, Is it time for a meal? Lunch. Anxi want to take a shower. You can sit here, or you can help if you want, Shio said, continuing to chop vegetables. Taking a shower at this time? Shio raised his head impatiently. Why are you so suspicious? Who set a time for eating and showering? Can't we change the time? Sure, why not? He stood at the bedroom door, wrinkling his nose and glancing around with a light chuckle. Looks like I don't need to worry about you too. Chapter 143. An awkward meal. Yi walked over and sat down on the chair by the window, casually taking down the stick that held the window open to close it. It's too cold outside. The smell has almost dissipated, so let's close it. Anxi will freeze when she comes out of the shower. Shio paused slightly in his chopping, but continued as if nothing had happened. What are you worried about? Wasn't I just concerned that Anxi was too young? Who knew the beast god's messenger would grow up in their 20s? 20s? Who are you talking about? Ye's expression suddenly turned serious as he stood up, staring at Shio. Anxi, didn't she tell you? Shio looked at Yi curiously. Anxi and Yi had such a good relationship. Yi treated Anxi like his own sister. Hadn't she mentioned this? Anxi is only 20, and you've mated with her? Isn't she still a cub? A 20-year-old cub hasn't fully developed yet. How could you do this? Yi questioned she u angridi. Do you think I was holding back for so long for no reason? Then you should continue holding back. Okay, calm down. Anxi told me yesterday that she is not a cub anymore. Do you think I'm an idiot? Shio comforted Yi and continued to handle the pork ribs. How can a 20-something not be a cub? Yi was still not appeased, gritting his teeth as he looked at Shio. Shio sighed, knowing that this issue wouldn't settle down without an explanation. Do you remember Anxi said her original lifespan was only a few decades? Yi frowned. I remember. What's the matter? A lifespan of only a few decades. When do you think she would reach adulthood? Xiao hit the nail on the head, and Ye's angry expression softened as he pondered. Well, I suppose that's true. Did Anxi tell you this? Of course, otherwise how would I know? That's good, that's good. Your Snow Wolf clan has a long lifespan. And since you're the Snow Wolf King, your lifespan can be even longer. Even if Anxi's lifespan increases, it will only be about 400 years. Just do your best. And try not to get seriously injured during that time, so you can accompany Anxi until the end of her life. Xiao couldn't help but roll his eyes. Do you really need to tell me that? What do you mean by do your best? As the Snow Wolf King's lifespan can rival that of the Tortoise clan, why would I need you to worry about it? Although Yi was the wise one, Xiao had always been the Wolf King. His prideful head had never bowed to anyone, and he wouldn't bow to anyone now. He stayed with Yi in the wandering beastman tribe because Yi didn't have the temperament or airs of a wise man, allowing them to get along like friends. So usually, Xiao would give Yi face in front of other beastmen, but he wouldn't hold back in private. Yi paid no mind to what Xiao said and sat down to organize his clothes. This was still the outfit Anxi had specially designed for him to wear during the Mid-Autumn Festival, and later. He had the Deer clan make several similar outfits for him to wear interchangeably. Make some more. I'll leave after I finish eating. I've been chopping more pork ribs since you came in. Didn't you see? Xiao said irritably. He found the ceramic water jug and cup Anxi made and poured himself some water. Oh, did you only bring me this? I think you should chop some more. I think they might be coming soon. Xiao threw the blanched pork ribs into the pot to stir fry. Tung Mo won't come. I told her to wait until the snow stops to take Anxi to see her. She probably won't leave her house this winter. Since you're so free, why don't you take what Anxi drew on the table and have someone make it? Everything I'm making is for Anxi. Your food will take a little longer. What else did Anxi draw? Yi curiously walked over to the table, looking at the strange drawings. An umbrella and a raincoat for protection against rain and snow. With these, we can go out on rainy or snowy days without getting wet. Ye's face showed surprise. Anxi always managed to come up with such practical things at the right time. Yi, why are you here? Anxi walked out of the bathroom after taking a shower and happened to see Yi standing in front of the table looking at the design drawing she had made. She couldn't help but feel grateful that she had listened to Xiao and hurried to take a shower. Otherwise, it would have been quite awkward. Of course, I came over as soon as the snow stopped to check on you. Hurry up and dry your hair. Even indoors, you should be careful, especially since Xiao just opened the window. He took the cloth that Anxi had casually draped over her head and helped her dry her hair a few times. I got it. I'll do it myself. Anxi took the towel back and sat on the heated Kong to dry her hair. Xiao used the stove that heated the Kong to cook so Anxi could come back from her shower and warm up in the room with the Kong. Let's eat. I made your favorite sweet and sour ribs, along with corn and wintermelon soup. Drink some to warm yourself up. Don't catch a cold. Xiao brought the finished food to the table for Anxi. Ye's guess was correct. After Xiao finished cooking, byhalf-naked, and Qing Xian all came over one after another, drawn by the delicious aroma. I knew you were still here because you wanted to mooch off our food, Qing Xian said as he walked in, sniffing the air and looking at Yi. Yi awkwardly touched his nose. I thought it was too cold outside, so I was waiting to finish eating before bringing some back for you. And she looked at Yi with a dangerous glint in her eyes. You guys can come, but do you plan to eat and take away too? With your appetites, do you want to exhaust my Xiao? Yi shot a sour glance at Xiao. You're particularly nice to him today. TSK. Usually you only snap at Qing Xian and never at me. Qing Xian looked at Yi with a puzzled expression. What? It's okay to snap at him? Dize found Ye's words a bit strange, his gaze wandering around. He noticed Anxi looking a bit shy and Xiao with a faint smile on his lips, and a thought popped into his mind. He leaned closer to Anxi and sniffed her, faintly catching a whiff of Xiao's unique scent. Dize sat back down, his expression serious as he set down his chopsticks. After Anxi took a shower, the scent left by Xiao faded a bit, and, combined with some other fragrances he used, it created a mixed smell that made it hard for him to detect immediately. It was only when he got close to Anxi and sniffed carefully that he confirmed it was indeed Xiao's scent. As soon as Xiao saw Dize's expression, he knew he had been discovered. Xiao sighed, finding it really troublesome. He had to explain to each of his partners about mating with Anxi. Byhao initially didn't realize anything, but after seeing Dize's actions, he also noticed something and similarly pressed his nose against Anxi to sniff. Anxi helplessly looked at the two guys who had come close to her, sniffing like a couple of perverts. After Qing Xian asked Byhao about the smell on Anxi, his expression also turned unhappy, feeling that the atmosphere was unsuitable for continuing to eat, so he put down his chopsticks as well. He didn't need to sniff again. Just looking at the two guys' expressions made it clear what had happened. Seeking confirmation, he glanced at Yi, who nodded. Chapter 144. Making umbrellas dies and byhalf were worried about scaring Anxi, and also because Anxi was usually shy in this regard. So they kept a serious face and didn't ask. However, Xiao felt that if they didn't clarify, the meal wouldn't go well, so he simply explained. Anxi had come of age. The beast god messenger comes of age at 18 because they only have a few decades of lifespan. Isn't the lifespan extended? After hearing Xiao's words, byhalf felt a jolt in his heart. Didn't they say the lifespan had been extended? The lifespan has been extended, but it's just a simple extension. When I came, the body in its 20s was already fully developed. Extending life won't make me grow anymore. It will only improve the body. Anxi recalled the first time they met, when Dais leaned in close to smell him, and combined with what Xiao had just said, he suddenly realized the reason behind it all. So he started to explain. After listening to Anxi's explanation, the atmosphere didn't lighten much. They understood what was going on, but it didn't stop them from feeling a bit sour. Qing Xian broke the awkward silence by saying, "After dinner, I'll go back and make you some nourishing medicine." Saying that, he picked up a piece of pork rib and added, "Eat more meat. It's good for your health." The others, hearing Qing Xian say it's good for your health, also picked up a piece of pork rib for Anxi. Anxi looked at the several extra pieces of ribs in her bowl, sighed, and resignedly ate them all. The meal was finished amidst an inexplicable, awkward atmosphere without any incidents. After Anxi finished eating, she pulled Yi and asked him to take her to find the orc to make an umbrella and a raincoat. Xiao didn't follow them, only telling you to take good care of Anxi and not let her get cold. And she first went to see Tanya Mo with some food, talked to him, and encouraged him to eat a little before not disturbing him further as he continued his hibernation. Then, with the design drawings for the raincoat, she went to the deer tribe to find Li and explain the production principles of the raincoat in detail. Fortunately, the deer tribe also had some fish skin from pai fish. Although it couldn't be used for much, making part of it was better than nothing. These raincoats would be worn in rotation for now. Anxi mainly makes umbrellas. This year, the sea tribe has collected all the fish skins they brought for exchange because there was no special need, so they didn't specifically catch any pippy fish. After Anxi and Yi went to the storage room and saw the quantity of fish skins, they estimated that they could make about 5 fish skin umbrellas for each group, plus 1 for each female. If there aren't enough left, they will have to use oiled paper umbrellas instead. However, although oiled paper umbrellas are good, they can be damaged quickly if not properly stored. Given the nature of the beastmen, oiled paper umbrellas are too troublesome. Anxi went to the carpenter and blacksmith to explain the principle of umbrella ribs, and then went to the lantern workshop in the paper mill to collaborate on making oiled paper umbrellas. Although it is winter now, fortunately, they had prepared the bamboo needed for making lanterns earlier. The most important step in making oiled paper umbrellas is to shave the umbrella ribs and perform necessary technical treatments, such as soaking in water and sun drying. Then, they proceed to perforate, assemble the frame, thread the strings, and connect the umbrella handle and top to form the skeleton. Special thicker paper is cut, glued to the frame, trimmed, shaped, and sun-dried. Anxi also painted some favorite patterns on it, which is the decoration step. Anxi couldn't remember what should originally be painted on the oiled paper umbrella, so he drew some cartoon characters that the orcs wouldn't understand according to his own preferences, and then handed over the remaining painting tasks of the oiled paper umbrellas to the orc painting class. After the painting is finished and dried, a layer of cooked tung oil is brushed on the umbrella surface, and once completely dried, it can be used. The oil paper umbrellas made by Anxi are simple ones. She once heard that the traditional oil paper umbrellas have a total of 86 processes, and the materials used are quite exquisite. Even the umbrella frame must be made from solid wood cut down from the mountains. However, Anxi naturally does not possess such skills. She can barely understand modern folding umbrellas. Nevertheless, the orcs currently lack the ability to make them, as even the non-folding metal umbrella frames require considerable effort to research. Making umbrella frames is already considered a delicate task for the orcs, and Anxi does not expect them to produce them quickly. For now, she lets them work on it, while asking the deer tribe to make a few raincoats for immediate use. However, Anxi did not expect that on the very first day the oil paper umbrellas were made. She would finally understand why these umbrellas have been passed down for over 1,000 years in China. The natural beauty they possess is something that metal and raincloth umbrellas do not have. This beauty seeps into your heart. Just as Anxi cannot explain why she immediately thinks of various ancient Chinese garments when making clothes. Moreover, in the Orc continent, where everything is exceptionally large, and even the wind is particularly strong, oil paper umbrellas are more wind-resistant than metal umbrellas. Anxi finished assigning the tasks and returned to the courtyard to rest. It started snowing again outside. The winter routine for the beastmen is to stay indoors for the winter. After Anxi returned, She didn't know what Xiao had said to Bai Hao and Dze, but the two of them appeared to have returned to normal. Come on, let's play a few games of chess. Bai Hao, who was both inexperienced and loved to play, started looking for trouble again. Chess can only be played in pairs. How about we play mahjong or poker instead? Anxi calculated that there were 6 people in total. Her, Xiao, Bai Hao, Dze, Yi, and Qingxian. If they played mahjong, there would be 2 left out, and although Bai Hao was terrible at chess, he had great luck with mahjong. How about we play poker? Anxi tentatively asked. What's poker? Anxi slapped his forehead, forgetting to teach you all. He had already taught mahjong. How could he forget about poker? Anxi, you actually have more fun things that you haven't mentioned. How could you forget something so important to play? Bai Hao teased as he looked at Anxi. Anxi rolled her eyes and said, this poker game really suits you. Just like mahjong, those with good luck can win easily. Bai Hao, upon hearing that those with good luck find it easier to win, immediately rubbed his fists, eager to learn. Anxi shrugged his shoulders and said, unfortunately, there are no playing cards right now. If you want to play, you'll have to make a deck first. Although making playing cards is not as difficult as carving chess pieces or making mahjong, it's still not simple. Since you want to play so much, why don't you go to the paper mill and find some sturdy, flexible paper? Just make sure it's all the same color. Then we can cut it and I'll draw on it. Anxi sent Bai Hao out to get paper. When he returned, they cut it into 60 equal-sized sheets. They picked out 54 sheets, leaving 6 sheets as a backup in case any of the others got damaged. Anxi drew all 4 suits of card from ace to 3 in order. The remaining orcs, bored, played chess while waiting for her and occasionally glanced at her progress. It's done. Anxi stretched lazily, finishing this uncomfortable task. Is this it? What is this? How do you play? Bai Hao, hearing Anxi's voice, casually disrupted the chess game with Xiao and rushed over to pick up the cards Anxi had drawn, looking them over. Anxi rolled her eyes, not believing he thought she didn't know he was just playing dirty because he was about to lose. Chapter 145, Soup Dumplings. You all know this number. Here, A is called Jian, Q is called Quan, K is called Kai, J is called Go, and these 2 are called Big King and Small King. The black flower is called Plum Blossom or Grass Flower. The black one shaped like a heart is called Spade. The red heart is called Heart or Red Heart. And the red quadrilateral is called Diamond. Remember? A few male players obediently nodded, and Anxi continued to explain. A deck of playing cards has a total of 54 cards, starting with 3 as the smallest, sometimes 4 depending on the rules, and A is roughly considered as 1, all the way up to K. Each suit has the same face cards, totaling 4 types, and there are only 2 jokers. Next, I'll teach you the simplest way to play, drawing the king. Oh no, drawing. Anxi thought about how to say it. Calling it by the local name from her hometown wasn't very friendly to the turtle tribe, and there wasn't much in the Orc continent that was offensive. So, she decided to call it dodgeball. In the end, whoever is left loses. Anxi really couldn't think of a more civilized way to say it, so he borrowed the name from another game. The loser lets the winner draw on their face. After Anxi explained the rules, she had a lot of fun playing with a few beginners in poker, as she didn't have to worry about losing, which felt great. Unfortunately, the game relied heavily on luck, and Bai Hao always won. Anxi changed the rules several times, but once everyone learned, her advantage disappeared. Frustrated, Anxi tossed her cards aside, realizing that she was indeed a game black hole. Everyone had drawn a lot of random stuff on their faces, but the few males were reluctant to draw on Anxi's face, only giving her a small dot each time. Anxi, I'm not very happy. Putting on makeup that makes my face look like it's covered in spots is obviously uglier, right? Anxi spent the whole day with a few males, and early the next morning, she woke up to a particularly familiar scent, or more accurately, she was awakened by the aroma. Seeing that Anxi was awake, Xiao smiled and urged her to wash up quickly and eat while it was still hot. Anxi walked incredulously to the table, looking at the fragrant food in front of her. You actually made soup dumplings? How did you make soup dumplings? How did you know? Anxi was still a bit confused. She had only taught how to make big buns and hadn't taught the orcs how to make soup dumplings since she couldn't make them well herself. So how did Xiao know? Xiao looked at Anxi's dazed expression and for the first time understood what Anxi meant by super cute. He ruffled Anxi's fluffy hair and said, Did you not tell me last night? Was it that she was too tired last night to remember what she said? Or did she forget it thinking it was just a dream? And she thought for a while, feeling really tired after being messed with by Xiao yesterday. She wanted to sleep, but felt hungry. In her state of being both sleepy and hungry, she grumbled and threw a tantrum at Xiao, who kept comforting her and even wanted to cook for her. However, she wouldn't let go and insisted on eating in the morning instead. And she clearly remembers the gentle way Xiao was holding her and asking her what she wanted to eat. She vaguely said she wanted to eat soup dumplings, and then she couldn't remember anything else. My memory stops at me saying I wanted to eat soup dumplings, and that's it. How did you manage to accurately understand what they looked like just from the 3 words soup dumplings? And how did you manage to make them so precisely? Anxi stared at the small steamed buns on the table in shock. Has Shio's cooking skills really reached this level? Just by mentioning a dish. Can he make it even if he has never seen it or made it before? Could this be what a true master chef is like? The Chinese cooking master does not deceive me. Shio smiled at Anxi, whose eyes were about to pop out, and said, "It's not that easy. I spent a lot of effort last night trying to coax you into telling me the specific recipe for the small steam buns. You only told me they are much smaller than regular buns, can be eaten in one bite, have soup inside, are filled with beef, and have very thin skin. It didn't sound too difficult, so I decided to give it a try this morning. How is it? Does it match what you imagined?" Worried that Anxi might catch a chill, Shio brought her toiletries into the room. Anxi brushed her teeth and washed her face while staring at the small steamed buns, feeling like she was moving much faster than usual. After finishing her morning routine and sitting down at the table, Shio handed Anxi a short, chubby bamboo tube filled with soy sauce and vinegar, and then picked up a small steamed bun for her. Actually, Anxi had previously used a small wooden dish, but she always seemed to drop things with a thud. If there was soup or oil in the dish, it easily splattered on her clothes, once even into her eyes. After that, Shio switched her to a short, chubby bamboo tube with higher edges. Anxi really liked this bamboo tube, feeling it looked better than a small bowl. Mainly, Anxi was somewhat self-aware, knowing she was prone to getting her clothes dirty, so she paid attention to it. After all, Shio was the one doing the laundry at home, and since she didn't do it herself, she had to follow whatever the person doing the laundry decided. Whatever bowl he gave her, she would use, otherwise, it would just increase his workload if she got her clothes dirty again. This size is right, isn't it? You said 1 bite, and I thought I could eat a normal bun in 1 bite too, but you said it's very small, and since it's your 1 bite, I guess it can only be this small, Shio said, looking at Anxi's cherry lips. Anxi's mouth is really too small. During the preparation, I went into the room several times to see how big Anxi's mouth was. Thinking about how wide Anxi's mouth usually opens, I went back to the kitchen and kept reducing the size of my dumplings. Now it seems that they really can only be this small. I can only fit 3 or 4 small dumplings in my mouth at once. Throwing in just one feels like I haven't eaten anything at all. However, I must say that the things Anxi likes really do taste good. These small dumplings have thin skins and small fillings, and when you pop a few into your mouth, they still have soup inside, which is quite delicious, better than big dumplings. The flavor of the small dumplings is indeed a bit strong. Byhalf, who originally didn't want to get up for breakfast, came rushing over when he smelled the aroma. "Did you make dumplings?" Normally, orcs don't eat much for breakfast, so byhalf felt no burden coming over to enjoy the breakfast prepared by Shio. But as soon as he entered the door and saw the delicate baskets of small dumplings, byhalf fell silent. "Is this a dumpling? What else could it be?" Anxi took a bite of the dumpling and looked at byhalf's naive expression. Byhalf initially wanted to say that such small dumplings weren't enough to eat in 1 bite, but seeing Anxi take a bite and still have half left, he swallowed his words. "You should try it. It's really delicious." Anxi picked up a small dumpling with chopsticks and handed it to byhalf, while Shio nodded at byhalf, confirming that it was indeed tasty. Byhalf took the small dumpling and tossed it into his mouth, his expression gradually brightening. "Not bad. This is really tasty. Anxi, this is better than big dumplings. I want to learn how to make this." byhalf exclaimed while eating. "It's so good, flavorful, but just a bit small. How many do I have to eat to feel full?" Chapter 146. These feathers. Byhalf took a few more and tossed them into his mouth, noticing Shio glaring at him disapprovingly. "You're glaring at me for eating a few dumplings? Am I not your good buddy anymore? Just wait. I'll learn how to make them right now, and when I get it down, I'll steam a few baskets for you to eat your fill. Anxi, hurry and teach me, or Shio might just kill me with his glare." Anxi ate another small steamed bun, ignoring byhalf's pleas for help. "I didn't wrap them very well either. They were made based on my dream talk, so I can't teach you." Byhalf looked at Shio in disbelief. "You can make food based on Anxi's dream talk now. I feel like my status as the top chef in Divine Envoy City has been challenged. Do you dare to teach me, and then we can compete fairly?" Shio rolled his eyes at him. "Teaching you wouldn't be fair competition. Besides, who wants to compete for some broken chef title? I'm not cooking for others. I only cook for Anxi. You guys are just extras, and others don't even think about it." Although Shio retorted, he knew byhalf's passion for making various foods and his obsession with being the top chef in Divine Envoy City. After breakfast, he wanted to teach byhalf how to steam small buns. It's actually not difficult. As long as you know how to steam big buns, the principle is the same. The only difference is that small buns are smaller, with thin skin, large filling, and lots of soup. Generally, the soup should soak through the bun skin to taste good. Byhao used Shio's kitchen to make a lot of small buns, steaming one batch after another, eating to his heart's content, and even bringing some to the several males living in the courtyard. For the next few days, Byhao seemed to be addicted, starting to steam small buns every morning. Shio was freed from cooking duties and just enjoyed the buns Byhao made with Anxi. During the day, Byhao also showed off his small buns at the cooking class. Even in winter, the breakfast stall at the cooking class didn't shut down, continuing to cooperate with the tofu factory to sell breakfast. After all, there were many jobs to be done in divine Envoy City. And while winter could be a bit relaxed, it couldn't completely stop. Thus, orc people still got up early to buy soy milk and tofu pudding. After teaching the cooking class about small buns, the next day's breakfast stall added another item, small buns. These small buns were special and fragrant, with an aroma so strong that orcs coming to the breakfast stall couldn't help but order a few baskets. Small buns quickly became the hottest breakfast item, with some orcs pairing them with soy milk and tofu pudding. After Anxi learned about this from Byhao, he asked Byhao to tell the beastmen in the cooking class to add an egg drop soup. Although there was no seaweed, it could still help relieve greasiness. Recently, DJ had been finding a male companion to play poker with him in his spare time. He sometimes had things to attend to, and Qing Xian had to manage his medicinal herbs. Since neither of them could be available at all times, DJ chose to play with Anxi when he was free. Anxi was available to repair things, so that made two people, plus Byhao, forming a regular poker team. He even taught Mo how to play while he was awake, and they would occasionally invite him to join them. Now that Mo's room was warm, his hibernation period was shorter than before, so sometimes playing poker with them wasn't a big deal. Yi and Qing Xian would join in intermittently, making the days feel much quicker than in previous years. Byhao, who loved to show off, also spread the word about the poker game. In many places in Divine Envoy City, saw beastmen gathering in small groups to play. Of course, it wasn't just poker. There were also games like chess and mahjong. Divine Envoy City was lively, and many houses in the outer city had been expanded due to the increasing number of beastmen. Some male beastmen weren't as particular as the females and lived in houses without courtyards. Sometimes, when the patrol team passed through the city, they would often hear loud laughter coming from the houses, and they couldn't help but smile, thinking that life in Divine Envoy City was really good, even in winter. This made them more determined to protect this joyful city filled with laughter. As the snow thickened, the earliest beastmen in Divine Envoy City became excited and ran outside to have snowball fights and build snowmen. One day, Anxi dragged Shio out for a stroll and discovered new paintings on the city wall, depicting the snowy scenery of Divine Envoy City and the lively atmosphere of beastmen having snowball fights and building snowmen. He then realized that the turtle tribe, like Mo, did not completely hibernate, likely due to the down jackets made by the deer tribe, allowing them to occasionally come out for a walk. Probably because their natural hibernation period was short, they were even more energetic than Mo. Anxi originally gave the orcs a winter break out of concern that those who hibernate wouldn't be able to attend school, which could lead to psychological gaps when they fell behind. It seems that in a few years, the winter break might be shortened. Since DJ occupied a room in Anxi's courtyard, he has hardly returned to Yishan, only occasionally flying back to patrol his territory. As a result, he has collected so many feathers throughout the year that he has no place to spread them out. Previously, he would spread them in a cave, but now there is no good place in his room because it is filled with feathers. DJ doesn't know what he can do with his feathers. He remembers making a fan for Anxi before, but it is winter now. After thinking for a long time and not coming up with a solution, he can only take the feathers to find Anxi, as the Wing clan does not have the habit of discarding feathers unless they are completely unusable. Anxi looked at the pitch-black feathers of Emperor Zhe and felt they were quite beautiful, worthy of being the feathers of the Eagle King. "Are you going to give them to me?" Anxi asked, looking at the feathers. "Of course. I can't use them as blankets in my current house, can I?" Emperor Zhe looked at his feathers helplessly. "Just see what you can do with them. You can make a few fans. You can use them in summer." Anxi looked at him speechlessly and said, "What do I need so many fans for? Since you have so many, why not make me some clothes? I think it's about enough." Anxi remembered the feathered garments she had seen in dramas before, with arms spread out like wings, looking very beautiful. "Can my feathers also be made into clothes?" DJ looked at his own feathers in confusion. "Can they be made into down jackets? Didn't he say that only the down feathers of Muscovy ducks can be used for down jackets? But these are all feathers, and they're too stiff to be used." After saying that, DJ tightly wrapped his body. "You don't want my down feathers, do you?" And she originally wanted to give him a huge eye roll. But after thinking for a moment, she teased him, "Your fur should be nice too." DJ widened his eyes and looked at Anxi with a pained expression. Plucking fur must hurt, right? But if it's what you want. And she, hearing his words, gave him a knock on the head. Are you sick? You really thought about it? What do I need your fluff for? There's so many ducks. And pluck feathers? I don't have that kind of perverted hobby. Dize pretended to breathe a sigh of relief. That's good, that's good. Then he lowered his head and couldn't help but laugh. He wasn't foolish, of course. He knew and she wouldn't pluck his feathers. He was just teasing her by going along with her words. However, it seemed that she still thought she was the one teasing him. Dize shook his head, truly not knowing who was foolish. Chapter 147. The scheming Xiao. After delivering food to Tung Mo, Xiao returned and saw Dize delivering feathers to Anxi. However, unlike the initial rejection, Xiao didn't say anything this time. After all, they had been living together for so long, and they would continue to do so in the future. With so few females in the Beastman continent, and with Anxi being so good, regardless of whether there would be other partners in the future, there would always be followers or pursuers. Living with Anxi and having seen her goodness, Dize, byhalf, and the others naturally couldn't be attracted to other females. So no matter what their relationship would be in the future, they would still be family living together, and there was no need to be overly concerned. Moreover, these few were at least familiar and recognized by him, which was better than other beastmen, like that Lion Clan beastman who was inquiring about Anxi's deeds everywhere. Xiao narrowed his eyes. Since he spent every day beside Anxi without time, he could discuss that Lion Clan beastman with byhalf and Dize. Tung Mo was in hibernation, and byhalf and Dize had decent combat skills, so they could deal with that Lion Clan beastman's thoughts. After all, he had to come up with a reason every time he went out. If he accidentally got hurt, it would be hard to explain, and she didn't like fighting, so he couldn't let her know. Byhalf and Dize could recover in a couple of days, even if they got hurt. And compared to being with Anxi every day, as long as they had a reason for not appearing for a few days, and she wouldn't suspect anything. Anxi asked Xiao to take her to find Li, so that Li could make her a beautiful feather garment that looked like wings. Xiao smiled at Anxi's happy expression and said okay, then helped her get dressed and prepared to take her to find Li. However, just before they left, he gave Emperor Zhe a glance. Emperor Zhe raised an eyebrow in surprise. Was Xiao looking for him for something? Or was it something that Anxi shouldn't know? This was unusual. Xiao usually shared almost everything with Anxi and never kept secrets. But now, there was something he couldn't tell her. Emperor Zhe was initially intrigued, thinking Xiao might have done something bad, but then realized that with Xiao's personality, he probably wouldn't do anything bad. Later, he began to panic, wondering if something had happened to Anxi. On his way back to his room, Emperor Zhe imagined a lot of terrifying scenarios. When Xiao returned with Anxi and saw Emperor Zhe frowning with a worried expression, he was puzzled. Why did he look like that? Wasn't everything fine just now? What had happened? What was the matter? Emperor Zhe glared at Xiao when he walked in and asked him what was wrong. Shouldn't it be him asking Xiao? What did that look mean when he left? Was something wrong with Anxi again? Xiao looked at him speechlessly and said, "Can you stop thinking about Anxi getting into trouble all the time? But it is related to her." Xiao found a place to sit down and quickly explained without waiting for Emperor Zhe to ask. There's a new beast man from the lion tribe named Shapeshifting, and he's been asking around about Anxi in Divine Envoy City, trying to run into her. I've avoided him a few times. The first time I met him, I felt something was off. He looked at Anxi the same way we did back then. I deliberately showed affection in front of him, made it clear that I'm Anxi's partner, and had my subordinate wolf beastmen spread the word that Lord Divine Envoy only wants one partner and only likes the wolf tribe's Snow Wolf King Xiao, not even accepting the Wing King and Tiger King of Divine Envoy City. I didn't expect that lion beast man to be so persistent. Xiao laid out everything that had been happening recently, and the more Emperor Zhe listened, the more he felt something was off. Wait, you spreading your affectionate news is one thing, but why bring us into it? I acknowledge I'm the Wing King and you're the Wolf King, but what about byhalf? What makes him the Tiger King? Does he even have a tiger beast under him? Isn't he just from the White Tiger royal family? Can a bear commander even be considered a king? Plus, how is the Tiger King also the top chef of Divine Envoy City? He has one more title than I do. Emperor Zhe looked at Xiao with dissatisfaction, while Xiao calmly crossed his arms and returned the gaze. If I don't elevate you guys, how can I show that Anxi and I are affectionate enough? If I don't do it this way, how will that lion beast man give up? I found out that Shapeshifting is the #1 warrior of the lion tribe, but the lion tribe doesn't have a king or leader. Otherwise, he would definitely be one. So I have to make us sound more outstanding to show him the gap. So he doesn't have any delusions. Xiao looked expressionlessly at Emperor Zhe, realizing that his approach wasn't working, and it was all in vain. Emperor Zhe coldly scoffed, crossing his arms while looking at Xiao. You've made such a mess, but didn't go confront him because Anxi wouldn't let you? So now you want me to go? Anxi doesn't like fighting, and doesn't want me to fight over her matters. As long as it's not excessive. She won't let me fight other beastmen. Although sure Xian wants to pursue Anxi, he hasn't made it clear to her yet. And Anxi probably has notice him at all, so I definitely can't go hit him now. You want me to go when Anxi doesn't like fighting? What if Anxi finds out and scolds me? Why are you so good at assigning tasks? What about by how? Let him go. He is always getting scolded anyway. Emperor Zhe said irritably. I can talk to both of you, so either of you can go. If you get hurt and can't recover well, remember not to show up in front of Anxi until you're better. Xiao kindly reminded Emperor Zhe. Why didn't you mention that damn snake when you spread your news? Why does it seem like we have to bear the shame while he has nothing to worry about? Emperor Zhe thought for a moment and asked, puzzled, since Xiao hadn't mentioned Tung Mo at all. Just the two of you are enough. Adding him wouldn't make much of a difference. Plus, he's still hibernating right now, so he has no deterrent power. It's better to let him sleep well. Xiao calmly described the objective reality. Emperor Zhe looked at Xiao, clicking his tongue. Does Anxi know you have this side to you? What is this called? Oh, I know, scheming. Anxi often talks about the kind of person who appears good on the outside, but has a black heart inside, just like you. Xiao looked at Emperor Zhe and said, she doesn't need to know. I'll try to solve it in a way she likes. For things I can't solve, I'll find a way to deal with them, but I won't let her know the unnecessary issues. I won't let anything disturb her. Emperor Zhe looked at Xiao, speechless. He had long seen that Xiao was not a good person, but he hadn't expected him to be like this. Emperor Zhe thought that all the males around Anxi were not simple. They just revealed their simplest sides to her. After all, without some ability, how could they stay by the beast god envoy side? Not to mention how many methods Xiao had used in the past to teach a lesson to and drive away those males who wanted to pursue Anxi but weren't worthy. Otherwise, why was it so peaceful around Anxi now? Although it was also because Anxi was the beast god envoy and had done so much for divine envoy city that made her sacred and inviolable in the eyes of beastmen. More importantly, they felt they couldn't compare to Xiao. Chapter 148. Stewed pork with preserved mustard greens when a male pursues a female and is defeated by the female's partner. He has no chance to pursue that female again unless the female herself is willing. This is clearly the simplest method, yet you've complicated it so much. Even if I defeat him, if he has a thick skin, I won't be able to do anything since I'm not Anxi's partner. Emperor Zhe leaned back with his hands behind his head. Actually, as long as Anxi doesn't agree, that's enough. Anxi definitely wouldn't agree. After all, I'm such an exceptional male beast man, and Anxi hasn't reacted much after having me around for so long. Even I can only be a follower. Other beastmen definitely can't do it, so what is there to worry about? Even as a follower, I don't want to see other beastmen either. I have to tolerate you two following my partner every day and still cook for you. I'm not a fool. That lion beastman seems useless and can't do anything. If he doesn't know the gap, next time he sees Anxi, it'll be easy for him to take advantage. You don't know, Anxi doesn't like the diamonds brought by the lion tribe. She even said she wants to go to the lion tribe south gathering place to see the crystal mountain that Shi Xian mentioned. Emperor Zhe yawned and said, all right, I understand. You should go back early. Don't let Anxi look for you. Xiao was also worried that if he stayed too long, Anxi would come looking for him. So he didn't say anything more and left the room. After Xiao left, Emperor Zhe put away the teasing expression he had earlier and thought for a while. He definitely had to go. He couldn't let a newcomer climb over him while he hadn't even officially settled in. Xiao, because it was winter, had no reason to go find beastmen to fight without letting Anxi know. So he had made such a fuss about it, but it turned out to be useless. He figured he would go find by how later. Xiao didn't hurry to find by how. He believed Emperor Zhe would handle it. If Emperor Zhe couldn't it would be too late to find by how. Xiao returned to the room and saw Anxi cooking. He hurried over to help. Why are you cooking? Are you hungry? Did I come back late? Anxi waved her hand to reject Xiao's offer to help. No, I just suddenly remembered something. I used to really love it, but I couldn't eat much because I was afraid of getting tired of it. I think you guys might not mind, so I'm planning to make it since it's been a long time and I still want to eat it. What is this good thing that you can't stop thinking about? Xiao asked with a smile as she tucked a strand of hair behind Anxi's ear. Your use of idioms is getting better and better. That's right. It's can't stop thinking about it. Anxi glanced at the meat still simmering in the pot and put the lid back on. This is called meikai kuru. I thought of this dish when I was pickling the mustard greens, and now that I have time, I can finally make it. Xiao looked into the pot that Anxi had just uncovered and saw that it was all fatty pork. No wonder you said you might get tired of it. This is all fatty meat. Don't you not eat fatty meat? How can you like this dish? I only love the mustard greens in meikai kuru. The meat is for you guys to eat. Anxi said confidently. But actually, my favorite is meikai kuru pancakes. Can you help me knead some dough? Okay, I'll go right now. Xiao, who had been feeling a bit uneasy watching Anxi busy herself, quickly took the bowl and went to help. Is there any specific requirement for the dough for the Meikai Kuru pancakes? Xiao asked after filling the bowl with flour and returning to Anxi. Knowing from her experience making buns and noodles that different dishes require different types of dough. There's no specific requirement. Just make it moderately soft or hard. And there's no need for fermentation. Just knead it well and let it rest for a bit. And she opened the lid of the pot and looked at the large pot of braised pork with preserved vegetables that had been simmered to perfection. She picked up a piece with her chopsticks and tasted it, feeling that it was soft and flavorful. Then she picked up another piece and fed it to Xiao. Xiao noticed that Anxi was using the chopsticks he had just used and couldn't help but smile secretly. He knew that Anxi was very particular about cleanliness and didn't like to share utensils with others, especially when it came to food. Now, she was actually feeding him with his own chopsticks, which made Xiao feel that his position in Anxi's heart had risen. What are you secretly smiling about? Is it that delicious? And she was paying close attention to Xiao's expression, wanting to see how her cooking turned out, so she noticed his subtle smile. It was indeed very delicious. Xiao continued to knead the dough without stopping. Anxi took out a portion of braised pork with preserved vegetables and started chopping the filling with a kitchen knife, making doang 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 sounds. Anxi, let me chop it for a while, Xiao said, feeling a bit scared watching Anxi wielding the big knife. It's fine, this isn't cutting vegetables. I won't cut my hand. Chopping the filling won't happen. Anxi didn't listen to Xiao, mainly because she felt that it was very relaxing and particularly enjoyable. After Xiao kneaded and woke up the dough under Anxi's guidance, he pinched off pieces to form dough balls, then wrapped the minced preserved vegetable and braised pork filling that Anxi had chopped up inside, flattened it, and rolled it out with a rolling pin before placing it in the pan to cook until done. Once taken out of the pan, it was a dry, crispy pancake with the juices from the preserved vegetable and braised pork seeping through, making it very flavorful and delicious. After they finished eating, Xiao took Anxi to deliver some to Tengma, who had just woken up from sleep. Did you make something delicious again? Tengma asked, his voice hoarse from sleeping too long. Looking at the preserved vegetable and braised pork pancake that Anxi brought, he had never seen it before, and it smelled quite fragrant. Being able to create something new and delicious like this surely meant it was Anxi's doing and no one else's. Of course it's me. Come and try it. It's so delicious, Anxi said with a proud expression. Tengma took the preserved vegetable and braised pork pancake that Anxi handed him and took a bite. He had to admit that even though he usually preferred lighter flavors, this was indeed tasty. What is this called? It's called preserved vegetable and braised pork pancake. The filling is made with preserved vegetable and braised pork. I just thought of this dish, and since I know you like lighter flavors, I didn't bring you the full dish because the preserved vegetable and braised pork is a bit strong in flavor. I only brought you the pancake. Anxi watched as Tengma sleepily bit into a biscuit, feeling inexplicably cute. She knew that Tengma preferred light flavors, but unfortunately, her own taste was anything but light. Aside from seafood, both of them enjoyed the original taste of food, but for other dishes, they really couldn't find common ground. Even with the lotus root that Tengma liked more, Anxi preferred it sweet and sour, with pickled chili or spicy flavors, while Tengma simply ate it boiled in salted water. Anxi sometimes feels a bit fat and wants to lose weight, so she prepares some spicy sauce and eats the same boiled lotus root and bamboo shoots in salt water with Tengma. However, Anxi still habitually brings a portion of any new food she makes for Tengma, because every time Anxi tries something new, Tengma, no matter if he likes it or not, will taste it, as if he is a curious baby, always wondering what Anxi's favorite foods taste like. Anxi doesn't want to treat them differently. Whenever she makes food, everyone gets a share, so Tengma won't be left out. She just thinks that he probably won't like it very much, so she gives him a little to try, which is enough. Chapter 149, New Year's Program as the New Year approaches. The atmosphere in the Divine Envoy City becomes increasingly lively. The orcs in the city are especially excited about the new year, recalling the lively scenes from last year's celebration. And the orcs who participated in the Mid-Autumn Festival are eagerly looking forward to the once-a-year New Year on the Orc continent. After all, the Mid-Autumn Festival was so festive, and the New Year's Eve, as described by the Divine Envoy, must be even more celebratory and lively. Many orcs look forward to Anxi and the females' dance. During the Mid-Autumn Festival, their Divine Envoy danced to the sky, resembling a goddess descending from above. To this day, the legend of the sky dance still circulates in Divine Envoy City, and those who haven't seen it can view the murals on the city walls depicting the Divine Envoy performing the sky dance. With last year's promotion by the orcs, the newcomers quickly blended into this festive atmosphere. imagining themselves as part of the lively scenes as they looked at the murals on the city walls. The city began preparing various New Year snacks. Anxi, feeling guilty, taught the orcs how to make various fried foods, feeling the fat on her body protesting. However, considering the orcs' energy consumption, and the fact that the fat content in the roasted meat they had previously eaten wasn't low either, her guilt diminished significantly. As long as she doesn't turn the mighty orcs into big fat ones, it's fine. Just thinking about it, if the orcs, with their large physiques, became big fat ones, wouldn't that be like giant sumo wrestlers? Just the thought of it sends chills down her spine. Anxi's daily routine now consists of giving lectures at the advanced schools in the inner city every other morning. The junior schools in the outer city have already started their winter break, but the teachers, wanting to avoid losing face in front of their future students, have requested winter break tutoring sessions with Anxi. Even the principal, who is also the city lord, takes some time out every other morning to attend class with her. During lunchtime, they have a simple meal together, and when not in class, Anxi often goes out for hot pot or barbecue with her close friends from the Divine Messenger tribe, including Ein. Generally, the males do not eat much during lunch. They only eat a little when the females are eating. So, during these sister gatherings, the male partners are usually the ones preparing the food and taking care of the kids. Currently, apart from Anxi and Nashi, who have not yet had children, all the other females have given birth. In the Orc continent, females give birth quickly. If they are pregnant with a male, they can deliver soon, while pregnancies with females take about 10 months. Male offspring are born sturdy and can run around within a month or two, while females are delicate and need to be well cared for. Unfortunately, aside from byhalf, who had a female baby named Eva, the other females have all given birth to male offspring. They are also curious about why Anxi and Xiao have been together for so long without having children, but they hesitate to ask, assuming that the offspring of the beast god's messenger are not so easily conceived. And she found it amazing, yet somewhat frightening, to see the beast-like cubs they had given birth to. The male cubs all inherited their father's genes. Whatever beast form the father had, that was the beast form the cub would take. So if she were to get pregnant and give birth, wouldn't it just be a little wolf? And she found it hard to express his feelings. How could a single human being give birth to a wolf beastman? Ever since he learned about Xiao and Shi mating, he had been observing Anxi and even informed Qingxian about it. After all, he was a healer and could notice if something was off with Anxi. However, seeing Anxi's agile movements day by day, it seemed that getting pregnant wouldn't be that easy. Yet, he wasn't too anxious. After all, he had been a wise man in the tribe for many years and knew how difficult it was for females on the Beastman continent to conceive. He just thought that since the beast god's messenger was special, especially since Anxi had mentioned that getting pregnant was quite easy in her original world, it seemed that what was easy in her world was not so easy on the Beastman continent. Anxi, the Beastmen are looking forward to what new program you might present this year. Do you have any new ideas to make this New Year's Eve more festive? Like the Mid-Autumn Festival? When he came to inquire about Anxi, he didn't mention that the Beastmen wanted Anxi to dance, as it was too cold for that. If Anxi had new ideas for the new year, that would be great. If not, they could just do what they did last year, like tossing pots or throwing rings. And she could do whatever she wanted. Anxi thought for a long time, what special ideas could there be for the new year? Especially in the cold weather. It's not like summer when we could have a song and dance party. Could we possibly have a spring festival gala? Anxi thought. Perhaps it wouldn't be impossible. Anxi knew that the orcs were eagerly looking forward to her dancing again. But what kind of dance could she perform in the middle of winter? It was so cold. Besides, if she only danced during festivals, wouldn't that make her a dance princess? Moreover, there weren't any beautiful clothes for winter, so dancing wouldn't look good anyway. However, since the orcs wanted to see a dance so much, she thought it might be better to let them dance themselves, which would satisfy half of their wishes. Anxi thought of several shows she had watched before, which all included some songs and dances. At that time, she could play simple waist drums and dance along, similar to folk dances. The atmosphere created by such folk dances is very intense, making it very suitable for festive occasions. Anxi asked Yi to gather the males who wanted to dance, teach them to make waist drums, and then teach them folk dances, helping them line up in formation. Other orcs who heard about it also came to Anxi one after another, wanting to participate. When Anxi saw that there were too many people, he didn't let them join the waist drum folk dance team, but instead came up with various programs for them. For example, the Lingyu tribe and the Dolphin tribe, who had showcased their singing during the Mid-Autumn Festival, wanted to perform again this year and asked Anxi to select a new piece for them. Anxi chose a good day for them and a song called Unforgettable Tonight, with one song to be sung at the beginning of the event and the other at the end. Anxi chose these two songs not just to casually brush them off. These songs have appeared frequently on the Spring Festival Gala for many years and are widely sung. Almost everyone knows them. Their popularity surely has its reasons. Now, orcs may not understand songs with too much depth, just like before with When Will the Moon Be Bright. Orcs only found it pleasant to listen to during the Mid-Autumn Festival Gala, but if they weren't taught or explained in class later, they wouldn't understand it at all. Given that, Anxi felt there was no need to rush into complex things, so starting with something simple is better. Good days is very straightforward. Today is a good day. Everything you wish for will come true. The lyrics don't require much interpretation, which is exactly the level orcs can understand, and it's also festive. What could be better? Unforgettable Tonight, as a staple song for the Spring Festival Gala, holds a special meaning for Anxi. It feels like something is missing from the New Year's Eve party without this song. It's a sense of ritual. Chapter 150. Rehearsing the program. The Carp Tribe and the Dolphin Tribe will start and end the performance, with the final decision of rock, paper, scissors determining that the Dolphin Tribe will start with Good Days and the Carp Tribe will finish with Unforgettable Tonight. Anxi thinks this arrangement is quite reasonable. According to the vocal ranges, this distribution is also very suitable. The Dolphin clan has a higher vocal range, while the Loach clan can handle both high and low tones, but low singing is more suitable for the Loach clan. The Dolphin clan can start with high notes to energize the atmosphere, creating a lively opening to get the orcs excited. Finally, at the end, the Loach clan members can sit in shells with their fishtails, holding pearls and softly singing Unforgettable Tonight, lulling the orcs to sleep, which is the best outcome. After arranging everything in the Anxi River, Anxi taught the two tribes to sing while rehearsing the dance. During this time, different orcs heard about the New Year's Eve Gala and learned that the divine envoy could arrange programs for them. Orcs continuously came to Anxi, wanting to be part of the show. In the end, Anxi decided that each tribe would send a few orcs to her, with each tribe preparing one program, and those who wanted to prepare additional programs could come to her separately. Anxi thought it was a good thing there was still some time before the new year. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to finish arranging the programs at all. However, Anxi was still extremely busy with the rehearsals. In the meantime, Lion Clan's Shi Huang came to find Anxi under the pretext of rehearsing a program. Anxi didn't know what was going on and just normally arranged a lion dance program for the Lion Clan. Anxi found it very reasonable and fitting since they were real lions. How impressive. Although Shi Huang felt a bit resistant to performing high-difficulty moves in beast form. He thought it was somewhat shameful to turn into a beast and shake his tail in front of Anxi, fearing it would damage his image in front of her. However, this program was arranged by Anxi, and rehearsing was the only way he could get closer to her. Not long ago, the Wing Clan's Wing King, Dze, had sought him out for a fight. Dze had a slight advantage with his wings, but Shi Huang didn't feel he had lost too much ground. He ignored Dze's warning not to get close to Anxi. A follower didn't need another follower's consent, and, as a land beastman, he didn't think he had lost just because he couldn't defeat a flying beastman. How many land beastmen on the beastman continent could beat a Wing King? Shio saw that Shi Huang showed no expression, just staring at his and Anxi's interactions, making sure he didn't do anything improper. Shio also observed Anxi's reactions and noticed that she treated Shi Huang no differently than other beastmen. In fact, she didn't even sense Shi Huang's unique demeanor towards her, which made him breathe a little easier. Shio also noticed that Anxi had arranged a program for the Lion Clan called Lion Dance, where Shi Huang and the other lion beastmen would turn into their beast forms and shake their heads and tails. He couldn't help but smile slightly. If he had to perform such a dance in front of Anxi, it would be surprising if she liked him. Once all the lion beastmen had left, Shio casually asked Anxi, "Haven't you prepared any programs for our wolf clan? Something like the lion dance for the lion clan? No, do you want to dance? Forget it. I think you're not suited for that kind of dance. It's too festive and a bit funny. You suit the style of gentleman as soft as Jade Moore." Anxi thought for a moment about how Shio would look as a giant wolf performing the lion dance, shook his head, and dismissed the idea. It just didn't fit. "I thought you liked it. You seemed quite happy when you were teaching them," Shio said. He had heard Anxi explain the meaning of gentleman as Jade to him, and Anxi had praised him the first time he wore the clothes Anxi made, and the first time he played the flute Anxi taught him. Well, it's also because the lion dance is inherently funny. But I wasn't trying to prank them. We actually have lion dance performances during the New Year back home, but with fake lions. Now that we have real lions, isn't that perfect? It fits the occasion. And she held a sugar-coated hawthorn stick made by Shio in one hand while resting her chin on the other, deep in thought. After all, it was their own desire for the show. The New Year's program was meant to be festive, and performing was just for entertaining the audience. As long as everyone was happy, that was enough. But you don't have to. I really like your elegant demeanor. You don't need to deliberately act cheerful and funny. If you want a show, I can think of something for you. After hearing Anxi's response, Show was very satisfied. No need, you're too tired. I originally thought you would like it. I didn't want to perform anyway, and since you don't like it, I won't have to perform after all, which is a relief. Anxi took a bite of the candied hawthorn, crunching it in her mouth. I really think you can create a show. Just you, Dais, Yi, and Qing Xian. When Bai Hao is busy cooking, he definitely won't have time, and Tung Ma is still hibernating. If he wakes up to watch the show, that's already great. Don't expect him to perform. Xiao didn't expect that Anxi would actually arrange a show for herself in such a short time. What do you plan for us to perform? Otherwise, let's do an instrumental ensemble. You play the guzheng, Qing Xian plays the flute, you can play the drums. I see he's quite handy with the big drum I made for Bai Hao. Dais can play the xiao. That's the only instrument he can handle well. Everything else is just rubbish. And she did not hide her disdain for Dize at all. Dize was not a very studious beastman. Although his attitude towards learning was considered decent compared to when she was in school, it was not on par with the beastmen who eagerly absorbed knowledge. He was somewhat like a talented and smart student who only aimed for a score of 90 and didn't strive for more, making him a student that teachers both loved and hated. He learned some strange skills quite quickly, and once he could play a musical instrument, he didn't practice seriously, except for the xiao he liked. Once, and she casually picked up a leaf and played a simple melody, which piqued Dize's interest. He kept pestering Anxi to teach him, and now he could play more tunes than Anxi and even better. He also learned how to whistle, snap his fingers, spin a pen, and twirl a handkerchief. In short, Dize mastered all these seemingly useless and peculiar skills exceptionally well, leaving Anxi feeling helpless. Sometimes, Anxi was thankful that he didn't have many bad habits himself, or else he might have been influenced by Dize. By the way, Dize also liked to drink, which was another of Anxi's hobbies. The two often made plans to drink together, and she enjoyed rice wine, while Dize preferred osmanthus wine. He liked the subtle sweetness, but not overly sweet flavors, and he preferred light scents, often saying that rice wine was too sweet. Once, Anxi, feeling unconvinced, brewed 2 jars of osmanthus rice wine, not the usual ones with an alcohol content below 10 degrees, but rather around 20 degrees, with a lower sweetness, just to force Dize to admit that rice wine was also delicious. As a result, both of them got drunk on the osmanthus rice wine with less than 20 degrees, and were carried back by Xiao He and Bai Hao, each taking one of them. Chapter 151. New Year's Eve party at Anxi's request. Yi and Qing Xian, who originally did not plan to perform any acts, were forced to join in. However, they asked Anxi to perform with them, wanting to collaborate on a show, and she didn't expect to be pushed onto the stage like this. The performance was all about instruments, and she could only dance. She had promised herself not to be a dancer. Forget it anyway. The orcs didn't know what a dancer meant, and she swore she definitely wouldn't dance next year. In the end, Anxi came up with a piece called the Beauty Song. To make the program more appealing, she called a few orc musicians to participate, borrowed the white robes and masks from the Yuringu, and found several orcs to teach them some simple movements, as they just needed to dance around her. She had Xiao start with a flute prelude and then sing the lyrics of the Beauty Song. Xiao's deep voice added a special charm, especially since she was the only woman in the performance. It was clear that she was meant to play the beauty, and she definitely hoped Xiao would sing. In the north, there is a beauty unparalleled and independent. With a single glance, she captivates nations. With another glance, she captivates cities. Little do they know, captivating a nation and a city, a beauty is hard to come by. Anxi sang, and Xiao listened very carefully. This song is really nice. Different from what you taught before. What does it mean? It is very similar to when will the bright moon appear from the Mid-Autumn Festival. Didn't we teach you the meaning of? It refers to a beautiful female. The meaning of this song is easy to understand. It describes a beautiful female in the north. So stunning that with one glance, a city falls, and with another glance, a nation falls. As for a nation, it refers to a place made up of many cities, much larger than our divine messenger city. Anxi patiently explained to them that learning cannot be rote memorization. One must understand the meaning behind it. Dize looked at the lyrics of the song Beauty, written by Anxi, in confusion, wondering why the beautiful female caused the destruction of a city just by turning around. It was because she was too beautiful, just like how orcs would fight for a female. That female was so stunning that all the males secretly wished to fight for her, even if it was just to receive a smile from her. In the end, countless lives were lost during the fights, leading to the city's downfall. Wasn't that how it was in the early days of the orc continent? It was the first messenger of the beast god who prohibited males from fighting to the death over females and instead allowed simple, non-lethal contests, which ended the tragic deaths of males fighting over females. Didn't you tell me this when I first arrived? Anxi said, looking at DZ, thinking about it this way. The song Beauty was indeed suitable. Anxi decided to use this story to educate these males. It represented an unreasonable social system, something that had happened long ago in their world. Later generations wrote about it to criticize this abnormal trend, which is why I told you not to fight. The orcs didn't know the real reason behind the writing, and naturally, it was up to her to decide. Don't think she was unaware. She had heard about the incident in the outer city recently, how Wing King DZ and the first warrior of the Lion clan, Xian, fought over the divine messenger. She didn't expose it because they still knew it was wrong and were too guilty to admit it to themselves. Moreover, since both DZ and Xian had not sustained any injuries, she lightly let it go. Upon hearing Anxi mention everyone's business, DZ, feeling guilty, touched his nose and fell silent. He then asked, why ask so many questions for no reason? Meanwhile, Xiao, as the instigator, sat comfortably, acting as if he knew nothing and everything was none of his business. Anxi glanced at Emperor Zhe without responding to him. Later, this piece of music became a high praise for beautiful females. Only females who are beautiful to a certain extent can be referred to as one glance topples a city. Another glance topples a nation. Xiao took the opportunity to continue the conversation, saying that in the divine envoy city, including all the females of the Beastman continent, I think only Anxi deserves this praise. Yes, the others quickly agreed. Anxi felt a bit embarrassed. She wanted to be modest, but ever since she arrived on the orc continent, she was praised every day. The orcs generally had a more rugged appearance, and after seeing her delicate looks, they seemed to prefer someone like her. In her original world, she was considered good-looking, but here on the orc continent, she was practically idolized. This led to her feeling quite inflated and extremely confident about her appearance. Anxi ordered a costume with water sleeves from Li as a dance outfit. This piece was performed during a cultural showcase at school, and the water sleeve dance was the most suitable. However, since it is winter, the gauze sleeves would be cold, so only fabric water sleeves could be used, which would be somewhat heavy. To be honest, Anxi only has a basic understanding of the water sleeve dance technique and is not very proficient, just at the level of an ordinary student dancer. However, after the water sleeve dance costume that Anxi ordered from Li was completed, when she put it on and rehearsed with the others, her performance still amazed all the beastmen. Humble. Anxi raised her hand awkwardly to press down on several male hands that were clapping, shaking her head helplessly inside. The orcs were too easy to fool. This year, because of the gala, the orcs had set up fire pits at the four corners of the altar before New Year's Eve, also to keep the orcs performing on stage a bit warmer. They also placed a fire pit in front of each shop in the nearest trading market to the altar, so that orcs watching the show outside could bundle up and enjoy the performance while warming themselves by the fire, making it less cold. Outside each shop, there were several tables and many stools, along with mobile carts selling hot grilled sausages and Odin. Grilled sausages, hot water, Odin, come on, customers in front, tuck your feet in. Due to the weather, sales were naturally booming. Of course, each shop also prepared a large water tank filled with water, just in case. As so many fire pits had been set up, it was necessary to take precautions. On New Year's Eve, Anxi organized the entire gala once again and arranged for Li from the Deer tribe to be the announcer, which he gladly accepted. In order to enjoy the delicious food early and get back to sleep sooner, Anxi did not schedule herself as the closing act this time, but instead arranged for herself to go on at the beginning. As the drumbeats began, the gala was officially opened. The night began as the city lord announced the commencement of the New Year's Eve gala in the Divine Messenger City. And then he stayed on stage without going down. Xiao entered playing the flute. The melodious notes began with a prelude to a beautiful melody, followed by Qing Xuan's. And after a while, DZ Xiao and other musical sounds joined in the ensemble, and then Xiao began to sing. Anxi took off her down jacket, revealing her dance outfit with flowing sleeves, and with a flick of her long sleeves, she began to dance on stage. She chose several techniques with the flowing sleeves, and the orcs in the audience cheered loudly. But unfortunately, their vocabulary was limited. Aside from good and looks good, they couldn't shout anything else. Chapter 152. Setting off fireworks, Anxi jumped off the stage after her performance. This dance was quite simple for her, with no special difficulty, and it wasn't as heartfelt as her previous flying dance. The costumes and stage setup were also not as good as last time. It was just a pure display of skill. However, for the orcs, it was quite impressive. After all, They didn't understand the principles behind Anxi's flashy moves and had no idea how she accomplished them. They could only chatter excitedly from the audience, continuously praising her, saying how amazing she was, really amazing, beautiful, truly beautiful. Anxi shook his head. The orcs were really pitiful. They couldn't even say a single damn. He needed to teach them more words in the future. Their vocabulary was too lacking. After Anxi stepped down, it was the Dolphin Clan's show, Good Days. Then there were the female performers with their paper umbrella dance and fan dance, the Lion Clan's lion dance, the Sheep Clan's ring dance, the Cow Clan's Mongolian dance and throat singing, and the Deer Clan's bamboo dance. The program from the Pangolin Clan featured a live performance where a giant rock was shaped into the characters for New Year. The show from the Shrew Clan was a pole dance taught to them by Anxi. The Weasel Clan's act was a whack-a-mole game, because Anxi really couldn't think of any other program. In between, there were also some solo acts created by the beastmen themselves, and finally, the Turtle Clan showcased parts of their artwork from start to finish. The night ended with the unforgettable performance from the Loach Clan. The Loach Clan's program was a bit challenging. They wanted to perform in a beast form that was half fish and half human. The Loach Clan can actually transform their fish tails into legs to walk on land, but their skin, having been soaked in the sea for years, dehydrates if they are out of the water for too long. Additionally, they are so used to their fish tails that when they turn into legs on land, they struggle to walk properly. Furthermore, because their beautiful fish tails are favored by the land beastmen, they particularly enjoy showing them off, especially during festivals. So in the end, Anxi came up with a solution for the Loach Clan, continuously heating water in their shells, allowing them to perform in the winter without freezing while soaking in water. After the Loach Clan's unforgettable performance concluded, Byhalf brought out trays of prepared dumplings with the beastmen from the cooking class. It wasn't meant for all the beastmen in the divine envoy city to fill up, just one dumpling per person, symbolizing that if they wanted to be full, they should go home to eat. The evening started early, and after the performances and dumplings, Anxi took a few from the courtyard back to have a reunion dinner. The other beastmen with families returned to their homes, while the singles gathered in the single apartment specially built by Anxi for them. Single beastmen could come together there to prepare their New Year's Eve dinner. Each single apartment could accommodate 30 beastmen, and 10 such apartments were built in Divine Envoy City to provide a lively and warm home for all single beastmen. Of course, it was still not enough. But not all single beastmen were willing to stay in the single apartments. Some preferred quiet, while others got tired of staying after a few days, and they would return to their original residences. The vacated spaces could occasionally be occupied by beastmen looking for a place to stay. Especially during the festive season. It was one thing that the previous tribes didn't have such a lively celebration during the new year, but now with such a great festive atmosphere. The liveliness made it even more poignant to return to that lonely house afterward. And she deeply understood that the more lively the scene, the lonelier the aftermath. So the single apartment was hurriedly completed by the construction team before New Year's Eve. Anxi was originally exhausted, but she always remembered the surprise she prepared for Zayu and the other beastmen in the Sihiyuan, as well as the beastmen in the entire Divine Envoy City. She stubbornly stayed up until midnight. Zayu and the others felt a bit reluctant to see her like this. It's midnight. It's New Year. Suddenly, the sound of a drum echoed, which was Anxi asking Qing to patrol during the night shift, striking the large drum on the altar 12 times at midnight. Let's go. We're going out. And she pulled up Xiao, ready to run out with her bag. Xiao quickly pulled Anxi back, picked up her down jacket, hat, scarf, and gloves, and carefully packed them for her. While she was anxiously stamping her feet, Xiao took her out together, and she turned back to greet the others to follow along. I have prepared a gift, a surprise for you all. Anxi was held by Xiao, directing him to run to the altar in the inner city. Emperor Zhe looked at the altar, which was not as lively as the outer city, and looked at Anxi with confusion. What gift needed to be outside? What surprise brought them here? This place hadn't been used for a long time, since most of the beastmen lived in the outer city. Many festive activities had been held at the altar in the outer city. The inner city followed a fresh style, resembling a delicate little garden filled with flowers, making it unsuitable for so many beastmen to come in and make a mess. Moreover, the outer city was indeed much larger than the inner city. Even now, the houses planned back then were not fully occupied. This time, Anxi unexpectedly came to the altar in the inner city, and a few people exchanged puzzled glances. After all, they could see the outer city from here. Anxi smiled and took out the fireworks she had prepared earlier from her backpack. Yi nervously pressed her hand down when Anxi took out the gunpowder. Anxi, are you going to throw the explosives here? Are you going to blow up the altar? Anxi looked at the nervous expressions of these people and couldn't help but find it a bit amusing. What are they so tense about? Why would I blow up the altar for no reason? Don't worry, just relax. I know what I'm doing. What do you know? He still felt a bit tense and couldn't help but ask again. This dosage is small. It won't blow up the altar. Don't worry. Anxi removed Ye's hand and arranged the fireworks in a row on the ground. A few orcs looked at this row of bombs, and their faces twitched in unison. Anxi took out her long-lost lighter, which she had rarely used since coming to the orc continent. Today was different. She wanted to use this object, which had come with her and could prove her existence in the past, to light the fireworks. Hey, Anxi, don't come over, let me do it. I'll help you light it. Xiao Yin, seeing he couldn't stop Anxi, had no choice but to go himself. Although he trusted Anxi, he couldn't let her take risks. Why don't I go? I can fly high, and after lighting it, I can quickly fly up into the sky. Didze, standing Azide, frowned. Wasn't the previous gunpowder all avoided by the Wing clan flying high? Anxi thought about the fireworks she made that were supposed to soar into the sky, and she couldn't help but twitch her mouth at the thought that if they flew up, it would be a disaster. Sigh, it's just setting off fireworks. Why is it so difficult? All right, I'll give it to you, but remember to run after you light the fuse. Anxi could only hand the lighter to Xiao, who was gripping her hand tightly, teaching him how to use it, and then retreated to a safe area with a few others. Xiao initially thought it might still be a bit too close, but remembering Anxi's earlier comment about the small amount and recalling her caution during her first time making gunpowder, he felt that Anxi would not take unnecessary risks. Chapter 153. New Year Atmosphere. Xiao took the lighter and walked over, igniting the first fuse before immediately running back to the escape route he had chosen, sprinting at high speed until he reached Anxi's side. Just as the fuse was still burning, Anxi watched as Xiao was about to leave a residual shadow, shaking his head helplessly. Boom! Bang! The fireworks soared into the sky, exploding into a huge display of fiery blossoms, leaving the orcs on the ground in awe. What is this? Anxi smiled mischievously and said, fireworks. Xiao, hurry up and continue lighting them. Anxi shook the dazed Xiao, who had been stunned by the fireworks. Xiao looked at the finished fireworks and hurried to light the next one. One by one, the fireworks ascended, bursting into beautiful sparks, dazzling beyond compare. Suddenly, the city of the divine envoy erupted with excitement, and all the orcs rushed out to witness this spectacle. Wow, what is this? Is it the beast god showing divine power? Oh my beast god, this is so beautiful. This is a New Year's gift from the beast god. What beast god? This is a gift from the divine envoy. I just saw the divine envoy and the city lord lighting the gunpowder over there at the altar. Gunpowder? Is this stuff gunpowder? I don't know. I heard the divine envoy say it's fireworks. Huh? What do you mean by fireworks? Anxi heard the excited shouts of the orcs in the city and the fervent discussions, feeling that this new year was particularly meaningful. How did you come up with this? It's simply beautiful. Byhalf exclaimed, spinning in place, trying to find the best angle to appreciate it. Even the usually somewhat aloof and proud Emperor Zhe looked up at the sky in astonishment, as if he finally understood why Anxi had said flying up was more troublesome. How could it not be troublesome? If he were to ignite it and then fly up, wouldn't he just explode along with it? And she set off all the fireworks she had made and then went back to sleep soundly. She had an exceptionally sweet sleep. The next day, after having breakfast, and she asked Xiao to take her to find Yi. Happy New Year, Yi. And she bounced in. Happy New Year to you too. And Yi replied, getting up to help taking Xi's hat and cloak from Xiao, shaking off the snow. Back in our place, we used to give red envelopes during New Year visits. Hearing Yi return her greeting, as she couldn't help but reminisce about the scenes of receiving red envelopes during New Year visits, and teased Yi. What is a red envelope? Yi looked puzzled, having never heard of it, wondering what new thing it was. It's red paper or cloth with money inside. Usually, younger generations give it to their elders when they greet them for the new year. So you think I am your elder? Yi looked at Anxi in disbelief. Oh, you're so much older than me. I wouldn't be a loss, right? And she pondered how much older Yi was than her. Then doesn't Xiao want a red envelope? And she thought was interrupted by Xiao. No, I was just joking. I'm already past the age of wanting red envelopes. And she shook her head. But since our new year is so lively this year, why not make it even livelier? How do you want to make it livelier? Yesterday, the orcs in the divine envoy city all heard about the fireworks the divine envoy set off. When you went back to sleep last night, many orcs still wouldn't leave. It was only after I called the patrol team to persuade them to go back, saying the divine envoy had set off fireworks and was now asleep, that they finally left. Oh, then why don't we make some more? Fireworks are only set off during the new year, from New Year's Eve to the 15th day of the first month. But we can't make too many this year. So let's plan to set them off on New Year's Eve, the 5th, 8th, and 15th days. Less on the 5th and 8th, but more on New Year's Eve and the 15th. Anxi thought for a moment, and on the first day of the new year, which is also the first day of the spring festival, as leaders in the divine envoy city, we should give the orcs some benefits. For example, each of us can come up with a riddle and prepare a prize, something of good quality. Then, we can give it to those who guess it correctly. Alternatively, we could hide some gold coins within the divine envoy city, and whoever finds them can keep them. And Shiming was pondering what other fun ideas there were. If you want to hide the gold coins, you need to do it now. If you wait any longer, the orcs will be up. Anxi didn't sleep too late yesterday, and her biological clock woke her up at a reasonable time in the morning. However, many orcs stayed up late playing last night, and they were so excited that they went to bed very late. Plus, the night had already announced that there would be a holiday for the spring festival, so all the factories would be closed. As soon as Anxi heard this, he quickly pulled Xiao and prepared to run outside. Yi, carrying money, woke up several people in the courtyard except for Tangma, and the group started to move from the inner city to the outer city. Some hid in places like big trees, haystacks, pheasant nests, and livestock pens. More obvious places included right on the tables in the chess academy, school, and conference room, as well as on the large drums of the altar with everything from copper coins to gold coins. After hiding everything, the group returned to rest, leaving only a blackboard on the altar that read, "This is a game of hide-and-seek played by the Divine Messenger and the City Lord with everyone. What you find will be considered a New Year's benefit. Happy New Year to everyone." The beastmen were very happy, and many of the newly arrived beastmen were even moved to tears. The Divine Messenger City was truly wonderful. Life here was so good. Everything here was so great. These were things they could only dream of when they used to struggle to get enough to eat. Woo-woo. I want to stay in the Divine Messenger City for the rest of my life, following the Divine Messenger. Woo-woo, me too. Hey, why are you crying? The Divine Messenger said we shouldn't cry during the New Year. Crying during the New Year has bad meanings. We should be happy, and everyone should be smiling. The older beastmen quickly stopped the newcomers from crying, as the Divine Messenger's words must be right. Yes, we should be happy and laugh during the New Year. But we are happy. Then we won't cry. We'll laugh. The Divine Messenger also said we shouldn't do anything, right? One beastman cautiously asked, afraid of inadvertently committing a taboo. It's nothing much, just that during the New Year we should be happy, not sad, and we shouldn't say anything bad. We should avoid anything bad, so that the coming year will be smooth. However, the Divine Messenger said this is a form of prayer, and having good food has no downsides. The old beastman carefully thought about what Anxi had once said. All right, they understood. They were also happy, and it was fine. Today is a rare holiday. Let us hurry and play mahjong. Let us go, let us go. Another beastman came over to urge the old beastman. Yes, yes, let us go, let us go. The old beastman suddenly remembered that he had arranged to play mahjong with other beastmen and hurriedly walked away. And let us go too. Let us play poker. I'll tell you, I just learned it. It's so much fun. I'll teach you. Then let us hurry. Let us go, go, go. Chapter 154. The 8th day is Anxi's birthday. After playing hide and seek in the morning, the orcs returned home to play other games with their friends. Among them, poker and mahjong were the most popular, and there wasn't enough mahjong to go around. After all, many new orcs had just arrived, but there wasn't enough time to make so many sets of mahjong. Fortunately, making poker cards was much easier than mahjong. The paper factory produced a few decks to sell, which were quickly snatched up, and the orcs at the factory earned quite a bit of extra money, happily saying they could buy delicious food at the market. The orcs were having a lively time, while Anxi was in the courtyard working overtime with Xiao, Qing Xian, Yi, Dais, and Bai Hao to make fireworks. After the fireworks were set off on the 5th day of the new year, Xiao took Anxi back, and Yi curiously asked Anxi why they chose to set off fireworks on the 5th, 8th, and 15th. Anxi explained that the 5th day was to pray for more wealth. The 8th was her birthday, and she wanted to celebrate with fireworks, and the 15th was the Lantern Festival. The 8th is your birthday? He looked at Anxi with curiosity. Orcs have long lives, so they rarely celebrate birthdays. Mainly, there are too many single and wandering orcs on the Orc continent, and without other orcs to celebrate their birthdays, they themselves don't care much about it. But since it was Anxi's birthday, it was naturally different. Is there anything special to do for birthdays in your original world? She wanted to give Anxi a wonderful birthday and thought of everything she had during her previous celebrations. For birthdays, you have to eat longevity noodles, have cake, receive fresh flowers from others, and you can make 3 wishes. And she naturally knew that Xiao wanted to celebrate her birthday. So, if she didn't make a request now, when would she? Xiao secretly noted it down, but what were longevity noodles and cake? Longevity noodles meant making a bowl of noodles for the birthday person. ensuring that there was only one super long noodle in the bowl, long enough to fill the bowl and not break. It symbolizes longevity. If it breaks, it is considered inauspicious. Xiao nodded, understanding that it wasn't difficult. She had already learned to stretch noodles, so she could pull out one long, whole noodle as well. And what about the cake? The cake is a pastry made from eggs, wheat flour, sugar, and such. You all might not know how to make it, but I can teach you. Xiao nodded again, saying okay, then teach me, and I'll make it for you later. Anxi looked happily at Xiao, who had a serious expression on his face. It felt really good to have someone who cared about wanting to fulfill all your wishes. Byhalf leaned over with his big face and said, Anxi, I can also make you longevity noodles and cake. Can you teach me? Sure, I'll teach you. Then you can have the cooking class make free cakes for the orcs in Shunshur City, and I'll provide the ingredients. Just say it's my birthday and invite them for cake. In our place, when someone has a birthday, the cake has to be shared with those who helped celebrate, each getting a small piece as a way to share joy. Anxi looked very happy. After I came to the orc continent, so many orcs like me. They would definitely be willing to celebrate my birthday with me, but I can't celebrate with so many people. So making some cakes and sharing a piece with everyone would be nice. Anxi was very happy to have so many people willing to celebrate her birthday. It truly felt great to be the center of attention. Yi and Qing Xian exchanged glances. We're not very good at making food, so we can only give you flowers. What kind of flowers do you want? Any kind of flowers is fine, as long as it's not chrysanthemums. Those are for mourning. Anxi thought for a moment. She didn't have any particular liking or disliking for flowers. They were all pretty much the same, except for Baby S breath, which she regrettably hadn't seen on the orc continent yet. What she liked about flowers was simply that someone would give her flowers, which made her feel very happy and joyful. Qing Xian was surprised for a moment, not expecting that medicinal chrysanthemums had this kind of significance. Anxi quietly told Xiao, you have to give me roses. When no one was paying attention, Xiao noticed that Anxi only told him and not anyone else, leading him to think that the roses must have some significance. So what are the 3 wishes you mentioned? You recalled Anxi saying that one could make wishes. The birthday person can make wishes, and usually the first wish is a prayer, something they deeply desire that is difficult to achieve. Additionally, the content of the wish cannot be revealed, as it is equivalent to a prayer to the beast god. The last 2 wishes can be simpler, things that can actually be accomplished. If the wishes require someone else's help, they can be mentioned, and if someone is willing, they can help fulfill them. In reality, these were just Anxi's random thoughts. She knew the truth and wasn't worried about being exposed. Oh, is that so? Do you have any wishes you want to achieve? The wealthy city lord thought about how he could try to help Anxi fulfill her wishes. Giving flowers seemed a bit too simple. Naturally, wishes shouldn't be mentioned now. They should be spoken on the birthday. And she secretly smiled, thinking about what wish to make at that time. How about having Qing Xian wear women's clothes? She had wanted to see Qing Xian in women's clothing for a long time. With Qing Xian's enchanting and alluring appearance, he would definitely make a great cross-dresser. It's just that she usually didn't dare to say it, knowing that Qing Xian would definitely not cooperate. It would be better to wait until her birthday to bring it up. With he pressing him, he might just agree in the end. As for the second wish, Anxi actually doesn't have anything particularly desired. He wants to see divine Envoy City become the center of the orc continent, the most prosperous place. However, this is not a wish that can be realized at the moment. It's not easy to find a wish that can be fulfilled right now, especially since he lacks nothing. The most achievable wish lately has been to see Qing Xian in women's clothing. If that wish doesn't work out, it can be set aside for now. When the time comes, he must find a set of his flying dance clothes for Qing Xian to wear. He would definitely look great in them. Qing Xian, watching Anxi smile oddly, felt a chill on his back for some reason. He turned around to look and wondered, hey, there's no wind? Suddenly, Dize raised a crucial question. Anxi, your birthday is on the 8th, in winter, and there are no fresh flowers now. Anxi suddenly froze, realizing she had been careless. She forgot that there were no greenhouse flowers on the orc continent. There were no fresh flowers in winter. Anxi didn't know how to respond to this question. It was too difficult. Xiao looked at Anxi, who was lost in thought, and tentatively asked, how about I make a flower shape out of dough for you? Or carve a flower out of a radish? Didn't you mention there are radish flowers before? Anxi realized at this moment, yes, this works too. Qing Xian and Dize both looked troubled. Their cooking skills didn't support them in making flowers out of noodles and radishes. Chapter 155, Making Cake. It's fine. You can just look for something else. You can also use fruit or candied fruits skewered on barbecue sticks and wrapped in paper to make a bouquet. Anxi had seen this method before. And sugar-coated hawthorn flowers. That works too. They hadn't thought of making flowers this way and fell into silent contemplation. Shio's voice noticeably brightened when he heard Anxi mention sugar-coated hawthorn flowers, deducing that Anxi wanted them. The others were thinking about what flowers they could give, and seeing them struggling, Anxi told them to go do whatever they needed to do. Byhalf stayed behind to learn how to make cake with Shio. First, heat the milk on the stove. It's enough when it starts bubbling. It doesn't need to boil. Anxi sat on the chair that had been moved for her in the kitchen, directing the two of them to make a cake step by step. All right, once the milk is heated, pour into the bowl, then add a small amount of oil, not too much. Shio and Byhalf each stood by a bowl, listening to Anxi's instructions, moving in response to her commands. Mix it well to emulsify. What is emulsification? Byhalf looked up at Anxi in confusion. You stir first, and I'll tell you when you're done. Anxi wasn't sure how to explain the term emulsification, so she decided to let Byhalf see for himself what emulsification meant. All right, this is emulsification. Sift some flour into it using the sieve we made earlier. Good, that's enough. Mix them together until you can't see any dry flour. Anxi walked over and took out 2 eggs, worried that they might not do this step well. The eggs were opened, but the egg whites and yolks needed to be separated like this. Anxi used the most primitive method of cracking the egg a little and then carefully using 2 halves of the eggshell to separate the egg whites from the yolks. The yolk was placed in one bowl while the egg white was left in another. Anxi squeezed a bit of lemon juice into the egg whites and then added some white sugar. They also made a whisk from bamboo sticks on the spot. The orc's strong arms made whipping the egg whites a breeze. 1/3 of the meringue was taken and added to the batter, mixing it evenly. It should be folded from the bottom upwards, not stirred in a circular motion. Anxi quickly stopped Byhalf from acting before hearing the entire command. All right, pour the rest in and mix it again. Now let us steam it. Under Anxi's guidance, the two of them successfully made a cake. After all, Anxi taught them a simple steamed cake, which didn't require much skill. Once they learned it, Anxi didn't get involved anymore. Instead, she started wandering around the market every day, eating, and occasionally playing ring toss and pitching pots with the beastmen. The monkey tribe was even banned from participating in this activity because they were too accurate. Anxi thought for a moment that the ape tribe usually relied on throwing stones for hunting, so their aim must be exceptionally good. Since the ape tribe had this skill, it naturally should not be wasted. Anxi asked Shio to make her a slingshot using wood from a tree fork and a type of elastic animal tendon. She also had a wooden frame made, along with a thinner gong. The wooden frame had 9 square boxes on top, and each box was tied with a rope to a gong. The front of the gong was painted with red circles to create a target, so that whenever it was hit with force, it would spin. Anxi made an appointment with the monkey tribe to play this game. Back in the day, she used to roam the world with a slingshot and even hunted with it. When Anxi set this up in the empty spot in the market, many orcs came over to watch. Hey, what is the divine messenger doing this time? I don't know, what's that thing hanging with so many gongs on it? Didn't the divine messenger say that was for patrolling orcs to keep watch? I know. The divine messenger heard that the ape clan throws stones with great accuracy and thought of something fun to challenge them. The wolf tribe orcs, who are often dispatched by Shio and frequently see Anxi, are close to her. They like to help her with various tasks. So the wolf tribe orcs under Shio know the most about Anxi. They're always the first to hear any news in the divine messenger city. The divine messenger is competing with the ape clan. Let's go take a look. But what is the divine messenger holding? I know. The slingshot that the divine messenger had Shio make yesterday. I even helped find the tree fork. An excited old paparazzi wolf tribe orc said. Anxi tried out the slingshot yesterday after finishing it, and it seemed fine in all aspects. After today's competition with the Yeren tribe, it is likely to become popular in the divine envoy city. Just kidding. How could any male not like playing with a slingshot? Divine envoy, how is this played? We looked at the copper gongs and the slingshot in Anxi's hand and asked curiously. The divine envoy came to him and said there was something more fun than tossing pots and hoop games. He knew the divine envoy had heard that the orcs in divine envoy city didn't like playing hoop games with their Yeren tribe and wanted to find them something else fun, but they didn't really care much about this matter. After all, those orcs hadn't said anything offensive. Instead, they praised them for being strong, saying they didn't play with them because they were too good. In their hoop games, everyone sets up their own items, and then each person has a chance to take whatever they manage to hook. But the Yeren tribe would basically guarantee a hit right away, which means they would take something home every time. That would be like giving them free stuff. Who would be foolish enough to keep playing with them? Even they would feel embarrassed to play with others every day. The orcs even helped them make a new set of equipment and gifted it to the Yeren tribe. So now they just play among themselves. We felt a bit embarrassed that the divine envoy would specifically think of a new game for their tribe, but also a bit touched that the divine envoy would pay special attention to them. This is called a shooting game. I heard that your Yeren tribe hunts by throwing stones with your hands. right? I'll use this to throw stones, and we can compete to see who plays better. How about that? Anxi smiled at Hui, not expecting to win against the first warrior of the monkey tribe in their game. However, she had played this kind of game so many times that she was confident she wouldn't lose. All right, the Divine Messenger said how to play. Rino did. Since the Divine Messenger wanted to play, he would naturally accompany her. If he won and the Divine Messenger was unhappy, he could handle it then. The game involved using stones to hit 9 bronze gongs. If a stone flipped a gong over, it counted as a hit. The goal was to connect the gongs you hit in a line, whether horizontally, vertically, or diagonally, while being able to block others from connecting theirs. For example, if I hit the first gong and you hit the second gong in the first horizontal row, then I couldn't connect that horizontal line anymore and would have to connect either a vertical or diagonal line instead. The first person to connect 3 in a row wins. This game was inspired by a scene in New Pearl Princess, where Xiao Yanzi played a similar game with a slingshot. Chapter 156. Slingshot game. Anxi thought it was much more fun than practicing against a target before. Now, when she thought about playing games with a slingshot, this was the first thing that came to her mind. Hui nodded. The ape tribe was smart, and he had roughly understood. Nearby, Shio waved his hand, and several wolf tribe orcs brought over a wooden plate, which was piled with small stones they had collected. Anxi picked up a stone and handed it to Hui, saying, "Don't say I'm bullying you for not knowing the rules. You can start the first round." Hui nodded and said okay, then took the small stone from Anxi's hand and threw it towards the center gong. Anxi raised an eyebrow. The ape tribe is really clever. Anxi picked up a small stone and placed it on the slingshot, aiming carefully before releasing it. The stone flew out and hit the first gong in the upper left corner. Hui glanced at Anxi, noticing their excellent aim, and without holding back, threw a second stone, hitting the gong in the middle of the first row, right next to the one Anxi had hit. Now, both Anxi's horizontal and diagonal lines were ruined. Anxi pulled the slingshot again and hit the one in the middle of the bottom row, blocking the vertical line in the middle made by Hui. Hui then raised his hand and threw the second gong on the left vertical row. Anxi hit the last gong in the bottom left corner. Hui didn't think much and hit the first one in the top right corner. Anxi then directly hit the last gong in the bottom right corner. Shio announced that Anxi had won. Hui was stunned for a moment, then realized that he hadn't prevented Anxi from connecting the line in the bottom row, so Anxi won. Knowing he had lost, Hui showed no sign of being upset. Instead, he looked very interested. He felt that he had finally found a game that could both challenge his mind and improve his accuracy. And it was much more interesting than ring toss or throwing pots. What do you think? That was just the first time. It's normal not to react well without experience. How about we play a few more rounds? Anxi was worried that a small game might discourage the first warrior of the ape tribe. So he comforted him by saying, "All right, great divine envoy, this game is really fun. From now on, our ape tribe will play this." Hui excitedly looked at the several gongs. Anxi looked at Huey's excited expression in confusion. Is it really that much fun? The world of orcs really lacks entertainment. All right, if you like it, that's good. It was originally designed for your ape tribe. Of course, I will ask the orcs to make a few more later, so anyone who wants to play can do so. This will be placed in the trading market alongside ring toss and pot throwing as one of the 3 major outdoor games in the trading market. After that, Anxi and Hui played a few more rounds, each winning and losing, until it got dark and they were satisfied. The Great Envoy is really impressive. This level of accuracy is already remarkable in the ape tribe, truly worthy of being the Great Envoy. A nearby ape orc was flattering. Even though he had heard that the Great Envoy wasn't that skilled at ring toss, he didn't expect them to be so good at throwing stones. But the Great Envoy's throwing stones seemed to use something strange. Is that why it's particularly impressive? Anxi saw him staring at the slingshot in his hand, so she handed it to him to take a look. Hui took it and examined it, then picked up a stone and placed it on the slingshot, trying to imitate Anxi's earlier posture, aiming at the gong and shooting it out. Unfortunately, he missed. This isn't easy at all. How did the Divine Messenger manage to throw it so accurately with this? Anxi proudly picked up her slingshot and said, "You should do it like this. Close one eye, aim with the other, and then shoot the stone out. This way, the stone shot from the slingshot will fly farther and with more force. If you're hunting, it will have greater lethality." Hui then tried it again, mimicking Anxi's technique, and it was slightly better than before. After another attempt, it improved a bit more. It wasn't until he hit the gong perfectly that Hui reluctantly set down Anxi's slingshot, feeling a bit unsatisfied, and returned it to her with reluctance. And she couldn't help but find it a bit funny, seeing his reluctant expression. "Since you like it so much, why don't you come to the inner city to find me tomorrow morning? I'll let Shio teach you how to make a slingshot. This one was made by Shio himself, so I have to keep it well and won't give it to you. You can learn to make a new one yourself tomorrow. The orcs nearby felt a pang of envy as they heard how much Anxi valued the item made by Xiao and wanted to keep it. The divine envoy was indeed the best female on the orc continent. Not only was she beautiful, but she also cooked delicious food, played games, and treated her partner well. Ah, why didn't the heavens give them such a good female? They weren't picky, just a female would do. Unfortunately, the divine envoy only had eyes for Wolf King Xiao. And even those followers who always stayed by her side hadn't made their status official yet, leaving them with no chance. There was also that incident with the lion orc who was taught a lesson by Wing King Dize. Who could match Wing King of the Wing tribe? Only someone like Xiao, who was also a king on the ground, could do that. That lion Xian actually managed to fight Dize to a standstill. That was quite impressive. After hearing Anxi say she could teach him how to make a slingshot, the Huai from the ape tribe's eyes lit up. If it weren't for the fact that it was indeed dark, he would have wanted to go learn how to make a slingshot from Xiao right away. However, after teaching you tomorrow, if any other orcs in the Divine Envoy City want to learn how to make a slingshot, you'll be responsible for teaching them, especially those from your ape tribe. It will all be up to you. Anxi doesn't want to always be bothered by orcs coming to him for teaching one by one. He thinks that after teaching one, they should teach each other. Vigorously. Of course, once he learns, if the ape tribe wants to learn, he definitely won't bother Anxi. He will teach them himself. At that time, he will just gather the orcs from the ape tribe together and teach them all at once. Anxi promoted her slingshot after competing with Hui, leaving the orcs with an entertaining game, so the ape tribe wouldn't feel too bored or excluded. She considered her mission accomplished and decided to step back. Starting tomorrow, she would let them take their time to study the rest. Anxi yawned and let Xiao carry her back to sleep. She has now become accustomed to Xiao holding her in a princess carry in front of the orcs and no longer feels embarrassed. Humans are truly adaptable creatures. Anxi returned home and fell asleep immediately due to exhaustion, while Xiao gently patted her to help her sleep. After confirming that Anxi was asleep, Xiao quietly got up to find the other males in the courtyard, gathering together in Tengma's yard to discuss a surprise for Anxi's birthday. Tengma had been secretly woken by Xiao earlier, and on the day of Anxi's birthday, Dize had come to inform Tengma, so he estimated that Tengma was also unaware of it. If they missed Anxi's birthday, Tengma would surely feel regret. Anyway, he didn't need to hibernate every day now. He could occasionally wake up, just like during the New Year when he had dinner with them. He had also secretly come out to watch Anxi's performance during the evening party, with Dize discreetly telling him the schedule of Anxi's performance, allowing him to keep track of the time. After Anxi's performance ended, Tengma quietly returned. Chapter 157, A Lively Birthday. The already sleeping Anxi had no idea that everyone was busy preparing for her birthday. After a good, peaceful sleep, Anxi woke up to the smell of noodles. Following the aroma, she walked to the table and looked around but didn't see Xiao. She then plopped down in front of a big bowl of noodles. Using her chopsticks, she picked up a whole noodle and smiled slightly, knowing that she would have longevity noodles as soon as she got up. Anxi finished her noodles and noticed that Xiao still hadn't come back, feeling a bit strange. Xiao usually wouldn't do this. Could it really be that he went to prepare some surprise for her? Anxi tidied herself up and curiously walked outside. However, after taking just a couple of steps, she noticed petals scattered all over the yard. While others have fresh flowers paving the way, she found herself surrounded by petals. Wait, that's not right. Where could there be petals at this season? And she bent down to pick up the petal and examined it closely. It's made of paper. It's not easy to make petals like this, so it must have taken more than one person to complete. But when was this made? She lives in the same courtyard. Yet she had no idea. Anxi continued to walk forward and saw a rose lying neatly on the ground ahead. She bent down to pick it up, and it was also made of paper. After taking a few steps, there was another one, and after another few steps, there was yet another. Anxi followed the trail of roses and eventually arrived at Tengma's courtyard, which was empty. In front of the door, there were flowers made of agate, clearly crafted by Tengma. Anxi picked up the agate flower and continued to follow the guidance. When she arrived at Dize's courtyard, there was a wreath made of red plum blossoms at the entrance. However, there were no red plum blossoms here, so it seemed that Dize had flown out to find flowers. It's commendable that he seriously went to look for flowers that bloom in winter. Anxi already knows the routine, and the next stop is definitely Baihao's house. As expected, there's a radish flower at the entrance of Baihao's house. This guy really carved a radish flower for her. Then there's Qing Xian's, which is dried honeysuckle. Good, very in line with Qing Xian style. Then there's Yes, which is even simpler and more extravagant. It's a golden flower made of gold and a silver flower made of silver. TSK, a rich version of honeysuckle. Even a gift has to echo each other. Anxi followed the guidance and walked out, feeling something was off as there were too many props. Once she completely exited the courtyard, Anxi was stunned. Outside there were many small ice sculptures, all carved into various kinds of flowers. She might not be able to recognize what flowers they were, but Anxi could tell they were flowers. Anxi went out for a stroll and was incredulously surprised to find that from the inner city to the outer city, there were all kinds of ice sculptures and flowers. Could this be something the orcs of Divine Envoy City did together? Bang! A firework exploded in the sky, like a signal flare, and the orcs rushed out of their homes. Happy birthday, Lord Divine Envoy. Each orc happily wished Anxi a happy birthday. They led Anxi to the altar, while the ones in the courtyard were setting off fireworks to surprise her. Shio came over holding the candied hawthorn flower Anxi mentioned and said, Anxi, happy birthday. Anxi suddenly choked up and couldn't speak. When she made requests to them, she truly wanted them to give her a good birthday to satisfy that sense of emptiness that was different from her original world. But now she realized that she didn't feel empty at all. This world brought her a different sense of fulfillment. If given a choice now, she might not want to go back. Happy birthday, Anxi. The orcs setting off fireworks also came over. Don't you know that fireworks look best when set off at night? Anxi laughed at these few who were setting off fireworks in broad daylight. Yes, after setting them off, I said they weren't as good as the ones from last night. Byhalf nodded, as if he had noticed that too. It's okay. We'll set them off again tonight. We prepared quite a few earlier. With a wave of his hand, Night Tycoon said, let's go to the market. Everyone has prepared a lot of delicious food and fun things for you today. Qing Xian, not giving up his folding fan even in the cold weather, tapped Anxi, signaling her to head towards the market. Anxi came to the market with others, and the stalls were twice as many as usual. It seemed that everyone had gathered to set up their stalls today. Typically, this amount only happens a few days before the new year or during festivals. Anxi smiled helplessly, realizing that everyone was treating her birthday as a festival. Byhalf was the first to pull Anxi to his cooking class. When the orcs in the cooking class saw Byhalf bringing Anxi in, they rushed out and handed a bunch of meatball flowers to Byhalf, then wished Anxi, happy birthday, Divine Envoy. Byhalf held the bunch of meatball flowers and handed them to Anxi. I made these with everyone before dawn today. Look, they're still warm. Aren't meatball flowers just as good as candied hawthorn flowers? I picked all your favorites. Anxi looked at the bunch of meatballs and nodded. That's right, it's great. But I can't eat all of this. It's too much, and if I can't eat it, it'll go to waste. I appreciate the thought, and I accept the flowers. Thank you all for the birthday wishes. But let's all eat together, not just this meatball flower, but also this candied hawthorn flower. We've all been busy for a morning, so let's enjoy a little together. Anxi took everything out and divided it among the orcs. These were all the things she wanted, but there were just too many. She could only accept the sentiment, feeling at ease in her heart, but her stomach couldn't hold it all. Anxi took down the various dumplings from the dumpling flour and distributed one to each person. Not to mention, these dumplings were quite complete, including all sorts of fish balls, shrimp balls, fish tofu, fried dumplings, vegetable dumplings, and even small dumplings made from various pastries. After finishing the dumplings, Anxi also shared some candied hawthorn to help everyone digest. Of course, she thought of it as aiding digestion, but for the orcs, it was more about whetting their appetite. Dividing up those dumplings didn't amount to much for the orcs' appetite. It was just an appetizer. Eating some candied hawthorn to stimulate their appetite was just right before the main meal. And she smiled as she fed Shio a tonghalu, hoping he wouldn't blame her for taking the liberty to share his tonghalu flowers. Shio sweetly accepted Anxi's offering, knowing she definitely couldn't eat it all. He was well aware of how much food Anxi could handle after making her so many meals. After all, it was her birthday, and everything was meant to make her happy, ultimately ending up in everyone's stomachs anyway. Shio thought she was really easy to please. As long as he showed her things she liked, she would be very happy, even if she ended up sharing with others. She always looked like she had gained something for herself. He felt that Anxi was incredibly kind and a bit silly, although he didn't know what silly meant. He had heard Anxi say it before, and now, looking at her, he seemed to understand the meaning of the word. Chapter 158, Setting a Trap for Qing Xian. Anxi played with the orcs all day, trying all the stalls in the market. Nobody asked her for money. Everything was given to her as birthday gifts. And Anxi had no choice but to accept them all. In the end, when she couldn't eat anymore, she could only take a bite of each portion and left the rest for the bodyguards in their courtyard. By evening, the cooking class presented the cake that Anxi had mentioned, and they waited nervously for her to make a wish. No matter what wish their divine messenger made, they would help fulfill it. Anxi lit the sky lantern that Shio had prepared for her, since she didn't mention her wish to blow out the candles. Shio had previously heard Anxi say that releasing sky lanterns was to make a wish and pray for blessings from the beast god. So he prepared a sky lantern for her. Anxi closed her eyes and made a wish, then opened them, releasing the sky lantern. Her wish was simple. She just hoped that no matter how much the beastman continent evolved, it would always remain peaceful and healthy. She wished that the beastmen would always be pure and kind, never following in the footsteps of those humans like Dr. Zhao. She hoped that the beastmen could live in harmony with nature. This is also why Dr. Zhao ultimately chose to combine human genes with animal genes, believing that with the body of a beast adapted to thrive in jungles and grasslands, combined with human intelligence, the beastmen could live better on this land. Anxi opened his eyes and saw several pairs of eyes staring at him intently. What are you doing? Anxi looked at these strange orcs. What wish do you have? Byhalf couldn't help but be the first to ask Anxi. If I say it, it won't work. Byhalf scratched his head. Didn't you say before that there were 2 wishes you could say out loud, and that friendly orcs would help you realize them? Anxi reacted and nodded. Oh, so that's what you meant. You see, am I not the one who cooks for you the most when I'm not out fixing things? That must mean I'm the closest to you, so you should leave a wish for me to help you fulfill. Anxi was somewhat amused and exasperated. How could there be someone eager to help her fulfill her wishes? Isn't it a good thing to help me fulfill my wishes? Why are you rushing in? Byhalf waved his hand indifferently, saying that whether it's a good thing or not, he would help her fulfill it. Xiao didn't interject this time because he had asked Anxi that night to think carefully about her wish. And Anxi had told him the truth, that this wish was something she made herself, without asking others to fulfill it. It was just a prank on her part. Moreover, Anxi had also mentioned wanting to see Qingxian wear feminine clothing, so Xiao understood that this was all just Anxi joking around to tease them. However, Xiao still decided that if Anxi didn't have anything for him to fulfill, that would be fine, but if she really did have a wish, even if it meant he had to wear feminine clothes, he would still fulfill Anxi's wish, as he wanted her to be the happiest on her birthday. Anxi hasn't thought of her second wish yet, so she can only look at Qingxian and pretentiously say, actually, I've always thought that Qingxian is too beautiful, even more beautiful than a female. Since I arrived here, I've had a wish to see what Qingxian would look like if he were female. Qingxian frowned, feeling that things were not so simple. However, he still didn't grasp Anxi's intention. After all, there is no concept of cross-dressing in the beastman continent. Before Anxi arrived, both females and males wore animal skins, and occasionally there were a couple of simple cloth garments, but they lacked any style, with males and females wearing the same thing. However, after Anxi came, she taught the deer tribe to make kipeos and skirts for females. Although everyone admired the beautiful clothes, they only thought about how pretty they would look on a female, and no one had considered that a male could wear them. But after today, maybe things would be different. How is this supposed to work? I'm a male. How can I show you what I would look like as a female? Qingxian was still trying to think. After all, this is Anxi's wish, right? Although it was a bit strange, it would be better to try to fulfill it as much as possible. Anxi's eyes turned, slowly setting a trap for Qingxian. Actually, it's quite simple. When females and males wear clothes, you can't tell the difference just by looking at their faces. So the main point is the clothes. If you're the clothes that females wear like cheongsams or skirts, then it would be like I could see that you were a female. The more Qingxian listened, the more he felt something was off. What kind of idea is this? Although female clothing is beautiful, it still looks strange on males. Qingxian thought of the little dress Anxi wore and couldn't help but shiver. He didn't know why, but even in his human form, he felt his hair stand on end. Anxi looked at Qingxian hesitantly, fearing that he might come to understand it himself. So she hurriedly continued to persuade him. Look, it's winter now, and the women's skirts are thicker. Wearing them doesn't look as strange as in summer, right? Qingxian was swayed by her words and reluctantly looked at Anxi. Since it's your birthday wish, then I will reluctantly wear it for you. And she didn't expect Qingxian to be so easily fooled. It seems that the female clothing in the beastman continent has only appeared for a short time, and the beastmen have yet to distinguish the main differences between female and male clothing. Anxi took out the clothes he had prepared for Qingxian in advance. It was a special puffy skirt made with cotton inside and light gauze outside, designed so that Qingxian could look feminine even in winter. Anxi had put a lot of effort into creating this cute winter dress. He found a room for Qingxian to change, and also did a simple makeup and hairstyle for him. He let down Qingshuan's hair, which he usually tied up with a wooden stick for convenience, and then braided 2 small pigtails on both sides. He also used red paper to tint his lips and put on a flower crown he had made for himself on Qingxian. After everything was ready, he took Qingxian outside. The orcs outside, curious to see what Qingxian would look like in feminine clothes, were stunned when they saw Anxi leading Qingxian out. This is too much like a female. Qingxian felt a bit uncomfortable seeing everyone staring at him in astonishment. Have you finished looking? Can I change back now? I have a second wish. Anxi noticed that Qing Xian was displeased and quickly had a brainwave, remembering her other wish. She knew what to wish for. Qing Xian frowned again. The second wish? Is it still mine? And she nodded vigorously. Yes. It's yours. I want to see you dance like the females did before. Qing Xian sighed and resignedly walked up to the altar, starting to recall the dances the females had performed earlier, then roughly mimicked a few movements. The beastmen below were staring at Qing Xian, unable to take their eyes off him. They didn't understand why. Even though they knew Qing Xian was male, they still couldn't look away. Chapter 159. Refusing Shi Xian. Qing Xian was pulled out directly after being dressed up by Anxi, so he treated it like playing along with her whims. Now he didn't even know what he really was, nor how he looked dancing in this outfit like Anxi and the others had done before. Otherwise, he wouldn't have obediently let Anxi have her way. He watched for a while, and then sensed that something was off. He helplessly looked at Anxi. Can you let Qing Xian down? Anxi also knew when to stop, and she nodded slightly tonight. After receiving permission, Qing Xian took a deep breath, finally feeling a sense of relief as he stepped down from the altar and returned to the room to change his clothes. The beastmen were a bit regretful to see Qing Xian leave, and at that moment, Anxi still didn't know what exactly she had released. Night and Qing Xian only felt like they were just accompanying Anxi for fun, thinking nothing of it. It wasn't until after today, when males began finding various reasons to visit Qing Xian, that he truly started to regret not letting Anxi change her wish that day. Lions of the Lion Clan had not seen Anxi for several days. When Xiao informed all the beastmen in the divine envoy city to cooperate in celebrating Anxi's birthday, Lion Xian naturally found out about it as well. He prepared a gift for Anxi, knowing that she liked diamonds and that she had a beastman jeweler make her a pair of exquisite rings set with diamonds. By the way, Anxi had said that jewelry made from them should be called diamonds. So, he prepared a huge diamond hairpin for Anxi. Anxi, this is your birthday gift. Lion Xian squeezed in front of Anxi and handed her the diamond hairpin. Xiao, Emperor Zhe, byhalf, and Tung Mo. Upon hearing that, Lion Xian did not respectfully address Anxi as divine envoy like the other beastmen in the divine envoy city, but instead called her by her name. All narrowed their eyes in unison, their expressions dangerous. Anxi was stunned for a moment when she saw the huge diamond, which was even bigger than the pigeon egg she had bought before. She didn't even notice Shi Xian calling her name. Shi Xian, unaware that Anxi was distracted by the hairpin, thought she was acknowledging him calling her name, and his expression had a hint of sweetness. However, before he could enjoy that sweetness for long, Anxi finally reacted when Xiaoran couldn't hold back from wanting to fight Shi Xian. I'm sorry, Shi Xian, did you just say this is my birthday gift? Yes. Shi Xian felt a bit shy. How about you change it? Just like others do, you can give me something to eat or something like that. Although Anxi is now in a different world where diamonds don't hold any special meaning, she still doesn't want to change her habit of not casually accepting diamonds from others, especially when it's a hairpin, and a hairpin adorned with a large diamond at that. Why? Don't you like this diamond? I specially made it into a hairpin. Don't you like it? When Lion Huan heard Anxi ask him to change it, he thought it was because he hadn't made it pretty enough for her. No, I do like this diamond, but in my original world, you can't just accept diamonds from others, especially jewelry worn closely by females. Usually, they are given by a female's partner. Upon hearing this, Lion Huan's face turned a bit pale. Only a partner can give it? Anxi nodded yes. In fact, it wasn't entirely true. Apart from the engagement ring having a special meaning, there wasn't much significance to anything else. However, Anxi was aware of Xiao letting Emperor Zhe go to fight with Shi Xian, as well as Xiao having warned Shi Xian before. Now, upon careful observation, she noticed something inappropriate. To prevent Shi Xian from having any misguided thoughts, Anxi directly rejected Shi Xuan's gift with this reason, making it clear that she didn't like him. Xiao, who was listening nearby, felt much better after hearing Anxi's words. He decided to ask the jewelry-making beastman to make a few more pieces for Anxi tomorrow. He wanted to give them to Anxi so that she would be adorned with them, making it clear to everyone that they were from him. Thank you for your birthday wishes, but you don't need to change it. I'm full today. I appreciate the thought. You can keep this hairpin for the female you pursue in the future. I won't accept it. After and she rejected Shi Xian. She thanked him and took the small team from the Sihiyuan back. Xiao held Anxi and quietly said in her ear, I should have gone to fight him today. And she glared at him. Haven't I already rejected him? Why are you looking for a fight with him? Because he had the audacity to pursue you right in front of me today. It's a provocation against me. Xiao coldly snorted. Enough. He doesn't even know the meaning of diamonds. You guys stop treating everything as a provocation and wanting to fight. Doesn't it hurt when you get injured? Anxi cannot understand the mode of solving problems by fighting every day. Anxi decided to discuss the issue of fighting in Divine Envoy City with Yi after returning. The number of orcs in Divine Envoy City is increasing, and the aggressive factor within them makes it hard for them to control their desire to fight. Sometimes, even a little friction can lead to a fight. Although there are rules against harming others in Divine Envoy City, it is difficult for everyone to control their anger, and it could escalate into group fights with unintended injuries. She can manage a few around her, but she cannot control all the orcs in Divine Envoy City. Furthermore, the aggressive factor within the orcs cannot be suppressed indefinitely, as prolonged repression can lead to problems. For instance, going out to hunt serves as an outlet. However, Anxi believes that hunting is not a long-term solution. There are actually other ways to release this aggression. For example, even in the past, technological planets had methods of release through combat, such as boxing in a ring. Anxi thinks that this model can be used to provide a place for the orcs to fight and then establish a regulation, such as prohibiting fighting within the city of the gods. If both parties want to fight, they can go to the arena or go hunting. Fighting in the streets is not allowed at other times. Anxi returned to the courtyard and shared his thoughts with Yi, who also expressed his agreement. Previously, he had dealt with several incidents of fighting and brawling. Such things have always been prohibited on the Beastman continent. In a tribe with a maximum of a few hundred people, these issues didn't seem too serious. However, now, in the entire Divine Envoy City, with thousands or even tens of thousands of beastmen in both the inner and outer cities, and the numbers continuously growing, even seemingly minor problems became quite serious. Even if there are regulations, without punitive measures, every time there's a conflict, the city lord has to mediate, which over time becomes unbearable for the city lord. He had been exhausted these past few days from mediating these trivial matters daily. After complaining to Anxi, he felt much better. However, Anxi also realized that having laws alone was not enough. There also needed to be a department to supervise the enforcement of these laws. Otherwise, even Yi, who was responsible for supervision, would become overwhelmed. Chapter 160, Revising Laws and Regulations. Anxi and Yi discussed for a long time and came up with a rough outline. Early the next morning, they called all the leadership team for a meeting. The leaders of Shanshur City didn't understand why there would be a meeting during the new year and came to the conference room looking puzzled. Anxi looked at the bewildered leadership team and got straight to the point. The reason for calling everyone here today was that during the New Year period, the city lord was overwhelmed with too many issues to resolve, so they wanted everyone to help brainstorm ideas. Everyone nodded in understanding. It was no problem for the city lord to ask for help with anything too tiring. He looked at everyone nodding and said, "Great, thank you all." After a brief discussion with Anxi, they decided to revise the laws and regulations of the Divine Envoy City, as the current laws were not comprehensive enough. The orcs were confused. Weren't they just talking about being tired? How did it suddenly shift to work? A complete set of laws cannot just have regulations without penalties. Otherwise, the orcs Woon-T realized the consequences of their mistakes, and Woon-T remembered that some actions were inappropriate. He glanced at his notes and mentioned the law prohibiting fighting within the Divine Envoy City. He had already stated it, but it was still an issue. He understood that many times the orcs did not fight intentionally. Being battle-oriented, they often had a short temper and were accustomed to resolving problems through fighting. However, he reiterated that fighting was prohibited in the Divine Envoy City. If a fight occurred without any serious issue, both parties would be detained. The one who initiated the fight would be imprisoned for 3 days, while the other would be detained for 1 day. For severe cases, the detention time could be increased at discretion. He had written down the specifics for everyone to review later. Continuing, Yi discussed situations where battle-oriented orcs wanted to fight. One option was to sign up with the hunting team and join them on a hunting expedition outside the city. The second was that they would soon build an arena in Divine Envoy City, where orcs wishing to fight could arrange a match with another orc or issue a challenge. If the other orc accepted, they could fight in the arena, with the stipulation that no one was allowed to harm each other fatally. The most severe offense in Divine Envoy City was taking the life of another orc. They live in Divine Envoy City as companions, and if someone killed their companion, they would have to pay with their own life. Yi stated this as the most serious punishment. The living standards of the orcs in Divine Envoy City had significantly improved. With their basic needs met, they sought enjoyment, which often led to conflicts, especially since many came from different tribes without years of shared bonds. As Divine Envoy City grew, not every orc would know each other, and conflicts arising from unfamiliarity and interests could easily erupt. If this issue wasn't addressed early, it would become a latent danger ready to explode at any moment. Previously, The close relationships within a tribe stemmed from shared hardships. The simple orcs understood that mutual support was necessary for survival. However, being able to endure hardships together didn't guarantee sharing prosperity, especially as various tribes came to divine Envoy City, primarily for profit and a better life. For instance, the closest tribes to the divine Envoy tribe, the Wing tribe and the Deer tribe, as well as the Sea tribe, joined for specific reasons. The Deer tribe needed protection, while the divine Envoy tribe required the fabric and cotton produced by the Deer tribe. The Wing tribe descended from the chilly mountain peaks in winter to seek refuge in the divine Envoy tribe as straw huts and heated cangs, while the divine Envoy tribe needed the Wing tribe's ability to fly. The Sea tribe sought help from the divine Envoy tribe because they could not survive long on the icy sea surface in winter and wanted to use the divine Envoy tribe's hot springs during that season, while the divine Envoy tribe needed food and various oddities from the sea. Thus, although this mutually beneficial model was harmonious, when several tribes merged into divine Envoy City, it could lead to conflicts. This was when laws and regulations were necessary for restraint. After all, without a unified standard and penalties, everyone would have their own reasoning, necessitating the establishment of a disciplinary committee responsible for oversight. If everything were left to Yi, he would undoubtedly be overwhelmed. Yes, we can see the exhaustion of the divine Envoy Lord and the City Lord. Previously, we also established rules and laws. But it's obvious that there are now too many orcs, and the existing laws are insufficient. We should create new laws to enforce order, and with penalties in place, the orcs will think twice before breaking the law. Yao from the Dog tribe was the first to support Anxi and Ye's ideas, and others soon agreed. Thus, the proposal to amend and increase the laws and regulations was approved, with the second point being the issue of the city lord being overwhelmed with too many responsibilities. They decided to establish a disciplinary committee and a supervisory committee. The disciplinary committee would manage the rules of divine Envoy City, and if any orc violated the laws, they could report it to the city lord. If there was sufficient evidence, the city lord could decide on the punishment. The supervisory committee would also monitor whether any orcs were breaking the laws and would oversee the disciplinary committee. If any orc was found violating the laws, the supervisory committee could report it to the disciplinary committee for arrest and conviction, while also overseeing whether the disciplinary committee abused its power, protected lawbreakers, or falsely accused innocent orcs. The supervisory committee had the authority to oversee all orcs, and if a member of the disciplinary committee violated the laws, the supervisory committee could report it directly to the city lord. Of course, if a member of the supervisory committee broke the law, they could also be reported by the disciplinary committee. Anxi finished speaking, and the orcs at the conference table only understood about half of it. Anxi waved his hand, saying it was all right, and that once each position's orc candidates were selected, he would explain everything in detail so they would understand. The inspection bureau was formed by selecting a portion of the well-performing members from the original patrol team, as the inspection bureau had the authority to make arrests. Some more personnel were needed, in addition to the batch selected from the patrol team. Each of those present would also choose 2 orcs from their respective tribes who were particularly well-behaved and trusted by their tribes. One would join the inspection bureau, and the other the supervision bureau. This was the result of a discussion between Anxi and Yi. By having each tribe select 2 orcs from different factions, they did not fear that the tensions between different tribes would escalate, as members of the same tribe would always be easier to communicate with and would not be too confrontational. The original idea was not to create opposition between the 2 factions. Moreover, with members from each tribe in both the Inspection Bureau and the Supervision Bureau, there was no worry that there would be any favoritism or bullying among the same tribe members. Chapter 161. Anxi is pregnant. Although the orcs had not yet thought this far, the role of leadership is to prepare for the future, thinking ahead. After all, it is too slow to resolve issues after they arise. The basic laws would be refined during this meeting and then explained in detail by the leaders or heads of each tribe upon their return. As the city lord, he was responsible for announcing this matter at the altar during the Lantern Festival on the 15th. The celebration on the 15th would still involve eating, drinking, and having fun, followed by everyone setting off fireworks. Winter days were quite leisurely, and just when Anxi thought the days ahead would continue like this, suddenly one day he started to feel like he didn't want to eat anything at all, feeling nauseous and irritable every day. Tung Mo had even specially prepared Anxi's favorite breakfast, but Anxi had no appetite. Even when Xiao painstakingly brought him seafood, the smell made Anxi want to vomit. Xiao, feeling anxious, went to find Qing Xian, who hurried over. Anxi, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Although Qing Xian usually joked around with Anxi. He was just as worried as any male in the courtyard when Anxi was in trouble. It's nothing, I just don't want to eat. And I always feel a bit nauseous. Anxi actually thought it was because she had eaten too much recently and felt unwell. As a result, Qing Xian examined her closely, and in the end, he became increasingly happy. Haha, Anxi, you're pregnant. You're gonna have a baby. What? Really? Anxi and Xiao were both confused. But Anxi was even more bewildered. She had never given birth before. Wasn't it said that beastmen had a hard time getting pregnant? She had the lifespan of a beastman. So logically, it shouldn't be easy for her to conceive. Why did she still have a human physique? Is this really okay? And she looked up at the sky in silence. Xiao had a silly smile on his face, and even Qing Xian, who usually had a shrewd expression, looked a bit silly at that moment. So what should we do? And she isn't eating right now. Is her body okay? Once he realized, Xiao stopped smiling foolishly and began to worry about Anxi's health. Hearing Xiao speak, Qing Xian also snapped back from the fantasy of having a child with Anxi. Oh, she's fine. Her body is quite good. It's normal for a female to have a lack of appetite during pregnancy. Each female's reaction to pregnancy is different, but their tastes tend to become more selective, and they can't eat seafood or other strong-smelling foods, which can make them feel nauseous. Xiao looked at Anxi with concern, saying, but not eating is not good either. Doesn't she have anything she wants to eat? I can make it for you. Anxi shook her head, not wanting to eat anything. What should we do? Xiao anxiously looked at Qing Xian, hoping that as a healer, he would have a solution. Every female's symptoms are different. You should try making her various dishes to see what she can eat. In a few days, she might even die from a surge. A female can't just stop eating while pregnant. Qing Xian frowned and thought for a long time before giving Xiao the advice to make different foods one by one. Also, it's not just about eating. There are many other things to pay attention to. Remember to cover all the corners and edges of the furniture in the room, and put away any sharp objects. You must keep a constant eye on her and make sure she doesn't bump into anything, or it could lead to complications. Moreover, there should always be a beastman accompanying Anxi. Even if you have something to do, you need to find one of us to watch over her. She cannot be left alone. Xiao listened carefully to Qing Xuan's advice about the precautions for a female during pregnancy and took notes seriously. How many months do wolf tribe beastmen carry their young? Anxi weakly asked from side. It can't be too long, right? Oh, about 3 months. Don't worry. It will be over quickly. Qing Xian remembered that Anxi didn't know the pregnancy duration for females on the beastman continent when he heard her question. Upon hearing this, Anxi breathed a sigh of relief. That's great. Just 3 months. It's indeed less than a third of the 10 months of pregnancy. What will the baby look like when it's born? Anxi felt a bit worried, as well as nervous and afraid. Qing Xian was taken aback. Haven't you seen the cubs that Ayin gave birth to? Anxi also reacted. Oh right, she had seen Ayin give birth and didn't feel scared at all. At that time, she thought the 2 little foxes were particularly cute. However, seeing someone else give birth is one thing, but giving birth herself is another. Xiao, hurry and think of a way to get some food. Anxi doesn't have an appetite right now, so don't make anything too strong in flavor. Keep it light. I'm going to tell you the good news. After Qing Xian finished speaking to Xiao, he quickly ran out. In the end, Xiao made a porridge for Anxi and also brought some pickled vegetables, and Anxi barely managed to eat a bowl. As a result, he heard the news and quickly came back, bringing a few people from the courtyard with him. Anxi, are you okay? Anxi looked at them speechlessly. Is it really necessary? It's only been a little while, and I'm already pregnant. What else can I do? Didn't I hear that when you're pregnant, you can't eat? Have you eaten now? Byhalf, the best chef in divine Envoy City, immediately focused on Anxi's eating. Don't worry, from now on, Xiao and I will take turns cooking. I don't believe that if I cook everything I know, you won't find something you want to eat. You guys usually pay attention to Anxi. Qing Xian repeated what he had previously advised Xiao to the several males in the room. The males nodded seriously. No, I need to inform all the beastmen in divine Envoy City. If Anxi accidentally bumps into an unknown beastman while outside, that would be unacceptable. I have to make sure they all pay attention. After hearing Qing Xian's words, he nodded and wanted to turn around and leave to notify all the beastmen in divine Envoy City to be careful. The other beastmen also nodded in agreement, looking supportive. Anxi helplessly looked at Yi and pulled on his clothes as he was about to turn and leave. Come on, it's not that serious. Who announces their pregnancy so openly? That's just too dramatic. Yi looked at Anxi disapprovingly. You are the divine envoy of the divine Envoy City. Your pregnancy is not the same as an ordinary female's. Even an ordinary female's pregnancy would draw the attention of the entire tribe. But there are just too many beastmen in divine Envoy City right now, so it's not as noticeable as before. He then glanced at Anxi, who was still tugging at his clothes, and continue to educate her, and you need to be more careful. Why are you being so reckless? What if you trip and fall or get hurt? Anxi awkwardly loosened the knight as clothing, feeling too tense. Originally, she wanted to tell them her plan of not revealing her pregnancy for the first 3 months, but then she remembered that orcs give birth after 3 months. So she gave up on that idea. They could do whatever they wanted. He turned to go out and prepare to inform all the orcs in Divine Envoy City, leaving the remaining few to tidy up the house, putting away all sharp objects and wrapping up the sharp edges and corners of the furniture. Chapter 162. The treatment of pregnant females on the other side. Ye also struck the big drum at the altar. The orcs gathered around the altar in confusion, thinking about the laws and regulations announced a couple of days ago, wondering if there was another new rule. The orcs of Divine Envoy City. Our great beast goddess envoy Anxi is pregnant. Seeing the orcs gather, you didn't take care whether everyone was there or not. They would spread the news among themselves anyway. Without giving the orcs any chance to react, she directly delivered an opening statement that stunned the orcs below. After a moment of silence, the orcs erupted with cheers and joyous shouts, which lasted for quite a while before they quieted down. Once the orcs had shouted enough, Yi pressed her hand down to signal for silence. She explained that she was sharing this news to make everyone pay more attention. The Divine Envoy's health was weaker than usual, and everyone needed to take care of the Divine Envoy. From now on, whenever anyone saw the Divine Envoy in the city, they must always pay attention to her safety. Places the Divine Envoy frequently visited must be free of any dangers. No sharp, dangerous objects should be present, and nothing that could trip the Divine Envoy should be around. Starting today, the market must be cleaned regularly, kept tidy, and free of clutter. Especially when entering the inner city, no one was allowed to transform into beast form and roar. Pregnant females must not be frightened, and from now on, wherever you see the Divine Envoy, no loud shouting or any actions that could scare her are allowed. Understood? After Yi finished her instructions, a unified voice erupted from below. Understood. The orcs of Divine Envoy City were very excited about the Divine Envoy's offspring. The news of her pregnancy was a great blessing for the orcs, and they were all very happy, except for a few who secretly had feelings for Anxi, like the Lion Clan Shirxian. Shirxian felt a mix of emotions. He was happy that Anxi was pregnant and would finally have offspring, especially since it would be the Divine Envoy's child, who would surely be very intelligent and a good thing for the entire orc continent. However, he was also feeling down because Anxi had rejected him, and now he knew she was having a child with a male she particularly liked. Since that male could make Anxi pregnant, she would probably like him even more, leaving Shirxian feeling hopeless. He looked towards the inner city, thinking that Anxi and her partner must be very happy now. However, Anxi was not as happy as Shirxian thought. She had been ordered to lie on the couch and was not allowed to get up. Several males were tidying up the house, gathering everything, even her ceramic pots for flowers and fish, along with her wine. She had developed a habit of drinking a little wine every night. Not only that, but after tidying up, the males also Wu-Ti let Anxi move around freely or go out without permission, if she wanted to go outside. It had to be at the brightest and warmest times of the day. Anxi actually wanted to say that as long as it's not nighttime, the reflection on the snow is equally bright. Winter hasn't passed yet, and regardless of the time, the temperature doesn't differ much. It really isn't that warm. With Anxi's strong arguments, she successfully turned these harsh conditions into a reason to go out, but instead of one person watching her, now there were two. Moreover, to go out, she had to bundle up like a ball, down jacket, gloves, hat, scarf, and various woolen clothes underneath. She just had to stay warm however she could. Anxi wanted to say, it's strange that her actions could be so convenient. Who would trip over whom? After Anxi said this, her own actions changed from going out to being carried out and being supported while walking. Anxi also mentioned that pregnant women must exercise appropriately, and Qingxin agreed with this point, which allowed the other males to let her be. And she sighed, why is it so difficult? Perhaps 3 months is too short. And Anxi's belly has also grown much faster, becoming quite large in just 1 month. Anxi also started to eat a lot of food every day. Of course, it still wasn't considered a lot in the eyes of the orcs, but Anxi had to eat frequently, almost every 1 or 2 hours. On average, she had a meal every 2 hours. She especially loved sweet and sour dried fruits. To ensure she had enough at home, she even went to buy a lot from the sheep tribe. The sheep tribe, knowing that their divine envoy was pregnant and craving these foods, quickly picked out the best for her and didn't plan to charge her. However, Xiao knew that Anxi didn't like the orcs giving her things for free, so she insisted on paying. After Anxi went from not wanting to eat anything to wanting to eat everything, Xiao and byhalf finally relaxed a bit. They no longer had to come up with different ways to prepare meals every day and persuade Anxi to eat. Now, Anxi could eat the same thing for several days. However, Xiao still needed to switch off with byhalf because Anxi often wanted to eat, with meals every 2 hours being too frequent. For Anxi's health, they still had to try to provide fresh food for her. Anything that Anxi couldn't finish was eaten by them, and if Anxi wanted something, they would make another portion. Besides Xiao and byhalf taking turns cooking, the others couldn't help much with this, so they found other tasks to do, such as filling in the uneven ground to prevent Anxi from tripping. They ensured the house was ventilated daily and kept the areas where Anxi often walked clean, sweeping away snow every day. Even if Anxi loved watching the snow, they had to keep it clean to avoid her getting her shoes wet and catching a cold. They were also worried about hidden dead branches or similar things under the snow that could trip her. The male members of the courtyard were most afraid of Anxi falling. Every time she walked, several pairs of eyes were watching her. Even the busiest, he had to drop many tasks, spending a lot of time in the courtyard every day. Overall, Anxi now mostly just ate and slept. She didn't dare to do much else. Not to mention that there were several pairs of eyes watching her. But given their worries and fears, Anxi didn't want to be too willful and put too much pressure on them. As for what Anxi was eating now, aside from processed foods like sausages and smoked meats, she craved roasted duck and beggar's chicken, which DZ and the Wing clan would fly far away to find hidden wild beasts to bring back fresh and nutritious food for Anxi. Although there were also domesticated animals in the divine envoy city, Anxi had once mentioned that domesticated animals weren't as nutritious as wild ones. Initially, the beastmen didn't care about this, but now that Anxi was pregnant, it was different. Anxi still drinks cow and sheep milk raised in the city every day, as well as honey. Anxi has been thinking about what nutritional excess feels like. Does she count as having nutritional excess now? However, this treatment must be said to be quite good. Even if Anxi has never been pregnant, she knows this treatment is very favorable, especially compared to her previous world. After all, she has never eaten pork but has seen pigs run. She has seen others go through pregnancy. Chapter 163. Winter passes during the month that Anxi is preparing to give birth. Winter gradually passes, and Tumon no longer needs to hibernate. Snow falls less frequently, and the beastmen begin to restore their hunting activities. The divine envoy city is livelier than usual. Although staying at home during winter to play mahjong and various games is fun, not moving around and stretching is very uncomfortable for the beastmen. There are more beastmen shouting in the trading market, and even the breakfast stalls that basically didn't operate during the winter have started setting up. Everyone is beginning to prepare for the spring trading market, and more surrounding beastmen are becoming aware of divine envoy city. Every spring, new beastmen come to divine envoy city to take a look. Last time, some mentioned that they saw the thousands of sky lanterns rising like stars from this side when they were outside and wanted to see where such a beautiful place was. However, no matter how lively it gets, it has nothing to do with Anxi. Anxi's belly has started to grow, and some symptoms of pregnancy have already appeared in her, such as drowsiness. Now, Anxi has to sleep for a long time every day and often feels sleepy during the day. Sometimes she falls asleep before finishing what she was doing, so the beastmen who are with Anxi every day have to keep an eye on her. If they see her asleep, they quickly hush and cover her with something to prevent her from catching a chill. She also gets weak legs easily while walking and often kneels down while walking. Yet, pregnant women need to exercise more, which makes Xiao feel anxious every day. Now, when Anxi walks, there are usually at least 2 or more beastmen watching over her. Moreover, pregnant women generally can only sleep on their sides. Lying on their backs can make it hard to breathe due to the pressure on the belly, but sleeping on the side without anything to support the belly can also feel uncomfortable as it tends to sag down. When they came to see Anxi, he specifically brought many of Anxi's favorite pillows, all made by himself. Upon seeing the pillows, Anxi remembered that there are special pregnancy pillows and recalled that she had seen her colleague's sister buy one before. Anxi described to leave based on her memories, and she also explained the main function of the pregnancy pillow, which is to support the pregnant woman in the middle so that no matter which way she turns, there's a soft pillow to support her belly and also support her lower back. Once they made the pregnancy pillow and gave it to Anxi, it ended the fate of Xiao staying up every night to massage Anxi's waist, support her belly, and help her turn over. However, even so, Xiao still often wakes up in the middle of the night to check if there is anything wrong with Anxi. byhalf is also troubled by Anxi. She often wakes up hungry in the middle of the night, and Xiao had to watch over her and cook for her, often worried that something might happen to her and getting distracted while cooking. He originally didn't want to disturb byhalf's rest, but a few times byhalf smelled food in the middle of the night and felt it was happening a bit too often, leading him to suspect that Anxi was hungry. Eventually, he came over to check and found that it was indeed the case. After that, Byhalf took on the task of cooking at midnight, while Anxi was hungry, but could only eat a little at a time. Byhalf was always afraid that if he cooked too little, Anxi wouldn't have enough to eat, so he ended up eating the leftovers himself. After a month of this, Byhalf surprisingly gained some weight, and he was extremely shocked, unable to understand why eating one meal at night made him gain weight so easily, when he could eat so much during the day without any issues. Seeing Anxi's visibly large belly, Byhalf worried that if he gained weight, he might end up with a belly as big as Anxi's when she was pregnant. So he was scared and started running laps every night after dinner. Finally, he managed to lose that little weight and return to his muscular physique. Another problem was that the spring semester had started, but Anxi still had nearly 2 months before giving birth, so she couldn't teach them. Fortunately, the orcs in their advanced class were very motivated and had been taking extra lessons during the holidays, so they could still keep up with teaching the orcs in the junior college. Moreover, new orcs had arrived at the junior college, and Anxi could only categorize them into grades 1 to 6, along with a preschool class for those who couldn't read at all. This meant that the previous teachers were no longer sufficient. The orcs in the advanced college were not particularly numerous, and nearly half had gone to become teachers. The remaining half worked with Anxi to compile the junior college's teaching materials, as Anxi was getting easily fatigued. So the orcs all knew not to let her do heavy work. Even compiling teaching materials was mentally taxing. So the orcs in the advanced college divided the content that the orcs in the junior college should learn by grade level based on the original teaching materials, and then brought it to Anxi for her to review and make more detailed divisions, which reduced her workload. As the number of orcs increased, the previous classrooms were no longer big enough. Anxi could only provide blueprints to the construction team to build a teaching building. This was a very challenging task, based on the materials currently available in Divine Messenger City. It could be built. However, for construction technique standpoint, the orcs had only built single-story houses so far. Anxi planned to build a 6-story teaching building, which would particularly test the skills and courage of the construction team. However, Anxi had already completed the blueprints. She took on the imaginative aspect, and the remaining parts were achievable with the construction team's skill level, depending on their attentiveness and bravery. Anxi has to have Sheila pull the rickshaw every day to check on the progress and guide the orcs on where the problems lie. For major issues, they are encouraged to identify the problems quickly and correct them in a timely manner. For minor issues, she refrains from reminding them initially. If they finish a section without noticing the mistakes, she will point them out sternly and require them to redo that section. Through this process of repeated rework, the orcs become more careful and gradually make fewer mistakes. They develop the good habit of checking their work promptly after completing a task. And the repeated revisions also enhance their skills, making each redo better than the last. Initially, some orcs complained about their divine envoy becoming stricter after becoming pregnant. But once they realized the benefits, they stopped complaining and focused on their work. They also reflected on the significant gap between themselves and the divine envoy, realizing they were indeed unworthy to complain about her. Anxi was quite surprised when she heard these words, as she thought the orcs would complain that she was being too lenient, and she could understand their complaints. However, she didn't expect that after realizing the benefits, the orcs could be so serious about it. Moreover, some orcs even reflected on themselves for previously criticizing her. Anxi couldn't help but marvel at how pure and earnest the orcs were, like a blank slate, and she understood the meaning of the saying a child can be taught. The nature of the orcs was truly very kind. Chapter 164. Flipcover Academy. Anxi's design drawings for the orcs incorporate 2 design philosophies. One is a medieval style characterized by red walls and green tiles, similar to the courtyard style of the inner city, which reflects the design style of the Advanced Academy. The design style of the Outer City's Junior Academy, on the other hand, is inspired by ancient European architecture, with renovations even at the altar, incorporating many elements of ancient Greek aesthetics, which align with the orcs' appreciation for a rough and wild beauty. This also reflects Anxi's vision for the Divine Envoy City. The Divine Envoy City is divided into an inner and outer city. Although the inner city occupies only half the area of the outer city, it is still quite spacious. However, there are fewer orcs living there, mainly the indigenous people of the Divine Envoy tribe. The outer city serves as a residence for various tribes that have allied and migrated there. The inner city has fewer residents, but they are all longtime friends of Anxi, having appreciated her style from the beginning. They find everything Anxi does beautiful and have been assimilated into her aesthetic over time. Moreover, most of the orcs in the inner city were initially guided by Anxi's vision of turning them into refined gentlemen and chivalrous heroes of ancient China, sharing many medieval myths and customs. The cultural level of the inner-city orcs is relatively high, allowing them to understand the artistic concepts behind much of Anxi's construction. However, most of the orcs in the Outer City's junior academy were taught primarily by other orcs, as Anxi herself did not teach them for long. The orcs quickly learned and became teachers, thus only imparting superficial knowledge. Anxi's later thoughts changed. She believed that this continent was rich and should incorporate multiple elements, rather than adhering to a single aesthetic. Therefore, she allowed the Outer City to grow wildly, encouraging orcs to explore what they liked. Occasionally, Anxi would offer some constructive suggestions based on her own insights. For example, when the orcs expressed a preference for a wild and mysterious style, Anxi sketched a temple escape and a European castle for them. The Outer City, being populous, required 2 teaching buildings even for 6 floors to accommodate everyone comfortably. Anxi planned to use the castle style as the humanities teaching building and the temple escape style for the science teaching building. Initially, there were no specific divisions between humanities and sciences for beginners. Everyone learned the same subjects until the 3rd grade. Starting from the 4th grade, the division Anxi provided between humanities and sciences was more of a label. The humanities side added music, painting, chess, sculpture, and pottery, while the sciences side focused on architectural design, carpentry, blacksmithing, map drawing, and farming. Of course, students could elect to take courses from the other discipline without restrictions, but they had to pass all subjects in their own division and also pass any elective courses from other divisions to graduate. Otherwise, they would have to continue studying. Since the academy in Divine Envoy City began to take shape, orcs have been gathering daily to marvel at it, as if witnessing a wonder of the world. I was increasingly worried about Anxi venturing outside due to her growing belly. Feeling bored at home, she decided to visit Anxi for some fun. Knowing from her own experience how tedious pregnancy could be, this made Anxi feel a bit guilty, realizing she hadn't understood how boring pregnancy could be. While I was pregnant, Anxi had been so busy with the Divine Envoy City that she hadn't spent much time with her. I smiled nonchalantly and said, Anxi, you and I are different. You are a Divine Envoy. You have so many things to do for the Divine Envoy City every day. I can't expect you to accompany me all the time. Besides, I have so many companions, unlike you who only have one. Even combined, your followers are not as many as my companions, so I'm not as bored as you might think. And look at you, even now that you're pregnant. You're still busy with the Academy's construction. You really have it tough. As she spoke, Ein's eyes sparkled with admiration as she cradled her face, saying, those academies look so beautiful. They have a sense of mystery, just like you, especially mysterious. Anxi looked at Ian and couldn't help but tease her, asking which one was more mysterious. Ian, deep in thought, replied, they're all very mysterious. The Advanced Academy in the inner city has a grand and magnificent feeling, like the myths Anxi spoke of, suggesting it holds many stories. The 2 junior colleges in the outer city, one being the Castle Liberal Arts Academy, has a mystery that definitely hides secrets, while the Temple-style Science Academy gives off a vibe that suggests there are monsters inside. Anxi gave Ian a thumbs up immediately after hearing her evaluation. This summary was sharp and insightful. She truly deserved to be a student that Anxi personally trained. It was no surprise that she was a student who had listened to so many Eastern myths and Western fairy tales. Ian smiled playfully, of course. Anxi was still the most mysterious. Anxi was able to come up with such beautiful architecture. I've decided that once it's completed, I will go to substitute teach on both sides. Oh, but what about the current elementary school? Ian suddenly remembered that the elementary school was still sitting there. What could such a large building be used for? It could be kept for preschool classes, and there were so many new orcs who hadn't been enlightened yet. In the future, the Divine Envoy City would have more and more orcs, and they would all need to attend preschool for enlightenment. Right now, even the elementary class couldn't keep up with the pace. Anxi knows that if this continues, one day the city of the Divine Envoy will become the center of the entire orc continent. Just because the city of the Divine Envoy has a school where one can learn knowledge, more and more orcs will come to seek refuge. Even if the city of the Divine Envoy can no longer accommodate the tribes seeking refuge when it becomes full, they can still come to learn. However, if expansion continues at that time, it cannot extend forward. The current terrain of the city of the Divine Envoy is located in a perfect area between the forest and the mountains. The outer city walls have already reached the edge of the forest, and any further expansion would mean damaging the forest. Anxi deeply understands the consequences of destroying forests. Although, considering the current vegetation coverage on the orc continent, damaging this forest seems insignificant and has no impact at all. Anxi, who came from a time and space where vegetation was severely damaged, cannot tolerate the destruction of plant life. Even now, when they need to cut down trees to build houses, Anxi has ordered the logging teams of orcs to register all the trees they cut down, so that the orcs can visually see exactly how many trees they have felled. Anxi also set a tree planting day for the orcs on the same day as the annual tree planting festival, replanting all the trees they had cut down over the past year. Because of the logging manual, the orcs were often shocked by the number of trees they had felled. If they continued this way, wouldn't there be no forests left? Where would they go to build their houses? Where would they go hunting? Therefore, without Anxi needing to preach any great truths, the orcs understood the importance of this matter at a glance. They were very proactive in planting trees every year on Tree Planting Day, as this forest belonged to the territory of the divine envoy city, and the orcs, who had a strong sense of territoriality, cherished this forest. Chapter 165, Promotional Brochure. So Anxi ultimately decided that if they really needed to expand, they would expand on the other side of Wing Mountain. That area was still part of the outer city, and they would establish several dedicated passages through the pangolin tribe for travel. Just as the outer city on this side was managed by the dog tribe, the outer city on the other side would be managed by the wing tribe and the sea tribe, which was conveniently close to the sea and would likely make the sea tribe happier. Anxi spoke to Yi about this matter, and Yi also expressed agreement. The other side of Ishan is closer to the territory of the Shi tribe, and they should be very happy to return to a place they are familiar with. The construction of the academy is in full swing. Half of spring has already passed, the trees have sprouted tender buds, and the grass has turned from yellow to green. The hunting teams are able to bring back more and more game. The spring merchant convoy is about to set out again, and this time they plan to go a bit further, so they have prepared to depart early. Even though the weather is still a bit cold in the mornings and evenings, they have everything they need, including cotton jackets, down jackets, cashmere coats, sweaters, scarves, hats, and gloves made by the deer tribe. If it weren't for the heavy winter snow, the orcs would feel that traveling in winter wouldn't be a problem at all. They heard you mention that when traveling for trade, they should inform all orc tribes and clans about the establishment of the academy in Divine Envoy City, telling them that the Divine Envoy is broad-minded and willing to lead the orcs of Divine Envoy City to teach more orcs knowledge, allowing the orcs of the orc continent to live better. Previously, they couldn't promote it. The orcs in the merchant convoy could only bring along some wandering orcs by word of mouth, as those with clans were reluctant to leave their territories easily. So far, only the lion tribe, as the ruler deep in the grasslands, has not feared traveling anywhere, which is why they have followed the merchant convoy to Divine Envoy City a few times. However, now it is different. Divine Envoy City has the turtle tribe. The artistic genius orcs of the turtle tribe have nearly depicted all the big and small events in Divine Envoy City, especially some significant occasions. For example, Anxi's water sleeve dance and the fireworks gala on New Year's Eve, the female orc sky dance at the Mid-Autumn Festival, the thousands of Kongming lanterns released during the Lantern Festival, and the scene where all the orcs made an ice sculpture as a gift for Anxi on her birthday. Even a moment when Anxi stood in her courtyard, surprised by the paper-cut flowers all over the ground, was captured in a painting. Anxi also asked when this was seen, because that day she had always thought she was the only one there and did not see the turtle people. It turned out that the turtle people were curled up among the rocks, pretending to be a stone, which is why Anxi did not notice them. These scenes were painted on the city wall by the turtle people, but they also had standards for the paintings. Only important scenes will be depicted on the wall. Before being painted on the wall, each turtle person would paint it once, and then take it to the trading market for all the beastmen of the Divine Envoy City to vote on. Each beastman who came to vote would receive a bamboo stick, and in front of each selected painting, there would be a bamboo stick bucket. If they thought a painting was beautiful, they would place the bamboo stick in the bucket in front of that painting. In the end, the authors of the most popular paintings would be chosen to paint on the city wall together. However, the paintings on paper were not wasted. They were all taken away by the merchant caravan as promotional posters for the Divine Envoy City. After learning this, he asked the turtle people to specially create a promotional brochure which recorded various landscapes of the Divine Envoy City, such as the overall appearance of the city from a distance and an aerial view of the city. It also included an interior corner of the Divine Envoy City, such as the trading market, the chess academy, the fields cultivated by the sheep and cow tribes, orchards, and scenes from various factories during production. Even the academy that was not yet fully built but already taking shape was included based on Anxi's design drawings, since the caravan would return and it would be completed then. In addition, the paintings that the turtle people usually voted on anonymously were also compiled into the brochure. He also took the opportunity to create a record of the development history of the Divine Envoy City, illustrated with pictures and text, of course. The pictures were drawn by the turtle people, and the text was written by Anxi to make it look good and avoid giving future beastmen a chance to mock her. Anxi picked up her calligraphy brush and practiced diligently. Anxi strongly agrees with the selection model of the turtle clan, which is essentially anonymous voting. The selection is based entirely on the quality of the artwork, without considering external factors like personal connections. Later, Anxi was inspired by this anonymous voting method from the turtle clan and decided to implement it during the end-of-term music class exams. He brought the orcs from a music class to a wooden stage that was well covered, using gauze to conceal the appearance of the performing students, making it impossible to identify which orc was playing. Then he selected 1,000 orcs who enjoyed listening to music to participate in the voting. To prevent participants from guessing which orc was playing based on the music, only 3 pieces would be performed, and the orcs from the music class would draw lots to choose which piece to play, ensuring that everyone performed the same piece. The choice of music will be based on personal preference for what sounded best. This temporary mechanism was added later and was unrelated to the final exam scores, which would be assessed by teachers proficient in music theory, such as Anxi for the Lingyu clan and Dolphin clan, whose levels would certainly be evaluated by him. This anonymous voting was merely to select the most popular music of the semester, with the Academy awarding a music badge as a form of encouragement. After all, the selections made by the public would differ from those chosen by the teachers. The teachers only assessed professionalism, while the orcs might choose based on emotional resonance. This approach also encourages students who may lack professional skills, boosting their confidence. Anxi has always been generous with such reward systems. She believes that only encouragement can help the orcs improve. However, that's a discussion for later. Right now, Anxi is arranging for the orcs to consider expansion. Originally, there was no plan to expand so early, but this time the caravan brought along promotional brochures, and the tribes and clans that were already interested might come along. As the orcs have a strong enthusiasm for learning, the orcs firmly believe that knowledge can change their fate, having witnessed 2 previous beast god envoys, and they greatly admire the knowledge of these envoys. This is also why Anxi was so well received when she first arrived on the orc continent. Furthermore, after the school opens, some orcs from the elephant tribe and the camel tribe may also come to study, and they can stay south of Wing Mountain. Once the orcs arrive, it will be too late to build, so it's better to construct it together in the spring to avoid the heat of summer. Anxi has consulted with the orc builders, and they also prefer to build now, as summer is indeed too hot for fur-covered orcs. Anxi called the leader of the pangolin tribe, Yin, to discuss the expansion of the divine envoy city. They needed to create a massive passage from the outer city, which was no small undertaking, and the location had to be chosen carefully. Chapter 166, Expansion of the Divine Envoy City. Anxi gathered the leadership teams from various groups for a meeting regarding the expansion of Divine Envoy City. Now, I will share my preliminary plan, and afterwards, if you have any additions or other questions, feel free to speak up. Anxi took on a commanding presence for the meeting. Currently, Divine Envoy City has only an inner city and an outer city. The inner city is inhabited by just a few of us and the orcs from the original Divine Envoy tribe, so there isn't much to change. All the newly arrived orcs live in the outer city, so I plan to open a tunnel at Wing Mountain that can accommodate a large number of orcs coming and going, with enough space for at least 2 horse-drawn carts to pass side by side. This enormous task can only be completed by the pangolin tribe. Therefore, I have decided to name this new tunnel after the pangolin tribe, calling it the Pangolin Tunnel, which is quite fitting. The attendees at the meeting were taken aback, with Yin exclaiming, Aye, is that okay, Divine Envoy? Of course. Any orc or tribe that makes outstanding contributions to Divine Envoy City deserves to be remembered. Anxi replied with a look of assurance. So do we have to wait for the pangolin tribe to dig through the mountain before we start building? Jean asked, noting that many orcs from his hunting team were also part of the construction team and wanted to get started quickly. Well, if you want to start early, we can first use a small passage to transport some simple materials and build a few houses or bamboo structures. That way, when we start constructing the South City, there will already be a place to stay. Then, the storage rooms in the outer city can be moved to the inner city. This passage is specifically for orcs to travel back and forth, and it should not be used for any storage rooms. South City? You looked at Anxi in confusion. Is South City the name of the new Divine Envoy City? Anxi just remembered that this was something he had just thought of and hadn't had the chance to say yet. Oh right, to differentiate, the Divine Envoy City on the south side of Ishan will be called South Divine Envoy City, while the outer city here will be called North City. Ye nodded. It makes sense. Also, try to collect as many luminous pearls as possible from the Sea tribe. The more, the better, because this time the tunnel is quite large. So the number of luminous pearls needed will be considerable. Anxi looked at the leaders of the Lingyu tribe, the dolphin tribe, and the turtle tribe. Rest assured, Lord Divine Messenger. The leaders of the sea tribes nodded, indicating that they understood their tasks. Anxi looked at Yi and said, Yi, we should exchange more diamonds with the Lion Clan. Diamonds can refract light, and we can set some in the tunnel to make it brighter. Since the Lion Clan hasn't fully decided to join the Divine Envoy City, they won't participate in the meetings. Bruce, it's a bit awkward for me to go because of the situation with Sherwan, so you'll have to communicate with the Lion Clan. However, it's the first time for me to do something as extravagant as embedding diamonds as mirrors in the tunnel. If anyone has other glowing items to recommend, please do so. After all, this tunnel will be quite wide, and the areas that don't receive light will be very dark, so we need as many light sources as possible. We will create candle holders to place candles inside, but since candles burn out easily, it's best to use something like luminous pearls that can glow eternally. Yin raised his hand and said, when we excavate the tunnel, there will be a lot of rubble from the blasting, which I think is very suitable for building city walls and that castle-style architecture. Anxi thought for a moment and said, all right, this can save resources. Since the southern city mainly has a castle style, and I originally noticed that the orcs like it, I plan to change the outer city here to that style. But since the southern city has that overall style, there's no need to change this side. We can continue with the palace style of red walls and green tiles. Qing Xian opened his fan and waved it, saying, actually, I think this palace style looks better. It has more elegance and depth. Anxi nodded and said, isn't it? This is the result of 5,000 years of history. What I teach is still simplified. The architecture from the true medieval era is much more complex. Unfortunately, I only understand the basics and can't teach the orcs more. After discussing the expansion of the Divine Envoy City in the south, each tribe began to get back to their own tasks. The sea tribe returned to collect luminous pearls once the seawater became calm, while the pangolin tribe spent an entire day selecting the safest piece of land to avoid the planting areas of the sheep and ox tribes, and then they began construction. Being named the Pangolin Tunnel gave the pangolin tribe a great sense of responsibility. They strived for perfection in every inch of the pangolin tunnel, measuring repeatedly, even calculating the spacing between each luminous pearl and diamond inlay. The turtle tribe suddenly seemed to find a fun place and came to Anxi to apply for permission to paint in the tunnel. Although Anxi didn't understand why they wanted to paint in such a dark tunnel, where even with the installation of luminous pearls and diamonds it wouldn't be very bright, she still fulfilled the turtle tribe's wish and allowed them to paint on the inner walls of the tunnel. Anxi also gave the turtle tribe an idea to teach them how to create 3D paintings so they could paint a 3D night sky on it, making the tunnel appear more spacious. Since the turtle tribe learned the 3D painting technique, it was as if they had opened their meridians and began to explore various 3D painting styles. After a while, Anxi heard the orcs talking about a large hole appearing in the trading market center, and when he took people over at night, he discovered it was a 3D pit painted by the turtle tribe. The turtle tribe gradually became addicted to this activity, starting to engage in a battle of wits with the orcs in the tribe, often painting fake objects to deceive them, which led to the orcs frequently being tricked. Sometimes they thought something was fake, but it was actually real. Other times they believed something was real, but it turned out to be fake. At first, some orcs reported that the turtle tribe was deceiving them and playing tricks on them. Later, it seemed to ignite their competitive spirit, and they vowed not to give up until they uncovered the truth. Each time they exposed one of the turtle tribe's pranks, they cheered with joy. In this contest of wits, the orcs gradually found enjoyment, while the turtle tribe repeatedly improved their painting skills through this game. Anxi even heard that there is a hierarchy of disdain among the turtle clan, where the beastmen who have been exposed the most are at the bottom of the hierarchy. Anxi was both amused and helpless when she heard about this. The turtle tribe also loves painting to some extent, compared to the camel tribe's art. The camel tribe is constantly on the move, hardly stopping, and their thoughts are relatively more romantic and artistic. They enjoy expressing their emotions in their paintings, like to create atmosphere and enhance feelings, aiming to depict the emotions they experience when seeing the world, belonging to the kind of artist who pursues artistic conception and beauty. In contrast, the turtle tribe seeks realism, wanting to record the true appearance of the world. The turtle tribe enjoys painting lively and grand festivals, and their artworks are more grounded and vibrant, unlike the ethereal nature of the camel tribe's art. This is also why the turtle tribe is particularly interested in 3D painting techniques. Anxi was pleased to see that there were actually these two groups on the orc continent, determined to use their brushes to record the world. Chapter 167. The tunnel through the mountain is completed. The construction of the Divine Messenger City was in full swing during Anxi's waiting period. Every day, Anxi would talk to the baby in her belly. Baby, when you come out, Divine Messenger City will look even better, and you will have a larger territory to run around in. Then mommy will tell you what those things mean and share stories about my original world. Shio often found Anxi touching her belly and murmuring to herself after finishing breakfast in the morning, which made him smile. Recently, he had frequently witnessed such scenes, and Shio found them particularly heartwarming. Anxi, didn't you say there was something more useful than a shovel? Night had just returned from the southern city, where the construction was slower than that of the outer city initially due to the abundance of stones underground in the area south of Wing Mountain, making it quite difficult to dig the foundation. Anxi suddenly remembered that she had been focusing on making agricultural tools. That day, she happened to see an alloy at the blacksmith shop and casually mentioned that using this alloy to create a military shovel would definitely be more useful than the heavy iron shovels currently in use. However, she later forgot about it, because there were too many things going on. Now, the orcs probably felt that digging over there was more laborious than here. And the orcs at the blacksmith shop recalled what Anxi had said back then. In the orcs' minds, Anxi was capable of anything. Whatever she said could definitely be realized, and there was nothing that Anxi couldn't solve. Anxi is actually not very willing to leave the impression that she is omnipotent to the orcs. However, there is no way around it. After all, when problems arise, she can solve them, so she naturally has to help the orcs. What I mentioned earlier is the military shovel, which is lighter, sharper, and more useful than a regular shovel. And there are almost no places that a military shovel cannot dig. Anxi drew several rough shapes of the weapons and then handed the drawings to Yi. Since the blacksmiths remembered what I said, they should also recall what I mentioned about which alloy to use. They could just forge it with the alloy I initially suggested. Yi smiled apologetically at Anxi and said, I'm sorry to have you worry while you're pregnant. We really are useless. Anxi waved her hand and said, What kind of talk is this? I'm pregnant, not paralyzed. I can still move. He frowned disapprovingly and said, What nonsense are you talking about? Don't say such things next time. It's unlucky. Anxi shook her head, thinking that she shouldn't have told them about the bad omen. All right, I know, go ahead. I still hope that when my baby comes out and can run around, I can take him to play in the southern city. Anxi sent the night away and began to sit at the table, drawing clothes for the baby. Various cute little outfits popped from Anxi's mind onto the paper. One by one, the mountain tunnel was completed in less than a month, and the Pangolin tribe had already started decorating the inside of the tunnel. The first batch of pearls from the Sea tribe had all been used up, and the Sea tribe was hurriedly searching for a second batch of pearls in the sea. Anxi felt relieved that the sea was big enough. Otherwise, the luminous pearls might have been ruined by them. What are you thinking about with such a deep frown? Shio asked, looking at Anxi's furrowed brow in confusion. The mountain tunnel has been completed, and the military shovel has already been made. Is there anything that hasn't been done well? I'm thinking with our extravagant spending, if we fill the mountain tunnel with luminous pearls, have we taken away half of the pearls from this sea? What if one day, the Beastman continent can't find any luminous pearls, or they become particularly scarce? Will there be beastmen coming to our divine envoy city for luminous pearls? Will the beastmen passing through the mountain tunnel see this wasteful behavior and start picking luminous pearls from the tunnel ceiling? Hearing Anxi worrying about such trivial matters again, Shio couldn't help but sigh. Shio felt that perhaps Anxi's worldview was far ahead of the Beastman continent, which is why Anxi could always see the future from the present, constantly worrying about future issues. Anxi, the future is unpredictable. If, in the future, even the luminous pearls in our own tunnel can be stolen, then you don't need to worry about them. They're all a bunch of useless people, so what is there to worry about? Anxi listened to Shio's rare sharp tongue and smiled faintly. You're right, that's a bit too useless. Shio actually didn't want his partner to be pregnant, while also worrying about the future of the Divine Messenger City. Were the orcs in Divine Messenger City really that useless, that even their future had to be cared for by Anxi? It seemed you should discuss with Yi about adding a few more of those physical education classes Anxi mentioned, like hunting and playing ball, to exercise properly. Otherwise, if one day orcs really came through the mountain tunnel to steal the night pearls, they wouldn't even be able to catch a thief. The Sea tribe not only provided night pearls, but also found a type of fish that, after dying, would harden and glow. It wasn't really glowing, but could absorb light sources and then emit light in the dark, with the color varying according to the light emitted from the fish's body, similar to a glow stick. Although it wasn't very bright, it was better than nothing. Anxi had the Pangolin tribe embed night pearls, fluorescent fish, and diamonds into the mountain passing tunnel. The night pearls were set into the ceiling, resembling stars. The fluorescent fish and diamonds were embedded in the stone walls of the tunnel to reflect the light emitted by the night pearls, making the entire tunnel colorful and the lighting much more even. Several torches were also placed at both entrances, allowing orcs who were afraid of the dark to take a torch from this entrance and carry it through the tunnel, placing it on a rack at the other entrance upon arrival. This idea came to Anxi after 2 days of consideration, as the name Mountain Passing Tunnel was not given lightly. Aside from being named after the pangolin tribe, it truly lived up to its name, as it was indeed a tunnel through the mountains. It was very long, spanning the entire Wing mountain range. If candles or torches were placed at intervals along the way, the pangolin tribe would have to frequently run the length of the tunnel to replace burnt-out candles or torches. This would be very troublesome and wasteful. Torches required tung, oil, and candles were also a resource. Therefore, Anxi came up with the idea of placing torches at the entrances, with 3 at each entrance. Each entering orc could light a torch and extinguish it at the other exit, placing it on the rack. This way it wouldn't be wasteful, and the pangolin tribe could replace the torches periodically, as 1 torch could last several days. A few candles were also placed, particularly for those who use carts, such as females who couldn't hold a torch while sitting inside a cart, in case they accidentally burn the cart's roof. Chapter 168. Anxi's production. Thus, they could use a spare candle, as all carts were equipped with candle holders and lanterns, allowing them to simply replace the candles inside. Anxi was outside strolling, checking the progress and issues of the newly built academy and the mountain tunnel. At noon, feeling hungry, he was slowly taken home by Shio for a meal. Just as he stepped through the door, Anxi felt a heaviness in his lower abdomen, and a warm, wet liquid flowed down his legs, and it was quite a lot. Although Anxi's first reaction was to wonder if he had wet his pants, his second reaction immediately reminded him that he was pregnant and that his water had broken, meaning it was time to give birth. Shio, my water broke. I think I'm going to give birth. Anxi didn't know what to do and could only tightly hold onto Shio's hand. Is it time to give birth? Right now? Shio was stunned for 2 seconds before immediately realizing that he had to quickly find a place for his partner to give birth. He swiftly reached out, picked up Anxi in a horizontal position, and rushed to the prepared delivery room. Shio brought Anxi to the delivery room and placed her on the birthing bed. Anxi, don't be nervous. Don't be nervous. I'll get Qingxian for you right away. While comforting Anxi, Shio held her hand with his trembling fingers, then ran outside to transform into his wolf form, howling a couple of times before quickly returning to continue holding Anxi's hand. At this moment, Anxi was calmer than Shio. The contractions had just begun, and even though Anxi had never given birth before, she knew it wouldn't be that easy. It would probably take a while. Since the time for Anxi's delivery was approaching, Qingxian had almost taken root in the courtyard, hardly stepping outside. Even when teaching students, he had them come to the courtyard for class. The students understood that the situation for the divine messenger was special, so they were very accommodating. Moreover, they were delighted to have classes in the divine messenger's courtyard, which a uniquely peaceful and beautiful atmosphere, with red walls, green tiles, and blooming flowers, accompanied by butterflies flying about, making it more beautiful than schools in the outer city. As soon as Shio howled, Qingxian immediately heard it and quickly grabbed the things he had prepared, rushing straight to Anxi's delivery room. The students who were in class also ran over. Although they couldn't go inside, they wanted to wait outside for news of the divine messenger's safe delivery so they could know the news as soon as possible. Anxi, how is it? Are you going to give birth? Qingxian ran over, panting, at a speed he had never displayed before. Not yet. It will probably be a while. Anxi weakly replied, Okay. No rush. Take a deep breath. Take your time. Qingxian gently comforted Anxi while turning around to shout loudly at Dze and byhalf, who had just entered and hadn't had a chance to speak. Quick, go boil some water. Byhalf quickly dashed out to the kitchen to boil water, as it was a task they had agreed upon earlier. Shio's shout was heard throughout the entire inner city, and all the beastmen in the inner city gathered near Anxi's courtyard, especially the females next door. However, to avoid affecting Anxi's delivery, except for the females, everyone else stayed out of the courtyard, fearing that too many people would crowd the space and disrupt Lord Qingxuan's assistance in the delivery. Some beastmen went to find Yi, who was teaching at the academy. Lord, Yi, the divine envoy, is about to give birth. Upon hearing that Anxi was going to give birth, Yi immediately dropped the teaching materials and rushed back, leaving the room full of students. Don't block the door, the Lord is coming. A beastman shouted, and many who were blocking the entrance of the courtyard, unsure whether to enter, hurried in behind Yi. How is Anxi? Yi rushed into the delivery room, anxiously searching for Anxi's figure. Fortunately, it was just the water breaking, and there would still be some time before the baby arrived. Seeing Yi come in, Qing Xian felt a sense of relief. Even though he was the one delivering, he didn't know why he felt this way. Open the windows for ventilation. Don't let Anxi suffocate. We can't have so many people in here. Everyone outside needs to move further away. Don't stay so close. While Qing Xian instructed Teng Ma and Di Zhe to open the windows, he frowned at the beastmen outside, telling them to keep their distance. Qing Xian turned around and immediately calmed himself down, softly comforting Anxi, whose nervousness gradually eased with Qing Xuan's reassurance. Take a deep breath. Yes, deep breath. Inhale, exhale, inhale, exhale. After Anxi relaxed, she only felt more pain, even starting to sweat from it. Qing Xian was originally worried that the delivery room hadn't been ventilated before, and seeing Anxi having difficulty breathing made him ask Teng Ma and Dais to open the window for ventilation. Now, seeing Anxi sweating, he was afraid she would get sick and quickly called for Dais and Teng Ma to close the window again. Anxi's cries of pain grew louder, and she held onto Xiu's hand tighter. Xiu didn't know what he could do, only able to look at her with a pained expression, occasionally wiping the sweat from Anxi's forehead. Don't be afraid. I'm here with you. Outside the delivery room, the beastmen, hearing Anxi's increasing cries of pain, began to clearly perceive her suffering. Whenever a female in the tribe was giving birth, nearly all the beastmen would come to wait together, empathizing with the painful cries of the females, feeling heartbroken for their own tribe's females enduring such suffering. This was one reason why the males in the beastman continent respected and honored the females so much. They believed that childbirth was a sacred act, and every time a cub was born, it represented new hope for the beastman continent. The birth rate in the beastman continent was low, and even lower for females. Moreover, since females had to endure a long period of pain before giving birth, the beastmen felt that every life brought into the world was not easy. Females were regarded as miraculous beings created by the beast god, and those who could bear offspring were naturally revered. Prepare some brown sugar honey water for Anxi to soothe her throat, and it would be best to add 2 eggs to help her gain some strength. Qing Xian instructed Di Zhe to go to the kitchen and find by how to boil some water and prepare something to eat, as it was clear that Anxi was not ready to give birth yet. Di Zhe and by how hurriedly made brown sugar water and boiled eggs, while Qing Xian helped Anxi sit up and Xiu fed her bite by bite. Anxi reluctantly opened his mouth to drink a few sips of water and eat a few bites of boiled eggs. After a few bites, he felt that he indeed regained some strength. Next, Anxi took several hours, almost from noon until evening. Originally, Anxi had come back to have lunch, but he was so preoccupied with the pain that he didn't eat anything, just a bowl of sweet red sugar water with boiled eggs. Byhalf thought of ways to make something for Anxi that would be easy to eat and help restore his strength. He originally planned to make beef for Anxi, as he believed that meat was the best for boosting energy, but Qing Xian advised against giving Anxi anything hard to chew, for fear that he might hurt himself while chewing due to the pain. Chapter 169, Twins. Anxi insisted on eating 2 or 3 more meals, all of which were the soft meat porridge cooked by how easy to digest and eat. Anxi's sweat from the pain was enough for a bath, and the stickiness on her body made her even more uncomfortable. However, it was just that the pain was too overwhelming right now, so she couldn't care about her body. Anxi's painful cries had turned into shouts, and Qing Xian knew this meant Anxi was about to give birth. Hold her still. Don't let her move around. Qing Xian shouted to Xiu, asking her to control Anxi's violent movements and prevent her from hurting herself. Xiu tightly wrapped her arms around Anxi, careful not to apply too much pressure that would cause her pain, and only fixed her in place within a range that wouldn't hurt Anxi. Anxi, it will be over soon. Don't move around too much. Be careful not to hurt yourself. If it gets too painful, just bite me. Xiu looked at Anxi with concern, wanting to transfer all her pain onto herself. Anxi was already in so much pain that her consciousness was fading, and all she could hear was Xiu's comforting words and Qing Xuan's urging. It's almost there. Keep pushing. Anxi instinctively exerted force, even squeezing Xiu's arm until it turned red. Xiu gritted his teeth tightly, knowing that Anxi was in much more pain than he was. As Anxi's strength increased, Xiu had a hold onto Anxi tightly. It was almost there. They could see the head. With a little more effort, keep pushing, and the baby would be born soon. Qing Xuan's slightly excited voice came through, and Anxi shook herself awake, trying hard to bring the baby into the world. Sure enough, not long after, she felt a small baby sliding out of her body. Qing Xian skillfully received the child, using scissors that had been sterilized with hot water to cut the umbilical cord, and gave the baby's bottom a couple of pats to make it cry. The newborn baby was red and wrinkled, looking quite unattractive. But Qing Xian and the several males watching were filled with joy. This was the first child born to the divine messenger, regardless of how the newborn looked. Even if it remained like this, the beastmen would still love it. Outside, the beastmen cheered with excitement upon hearing the baby's cries, genuinely happy to welcome a new life to the divine messenger city. There's another one. Another one. Keep pushing harder. Qingxian hadn't expected Anxi to be carrying twins. While not uncommon on the beastman continent, it was rare for powerful beastmen. The stronger the beastman, the more difficult it was to give birth. Descendants of wolf kings like Xiao were usually passed down through a single line. Another baby's cry rang out, and the beastmen outside the delivery room cheered again. Anxi, what is wrong? Anxi. While all the beastmen were celebrating the arrival of the remaining cub, only Xiao was seriously focused on Anxi's condition. He had glanced at the baby when it was born, but immediately looked down at Anxi to confirm she was okay. Sure enough, under Xiao's watchful gaze, Anxi appeared increasingly weak, and eventually, she lay still. Xiao was terrified, as Anxi's earlier state had been too distressing. He feared that she couldn't hold on any longer. Qingxian was also startled and quickly went to check her breath and pulse. Thankfully, they were both present. She had just fainted from exhaustion. Xiao, too, was flustered with concern. He hadn't noticed Anxi's clear breathing and the rising and falling of her chest, only seeing her eyes closed and unmoving, which made him panic. Qingxian took the baby to wash up and reminded Xiao that Anxi couldn't take a bath right now. However, she was in a terrible state, covered in sweat, so they could use a cloth dampened with hot water to wipe her down. He shooed the beastmen outside, telling them to return home and not disturb Anxi's rest. Once the beastmen had left, Xiao followed Qingxuan's instructions, using a damp cloth to clean Anxi's body and changing her into a fresh outfit, ensuring she wouldn't feel uncomfortable from the sticky sweat. And she slept for a long time, and when she woke up, it was already the next day. Xiao, I'm here. Upon hearing Anxi's voice, Xiao hurried over, kneeling by the bed and holding Anxi's hand. Where's my child? On the other side, who was helping Anxi take care of the baby, quickly brought the child over. It was a small infant, with its eyes already open, and its light golden irises were very beautiful. My child? But why isn't he in beast form? Aren't Yin's children born in beast form? Anxi looked at the beautiful baby in Ye's arms and asked with some confusion. Because she is a female. Anxi, you have given birth to a female. Xiao gently kissed Anxi's forehead. She's a female? Anxi also felt it was unbelievable that she could actually give birth to a female. She had been here long enough to know how low the birth rate of females was. But how come I remember there being another one before I fell unconscious? Anxi wondered if she was hallucinating from the pain. Oh, there's also one more. You pointed to the other side of the bamboo couch, where a thick mat laid on top of animal skins and cotton cloth, and there was a pure white little wolf sleeping soundly. It was a male. Anxi pouted. This is too double standard. The female eagerly brought it over to show her, while the male was left aside, and they wouldn't even think of it if she didn't ask. Isn't the treatment of my son and daughter too different? Anxi rolled her eyes and said, Bring my son over so I can take a look. Dize glanced at himself being the only one idle, then walked over, picked up the little white wolf, and handed it to Anxi. Anxi glanced at the little white wolf, who opened its eyes slightly due to the change in surroundings. Its light golden eyes had a natural air of nobility different from Xiao's warmth. Perhaps Xiao usually had this noble and aloof demeanor, but in front of her, his noble golden eyes were always filled with warmth. Xiao looked at Anxi, seemingly displeased with the way they were treated differently, and smiled as he explained that males need to get used to being alone and shouldn't be spoiled, so that they can grow up to become warriors. Anxi pouted. But how old is he? Xiao sighed. Anxi, males become sensible very early. They will remember things from their childhood. Anxi stroked the soft fur of the little white wolf, reluctant to part with it, but she had to let go. All right then, I'll leave it to you. I don't know how to raise a child. Don't worry, I will teach our child well. Xiao brought the prepared food to Anxi and fed her little by little. Anxi chased the males out after she was full and fed the baby herself. After Anxi finished feeding, Xiao came in, took the baby to the side to sleep, and then wiped Anxi's hands and face to make her comfortable. Have you decided on the baby's name? Anxi looked at the two babies who were full and asleep, and curiously looked at Xiao. They had both forgotten about naming the children before. Chapter 170. Naming Xiao was even more puzzled than Anxi. Of course, the names of the children should be decided by her. You are the female, their mother who gave birth to them, so it's naturally your decision what they are called. Besides, you know so much, even the meanings of the names of the beastmen. So why should I think about it? Whatever I come up with will definitely not be as good as what you would think of. Anxi shook his head. That's not necessarily true. Do you only have the single name Xiao and no surname? Anxi thought that children usually take their parents' surnames. The female could take her surname. But the little white wolf is the descendant of the Wolf King and is likely to inherit the throne in the future. If Xiao has a surname, it could also be his. Xiao shook his head. The Wolf King's name does not have a surname. Anxi furrowed his brows helplessly, but I haven't named anything either. How did you all name things before? Xiao chuckled and said, you can just name it whatever you want. There is no special meaning to it. And she looked at Xiao weakly and said, what if I don't do well? Will the child be unhappy when they grow up? Xiao calmly replied, it's okay. If an adult orc feels their name isn't nice, they can change it themselves. And she let out a heavy sigh. So does that mean I can just pick any name? Xiao firmly shook his head. Go ahead and choose. It doesn't matter what you call it. Anxi nodded. Idyllic. Which one of them was born first? The female came out first, and the one behind is the little wolf. Xiao remembers this very clearly. Since you don't have a surname, then the female will take my surname. Is that okay? No objections. Xiao obediently shook his head again. Being able to share your surname means our little female will definitely be very popular in the future, especially since her mother is a divine envoy. Okay, then if there's an older sister and a younger brother, Anxi tilted his head and thought for a while, how about we name the sister Anren and the brother Wuyong? Anren Wuyong is an idiom. Anren means peaceful and safe, while Wuyong means free from illness and injury. Anxi explained the meaning of safe and sound to Xiao. He couldn't remember if he had mentioned it during class, so he decided to explain it first. I hope my little female grows up safe and sound. My sister is a cherished female and will have a good life in the future, so as long as she is safe and sound, that is enough. My brother is a male and the offspring of the Wolf King, so he is destined for a life that won't be too peaceful. Even the weakest male needs to hunt and fight wild beasts, so I named him Wuyong, hoping he will have no illness and no injuries. Xiao nodded. This name is indeed very good. Hearing this explanation, it also seems very fitting. Xiao felt a bit proud, thinking that his partner is amazing for coming up with such a good name. As Qing Xian entered, he heard Anxi explaining the names of the two cubs and looked surprised. So there are so many considerations when it comes to naming? It's not quite nice. Qing Xian, you're here. Anxi felt warm inside as she saw Qing Xian come to visit her again. It hasn't been long since she woke up, yet Qing Xian has already come several times. Worried about her health. Qing Xian, you don't need to worry so much about me. Look at how busy you are today, coming here so many times. As long as I don't overexert myself, I should be fine. Anxi wanted to persuade Qing Xian not to keep coming back and forth so many times. If there is something to do, just go ahead and do it. It's exhausting to keep making time to visit her. Qing Xian rolled her eyes in annoyance. You know you love to fuss, right? I'm just worried about you. That's why I can't help but feel uneasy. All right, don't worry, I know my limits. After checking Anxi and confirming that she was fine, Qing Xian advised her, since you're sure you're okay, I want to come today. Remember to rest well. Females who have just given birth shouldn't move around too much or take a bath, you know? Don't worry, I know. Back where I'm from, females who have given birth need to rest for a month. They can't go out, and they have to take good care of their health. I'm aware of that. Even though Anxi had never given birth, she still understood this common knowledge. After all, who doesn't he know about the confinement period? Although her health had always been good, and she had the effect of life-extending agents, the wisdom accumulated over thousands of years had its reasons. Anxi would never take risks with her body. After giving birth this time, she planned to write down the confinement meals she knew for Byhao, asking him to prepare those meals, while she herself would avoid the cold and wind. These two important things must be strictly adhered to. The child could be taken care of by the father and a few other males who were willing to help for free. As long as she focused on nurturing her own body and recovering well during this month, that would be enough. She didn't want to risk developing any confinement-related illnesses when she got older. With a lifespan of 400 years, if any hidden dangers were left, it would be hard to tell when they would manifest. If her lifespan was still long at that time, how uncomfortable would that be? Moreover, although the medical level on Beastman continent had improved quite a bit compared to before, it still couldn't treat confinement illnesses. Even the once advanced medical technology struggled with it. Since you'll be staying indoors to rest this month, just focus on resting. I'll keep an eye on the construction in Nansheng, so don't go out anymore. He walked in, shaking off the dust and chill from his body. He approached the little female Anren, extending a finger to gently poke Anren's little face, afraid of using too much strength and hurting her. After all, females are so fragile. All right, if there is any problem, just come ask me. Although I can't go out, I can still use my brain to draw plans. As long as it doesn't tire me out, it'll be fine. And she thought that she still needed to move occasionally. Otherwise, wouldn't she feel stifled after a month? By the time the merchant convoy returned, the construction in Nan's city needed to be completed. After all, the merchant convoy was likely to bring back orcs. Even if it didn't bring back any orcs, it didn't matter once her health improved. She wanted to explore further into the world. After all, there were places she hadn't been to, with specialties and rich resources that the merchant convoy couldn't discover. Only she could recognize them, so she had to go on a trip. She wanted to spend all her lifespan exploring the orc continent, especially when she had completely built the divine envoy city into a transcendent existence on the entire orc continent. That would be her true moment of liberation. At that time, she would organize a tour group, marking all the beautiful spots she knew as tourist attractions, allowing orcs to travel. She also wanted to research more convenient means of transportation one day, like the earliest steam trains that humans had, which she had learned about in school. She would study it thoroughly then. Chapter 171. Out of confinement, Anxi spent her confinement period in the house, nursing her babies and drawing design plans every day. However, the two babies cried for milk too often, and Anxi was almost always woken up at night to feed them. Xiao, feeling sorry for Anxi, wouldn't let her move. He would get up himself each time to bring the babies to Anxi so they could nurse, and then take them back after they were done. Although it still affected his sleep, it was much better than having to wake up himself. Knowing how hard it is to raise children, the neighbors from the courtyard would take turns helping Anxi with the babies, mainly because they also enjoyed taking care of them. There are very few cubs born in the beastman continent, so whenever a family has one, everyone takes turns helping out. Unlike a few others who spent nearly all their time with Anxi, he often came to help with the babies while also discussing the designs for Nanshan with Anxi. Anxi not only became satisfied with the paintings of the turtle tribe, but also had the orcs from the carving class sculpt according to the paintings done by the turtle tribe and Anxi. The turtle tribe directly painted on the surface, making it much easier for the orcs to carve according to the designs. Since Anxi couldn't go out, she could only draw on paper. To took the screen design that Anxi drew and went to carve it himself, wanting to create the most beautiful screen for Anxi. Byhalf then began to ask Qing Xian about various nourishing foods, and every day he prepared different dishes for Anxi. There were sea cucumber and abalone soup, sweet corn and red date soup, beef soup, as well as soups and porridge made with Ganoderma and ginseng. To prevent Anxi from getting tired of the food, he changed the flavors daily, both sweet and savory. Since there was no concept of avoiding salt in the orc continent, everything was cooked normally. However, Anxi still advised Xiao and by how to keep the dishes light, using less salt and only a little bit. The most frequently eaten dishes were steamed egg custard and various seafood. When the sea tribe learned that the divine messenger had given birth to a young one, they sent various seafood to Anxi's home for free. It was only after Anxi told them not to bring so much that they reduced the amount, but there was still seafood delivered every day. The wolf tribe orcs were the happiest, knowing that their wolf king and the divine messenger had descendants. They went hunting every day, insisting that their divine messenger eat the freshest food during her postpartum recovery, no matter if the tribe had enough food or not. Everything had to be the freshest, and she brewed rice wine while she was still pregnant. And every day, she had Xiao make fermented rice and egg pudding for her to help expel the lochia. This confinement period not only did not harm her body, but her skin also improved, her complexion became more rosy, and her hair was black and shiny, even without any hair loss. Perhaps it was due to the orc's nature, as the cubs were particularly hungry after birth. To feed her pair of twins, and she consumed various foods that could promote milk production, such as different types of fish, eggs, and chicken. Fortunately, the little ones did not reject cow's milk and goat's milk, so there was no need for weaning, as she let them drink whenever they wanted. After the confinement period, and she quickly packed her things to stay at the hot spring resort on the mountainside for a while, eager to soak for a week, wishing to be in the water every day. Everyone in the courtyard followed, and she to the hot spring to soak together. After soaking for 2 days, they returned to check on the progress in Nanshang, while Qing Xian went back to teach the orcs. Only a few remained to accompany and she and the twins for a week of soaking. This little hot spring was nice, not hot at all, and they brought in Ran and Wu Yang to soak as well. And she found a small hot spring that wasn't too hot. The wind was gentle, making it perfect for the two cubs to soak in. Anxi asked Xiao to carry little Anren over and let Anren's arms and below soak in the hot spring. Anren doesn't seem to reject hot springs, which makes her feel like she's returning to her mother's womb. Anren splashed the water, seemingly very interested in the hot spring. Xiao saw that Anren was adapting well, so he let Wuyo join them in the hot spring. Tengma and Baihao also entered the hot spring, especially Tengma, who usually didn't like hot springs, but since both the female and the cubs were in the water, and Tengma was the best swimmer among them, He had to take responsibility and ensure that the female and the cubs were safe. Dize had never been in a hot spring before. The Eagle clan didn't need hot springs and didn't like water. If they got dirty, they would just wash up by a stream. Dize didn't like water and frowned as he watched the few beasts happily playing in the water, unable to understand. Why don't you come down? It's really fun. Anxi looked at Emperor Ze, still standing on the shore, and waved to him. Emperor Ze shook his head, wondering what could be fun about it. It was so hot that his fur felt like it was going to burn off. It's not that hot. What are you afraid of? The great winged king is afraid of water? Anxi was surprised to learn that Dize had never soaked in a hot spring before. This place was halfway up Ishan, and Dize had never been here. It's not that I'm afraid, I just don't like it. It's too hot. Our winged clan lives at the top of the mountain, and we have been accompanied by wind and snow all year round. When have we ever soaked in hot springs? Just after Dize finished speaking, a serpent named Tongma suddenly sprang out of the hot spring, wrapping around Dize's leg and pulling him into the water. Pooh, you stinky snake. Are you out of your mind? After entering the hot spring, Dize wiped the water off his face. Tongma emerged from the water, transforming into a human form, and said, I dislike hot water and the smell of sulfur, yet I still came in. Why shouldn't you come in? Dize was filled with confusion. Wait, you do your thing. What does it have to do with me? Just because you went in, why should I have to go in? Tongma replied, for no reason. I just find it unpleasant to see you staying on the shore, so I wanted to drag you into the water too. Anxi was unaware of the inner drama, as the two exchanged glances, only smiling at Dize. So how is it? It's not too hot. This is the coolest little pool in the area. The water temperature is quite comfortable, right? Dize wore a pained expression and replied, it's okay. Anxi looked at Dize's pained expression and estimated that saying it's fine was the greatest kindness he could show her. All right, if you really don't like it, just go outside. You all should take the baby with you too. I can handle it myself. Anxi looked at them and thought that the fur-covered beastmen probably didn't like water, so she didn't want to make things difficult for them. I'm Yufine. I'm used to soaking with you. Besides, I don't feel comfortable leaving you here by yourself. Xiao handed the cub to Bai Hao, Emperor Ze, and Tung Mo, letting them carry it ashore, while he stayed behind to accompany Anxi for a while, in case anything happened while she was soaking in the hot spring. And Shishu comfortably soaked for a while, slightly squinting at Yanqing, while Xiao always worried that she might choke on water if she fell asleep. So he kept watching her. After a while, and she felt that Xiao was a bit overly concerned, and this made her feel quite pressured, thinking it was somewhat meaningless as she got out of the water. Anxi got ashore and returned to the hot spring house for a good sleep, sleeping deeply. Xiao took the child to another room to let her rest well. Anxi really felt that nothing was more refreshing than sleeping right after soaking in the hot spring. After returning from the hot spring, Anxi hurried to meet Yi and conveniently went to see the progress of Nanxing. The city walls had been built, and the only thing left was the patrol team's resting pavilion, which wasn't finished yet. The single apartments were also completed, and there were spaces reserved for shops in the trading market and various factories. Chapter 172, Educating the Children. Now all these things were in progress, and there was no need for her, so Anxi felt both gratified and bored, focusing entirely on taking care of the children. Every day, she prepared different kinds of complimentary foods, fed them milk, made fruit juice, and prepared small snacks like melt-in-your-mouth candies. She also changed their clothes and shoes, taught them to speak, told them stories, and engaged in various activities, feeling as if she had found new toys. Anxi even thought that having children could be quite fun and not boring at all. Is this what maternal love is? Xiao looked at Anxi and felt that she was paying too much attention to the twins, neglecting herself, and that this would make the children overly dependent on their mother. Xiao could only compete with Anxi to take care of the kids, handling all the twins' tasks. Xiao could instantly learn to make any side dish that Anxi had done once. But Anxi always managed to come up with new ideas. Xiao had no choice but to enlist Yi and Bai Hao to help persuade Anxi. Anxi, you can't spoil the cubs like this. Beastkin cubs need to learn to be independent. If they were female, it might be acceptable, but you can't treat wooing the same way. Anxi's a bit strange. Is this considered pampering? In our place, cubs are treated like this. I'm not even doing it well. And she couldn't understand. She even felt that the treatment of the children in his family wasn't good enough. How could several males stare with wide eyes and pamper the males like this? Shouldn't the males in your world be the ones who stand tall and take care of the females? Anxi looked at them strangely. Isn't taking care of females something that happens after growing up? What can such a small child understand? Shouldn't they be enjoying their childhood? And aren't small children, regardless of gender, essentially the same? How can they not be treated equally? Anxi looked at the small fur ball of the little white wolf and wondered, is it already starting to have double standards at such a young age? Is the male population of the beastman continent this miserable? Anxi thought this would at least be a matter for the future, but this little furball is only a few months old. Xiao helplessly rubbed his forehead. The education of males must start from a young age. Otherwise, they would become dependent and difficult to teach once they grow up. He needs to understand what a male should do from an early age. Only then can he stand tall and become a good male. Xiao glanced at his son again. And besides, he is the descendant of the Wolf King. It's not easy to be a Wolf King, and he should start training soon. He must learn from walking, and he needs to be ahead of other Wolf Tribe beastmen in everything, excelling in all aspects compared to ordinary Wolf Tribe beastmen. Only then can he take care of his people and become an excellent Wolf King in the future. Anxi frowned. Training, is it that difficult at such a young age? Do orc males have such high demands? Several males nodded in agreement. Anxi gritted her teeth and said, "Okay, I don't know how the children on the orc continent are raised, but I admit that you are all excellent. Since you have been raised this way since childhood, I respect your wishes. I will let go of the child and will no longer pamper them like before. You can educate them in your own way, as long as you teach them to be like you." Anxi has thought it through. Since she can't raise the child in that way, she might as well let others take over. After all, her methods are not suitable for the Beastman continent. If the child grows up and can't live well in the Beastman continent, that would be her fault. The child doesn't show any mischievous side yet. It's just that many things are not done on purpose, like breaking some jars and bottles. Anxi also feels that the child shouldn't be blamed for not remembering anything. What's the use of saying anything now? They're still so young. What can they remember? Anxi now thinks carefully that perhaps the problem is too big for her. In the orc continent, cubs can remember things from a very young age. When they do something wrong, they are scolded, and as they grow older, they must face punishment. Someone like her would definitely not punish her child. Otherwise, the child might grow up improperly. The child now cries for her mother every day. In Anxi's view, that is the child's nature. After all, whose child doesn't look for their mother? Don't people usually comfort a crying child? Isn't it true that when a child cries, their mother appears? But it is clear that it is not like that in the orc continent. Cubs cannot rely too much on their mothers, and females will not cater to every whim of a crying child. Males only take the cubs out to hunt, teach them combat skills, survival skills, and how to respect females, which is considered the most important in the eyes of orcs. He observes that Anxi seems to understand, and he adds, moreover, you cannot keep changing the food to what they like better. Life is tough on the orc continent. Males cannot stay in the tribe all the time. They cannot learn to be picky eaters. You cannot just switch it if they don't like something. They need to understand that any food that is edible cannot be wasted. Byhalf continues to look at Anxi and says, also, males cannot cry, and they definitely cannot seek their mothers when they are hurt. That is not what a male should do. If he still acts like this when he grows up, he will be ridiculed by the orcs. You wouldn't want him to grow up unable to hold his head high in front of the orcs, would you? You are a divine envoy. Your son should be the best. He should not only do well, but do the best, so that when others mention him as the divine envoy's cub, they should have the expression that it is indeed how it should be. Anxi was educated to the point of being silent, and it was truly unexpected that the males of the orcs were educated this way. This is also the reason why orcs are so exceptional. Although the orcs seem to understand nothing, they have already grasped this profound truth. Eventually, they will know more and more. With the determination of the orcs, the development of the orc continent will continue to improve. Anxi felt that Dr. Zhao was really underestimating them, and she raised her head, and I understood that my actions were not helping them, but harming them instead. Xiao couldn't bear to see, and she blamed herself. Previously, it was only about educating children, but now she already recognized what was wrong, so there was no need to say more. It's okay, it's still early. It's not yet time for them to be affected. From now on, we can change their habits, and in a few days, they will forget. You only find it hard because your previous world was too good, allowing children to be spoiled as they grew up, having everything from the moment they were born. Xiao patted Anxi's head, but the young ones in the Beastman continent are different. They need to rely on themselves to survive in the future. I'm sorry, but we cannot allow your children to have the kind of happy childhood you described. Anxi looked at Xiao and said, no need to apologize. Different lives have different ways of living. They are your children, and they would certainly prefer to be remarkable individuals rather than have a blissful childhood. Moreover, working hard doesn't mean being unhappy. We have built Divine Envoy City so well, and I believe every cub living in Divine Envoy City will be very happy. Chapter 173, Training. Anxi's educational methods have been rejected in this world, as they are considered indulgent for orcs. Therefore, Anxi can only give up on education related to daily life and leave it to the child's father, while she takes responsibility for education and knowledge. The day after she let go, Wu Yang was taken out for training by Hao, and Shi's eyes widened in surprise, thinking, is it really that quick? Xiao helplessly patted Anxi's head, saying it's actually not fast at all. He is a male. He can start moving around just a few days after birth, and can begin training in a month or even sooner. Royal descendants are usually taken out by their fathers to see the world in just half a month. Even if they don't train, they still need to accompany the hunts, at the very least to not be afraid of the hunting scene. Anxi looked at her little girl, realizing that her daughter, who didn't need to transform, could forego training. The way males and females are treated differently here is quite severe. Dize walked in and nodded in agreement as he listened to Anxi's words. Indeed, I feel the same way. Why should females not be allowed to see the world? Even if their bodies are naturally inferior to males, there's no need for them to be kept in the tribe without any knowledge. The personality they develop shouldn't just be one of crying and ignorance. It's only because our divine envoy tribe has a large territory that females have it a bit better. As the Wing King, Dize had traveled to many places. Especially when he was young and playful, he visited numerous tribes, and the smaller the tribe, the more willful the females were. There was even a time when a female from one tribe wanted him to be her mate. He didn't like her. She was so overweight that she was out of breath after just a few steps, spoiled by her tribe to the point of not having to walk at all. When he rejected her, she looked incredulous, crying and throwing a tantrum, insisting that how could a male refuse a female? That tribe was unreasonable. If he weren't from a different tribe, they would probably have forced him to be that female's mate. So what if there are fewer females? Just because there are fewer, he shouldn't be allowed to dislike her? He told that female that if she wanted him to be her mate, she should come with him to the peak of Wing Mountain, where it's covered in snow year-round and the cold winds are biting. After hearing this, she still wanted him to live in their tribe. What a joke. As a Wing King, could he really go find a female in another tribe and live there? Wouldn't that mean that the Wing tribe was merging with that tribe? That little broken tribe was dreaming too much. If it weren't for the divine envoy tribe being somewhat capable, especially with the presence of the divine envoy, who had a foreseeable brilliance, he would have brought the Wing tribe to join the divine envoy tribe. His choice was indeed wise. Just look at the current divine envoy city. Although the Wing tribe could remain on Wing Mountain and be self-sufficient in hunting without needing to ally with any tribe, that would be so boring. When he first met the divine envoy, he returned and insisted on allying with the divine envoy tribe, believing it would become increasingly interesting. After the alliance, the tribesmen indeed discovered the merits of the divine envoy tribe, and later they were completely won over by the divine envoy and joined divine envoy city. Anxi feels that it's quite pitiful for the little Wu Yang to have to exercise at such a young age. The male members of the courtyard take turns bringing little Wu Yang out to see the world. When there's no hunting during the day, they come back at night to train and even take little Wu Yang running in the inner city, and Anxi sometimes joins them. It's not just because she feels sorry for the child, but also to lose some weight. Anxi also does some flexibility training, such as yoga. Ever since she discovered that Wu Yang started training at such a young age, Anxi began to observe Aaron. Since they both have beastman blood, they shouldn't be so different, right? Males can run and jump in just a month, while females are just like humans. That would be too different. However, through her observations, Anxi found that they are indeed not the same. Little Aaron grows at an incredibly fast rate, 10 times that of an ordinary human child. It's not just about other things, it's simply about survival ability. After little Aaron learned to walk, Anxi took her along to do yoga, and when she taught the beastmen, she brought Aaron with her. The beastmen particularly loved this little female who looked like a divine envoy, with big metallic eyes and white hair, resembling a little mixed blood child. Exquisitely beautiful. Since little Aaron inherited all the advantages from her parents, whenever they went out, she would attract attention, and even after several months, beastmen would still like to take a second glance at her. And Ran listens to Anxi teaching the orcs, although she doesn't understand, and she is just creating a learning atmosphere and a quiet environment for her, allowing her to get used to it from a young age. And she also arranges some tasks for her, but it's just writing. She writes her own name, her mother's name, her father's name, and the names of people she often sees like Qing Xian, Dize, by Hao, Ili, In, Yimi, Nanshi by Shui, and so on. Then there are Arabic numbers and Chinese pinyin, which she has already taught at home, and then brings to school to teach the beastmen, letting Xiao and Ran write by herself on the side. After the class, she takes and Ran home, and when Bai Hao and Xiao are cooking, she learns a bit about cooking as well. They are not required to know how to cook right now. It's just about watching from the side and explaining the process to them. If they don't understand the first time, it's fine. There will be a second time, a third time, and she will explain every day until they understand. After all, knowing how to cook and grill meat is a survival skill. Many hard survival skills are also known by the females. They just don't have to do them, keeping them in mind in case of emergencies. Anxi understands everything, so naturally her children should understand as well. However, her expectations for Anren are not as high as for Wuyo, because Wuyo has greater responsibilities than Anren. Moreover, as Xiao said, male beastmen are much stronger than females from birth, grow faster than females, and can transform, while only females bear offspring. Such harsh responsibilities are placed on females, so males naturally have to take on their share of responsibility. Otherwise, how would the beast god create beastmen in this way? Anxi also didn't know how the beast god created the beastmen. From what Anxi understood, it was just gene fusion. But it seemed that the fusion of the female genes had failed. It was neither this nor that. However, in reality, it was the female genes that successfully fused. After all, Dr. Zhao's initial idea was that the new species born in this world would have a long life, rather than just animal bodies. It was just that the male and female genes had some discrepancies, which led to unexpected results. Since the research started with female genes, it was essential to study the female genes first, as females could reproduce. If the male genes failed, there were sperm banks, and as long as females were produced, they could still give birth to males. Later, when they attempted to create males, problems arose, resulting in the current situation, which is why the beastmen needed guidance. Dr. Zhao went to great lengths to create a time machine to solve the problem of guiding the beastmen. Male beastmen could transform, so their personalities exhibited some animalistic traits and flaws, such as being reckless, not thinking much, and preferring to solve problems with brute force. However, females did not have this flaw, so even though there were still many beastmen needed on the beastman continent, Dr. Zhao stopped creating more and instead allowed males and females to gradually reproduce. Over time, the gap between males and females would slowly narrow. For example, his woman Anren now had a growth rate that exceeded that of humans. Originally, there were no females with such growth rates when this world was first created. Additionally, there were many things that could be taught to counteract the recklessness of males. Besides the transformation, the beastly characteristics of male beastmen had already diminished significantly. In Dr. Zhao's notes, they were initially quite severe. Anxi often sighed when she looked at Anren, marveling at her intelligence and physical strength. Anxi herself was not a native, so her physical abilities were actually inferior to those of Ayin and the others. It was just that the Divine Messenger tribe took such good care of the females that they weren't allowed to exert themselves. In fact, they had their own skills. For example, the females of the Tiger Clan and the Shrew Clan had claws that could automatically retract and extend, while Bai Shui, as a female of the Snake Clan, could stay underwater for a long time without suffocating and was cold to the touch year-round, not needing to hibernate in winter. Therefore, Anxi had been wrong in her assumption that they were all weak. Anxi let out a sigh, saying that the Orc continent protects females too well. However, there are also some tribes that don't coddle their females as much, like the Bear tribe and the Ape tribe, where females could do whatever they want. Only when absolutely necessary will the males come to help. Like last time, a group of neighboring apes swung around all night and ended up in the city of the Divine Envoy, and the females were also there. It wasn't just Anxi. He also expressed surprise in person, but they said it was precisely because they were taking care of the females that it took them all night to arrive. This is quite ridiculous. Anxi never intended to enjoy privileges while also wanting the females to behave in a certain way. She just thought it would be interesting to let the combat-loving females, like Nancy, choose whether they wanted to be stronger or be pampered every day. Anxi set up a football field at the academy, but there isn't a basketball court for now because they haven't found any rubber balls. Kicking a football is still possible. After all, there was a game called Kuju in ancient times. Nancy quickly gathered a group of females in Divine Messenger City to form a football team and went to play. Fortunately, there are many orcs and females in Divine Messenger City now. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been so easy for her to gather enough players. Anxi also prepared a competition to select the first, second, and third places. Similar to a football match, several teams will compete against each other in a crossover format. With the order drawn randomly, the winner will receive a gold football trophy. The second place will receive a silver football trophy, and the third place will receive a bronze football trophy. Anxi is planning to organize an Olympic Games. Orcs who can run can participate in long distance and sprint races, while those who can jump can take part in standing long jump, pole vaulting, and hurdles. There will also be archery. Anxi previously had bows and arrows made because, although they are cold weapons, they are beneficial for orc hunting and survival, reducing unnecessary casualties. Therefore, Anxi decided to bring them out. Cold weapons, when used properly, are not intended for war among orcs, and Anxi hopes it won't escalate to that point. This competition has almost become an internal contest among the ape tribe. But some orcs are already interested in this sport. Anxi believes that as long as they're interested, they will practice when they return. The ape tribe is not naturally good at aiming. They have been training since birth, as they don't have many skills and cannot compete with many fierce beasts, which is why they thought of throwing stones. Gradually, more and more orcs in Shunshur City are becoming interested in this sport, and many females will also come to participate. After all, the other activities are not that easy. Anxi also had the blacksmith shop create pulleys. With the fixed and movable pulleys, construction on the South City side became much easier, especially when building the walls to a higher elevation. Originally, it wasn't impossible for the orcs to exert more effort. After all, they were used to working hard, which is why they hunted every day to keep their bodies fit, ensuring they wouldn't become weak from lack of exercise. However, spending too much time on this was also detrimental to their health, as they still had to work and cook after returning from hunting during the day. Now, with the fixed and movable pulleys, the orcs realized the benefits. This was the advantage of using their brains, as it allowed them to save half their effort. With that saved energy, they could accomplish many more tasks without becoming lazy. With the same amount of effort, they achieved more work, and the orcs were overjoyed, eagerly starting to think creatively in various areas. Anxi plans to hold a unique Olympic Games in Nanchang once the construction is complete, designating a specific area for the event and adopting a style reminiscent of the Colosseum. This would align perfectly with the overall aesthetic of Nanchang, especially since it wouldn't be feasible to replicate the design of the bird's nest. Anxi revealed the authentic events that need to be participated in for the Olympics, and then let the orcs practice on their own, so it won't be too chaotic when the time comes. The rules were explained clearly to everyone, and they practiced according to the rules, so there wouldn't be any instances of discontent later on. Apart from football, long-distance running, short-distance running, relay races, hurdles, standing long jump, high jump, and pole vaulting. There are also archery and hoop rolling, which are newly added. Anxi had played these during elementary school sports days. Due to the limited conditions on the Orc continent, many events are still not possible, so they could only add a few interesting ones. For example, there is also a two-person three-legged race, which Anxi often sees orcs practicing in the divine Envoy City. Because it requires teamwork, this is the event that the orcs practice the most, but it is also the most pitiful to watch. Every day, when Anxi goes out, she can see the orcs in the city of Shunshur wrestling, with the sound of thud echoing everywhere. Anxi felt a bit reluctant, thinking that they had a hard time even reaching the finish line. As a result, when Anxi returned to the inner city, she was taken aback because Nashi had actually signed up for the event with several females. It made sense, as this event mainly focused on the cooperation among participants, with little restriction on gender. However, the females had practiced much more in sync than the males, and they hardly fell anymore, running quite fast. Anxi watched as they came to the inner city to practice, probably to avoid letting the males know. So they were secretly training here, intending to surprise or shock the males with a decisive strike when the time came. Anxi was very happy thinking about that scene, and even prepared a more secretive place for the females, ensuring that the males in the inner city couldn't see. That place was their family's courtyard, where Anxi found a piece of open land for them to practice various secret weapons. She even secretly guided them and provided special training for them, while the several males in the courtyard were ordered by Anxi not to speak about it. After all, it was their first time hosting, just to test the waters. It would be great to make the females happy for this event. In the future, their sports projects would be hard to pursue, as they would have to separate by gender. Finally, after the construction was completed in the southern city, Anxi decided to name the competition the Divine Envoy City Sports Festival, which then commenced. Chapter 175. The sports festival begins. The Divine Envoy City Sports Festival is quite good. If it weren't for the autumn orcs being busy preparing for winter supplies, I would want to hold it twice a year. He was excitedly discussing some matters regarding the sports festival with Anxi while rocking in a chair. Anxi was still considering selecting a torchbearer. During the construction, she had the building team set up a bonfire platform, and then lighting the sacred fire would mark the beginning of the Divine Envoy City Sports Festival. However, Anxi did not have the orcs run a lap first. Knight expressed that she hoped the first torchbearer for the Divine Envoy City Sports Festival would be Anxi, and naturally, Anxi did not want to run laps. She then suggested that each torchbearer think of a different way to ignite the sacred fire. Anxi's idea was to wear a flowing, fairy-like dress again and have Emperor Zhe carry her from the inner city, flying over Wing Mountain and descending into the southern city to light the sacred fire. Isn't it cold? Emperor Zhe looked at Anxi's outfit, a bit worried that it would be cold at the mountaintop. Beautiful, but freezing, you wouldn't understand. Anyway, it will only be for a little while. Once it's over, you'll come down. How cold can it be? With Anxi's insistence and the fact that it really was only for a short time, everyone agreed to her entrance method. However, the sacred fire would have to be lit after flying past Wing Mountain, as the wind at the mountaintop could extinguish the torch. Anxi talked to Emperor Zay about slowing down a bit after flying over Wing Mountain, giving her time to light the torches, and then went back to change clothes and prepare to set off. The orcs were already in the stadium built on the south side of the city, and now there were almost no orcs left on the north side of the god Envoy city. The city gates had already been closed, and the patrol teams were taking turns to check. Fortunately, the atmosphere on the orc continent has always been quite good, so there was basically no danger. Except for the Winged Tribe, which consists of winged orcs, other land orcs could not enter the god Envoy city once the gates were closed. After all the orcs were on the south side, and the supplies stored in the god Envoy city were all collected by the Pangolin tribe. So ordinary orcs would not be able to find anything even if they entered the city. Only various factories had important supplies, but there were still patrolling orcs left behind. They took turns to watch the sports event, and there would still be a group of orcs left to patrol. Anxi held a specially made torch and set off on the broad back of Emperor Zay, while Xiao and byhalf quickly passed through the mountain tunnel. After flying over Ishan, Anxi patted Emperor Zay, signaling him to fly slower. She then stood up to tidy her appearance, lit the torch, and said to Emperor Zay, "Let's go." Emperor Zay descended from the sky with a fairy-like Anxi. "Look, the divine envoy is over there." The appearance of the divine envoy alongside the winged king, Emperor Zay, made the orcs exclaim, "If only I could fly." The orcs watched as Anxi stood on the massive black eagle, her white gauzy dress fluttering, holding the torch. Reminiscent of the scene where Anxi transformed into a celestial being during the Mid-Autumn Festival Gala. Emperor Zay flew near the bonfire platform, but due to his large beast form, it was difficult for Anxi to light the sacred fire while standing on him. Moreover, being too close, a flap of Emperor Zay's enormous wings could easily extinguish the flame even if it were lit. To address this, Yi and Anxi specially designed a lighting method. They placed an oil-soaked hemp rope inside the bonfire platform, one end tied to a wooden post beside the bonfire platform. When Emperor Zay flew nearby, Anxi would light the hemp rope tied to the post, and the fire would travel along the oiled rope to ignite the bonfire. From then on, Anxi gained another classic image in the hearts of the orcs. Standing on Emperor Zay, she could already imagine her portrait appearing on the city wall of the divine Envoy city tomorrow. It wasn't that she was narcissistic. Rather, when it came to striking poses and impressing others, these orcs couldn't compare to her. Anxi tried her best to present herself in the most beautiful pose, hoping that the turtle tribe would paint her attractively. After Anxi lit the sacred fire, Dies took her for a spin above the gymnasium and then slowly landed. Xiao transformed into his beast form and ran over, while Anxi walked from Dies' back to sit on Xiao's. Then, they returned to the VIP seats in the audience. Throughout the process, her feet never touched the ground, perfectly embodying the persona of a fallen little fairy. Dies followed behind Xiao back to the stand, where he stepped forward to announce the start of the Olympic Games, and then the competitions began. Byhalf was entrusted with an important task. Anxi handed over the commentary rights to him and specially created a simple megaphone. The referees were also trained beastmen in advance, equipped with yellow and red cards to prevent any rule violations. The first event was archery. Although most participants were from the ape tribe, as the event became more formalized, more beastmen would join, so Anxi brought this event to the Olympics. The rules for archery were quite simple. Stand at a certain distance and hit one's own target. The beastman with the highest score wins. The second event was the short sprint. Since there were no guns, Anxi could only create a small firework as the start signal. Once ignited, it made quite a noise, loud enough to be heard and seen throughout the gymnasium. Next came the long-distance run. Forget about the short sprint. It was all about explosive power. For beastmen, determining what constituted a long distance was challenging, as they could run for a whole day. But it wouldn't be practical to have them run laps around the gymnasium all day long. In the end, Anxi decided that the long-distance run would be set at 10,000 meters. Running laps at the speed of beastmen would still be fast, and it would come down to who could overtake better on the curves. There was also a shuttle run. In such a competition, beastmen who only had explosive power and couldn't control their speed would surely fail to place. Anxi went to great lengths to test the various qualities of the orcs. After running, they had standing long jumps, and a long sand pit was dug according to how far the orcs could jump. There were also running high jumps, standing high jumps, and pole vaulting. The deer tribe specially made thick cotton mats, but many orcs could stand on their own without needing the mats. Then there were some more interesting events, such as three-legged races, rolling hoops, tug-of-war, and finally, soccer. Anxi thought of many ways to make the sports meeting more visually appealing, but diving was not one of them. After all, the sea tribe was present, and all sea tribe members could enter the water without making a splash. How could that be judged? So, in this matter, the sea tribe could only be spectators at the sports meeting. In the end, Anxi thought that perhaps they could have the sea tribe perform a singing act at the end, which would give them a sense of participation. And she found a song called The Same Earth for the Lingyu tribe, simply modifying some of the lyrics, and had the Lingyu tribe sing it. Although plagiarism is shameful, and she truly lacked any creative talent. After the performance, and she also organized a fireworks display with the beastmen to celebrate the successful conclusion of the first sports games in divine Envoy City. Chapter 176. Health Knowledge. The successful first sports games in divine Envoy City added a lot of topics for the beastmen to talk about in their otherwise dull lives. The beastmen felt that life in divine Envoy City was becoming increasingly rich, and their spiritual world was becoming more fulfilling. Now, after dark, divine Envoy City is not exactly brightly lit, but the habit of going to bed at a specific time no longer exists. Anxi has depicted the best daily schedule for health and engraved it outside the hospital established in the city of the divine messengers. The orcs of the orc continent respect healers greatly, and they also show respect for all the orc medical practitioners inside the newly built hospital. Whatever the healers say, the orcs believe it wholeheartedly, which is why Anxi thought it would be a good idea to engrave it at the hospital entrance. The ideal schedule suggests going to bed at 9 p.m. and waking up at 5 a.m., along with information about which organs are resting at specific times, what each organ is called, and its function, all of which are engraved on the surface. However, the orcs are quite familiar with organs due to their daily hunting, as they often have to gut wild beasts. Nonetheless, they do not have a clear understanding of the specific functions of each organ, their rest times, and how to nurture them. These matters have always been considered knowledge exclusive to healers on the orc continent. However, Anxi believes that this should be common knowledge. How can only healers know about it? After all, daily maintenance relies on oneself, and by the time one seeks out a healer after something goes wrong, it is often too late. Even if the healer can treat the issue, some damage has already been done. Anxi wrote down many health-preserving items, such as red dates, goji berries, sesame, and the various beneficial uses of common health plants. Next to it, he erected a stone tablet to let the orcs know what they should eat more often. The orcs felt that their divine envoy was truly wonderful, as he told them everything without holding back, unlike other tribes where such information was tightly controlled by the wise and the healers. It wasn't out of a desire to control the orcs or selfishness. They simply never thought about it. No orc had ever considered this issue before because the healers were highly skilled and the wise could come up with many solutions. Those with abilities enjoyed supreme treatment and were never questioned, and they did not believe that everyone could learn these things. However, the city of the divine envoy was different. In a city ruled by the divine envoy, everything was taught, which was simply fantastic. Even if someone didn't learn well, no one criticized them. Anxi always believed that there was no knowledge that some people could learn while others could not. It was only a matter of talent and effort. Not learning well didn't mean anything. As long as one grasped the basics, it was enough to be useful for their survival. Anxi went to find the orc sculptor to carve the stone tablet he had written and then returned. He saw you taking notes in his little notebook. Can you show it to me? Anxi asked. He looked up and saw Anxi had come in and nodded. Of course. This is the record of the divine Envoy City incident. Didn't you say before that if we recorded major events, we wouldn't forget them? Also, things like the records of history can be shown to future orcs, so they can understand the history of the orc continent. Anxi flipped through the chronicles of the divine messenger city written by Yi, nodding as he read. It was written in great detail, starting from the time when the divine messenger city was still a wandering orc tribe, all the way to the present. It even recorded the situation when I arrived at the wandering orc tribe back then. Anxi looked at Ye's records of the Grand Historian and suddenly had a flash of inspiration. Yi, actually your writing is quite good. Have you ever thought that simply writing a history that records a few major events might not be enough? Yi raised his head, looking at Anxi with confusion. You could write a separate book, detailing some meaningful events in chronological order. For example, the establishment of the first Mid-Autumn Festival in Divine Messenger City in a certain year and month. You could elaborate on that in another book. Like what happened during that time, what programs were held, how it all ended, and how the murals on the city walls of Divine Messenger City originated from that Mid-Autumn Festival Gala etc. You listened to Anxi's words and was slightly intrigued. Are you suggesting that I write stories? Anxi smiled and nodded. That's right. It's about writing a story, but not making one up. Since it's a historical record, we need to document real events. You can write from your perspective, but it must be true. Write the story as it originally was. He nodded in agreement. That's good. When the descendants of the beastmen look back at the historical records, they will understand what happened back then, like a form of written communication with future generations. When you write this history, try to avoid personal subjective feelings. Later, you can write an autobiography specifically about your own experiences. I think the autobiography of the first Lord of Divine Messenger City will definitely be very valuable. Anxi is also planning to write a book, but she is hesitating whether to include her time travel experience and the origins of the beastmen. If she includes it, will it cause a great panic? For them, the idea that someone can travel between two timelines is unbelievable. It would make their world feel unsafe. However, not saying anything means that the time machine exists, and their world isn't necessarily safe either. Moreover, if she doesn't say anything, will it be like her previous world, where the beastmen would eventually seek out their origins and investigate their true background? Anxi planned to finish writing and then hide it away, just like Dr. Zhao did by handing it over to the Qiong Shao, as he would not betray it. Byhalf saw Anxi and Yi Do writing and also wanted to leave something for future beastmen, but he was not good at writing and couldn't tell stories. In the end, byhalf thought of a good idea, to write a complete recipe book of byhalf, following the format Anxi had given him. On the first and last 2 pages of the book, byhalf noted that all the recipes he knew were taught to him by the great divine envoy Anxi. Shou also started to write his autobiography after seeing this, but his autobiography contained very little about himself. Most of it was about Anxi. Anxi's preferences, tastes, and words, etc. Even Anxi's own autobiography doesn't describe them in such detail. Influenced by this, several males in the courtyard began writing their autobiographies, and Qing Xian even wrote an additional medical text. As the influence spread, several orcs from Shunshi City, who had initially studied with Anxi, also started writing their autobiographies, but almost all orcs included Anxi in theirs. Not just most, but all of them did, which shows how significant Anxi's presence is, as all the good days today were created by Anxi's efforts. Later orcs, having less time to study, couldn't produce full autobiographies, so they began writing a small story each day, and Anxi taught them how to keep a journal. The Turtle Clan took a different approach. They recorded everything through drawings, illustrating events based on their memories. Among these drawings, Anxi was depicted the most. Chapter 177, Training the Females. Since the concept of journaling emerged, the orcs became enthusiastic, and the Turtle Clan also created a daily drawing as a journal. Anxi can already imagine what the paintings in the Divine Envoy City will look like in the future. However, it is likely that this would be considered another kind of prosperity. Anxi wrote down her story, preparing to hand it over to the Qiong Shao ship for safekeeping when the opportunity arose. Some orcs, in order to make their autobiographies or diaries more enriching and to leave a more impressive image of themselves, go hunting every day and then add some activities that sound more impressive, such as carving, playing the piano, painting, and so on. Now, what the orcs discuss the most is what they did today, what I did today, and whether there is anything worth writing down. The orcs who participated in the previous Divine Envoy City sports games have written a lot about the events of the games. After finishing these tasks, she took some time to check on her son's training. It's been a while. How is Wuyo doing? Is my son doing well? And she was quite satisfied with her son, and by Howdy, Zay, and others also acknowledged Wuyo's talent. In terms of innate ability, Wuyo is really quite impressive, and he is very smart, able to remember things quickly without needing to be taught repeatedly. No wonder he is the son of the divine envoy Anxi. When he grows a bit older, he will be able to hunt some smaller animals alongside them. Anxi proudly hugged Wuyong, who had transformed into a little white wolf. Wuyong sensed his mother's scent and nuzzled in Anxi's embrace. Anxi looked at Wuyong and thought for a moment, what about Anren? She should also get some training, right? The others looked at Anxi in confusion. What does a female need to train for? Females can't transform, and dangerous activities like hunting don't involve females. Anxi sighed helplessly. I know, but Anren is also my child, the child of the beast god messenger and the wolf king. How can she not know anything? I may not have had time to train her, but Anren is still young, and she doesn't need to be exceptionally strong. She just needs to be able to protect herself. In our world, females can also be trained to be very capable. Shio heard this for the first time. But weren't you spoiling Wuyo before? Why are you allowing Anren to train now? Who said I spoiled them? In our world, children are still kids when they're a few months old. Training starts at 3 years old. Children younger than that don't understand anything and can't be trained. Who knew that the children on the Beastman continent are so precocious? Anxi rolled her eyes. She was not someone who spoiled children. Moreover, since Weong was already able to start learning, they couldn't just focus on hunting skills. Cultural education was also important. Every evening when they returned, she would start teaching the two of them to recognize characters together. Anrin, being female, didn't need to hunt, but she should still go out and see the world. They would go out every other day. For now, she didn't have to participate in hunting, but they needed to teach her self-defense skills. She looked at Anxi, who resembled a small trumpet, and Anrin, who was incredibly well-behaved and felt reluctant to take them out, fearing they might get hurt. However, since Anxi had already made the decision, he had no reason to refuse and could only nod in agreement. Anxi also knew that they definitely wouldn't be too harsh on training Anrin, which is why they let Anrin go out with them at such a young age. Otherwise, the female wouldn't be able to transform and should have practiced later. From that day on, Anrin would go hunting with Xiao, Byhao, or Dize in the morning. And in the afternoon, the two little ones would return to attend classes with the junior class. Wuyo followed the routine of hunting training in the morning and cultural classes in the afternoon. Anrin follows Anxi every other day, and on the alternate days, she goes with Anxi to listen to his lectures for the orcs at the Advanced Academy. Every week, she also sets aside Saturdays and Sundays to practice archery, and fortunately, being a descendant of orcs, her growth in the early stages is rapid. Anxi asked Xiao to custom-make 2 small bows for them, along with matching small-sized arrows and small-sized targets. Everything was in small size to facilitate their practice. Anxi believes that remote archery is an extremely important weapon, as it can kill prey from a great distance and protect oneself from harm. Anxi had the orc patrols train in archery, so that in case of a beast attack, they could shoot arrows directly down from the walls without needing to engage in close combat, which would greatly reduce the risk of injury. You watched the 2 little ones busily working and couldn't help but ask Anxi why the females needed to learn those skills. Anrin would definitely be well protected as she grew up. She was a descendant of the beast god messenger. Her father was the wolf king, and she was so cute. She would be the most popular female. Anxi strongly disagreed with Ye's statement. Just because she was the beast god's messenger and the descendant of the wolf king, she should learn more and master more skills so that she wouldn't be looked down upon in the future. If she achieved nothing and knew nothing, then what right did she have to enjoy the unconditional protection and admiration of the beastmen? Anxi felt helpless when she thought about their double standards regarding females and males. Females are naturally a bit weaker, and of course on the beastman continent, it's not just a little bit. However, that doesn't mean females can just enjoy without doing anything. What did you say to me when you wanted peace? You only know that males will unconditionally protect and take care of females, but what about the females? A female descendant of a beast god's messenger and a wolf king can't do anything. Won't other females laugh at her when she enjoys better treatment than other females? Will they accept it? And she felt that it was really time to change the overly indulgent atmosphere towards females in the Orc continent, starting with the Divine Messenger City. Just like when the female members of the ape tribe first arrived in Divine Messenger City, both the males and females there felt that they were particularly impressive and capable of doing everything. Now, many females are learning a few things from them, and as she thought this was a good thing. Females should be instilled with the idea that being capable of doing everything is a remarkable trait, and that being able to solve problems independently without relying on males is a cool thing. This way, their laziness that has been fostered won't be rejected, at least not at the beginning. Anxi first starts slowly with learning, as knowledge can enrich the mind and help females understand many principles better. Then, physical conditioning can begin with dance, which interests females the most. Exercising daily to improve various physical functions makes them healthier and naturally more active, rather than relying on males to carry them everywhere. There are also many physical tasks. If they can't farm at first, they can start with planting flowers or raising little rabbits. As they gradually plant more flowers, a special garden can be created just for the females, giving them a sense of ownership. Over time, they will become particularly attentive to it without needing others' help. Eventually, they will naturally learn everything they need to know. Chapter 178, Anrin Transforms. Anxi has thought of so much so far. This will be a reform in the city of divine messengers. Females cannot remain idle forever. While it may seem that females currently have the highest status, it is merely because males are willing to support them. If one day they lose their social value for an extended period, the status of females may not be maintained. It's important to have a long-term perspective. Just like in the feudal dynasties, where women's status was so low, Anxi hopes that the world of beastmen will not have to experience such things one day. While she is here, she will do her best to achieve what she can. The next day, Anxi opened a female dance class in a garden built before the construction of the inner city. In the garden, Anxi required each person to choose a plot of land and pick a flower they liked to plant by hand. Every year during the blooming season, she would randomly invite 100 orcs to enjoy the flowers and the dance, selecting the one who danced the best to become this year's flower fairy. The flowers planted by the females would be used to brew flower wine, make flower cakes, or brew tea, among other things. In any case, they would be useful. This year's main product would revolve around this concept. As the products sold, the females who planted the flowers would naturally be mentioned repeatedly by the orcs, greatly boosting the enthusiasm of the females for flower planting. Of course, the flowers planted by other females would also be processed in various ways and displayed at various stalls in the Divine Messenger City. With the orc male's admiration for the females combined with this gimmick, Anxi was very confident. Anxi put a lot of effort into coming up with this method, working hard to ensure that the females could autonomously create more social value. Not even her own daughter, Xiao Anren, was spared. She followed Anxi around every day, learning this and that. However, during one of Xiao Anren's dance practices, Anxi discovered that she could easily extend and retract wolf claws and fangs. And she thought her daughter could transform. And after researching for a long time with Ran, they discovered that she could at most have an extra tail and ears. And that was it. However, that was enough to leave and she stunned. Her daughter could possess these traits, which meant she wouldn't be such a weak female. Fangs, claws, ears, and a tail are the most important animal characteristics. Fangs can be used for biting, claws for attacking, and while there may be some other minor uses, and she didn't have any experience with them and didn't know. Ears can enhance hearing, and a tail can enhance perception. Generally, females are weaker in these aspects compared to males because they cannot transform. But now that Ran can manifest these traits, does that mean she can be like a male? Is she stronger than an ordinary female who cannot transform? Anxi excitedly took Anren to find Xiao. Because Anxi was dancing with the females, Xiao did not follow her and would only pick her up after class. Anxi came back early today to fix dinner with byhalf in the kitchen. While fixing, I discovered something big. Anxi excitedly ran into the kitchen. Xiao, who was cutting vegetables, heard Anxi's voice and looked up in confusion. Anxi, why are you back early today? Did you bring Anren back by yourself? Why didn't you call me to pick you up? Didn't I make you a whistle? Anxi waved her hand to stop Xiao's murmuring. Let's not talk about that for now. I have something more important. What is it? Xiao asked gently, not overly surprised because Anxi often thought of some novel things, and whatever Anxi thought of was always important. Anxi put down Anren, who was tired from walking. Anren is now 3 months old, although she can only call her mom and dad or say some other simple words. She can probably understand a lot of meanings, as the offspring of beastmen mature quite early. Little Anren, come on. Show your dad and Uncle byhalf what you showed mom before. It's that one, and this one, and this one, and this one. Anxi sketched fangs, claws, ears, and a tail for Anren, and then demonstrated it again when she saw Anren's confused expression. Phone. And Ran mimicked and she and revealed a pair of small fangs. Xiao was stunned for a moment and even put down the kitchen knife in his hand. byhalf looked at Ran's small fangs in surprise, thinking, wow, little Ran actually has small fangs? That's great. It will be much more convenient to eat in the future. Anxi did not answer byhalf and continued to demonstrate for Anren, claw, like this, stretch it out, right? Anren followed her mother's example and released her claws. This time, Xiao and byhalf were not surprised. In fact, many females in the tribe also had claws and fangs. But not completely. Generally, only females born from battle orcs would have them. However, Anren was a bit different. After releasing her sharp claws, her entire hand began to transform into a fluffy paw, and she could freely choose whether to have just the claws or the whole paw. And there were ears and a tail too. Anxi started guiding again, and Anren followed Anxi's method to transform her ears and tail into those of a white wolf. Xiao couldn't believe it and walked over to pick up Anren, looking around. Anxi, our daughter can actually transform? byhalf was also stunned beside them. His usual chatter reduced to a single word, wow. Anxi shook her head, as if she couldn't do it. I taught her for a long time, and she could only do it to this extent, but she can freely switch between these things, which seems pretty good. After saying that, Anxi felt a bit worried, not knowing whether this was good or bad. For what it looks like now, it seems to be a good thing. Anxi asked byhalf to go out and call Yi and Qing Xian to see if they knew what was going on. As soon as Qing Xian and Yi heard byhalf mention that Anren could transform, they ran over immediately. And the first thing they did upon arriving was to check on little Anren. At this moment, Anren's ears and tail had not yet retracted. Upon seeing Yi and Qingxian, she immediately wagged her tail and moved her small ears a couple of times. It was truly amazing. It was the first time I'd seen a female possess so many beast-like traits. Generally, only the females born from battle beasts have claws and fangs. Yet little Anren actually had ears and a tail as well. However, little Anren could not understand much right now, and it was uncertain whether she could fully transform. He looked closely at little Anren and said hesitantly. Anxi shook her head, indicating that she probably couldn't fully transform, at least not for the time being. After all, Wuyo was born able to transform, so it wouldn't make sense for Anren not to be able to do so. Moreover, gradually displaying these features wasn't easy. She had to come over herself to show me. Anxi sighed again after finishing her words, wondering if she would be able to fully transform when she grew up. Do you think this is a good thing? After all, this has never happened before. He frowned and thought for a while, asking, didn't you see any records about this in the beast god's notes at the beast god ruins in the desert? Anxi shook her head. She was sure there wasn't any. At least not what the Qiongxiao had shown her. Perhaps she should go to the desert again to ask Qiongxiao. Chapter 179. Goodbye Qiongxiao. Anxi was overly worried about Xiao Anren's health, so Xiao took the Wolf Clan's beastmen along with Emperor Zhe, byhalf, and others to accompany Anxi on another trip to the desert. Although Wuyo was fine, Anxi still brought him along. After all, with both parents out, it didn't make sense to leave the child at home. Even though Yi could help take care of the child, it was still better for the child to go out and see the world, especially since their group was now capable of ensuring safety. This time, although there weren't as many people as last time, they were traveling light and were not a merchant caravan, as they couldn't take away the business of their own divine envoy city's caravan. Anxi only brought along the wolf tribe orc subordinates of Xiao and the winged tribe orcs of Dais. In case of danger, they could rely on the winged tribe to fly away, ensuring safety on both land and air. To speed up their journey, they basically alternated between flying for a few days with the winged tribe and traveling for a few days with the wolf tribe, resting in turns, and pushing forward day and night. Compared to the last time they reached the desert, the time was reduced by 2/3. After Anxi arrived in the desert, he instructed Emperor Zhe to fly directly into the desert from above. As long as they didn't fly in the desert for too long, they wouldn't encounter a sandstorm. Upon reaching the front of the Anxi ship, Anxi unlocked the door's keypad. Just as he was about to enter the previous password, he suddenly heard a mechanical voice. Human pupil detected. Hello, human. The password is 3 to the power of 12. Anxi rolled her eyes helplessly. Why does the password have to change to a random math problem? I'm not good at math and don't want to solve it. Qiongxiao, it's me, Anxi. Can't you just let me in directly? Why do I have to solve a problem? All right, Anxi, please come in. Qiongxiao was very accommodating and opened the door for Anxi, who had been there once before. It's been a while since I last saw you, Qiongxiao. Didn't you miss me? After entering, Anxi teased Qiongxiao. Sorry, Anxi, in order for me to travel endlessly in space for countless years, I wasn't programmed with the emotion of longing, as it would hinder my work. And she immediately retracted her playful teasing. That's reasonable. Emotions do affect work. You're a heartless worker, I understand. Haha. A burst of mechanical laughter startled Anxi. Qiongxiao? What's wrong, Anxi? Thinking that Qiongxiao had malfunctioned, and she sighed in relief upon hearing it speak normally. I should be the one asking you what's wrong, right? What are you laughing at? The system detected that Anxi had just made a joke from the 21st century internet, and the typical response would usually be ha ha ha. And she was momentarily speechless. So you're cooperating with me? Yes. Thank you. You're welcome. No, I'm not here to talk to you about this. I have something serious to discuss. Anxi almost forgot about the important matter because of Qiongxiao. Please, Anxi. I gave birth to a pair of dragon and phoenix twins, along with a wolf clan beastman. The beast god's messenger can reproduce with beastmen, and beastmen also have human genes. Yes, but isn't it true that female beastmen do not have the ability to transform? What about my daughter, who is currently in a transformed state? Qiongxiao suddenly fell silent. To better reproduce, Dr. Zhao had the females give up their transformation ability, but this was unfair to the females. Dr. Zhao struggled with this decision for a long time, but there was no other way. Otherwise, the beastmen would find it even more difficult to reproduce and might slowly disappear from the annals of history after Dr. Zhao's departure. It seemed that Qiongxiao was searching through memories. Dr. Zhao had left relevant materials with Qiongxiao, stating that if a designated beast god's messenger came here to inquire about this issue, they should review the materials themselves, thus giving them the choice. So please come to the information room. I'll be waiting for you there. With that, Qiongxiao's voice vanished. Anxi allows Xiao and the others to stay here. And Aaron is also safe, because they have experienced this kind of situation before. Xiao and the others already know that the beast god left something for the beast god's messenger, which is something they shouldn't see. Anxi will also not be in danger, so there is not as much worry as last time. And she arrived at the data room. The encrypted data was starting up. Please watch. And she saw an electronic document appear on one screen and read through it completely. The general idea was that females could also transform, and there were genetic agents in the laboratory that could restore their transformation abilities. However, those females could only breed with males of their own kind, which was not beneficial for the development of the beastmen. It was almost impossible for beastmen of different races to have offspring, with a probability of only 1 in 10,000. Therefore, to increase the breeding capacity of the beastmen, agents were developed to control the females and prevent them from transforming. As there was no other way, he could not let humanity's only hope be extinguished. However, out of guilt, Dr. Zhao created a myth in the final days of his life, allowing the beastmen to worship the beast god, thus elevating the status of females and enabling them to survive better. Even when the first beast god envoy arrived, the lives of males were worthless, and the only voice on the beastmen continent was that of the females. Whatever the females said was what happened, and it was not uncommon for a female's words to lead to a male's death without any beastman finding it wrong. It was the first beast god envoy who felt that such a social model was too pathological, which is why the beastmen gradually changed this dynamic. When she first arrived, she felt that it was somewhat inappropriate, but she did not expect to hear from the beastmen that this was the result of the first beast god envoy's efforts to reform. Although they were females, they came from a world of equality and were naturally unaccustomed to this atmosphere. Wouldn't equality for all be much better? Initially, she thought this was the natural result of the beastmen's development due to the scarcity of females. But it turned out to be a deliberate result of the so-called beast god envoys who created the beastmen. Now she finally understood that the status of females was Dr. Zhao's way of compensating them, allowing those females he sacrificed to live better lives. Anxi doesn't know what to say now. What would the females of the Orc continent think about this? Do they wish they could transform like the males and hunt together? Or would they prefer to be a female who can't do anything and doesn't have to do anything, being protected by others? However, some females on the Orc continent do have fangs and claws, so it's not like they're completely useless. Anxi thought for a moment. Actually, the one who really knows nothing is her. So, should I decide whether to let the females regain their transformation abilities? With the current status of females, regaining the ability to transform would cause chaos, right? Females in the Beastman continent can no longer fully transform. It's been too long. You came too late. If it had been 1,000 years earlier, perhaps it would still have been possible. Chapter 180, about the transformation of females. Anxi listened to the emotionless mechanical voice of the Anxi Ohio. What? Is it my fault? It's not something I could choose. It's none of my business how you guys modified the time machine. And she was speechless. This meant she didn't have to decide anything because it was no longer useful. But wait, what about Xiao Anren? The voice of Qiong Xiao continued. The female may slowly regain some of her transformation abilities if the suppression is not completely effective. You are a pure human and have not been injected with any genetic suppressants. Only your father has them in his body, which cannot be completely isolated. Therefore, your child is naturally the most likely to transform at will. And she nodded, understanding. So that's it, I get it now. It means my little Anran is fine. That's good. That's all about this matter. Do you have anything else? If not, I'm leaving. Don't you need to check the female transformation gene reagent? Didn't you say I was late and it wouldn't work? Anxi looked puzzled at the ceiling of the Qiongxiao ship, where a flashing blue bar was inquiring as soon as she spoke. I said that one cannot fully transform, but can do so like your daughter. Furthermore, you can also possess the ability to transform. And she was taken aback at first, her eyes wide like copper bells. What's going on? Can she also do it? Is there really such a good thing? I can too. Why didn't you tell me earlier? Because Dr. Zhao said he could only tell you if you asked. Anxi is quite annoyed listening to this emotionless mechanical voice. If she hadn't asked herself, she would never have inquired about it in her entire life. Who would have thought of this? Is there anything else you can't mention unless I ask? Come on, let me ask everything now. Sorry, you haven't triggered a question. So my system won't automatically provide this information, and I can't answer you. And she took a deep breath and said, forget it. Just take me to see that gene reagent first. And she followed the Qiongxiao to the laboratory, where there were various instruments that she couldn't understand. In a transparent vacuum chamber, a tube of clear liquid slowly rose from inside, and a small circular disc extended the tube of reagent in front of Anxi. Is this the gene reagent? This is the gene of the white wolf. Is there anything else? Suddenly, and she had a flash of inspiration and found a bug. Yes. The beastmen that exist on the beastman continent all have counterparts in the species on Earth, but some have not been added to the human gene pool. The beastmen were chosen by Dr. Zhao after screening various excellent genes. Anxi's eyes shifted slightly, narrowing a bit. So, I don't necessarily have to choose the genes of the white wolf, right? I'm a pure human. So, can I choose anything? That's true. But because it's detected that your partner is a white wolf, the Qiongxiao ship automatically recommends the genes of the white wolf. If you choose other beastman genes, the compatibility rate with the white wolf beastman will decrease, and the probability of reproduction will also go down. Of course, the compatibility rate with the beastman you choose will increase, and you can choose that race of beastman as your partner. Anxi waved her hand. No, there's no need to change partners. I already have a pair of twins, a boy and a girl. I'm satisfied. It's just that if I have another child, it's not like I can't have more. What am I afraid of? If I can have more, then I'll have more. If I can't, I already have children. All right, the Qiongxiao will respect your choice. May I ask what you would like to choose? Can you show me the recipe? Oh no, the genetic profile? I want to see what options there are. Anxi is a little happy. She can transform now. Oh my gosh. In the original era, this would have been considered a monster. She's become a spirit. When she was a child, she dreamed of being a fairy, able to change forms. How fun that would be. Now, although she can't fully transform, isn't it already half realized? And she took a look and found that most of the animals had relatively high intelligence. It seemed that Dr. Zhao had indeed conducted a careful selection, fearing that it would lower the human IQ gene. Is this the reason why the orcs have such strong learning abilities? Although there are no exceptionally intelligent orcs in sight right now, it feels like the average IQ level of the orcs is even higher than that of the original humans. Anxi really likes the fluffy ears and paws of felines, and also wants wings that can fly like dice. Can I choose both? Anxi's eyes were filled with tears, and several people wanted to know what to do. No, it will cause genetic rejection. The cold voice of Qiongxiao echoed. Anxi ultimately chose a gene reagent from a white owl. According to the data, a partial transformation usually selects the most useful features from animals. It is certain that there will be wings, as the most useful feature of birds is naturally their wings. How should this be done? Anxi looked at the reagent, wondering if she had to drink it, but why did it feel so disgusting? The quicker way would be to inject it. But how do I inject it? The Qiongxiao has a medical mode. After selecting it, it can administer the injection for you. Oh, activate it. And she nodded. What else could she do? She hadn't trained as a nurse and didn't dare to take action herself. A small compartment opened, and a little robot appeared. Everything was mechanically operated, but it was very smooth. Your technology is already so advanced. Why not make it more human-like? I remember we already had synthetic skin back in our time. Anxi looked at the metallic robot with some confusion. To prevent humans from becoming overly dependent on robots due to their anthropomorphism, the world had unified regulations that all service robots must have a metallic texture. Listening to the explanation from the Qiongxiao, Anxi shook her head. It was certain that those who complained online about not wanting to find a boyfriend or girlfriend, those who found partners troublesome, were definitely the ones most reliant on robots. They needed companionship, but found humans troublesome, only wanting a spiritual support. So, they would raise cats and dogs, those obedient animals that revolve around them, enjoying that sense of emotional reliance. They just needed a world that revolves around them. Although robots currently lack souls, they were obedient and could do anything. If they looked a bit more human-like, wouldn't it be possible for someone to brainwash themselves into thinking, my partner is a robot? It seemed entirely plausible. Just as Anxi was lost in her thoughts, the little robot had already completed the injection for her. Anxi, so? Is that it? Why do I have no reaction at all? The gene reagent injection 1T have an immediate effect. It takes time. You might suddenly find that you can transform at unpredictable moments. Chapter 1, 81 Gene Alteration Reagent. Oh, I see. So can other females do it too? If all the females can do it, then wouldn't the females in Shunshur City all be able to have it? The female beastmen already have the genes in their bodies. They just need to activate them. They can only activate their own beast genes. But they can't choose freely like you do. Anxi said excitedly. So how many activated gene reagents do you have? Not many. Definitely not enough for you to give to all the orcs. And she thought to herself that it wouldn't be good to show favoritism. But how should the distribution be done? Deep down, and she definitely wanted to give the first one she knew, Een, and the others the best. But now she was the beast god's messenger, and it wouldn't be appropriate to be so blatant about her bias. It seemed she needed to come up with a good plan. Qiongxiao, do you want to stay here all the time? If you're willing, you can come back with me to the Divine Messenger City. Anxi thought that the Qiong Xiao was sitting here all alone and felt quite lonely. So she tried to ask. The task left by Dr. Zhao was to restrict the Qiong Xiao's contact with the beastmen. Anxi nodded, understanding that it was probably not conducive to the development of the orcs. After all, the Kaiangxi exceeded the technological understanding of the orcs by too much and had already been mythologized by Dr. Zhao. If Dr. Zhao had mythologized himself as the beast god, then the beast god naturally should not have too much contact with the orcs, as it would be detrimental to their internal mythological development. Anxi was actually thinking that since this kind of reagent couldn't be taken back in large quantities at once, what if it got knocked over or bumped around? Or if it was in her arms? If she didn't take too much back, she would have to come again next time. So Anxi was feeling a bit lazy. Anxi expressed her concerns to the Qiong Xiao. You can bring the Qiong Xiao's long-range communicator, so that the Qiong Xiao's information can be accessed anytime and anywhere. And you can also communicate with the Qiong Xiao anytime and anywhere. The items you need can be delivered by the Qiong Xiao based on the location on the long-range communicator. Anxi was stunned. Why didn't you tell me about such a good thing last time? Is there something you can't tell me? Because you didn't ask Dr. Zhao didn't assign the Kaiangxi the task of proactively communicating with the beast god messenger, so the Kaiangxi wouldn't mention it on its own. However, Dr. Zhao did set up a task for the Kaiangxi to answer any questions posed by the beast god messenger. Therefore, the human Anxi has already been recognized as the beast god messenger and enjoys level 2 access to the Kaiangxi. What is level 2 access? What permissions does it have? Anxi was confused. How did she inexplicably gain access to the Qiong Xiao ship's permissions? It was only secondary access, which meant there were still things she couldn't control, like when she just tried to command the Qiong Xiao to go to the Divine Messenger City, but couldn't. Secondary access is the highest level of authority after primary access. Primary access holds complete control over the Qiong Xiao, and any orders given by the primary access holder will be executed by the Qiong Xiao. So far, only Dr. Zhao has primary access. Secondary access also grants control over the Qiong Xiao, but when it conflicts with orders from the primary access holder, the Qiong Xiao prioritizes the commands of the primary access holder. Anxi nodded. She understood. It meant that she could ask the Kaiangxi to do anything, as long as it didn't conflict with any tasks that Dr. Zhao had previously mentioned. For example, if she wanted to access certain information, but Dr. Zhao had stated that she couldn't see it, then the Kaiangxi wouldn't show it to her. The extent of this secondary permission really depended on the person with primary permission. If Dr. Zhao set many obstacles for her, then she wouldn't be able to do anything. If he set fewer obstacles, then she could do a lot. For instance, right now, she could take reagents or use them herself only because Dr. Zhao allowed it. All right, let's leave it at that. What do I need a bicycle for? Okay then, can you give me that remote communication thing? Where is it? Anxi is very content. This is enough. Please extend your hand. A mechanical hand appears in front of Anxi holding a bracelet. Is this it? A bracelet? Anxi looked at this ordinary-looking bracelet with confusion. This bracelet features a smart lock, is resistant to damage and loss, impervious to water and fire, and can automatically monitor the wearer's physical condition. In the event of dangers beyond the wearer's capacity to endure, it can automatically deploy a protective shield that can withstand both physical and energy attacks. And Xi's eyes lit up, and she immediately reached in, letting the mechanical arm put it on her. It felt warm to the touch, like the texture of jade. The wristband can simulate a bracelet and can adjust its temperature according to the weather, mainly absorbing light energy to ensure its operation. Anxi happily stroked the bracelet. So I can communicate with you anytime? Can we chat? Hello, Qiong Xiao, can you hear me? Yes, Qiong Xiao is at your service. Then how will you deliver my gene reagent to Divine Messenger City? Airdrop? There will be a small delivery pod that can send items to a designated location. What if it gets intercepted on the way? It won't. The delivery pod is extremely fast and will automatically avoid obstacles. Even orcs will have a hard time catching it. Okay, then I'm relieved. Actually, Anxi was just being contrary. She knew that this high-tech item probably wouldn't be caught by orcs, but there are winged orcs in the sky, and so many winged races in Divine Messenger City. What if something gets shot down without them knowing? However, she was still curious why she hadn't felt any reaction. She had injected a reagent that was almost completely incompatible with her own genes, something that would cause her to develop orc-like traits. Yet there was still no reaction at all. She had prepared herself for extreme pain, like the kind described in fantasy novels where bones are shattered and reconnected. But now, she felt nothing at all, not even any side effects. Was this stuff expired? Thinking this, Anxi asked, Qiong Xiao, is this orc gene reagent expired? Why haven't I felt anything yet? The reaction time can vary from 1 to 24 hours. The reagent has not expired. It just hasn't reached the reaction time yet. Oh, a maximum of 24 hours? Based on my unlucky constitution, it's probably going to be 24 hours. After all, the time machine I used before had a maximum span of 2,000 years, and I just happened to arrive at the 2,000-year mark. Ugh, you should have said that earlier. So will I have any reactions or side effects? Will it hurt like crazy? No, you will just be unconscious for a period of time. Unconscious? You didn't mention this when I didn't ask. Not telling her really. What if I faint halfway and those people don't know what happened and get scared to death? Sorry, this is a common knowledge issue. So Xiao did not explain. Chapter 182. Choosing to change Anxi was a bit irritable. What kind of common sense is this? What a common sense issue. Whose common sense is this? What is common sense for Dr. Zhao is not for me. I am not a researcher, so how could I have this common sense? Who do they think they're looking down on? Anxi sighed and said, forget it. I won't argue with you. Just tell me how long she will be unconscious. 1 to 2 hours. That's fine, it's not a long time. Even if she faints on the way for 1 to 2 hours, they can still take good care of her. Are there any after effects? No, there are no after effects. Anxi now wants to clarify everything in detail. Otherwise, if you don't ask her about the little Xiao, she really won't say anything. So I'm leaving, okay? With this bracelet, I can communicate with you anytime. So I won't stay here. After all, it's 24 hours, and there are so many beastmen with no place to sleep. All right, Anxi, safe travels. Sigh. Anxi let out a breath, feeling exhausted. Anxi came out of the laboratory and took another path guided by the Xiao, directly reaching the reception room where Xiao and the orcs were waiting. Anxi, you're out. How'd it go? Xiao let out a sigh of relief upon seeing Anxi emerge. Although he knew there was no danger, he still felt worried watching Anxi take so long to come out. The longer he waited, the more anxious he became. I'm fine, it's good news. Xiao Amren is okay. And not only can Xiao Amren transform, but I will be able to too in the future. Anxi smiled widely when she saw Xiao, and finally felt happy about the gains from this trip. What's going on? How come we could do it too? Xiao looked a bit confused at Anxi. How could this female still change after reaching adulthood? Isn't it supposed to be that you either have it or you don't since birth? Of course, it's the beast god who gave me this ability. But I'm human, and my transformation is something I can choose. I chose an owl because I want to have wings and be able to fly. You're not mad at me, are you? And she spoke carefully while watching Xiao's expression. Just as Xiao began to understand a bit of what she was saying, he was taken aback by her question. Why should I be angry with you? Xiao asked, confused. Because I didn't choose the same white wolf ability as you. And she replied, not choosing the ability of your partner means that you are not of the same race as your partner anymore. Why should I choose the same race as you? Xiao still didn't understand. Isn't it normal for females and males to be of different races? Because even though I'm only half transformed, I am a proper beast man. This way, the chance of us having offspring together will decrease. I thought since we already have a pair of dragon and phoenix twins, I should choose what I want. Do you think I'm selfish? Xiao patted Anxi's head and said, why think like that? Of course, you can choose what you want. We already have children, and now we have both a son and a daughter. Even if we can't have more in the future, it doesn't matter. If you really gain the abilities of the wing tribe in the future, then you will also have the ability to protect yourself when I can't, which is good. Anxi shook her head, saying it was just a decline. Not that she couldn't give birth, but just wouldn't be as easy. Xiao smiled slightly and said, that's enough. I know. I also know you've always loved the feeling of flying, which is why you always asked Eyes to take you out to play. Once you can fly on your own in the future, you will definitely be very happy. And as long as you're happy, that's enough. Anxi looked at Xiao with emotion. This was the standard answer she wanted to hear. Although Xiao opposed her, she wouldn't listen anyway, as she always had her own ideas. But she just wanted to hear Xiao say it, to know what Xiao really thought about this matter. So you won't need me to be your mount and take you flying anymore? Dize, who was nearby, suddenly felt that he had lost his purpose upon hearing Anxi and Xiao's conversation. No, I'm just half transformed, still in human form. I still won't be able to fly long distances like you, and I definitely won't be as fast, Anxi said, and Emperor Zhe returned to a bit of a smile. This is good. Anxi can be considered one of their wing clan now. Please teach me flying skills in the future. And she gave a bow to Dize and playfully winked. Dize mimicked Anxi's gesture and returned the greeting, saying, well said, you've come to the right person. As the king of the wing tribe, there aren't many beastmen who can fly better than me. And she also smiled at Dize's appearance. As they chatted, and she suddenly felt a wave of dizziness and swayed slightly. And what's wrong? All right, I forgot to tell you, I might faint for 2 hours. Anxi quickly finished speaking and then fainted, without having time to say anything extra. Anxi, Although they heard what Anxi said before fainting and knew that Anxi was aware of her impending fainting, which indicated that it wasn't a serious matter. Both Xiao and Emperor Zhe felt somewhat calmer. However, they were still a bit worried, since Anxi said she would be unconscious for 2 hours. It was best not to hurry on their journey. Qiongxiao. After considering it, Xiao called out to Qiongxiao. Although Qiongxiao had only spoken to them the first time, and had mostly only talked to Anxi this time, Xiao still felt that if it was related to Anxi, Qiongxiao would likely tell them what it could. What is wrong? Is there something you need? Although Qiongxiao spoke in a mechanical voice, it was very personified, and it had a strong ability to learn, willing to speak however it wanted. Anxi fainted. Do you know what happened? That's the effect of the gene modification reagent. Didn't she say she would be unconscious for 2 hours? You just need to wait for 2 hours. Hearing Qiongxiao's response, Xiao breathed a sigh of relief. As long as Anxi was okay, that was all that mattered. Xiao spread out animal skins on the table for Anxi to lie on, making it a bit more comfortable. He instructed the other beastmen to rest in place and wait for Anxi to wake up before continuing their journey. Fortunately, the beastmen had brought their own food, including jerky, sausages, buns, and steamed buns. Everyone sat on the ground, eating and waiting for Anxi to wake up. Anxi woke up in less than 2 hours, and as soon as she did, the delicious smell of food from the orcs made her stomach growl. I'm so hungry. Xiao saw that Anxi was awake and hurried over to her. How are you, Anxi? I'm really hungry. Xiao quickly took out the food he had brought for Anxi. She devoured 6 buns and quite a bit of dried meat, then looked at Xiao with longing. Is there more? Xiao was taken aback by Anxi's appetite. Why is she suddenly eating so much? According to Anxi's usual eating habits, this was already the amount for 3 meals. Xiao took out all the dry food on him. He couldn't let Anxi go hungry. If necessary, he could just make do with DZ and the other orcs when they got back, and then quickly fly back. Chapter 183. Anxi with wings. Anxi finished eating a portion that Xiao had prepared before she felt full. Qiongxiao, you didn't say I could eat this much. You also said there were no side effects. Anxi's unbalanced accusation against Qiongxiao. This is not a side effect. It's just that your body consumed a lot of energy during the transformation, and it needs to replenish itself. You won't continue to eat this much in the future. Anxi rolled her eyes. Can't you just tell her if it's not a side effect? What kind of artificial intelligence is this? It has no sense of humanity at all. Anxi sat on the conference room table, feeling the energy flowing within her body, slowly gathering in her hands. Her fingertips gradually transformed into the sharp claws of an owl. As she looked up, everything in her sight became incredibly clear. Originally, she had some pseudo-myopia and astigmatism, but now the world was so clear that it made her a bit uncomfortable. She could even automatically adjust her focus to see things near and far. Noticing tiny specks of dust, counting the small light bulbs in the strip of light at the entrance, and clearly seeing the fine blood vessels in the pupil. Anxi, what happened to your eyes? Anxi blinked. What's wrong with my eyes? Your eyes have turned completely black. There's no white in them anymore. Xiao looked at Anxi's eyes, somewhat worried that there might be a problem. I think I've gained the eyes of an owl. I can see so clearly now. Anxi tilted her head slightly, like the movement of an owl. By the way, where are my wings? And she felt the energy within her body again. She was determined to have the wings she longed for. She had given up the fluffy feline in order to choose the white owl for that pair of pure white wings. Anxi could feel her wings trying to emerge, but there was a layer of constraint that prevented any movement. After sensing it again, Anxi realized that it was her clothing. Anxi asked Xiao to cut 2 slits in her clothes at the wing position. Then she controlled the flow of her energy, and a pair of pure white wings slowly unfolded from her back. The wings were large enough to completely envelop Anxi, with enough space for 2 more people. Of course, they couldn't compare to DZ's beast form wings, and they were also slightly smaller than the wings DZ had in his human form, as wings should be proportional to body size. Anxi was originally wearing a white long dress, complemented by white wings, resembling a pure and flawless angel. Perhaps due to genetic modifications, Anxi's entire being had also become a shade whiter. Although the beastmen did not know what an angel was, it did not prevent them from finding Anxi beautiful and exuding a holy aura. This is also why Anxi had a particular fondness for the color white, as it could create such an illusion. I have wings now, look. And she excitedly turned to look at his wings and flapped them twice, creating a gust of wind. Qiongxiao, we are leaving. Anxi, eager to go out and test her new wings, bid farewell to the Qiongxia and ran outside. Xiao and Emperor Zhe quickly followed along with the beastmen. After Anxi ran out, she vibrated her wings as if flying in the sky. but she struggled to control the frequency and couldn't stabilize herself, swaying back and forth. A beast-formed cultivator who had come out earlier caught her below, using his back to support her feet to prevent her from falling. When DZ came out, he looked at Anxi and also opened his wings in human form to reach out and grab her hand in the air. Anxi, control the frequency of your wing vibrations. You need to maintain a consistent frequency and can't flap your wings randomly. Also, use your body to control the direction. Wherever your body faces, you'll fly in that direction. DZ flew in the air, guiding Anxi while ensuring he didn't get too far away, always within reach to catch her. Xiao entrusted the safe Anren to his most trusted gray wolf beastman, Qi, who carried Anren out and witnessed this scene. The two little ones watched their mother flying up into the sky, their mouths agape in surprise. Gradually, Anxi flew better and better, and DZ led her out of the desert. The winged beastmen quickly transformed into their beast forms to carry the wolf tribe beastmen along. Since both Anxi and DZ were in human form, their flying speed wasn't very fast, and with Anxi being a beginner, their speed felt leisurely to the winged beastmen. They continued until they flew out of the desert, and when Anxi got tired from flying, the first day's flight came to an end. DZ transformed into beast form to support Anxi and found Xiao and the two little ones on the back of another winged beastman. Anxi lay on the broad back of the black eagle, transformed by dyes, resting her head in Xiao's arms and yawning. Xiao gently brushed Anxi's wind-tousled hair. From time to time, when she had rested enough, Anxi would take a flight around, and with dyes and so many winged beastmen watching, she would never fall. Ha ha ha, Xiao. Look, I can fly by myself now. After mastering her flying skills once again, Anxi soared freely in the sky, just as she had imagined countless times in her dreams. Spreading her arms and waving her wings, able to see the sky and white clouds. Flapping her wings and soaring up into the clouds. She looked down at the landscape below. Now, she was grateful to that senior for bringing her here. She liked and was more suited to this place. In the past, she had repeatedly trekked into deep mountains and forests, hiking and exploring various places, and some had said she loved adventure. In fact, she didn't love adventure. She simply enjoyed that kind of environment and the feeling of being one with nature. However, she couldn't truly live in the deep mountains and forests, always having to return to reality. So, she could only keep hiking, merging into and separating from nature, like wandering between two worlds. Now, she felt she had truly returned to her own world. Little Anren watched her mother flying in the sky, occasionally performing various dance moves, clapping her hands in delight. Weiyang was more like her father, comfortably nestled in his arms, smiling gently. Anxi herself is not yet confident in flying well, so she doesn't dare to take her children flying for fun. She can only entertain them with different tricks while flying. When encountering strong winds, Anxi can spread her wings to help Zayu and the children shield themselves from the wind. This feeling is quite nice. In the past, when facing strong winds, it was Zayu who used his broad back to shield her, and now she could do it too. And she smiled happily, and Xiao felt happy for her as well. He had always wanted her to be happy, wanted to take care of her from the very beginning, ever since he first saw her unconscious in the forest. Later, he learned that she could live well without his care. She could cook, build houses, make furniture, and do so many things. She even understood medicinal herbs and could discuss treatment and medicine with the best healer, Qin Xian. After all, she was the beast god's messenger. Chapter 184. Coming back with wings, Xiao thought that she might need him for hunting, but she could accomplish everything else on her own. Then he saw that she could make gunpowder, weapons, slingshots, and bows and arrows. Xiao felt that she could probably hunt by herself, as he knew that the female members of the ape tribe could use stones to kill prey. Now the ape tribe mostly hunted with Anxi's slingshots and bows and arrows. So, no matter what new thing she introduced, Xiao was always the first to learn and experiment with it. He wanted to keep up with her pace, not to be left behind. Xiao knew that she liked to fly in the sky. At one point, he felt inferior for not being from the winged tribe, and even thought that it wouldn't matter if she paired up with DZ. He even believed that she would pair with DZ, but he didn't expect that she would eventually resolve his inner turmoil. He no longer felt inferior or jealous of DZ. Now he felt a bit sorry for them, as he was the only one who had received Anxi's acknowledgement. In the past 2 days, the food supplies for Anxi and Xiao had been consumed after Anxi woke up from her fainting spell, so they could only rely on the beastmen sharing some of their rations with them. Xiao was worried that Anxi wouldn't eat well, so he planned to hunt nearby to get her something good to eat. They had been eating rations to travel quickly, but now Anxi was flying happily. The matter with Xiao Anren was resolved, and they had unexpected gains, so there was no rush to return. DJ, let me do it. DJ spotted a rabbit from the sky with his eagle eyes. He originally wanted to catch it to roast a rabbit for Anxi, but Anxi's eyesight was also good, and she saw it too. DJ didn't expect much in terms of her speed in catching the rabbit, but when he heard Anxi's words, he stopped his actions to catch the rabbit and decided to let her have a try, waiting for her to finish before catching food for her. Who would have thought that Anxi, whom he didn't hold much hope for, had no intention of using her flying speed and claws to catch the rabbit at all? And she took out the slingshot and stones from her backpack, aimed at the rabbit, and with APIU, she hit the rabbit on the head. The rabbit was instantly stunned, flailing around a few times. But she didn't give it another chance to get up. Another stone flew over, and the rabbit was completely down and motionless. The beastmen watched this scene in astonishment. Although when she had promoted slingshots and bows and arrows in the Divine Messenger City, the beastmen mostly regarded them as entertainment. Apart from the ape tribe, no beastmen really used slingshots or bows and arrows for hunting because they didn't have the skills of the ape tribe, and using them could accidentally injure their own kind. But now, seeing Anxi's technique, it seemed quite good when used properly. They didn't even need to engage in close combat. And Shifei picked up the rabbit she had just shot and held it in front of Xiao and Emperor Zhe. How about that? Am I impressive? I know you all don't take the slingshots and bows and arrows I promote seriously, but that's because you haven't seen their true usefulness. Let me tell you, if I had used a bow and arrow just now, I wouldn't have needed a second shot. And she proudly lifted her little face and looked at these hunting kings. Mom is so amazing. Little Anran, being her mother's little fan, clapped her hands and praised her mom. Although Xiao Wuyang was more reserved, he also followed whatever his sister did and clapped his hand with a smile. And she knew that they were just catching a small rabbit, and for kings like Xiao and Dize, it would probably just take a pounce and a grab to finish it. However, if they encountered something more troublesome, such remote attacks could greatly minimize the risk of injury. And she hoped that even if they didn't have to use it, they would learn it, so they could use it when needed. The orcs, after seeing Anxi's demonstration, realized the role that this small slingshot could play in hunting and decided to practice diligently once they returned. Anxi took the orcs back like this. When they passed by Wing Mountain, it was still Emperor Zhe who led them back, as Anxi's flying ability was still a bit strained when crossing Wing Mountain. As Anxi and the others were still in the distance, a patrolling orc notified Yi, with one of the patrolling orcs shouting, "The Divine Envoy has returned." The orcs in the city heard the shout and knew that the Divine Envoy had come back, and they were all very happy. Everyone knew that the Divine Envoy had gone to look for the Beast Goddess ruins. It was common knowledge that the small female born to the Divine Envoy possessed the ability to partially transform. Originally, people thought it was different because she was the offspring of the Divine Envoy, but it turned out that the Divine Envoy was also trying to figure things out regarding the Beast God. Now that the Divine Envoy had returned so quickly, did it mean that things had been resolved smoothly? Dize led his team down from Wing Mountain and directly flew toward the inner city. The patrolling Qing on the city wall saw that the leader was Dize, so he did not stop them. Ever since the Wing clan joined Divine Envoy City, other winged flying beastmen were not allowed to fly over the skies of Divine Envoy City. He was in the conference room writing the historical records of Divine Envoy City, documenting the recent events of Anxi giving birth and the female possessing the ability to partially transform. Yi, I'm back. Hearing the report from the patrolling orc about Anxi's return, Yi, who was just stepping out, saw Anxi jump down from Dize's back, which startled him so much that his heart nearly stopped. He quickly reached out to catch her. However, just as he extended his hand in shock, he saw a pair of pure white wings suddenly sprout from Anxi's back. The wings gently flapped, slowly bringing Anxi down to the ground. Anxi looked at Yi, who had opened his arms, thinking he was welcoming her, so she ran towards his hands. "Ha, Yi, I'm back." He was dumbfounded, and the other beastmen around him were also stunned. Their divine messenger had gone out for a while and could fly now? Why did he grow wings? Anxi, Yi, what is going on? Anxi looked at Ye's shocked expression and chuckled. "I have wings now. I'm also a winged orc. I am completely a part of the orc continent now." Anxi folded his wings for Yi to see. Yi inspected them for a long time, and only after confirming that the wings belonged to Anxi did he completely believe that Anxi had really grown wings and wasn't just playing a trick on him. "What's going on? How did you get wings? How did you become a member of the Wing clan?" But wait, the females of the Wing clan don't have wings either. Yi was now a bit confused as Anxi pulled him to go back. "Let's go. I'll tell you when we get back." By the time they all returned to the courtyard, news spread like wildfire throughout the Divine Envoy City that the Divine Envoy had come back with an extra pair of wings. Although many people didn't believe it, and claimed that the beastman delivering the news must have seen it wrong, and it should be the wings of some wing clan member. There were still many beastmen who were half convinced, especially since there were quite a few beastmen who had witnessed it, including patrolling beastmen. Some even thought that the divine envoy might have gone to seek the beast god, and thus the beast god had given the divine envoy a pair of wings. Chapter 185. Distribution of female gene alteration agents. Meanwhile, Anxi stood in the courtyard, showcasing his wings to everyone until they all believed it. He looked at Anxi and asked, "Now can you tell me where your wings came from?" Qing Xian was the first to react, looking at Anxi and teasing. "You didn't steal the wings from some wing clan member and sew them onto your back, did you?" Anxi glanced at Qing Xian and said, "Your foxtail looks nice. I'll steal it tomorrow and sew it onto myself." Qing Xian shivered at Anxi's words and exclaimed, "Wow, that's really cruel." Yi, eager to know the reason, couldn't hold back and hit the chatty Qing Xian with a fan, then looked at Anxi helplessly and scolded, "Hurry up and tell us." Anxi pouted, blaming Qing Xian for causing her to be in trouble with Yi Xiong. She had found something left behind by Dr. Zhao, given to her by the Qiongxiao. It was too complicated for them to understand, but simply put, originally, both females and males on the Beastman continent had the ability to transform. However, in order for beastmen to reproduce better, your beast god stripped females of their transformation abilities, allowing different races of females and males to bear offspring. The males in the yard fell silent. Their offspring were a result of the females sacrificing their transformation abilities. That's why the females were so weak. It was laughable that they considered themselves great for protecting females, when in fact, they were all products of the female sacrifices. Anxi looked seriously at several males, especially Yi. The females of the Beastman continent had sacrificed several thousand years for reproduction. And now, there was an opportunity. The beast god had left behind a potion that would allow females to transform as well, albeit only into a half-transformation like mine. This way, even different races could still mate and reproduce, although the chances of having offspring would be reduced. Anxi was silent for a moment. In fact, I think that although there are not many orcs on the orc continent right now, it's enough. Orcs have long lifespans and can develop slowly. They don't need as many people as in my world. Besides adding burden to the land beneath our feet, having more people doesn't serve much purpose. Just a half-transformation is the best solution. Anxi also didn't know whether this was intentionally done by Dr. Zhao or just a coincidence. But the female orcs on the orc continent happened to have an opportunity to choose, yet they still couldn't fully transform. It was only to be able to give birth to offspring of different races. Yi looked at Anxi, and the females must have hoped to transform and become more capable. Right? In fact, since Anxi appeared and taught the orcs to read and learn various knowledge, the females had shown great enthusiasm, completely different from their previous idle selves, filled with vitality. Now, the females in the school were clearly performing better than the males in their studies, and he gradually realized that females didn't necessarily have to hide behind males and do nothing. It was just that their previous lives were too monotonous. Apart from hunting, there was nothing else to do. For a long time, there wasn't much that females could do. They could at most pick some fruits or dig up wild vegetables. So over time, they had gotten used to it. And she nodded at Yi, that was for sure. Most people would definitely hope to be capable rather than relying on others like a useless person. So let the females choose what they want for themselves. Just like you said, that's the best outcome. Moreover, it's only the decline in fertility rates with outsiders. Isn't it the same among kin? That's enough. And she nodded, saying, "I'm just here to hear your thoughts, but you don't need to overthink it. Not all females can do this, and there should be a reason behind it. The orcs won't understand things like genetics, and matters concerning the beast god shouldn't be mentioned casually. Who exactly will receive it? How will it be given? We need to come up with a set of guidelines." Yi pondered for a moment and suggested, "How about finding some reason, like what you did before, to reward the females? But what reason could there be?" The group discussed for a long time in the courtyard before finally settling on a set of guidelines. The next day, after breakfast, and she, dressed in a white wide-sleeved gauze dress, gracefully flew before the orcs, ascending to the highest point of the city gate, allowing all the orcs of the divine envoy city to see her with wings. She then flew to the altar in the inner city, with the addition of the south city, and she and Yi were no longer fixated on gathering all the orcs together to announce matters. They directly announced it in the inner city, and then the managing tribes of the north and south cities would relay the information. Sometimes, and she and Yi would just need to make an appearance. The orcs of Divine Envoy City learned that our Divine Envoy and she has obtained a method left by the beast god that allows females to semi-transform, but they can only transform into their own race. Semi-transformation means possessing the most useful characteristics of an orc, just like Lord Divine Envoy. After explaining the characteristics of transformation, he went on to outline the requirements. However, not all females can transform. Lord Divine Envoy will prioritize those females who are the most loyal to Divine Envoy City and have contributed the most. Other females from tribes that joined later can also earn the opportunity through hard work, such as excelling in studies at the Divine Envoy City Academy or making contributions to the city. Lord Divine Envoy will select based on performance, and if there are none, the most popular females will be randomly chosen through annual voting. He glanced at the orcs, who had shifted from being dumbfounded to whispering among themselves. He nodded at the representatives sent by the managing tribes of the North and South cities, the Dog Tribe and the Wing Tribe, indicating for them to return and relay the information again. Anxi displayed her little wings here and then flew back. Xiao also returned to make a lot of delicious food for Anxi, making up for the meal she hadn't had in the past few days. Little Anrin, since she could also partially transform, began her hunting training just like Wuyo. After all, her abilities shouldn't go to waste. On the other side, Anxi gathered the females from the former Divine Envoy tribe, who were her friends when she first arrived in this world. It was only yesterday that she talked with Xiao for half a day to understand how many genetic alteration reagents there actually are. In fact, there are quite a few, and she can even have Xiao prepare them. The formula for the genetic alteration reagents that Dr. Zhao left behind requires materials that can only be found on the current Orc continent. Previously, Xiao's limited statements were based on the total number of females across the entire Orc continent. What Xiao meant by not enough females was that it wasn't sufficient for all the females on the Orc continent. And she rolled her eyes after understanding the situation yesterday. She didn't have the time to inject gene-altering agents into all the females on the Beastman continent. It was enough to inject the females in the Divine Envoy City. What a fanciful idea, and they expected her to have such a grand vision. However, in the end, and she still discussed with Yi and decided not to easily give it to all the females, especially since many of the tribes had just arrived and were not very integrated. Chapter 186, Little Sisters Currently. Most tribes in the Divine Envoy City were captivated by its prosperous scene, while others were struggling to survive, and some came to seek education. There were all kinds of reasons, and their hearts were not united enough. The Divine Envoy City had already given them plenty, especially since many of the females from various tribes were inherently spoiled. However, the city was vast with too many different tribes, and the grandeur and strict rules of the Divine Envoy City had intimidated them. With more beastmen, management would be difficult. For now, the only option was to try to bind those beastmen with rules, provide them with benefits, and, at the same time, make them understand that these benefits could only be obtained with loyalty to the Divine Envoy City as the primary condition. They should not feel that everything in the Divine Envoy City was so easily attainable. Anxi knows that managing the Night God Envoy City is not easy either, but doing this will make it easier to manage at night. After all, it's just a matter of being a bit earlier or later. Plus, with a reason, sooner or later all the females in the God Envoy City will be able to partially transform. Anxi, you're back. I missed you. Ayin was the first to run over and hug Anxi. Even after becoming a mother, she was still like a little girl. The females in the orc world are so happy. Even after having children, they don't have to spend all day around the kids. They remain just as they were before having children. Orc children are also very easy to take care of and grow up super fast, especially the male cubs. They hardly ever throw tantrums with their mothers and quickly grow into strong males who can take care of the females. Yami also walked in and looked at Anxi. Yesterday, my partner came back and told me about your wings and the fact that females can partially transform. What's going on? By Shui and Nan, she also looked at Anxi with puzzled expressions. Nan, she was especially excited. Can females really transform? Then won't I be even more powerful in the future? Anxi found seats for all of them to sit down. It's true. I received the items left to me by the Beast God. The Beast God mentioned that the Orc continent has been somewhat unfair to females. Initially, it was because of the Orcs' reproduction that the females sacrificed their shape-shifting abilities to give birth to offspring. Now that the Orcs' reproduction has stabilized, they will exchange half of the shape-shifting ability back to the females. However, correspondingly, it will also sacrifice a certain probability of reproduction with partners of different races. Anxi poured a cup of honey water for each of her female friends and said, if you all want to have babies, you should think carefully. Most of the females here have already given birth, except for Yami, who particularly loves children and is somewhat obsessed with having them. But does having a partner from a different race lower the chances of conception? Anxi nodded. That's right. With the same clan, it's still the same. As for different clans, it depends on luck. I know you really like children, so you can think about it carefully. Oh, what is there to think about? You've already had children. So the chances of having more are already lower, especially with a partner from a different clan. Moreover, luck-based things are inherently uncertain, and it's just a decrease in chances. Not that you can't have children at all. Ian advised Yami, hoping she wouldn't give up this opportunity because of having a child. It's okay, think it through, and don't regret it. I can always give you a change, and I'll always keep a place for you. Anxi comforted Yami, hoping she wouldn't act impulsively and later regret it. Yami smiled and said, "It's okay, Anxi, I know. I just wanted to think about it. I still want the ability to partially transform. I've often admired your male transformation. Every female has envied it, and I have too. Now that I have the opportunity, I'm really excited. I already have a child, so I'm not in a hurry. Like Ian said, it's not like I can't have more. Even if I don't transform, even if I wait my whole life, if I'm not lucky enough, I still can't conceive. I might as well transform." Anxi nodded. "Okay, it's good that you were sure. There's one more thing I need to tell you. I am the beast god's messenger, and I am human. My bloodline is different from yours. You orcs are actually the result of the beast god combining the best parts of human genes with those of beasts. Therefore, I do not possess orc genes. I can choose any transformation I like, but you cannot. You can only partially transform into the group of your parent species, meaning you can only change into what corresponds to the orc genes you originally have in your body. Do you understand?" And she said this, and Nancy instantly deflated. "So that's how it is. I thought I could have wings too." Anxi glanced at a few of her girlfriends and asked, "Do you know what ethnic group your fathers belong to? If you're not sure, I'll have to draw some blood for testing." Bai Shui calmly looked at Anxi and replied, "My father is from the Python tribe." Anxi asked the wristband, "Qiong Xiao, is there still a detailed classification? Do we need to identify it?" The others looked at Anxi talking to the air, feeling a bit strange. "Yes, Anxi, Qiong Xiao can detect it, as long as we take a small blood sample. The wristband can connect to the Qiong Xiao backend to transmit the genetic data back for immediate testing." Okay. The few girls were startled. Anxi, who is talking? Nancy frantically scanned the surroundings, narrowing her eyes in vigilance. "It's Qiong Xiao, left to me by the beast god. I just need to call it, and it can come out anytime, no matter where I am." Anxi didn't explain the bracelet to them because it was unnecessary. They wouldn't understand this high technology anyway. They could just blame it all on the beast god. Nancy's eyes widened. "Wow, this is amazing. This is my first time getting up close to the beast god." Anxi shook his head helplessly. "The Qiong Xiao is not the beast god. The beast god is not in this world. The Qiong Xiao is just something the beast god left for me. How should I describe it? You can call me the butler." "Anxi?" "Yes, the butler. It can help me do many things. It's amazing." Anxi gave a thumbs up to the Qiong Xiao. Ian gasped and covered her mouth. "If it's that powerful, wouldn't it be very easy for the beast god to know what we say and do?" Anxi thought for a moment about how to say it in a way that would make them both awed and not too nervous. Yes. The beast god can know if he wants to, but he doesn't want to know because there are too many beastmen. And the beast god can't keep track of them all. The beast god also has his own things to be busy with. He doesn't revolve around you all day. So don't think too much and relax. Cece pointed to the sky and asked, "Will it tell our matters to the beast god?" Anxi patted Yami's shoulder and said, "Hey, don't worry. The Qiong Xiao won't pass on messages. Besides, you all keep worrying about what the beast god thinks. The beast god won't punish you for anything you say or do, as long as you don't harm the beastman continent. Even if you speak ill of the beast god, he won't pay you any mind. He's too busy." Anxi sighed, saying that one lie requires countless other lies to cover it up. Chapter 187. Successful Transformation of the Female. All right. Quickly extend your finger. I'll take a little blood, and it will be over soon." Anxi quickly changed the subject to prevent them from dwelling on the matter of the beast god. Anxi tapped a few times on a wristband, and then a blue light screen appeared in the air. She tapped a few more times, and a needle-like object was extracted from the wristband. Starting with Yami, she pricked her, causing a drop of blood to ooze out, which she then tapped on a wristband. On the blue light screen, she noted down the name, and then the genetic data was transmitted back to the gene database of the Anxi for analysis. After testing a few of her friends in turn, the Anxi soon sent back the genetic data. Cece's gene was that of a moose, and Anxi took out the moose gene modifier to inject into Cece. Then it was Ian, who was of the leopard tribe, Yami, who was of the rabbit tribe, Nashi, who was of the white tiger tribe, and Bai Shui, who was of the forest python tribe. Anxi sequentially injected each of them with the corresponding gene-altering agents, then asked them to stay here, as there might be instances of fainting midway, so it was better not to wander around. Thus, a few sisters stayed here to dance, play cards, and have fun until they fainted and then woke up. Cece grew a pair of deer antlers, hooves, ears, nose, and eyes. As a vegetarian orc, apart from having keen hearing and smell, there wasn't anything particularly special about her. Aine could produce a leopard tail from the leopard tribe, already had fangs and claws, and not only could her fingertips extend and retract freely, but she could also transform her entire claws, along with her eyes and ears, gaining the leopard tribe's remarkable climbing and balancing abilities. Yami grew a pair of long brown rabbit ears and rabbit teeth. Nancy was very happy. She was actually from the white tiger tribe, something she didn't even know. Nancy, like Xiao Anren, had features like ears, eyes, fangs, claws, and a tail. Bai Shui belonged to the forest python tribe, and unlike Tingamo pure white body, Bai Shui, despite her surname being Bai, was green. Bai Shui could produce the important venomous fangs and tail of the forest python, which was sufficient for a female. Anxi looked at Bai Shui's half-beast form and thought she resembled the descendants of Nuwa even more. Bai Shui, you really look like a descendant of Bai Yitang, Shi, or Nuwa now. Hearing Anxi say this made Bai Shui very happy, as her snake clan took great pride in this matter. Anxi was very happy to see her friends transform and excitedly went out to show her partner orcs. This caused a wave of excited howls from the orcs, likely because they had never seen a female capable of transformation. Previously, Anxi, as a messenger of the beast god, had not been surrounded by many orcs in the city of messengers, except for those from the messenger tribe who were already familiar with her. The other orcs were too intimidated to approach her. In the orcs' minds, the beast god messenger was sacred and untouchable. However, now that ordinary females could also transform, the orcs gathered around to watch with curiosity, as if they were looking at something new. For some reason, the things that appeared on the females during their transformations, or when they were partially transformed, looked particularly beautiful and even cute. When Anxi's companions saw some males unable to resist reaching out, they finally turned serious and drove away the onlookers, taking their females with them. Anxi began looking for a few more female teachers at the junior college the next day, transforming them as well, since they had made outstanding contributions to the divine messenger city. As far as Anxi knows, only the females of the sea tribe do not require genetic modifications, as they can naturally transform. However, to be fair, both their males and females cannot stay out of water for too long. The females of the ape tribe are not very enthusiastic about transformation because their half-transformation is not much different from their human form. Having an extra tail doesn't provide much additional benefit, and she transformed several females who had contributed to the divine envoy city all at once, and then handed over the authority to Yi, making her the city lord in charge of everything in the divine envoy city. In areas wherein she could not reach, Yi was knowledgeable, so whenever she was unavailable, Yi would select the contributing females, and she does this to avoid seizing power too much. She can be a spiritual symbol and a spiritual leader, while leaving the rest of the matters to Yi, as she doesn't want to manage them anyway. Anxi has been immersed in studying the genetic reagent formulas left by Dr. Zhao these days, asking various questions about whether it is possible for the Qiongxiao to assist her. This is because she previously asked the Qiongxiao to show her all of Dr. Zhao's experimental data, and she surprisingly discovered that one of the experiments involved Dr. Zhao testing various mythical beasts from ancient Chinese mythology, and she felt that Dr. Zhao must have become arrogant after researching that orcs could mate with humans, daring to study ancient divine beasts as well. However, the white tiger, one of the 4 ancient divine beasts, did indeed exist. So for thousands or even tens of thousands of years, humans believed that the other kinds must have also existed. Anxi also discovered that Dr. Zhao was studying the genes of the vermilion bird and the black tortoise, as well as the azure dragon, among which the vermilion bird and the black tortoise had already shown some signs. They are not really divine beasts, but rather similar in appearance. The legendary image of the black tortoise is a combination of a turtle and a snake, and Anxi thinks Dr. Zhao is trying to find a way to combine the genes of turtles and snakes. Although this is impressive, it seems to lack significant meaning, as this image is not practical for turtles and snakes. The vermilion bird is also said to have features like a chicken comb, a swallow's beak, a snake's neck, a turtle's shell, and a fish's tail, with colorful plumage. Based on the images, Dr. Zhao's version looks more like a combination of a red bird and a peacock. But it cannot bathe in fire, it can only fly. What Anxi found most outrageous was that Dr. Zhao even copied the Easter dragon, claiming in the data that it was created using the genes of many fish and snakes, but according to the data, it also cannot fly. As for the qilin, it is made from the genes of a horse, deer, cow, pangolin, and lion, and Anxi thinks this is the closest imitation. Anxi believes that Dr. Zhao is probably the last discovery of life. Divine beasts can only exist in legends, and even if they really exist, it would be impossible to replicate them through human effort, so it's better to give up. Dr. Zhao did not release the data from his research because he feels that the genes he pieced together only resemble the appearance of divine beasts, but are not true divine beasts, so is meaningless. After Anxi obtained Dr. Zhao's genetic ratio data, she found it very interesting. She had the Qiongxiao ship help her compare various genetic data every day to see what could be matched, and she enjoyed it endlessly. Anxi feels that if she plays like this, she can create something akin to the classic of mountains and seas. Of course, it would only resemble it. It definitely wouldn't have the functions of the mythical beasts in the classic of mountains and seas. Qiongxiao, do you think if I release the genes of these things, the beastman continent will become like the classic of mountains and seas? Do you think the beastman continent will fall into chaos at that time? Anxi's imaginative speculation. Chapter 188, Divine Beast Genes. Qiongxiao said, if I release the genes of these things, will the beastman continent become like that in the classic of mountains and seas? Do you think the beastman continent will be in chaos then? Anxi's imaginative speculation. The Qiongxiao ship cannot explain this issue, but according to Dr. Zhao's research, the data shows that after success, it can only result in another form of orc, without the abilities passed down from divine beasts. For the orc continent, it would merely mean the addition of some oddly-looking orcs without any significant changes. Anxi was pondering the words of Qiongxiao and couldn't help but nod. It made sense. Wait, that's not right. Didn't Dr. Zhao never deploy one? How could he know the data after a successful deployment? Dr. Zhao had once deployed an orc with a Qilin image. Anxi was taken aback by Qiongxiao's words. Did Dr. Zhao really do that? What was the result? What happened to that beast man? Where is he now? In the place where the time machine was once placed, after the beast man succeeded, Dr. Zhao studied and observed him for a long time, only to find that he was just an ordinary beast man with no special traits. After that, he lost interest and hasn't paid attention to him since. So now it's unknown where he went. Anxi was stunned. My goodness, Dr. Zhao is really something. However, if he saves a Qilin beast man, I don't know if there are any descendants left now. It's quite possible that without finding a female, there won't be any offspring. Anxi was thinking, but I really want to see that Qilin beast man. Hey, wait a minute, I found another bug. You said that since Dr. Zhao can combine the genes of those beastmen to create Qilin, Zhuke, and Xuanwu. Then why did you say I couldn't choose two different gene-altering reagents when I asked you before? Because Dr. Zhao failed countless times during the experiments. If you're willing to bear the consequences of failure with your own body, you can inject two gene-altering reagents to give it a try. All right, forget it. Anxi was momentarily discouraged by the thought of failure, but she couldn't let herself fail over this. However, she still pouted unhappily and said, you didn't tell me that, Doctor. Zhao successfully researched the vermilion bird. Although it didn't catch fire when it flew, the vermilion bird looks beautiful. It has red wings, and according to the data, there are no orcs with red wings on this beastman continent. How special is that? You are different from the orcs. Their genes have long been fixed. But you don't have that limitation. The vermilion bird is artificially created, and you can change your genetic data too. Adding genes requires gradual integration. Are you using me as a lab rat? Isn't that the result of Dr. Zhao's experimental data? How come I've injected it into myself, and I'm still okay? Anxi squinted. This operation made her feel like a little white mouse. Gene fusion can be changed within a year, and in addition to humans, beast cubs that are less than a year old can also be modified. Are you saying that our little Aaron can be fine too? That's just ridiculous. According to the data, it's possible, but Dr. Zhao hasn't tried it. He directly injected gold and silver into the embryo. Well, forget it. I can't be a little white mouse myself, and my child can't either. Anxi shook her head, wondering what this was all about. Forget it. There's no need for that. She wouldn't test anything unproven. It's a pity that Dr. Zhao actually wanted to see that kind of spectacle at the end of his life, but due to his health, he couldn't witness it even if it was launched, and he couldn't follow up on the data, so he gave up. He still feels sorry for it. But I don't want to be a guinea pig, and neither does my child. Although one Qilin succeeded, it's just talk without evidence, and I haven't seen it myself. Actually, Anxi thought carefully. Her white wings were quite nice, aside from not being special enough. After all, the entire Crane clan has white wings, and people might mistake her for being part of the Crane clan. I have all the data and images of that Qilin beastman. The last appearance was at the end of the desert, across this sea, in the great marsh on the other side. Anxi looked at the image of the Qilin beastman transmitted by the Kyanxioheo, pondering the location mentioned by the Kyanxioheo. How did he end up over there? So far away? Did Dr. Zhao send him there? Yes, but the location of the Council was there, and later Dr. Zhao activated a time machine somewhere, unexpectedly causing that area to become barren, and the Chilean beastman ran deeper into the vast marsh. Anxi nodded. So that's how it is. West over there. I've never been to that side. Are there orcs over there? If there are, we could let the trade caravan develop that way. Yes, there are. Over there, Dr. Zhao has introduced different human genes, many of which are not from our Huaxia. Dr. Zhao has placed them all over there. Why? Is it to form an 8-nation alliance over there? It's just for the continuation of different human species. The total number of all kinds of orcs over there isn't that many. And she listened to the patient explanation from Qiong Xiao. But her mind was still on the matter of the vermilion bird. Since Qiong Xiao assured her that there was no issue, she wondered if she should give it a try, especially since she genuinely wanted the red wings of the vermilion bird, and the missing feathers looked really beautiful. Next, and she had Xiao bring her several pregnant female beasts, as well as pregnant sheep and cows from the tribe. She injected them with a gene-altering agent while their young were still unformed in their bellies, to see if they could give birth to Chilean offspring. Then she found the gene agent for the nine-tailed fox. This one was simpler, according to Dr. Zhao's explanation. It was a type of mutation that made a change in the genes, allowing a fox to have 9 tails instead of 1. However, it didn't really serve any purpose. Having 1 extra tail didn't mean having another life. It just added 8 more burdens. Anxi shook her head. Dr. Zhao was indeed a typical straight man. Which female wouldn't want to have a few fluffy tails? Anxi is preparing to ask the female fox tribe whether they are willing to inject the genetic modification serum of the 9-tailed fox. The 9-tailed fox is just a mutated fox, so it can also be injected. Anxi found a relatively good female from the fox tribe named Anna. After confirming that she was willing, Anxi injected her with the genes of a white 9-tailed fox. After Anna went out, it caused quite a stir, as the beastmen had never seen a beastman with 9 tails. Anna is a female fox from the fox tribe who came to seek refuge with Qing Xian and Yi. She originally only had 1 partner from the fox tribe, but unexpectedly, after Anxi gave her half a transformation and 9 tails. The next day, she was surrounded by many suitors. This is because the beastmen all know that the fox with 9 tails is the divine beast closest to the beast god. Chapter 189, 9-tailed fox. Anxi waited for a month and really witnessed a cow giving birth to a Chilean cub. The beastmen who assisted in the delivery were stunned. If Anxi hadn't informed them in advance, they would have thought it was a monster and thrown away. However, this Chilean cub did not have human genes and was born from a wild beast cow, so it was not a beastman, merely possessing the appearance of a Chilean. Nevertheless, since it was born from a cow, it had a very gentle temperament, making it suitable as a mount. How about we raise a couple of Chileans in our divine envoy city to pull carts in the future? You saw that Anxi had really managed to research a Chilean and, upon hearing Anxi's words, felt a throbbing in his forehead. Anxi stopped the research. The Chilean is an auspicious beast. Creating too many fakes will make them less precious and diminish the reputation of a Chilean as an auspicious creature. Yi understood the background of Anxi's research on divine beasts and realized that divine beasts were even more extraordinary than beast gods, being a legend from the world of beast gods, which even beast gods had never seen. Therefore, he felt even more longing and reverence for the legends of divine beasts. He also learned that divine beasts had disappeared from that world, which is why the beast god created beastmen and sought to research divine beast genes, but could only produce similar replicas. Thus, he did not wish for replicas, as they would affect the impression of divine beasts in the hearts of the beastmen. Anxi nodded, agreeing that it made sense. The next day, he explained to the orcs that the strange cow researched by Anxi was not a monster, but a wild beast similar to the Chilean. A mythical creature. It was just that the beast god's messenger made it based on the Chilean. So it was not a Chilean and did not possess the ability to bring good luck. In fact, you could also have 9 tails. The 9-tailed form is just a mutation, not a significant change, so you could have it as well. However, it wouldn't have much effect. Just a way to show off as a descendant of some divine beast or something. Anxi watched as Anna, who could transform into a 9-tailed fox, saw her status soar. The beastmen were eager to revere her, claiming she had the most noble bloodline of the fox tribe, wanting to mate with her to produce more offspring with the bloodline of a 9-tailed fox. Anna knew that these were all brought to her by the beast god envoy, and that she herself did not have any noble bloodline. So feeling guilty, she ran to find Anxi to ask what to do about this matter. And she didn't expect such an effect. After thinking for a while, she realized that Anna was considered to be Qing Xian's sister, even though they weren't biological siblings. However, there were no beastmen left in the fox tribe they were familiar with. Otherwise, Yi and Qing Xian wouldn't have wandered off to establish a wandering beastmen tribe on their own. Perhaps there were other places in the distance with fox tribes, but there were very few in the area of the divine envoy city, and they didn't know anyone from other places. You don't need to worry. If anyone asks you, just say you don't know what's going on. You can say that I helped you activate the nine-tailed fox bloodline. But not all fox beastmen can activate the nine-tailed fox bloodline. It still depends on whether they have it themselves. Anxi seriously taught Anna to talk nonsense. After all, the orcs didn't understand what genes were. It was impossible to teach them such profound concepts right now. And the legends of the beast god, created by the beast god, had deeply rooted themselves in the hearts of all orcs on the orc continent. Now, telling them about atheism would not convince any orc. However, to ensure that Anna wouldn't be targeted by a morally questionable orc in the future, Anxi taught her to say that bloodline activation was involved. Not all orcs could activate their bloodlines, and only the beast god's messengers could identify what bloodlines existed. Anna felt much more at ease after hearing Anxi's explanation. She went back and told the orcs who asked her the same thing, stating that aside from having 9 tails, she didn't possess any other extraordinary abilities and that she wasn't of divine beast lineage. However, she still couldn't resist the orcs' admiration, especially from the male orcs. Previously, children born from females without transformation abilities would inherit their father's race. But now that females could transform, there is a certain probability of giving birth to children of the same race as the female. Although the probability was low, it was still a possibility. Anxi also mentioned that there was a very small chance that the child might inherit a combination of both parents' genes, resulting in a new race. However, this probability was extremely low. It would be quite remarkable to have one born every few thousand years. Anxi asked Yi whether he should change to the 9-tailed gene, which was also based on what happened with Anna. After all, Yi is the city lord, and adding a bit of mystical and illusory elements would also benefit his governance of the divine envoy city. Yi thought about it. He originally didn't care much about this matter, but Anxi made a valid point. Now that there are so many orcs in the divine envoy city, it has become difficult to manage. Although he is confident in himself, finding a better solution wouldn't hurt. As long as he can achieve his goals, he doesn't mind what method is used. All right, you choose a time and pick a good one, Yi said, extending his hand, knowing that Anxi was going to draw blood for testing. Anxi carefully conducted the examination on Yi, although the male's beast form made it clear what he was. Testing could still identify the most compatible genetic reagents. The fur color couldn't be changed casually. Dr. Zhao hadn't left me any specific genes for altering fur color, and the gene for adding a tail didn't include a fur color change option, which I also couldn't concoct myself. Yi nodded. Fine. He wasn't particularly dissatisfied with his fur color anyway. He decided to test Qing Xian as well, so he went out to call him over. He needed to be like me. After Anxi finished testing, Yi went out to find Qing Xian. Anxi shook his head. These two really are something. Yi is a red fox, and Qing Xian is a white fox. They just changed their tails. There's no need to be dizzy. Just wait. It doesn't necessarily mean that when they transform, they will become 9-tailed. Anxi finished modifying the two of them and then left it alone. She didn't know how intense the discussions among the beastmen in Divine Envoy City were regarding Yi and Qing Xuan's beast forms. The beastmen in Divine Envoy City were all saying that the Divine Envoy had the ability to alter beastmen genes, and they all wanted to see the Divine Envoy to check if they had any noble bloodlines that had not been activated. Although he had already explained to the beastmen that the probability was very low, and the Divine Envoy did not have the time to check each beastman, and that apart from the different beast forms, there were no other effects, it barely suppressed the beastmen's restless hearts. In fact, they didn't really want to become some divine beasts or anything. They just found it novel. Everyone believed that being different was certainly good, and everyone wanted to be unique. After the little Qilin was born, Anxi confirmed that this mixed transformation method was not problematic, so she injected herself with the genes of the vermilion bird that Dr. Zhao had replicated. Then, 24 hours later, she transformed, gaining red wings and additional red feathers, with the wings becoming larger than before. Chapter 190, Vermilion Bird Gene. Anxi feels that she can fly higher and farther than before, experiencing a true sense of freedom and ease. It's as if she has become the ruler of the sky. Anxi was taken aback. Isn't it just a copy? Just having a similar appearance can evoke such feelings? No wonder Zhuke is the king of all birds. Anxi spread her wings in the yard and soared into the clouds, feeling especially as if she had returned home. For some reason, a sound similar to a phoenix's cry, which she had seen on television before, came from Anxi's throat, feeling much more melodious and clear than the calls of the winged clan she usually heard. As soon as Anxi's phoenix song was heard, The birds in the forest flapped their wings and flew out, circling in the sky, but they did not approach Anxi, nor did they enter the divine envoy city. After hearing the sound, Dze and Qing immediately looked up to find the source of the sound, while many members of the winged tribe were also stunned, gazing at the sky. At this moment, Anxi was still flapping her wings above the divine envoy city, flying higher and higher, soaring past the clouds. For some reason, Anxi felt that the sensation was different from when she first changed her genes. Back then, flying for a while would tire her out, and she thought it might be because she wasn't used to flying. However, for some reason, she now felt an endless supply of energy, as if she could fly forever as long as she was in the sky. Anxi kept flying upwards, wanting to see just how high and far she could go without any other thoughts. And Shifei felt as if she had reached the top while flying, as if there was a layer of membrane restraining her, preventing her from flying any further. Anxi doesn't understand why, but perhaps it's because she can't fly out of the atmosphere? Is it because there is no air in outer space? Anxi gathered her wings after reaching the top and experienced the thrill of a rapid descent. She didn't understand why something she had clearly been afraid of before suddenly felt so courageous after just injecting the genes of the vermilion bird, which only turned her wings red. It was as if being in the sky made her fearless. Anxi slowly spread her wings after seeing the divine messenger city, slowing her descent. Qing, Dze, and many members of the winged tribe flew out, surprised to see Anxi and the others. After sensing again to confirm that they were not mistaken, Dze was extremely astonished. After all, just a few days ago, Anxi had to be taught flying techniques by him, yet now she could suddenly fly to altitudes he couldn't reach, soaring to heights of 10,000 meters, a place only he, as a Kuanpeng, could barely reach. However, Qing mentioned that Anxi had flown even higher than his limits. Moreover, they initially did not recognize it was Anxi. They only felt a suppression from their bloodline due to an inexplicable cry. Unlike the wolf tribe, the winged tribe did not inherently experience bloodline suppression. Many tribes hardly felt it at all, which is why the wolf tribe was considered a unique race on the beastman continent. Yet just now, they indeed felt a suppression from their bloodline. Even though they had never experienced this before, in that moment, they instinctively knew it was from their bloodline, without any reason. Logically, it wouldn't be strange for them to feel suppressed by the bloodline of the beast god messenger. However, the issue was that Anxi had been on the beastman continent for quite some time, clearly always a weak female, who just happened to know more than the beastmen. The beastmen respected Anxi for her knowledge and intelligence, and the beast god messenger had always been a female who could not transform. The first beast god messenger was the same, with no differences whatsoever. Why was this current beast god messenger so different? Not only could she transform, but she could also become a member of the winged tribe and exert bloodline suppression over them. Now, all the members of the winged tribe felt that if Anxi made a request using that kind of cry, they would have no way to refuse. It felt like a command, even with their loyalty to Dze, as long as Anxi wished. She could easily take the position of Wing King from him at any time. Dze looked at Anxi with a complex expression as she descended back down. Why are you all here? Did you come to pick me up? Anxi looked at the scene of the Wing clan mobilizing collectively, feeling a bit puzzled. Is this protection a bit too much? Is my flying skill that poor? Do they really need the entire Wing clan to keep an eye on me? And she had several black lines drawn across his forehead. Qing slightly bent down, gave Anxi a respectful bow, and then flew off to patrol. The other Wing tribe members, seeing Dze here, did not ask much either, and after also bowing to Anxi, they flew away. Anxi, what's going on? Why is everyone being so polite today? Anxi looked at Dze with confusion and asked, Dze, how have you changed? Aren't you the one with white wings? What happened to your feathers? And what was that voice just now? Dze was familiar with Anxi, and although it took him a moment to process everything, seeing Anxi speak to him made the intimidation he felt from the bloodline suppression diminish significantly, allowing him to voice his questions. Anxi tucked her wings away and returned to the big tree in the courtyard, sitting in a rattan chair. For some reason, she particularly liked the tree now. My genes have changed. I now possess the genes of the vermilion bird. Anxi explained nonchalantly, and when he saw Dze's incredulous expression, he smiled a little. What's there to be surprised about? Didn't you see the little Qilin I created before? It's just a resemblance, all fake. Dze swallowed hard, his Adam's apple moving. It's not that simple. You might not just be a mere resemblance. The cry you made when you soared into the sky gave all the winged clan, including me, a sense of bloodline suppression. Moreover, the height you flew to is something even the highest flying Qing cannot reach. And she was taken aback. Is it really like that? Is it not simple to inject one's own genes? What is going on with the Qiong Xiao ship, and what Dize mentioned? Anxi hurriedly called the Qiong Xiao to inquire. The Qiong Xiao was not clear about it, as this was a field where Dr. Zhao's research had previously failed. Failed. Anxi caught the key point in Qiong Xiao's words. Failure meant that it had been researched. What had Dr. Zhao discovered? This world is quite different, especially in terms of genes and energy. Many things seem similar to Earth as it once was, but in fact they're somewhat different. Before humanity's destruction, there have been many studies on the combination of animal and human genes, but the results were that it simply did not work. No one had ever succeeded in those studies. However, in this world, Dr. Zhao succeeded due to a special substance, and in the end, Dr. Zhao did not even know how to name this substance. And she frowned. So that's why there are orcs. And what about bloodline suppression? Is this the reason why Dr. Zhao studies divine beasts? Because he believes it might be possible to achieve? Yes, but he didn't succeed. Anxi listened to the cold mechanical voice of the Qiong Xiao and fell into deep thought. Dr. Zhao once said that this world-s Earth had an additional element, which allowed for the existence of beastmen. Otherwise, they had previously conducted experiments showing that human and beast genes simply couldn't combine. But this world managed to do it. Chapter 191. Parallel space-time? Clearly, it's still Earth, yet it's two completely different worlds. Dr. Zhao also had no idea what Earth experienced after humanity's destruction, whether it was parallel space or different times on the same timeline. However, Anxi initially chose to believe that this was Earth tens of thousands of years later. A reborn Earth after destruction, but now she was uncertain. Perhaps there really are parallel spaces in this world. After all, even time travel exists. She had seen the time machine with her own eyes. What else was impossible? Perhaps that time machine didn't bring her back tens of thousands of years, but instead took her to another parallel world. Otherwise, why would the time discrepancy be so large? Why did she arrive here 2,000 years later than when the previous beast god messenger activated the time machine? It might also be due to the time differences in different space-time continuums, who knows? Of course, Anxi could only make wild guesses. After all, her understanding of scientific research on space-time theory was still too superficial. She had nothing but wild imagination, which was why she believed whatever Dr. Zhao said immediately. Because if she didn't believe, she had no other way to explain it. When faced with things she didn't understand, she naturally had to trust others' research first. Dize felt that the situation was quite serious. There could be no negligence regarding Anxi's matter. Thus, everyone gathered again in the courtyard to discuss and study what was going on. Are you saying that Anxi has a bloodline suppression over all the Wing clan, including you? He looked at Dize in disbelief. Dize nodded. He also found it incredible, but that was the fact. He didn't even understand why he recognized it as bloodline suppression, as he had never felt it before. But when Anxi's call occurred, the feeling of submission within him told him that it was indeed bloodline suppression. He didn't know why he felt that way. It seemed to be something inherent in his bloodline. No need to know the reason, just a hint was enough for him to understand. Moreover, he seriously asked the Wing clan beastmen who appeared with him at that moment. Although he realized it when all the Wing clan beastmen acted without his command, he still rigorously asked again. Unsurprisingly, all the Wing clan beastmen he questioned confirmed that they felt the bloodline suppression. Although they didn't know what bloodline suppression was, at that moment they understood that they had to submit. Dize looked at Xiao, who was frowning in thought. You Wolf clan has bloodline suppression. You should know what that is, right? Xiao paused for a moment, then raised his head with a serious expression. Indeed, the Wolf clan has always had bloodline suppression, but I have never been suppressed. I was born with the bloodline suppression over other wolf beastmen, so I don't know what that feeling is. Dize squinted at Xiao's irritating words, wondering how he could possibly want to beat him up. However, there has always been a legend among the Wolf clan that they were one of the earliest races to emerge in this world. The Snow Wolves were not created by the Beast God, but existed on the Beastman continent beforehand. It was just that the Beast God bestowed upon them greater wisdom. He pondered for a moment, saying, it is said that the earliest species on the Beastman continent were some small insects and terrestrial animals, and the giant-tailed scorpion was one of them. However, the giant-tailed scorpion race was too savage and warlike, so the Beast God did not grant them wisdom. Many of the sea races were also species that existed on the Beastman continent from the very beginning. What we clearly know is that the species brought from the Beast God's world are the canine and equine races. Anxi nodded. Although Dr. Zhao's writing was not detailed enough, it did indeed mention that both the canine and equine clans had records. However, the Winged clan has never had bloodline suppression. It has never existed since the birth of the Winged clan. Moreover, Anxi asked me yesterday to help him learn flying skills. And today, he directly flew to an altitude of over 10,000 meters. I asked Qinglian, who is known for flying the highest among the Eagle clan beastmen. And even he could not fly that high. Dize looked at Anxi and asked, Anxi, how high did you actually fly today? I saw you flying upwards the whole time, and we waited for you for a long time below, but didn't see you come down. Anxi thought for a moment. When I fly, I can't really feel how high I am. It just feels like I've reached the top, and if I fly any higher, I'll be flying out of the earth, as if there's an obstacle. Dize took a deep breath. It's said that among the sea tribes, only the Kuan tribe can dive to the deepest part of the ocean, and among the winged tribes, only the Pung tribe can fly to the ends of the sky. However, no beastmen have ever seen the Pung and Kuan tribes. The Golden Eagle tribe, where Qing is, has become the highest flying winged tribe in the minds of the beastmen. Qingxian sat in a bamboo chair, looked around at everyone, and thought, this doesn't sound like anything bad. Everyone pondered for a while, and they agreed with Qingxian. After all, it's not a bad thing, so there's no need to rush. Let's take it slow and see. Actually, I have an idea. Anxi thought for a moment and decided to speak about this matter. After all, the people in this room were the ones she trusted the most, and were also the ones who knew the most about the origins of the beastmen. The several beastmen in the room looked at Anxi, somewhat puzzled, waiting for her to speak. I've told you about the origins of the beastmen and how you were created, which is through the combination of beast genes and human genes. You may not understand what genes are, but that doesn't prevent you from grasping the general idea. The beast represents your beast form, while the human represents your human form. So after Dr. Zhao created you, he referred to you as beastmen. However, you might not know that in our world, all humans, including men and women, are in that human form and cannot transform into beasts. In our world, many studies have proven that beast genes and human genes cannot combine. But after Dr. Zhao and the others came to the beastman continent for some reason, the beastman genes were able to combine with human genes, and not in a bizarre, mutated way, but rather resulting in complete beings that can transform into both beasts and humans. The beastmen felt that Anxi's words were unusual, so why are the two worlds so different? And she looked at the puzzled expressions of the crowd and said, because of a special type of energy, I just haven't figured out how to name it. It's only because the Orc continent possesses this energy that everything has become possible. You looked at Anxi, pondering. So what you mean is, this energy has other powers? Chapter 192. Perhaps myths are real? So now I suspect that all the myths in our world are not impossible. Perhaps they're just histories from different times and spaces. After all, orcs are also myths in our time and space. Perhaps you don't know, in our world, although humans have intelligent brains and can even leave this continent and planet with external force, we have made no progress in the development of the human body we have been pursuing. Yet in our world, there are clearly records in the Shanhai Jing, classic of mountains and seas, ancient mythologies, and later abilities to fly and travel through the earth, which over time became wall running and later just became about strengthening the body with nothing else being possible. Everything has turned into legends, and people regard them as stories, with no one believing they ever existed. Perhaps they are afraid to believe because it feels too distant. You pondered for a moment, but Dr. Zhao also believes, right? That's why he created the orcs and instilled the myths of your world into them. The orcs firmly believe this, after all. They could switch between beast form and human form, and the ancient legendary divine beasts and deities were so close to their various beast forms and appearances. Xiao, do you know where that energy is? After everyone left without reaching a conclusion, and she asked Xiao, it is everywhere in this world, just like air. It is a substance. When Dr. Zhao first arrived in this world to test its energy, he discovered it. The difference between this world and that world is that, aside from this unknown energy, everything else has conditions suitable for biological survival, just much better than the conditions we had on Earth. This is the first time Anxi is discussing this matter with the Xiao. She had always been hesitant to ask before, feeling that such mysterious things were beyond her understanding. However, now her curiosity is overwhelming, especially after she injected the Zhuke gene and gained bloodline suppression. Anxi took a deep breath and asked, so, you really don't know what the Zhuke gene I injected is all about? Anxi returned and learned about the bloodline suppression, and combined with the strange feeling that had suddenly appeared within her, as if the sky belonged to her, she immediately asked Xiao for the reason. However, Xiao's answer was that it didn't know. Now Anxi couldn't help but ask Xiao again. After all, Xiao was the only one who could provide her with answers. Xiao indeed did not know. Anxi thought for a moment and asked again, then perhaps I should ask in a different way. For example, Why did Dr. Zhao not inject himself after developing this gene modification reagent? Why didn't he inject the first beast god messenger? Dr. Zhao did inject himself, but it failed because his genes had already been modified in the original world. The humans in that world had altered their own genes, allowing them to sleep in stasis pods for hundreds or thousands of years. He didn't inject the first beast god messenger because that messenger was not very confident in this gene modification reagent. After much hesitation, he only injected it at the end of his life, but it didn't have the same effect as yours. Anxi actually suspected that the Anxi Ohio had been ordered by Dr. Zhao to treat her as a test subject, which is why she asked that question, wanting to see if Dr. Zhao and the first beast god messenger had injected her. At first, Anxi hesitated, as the idea of genetic alteration sounded absurd. However, Anxi had a flaw. The more ridiculous something was, the more she believed in it, which sparked her immense curiosity. Before her journey, she was an adventurer, and her thirst for exploration was deeply hidden beneath her complacent exterior. In the end, she chose to believe and accept this, as it presented her with a completely new and unknown world, something she had always dreamed of. Why is my effect the best? Anxi took a deep breath and asked. The Xiao had no independent research capabilities and could only perform data analysis. Anxi's physical condition was better than that of the first beast god messenger. From the moment Anxi arrived on the Orc continent, her body quickly adapted to the environment there. The Xiao's data could only analyze these surface-level conditions because it had no independent thoughts and could not make any guesses. Everything relied on data. This is why artificial intelligence, no matter how intelligent, cannot replace humans, it cannot create. So why do I feel a bloodline suppression effect just from injecting genes resembling the vermilion bird? Isn't that a replica made by Dr. Zhao? Isn't it fake? Just like that Chilean beast. Yes, Dr. Zhao extracted genes from various beast species based on the historical records of the vermilion bird's image and successfully matched them, but it is not the true vermilion bird gene. Does that mean that piecing together these genes makes one the king of the winged clan? Do you know the principle behind bloodline suppression? I don't know. When Dr. Zhao was around, he was unaware of the existence of bloodline suppression. He did not discover it. Anxi realized she couldn't get any more information and had to give up on her inquiries. The data from the Qianguo might only serve to support her in the future. All thoughts and speculations would have to come from her. Her relationship with the Qianguo was simply one where she asked, and it answered. Anxi felt the energy within her body, a sensation of power that could transform her at any moment, as long as she wished. She wondered if that strange energy was indeed the same energy she was experiencing. Could it be possible that the legendary orcs from myths actually existed, and that the tales of them spitting water or breathing fire were merely exaggerations? Anxi thought that perhaps one day, when the Divine Messenger City could dominate the Orc continent, she would travel around this world to see what differences it truly had. Anxi fell asleep with this thought in mind. On the other side, Xiao opened her eyes. She knew that Anxi had not really fallen asleep. When she wanted to talk to the Xiao, she could use her voice or communicate through brainwaves. So, although Xiao did not hear the previous conversation, it did not prevent her from knowing that Anxi was still awake. After all, having slept beside Anxi for so long, she could judge whether Anxi was asleep by her breathing. Seeing that Anxi had just fallen asleep, Xiao realized that Anxi was indeed communicating with the Xiao. Reflecting on the events of the day, a hint of complexity flashed in Xiao's eyes. Anxi can now be considered the king of the Wing Clan, having replaced Emperor Zhe. That cry was heard not only by the Wing Clan, but also by many beastmen. Chapter 193, Heavy Rain. Anxi thought that perhaps one day, when the Divine Envoy City could dominate the Orc continent, she would travel around the world to see what differences this world truly had. And she fell asleep with this thought in mind. On the other side, Xiao opened her eyes. She knew that she had not actually fallen asleep. When she wanted to communicate with the Xiao, she could use her voice or communicate through brainwaves. Therefore, although Xiao did not hear the conversation just now, it did not prevent her from knowing that Anxi was awake. After all, having slept next to Anxi for so long, she could judge whether Anxi was asleep by her breathing. Seeing that Anxi had just fallen asleep, Xiao realized that Anxi was indeed communicating with the Xiao. Reflecting on the events of the day, a hint of complexity flashed in Xiao's eyes. Anxi can now be considered the king of the Wing Clan, having replaced Emperor Zhe. That one call was heard not only by the Wing Clan, but also by many beastmen. Besides the Winged Clan feeling the suppression of their bloodline, they also sensed something that was hard to describe. However, as the Wolf King, Xiao's perception was clearer. It was a feeling of possessing immense power. A a sense of not having anything to bow down before. The wolf clan was once regarded as the race closest to the beast god, precisely because they had this strange bloodline suppression. But now, through Anxi and the Qiongxiao, he had come to understand the nature of the beast god. The wolf clan's closest connection was certainly not with the beast god that created them. Their uniqueness simply existed because of their instinct to survive, even in their wild state. The wolf clan had awakened their bloodline, and they had some intelligence back then, although not as sharp as now. It was the beast god who helped them increase their wisdom, allowing them to transform into human form, but their racial memory was still preserved. They always thought the beast god knew everything, but it seemed that the beast god was also unaware of the wolf clan's bloodline matters. The next day, when Anxi woke up, she saw it was raining heavily outside and felt regretful that she couldn't go out flying again, as she had begun to quite enjoy that feeling. Shou looked at Anxi's lack of enthusiasm upon seeing the rain and shook his head helplessly. Ever since Anxi got her wings, she had become obsessed with flying. Previously, he could manage her, but now she flew freely without needing to call for Emperor Zhe. However, Emperor Zhe still followed her under the pretense of teaching her flying skills to ensure her safety, and Anxi couldn't shake him off, as she couldn't escape from Emperor Zhe. But now that Anxi had suddenly developed a bloodline suppression over Emperor Zhe, it seemed that whatever she said in the future, he would have no choice but to listen. Shou felt a bit of a headache. Who could control her now? The heavy rain continued for 3 days, and Anxi began to worry. It almost never rained this heavily in this area, which was why the divine envoy tribe had been able to live peacefully at the foot of Wing Mountain for so long without any issues with their houses. However, the current downpour had completely disrupted the usual climate. Fortunately, the houses where the beastmen in Divine Envoy City lived were rebuilt later and were not the old dilapidated wooden houses. Otherwise, they might have collapsed, leaving them to sleep in caves. But now Anxi feared that if the rain continued, it might cause a flash flood, especially since there was no sign of it letting up. Fortunately, Divine Envoy City had dug 2 moats, allowing the water to flow away through the channels. So there wouldn't be any major issues for the time being. Until the 4th day, when the heavy rain was still falling, Yi, unable to sit still, put on a raincoat and came to Anxi's room again. With this constant downpour, will there be any danger? I asked Tung Yamo for help to go take a look. Now that the ground in Divine Envoy City is paved with bricks, it doesn't feel too bad, but the land outside is turned to mud. The soil along the moats in the outer city is too loose, and many trees have fallen, damaging 2 shops. The water level in the moats has risen, and it seems it will continue to rise. Anxi furrowed her brows as she listened to Ye's description of the night. What about the other side of the mountain? Is there a possibility of a landslide? Yi thought for a moment and replied, this mountain is made of stone, with only a layer of soil on top. Usually, only fruit trees can be planted here, and many things cannot be grown, so it should be fine. Anxi nodded, agreeing. She knew that when the Pangolin tribe dug tunnels, they had also discovered mines in some places not too far or too close, and the gathering place of the bear tribe was like a masterpiece of craftsmanship, with the mountain cut sharply, clearly made of rock on one side. The main thing now is to always keep an eye on the river channel of the moat outside the Divine Envoy City. Otherwise, if the water level continues to rise, it could very well flood the city. I understand. He nodded, realizing that Anxi was right. The moat must not be blocked, or the Divine Envoy City would suffer. Normally, the flow of the moat wouldn't get blocked, but the rain had washed away the soil on both sides of the river, turning it into sludge that entered the channel, along with stones, trees, and all sorts of debris. If not cleared in time, it could easily become blocked, leading to a decrease in drainage capacity. Ye, not caring about the heavy rain outside, gathered many orcs to help clear the moat. Little Anrin and Little Wuyo had nothing to do for several days, so Anxi could only teach them at home. In the meantime, Yi came to find Anxi once more, saying they couldn't move the stones blocking the river channel between the moat and Yishan and wanted to ask Anxi for explosives to blast them open. Unfortunately, the explosives were not waterproof. Once wet, they wouldn't ignite. Anxi spent a whole day crafting sealed bamboo tubes using beeswax to blow open the river channel. After blasting it open, they managed to clear most of the sludge and rubble, but there were still many stones and soil at the foot of Yishan, making it easy for debris to accumulate again. He had a headache just thinking about it. There was no other way. With the heavy rain falling, they couldn't do anything else and could only arrange for someone to regularly clean the river channel. They would have to wait until the rain stopped to properly address the drainage system issues. Anxi spread his hands, indicating that there was no better way. He sighed and lamented that fortunately, there were tools made by Anxi before, like shovels and picks. Otherwise, they really wouldn't know how to deal with the mud. So every day, orcs braved the heavy rain, carrying shovels and baskets to clear the rubble and mud. Even the immensely strong orcs found this work tiring. Anxi reminded Yi to remember to give them 3 times the usual wage as compensation for their work. Anxi also braved the heavy rain and found a huge cave on the other side of Yishan. He brought by Hao and the orcs from the cooking class to prepare meals for the orcs who were cleaning the moat. It's time to eat. And she usually ran to the cave entrance, shouting at the beastmen in the river channels who were all muddy, telling them to come back and have something to eat and take a break. Otherwise, the beastmen would keep working all day, which wasn't good for their health. Chapter 194, Clearing the River Channels and Gossiping. Anxi prepared hot water for them, brewed ginger tea, and even let them soak their feet in ginger water. However, the orcs seemed to have no understanding of wellness. They couldn't comprehend why, after spending a whole day cleaning the river outside, they still needed to soak when they returned. Anxi had no choice but to bring up Qingxian. You all should know that jiang cha is meant to ward off the cold, even after getting soaked in the rain. You should drink it. Although usually only females drink it, I know you all are in good health. However, after being drenched by heavy rain for several days, even strong males like you can't stand it. The same goes for soaking your feet in ginger water. Hurry up and soak them. Once you do, you'll feel comfortable. If you get sick because you didn't listen to me, you can imagine what kind of expression Qingxian from your Wing clan will have when you go to see the doctor, right? If you don't want to see Qingshuan's face, then make sure to drink jiangcha and soak your feet in ginger water. Otherwise, I'll have to talk to Qingxian about it. After Anxi brought Qingxian out, the beastmen became much more obedient, as Qingshuan's sour face was as famous in the divine envoy city as his beauty. Ever since Anxi made Qingxian wear women's clothes in front of the beastmen last time, more and more beastmen have been bothering Qingxian, and some pretended to be sick. Every time Qingxian figured it out, he would throw them out. Since then, Qingshuan's face has grown increasingly sour, and he realized the cost of wearing women's clothes. However, after sulking for a few days with Anxi, he ultimately couldn't bring himself to get angry at Anxi and ended up venting all his frustrations on the beastmen who came to see him. If they were treated as females, it would be somewhat better, especially for the males. For those who were disobedient and caught minor illnesses resembling a cold, Qingxian would make sure to torment them during treatment, making it as uncomfortable as possible. He would choose methods that made recovery the hardest, and give them the most bitter medicines. Especially for those who pretended to be sick, their situation would be even worse. Qingxian would take the opportunity to give them some good stuff to strengthen their bodies, but the good stuff was usually not tasty. Particularly for those who pretended to be sick, they would be handing their weaknesses directly to Qingxian, meaning that when they would recover from their illness was entirely up to him. After a few times, Qingxian used his thunderous methods to scare all the beastmen, making them only remember the strict healer Qingxian and forget the cross-dressing big-shot Qingxian. Anxi looked at the suddenly obedient orcs and snorted dismissively. Wouldn't it have been better if they had followed her instructions from the start? Why did she have to resort to such drastic measures? And remember to take off their clothes and hang them on the rack next to the fire to dry, making sure to dry all the damp spots. Anxi frowned and reminded the orcs about their wet clothes sticking tightly to their bodies. As soon as Anxi finished speaking, an orc who had a bad memory immediately replied, "Lord Divine Envoy, won't we still get wet if we go out after finishing our meal? What's the point of doing this?" Anxi sneered. "Hee, you study well, huh? You even know the term unnecessary action? Didn't I tell you that wearing wet clothes for a long time can cause a cold? Are you all just wanting to catch a cold to see your doctor?" The orc immediately backed down, thinking it would be simpler to dry his clothes. However, orcs would typically take off their clothes to dry them, and fortunately, they could grow fur from their beast form to cover themselves, so it wasn't considered running around naked. Orcs used to do this, only using thick animal skins on the bed during winter, so no one thought it was strange. But now, the clothing from the deer tribe in the Divine Messenger City was very popular. Almost everyone had some, and it wasn't expensive. In Divine Messenger City, everyone could be self-sufficient, and earning money to buy clothes wasn't difficult. However, after wearing these clothes for a long time, they felt insecure without them. They even became shy. The orcs couldn't quite explain what was happening to them, but they felt inexplicably shy. After finishing their meal, drinking a bowl of ginger soup, soaking their feet, and following the process of drying their clothes, the orcs were almost ready to rest. Originally, they were strong males. Hunting and fighting all day was nothing, and working now wasn't much either, just a bit tiring. So the orcs who felt ready went to clear the river channel. But before going to clear the river, they quietly started chatting. The Divine Messenger is so kind, gentle, and beautiful. She is truly considerate of us. We've done even harder work before. But neither the females nor the males, even our own partners, would come to cook for us or supervise us drying clothes. Yes, yes. But we shouldn't be making her so busy and have her supervise us, right? Yes, yes, tomorrow when we drink ginger tea and soak our feet in ginger water, we should have a better attitude. Whatever the divine messenger says goes, no arguing. Yes, we all listen to the divine messenger. But the divine messenger is really beautiful. Of course. Did you know? The divine messenger is now the queen of the winged tribe. And she has the unique red wings that no other winged tribe on the Orc continent has. Hey, I saw her with white wings the other day. How do they turn red? You don't know? The divine messenger has leveled up again. It's said to be the wings of the divine beast Juke, but I really don't know the details. However, I did see her let out a cry that day. It was spectacular, and she flew straight into the sky. Really? I really saw it with my own eyes. But now there are several females in Divine Messenger City who can partially transform, and males wanting to be their partners have to line up outside the city. If only I could find a female who can partially transform. Look at that nine-tailed fox female. She is adorable. I want to find a female who can fly into the sky like the Divine Messenger. But it seems like there's only the Divine Messenger in Divine Messenger City. Sigh. It's a pity I'm not worthy of the Divine Messenger. You're still dreaming about the Divine Messenger? Your appetite is quite big. Sigh. But to be fair, who doesn't tea like the Divine Messenger? However, if you want to find a female with wings who can fly, you should go to the winged tribe. Didn't T the Divine Messenger say that the breed of the female's father determines the form of the partial transformation? Is that so? I see. Then I'll go back and look for females in the winged tribe. You think it's that easy? Have you considered whether the females from the winged tribe would even want to find you? They can fly after partially transforming and don't need protection easily. Anxi heard the orcs talking about her gossip while they finally managed to rest, and she felt quite helpless. The experiences of these orcs were indeed so vibrant. They could be so lively just after a little rest from such exhausting work. Chapter 195. Compass the Divine Envoy is so kind, gentle, and beautiful. She is really considerate of us. We've done even harder work in the past, but neither the females nor the males, not even our own partners, would come to cook for us or supervise us while we dry our clothes. Yes, yes. But we shouldn't trouble the Divine Envoy to be so busy helping us and supervising us. That is really not right, is it? Yes, yes. Tomorrow, when we drink ginger tea and soak our feet in ginger water, we should be more respectful. Whatever the Divine Envoy says goes, and we shouldn't argue, right? We must listen to the Divine Envoy. But the Divine Envoy is truly beautiful. Of course. Did you know? The Divine Envoy is now the ruler of the winged tribe. The Divine Envoy has red wings that no other winged tribe on the Orc continent has. It's unique. Hey, I saw her with white wings the other day. How they turn red? Don't you know? The Divine Envoy has advanced again. It's said to be the wings of the divine beast Juke. I really don't know the details, but I did see the Divine Envoy let out a call that day. It was so majestic, and she flew straight up into the clouds. Really, I really saw it with my own eyes. However, now there are several females in the Divine Envoy City who can partially transform, and the males who want to be their partners have to line up outside the city. If only I could find a female who can partially transform. Look at that nine-tailed fox female. She is so cute. I want to find a female who can fly up to the clouds like the Divine Envoy. It seems that currently, the only one in Divine Envoy City is the Divine Envoy herself. Alas, it's a pity I'm not worthy of the Divine Envoy. You're still dreaming about the Divine Envoy? Your appetite is quite big. Alas, but then again, who doesn't tea like the Divine Envoy? But if you want to find a female with wings who can fly, you should look for them in the winged tribe. Don't you know? The Divine Envoy has said that the species of the female's father determines her partial transformation. Really? So that is how it is. Then I'll go back and look for females in the winged tribe. You think it's that easy? Have you considered whether the females of the winged tribe would be willing to be with you? Once they can partially transform, they can fly and don't need protection easily. Anxi heard the orcs, who had finally managed to rest, gossiping about her, and she couldn't help but feel helpless. These orcs really had such vigorous experiences. Despite the exhausting work, they could bounce back and be full of energy after just a short rest. Once the heavy rain stopped, the crisis of the flooded Divine Envoy City was finally over. Night began to gather the orcs from the Sea Tribe and Pangolin Tribe to widen the river mouth together. And she's cooking for the orcs, widening the river channel spread. And once again, her reputation as a kind-hearted beauty was known throughout the Divine Envoy City. Spring passed just like that, and the Cheelan beast grew quite a bit, aside from not being able to transform into a human. It surprisingly had a high intelligence and could even understand some of the things that she said. And she was also surprised. This Cheelan beast had been injected with intelligence genes, So how could it have such a high IQ? Could it be that the successful combination of multiple wild beast genes really made such a difference? Unfortunately, and she was not well versed in this area of research. All the data came from Dr. Zhao. The experiments she claimed to have conducted alongside the Qiong Shao were like building blocks that Dr. Zhao had already prepared, selecting the materials and shaping them, leaving she with blueprints on how to assemble them. And she just needed to follow the instructions. At most, he could exercise some imagination and create different shapes, but overall, everything was already prepared. Anxi wants to learn more, and now that the Divine Envoy City is basically stable and she can fly by herself, she plans to discuss with Xiao about continuing the expedition to explore places they haven't been to before. The Qiong Shao also mentioned that Dr. Zhao hasn't fully explored, and there are still unknowns about whether there are other creatures in different parts of this planet, and if there are unique life forms. Anxi doesn't plan to bring too many orcs this time. They should have their own lives and shouldn't have to follow her every time she has an idea of where to go. Moreover, she is now able to protect herself and is no longer a burden that the orcs have to carry. You want to go out? Travel far? You couldn't understand why Anxi liked to roam outside. I want to see worlds I've never seen before. Otherwise, what's the point of my long life? Anxi looked at Ye's worried expression and couldn't help but soften her heart. I haven't said that I'm leaving tomorrow, so why are you worried? Besides, I'm not coming back. I mainly want to go see the land across the sea. There should be other orcs or other species there. He looked at Anxi and knew she couldn't persuade her, as she had never succeeded in doing so before, so she gave up trying to convince her. Just as Anxi had said before, everyone has their own ambitions, and one can't force others' thoughts. However, after thinking it over, Anxi decided not to set off so quickly, because she couldn't bear to let the two little ones, Anren and Wuyo, run around with them at such a young age. It would be better to stay in the Divine Envoy City for a while, especially since the two little ones hadn't solidified their foundational knowledge yet. If they went out, they definitely wouldn't have the patience to study. Anren and Wuyo, the two little fellows, still do not know that their opportunity for a long journey is about to slip away, as they are still busy with their training. Meanwhile, Anxi stays at home, researching orc genes with the Qiong Shao team every day, wanting to get everything ready for the orcs before they go out. For example, regarding the female half-transformation, Anxi has conducted numerous anonymous citywide votes recently, such as for the most beautiful female, the kindest female, the female with the best character, the female who cooks the best, the most knowledgeable female, and so on. Although most of the orcs wrote Anxi's name on their voting slips, Anxi still had them tally the votes to find out the name of the female with the most votes besides her, and then offered her the opportunity for transformation. In fact, Anxi just wanted to find an excuse to allow the females of the Divine Envoy City to transform more, but since she couldn't manage them all, she came up with various titles to stir things up. As a result, the females in Divine Envoy City have become quite competitive, needing to present their most beautiful, kind, and gentle selves whenever they go out. Even the previously arrogant females have toned down significantly, all because Anxi said she wouldn't give the overly arrogant females the chance to transform. Anxi has made ample preparations for this long journey, and the academy in Shinshiching has now been successfully established, allowing the orcs to move in. Anxi also needs to find a way to assign homework to the orcs, extending the curriculum all the way to high school, and teach them the method of making gunpowder. Chapter 196, The Great Wall. Since they are still reluctant to let the two little ones, Anren and Wuyo, follow them around at such a young age, it is better for them to stay in Shinshiching for a while, especially since the two little ones have not yet solidified their foundational knowledge. If they go out now, they definitely won't have the patience to study. Anren and Wuyong, the two little ones, were still unaware that their opportunity for a long journey was about to slip away, as they were still busy training. Meanwhile, Anxi stayed at home, studying orc genes with the Qiong Shao, wanting to get everything ready for the orcs before their outing. For example, regarding the female half-transformation, Anxi had conducted many anonymous citywide votes in recent days, such as for the most beautiful female, the kindest female, the best-natured female, the best cook female, the most knowledgeable female, and so on. Although most of the orcs wrote Anxi's name on the voting slips, she still had them tally the votes to find the name of the female with the highest votes besides her, and then gave her the opportunity to transform. In fact, Anxi was looking for an excuse to let more females in the Divine Envoy City transform, but lacked the energy to manage it all. So she thought of various titles to stir things up. As a result, the females in Divine Envoy City became quite competitive, making sure to present their most beautiful, kind, and gentle sides whenever they went out. Even the previously arrogant females had toned down significantly, All because Anxi said that she wouldn't give the overly arrogant females the chance to transform. Anxi has made ample preparations for this long journey, and the academy in the Divine Envoy City has now been successfully established. The orcs have all successfully moved in, and Anxi is also thinking of ways to assign tasks to the orcs, providing textbooks all the way up to high school, and teaching them the method of making gunpowder. After all, this is also a kind of weapon for Divine Envoy City. For the future development of the orc continent, it is impossible to keep the formula a secret forever. After all, among the 4 great inventions of ancient China, papermaking, gunpowder, and movable-type printing have all been realized, leaving only the compass. Natural magnets have already been mined by the orcs, and Anxi has seen them, but there's been no practical plan to produce a compass yet. In fact, the method of making a compass is quite simple, and Anxi did not exert much effort. He just prefers the ancient south-pointing spoon and wants the orcs to gradually develop towards the medieval era of China. In Anxi's view, that was a desirable era. Despite the social system being unfair, the various buildings, culture, and cuisine were all very beautiful and exquisite. Anxi started making clothes for the first time by creating kipayos and ancient costumes, simply because she loves the culture of that era. And she found To with a natural magnet and explained to him the principle of the compass, asking him to craft it in a circular shape. After all, To is the greatest sculptor in the God Envoy City, and this relatively simple craft could be easily accomplished. To took 2 days to polish the natural magnet into the shape of a spoon, making the south pole of the magnet into a longer spoon handle, and had the blacksmith shop create a smooth, mirror-like base out of bronze with directional engravings. The day after To finished, and she took it to school and explained the use of the compass to the beastmen. The beastmen usually worked from sunrise to sunset, and the previous beast god envoy taught them to determine direction based on the sun, moon, and stars in the sky. Anxi has made a compass for them this time, confirming the north-south direction based on their usual observations. The spoon made of magnetite rotates on a bronze base, and when it stops, the direction indicated by the spoon's handle is true south, while the direction indicated by the spoon's mouth is true north. After creating this compass, it was found that it roughly aligned with what the orcs generally believed to be north and south, although there was a slight deviation in true north and south. This allowed the orcs to finally have a more detailed understanding of directions. However, it is unclear whether Yi is exceptionally smart because he is a sage or for some other reason, but he managed to mark true north and south while drawing the map. As a result, those looking at the map can finally be more accurate and avoid the situation of having a map but lacking a sense of direction. Anxi finished the compass and decided to further arm the Divine Messenger City. Gunpowder is kept as a last resort, a trump card that should not be used lightly. It's enough to set off some fireworks occasionally. The main focus should be on strengthening the defensive structures, which is what armed to the teeth means. Although the Divine Messenger City currently has walls and a moat, the area behind the walls is directly where the orcs live, which is still not very safe. As long as they can cross the moat, a single wall is not a significant obstacle, especially considering the strength of the orcs on the orc continent. If it's a giant-tailed scorpion, last time they couldn't find the exact location of the Divine Messenger City, but once they do, it will lead to a fierce battle. Anxi hopes that no matter what happens in the Divine Envoy City, there will be no damage at all. Therefore, Anxi first has the orcs build catapults, and then unites the allied orcs within the Divine Envoy City to incorporate all their territories into the city. Managing these territories can be quite troublesome, as they are mainly used for farming and hunting. Anxi wants to build a great wall in the orc continent, enclosing these areas continuously, but this is not a simple project. In the orc world, it is not considered a burden on the people and resources, and it is much easier compared to the process humans went through back in the day. After all, orcs are strong and healthy and do not get sick from overexertion. Starting from the Divine Messenger City as the center, they will head towards the grasslands, encircling the territories of the Ox Clan, Sheep Clan, and Horse Clan without taking too much additional land, then returning from the Dog Clan and Pangolin Clan. On the other side, starting from the South City, they will include the Weasel Clan, Mongoose Clan, and Elephant Clan, extending all the way to where the Cheongxiao ship is located. Once the construction of the Great Wall begins, all the orcs will disperse, returning to their original gathering places. A construction team will build a brick kiln in each clan's gathering area, and every day they will produce bricks along with stones and the cement that Anxi has researched, gradually constructing a little each day within their respective territories, extending towards both sides until they eventually meet and connect. In this way, the work is not actually very time-consuming, especially for the strong and robust orcs. Anxi flies out every day to check on the progress of the orcs, The construction of the Great Wall is based on the height that the orcs can jump after transforming. It must be built to a height that the orcs cannot jump over even after becoming beast-shaped, otherwise it would be a waste of effort. In fact, it's more about preventing future issues. Rather, Anxi thinks the orcs in the divine envoy city are too idle and gives them something to do. Chapter 197. The human world. Since the construction of the Great Wall began, all the orcs have dispersed, returning to their original gathering places. A construction team builds a brick kiln in each tribe's gathering area. Then every day, they produce bricks along with stones and the cement that Anxi has developed. They construct a little every day, each tribe building in their own territory, then extending outwards until they connect with each other. This process isn't actually a very lengthy task, especially for the strong and robust orcs. Every day, Anxi would fly out to check on the orcs' progress. The construction of the Great Wall was based on the height that the orcs could jump after transforming. It had to be built so that once the orcs transformed, they couldn't jump over it, which would signify that it had the necessary defensive capability, otherwise it would all be in vain. The construction of the Great Wall took several years, during which Xiao, Anren, and Wuyo also grew up, able to thrive independently. In the orc continent, once children could run and jump, they would no longer rely on their parents and were capable of self-sufficiency, not needing care anymore. During this time, Anxi also traveled with Xiao, Dais, Baihao, and Tama to many nearby places. However, she never succeeded in going to the place she always wanted to visit, the other continent across the sea. Xiao would always find various excuses to stop her. Anxi noticed something was off when she was casually allowed to configure genetic drugs. Xiao was gradually granting her more power, but was unwilling to let her sail freely. It was only after the Great Wall was successfully constructed that Xiao explained a reason to Anxi. It turned out that the other continent across the sea was where Dr. Zhao first introduced human genes. Initially, Dr. Zhao's mission was simply to achieve human regeneration. But during the process, he observed the species in that world and found a way to combine human genes with local species in an experiment, leading to the creation of a new species, the orcs. The orcs were powerful, almost like they had cheats, but their development was slow, unlike humans who continuously advanced by adapting to the environment and inventing. The orcs' beast forms seemed too adapted to the environment, allowing them to live like wild animals in the mountains and forests, relying on their instincts for hunting and survival. Because the orcs subconsciously chose their more environment-adapted beast forms and rarely used their human forms, Dr. Zhao was afraid they would abandon their human forms. So he personally taught them how to survive in human form. Although humans were Dr. Zhao's kin, he favored the orcs more because they were his creations, viewing them as his children. To prevent the orcs and humans from affecting each other, Dr. Zhao released the two types of genes in different locations, separated by a vast ocean that even the sea people would not easily cross. Additionally, to prevent humans from discovering the sea people, he deliberately created a time machine and placed it on the shores of the human world, then sent a beast envoy over. The activation of the time machine caused the area near that sea in the human world to become desolate, where nothing could survive, making it impossible for humans to live there, so humans rarely ventured there for thousands of years. After hearing Xiong Zhao's explanation, Anxi finally understood the entire truth. From the beginning, Anxi felt that the idea of combining human genes with local species for humans to adapt was absurd. It turned out Dr. Zhao had already released human genes, and the orcs were merely an experiment he conducted in his spare time. She expected that after the experiment succeeded, Dr. Zhao's affection for the orcs he created would grow even stronger, leading to the series of events that brought her and another beast envoy here. At that moment, Anxi suddenly had a bad thought. What was Dr. Zhao so worried about? Not wanting me to go to that human continent? Xiong Zhao's answer was as she expected. He feared you might grow closer to your human kin, prefer living on the human continent, and not regard the orcs as companions. Unwilling to teach the orcs to develop. Without the constraints, Xiong Zhao spoke the truth without any concealment, completely indifferent to Anxi's thoughts upon hearing this. Then why are you telling me all this now? Anxi could not be happy upon hearing this. She currently likes the orcs because they have developed feelings for each other over time. But these feelings were manipulated for a purpose, to ensure that she does everything for the orcs in the divine envoy city. Dr. Zhao's setup is for me to assess whether the various aspects of the orc world can match those of the human world, ensuring that orcs are not suppressed by humans. After all, humans reproduce and develop too quickly. If orcs come into contact with them too soon, given their simple-mindedness and lack of resistance, they would only become slaves to humans. Anxi thought for a moment and had to admit that Dr. Zhao's perspective made sense. if they followed the normal progression of orcs. They would still be struggling to stay warm and fed, living like beasts in the jungle. Moreover, their nature was simple, and just a slightly complex thinker could become the wise one of the tribe. If orcs were at their previous level, recklessly interacting with the human world could indeed lead to them becoming slaves to humans or being deceived terribly or losing their innocence. So, has the cultural level of orcs and humans reached a similar point according to your assessment? Anxi asked in confusion if according to Dr. Zhao's settings, the Qiong Xiao could tell her these things. It was naturally because both sides were at a comparable level. Yes. Now the human world has things that 90% of the beastman world already possesses. Anxi raised her eyebrows. So the development of the human world isn't as impressive as I imagined? Because you come from a place that has advanced far beyond this society. From your perspective, these things are perfectly normal. However, for humans starting from scratch, every herb and fruit requires continuous experimentation to determine if they are edible, what they taste like, and what other uses they might have. This process hasn't taken too long. All right, Anxi nodded. So can I go to the human continent now? Yes, you can. With Qiong Zhao's confirmation, Anxi was already contemplating how to set off for the human continent. Anxi built a ship and found the whale tribe through the catfish tribe. After drifting in the ocean for over a month, they finally crossed the sea and reached another continent on the opposite shore. As soon as they landed on that coast, what caught Anxi's eye was a desolate expanse of weeds. Anxi recalled what the Anxi Oheo had said about the cost of activating the time machine. Anxi also found that Qilin Beastman here, whose lifespan is exceptionally long and is still alive to this day. Chapter 198, Another Continent. So, has the cultural level of the beastmen and humans reached a similar point according to your detection progress? Anxi asked in confusion if according to Dr. Zhao's settings, the Qiong Xiao could tell her these things. It was naturally because the two sides were on an equivalent level. Yes, now 90 of what exists in the human world is already possessed by the beastman world, and she raised her eyebrows. So the development of the human world isn't as strong as imagined? Because you come from a place that has advanced far beyond this society. From your perspective, these things are perfectly normal. However, for humans starting from scratch, a single herb or a piece of fruit requires continuous experimentation to determine if it's edible, what it tastes like, and what else it can be used for. This process hasn't taken long. All right, and she nodded. So now I can go to the human continent and take a look? Yes, you can. With the confirmation from Qiong Xiao, and she was already contemplating how to set off for the human continent. And she built a ship and found the whale tribe through the eel tribe. After drifting in the ocean for over a month, they finally crossed the sea and reached another continent on the opposite side. As soon as they landed on that shore, what caught there was a desolate expanse of weeds. And she recalled what the Qiong Xiao had once said about the cost of activating the time machine. Anxi also found that Qilin Beastman here, whose lifespan is exceptionally long and is still alive to this day. Anxi couldn't help but feel surprised. In the mouth of the Qilin Beast, Anxi heard different stories about Dr. Zhao. It turned out that after the Beastmen were created, Dr. Zhao didn't take care of them. However, after the Qilin Beastmen were successfully created, Dr. Zhao, out of curiosity and a desire to explore, spent a long time interacting with the Qilin Beast. That Qilin Beast knew about the Beastmen and humans and had never left this place. Whenever a human accidentally came here, it would drive them away. Anxi learned about the current state of the human world from the mouth of the Qilin Beastman. The present human society is somewhat reminiscent of the medieval period, but it hasn't reached the point of male superiority and female inferiority. It has just evolved from a matriarchal society and is currently in a relatively equal phase. This is largely thanks to the guidance of Dr. Zhao. As a result, humans are also quite superstitious about myths. Anxi felt a bit frustrated, wondering why it seemed like Dr. Zhao was not interested in creating a technological planet, but rather in creating a mythical world. Anxi only brought male Xiao, byhalf-naked dies, and some beastmen this time, along with several females like Yami, Baishue, and Nanxi, who are already able to transform and ensure their own safety. The purpose of this visit is to take a look first, to make a preliminary contact, and if there is a possibility for further communication, then consider the next steps. To facilitate friendly exchanges, Anxi also brought many clothes and skirts made by the deer tribe, as well as pearls and night pearls from the sea tribe. Since it's difficult to approach the sea from the human continent, items from the sea are very valuable here. Anxi asked the Qilin Beastmen to help watch over their ship, then walked out of this uninhabited area, dressed herself and several females in long gauzy skirts to look beautiful, and then let the winged tribe take them flying in the sky, observing humans from above the human continent while allowing humans to observe them as well. Since Dr. Zhao wants the beastmen to have a higher status, they might as well start off high from the very beginning. In any case, it aligns with Dr. Zhao's wishes. And Anxi indeed prefers the beastman continent a bit more. What is that in the sky? What a large flock of eagles. When did so many eagles appear? Look, there are fairies sitting on the backs of the eagles. Those must be fairies, right? And there are males too. Are there immortals? Anxi led the winged tribe for a flight around, eventually finding the nearest country's palace. To be honest, the palace here was really nothing special. It was far from what Anxi had imagined in terms of development. The city was similar to the newly built divine Envoy city, and it was less beautiful than the unrestricted divine Envoy city, let alone the magnificent sight of the Great Wall. When Anxi and the others arrived above the palace, the emperor and many ministers who received the news came out. Anxi sat on the back of Emperor Zhe, her red garments fluttering in the wind as her gentle voice rang out. Is this really the human race's palace? The emperor below was stunned. He had never heard of such a term as the human race's palace. Indeed, those winged eagles clearly did not belong to the human race. But how could someone ride an eagle and fly? May I ask which fairy is up there? A leader who seemed to be the emperor on the ground spoke up. Anxi smiled gently, not expecting to be called a fairy one day. I am not a fairy. We are of the divine race. I am a beast god messenger. I have heard there is another continent across from here, inhabited by humans, so I wanted to come for a friendly exchange. Divine race? Beast god messenger? Is it true that there really is a divine race in this world? Those legends are actually true, to ensure that when the beastmen and humans eventually interacted, it wouldn't be too abrupt or overwhelming in terms of status. Dr. Zhao had left behind legends of the divine race for humanity, passed down through generations. However, due to the short lifespan of humans, many had come to regard these tales as mere legends over the course of thousands of years. May I ask the divine messenger to speak? A minister glanced at the emperor and, upon receiving the emperor's permission, spoke up. Anxi was also unwilling to shout, spreading her wings in the air and slowly descending. The other winged tribe members flew a little lower, then the orc riders on their backs transformed and jumped down, turning back into human form. The winged tribe also transformed into human form, waving their wings as they slowly landed. The humans on the ground were stunned, unable to react as they watched each transformation. Anxi wanted them to adapt quickly, so she directly brought up the beast god. Didn't creating your gods leave you with legends of the divine race? Why do you all look so incredulous? The emperor looked at the several beautiful women standing in front of him, with a row of tall and mighty men behind them, and tried to calm himself down. The legends of the divine race have a history of thousands of years, yet no one has ever seen them, so we all just consider them a legend. After all, the emperor is an emperor. He has seen a lot and reacts faster than others. Anxi retracted her wings, signaling the orcs behind her to revert to their human forms, and then looked at the emperor. A few thousand years? Is that a long time? Are you the emperor of the human race? I wonder if we are welcome as guests. The emperor quickly put on a smiling face to welcome them. Of course, of course. It is our great honor to host the divine messengers here in our country. Anxi led the orcs into the imperial palace, and the emperor quickly had people clear seats in the main hall for Anxi and the others to sit down. Chapter 199, The Human Emperor's Palace. May I ask where you all come from? In these thousands of years, we have never seen the gods. Could it be that the gods truly come from the heavens? The emperor looked at the beautiful orcs in front of him, especially Anxi and the few leading females, who all had a distinct exotic charm. Anxi smiled and said, "There are no extraterrestrial visitors. Since we live on this planet, we are naturally still on the ground. We are just living on the other side of the sea. Crossing the uninhabited area and traversing the ocean is all it takes. I assume you have been to the uninhabited area as well. Do you know there's a Chilean beast that guards that place?" The emperor nodded. As the nearest country, he was aware of this matter and had informed the beastmen of the entire nation not to go to the uninhabited area. Although the Chilean beast does not harm people, it can be somewhat fierce, so it's better not to provoke it just in case. In fact, that Chilean beast is also a divine beastman like us. It was commanded by the beast god to stay there to guard, in order to prevent humans from casually interacting with divine beastmen. Due to the differences in race and cultural disparities, divine beings have long lifespans, while humans reproduce quickly and in large numbers. If there is mutual dissatisfaction, conflicts are bound to arise, which could harm the harmony. And she spoke softly, observing the emperor's expression. After all, living in the same world, even if separated by vast oceans, it was impossible to never meet again, especially since the ocean was home to the sea tribes. What if by then, they suddenly discovered something and misunderstandings arose between them? Now that I am a divine envoy, I persuaded the beast god to allow me to lead the divine tribe across the ocean to engage in friendly exchanges with humanity. Anxi opened her mouth, her face flushed, and she lied without her heart racing. Anxi planned to go back and tell the orcs that from now on, the orcs on the orc continent will be called the divine race, as this name sounds much better than orc. The emperor seemed to take Anxi's words to heart and nodded very seriously. He felt that what this divine envoy said was very right. The common people of humanity no longer knew about the divine race. The divine race had basically become a legend, and many people had forgotten about it. If one day they suddenly encountered them, they wouldn't even think of them as the divine race. Anxi signaled for several wolf clan orcs to take out a few luminous pearls and some pearl ornaments. These pearls were produced by large clams deep in the sea, which absorb the essence of the sun and moon, along with some luminous pearls that glow at night. They are a gift for the human race as a token of our meeting, knowing that the environments of the two continents are quite similar. It is likely that most of the product from our side are also found among humans, so we brought some treasures from the sea, hoping you will like them. The emperor and the ministers were taken aback by the lustrous pearls and the warm glow of the luminous pearls. They indeed rarely have access to items from the sea, as most of the marine areas are on the orc continent, while the human side predominantly consists of freshwater lakes. Although there are also pearls, their quantity is small, and they're not as beautiful as those from the sea. For instance, among the pearls Anxi brought, there were many natural pink pearls, light purple pearls, and several kinds of iridescent pearls, which were incomparable in quality. Thank you, divine envoy. These items are indeed treasures to us humans. The emperor did not put on airs, although Anxi claimed they were treasures from the sea tribe of the divine race. It was evident from their demeanor that they were not overly concerned about the items they brought, appearing completely unfazed. May I ask what the purpose of your visit to the human race is? The emperor inquired cautiously as he looked at Anxi. A race as formidable as theirs crossing an ocean for no apparent reason. Could it really just be for friendly exchanges? If they had ulterior motives, it would indeed be very difficult for the human race to contend with such a powerful race. Anxi was not surprised at all. Weren't emperors in history all like this? Even the reclusive orcs would question a group of incoming tribes. It is normal to protect one's own tribe and territory. Your Majesty need not worry. We have no ill intentions. Our divine clan has a long lifespan, and we have fewer members than humans. Many places on the other continent where we live are sparsely populated, so we do not covet territory because no one lives there. We simply want to develop a bit faster to exchange and learn from the human race, as the long years can be rather dull. Listening to Anxi's calmly eloquent explanation, the emperor fell into rare silence. How long exactly is the lifespan of the divine clan? Ordinary divine beings live around 400 to 600 years. Though there are exceptions, this is just the majority data. The emperor was taken aback. Could they really live that long? Indeed, if the divine clan had the intention to dominate the continent and seize territory, humanity might truly be helpless. I wonder how old the divine envoy is now. The emperor hesitantly glanced at Anxi. Could it be that the divine clan remains youthful forever? Or are all those who came this time young people? And she smiled lightly. I'm not that old, just barely in my 20s. I was summoned here by the beast god because of my identity. I originally wasn't from this world, which is why they treat me with such respect. The remaining members of the divine beastmen who came here are mostly young people aged from their 20s to around 100. And Xi's words once again left the emperor, who had just begun to understand, confused. Just as he had calmed down, he was shocked again. What does it mean to not be a person of this world? Are people in their 30s to 100 still considered young? The emperor rubbed his temples, feeling a headache coming on. Why bother with these things? After all, they are different races, and it's inevitable that there will be some differences. And Xi's purpose is very clear, to explain everything through the emperor's curiosity, and to do so in a casual manner, so that in the future, if the human race discovers any differences between beastmen and humans, they won't think there are any secrets and won't have any ulterior motives. By laying everything out in the open and exposing all matters to the sunlight, it naturally becomes less mysterious. Anxi wants the emperor to accept everything quickly and is unwilling to consider his capacity to bear it. Anxi curiously looked at the emperor, and it seemed that the human emperor was quite curious about our divine race. Indeed, we understand the human race, but they do not understand the divine race. Your lifespan is too short. Those who know the truth must have changed several times already. It's normal not to know or understand some things. Anxi leaned back against the chair and smiled as he looked at the ministers, who were staring in shock and didn't dare to speak. If you have any questions, feel free to ask. Friendly communication should naturally be based on mutual understanding, so you can go ahead and ask first. Once you're done, we can have a good discussion about the prosperous scene of humanity thousands of years later. Chapter 200, Claiming to be Divine. The Emperor needed to digest the situation for a moment. His mind was a bit overwhelmed. Previously, due to his position, he had always been afraid of neglecting the divine race, so he had been the one asking the divine envoy questions. Now, seeing that the divine race members seemed quite approachable, he gestured for the ministers below to hurry up and ask, to cover what he hadn't thought of. The ministers, who were kneeling and sitting below, received the Emperor's signal, and their eyes lit up. One bolder old minister with a beard stood up. We have seen the sincerity of the divine race, but we must remain cautious when foreign races visit. Please don't take offense, divine envoy. What you said about the divine race having a small population, vast uninhabited territories, and long lifespans, though these exceed our understanding, given the transformation abilities the divine race has already demonstrated. We trust what you say. We believe the divine race is here for friendly communication and learning. However, as our human race has a short lifespan, it has been quite a long time, and we have some curious questions. We hope the divine envoy can be understanding. Anxi looked at the old minister, and indeed, after so many years of being a minister, he was smooth and articulate. He had thought they would directly ask questions, but unexpectedly, he stood up to ease the atmosphere. After all, he had become accustomed to the straightforwardness of the orcs, and had forgotten that humans tend to use formalities. With a faint smile, Anxi nodded. It was fine. It was just a few questions. To be honest, the divine race is not as mysterious as you might think. It's just a different race. The divine race is generally easygoing. Whatever you want to know, as a divine envoy, I know more than they do. You ask, and I will answer. The old minister bowed and said, I would like to ask, the divine race now appears to be composed of youthful-looking individuals. Yet the divine envoy just mentioned that some are decades to 100 years old. So, does this mean that the divine race not only lives long, but also remains eternally youthful? Indeed, the old minister trembled with excitement. Could it really be true? The divine race must truly be favored by the heavens. Anxi nodded slightly, acknowledging that from your perspective, it might not be wrong. It seems that the divine race does indeed receive the favor of the heavens. But why do you only see the positives? That's only because you have never experienced it yourself, which makes it seem good. The orcs of the divine race must undergo training from birth, fighting wild beasts in the mountains and forests to ensure their combat strength does not weaken. Additionally, their long lifespan and eternal youth come at the cost of difficult childbirth. And there are very few women. Many male members of the divine race live their entire lives single and childless, leading a lonely existence. Furthermore, the territory of the divine race is vast and sparsely populated, meaning that those solitary orcs might live for hundreds of years without any company or kindred. As Anxi's words fell, the other ministers exchanged glances. If what this divine messenger said was true, then their yearning for the divine race had indeed calmed down quite a bit. A slightly younger minister couldn't help but exclaim that the divine race possesses powerful combat abilities and the power to soar through the sky and burrow into the earth, experiencing that even once would be worth dying for. Upon hearing this exclamation, the others nodded in agreement, as humanity naturally yearns for things they have not experienced. Anxi chuckled softly, thinking to herself that they had indeed come. This time, she had another purpose, to assimilate humans. In this world, humans were the majority, and if she wanted them to accept beastmen, then the two races must communicate without hierarchy. However, the status of the divine race should appear somewhat transcendent, so that they would be sought after and not easily deceived. If there were half beastmen among the human race, then they would naturally support the divine race. What would be difficult about this? The divine race was favored by heaven. The males fought in the mountains and forests, embodying the full beast form, while the females were rare and mostly supported by the males, not having to toil hard, embodying the half-beast form. I, as a representative of the beast god, aim to develop the divine race and hope for its prosperity. If anyone wishes to join my divine race, we will naturally welcome them. Anxi's words stirred up a great commotion, and the ministers below couldn't even care about the emperor's presence. All of them were extremely excited. If they joined the divine clan, could they be like the divine beings? Long lifespans, eternal youth, and even the ability to transform? The emperor's forehead twitched. He was about to think that Anxi was poaching people from him, which was disrespectful, but upon hearing his minister's questions, he found himself at a loss for words. If joining the divine clan offered these benefits, he wanted to join too. After so many years as emperor, what good had it brought him? Nowhere near the carefree existence of the divine beings who could fly and roam freely. Anxi waved his hand and said, "Oh, how is that possible? The divine race is a bestowed bloodline, and even we cannot control it ourselves. Our female members of the divine race can only partially transform. If you join the divine race, I can only help you achieve a partial transformation as well. Moreover, after transformation, fertility is greatly reduced, and it is possible that you may not have children in this lifetime. Additionally, after transformation, you won't have the same lifespan as the divine race. It also depends on your physical condition. Those with poor physical conditions have a short lifespan to begin with, and transformation won't change that. Those with young and healthy bodies can at most live for 100 or 200 years. Upon hearing the first few sentences from Anxi, the ministers below sighed in disappointment. However, when they heard the latter part, it seemed there was still some hope, and their eyes brightened instantly. Even 100 or 200 years is good, and a partial transformation is also acceptable. The emperor's eyes also lit up, but as a ruler, he had to consider more at this moment. Can the words of the divine envoy be taken seriously? What are the conditions for joining the divine race? Hearing the emperor speak, the ministers below recalled that they were still subjects of the emperor, and they worried that if they didn't join the divine race, they might end up in trouble with the emperor. There are indeed conditions. I have a method that can make anyone who later joins my divine race unable to harbor thoughts of betraying it. Once such thoughts arise, they will experience unbearable headaches, and the only way to resolve it is by decapitating themselves. Of course, once they do that, they won't be able to live anymore. However, I will not force anyone. This matter is voluntary. Those who wish to join my divine race must adhere to this rule, but they can also choose not to join. Anxi looked at everyone and spoke. Our divine race has very high requirements for physical fitness. Those with poor physical condition cannot casually withstand even a half transformation if they join the divine race, and their lifespan won't increase. They might even die faster. I want to waste time doing useless things, so those of you with poor health should give up. Also, Anxi thought for a moment. We can't just accept anyone who wants to join. There are thresholds for joining the divine race. One must undergo training and examinations, and only those who excel in literature, martial arts, morality, and arts can join. The younger, the better. To be honest, those who are too old cannot withstand the intensity of transformation. They might not succeed and could even shorten their lifespan. So I advise everyone to think carefully. There's no need to take this risk. Chapter 201. Pulling the tiger's skin to make a flag. And she is actually somewhat exaggerating. The Qiongxiao ship has a large number of reagents that can enhance human physical qualities, but she does not want to waste them on them, as it's indeed difficult to change the skeletal structure at an older age. Moreover, it wouldn't significantly improve their physical qualities, and even the life extension agents wouldn't add much to their lifespan, so she doesn't want to waste them. Additionally, a bunch of old folks have their thoughts and bones set in stone, even if the Qiongxiao could inject chips into them, and she doesn't want to go through that trouble. Mainly because she doesn't like the idea of injecting chips into humans. After all, she was once human herself. In any case, no one else can handle this matter except for her, so whatever she says goes. After listening to Anxi, the ministers below finally calmed down a lot. Indeed, not everything is as simple as they thought. How could changing a race be so easy? However, it is precisely because it is not easy that it becomes more acceptable. If it were too easy, no one would believe it. Anxi tapped the armrest. Although she knew they needed time to think and digest, this was not something that could be decided in a moment, and Anxi was impatient to wait for them. It seemed that the human race was very interested in our divine race. While I can understand this, I still advise everyone, what you cannot obtain is the best, because it is only because you have never seen it that you long for it. Even if you could really transform into beasts like us, you would find that it is just like that. Anxi had said what needed to be said. She knew that humans would definitely not give up their hope of becoming stronger, which was also why Anxi had brought it up proactively, to prevent humans from overthinking and coming up with various ways to be like them. If it were just deceiving simple beastmen, it might not be the worst outcome. But what if someone, in a moment of folly, thought of capturing beastmen, believing that eating their flesh would grant immortality, like Tang Song? What then? Anxi turned to look at the emperor, saying that it is not a simple matter for humans to transform into divine beings. It is merely that you have encountered a good opportunity, as the beast god sent me here. Other divine races cannot achieve this, and I am only able to do so because of the power left by the beast god. However, there will inevitably be a price to pay for this. Changing one's race is not as simple as it sounds. Beasts and humans differ in bones, bloodlines, organs, and even hair. Everything is different. Just think about it, and you will understand that this is not an easy task. Therefore, I hope the Emperor of Humanity can consider everything I've said carefully and not let humans indulge in overly beautiful fantasies, as reality is cruel. The Emperor nodded in deep agreement with Anxi's words, but thought that this divine envoy was only concerned for humanity and did not want them to suffer. Divine races are capable of communicating with the gods, so they are naturally benevolent. Of course, Anxi merely hoped that the Emperor would think carefully and clarify things with his people, not to be too naive. It would be useless to pry information from other beastmen. Only she has that ability. Other methods would also be ineffective. This matter is difficult and cannot be accomplished without divine power. After saying these few words, Anxi felt she had expressed herself adequately. It would be better for the Emperor to arrange for us to learn and communicate with humanity during our stay among them, and not to speak of our divine race to the outside world for now. Once you have thought things through and reached a conclusion, those who wish to join the divine race can be selected to participate in the trials. Of course, whether they ultimately wish to remain in the divine race or return to humanity is entirely up to them, and you need not worry about that. After all, having a few more people in our divine race does not increase our number significantly, nor does having a few less make a difference. After Anxi finished speaking, she calmly patted her clothes and stood up. Only then did the Emperor remember that he had been chatting with her for so long without properly attending to her. He felt a bit guilty for raising so many questions and demands. His great Chuan dynasty was known for its etiquette and hospitality. How could he be so thoughtless? It is I who have neglected you all. Please do not be impatient. Today's matter is too extraordinary, and I do not wish to be a source of ridicule for the divine envoys. Indeed, it surpasses anything we have ever seen. So we really need to take some time to digest it. The Emperor stood up with a guilty expression on his face, looking apologetic. You have all traveled from afar. Please go to the palace to rest. If you need anything, do not hesitate to speak up. Tomorrow, if the divine envoys wish to learn anything or have matters to discuss, I will arrange for the best people to come. And she nodded, feeling that her presence was both necessary and unnecessary. She wasn't in a hurry to learn or exchange knowledge. She didn't expect to gain much from the human side so quickly. This visit was mainly to make her presence felt and to let both humans and orcs become aware of each other's existence. This would make future communication easier. After spending so much time on the orc continent, she discovered that one of the strengths of orcs compared to humans was their robust genes, which granted them strong physiques and long lifespans. However, this also represented a weakness, as their overly strong bodies led to a reliance on themselves. Since they could do everything on their own, there were no inventions or innovations, and the orc society had remained stagnant for thousands of years. Perhaps this stagnation could also be attributed to the previous orc god messenger, who taught some, but ultimately destroyed much. This indicated that the orcs' development was indeed slow. Additionally, their excessively long lifespans led to a lack of urgency. After all, if they wanted to accomplish something, they had hundreds of years to do it, so there was no need to rush. After Anxi arrived on the orc continent, she taught the orcs a lot, almost pushing the development of the orc continent forward 100 years in just 1 year. Of course, this is based on human efficiency. According to orc efficiency, Anxi feels she has advanced it by 1,000 years. Now that she has taught all she can and has nothing more to do, since she knows humans exist, Anxi hopes the orcs can communicate with humans to see if there is anything she has overlooked and learn from these humans. Anxi does not feel that she is ahead of what humanity knows, nor does she look down on their wisdom. Not to mention that Dr. Zhao has also shared some of the essence of human knowledge with humanity. The potential created by the urgency of a human life lasting only a few decades should not be underestimated. Moreover, she will eventually be gone. And when the time comes for humans and herself to discover each other without any mediator, it is really hard to say what that will be like. For now, with her presence, she can flaunt her status, using the hype created by Dr. Zhao. On the Beastman continent, she is the beast god's messenger, and on the human continent, she is a mysterious descendant of the divine race. She can casually play both sides, pulling in some high-level humans, which would lead to harmony and coexistence between the two races. After all, no one understands how much humans yearn for the power displayed by beastmen better than her, who was once human. Chapter 202. Conclusion 1. The Emperor of the Huang dynasty ordered people to prepare the palace and then hosted a banquet for their mysterious divine guests. Anxi thought of the banquets in the human palace and the amount of food humans consume, then considered the food consumption of the beastmen, and could only let out a helpless sigh. It is said that human food is exquisite, which we, the divine race, have long yearned for. However, I know that humans generally have a small appetite, but our divine males, due to their transformation, have always had a large appetite, each one easily consuming a whole sheep. Therefore, I hope more food can be prepared for our kin. This could be considered our meal money. Anxi had to address the issue of food quantity in advance to ensure that the orcs he brought along would have enough to eat, to avoid the embarrassment of suffering later. However, such a large appetite would require some payment for the meals. Anxi took out some universal currency, gold, and handed it to the person next to him. The emperor waved his hand, saying, "What is the big deal about 1 sheep per person? The divine beings have come from afar. How can we not treat them to a meal?" He thought about maintaining friendly relations with the divine beings, hoping to join their ranks, extend his lifespan, or achieve eternal youth and power. He hadn't even fully considered these matters yet. At this moment, he was willing to support the divine beings, even if it was just for a meal. Just a few dozen sheep, and adding a few dozen cows wouldn't break the royal palace's budget. Anxi was not being pretentious. Even when visiting other tribes on the Orc continent, the welcoming ceremony was just a bonfire dinner. Now she just felt that there were too many guests, and the orcs had such large appetites that it seemed like they were there to feast. That's why she felt a bit awkward about contributing some money as a gesture. The Orc continent was rich in resources, with mines that hadn't been exploited for thousands of years, so there was more than enough to go around. She really didn't care about that little bit of money. Anxi handed over a large batch of divine currency that he had specially prepared before leaving. Just like the previous ones, along with a new version featuring the 2 academies of divine envoy city, one in a castle style and the other in ancient Roman style, adorned with different symbols such as the vermilion bird, azure dragon, white tiger, black tortoise, and shieling. After all, the previously printed Pikachu and Ding Dang coins didn't seem imposing enough to bring out. Before this trip, Anxi had reorganized the currency according to the standards of his own era. It was divided into denominations of 0, 5, 1, 5, 10, 20, 50, and 100 units. The 0, 5 unit was a copper coin. The 1 unit was a silver coin. The 5 to 50 units were progressively thicker gold coins. And the 100 unit was a single gold coin. There were also larger denominations in the form of gold and silver ingots. But no paper currency was made because Anxi was not proficient in the printing technique, so he also had the intention of learning about printing during this trip. "Your Majesty, please accept these. We may be bothering you for quite some time. These are the currency of our divine race, made from gold, silver, and copper. Although they may differ in shape, gold, silver, and copper should be universally accepted. You may keep them for amusement. They are not useless." Upon hearing that it was the currency of the divine race, the emperor curiously had someone bring it over for him to examine. Apart from the gold and silver ingots being the same, the other currencies were all different. The emperor found the round divine coins, with various images engraved on them. Quite interesting to look at. Anxi and his companions flew for a long time before landing, and the common people outside saw what looked like immortals descending upon the royal palace. Many people inside the palace also witnessed this, and they couldn't help but step outside to take a look, momentarily forgetting about royal dignity. When the news spread that the divine envoy would be dining in the palace, and that the emperor was hosting a grand banquet for them, the imperial kitchen went into a frenzy preparing dishes. Even the meals for everyone in the palace were postponed, fearing there wouldn't be enough ingredients for the divine envoys who had hearty appetites. Fortunately, Anxi had taught the beastmen how to use chopsticks, so the exquisite dishes prepared for the palace wouldn't go to waste. After all, it was a human palace, the most complex place among all human establishments. Before coming, Anxi had also consulted with Xiong Xiao about understanding poison reagents to inject into the beastmen, just in case someone had ill intentions. One must admit that the benefit of a monarchy is that the people at the top of the pyramid enjoy quite favorable treatment. This was the first time the beastmen had tasted such exquisite and intricate food, with some soups containing as many as 800 ingredients. The beastmen often couldn't identify the dishes just by looking at them, but only by tasting them could they get a rough idea of what the food was, thanks to their excellent sense of taste. After the meal, Anxi took the beastmen to temporarily reside in the palace and thoroughly enjoyed the treatment offered in a human royal palace. Anxi and the others slept quite well, while the humans had a sleepless night. The next day, when Anxi got up, the emperor sent someone to invite the divine envoy Anxi to discuss matters regarding communication between the 2 races. "May I ask, envoy, what does the divine race wish to learn here? I can arrange it for you." The emperor looked at Anxi with a particularly good tone, first inquiring about Anxi's thoughts, without rushing to mention his own concerns. Anxi looked at everyone who had calmed down and nodded in admiration. Indeed, the human capacity for acceptance is quite strong. "Well then, our divine clan has always lived in the mountains and forests, and we are used to a carefree life, so there is no need for poetry and literature. We, the divine clan, prefer leisurely activities like painting, music, sculpture, and chess. After all, life is too long, and we need to find something to pass the time. And she asked the orcs to bring out the prepared paintings of the turtle tribe, the most beautiful ones that showcase the scenery of the divine envoy city, particularly those from major festivals. Among them, Ashi's painting of the flying dance stood out the most. There were also scenes from a New Year, lantern festival, fireworks displays, and various other festive occasions. Additionally, there were paintings of the sea tribe holding luminous pearls and singing to the moon, the mysterious suspended lofts of the ape tribe, the massive stone caves of the bear tribe, the dreamlike scenery on the central island of the sea tribe, the snow-capped peaks of Wing Mountain, the hot spring islands halfway up the mountain, and the academy with strangely built castles within the divine envoy city. And she brought a large pile of these paintings that the turtle tribe usually created, as they had accumulated to a mountain of works that were of no use. And she simply decided to recycle them for promotional purposes. No matter how prosperous and charming the human continent was, it would still be shocked by such pure natural scenery. All the officials, including the emperor, who had sought various ways to involve themselves in the matters of the divine tribe today, were stunned by the landscapes depicted in these paintings. For the human race, the scenes in the paintings felt like another world, a world with so many different races and such spectacular scenery. Moreover, under Anxi's guidance in 3D painting techniques, the turtle tribe strove for realism. Whether in sketches or colored paintings, they were lifelike, making viewers feel as if they were truly there. Is this the scenery of the divine tribe? Chapter 203. Conclusion 2. After a while, the emperor finally regained his voice and excitement, looking at the exquisitely crafted paintings and saying, "Oh yes, the turtle tribe is skilled in painting and particularly loves it. Before I came out this time, I casually took some of their usual landscape paintings, thinking that looking at the paintings would be much easier than me introducing them." And she smiled proudly. "Your Majesty, do you think the scenery of my divine clan is not bad?" The emperor took a few deep breaths, sighed, and said, "It is indeed beautiful, simply breathtaking. This is truly a place where the divine clan thrives." Anxi became humble, saying that there are beautiful places among the human race as well. The divine race has fewer people and prefers to be close to nature, which is why many places have retained their original appearance. With so many humans gathered together, they naturally have to consider issues like food, clothing, housing, and transportation. The more human cities there are, the less natural scenery there will be, which is inevitable. There are gains and losses with many things, and that is normal. The painting technique of the divine race is completely different from that of the human race. The human race focuses on the artistic conception in painting, while the divine race emphasizes realism, making people feel as if they are there in person. I cannot claim to teach anything, but I can only say that we learn from each other. A minister skilled in painting beside him looked at the painting in his hand and nodded in admiration. He was also very interested in the 3D painting technique used in the artwork. Next, Anxi called on Xiao and Tangma to demonstrate their skills in music and sculpture, which opened the eyes of the human race. However, Anxi only knows how to play the pipa, guqin, zheng, flute, and xiao. And the instruments she taught the beastmen to make were not standard and not exquisite. But the human race has many more instruments they can teach the beastmen here. They can all learn. Then they can take the skills back to the divine envoy city. If the divine envoy has any other requests, feel free to ask. The emperor appeared particularly generous at this moment to facilitate his future discussions. Anxi waved her hand and said, "It's not really about having any specific demands. I just want our carefree tribe members to learn from the humans. My idea is that teaching someone how to fish is better than giving them fish. For example, in terms of painting, we want to learn some methods for mixing pigments. Regarding musical instruments, I hope that my people not only learn to play the instruments they are interested in, but also learn how to make them. The same goes for architecture. I find human buildings quite beautiful, so I would like our tribe members who are interested in architecture to learn as well. Of course, for the things we bring, if you like them, we will share everything we know without holding back." Byhalf glanced at Anxi and nudged her arm. "Anxi, what's wrong? I want to learn how to make the dishes they prepared yesterday." Byhalf thought about the food served at the royal banquet yesterday and felt that he must learn it so that he could make better meals for Anxi. Moreover, when he returned to the divine envoy city, no one would be able to surpass his skills. He was definitely going to secure his position as the top chef. Anxi thought of Byhalf's obsession with cooking and nodded. "It's possible, but I didn't know a bit about the imperial chefs in the human palace. They tend to like making very complex dishes. Our divine clan has always preferred simplicity and has no excessive demands when it comes to food. And we also dislike wasting food. There is no need for those extravagant dishes. They can teach you some simple ones instead. And she suddenly thought of the imperial physician when mentioning the imperial chef. The imperial physicians in the palace are quite skilled, although Qing Xian is very knowledgeable about pharmacology. He is not proficient in the pulse diagnosis of traditional Chinese medicine. Usually, he relies on the unique sense of smell of beastmen. But he could learn a thing or two from the human race about these matters. Anxi looked at the emperor and asked, "Are there any issues with the learning plans we proposed?" The emperor shook his head. "It's just cultural exchange with the outside world. We've shared quite a bit with neighboring countries over the years, and there's nothing wrong with communicating with the divine race. Although the divine race wants to learn more from us, they can also gain insights into our unique culture, which is a good thing, and there's nothing to oppose. In contrast, I'm more concerned about what was said yesterday regarding some humans wanting to become like the divine race. There's no problem with what the divine race wants to learn. I will arrange for the best people in every field, so rest assured, divine envoy." The emperor even abandoned his self-reference of I and switched to me. In his eyes, the divine race was formidable and not to be provoked, especially this divine envoy, who could control transformations of the divine race. When one seeks help, their attitude is naturally good. Divine envoy. Regarding what was previously mentioned about humans wanting to join the divine race, could we discuss in detail? The emperor wore a friendly smile. "Oh, is there really someone who wants to join the divine race? Do you remember the conditions I mentioned for joining the divine race? Those conditions were not set by me. They are genuinely the requirements to become part of the divine race. Special circumstances are quite rare, and if one fails to meet those conditions, the cost could be death. So I advise you to think carefully and preferably meet the conditions before having such thoughts." Anxi lied without any guilt. Those with poor health just wanted to join the divine clan for a better body, and those who were older wished for longevity. What beautiful things were they really hoping for? Anxi looked particularly innocent and sincere under everyone's gaze. Moreover, being a demigod is just a slim possibility. The chance of transitioning from a human to a deity is 1 in a million, so there's no need to hold on to that idea. We know all this. We remembered every word of the divine messenger from yesterday. It left a deep impression, and we won't forget it. What we want to know now is, what are the selection criteria for becoming a demigod? An old minister asked politely with a smile. Anxi thought for a moment. We will have exams. Our divine race does not need to know too much about poetry and classical literature, but we should have a certain level of culture. We can base it on your exams. There is no need to have top scholars in both literature and martial arts. Just a basic understanding of the language will suffice. However, you must study our divine race's curriculum for a quarter, and you can only take the exam after passing that. Also, you need to be in good physical condition. You don't have to be a martial arts expert, but you can't be someone who can't carry a shoulder or lift a hand. Our people will assess this. Anxi pushed Nashi, assigning this task to her, as it would be unfair to have the human race fight against the male orcs. Nashi has relatively high combat ability among females, and she enjoys this kind of work. Anxi has her own considerations regarding these 2 points. One is to let the human race know that joining the divine race is not that easy, and the other is to filter out a batch of humans to avoid accepting too many, as that would lead to half-orcs outnumbering the orcs. Moreover, Anxi thinks the natural scenery of the orc continent is quite nice and doesn't want too many people to spoil it. Regarding the exams, the inclusion of mathematics and science is because she does not want those who only know rote learning, as such people are of no use to the orcs. Those with a slightly quicker mind can generally grasp the basics of math and science, and she needs people who can accept new things. Chapter 204. Conclusion for being in good health is essential because if someone is unhealthy, how can they hunt for themselves? If they can't hunt for themselves, are they supposed to bring humans back to raise? However, the conditions can be relaxed for females. Oh, and they must not lower the average appearance of the orc continent. This is very important. Additionally, one more point. Females are prioritized, and those who are good-looking are given priority. The orcs listening to the earlier points made by Anxi were emotionless listeners, but when Anxi added this last requirement, the orcs nearly all nodded in agreement. Their orc continent lacks females, and all the orcs are good-looking, unlike these humans, who all look like they are hundreds of years old, nearing the end of their lifespan and returning to dust. The Emperor's face darkened. What is the reason for this? And Shili pointed confidently at the orcs around her. Look at the looks of our divine race. We have always favored good looks, and our divine race has always treated women preferentially, with many matters being ladies first. The Emperor and some officials exchanged glances, and ultimately, since the divine race had this custom, they had no choice but to agree. After all, it was them who were seeking the favor of the divine race. At that moment, the Emperor asked another question he was most curious about. Will the divine race go to other countries? Will they receive the same treatment as us? and she listened to the questions of the emperor of the Lang dynasty with a faint smile. Indeed, he was an emperor. In the end, he was still thinking about his own country. We will naturally visit the market, and our divine clan will take this opportunity to experience the customs and traditions of the various human nations. However, we have a good impression of your country. As long as you do not provoke our divine clan, we will not involve ourselves in the disputes between your nations. In fact, we will not send too many people to this human continent for some specialty trade between the two continents. As long as the transactions with you are favorable, we will prioritize you. After all, it is closer. You can rest assured about all of this. Anxi reassured the emperor in front of him, telling him not to worry. Although the orcs were willing to fight, they did not want to engage in war. These were two different matters. Moreover, with a vast ocean in between, it wasn't easy for anyone to meddle in their affairs. The emperor of the Tang dynasty truly breathed a sigh of relief. It was good that the divine race did not intervene. After all, their Tang dynasty was the strongest among the 4 neighboring great nations, and they were not afraid of anyone as long as nothing unexpected happened. It must be said that today's emperor was much more respectful towards them than before, not only because he had requests, but also due to the mythological stories spread by Dr. Zhao. Last night, the emperor ordered people to gather all the ancient mythological tales, including the various versions of deities and divine beasts that Dr. Zhao had circulated, similar to those of the orcs. Many of these deities had animal forms, including Nuwa, who was depicted as having a human head and a serpent's body. However, humans were merely made of clay, which was naturally far inferior to the divine race. Furthermore, regarding what Anxi said about the beast god messenger, although they did not know who the beast god was, he was still a deity, which made a significant difference compared to their own origins. Oh no, they didn't even count as being raised by a stepmother. They were simply made of clay. The emperor was obsessed with becoming part of the divine race, even if it was just a demigod, because it felt much closer to the divine. This sense of fulfillment was beyond description. Anxi was unaware of their complex psychological activities. After all, she was a person of the technological era, and her initial interest in traveling back in time was merely out of curiosity, without much sense of reverence, so she naturally couldn't understand. After discussing these matters with the emperor, he eagerly announced them publicly and even posted the conditions that Anxi had mentioned, inviting all who met the conditions and were willing to participate in the selection. After Anxi discussed this matter with the emperor, she accompanied him on his journey. To increase credibility, she specifically had the orcs transform and go for a walk. The arrival of the divine race from another continent to the human continent caused a huge uproar. To avoid trouble, and she gave the orcs a history lesson, explaining the various rules and complications of this dynasty. She also mentioned the short lifespan of humans. According to her knowledge, humans in this era had even shorter lifespans than in their time, rarely living to be 80 or 90. Living to 50 or 60 was already considered old age, with many people passing away in their 40s or 50s. One of the orcs timidly looked at Anxi and asked, "So with so many females, oh women, can we not pursue them?" Anxi glanced at the orc, thought about the complexity of human nature, and sighed. Fortunately, the humans here had not yet developed to the most complex stage. The gender equality that Dr. Zhao advocated still had some effect for now. Women here could still hold official positions, run businesses, and engage in various jobs. However, in a few generations, that might not be the case. Hopefully, their arrival would elevate the status of women a bit. There were many women among the humans, as numerous as the male orcs. Some males could have several female partners, while very few females had multiple male partners. The orcs nodded thoughtfully. The males here were truly unfortunate, having to support several females. Oh, women. Some orcs looked enviously, but they didn't have to compete with other males for partners, which was nice. But can one male really take care of several females? If it weren't for the fact that our divine envoy city is being built so well by the divine envoy, we would have been living in constant fear back then. Without patrolling orcs, wild beasts could invade the tribe at any time. The males were not afraid, but they worried for the safety of the females and young. Anxi took this opportunity to educate the orcs, explaining that human cities were built a long time ago in a manner similar to our divine envoy city, and that their system was flawed. He told them that the males who could have many female partners were the ones living in luxury. They had others serving them while they did nothing. The people serving them found it difficult to find partners, all because of their so-called noble bloodline. The orcs were very angry upon hearing this. How could there be such shameless males who let others serve them and do nothing? Wasn't that a privilege that only the weaker males and females should have? Anxi smiled slyly, because many of the males here are as weak as the females, and some are even weaker than the females. The beastmen were shocked. Is it true that human males are so weak? It seems that apart from being livelier than our side, there isn't much good about the human race. Fortunately, I am a beast man. The beastmen felt some sympathy for the human males upon hearing this. How could they be so weak, like females? They were truly lucky to be on the beastman continent, thanks to the beast god. So, when learning from them, you can't fight with them, because they can't withstand your blows. Your punch could very likely take their life. So be aware of your strength, okay? As for their females, you can take a look at them. If you find someone you like, let me know. But don't show it outwardly. I want to see what their character is like and whether they are willing to be with you. After all, they have many acquaintances, relatives, and friends here. You guys hold an extraordinary position here, but if you express your feelings, even if she doesn't like you, she might still listen to her parents and leave with you. That would be considered forcing her, you know? We cannot do such things. The beastmen didn't understand why the females wouldn't like them and why they would leave with them just because their parents said so. Anxi thought that human filial piety is different from theirs. Before finding their partners, they live together with their entire family, as humans are social beings, and they particularly obey their parents' wishes. Many things that they are unwilling to do are decided by their parents, and they will comply. The orcs listened to Anxi's words, feeling their worldview constantly being refreshed. Is there really such a group? The orcs once again understood why the divine messenger often said they had never seen the world. Under Anxi's repeated reminders, the orcs no longer dared to casually confess to human females. The divine messenger said that humans have a short lifespan, only a few decades, which for them means they're still young adults, and then they have to watch their partners grow old and die, which is truly cruel. Moreover, the divine messenger also said that the females here cannot make their own decisions and must listen to their parents. So they cannot openly express their feelings for any female in front of many people, or they might be forced by their parents to bond with them. After Anxi education took care of the orcs, they let them study well with the people chosen by the emperor, while they themselves took Shio out to stroll around and see the scenery of the human race. Anxi and Shio's appearance and their strange pupils are particularly eye-catching as they walk down the street. During their first transformation, their pupils turned completely black, with almost no whites visible. Later, after acquiring the Juke gene, a hint of dark red appeared in their pupils, and some white of the eyes became visible again. Coupled with their originally fair skin that has become even whiter, and their bright red dresses, they stand out remarkably. Fortunately, to take good care of the divine envoy, palace guards follow Anxi and Shio closely, and the common people can only watch from a distance, not daring to approach. Anxi took Shio to the place she was most curious about in this ancient human dynasty, the Flower Tower. It was quite unusual and awkward to stroll through the Flower Tower with her husband, so she chose one that only featured performances. It was quieter and more elegant, and there wouldn't be any inappropriate advances towards Shio. Looking at these human women, each one seemed shy and timid. Weren't they all quite beautiful? Anxi teased Shio, also considering that there are too few females on the Orc continent. If Shio encountered so many different types of women, would he still only like her? Shio was always smart and never said anything to make Anxi unhappy over such trivial matters. Although she couldn't compare to them, she thought that if he chose someone who looked like that, there would still be orcs willing to pursue him back in the divine envoy city. Shio calmly didn't take the words to heart, which made Anxi laugh. Not bad, his survival instinct is quite strong. Anxi sat on the second floor, listening to various unfamiliar tunes and melodies, experiencing the unique charm of this dynasty. While listening, Anxi also observed the women performing here. Due to their circumstances, these women who came here to perform mostly had no relatives or friends, and they were quite attractive. Anxi thought it would definitely be easier to persuade a woman like her to leave with her than with others who have family. However, she didn't expect that soon after, an opportunity would arise for her. This brothel that sold performances also had women who could be sold, but the process was through an auction format. Once bought, they would be taken away by the buyer and would not stay here. Anxi looked at the girl being auctioned on the stage below, seeming not to be willing to be sold, as if she had been crying. There was someone downstairs introducing her, saying, "This one is our little Juan, who is proficient in all arts like music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. She has been trained for a long time and used to come from a wealthy family. But later her family fell on hard times, and she became a maid. Because she couldn't behave, her mistress sold her off. The starting price cannot be low, starting at 100 taels of silver. Please think carefully before bidding." Anxi looked at this clearly hierarchical system and felt truly maladaptive. Moreover, Anxi observed that the girl had a clear brow and bright eyes, with an expression of contentment and no desires, which didn't seem to suggest any restlessness. Was the girl on stage really willing? Anxi shouted at the girl on the stage below, The girl seemed not to have heard, her gaze fixed and unblinking. It was the person introducing her who, seeing Anxi's unusual appearance and the guards by his side, though not understanding who he was, still responded to Anxi's words. Who would willingly come here? Everyone was unable to make their own decisions. Did that girl on the stage do something wrong? The person explaining hesitated for a moment, saying that the family who sent her was described as restless and had been seducing their master. In fact, looking at the girl's appearance and demeanor, he didn't quite believe it. He suspected that she was simply too beautiful, which made the mistress of the house envious. However, if she were sent elsewhere, it was likely that her master would come looking for her, so it was most secure to sell her to another household. Anxi didn't care that the girl didn't respond to him. Instead, he continued to stare at her and asked one last question. Down there, I ask you one final question. Have you seduced that old master? I have the ability to change your fate, but I want to hear it from you. The girl looked up at Anxi for a moment, stunned by his appearance. She had almost given up hope, but seeing how unique Anxi was, she thought perhaps he could really help her. I haven't, the girl replied. Qiong Xiao, did she lie? This was another skill Anxi developed for Qiong Xiao, lie detection. It essentially detects lies based on various characteristics of human deception and changes in brainwaves. It can't guarantee 100 accuracy, but it can achieve about 80 to 90, which is fairly accurate. This noble person, which country are you from? If you wish to take this girl away, you need to participate in the auction according to the process. And she nodded. Okay, then let's take the picture. Chapter 206, the grand finale 6. I didn't. The girl spoke. Is she lying about the Qiong Xiao? This was another skill that she had developed for the Qiong Xiao, lie detection. It basically detects lies based on various characteristics of human deception and changes in brainwaves. It can't guarantee 100 accuracy, but it can measure about 80 to 90, which is quite accurate. This noble person, which country are you from? If you wish to take this girl away, you need to follow the process and participate in the auction. Anxi nodded. Okay, then let's take the photo. Turning around, Anxi looked at the guards sent by the emperor to accompany them. The money I brought is also gold and silver, but there are still some differences, and most of it is left at the temporary palace. Can you act as a guarantor for me and have someone pay on my behalf? I won't pay the emperor the difference later. One of the guards immediately bent down and nodded. You can rest assured, your majesty has already instructed us. We will help you cover the expenses you need. Anxi nodded and said, thank you very much. Don't worry, if the auction price is too high, I will make up the difference. After all, I'm not sure of money. Who knows how many gold mines there are on the orc continent? Those few orcs can't possibly use it all. The auction downstairs had already begun, and Anxi had the guard bid on her behalf. No matter how much he called out, as long as she could win the bid in the end, that was all that mattered. A few people followed Anxi's bidding, curious to see how much this strangely beautiful woman had to back her confidence. In the end, they realized they couldn't outbid Anxi and gave up. All right, Miss Anxi has successfully bid for Xiao Wan. Here is the contract for her servitude. You can take her away after paying the silver. The guard stepped forward, took out several banknotes, startling the auctioneer. He then received the contract and respectfully returned it to Anxi. The girl named Xiao Wan on stage looked up at Anxi, feeling a bit dazed, not knowing what her fate would be. Anxi took the contract of servitude brought back by the guard and curiously flipped it over. TSK, TSK. You humans really have a lot of these useless things. It's quite inhumane. The guard did not dare to respond to Anxi's words. After all, Anxi had brought all humans into this situation. Although he was also a servant, he was still a human. Anxi seemed to think of something, breaking into a happy smile. This smile blossomed on Anxi's currently unique appearance, like a goddess from the heavens. Many curious onlookers, seeing Anxi's smile, couldn't help but be captivated and found it hard to look away. Although Xiao knew it was unnecessary to feel jealous of these humans who wouldn't live for decades and couldn't even transform, he still felt somewhat displeased with so many pairs of eyes staring intently at Anxi. Anxi looked at Xiao and said, let's play it big this time. By the way, let's do some publicity for the imperial edict posted outside to increase its credibility. But your beast form is too large. Don't transform completely or you'll scare them. As she spoke, Anxi sat on the railing of the second floor. The crowd below was startled, thinking she was going to fall, but suddenly, Anxi spread her wings and glided directly towards the stage without even flapping. Xiao Wan watched as Anxi, with her wings spread and a smile on her face, stood there holding her own contract of servitude, frozen in place. Hold on to your contract well, Anxi said. Anxi returned Xiao Wan's contract of selling herself, which was indeed of no use to her. Xiao Wan stared blankly at Anxi, holding her own contract, unsure of what to do. Anxi's feet hadn't touched the ground yet. She was suspended in the air by her wings, not standing on the platform. Do you still have family? Relatives? Friends? Xiao Wan stared blankly and shook her head. Then would you be willing to come with me? Join my divine clan? Divine clan? Yes. Hasn't your emperor posted the imperial edict? Didn't you see it? Can I join too? I find you quite appealing. If you are willing, you can come with me right now. When we return, I will take you with me. Of course, you can also refuse. I will still give you the contract. Just consider it a good deed I do. And she looked at Xiao Wan and thought that such a beautiful girl would be best to take back. After all, the average appearance of females in their beastman continent was quite good, except for the bear and elephant tribes, which were a bit lacking, but the others were fine. In the future, the females she took back also needed to have high looks, so as not to lower the average appearance of the beastmen. I'm willing. I will go with you. Xiao Wan finally reacted during Anxi's days and nodded vigorously, afraid that she might change her mind. Anxi smiled as she wrapped her arms around Xiao Wan's waist and flew off the stage, not even letting her exit from the side, showcasing her strong boyfriend vibes. Xiao watched Anxi successfully flirt with a girl and helplessly shook his head, leaping directly from the second floor. For a beastman, this height was completely doable. Everyone in the building was startled by Xiao's jump from the second floor, and it took a moment for them to realize what they had just witnessed, prompting a chorus of gasps. Oh my gosh, were those wings? Is that a celestial being? Is that the divine race mentioned in the Emperor's proclamation? It's the flying divine beings we saw in the sky before with red wings. I saw it that time. She's so beautiful, and that tail looks like peacock feathers. And she glanced at Xiao and ignored what those people were saying, taking Xiao Wan away from there. The guards sent by the Emperor quickly hurried downstairs to follow them. After Anxi left, the lively sounds erupted again in the building. So, that girl just now has joined the divine clan? Joined the divine clan? That goddess just said so, right? Yes, I heard it clearly. Can one really join the divine clan like this? Can one have wings to fly? You don't know yet? The divine clan can transform into various types of animals, and they all have wings. Didn't you see that guy who jumped down just now? Isn't that similar to the legendary monsters? What are you talking about? They are from the divine clan. Yes, they must be from the divine clan. Didn't you see that goddess was kind-hearted and even saved that girl named Xiao Wan? So can we also join the divine clan? I didn't believe it before, but I want to sign up. You might not be able to, you know. The imperial edict clearly states that the divine clan requires both talent and looks, good health. And there are exams. Not just anyone can join. But that girl Xiao Wan didn't take an exam. Didn't you hear that during the auction? They introduced her as being proficient in all the arts. Anxi didn't know how much of stir she had caused, but she could roughly guess. Mainly, this was her goal, and now that she had achieved it, she didn't want to continue wandering outside. Being watched by people like a monkey was quite uncomfortable. With a wave of Anxi's hand, she said, "Let's go, we're heading back." Chapter 207. The grand finale, 7 Xiao Wan followed Anxi back to the palace, being cautious all the way and not daring to speak. The things she experienced that day were more than in her entire life. She had grown up without ever visiting the palace, let alone seeing the divine clan. The divine envoy is back. Divine envoy, I learned how to make a Kongho today. Divine envoy, I learned that game you mentioned, Go, it's a bit difficult. But I also taught the humans how to play Gamoku and checkers. And I gave them the set of checkers I brought. Divine envoy, I spent the whole day telling them about the history of the divine clan. As soon as Anxi returned, she heard the orcs chattering about their learning achievements from today. Upon hearing the last sentence, Anxi raised an eyebrow in confusion. What history? The history of the divine beings? The divine beings' history was all made up after she arrived. The orcs used to just eat, drink, and hunt. Where could they have gotten any history? The history book was still being written by Yi after the establishment of the divine envoy city. It's those books you showed us before. An orc replied proudly, puffing out his chest. He had spent the entire morning telling stories to those humans who loved listening, and he felt a great sense of accomplishment after talking until his throat was dry. The only trouble was getting a drink of water. The humans liked to drink bitter tea, and their divine envoy had planted tea leaves on the hillside with the sheep tribe. However, not many orcs liked it. Everyone preferred fruit juice and milk tea. Alas, it was a pity that the humans here didn't add milk to their tea. When he told them, they actually said that was something only women and children would like. He knew that women and children meant females and young ones. When the divine envoy first researched it, he thought the same way, but milk tea was just too delicious. This group of narrow-minded humans, he had already told by Hao when he returned that he would teach the humans to make milk tea and ice cream tomorrow, so they could broaden their horizons. Now that he mentioned it, they wouldn't believe him. Anxi did not understand the complicated psychological activities in the hearts of the orcs. He only felt that these mythical stories were really taken as history by the orcs. These are just legends. I have never seen them with my own eyes. I just told them as stories to you, and you ended up telling them to others? Anxi was somewhat speechless. Wasn't this just bragging? It seemed so. The orc waved his hand dismissively, reassuring the divine envoy that the beast god was real, and so were these things. Look at those gods and the myths. They resemble us so much. The orcs have been seriously brainwashed by Dr. Zhao, and with the mythological stories Anxi shared, which included tales of deities and humans. Like the story of Anxi, the orcs were further poisoned by these narratives. By the time the orcs arrived on the human continent and discovered that there really was a human race, they suddenly felt that those mythological stories were all true, deepening their conviction. Anxi expressed her helplessness, but she also didn't dare to correct the orcs who said that those things no longer existed. After all, what had happened to her was real, and it's hard to say what might appear in this world now. Your Excellency, our emperor requests that you go alone. A guard suddenly arrived at the palace and respectfully bowed to Anxi. Oh, all right, I'll go with you now. Sai, Emperor Zai by how? And the others were also worried and wanted to follow her, but Anxi stopped them. Don't worry, I'm fine. But Xiong Xiao will protect me. Don't you remember? And she patted Xiu's hand, saying, after all, I am a divine envoy. The emperor has some matters he doesn't want others to know about. And there are times when he calls me alone. You stay here and keep an eye on them. Compared to that, I am the least worried at the moment. As long as I don't blow up the palace, I won't have any issues. The guard kept his head down, pretending he hadn't heard anything. A divine envoy could say such things, but he dared not listen. Xiu naturally understood this principle, but he was always habitually worried about Anxi, yet he never contradicted her decisions. Anxi followed the guard to the office of the human emperor. Compared to the free and wild growth of the beastmen, humans truly resemble the ancient world she once knew in every aspect. Anxi felt that humanity was completely modeled after Dr. Zhao. Perhaps, for the continuation of humanity, there have been many instances of time travel and other measures taken to promote historical development. The divine messenger has arrived. Please take a seat. When the emperor saw Anxi come in, he quickly extended his hand and invited Anxi to sit in the seat that had been prepared in advance. Your Majesty, do you have something you want to discuss with me? The emperor looked at Anxi and got straight to the point, without any pretenses. From their interactions over the past few days, he had learned that the divine race preferred to speak directly when there was something to discuss, without beating around the bush. The situation is this. I want to know how many people the divine race intends to select to join them. Anxi thought for a moment and finally chose to speak honestly. Let me be straightforward. We don't really need humans to join the divine race. It's just that you all seem to like the idea. I actually have a rather good impression of humans because I was once human myself, though from a different world, one that is a bit more advanced than yours. In our world, there's no need to transform into beasts. Humans can fly and dive into the earth with the help of external forces, climbing mountains and crossing seas. It was the beast god who brought me here to develop the entire world. So, seeing your longing, I agreed to help. However, I don't wish for the demigod race to become too widespread. The lifespan of demigods is as long as that of the divine race, and if there are too many, it could lead to social chaos. As a ruler, you should be able to understand this. The emperor pondered Anxi's words and nodded. He had also considered this issue. Even if their starting points were different, he thought that there shouldn't be too many. How about this? Let's limit it to 10 each year. Although the fertility rate of demigods has decreased, they can still reproduce. The divine genes are powerful, so the probability of giving birth to children with divine traits is still quite high. The emperor furrowed his brow. 10 each year isn't too many or too few, but it depends on when it will come to an end. I'm not trying to offend, but may I ask how long the lifespan of the divine envoy is? For 100 years. And how old is the divine envoy this year? 22 years old. 400 years, 22 years, 10 each year. That's quite a lot. The emperor considered this in his heart and nodded. He couldn't be concerned about the future of a younger generation too far ahead. I wonder if our royal family has anyone who meets the criteria. Will we be able to prioritize the royal family? Anxi glanced at the emperor and said, do you want to make an internal decision? If the criteria are met, it's fine. Moreover, the selected individuals don't have to go with us to the divine clan. Each member of our divine clan sustains their life through hunting or working. Those who live in luxury in your royal family are not suitable for the divine clan, and your demigods won't live as long as true gods. Staying among the human race won't have much of an impact. Chapter 208, Conclusion 8. Can they stay among the human race? The emperor was actually pleased, as that sea is very far away. Besides the divine clan, the human race cannot reach it all, and once they go, they won't come back for a long time. And she looked seriously at the emperor, saying that the lifespan of the demigod race is longer than that of the human race. If you want to see demigods in the royal family, I suggest you better restrain them, not let them become emperors and not elevate them too highly. Once a person becomes too lofty, it is easy to lose themselves and overthink things. I see that you are currently overthinking things a bit. Anxi felt it was necessary to give these humans a wake-up call. They seem to be overthinking things, as if becoming divine beings would lead them to enlightenment. They were always so tense, when in reality, it was just a matter of having an additional transformation, and even that was only a half transformation. The divine envoy asked, "Do the divine beings really wish to avoid involvement in the royal conflicts?" The emperor asked somewhat tentatively, and if that was truly the case, it would be a good thing. And she chuckled. "What is there to argue about? Aren't you tired from getting up early and working late every day? Do you really enjoy this job? This square courtyard, even the mountains, are just artificial hills. Is it really that nice?" Anxi suddenly paused, realizing that entering the demigod clan requires respecting women. In our divine clan, women are always precious. A woman can have many men, but a man can only have one woman for life. My requirements for your human race are not that high. I only ask that regardless of gender, one should not frequently seek another partner just for the sake of having children. I hope the emperor will clearly communicate the low pregnancy rate issue of the divine clan to those who wish to become demigods, so they don't regret it later. The emperor nodded, saying he would address this matter, and indeed, it seems that the demigod clan is not suitable for being emperors. Is there anything else? Anxi lazily leaned back in the chair. Is the person that the envoy brought back today one of those 10 spots? Anxi shook her head. That doesn't count. The person I found myself doesn't count. I will take her away. She won't stay here. Then it's fine. I have screened many excellent candidates from the early civil and martial examinations over the years, and then let them participate in the 6 arts examination. But how do we assess moral character? The rest is easy to discuss, but a person's moral character is the hardest thing to measure. Anxi smiled and said, "That's easy. I have the ability to detect if someone is lying. I can just ask a few questions myself, and once the tests are done, just give me the rankings. For the final round, I can handle it. While a lie detector can't measure character, I can ask a few questions related to character. As long as the answers reflect correct values and aren't lies, it's fine. We don't need a great sage. Just someone whose values aren't skewed will do. Will you come every year? Although I haven't flown before, ever since I injected the Zhuke gene, I feel like I can soar across the ocean. However, it's not very convenient to bring people along. If it's not enough, I can also trouble the Qiongxiao ship. That is not difficult. But I still haven't made a definite statement. I'll do my best. And if there's a year I can't make it, let the gods who come to trade take the people over for testing, since they will also be going for the divine examination anyway." The emperor suddenly hesitated, glanced at Anxi, and after a moment of thought, felt it was worth asking. The divine envoy wondered, "Do I have hope?" The emperor also wanted to become part of the divine clan. Anxi feigned surprise, but in truth, she wasn't very surprised, as the emperor had shown great interest from the beginning. The requirements mentioned by the divine envoy I can meet as well, and my health is decent. I even fought on the battlefield personally before. Although I may not be as capable now, I'm not asking to live many years to fill my lifespan. I just want to experience a life I haven't lived before. If possible, I can abdicate and see a life I haven't witnessed. And she blinked her eyes and asked, "What? Did she come here and take the emperor away? Even if you could, you wouldn't be able to adapt to the life of the divine race. We are a matriarchal society where all men listen to women, and males must be self-reliant. No one will treat you well or show you respect just because you were once an emperor, and no one will flatter you. In fact, some might even look down on you for being weak. Can you handle all of this?" The emperor smiled sincerely and replied, "I've thought about all of this, and I can accept it. Moreover, I won't stay in the divine race forever. I will come back." Anxi activated the lie detector while the emperor was speaking, confirming that the emperor was speaking sincerely at that moment. She thought to herself that it was quite interesting to lead an emperor astray. "May I ask how old your majesty is this year?" 33. "Is it really enough to be an emperor at just 33? Is this job that exhausting?" Anxi was surprised. Only 33. The emperor doesn't look old either. It is indeed quite tiring, and 33 is not young for someone in the royal family. Emperors rarely live to be 50. While among the common people, 60 is considered a long life, which naturally cannot be compared to the divine race. "Oh, indeed." Anxi walked over and said, "I need to collect a little of your blood for testing in order to know your health condition." The emperor nodded and replied, "All right, go ahead." Anxi pricked the emperor's finger with the needle on her bracelet, and the bracelet automatically transmitted the blood analysis data back to the Qiongxiao. Anxi closed her eyes and, in front of the emperor, did not display the results on the screen, but instead allowed the Xiao to inform her of the test results in her mind. The Emperor looked at Anxi with curiosity as she closed her eyes, wondering if this was really enough to check his physical condition. Anxi closed her eyes, and the Emperor took a careful look at her. This divine envoy indeed had a stunning appearance. No wonder the divine race had such high standard for looks. Anxi opened her eyes. Perhaps it was too close. The unique pupils that were black with a hint of red startled the Emperor. Am I that scary? Anxi looked at the startled Emperor helplessly. No, I just haven't seen such eyes before. I'm a bit surprised. The Emperor chuckled awkwardly, feeling a bit embarrassed about his reaction. Just now, when Anxi closed her eyes and looked like a normal human, the Emperor had forgotten about the difference in her pupils, which is why he was startled. It's okay. You'll get used to it because after you transform, your pupils will likely change as well, and by then, you won't find it strange anymore. And she didn't mind the unreliable Emperor's reaction just now. After the examination, there was nothing wrong with your body, just a bit weak. You should take some time to recuperate and exercise a bit, and try not to seek out the women in your harem for now. These days, you can arrange your own matters and think about whether you have any particular favorite animals. Let me know once you've made up your mind. Chapter 209. The final chapter 9, the Emperor looked at Anxi in surprise. Can I really do that? What kind of winged races are there? He just knew that this Emperor wanted a pair of big wings, seeing how envious he was that day. Do you want to become a winged race? Becoming a winged race will be subject to my bloodline suppression. Are you sure about that? What is bloodline suppression? The Emperor asked with a puzzled expression. It's a special kind of power. Some noble bloodlines of divine races can suppress other bloodlines, and they are not under their own control. Under bloodline suppression, you won't be able to resist me. Most likely, you will accept what I say, but that doesn't affect your own thoughts. I won't force you to do anything, but I hope you think it through clearly. Anxi himself didn't know what bloodline suppression was, so he naturally would give others a choice and wouldn't force anyone. The Emperor hesitated for a moment, but still asked the divine envoy to help him see what types of the winged tribe there were. Since the divine envoy told him these things, he believed in the divine envoy. Anxi nodded and said, all right then. As for the winged tribe, you can think of any that are relatively common. With your physical condition, apart from the battle tribes like the eagle tribe and the hawk tribe, the crane tribe, goose tribe, and swan tribe are all options. After all, they all have partial transformations and you might just end up with wings. It depends on whether you want to fly for a long time or not. The goose tribe is best for long-distance flying, followed by the crane tribe, and then the swan tribe. Anxi casually helped the Emperor pick a few options, letting him decide for himself. Oh, by the way, seagulls or albatrosses could work too, since our divine envoy city is right by the sea. In the future, you might even be able to fly over the ocean yourself. The Emperor felt a stir in his heart upon hearing Anxi's words. He initially wanted to transform, not for fighting. But if he could fly between the realms of the divine and the human, that would be great. However, the functions and appearances of wings are different. It definitely won't be as beautiful as mine. Anxi had already prepared him for this. I'm a big man. Why do I need to look so good? The Emperor didn't care much about appearance. That won't do. To prevent you from regretting it later, I'll draw you the appearance of an albatross, since you probably haven't seen one. Anxi raised her eyebrows at the Emperor, asking if he had any ink. The Emperor immediately stood up and gave his seat to Anxi, thinking that he would soon return to the divine clan, and at that point, the title of Emperor Wu didn't matter to him anymore. Anxi knew what the Emperor's desk meant in ancient times, but as a modern person, she didn't overthink it and walked straight over. Anxi painted a picture of an albatross based on the images provided by the Xiao. Albatrosses like the seaside and live in coastal areas. Although the Orc continent is vast, our divine messenger city is just separated from the ocean by a single wing mountain. However, the wing mountain has now been opened up, and the South City is right by the sea. You can live in South City and reach North City through the mountain tunnel. Albatrosses have long, narrow wings, unlike the large wings of the wing clan that you saw coming with me before. But because of their wings, they are particularly skilled at flying over the ocean, able to cross the sea, and they love to eat seafood and fish. Their beaks are also very strong and powerful. By then, you might have some of these characteristics. How many you have will depend on your physical condition and luck, which I can't be sure about. The Emperor nodded as he listened, thinking it was great. He hadn't seen the ocean in the first half of his life, and living by the sea in the second half sounded good. The ocean is so vast, and there is so much for him to see. Anxi saw that he seemed quite satisfied, so she left the completed soil for him, put down her brush, and left the desk. You still have a few days to think about it. Later, I will find your physician to prescribe some nourishing medicinal food for your body. Just don't take any other medicine, as it should solely be for nourishment. You don't need to regain all your combat skills. Even half will be fine. Gradually exercise your body to help yourself recover. If you're not in a hurry, just wait to undergo the transformation ceremony with those 10 people. The emperor listened to Anxi's advice and nodded happily, as this way he could travel back and forth between the divine and human realms while also watching over his dynasty. Wait a minute, the other 10 people? Am I not one of 10? The emperor found a bug in Anxi's words, and she was just speaking casually and didn't think too much about it. Upon hearing this, she waved her hand. After all, it's the first time coming this year, so it doesn't count. Let's just consider it as my own choice. And she looked at the emperor and asked, "Is there anything else?" The emperor shook his head with a joyful expression. No. Go back and rest well, Lord Envoy. All right, then I'll be going back. I'll also take a look at your exams in the next few days to broaden my knowledge. Okay, at that time, Lord Envoy can give orders at any time. The emperor no longer regarded himself as an emperor and showed much more respect toward Anxi. Anxi nodded non-committally and returned to the palace. Where is Xiaowan? Upon seeing Anxi come back, Xiao let out a sigh of relief. After all, they had been out for quite a while, surrounded by the beastmen. It was said that a female without a mate had arrived, and you still planned to take her back to the divine envoy city. The beastmen without mates were all surrounding her, trying to curry favor. Xiao pointed in a direction in the courtyard, where Xiaowan was playing the Kongho for the beastmen. She was grateful to Anxi for bringing her back, and not knowing what else she could do, she decided to showcase her best talent, given everyone's enthusiasm. Xiaowan was very happy to see Anxi return, and Anxi waved at her while she was performing. Xiaowan excitedly put down the Kongho and ran over to Anxi. Anxi gently styled Xiaowan's hair and said, "You don't need to please them. Just be yourself. Do whatever you like. In the future, when you come to my divine clan, you won't need to rely on performing to make a living. At your age, you're still considered a young one in the divine envoy city, and you can be supported by it. You can do whatever you want, attend school, go shopping. If you study better than them, you can become a teacher at the academy in divine envoy city and help me introduce your human culture to them so they can broaden their horizons." Oh no, I misspoke. You're not just one of the human race anymore. From now on, you'll be a female of my divine clan. Anxi looked at Xiaowan's face and gently said, "It's so nice, such a beautiful young lady. It's pleasing to the eyes." Hearing Anxi's words, Xiaowan's smile became more sincere. "Divine envoy, I will listen to you in everything. Just call me Anxi. Come on, follow me." And she pulled Xiaowan into a room and glanced back at the 4 guardians, Xiao, byhalf-naked, and Dze, following them, waving his hand helplessly. "You don't need to follow me all the time. I'm discussing Xiaowan's transformation with her. You can go about your own business. I'll go make you the new dish I've learned, so when you're done discussing, it will be ready to eat," Byhalf said, and immediately went to prepare the food. Tung Mo always followed Anxi's words. As long as Anxi wasn't in danger, he didn't care about anything else. Dze, due to bloodline suppression, had lost his usual mischievousness that occasionally contradicted others. Xiao was the gentlest of them all, merely giving Anxi a soft glance and saying, "I'll call you when it's time to eat," before following by how to help with the cooking. Although someone was cooking here, the beastmen still preferred to cook for themselves. Chapter 210. Conclusion 10. Although Xiaowan had previously worked as a courtesan, she could immediately tell from the expressions of these few people that they were different. Remembering the words the divine beastmen had said to her before, she still asked Anxi in disbelief, "Do all divine women really have several husbands?" "Yes. Because divine women are rare, their status is relatively high." Xiaowan finally believed it. In the human race, there were also cases of one woman having multiple husbands, but typically only the extremely wealthy female tycoons or particularly high-status princesses, and even then, it was still much less common compared to men having multiple wives. Let's not talk about this. You'll gradually understand these things when you get to Divine Envoy City. Now, let's discuss what you want to transform into. And she told Xiaowan that transforming her didn't involve any nonsense about nurturing her body. Those were just excuses to deceive the emperor, simply to avoid making it seem too easy. Hearing Anxi's words, Xiaowan's eyes lit up. I want to be able to fly like you. Your wings are so beautiful." As she spoke, she seemed to realize that her words might not be appropriate, in case Anxi didn't want to be like her. So she quickly corrected herself. "Not exactly the same. I just want to be somewhat like you." After Anxi flew towards her, waving her wings and softly asking if she was willing to go with her. Xiaowan felt a deep admiration for Anxi and always wanted to resemble her in some way. "It's a bit difficult to be like me." After becoming a vermilion bird, she had tried injecting other birds with vermilion bird genes, but it had not been successful. She had a premonition that apart from herself, there wouldn't be another identical vermilion bird gene. Anxi thought for a moment, and the name Xiaowan was very nice. She recalled that in ancient times, there was a kind of bird called wan, which resembled a peacock. Dr. Zhao had improved the flight genes of the peacock, combining the flight capabilities of the pung and the physical characteristics of the peacock. Since there were no peacocks in the Lang dynasty, Anxi drew a picture of a peacock and handed it to Xiaowan. This bird is called a peacock. In mythology, there's also a divine bird that resembles a peacock, called wan. However, the peacock's flying ability is not strong, so I have improved it for you. You will have better flying abilities than other peacocks. Xiaowan looked at the peacock, which was similar to Anxi overall, especially the tail feathers, and felt very happy inside. Okay, I want this. Anxi saw that Xiaowan had made up her mind, so she first injected her with a lifespan extension serum to help her adapt. Then she had the Kyanxi deliver the genetic reagent. With the speed of the Kyanxi, it arrived before dinner, even across the ocean. After Anxi injected Xiaowan, she let her choose an orc to protect her, keeping a close watch on her to prevent her from suddenly fainting. The chosen orc was also very happy. Having this opportunity meant that his chances of winning over a female were greater than others. The next day, Xiaowan woke up and successfully transformed, soaring into the sky with her wide wings and tail feathers dazzling in beauty, looking stunning from afar. After the emperor learned about this, he felt even more anticipation for what he would look like after transforming. Although his wings wouldn't be as beautiful as a woman's, the divine messenger said he had the strongest flying ability over the sea, and it was clear that a woman with such a large tail couldn't possibly have the strongest flying ability. As a man, he didn't need to concern himself with superficial things. The emperor also took this opportunity to promote the news, encouraging those who came to sign up to be more enthusiastic. Especially since Xiaowan was a native of the human race, many people knew her or had even seen her. Now that she had suddenly transformed into a divine being, it excited them the most, indicating that they too could have a chance if they passed the exam. Moreover, some people already planned to try again next year if they didn't pass this year. There was an exam every year, which was a greater hope than the 3-year interval of the imperial examination. Many people came with this mindset, including many women, as Anxi had stated that women would be given priority. It was apparent that most humans liked wings, but it wouldn't do for everyone to have wings, as that would be too common. Anxi specifically instructed the emperor to say that transformation was uncontrollable. In the end, Anxi successfully selected 10 people through the final character test, 4 men and 6 women, partly because Anxi favored women. After all, the Orc continent lacked females. What did she need so many males for? Also, most of the girls were proficient in various skills such as music, chess, calligraphy, and painting, while the skills that men possessed were fewer, resulting in a significant number being eliminated based on the assessment criteria. In the end, Anxi chose 4 individuals with higher martial arts skills, such as chivalrous figures. However, with this exam, everyone probably already knew what would be tested next time, and this year would likely be focused on preparing for that. Regarding the project of selecting 10 people after training in the Divine Messenger City, Anxi decided to change it. It felt inappropriate, and there were too many complications. Ultimately, it was decided that the 10 successfully selected individuals could go to the Divine Messenger City for a year of training. You have 1 day to organize all subsequent matters and return here within a day to depart with us. Use this time to think about which race you want to join and the form you wish to transform into. Although transformation is uncontrollable, I will do my best to help you with the general direction. As for the winged race, being one of the strong combat races among the divine beings, transformation is not that easy, so don't just think about the winged race. Consider a few more options. Anxi looked at the 10 selected people and made his grandiose remarks. Among them, 3 girls came from places similar to Xiaowan's. There was also a fallen young lady, a chivalrous woman from the rivers and lakes, and a female doctor. Some people tried to lie, but were detected by Anxi and kicked out. By early the next morning, everyone had gathered, and some hadn't left at all. Anxi directly took the group back to the Divine Messenger City, and they were brought back by a whale tribe member on a boat. The girls, who had mostly never seen the sea, got seasick. Upon arriving at the Divine Messenger City, Anxi told Yi about their plans to go to the human continent, and the beastmen organized a welcome party for them, aiming to give the newcomers a grand experience. Xiaowan had already decided to join the Divine Messenger City, so Anxi arranged a courtyard for her in the inner city and assigned a wolf tribe beastman who had been protecting her to look after her, providing them with a chance to bond. The rest of the group was arranged in the outer city. After resting for a night, Anxi got up the next day to administer the transformation gene modification serum to them. The emperor had already been chosen, which was the albatross. The other four men had chosen either the eagle tribe from the winged tribe or fierce beasts like lions, tigers, and wolves. Anxi asked them to write down their first, second, and third choices, with the first choice being fierce beasts, as half-transformation would be of little use if not a fierce beast. Anxi considered for a moment. The first batch of humans was still relatively manageable. She directly assigned one from the yin tribe, one from the owl tribe she had chosen earlier, and the other two were from the wolf tribe. The winged tribe was under her bloodline suppression, and the wolf tribe was under the bloodline suppression of Xiao, which met their requirements. The girls also chose either the winged tribe or the very cute and fluffy nine-tailed fox or feline species. One choice was influenced by the legend of Nuwa and her descendants, and after seeing the transformation of Bai Shui, while with the females, she chose the snake tribe. For the girl who chose the snake tribe, Anxi found her a snake with venom that paralyzed the nerves, so she could protect herself. Two others liked foxes, so Anxi gave them fox genes. Although it wouldn't be easy to become a nine-tailed fox, they would start as one-tailed foxes and could increase later based on their performance. There was also a cute female doctor whom Anxi really liked for her personality. She loved fluffy and cute things, not necessarily a nine-tailed fox. So Anxi found her the genes of a red panda, which suited her perfectly. Lastly, there was a chivalrous woman who preferred a carefree life. So Anxi allowed her to genuinely become part of the crane tribe. The last two had no specific goals. They just wanted something beautiful. Anxi thought for a moment and finally chose cat genes for them. That should be considered good-looking, right? After everything was completed, they began their year-long study journey in the City of the Gods. A year later, due to the orc genes, they all preferred the City of the Gods even more. Plus, Anxi had chosen those who were not prone to lingering. So after a year, only the emperor went with the merchant convoy to visit the Lang dynasty across the sea to see how his dynasty was faring after his abdication. Synopsis: Anxi fainted in the primeval forest and opened her eyes to find that she had crossed over. It turned out to be a beast world in another time and space, where everything was larger than on Earth, and there were shape-shifting orcs. However, although the orcs were strong and could transform, their civilization was backward, still in a primitive state of slash-and-burn agriculture. No matter how backward it was, she could save them, lead them in building houses and making delicious food, and even admire handsome men and pet their fur. She was revered as a divine envoy by the orcs, and life couldn't be more pleasant.